Young Master Shinue, you have been practicing for an entire afternoon. Perhaps it is time to take a break. No, I am just 2 push-ups away from completing my set. With that, the golden-haired youth known as Young Master Shinue resumed his determined effort to bend his arms and finish the last 2 push-ups. Undoubtedly, his body was nearing its limits, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. 2, 1. The final 2 push-ups proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Shinue could no longer muster the strength to rise, and instead, he collapsed his arms, falling heavily to the ground. Young Master Shinue, are you all right? Seeing Shinue crumpled on the floor, the bystander hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Expressing concern, Young Master Shinue, you have truly reached your limit. Don't worry, Teacher Huabizu. I am not as fragile as you think, Shinue replied with great effort, managing to force a smile. At that moment, a notification chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed 10,000 push-ups. Reward, Strength 1. You truly are the son of the 4th Hokage. To be honest, you are the most diligent ninja I have ever encountered, Huabizu exclaimed in admiration. Although Huabizu did not rank among the strongest jonin, he was an exceptional teacher. Many clan leaders in Konoha invited him to instruct their children, but Huabizu knew that these children often displayed unruly behavior, sometimes even slacking off during training. Young Master Shinue, however, was a rare example of a child who dedicated himself so fervently to his practice. Thank you, Teacher Huabizu, for your training and guidance today, Shinue said, bowing slightly in respect. Seeing Shinue bow, Huabizu hastily waved his hands. Oh no, it is primarily your talent that shines through. Despite his humble words, Huabizu felt quite pleased in his heart. In his eyes, Young Master Shinue was remarkably agreeable. As the son of a hero, he exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with such lineage, radiating humility and amiability from his very core. Well then, Young Master Shinue, that will be all for today. I shall take my leave. Before Shinue could respond, Huabizu executed a swift body flicker technique and vanished from sight, a deliberate act on his part, as he believed it to be rather stylish. Shinue watched as Huabizu disappeared, then began his journey homeward. Shinue, whose full name was Buofeng Shinue, was the son of the 4th Hokage, Buofeng Shuemin, who sacrificed himself to seal the 9 tails. Thus, it was only natural for Shinue to be regarded as the hero's son in Konoha. Beyond this esteemed title, Shinue bore another identity, that of a transmigrator. He was uncertain how he had found himself in the world of Hokage, or why his arrival had made him the son of Buofeng Shuemin. As a devoted fan of the series, he knew that in the original storyline, Buofeng Shuemin had only one son, Uzumaki Naruto. However, his unexpected arrival had resulted in the existence of another child within Kushina's womb. He was named Shinue, a name bestowed upon him by his parents, Buofeng Shuemin and Uzumaki Kushina, as a final hope that he would shine like light upon his younger brother, Naruto. As for the 9 tails, the situation remained unchanged. One half resided within the deceased Shuemin, while the other half was sealed within Uzumaki Naruto. Naturally, Shinue had no desire for the power of the 9 tails. After all, the malice emanating from that creature was quite severe, and he did not wish for it to affect his mind. Moreover, Shinue possessed a system of his own, which made him even less inclined to covet the 9 tails' strength, for anything produced by the system was bound to be of exceptional quality. System, display the status panel, Shinue commanded mentally. Host, Buofeng Shinue strength, 8 speed, 8 chakra, 10. Gazing at the numerical values in his mind, Shinue nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not bear the Uzumaki surname, he had indeed inherited the physical traits of the Uzumaki clan. Judging solely by his chakra capacity, he had already surpassed Kakashi at present, but he had yet to learn many powerful ninjutsu techniques, which put him at a disadvantage in practical combat. Nonetheless, Shinue was quite content, considering he was only 5 years old. In the world of Hokage, children matured at an astonishing pace. Take Kakashi, for instance, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin by 6. At that age, Shinue was still engrossed in watching Digimon and dreaming of saving the world, while Kakashi was already engaging in real battles against adversaries. The disparity was stark. Young Master Shinue, I nearly forgot to inform you. Suddenly, the previously vanished Huabizu reappeared before Shinue using a body flicker technique. Goodness! Without a doubt, Shinue was startled by Huibizu's sudden return, nearly falling to the ground. Young Master Shinue, next Monday marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy. I have already enrolled you. While your dedication to training is commendable, it is essential to integrate into the school environment. After all, your father, Lord Shuemin, also graduated from the Ninja Academy, Huibizu said, adjusting his sunglasses with a hint of pride. Teacher Huibizu, I wish to begin learning ninjutsu. Will you teach me some basic techniques in the future? Shinue implored earnestly. This was not merely a pretense. Shinue genuinely needed to learn ninjutsu. His underwhelming system had only provided him with enhancements to his physical attributes, leaving him bereft of any ninjutsu knowledge. He feared that if this continued, he might become the next Lee. Young Master Shinue, I must admit I overlooked this aspect. Tomorrow, I will conduct a chakra attribute test for you and subsequently teach you ninjutsu based on your attributes. Thank you, Teacher Huibizu, Shinue replied, bowing once more. Not at all, it is settled then. You must attend the enrollment ceremony 3 days from now. Rest assured, Teacher Huibizu, I will be there on time. Seeing Shinue's obedient demeanor brought Huibizu a sense of satisfaction. He waved farewell to Shinue, saying, Young Master Shinue, I will take my leave now. As his words faded, Huibizu transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished once more. Watching Huibizu's deliberate display of flair, Shinue felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. It seemed that Naruto's observations in the original series had been spot on. Huibizu was indeed a rather flamboyant character. However, reflecting on Huibizu's earlier comments, Shinue found himself somewhat eager for the Ninja Academy, as it had been a long time since he had attended school. I am quite looking forward to the Ninja Academy, Shinue mused as he set off on his journey home. Along the way, numerous villagers paused to greet him, regardless of whether he recognized them. It was evident that Shinue was the most cherished child in all of Konoha. After all, his father, Bluffing Shueman, was the hero who saved the village, and Shinue himself possessed an endearing appearance reminiscent of his father, exuding a warmth that endeared him to the villagers. Get lost. Hurry and get out of here. A sudden shout of anger erupted from nearby, prompting Shinue to turn his head in the direction of the sound. He discovered a middle-aged man selling masks angrily berating a golden-haired youth that I will not sell you anything from here. Before Shinue stood a young boy, currently enduring insults, who was none other than his younger brother, Xuanwu Mingren. In contrast to the imposing figure of the middle-aged man, the diminutive Mingren appeared even more pitiable and helpless. His eyes were slightly reddened, yet he refrained from crying out loud. Undoubtedly, this was not the first time Mingren had faced such disdain. His gaze held no fury, only a sense of injustice and confusion. He could not comprehend why the villagers treated him in such a manner. What a despicable little wretch. The middle-aged man, seeing that Mingren showed no intention of leaving, unleashed another tirade of insults. Following this, he seized a mask from a nearby shelf and struck it forcefully against Mingren's head. Take your things and get lost. The sudden blow made Mingren flinch like an injured kitten. Ignoring the pain on his head, he turned and fled the street, all of which was witnessed by Shinue. The distance between Shinue and Mingren was a mere 10 meters. How ironic it was. Both were children of the 4th Hokage. One was revered as the son of a hero, respected by the villagers daily, while the other was branded as the Nine-Tails, scorned and despised by the same community. However, Shinue understood that the villagers were not to blame. He could easily deduce who was responsible for the rumor equating Mingren to a demon fox. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. In truth, Shinue could not fathom why the 3rd Hokage treated the two brothers so differently. One was relentlessly elevated while the other was perpetually demeaned. Fortunately, Shinue was the celebrated son of a hero, unlike Mingren, who was seen as the Nine-Tails. Observing the scene before him, Shinue felt a deep discomfort. Yet what could he do in his current state? His strength was woefully inadequate. If he rashly intervened to defend Mingren, he might inadvertently plunge him into a deeper abyss. Thus, all he could do was endure. With that thought, Shinue restored his childlike innocence, flashing a smile at the villagers who approached him, as if the events on the street had no bearing on him whatsoever. After exchanging pleasantries with the villagers, Shinue returned to his home. His residence was the former house of Minato and Kushina, which the 3rd Hokage had not seized but rather left for Shinue. He could easily guess the reasons behind this, primarily to instill gratitude towards Konoha in him, and to demonstrate to the villagers how the village treated the offspring of Heroes. Of course, Shinyu was indifferent to this. After all, his brother Ming-Ren was still scavenging for food that he longed to assist Ming-Ren in secret, but he was uncertain if anyone was watching him. Therefore, he had to remain patient, focusing on becoming stronger to ultimately aid Ming-Ren. Ming-Ren, wait for me, Shinyu silently vowed, then promptly began his training without delay. A night of training left Shinyu invigorated rather than drowsy. It was not that ninjas did not require sleep, but rather that today, Ebisu had promised to teach him ninjutsu. Shinyu was curious about the nature of his chakra attributes. Thus he eagerly awaited Ebisu's arrival at the door. System, can chakra attributes be altered? Shinyu chose to inquire of the system, fearing that he might, like Ming-Ren, possess only wind-style chakra, limited to clashing head-on. Unlike Ming-Ren, he lacked the support of the Nine Tails, so it was prudent to consult the system. Please do not attempt to change chakra attributes. Very well. The system's cold response left Shinyu somewhat disheartened, yet he remained undeterred and asked, "Then can you check my chakra attributes?" The host currently possesses 5 chakra attributes: fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. What? The host currently possesses 5 chakra attributes. Please do not pretend to be hard of hearing. At this revelation, Shinyu felt as though he could leap from the ground in sheer delight. 5 attributes meant he could learn the vast majority of ninjutsu. However, the system seemed to anticipate his excitement. Please do not rejoice too soon. Who relies on these 5 chakra attributes for combat in the later stages? The system's mechanical voice doused Shinyu's enthusiasm with cold water. Indeed, the later arcs of the Naruto saga revolved around giant mechs and tailed beasts. Even Kakashi, known for his balanced prowess, relied on Obito's power to engage in battle. In that moment, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. It is advised that the host learn some basic ninjutsu for self-defense. This system will periodically issue tasks, and upon completion, the host will receive generous rewards. Upon hearing this, Shinyu could only nod in resignation as he continued to wait for Ebisu's arrival. After all, he was a transmigrator and had a system. Surely, the system would not lead him astray. Nevertheless, Shinyu clearly was not one to learn from experience, as he cheekily asked, "System, if I encounter a life-threatening situation, will you provide me with any means of survival?" The host is currently situated within Konoha village. As long as the host remains low-key and trains diligently, there will be no life-threatening dangers. However, should the host insist on courting disaster, this system can do nothing but watch the host lose their life. Then what use are you? Shinyu could not help but inquire. This system does not engage in arguments with the host. If the host feels this system is of no use, they may choose to abandon it. The system seemed entirely unyielding, and listening to its mechanical voice in his mind felt mocking to Shinyu. He could only swallow his indignation. After all, his current abilities were all gained through the completion of system tasks. He could hardly imagine what life would be like without the system. Sigh. Shinyu gazed at the azure sky, letting out a helpless sigh. Undoubtedly, his future self would need to exert even greater effort, if only for Ming-Ren's sake. Chapter 2. An unexpected encounter at the training ground. In fact, Huabizu arrived quite early, grappling with the dilemma of what kind of ninjutsu to impart to Shinyu. As an exemplary teacher, he was well aware that ninjutsu is predominantly inherited. However, Huabizu was neither adept at the Flying Thunder God technique nor the Spiraling Sphere. These two ninjutsu are undoubtedly the hallmark techniques of the 4th Hokage, which left Huabizu uncertain about what to teach Shinyu. Moreover, he possessed only a single chakra attribute, which further exacerbated his headache. "Good morning, Teacher Huabizu." Upon hearing Shinyu's voice, Huabizu, who had been lost in thought, realized he had unconsciously arrived at Shinyu's doorstep. Shinyu's greeting warmed Huabizu's heart. "Good morning, Shinyu. You are up quite early. Teacher, you mentioned testing my chakra attribute today. Let us begin." Shinyu feigned impatience. "Very well." Observing the eagerness in Shinyu's eyes, Huabizu cast aside his lingering thoughts and retrieved a piece of testing paper from his ninja tool pouch. He was equally curious about the nature of Shinyu's chakra. This is a special paper designed to test chakra. It will react differently based on the various chakra attributes within a ninja's body. If it's a fire attribute, the paper will ignite. If it's water, it will become damp. For earth, it will crumble. Lightning will cause it to crinkle, and wind will slice it cleanly in half. With that, Huabizu infused his chakra into the paper, which promptly became soaked. "All right, Master Shinyu, it's your turn to give it a try." Shinyu took a deep breath, grasped the testing paper between his fingers, and summoned his chakra. Watching the paper's transformation, Huibizu found himself momentarily speechless as it was sliced into 4 equal pieces, each reacting distinctly to represent the states of fire, water, earth, and lightning. Master Huibizu, does this mean I possess 5 chakra attributes? While Huibizu was astonished, he quickly regained his composure and adjusted his glasses, replying, Indeed, Master Shinyu, you possess 5 distinct chakra attributes within you. Upon hearing Huibizu's confirmation, Shinyu feigned surprise and delight, asking, Does that mean I can learn any ninjutsu? Huibizu was at a loss for words in response to Shinyu's question. His fears had come to fruition. He simply did not know enough ninjutsu. Suddenly, he recalled a certain individual, the legendary copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi of Konoha. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, had copied thousands of ninjutsu over numerous missions and possessed 5 chakra attributes himself, making him the perfect mentor for Shinyu. Resolved, Huibizu decided to resign as Shinyu's tutor and inform the 3rd Hokage. While he cherished Shinyu, he understood that he could not hinder the boy's growth out of affection. I apologize, Master Shinyu, Huibizu said, his expression filled with regret. I do not possess enough chakra attributes to continue as your tutor. I will report to Lord Hokage immediately, and soon a new teacher will come to guide you. With that, Huibizu vanished before Shinyu could protest, using a body flicker technique. Master Huibizu, Shinyu stared in disbelief at the spot where Huibizu had just stood. Truth be told, he merely wished to learn some basic ninjutsu for self-defense. After all, aside from the substitution technique, the shadow clone technique, and the transformation technique, he had no other ninjutsu at his disposal. The only techniques he could rely on were walking on water and walking in trees. At this point, he felt akin to a mere Shaoli. The situation was not entirely Huibizu's fault. Shinyu had been diligently enhancing his physical capabilities based on the system's tasks. However, upon completing all the tasks, he realized he had not received any rewards related to ninjutsu. Huibizu, observing Shinyu's earnest efforts, did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. Understanding that building a solid foundation was crucial and ninjutsu could be learned gradually over time. Thus, Shinyu gradually evolved into his current self. System, check my points. The host currently possesses 250 points. Indeed, it is 250, Shinyu remarked, slightly exasperated. System, I suspect you are mocking me, though I lack evidence. Rest assured, the system does not insult. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Shinyu felt as though he were punching a pillow. What could he do now? He had completed all the tasks for this phase and found himself in a state of inactivity, unsure of the next step to take. In fact, when the system was first bound, it had mentioned that completing tasks would grant points, which could be exchanged for items in the system's built-in shop. However, Shinyu was unaware of what items were available, as the shop had yet to be unlocked. He had inquired about it, but the system remained tight-lipped, responding only with, "Do not ask. You are currently too low in level." With that thought, Shinyu ultimately decided to head to the training ground to practice throwing shurikens. While Shinyu pondered his ninjutsu dilemma, Huibizu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come in." After receiving permission, Huibizu opened the door and faced the 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, reporting sincerely, "Lord Hokage, today I tested the chakra attributes of Bo-Fong Shinyu and discovered that this child possesses 5 chakra attributes. I regret to inform you that I am unable to teach him due to my limited abilities." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Huibizu's report, Sarutobi, who had been reviewing documents, paused, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Huibizu. "You mean Shinyu possesses 5 chakra attributes?" Seeing Huibizu nod, a look of envy crossed Sarutobi's face as he gazed at the photo of Bo-Fong Minato on the office wall, exclaiming, "Minato, you truly have a remarkable child." Noticing Sarutobi lost in thought, Huibizu tentatively asked, "Lord Hokage?" "Huh." Sarutobi snapped back to reality, saying, Old age makes one forgetful. The future of Konoha relies on you young ones." Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Huibizu dared not accept the praise and quickly refuted, "Not at all, Lord Hokage. It is your leadership that ensures the village's peace." Though Sarutobi remained silent, his heart was anything but tranquil. He had not anticipated the exceptional talent of Bo-Fong Minato's child. In fact, ever since Shunyu was 3 years old, Sarutobi had dispatched Umbu to provide what he termed protection around him, and his brother, Naruto, was no exception. This was not merely out of concern for the 2 boys, but rather a fear that they might be exploited by his old rival, Danzo. After much contemplation, Sarutobi ultimately decided to cultivate Shinyu and Naruto separately. First and foremost, Shinyu, without the slightest hesitation, openly declared his identity, elevating himself as the son of a hero with the intent of basking in the glory of his father, Hokage Minato. The more debauched Shinyu became, the more elated Sarutobi Hiruzen felt. As for Naruto, his status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails rendered him a weapon, one that must not be touched by anyone else. Hiruzen could then step in, providing Naruto with a semblance of warmth, ensuring that Naruto would remain obediently in Konohagakure, dedicating his life to the revered will of fire. However, while everything seemed to unfold smoothly for Naruto, Shinyu's situation spiraled out of control. Under the villagers' adulation, Shinyu not only shed any semblance of a spoiled rich kid, but instead became exceedingly humble, thereby winning even more hearts. Nowadays, who in Konoha would refrain from praising Shinyu? To not do so would be akin to not being a true denizen of the village. This was something Hiruzen had never anticipated. In a moment of concern, Hiruzen began to fret about whether his old ally, Danzo, might covertly manipulate Shinyu for his own ends. After all, Shinyu remained oblivious to the fact that his biological brother was none other than the demon fox, Uzumaki Naruto, and should Danzo expose this truth, Konoha would be plunged into chaos. This thought instilled a pang of regret in Hiruzen's heart. Perhaps such actions would lead to Konoha's irrevocable ruin. Hokage-sama, I believe it would be more appropriate for the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, to serve as Shunyu's instructor. After all, Kakashi has mastered thousands of jutsu, and with his Sharingan, he would be far more suitable for teaching ninjutsu than I am. Moreover, Kakashi is a disciple of the fourth Hokage, which would ensure he is more dedicated to mentoring Shunyu. Ebisu interjected, interrupting Hiruzen's contemplation. Looking at Ebisu before him, Hiruzen could merely nod in agreement with his suggestion. Ebisu, you may leave. I will arrange for Kakashi to teach Shinyu, Hiruzen said, giving a slight nod to Ebisu before returning to the documents on his desk. Yes, Ebisu responded, pleased that Hiruzen had acquiesced, and promptly departed from the Hokage's office. Unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen had chosen to lower his head to review the documents out of concern that Ebisu might discern the underlying issues. However, Hiruzen found himself at a loss. Having spoken his mind, he feared that backtracking would arouse Ebisu's suspicions, especially with Shunyu currently in the spotlight. Yet Hiruzen had his own methods of dealing with the situation, albeit somewhat disreputable, but he felt he had no other choice. Summon Kakashi from the Umbu, Hiruzen commanded, having come to a resolution, as he took up his pipe once more. Yes, an Umbu operative concealed nearby promptly vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Shinyu remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. He was merely feeling dejected, practicing shuriken and kunai alone in the training ground. What frustrated him further was the fact that, despite being an individual bestowed with a system, he had yet to receive the skill of automatic targeting. Puff, puff, puff. Shinyu glanced at the three targets before him, each shuriken veering away from the bullseye, striking merely the edges. And he had lost count of how many attempts he had made. That's not how shuriken are used. Just as Shinyu was on the brink of despair, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he discovered a boy of approximately 12 years, accompanied by a 5-year-old child. The elder boy spoke first. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Itachi, and this is my younger brother, Sasuke. Shinyu did not remain silent out of ignorance of their identities, but rather because he was acutely aware that in a year's time, Itachi would be compelled to carry out the Uchiha clan massacre under the directives of Konoha's upper echelons, bearing the weight of such darkness alone. In truth, Shinyu had struggled to comprehend this segment, or rather, he was uncertain how to evaluate it. However, he recognized that his current strength was that of a mere novice, and thus he understood he could not prevent such an event from occurring. All he could do was take things one step at a time. Hello, I am Bofeng Shunyu. He finally introduced himself with newfound poise. Afterward, he cast a glance at Sasuke behind Itachi. Undoubtedly, the current Sasuke was still immersed in the affection of his elder brother, far from the brooding youth he would soon become. Shinyu, your father is a hero of the village, Itachi remarked with reverence upon hearing Shinyu's name. That is merely what my father, as a ninja and Hokage, ought to do, Shinyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Noticing that Itachi seemed poised to speak again, Shinyu interrupted, you mentioned that shuriken are not used this way. Could you teach me how to throw them properly? Seeing the eager glint in Shun Yu's eyes and glancing at Sasuke, Itachi ultimately nodded in agreement. Although he had hoped to spend time exclusively with Sasuke today, he figured that teaching one or two was essentially the same, so he might as well include Shinyu. Shinyu, Sasuke, pay close attention. Itachi instructed, extracting shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. As a ninja, throwing shuriken is not as simple as it seems. You must adapt to the circumstances of the battlefield. Itachi pointed to a nearby tree. If an enemy is hiding behind that tree, we must learn to think creatively about how to make our shuriken curve. With that, Itachi swiftly threw a shuriken, and before Shinyu could react, he launched another shuriken. Clang! The second shuriken collided with the first midair, altering its trajectory perfectly. Whoosh! The shuriken, redirected by the impact, traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the tree behind it. "Brother, you're amazing," Sasuke exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement at Itachi's impressive display of shuriken technique. While Shinyu's reaction was not as exaggerated as Sasuke's, it was undeniable that he too was astonished by Itachi's skill. As Shinyu and Sasuke practiced, the afternoon swiftly passed. It could be said that Shinyu's gains that day far exceeded those of his previous solitary training. Even more delightfully, Sasuke appeared less shy towards him than before. When it came time to part ways, Sasuke wore a reluctant expression. Truly, the prodigies of the Uchiha clan lived up to their reputation, Shinyu mused as he walked home. Chapter 3. The Legacy of Konoha. The bell-stealing test. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Shinyu noticed a white-haired man, clad in a mask, staring off into the distance in contemplation. Without needing to guess, Shinyu recognized this figure as the renowned copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi. Although Shunyu was somewhat taken aback by Kakashi's presence, he quickly rationalized that it was only fitting for Kakashi, a disciple of the fourth Hokage and proficient in 5 elemental chakra natures, to be assigned as his instructor. "You must be the Hokage's son," Kakashi stated coldly. When Shinyu remained silent, Kakashi continued to introduce himself. "My name is Hatake Kakashi. As for other details, you needn't concern yourself. I am here at the Hokage's request to teach you ninjutsu." Kakashi's demeanor left Shinyu feeling somewhat at a loss. He understood that Kakashi was burdened by darkness at this point in time, yet he was uncertain how to alleviate it. Noticing Shinyu's silence, Kakashi continued expressionlessly. "If your abilities do not meet my expectations, I will not serve as your tutor, even if you are the Hokage's son." Observing Kakashi in his current state, Shinyu could hardly contain his rising anger. He stared at Kakashi, who towered over him by nearly half a head, and declared, "You shall soon discover the true extent of my abilities." Kakashi scrutinized the young boy before him, noting that Shinyu bore an uncanny resemblance to both feng shui men in his youth, most notably as another Jiwei Renzali. Shinyu lacked the whisker marks that adorn Naruto's face. To be frank, aside from his golden hair, Shinyu bore little resemblance to Naruto. One would hardly associate the two as twins. Were it not for Kakashi having served as a guardian during Kushina's childbirth, he might have suspected that Shunyu was an impostor brought in to replace the original. "Indeed, it appears you possess a commendable amount of courage," Kakashi remarked, offering rare praise to Shinyu. He then withdrew a bell from his pocket and dangled it in front of him. "From this moment forth, within 3 hours, if you can seize this bell from me, I shall remain as your tutor." Shinyu gazed at the bell in Kakashi's hand, feeling a sense of incredulity. It seemed that Konoha's legacy encompassed not only the will of fire, but also the tradition of bell snatching. The third Hokage had employed this very exercise when teaching Jiraiya and his peers, and now, even in solitude, Shinyu faced the same challenge. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Kakashi interrupted his contemplation. "By the way, unless you are prepared to kill me, success will elude you." With that, Kakashi affixed the bell to his waist and stood quietly, awaiting Shunyu's attempt to seize it. Watching Kakashi's calm demeanor, Shinyu felt a twinge of doubt. He distinctly recalled the entries in the Book of the Ones regarding Kakashi. His speed and strength were both rated at 9, surpassing Shinyu's current attributes. Moreover, Kakashi was a seasoned warrior, with combat experience far exceeding Shinyu's. Without a well-conceived strategy, it would be impossible for him to obtain the bell. "What's wrong? Have you lost the courage to act?" Kakashi taunted, noticing Shunyu's immobility. "Your father, my teacher, faced the Nine Tails with composure and ultimately saved the village. Yet here you are, a mere chunin, lacking the courage to confront me, a jonin?" Kakashi's intent was to provoke Shinyu, believing that his pride, undoubtedly inherited from both feng shui men, could be stirred, compelling him to attack recklessly, thereby exposing his weaknesses. This would serve as Kakashi's inaugural lesson for Shinyu. Kakashi-sensei, if your goal is to provoke me, I assure you, it is insufficient. Shinyu finally grasped Kakashi's underlying state of mind. If he were to describe it in a single word, it would be cold on the outside, yet warm within. Kakashi was undoubtedly a man who struggled to express his emotions. A solitary figure shaped by the loss of family, comrades, and mentors. Shinyu understood that Kakashi's attempts to incite his anger were merely to prepare him for future missions, ensuring that he would not reveal vulnerabilities that could jeopardize his life. With this realization, Shinyu felt liberated from any psychological burdens. His sole focus became the bell attached to Kakashi's waist. Kakashi-sensei, I must clarify that, thus far, I only know the shadow clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the transformation technique, Shinyu stated candidly, gazing at Kakashi. Before Kakashi could respond, Shinyu produced a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch and hurled it to the ground. With a resounding bang, smoke enveloped both Kakashi and Shinyu, obscuring their figures. Shadow clone technique. In the midst of the smoke, Kakashi could not discern what was transpiring, but he heard Shinyu's voice echoing through the haze. Is he a fool? Kakashi thought, his expression tinged with exasperation. He began to question whether he had overestimated Shinyu, as the boy had audibly declared the name of his technique, seemingly anxious to ensure Kakashi was aware of his actions. Just as Kakashi contemplated a sarcastic remark, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind rushing toward him. Intriguing, Kakashi mused, swiftly neutralizing the barrage of attacks. While Shinyu may have seemed somewhat naive, his speed and strength were undeniable. Kakashi realized that even at Shinyu's age, he had never possessed such abilities. He found himself taking the boy more seriously. Your taijutsu is commendable, but it is of no use against me. Kakashi's critique was astute. Yet Shinyu recognized the truth in his words. Such assaults would not be effective. To seize the bell, he would need to rely on cunning. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Kakashi discerned Shinyu's figure, who was now panting and somewhat disheveled. During the previous cloud of smoke, Shinyu had executed no fewer than 10 attacks, yet he had not even grazed the bell. Kakashi-sensei, I will not concede so easily, Shinyu exclaimed, brushing the dust from his clothes and retrieving shuriken and another smoke bomb from his pouch, launching them once more at Kakashi. Kakashi regarded the incoming shuriken with disinterest, effortlessly sidestepping the projectile. The smoke bomb that followed was permitted to expand around him without concern. Is it this tactic again? Kakashi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had to admit that Shinyu's recent strategy would have proven effective against a ninja of lesser caliber. Kakashi found himself reassessing Shinyu. In terms of taijutsu and speed, he surpassed the majority of jonin. Nonetheless, accolades aside, Kakashi resolved to deliver a lesson to Shinyu. As a ninja, mere combat skills would not suffice. When Shinyu's fist approached, Kakashi opted not to block, but instead to evade. As Shinyu's punch whizzed past him, Kakashi seized his wrist, using the momentum to hurl him away. With a thud, Shinyu collided with the wall of the adjacent building. Though not a fatal blow, it instilled a sense of despair within him. This was the stark reality of their power disparity. Kakashi glanced at the dimming sky, then at Shinyu, who was leaning against the wall, catching his breath. You have 2 hours remaining. Again, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shinyu disregarded his fatigue, springing back to his feet and once more launching a flurry of punches at Kakashi. Kakashi deftly countered each strike, sending Shinyu crashing into the wall again. Today, I will impart one of the fundamental insights of ninja combat, taijutsu. Kakashi looked down at the sprawled Shinyu, stating with an air of superiority, you fall far short of my expectations. Infuriating. Upon hearing Kakashi's mockery, Shinyu was instantly filled with indignation. He once again pulled out smoke bombs and shurikens, hurling them towards Kakashi. However, the chasm in their abilities could not be bridged by mere stubbornness. Soon, Shinyu's body made yet another intimate acquaintance with the wall. As the smoke dissipated, Kakashi could discern Shinyu's current state. He had lost all strength to rise and had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Had he reached his limit? Kakashi gazed at the motionless Shinyu, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Young Master Shinyu. Just as Kakashi prepared to approach him, a sudden exclamation erupted from behind. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man, worry etched across his features, rushing towards Shinyu. The man swiftly lifted Shinyu, checking his neck, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he merely fainted, he said, visibly shaken. He then cast a fierce glare at Kakashi, rebuking, "Why do you bully young Master Shinyu? Just because your father is Konoha's White Fang?" With that, the man rolled up his sleeves and advanced towards Kakashi, continuing his tirade. "Come on, do you want to hit me too? I can't believe you're a disciple of the fourth Hokage, treating his child this way." Kakashi, confronted by the furious man, found his earlier composure slipping away. Although Kakashi was undoubtedly one of the elite jonin of Konoha, he could not measure up to Shinyu. Moreover, the village had explicit rules forbidding any ninja from harming civilians. The man's loud outburst drew the attention of several villagers, who began to gather around, pointing fingers and hurling accusations at Kakashi. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of shouts and denunciations from the crowd, Kakashi felt a headache brewing. Let me explain." "Quiet." The man interrupted Kakashi, gripping his arm and commanding, "Let us go find the Hokage to seek justice." With that, he began to drag Kakashi towards the village. "Mister, please listen to me. I am Shinyu's tutor. My actions were merely an assessment of his abilities, and I was sent by the Hokage. Please trust me," Kakashi hurriedly explained. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the man paused and turned to face him, a sly grin spreading across his face. He then raised his right hand, revealing a bell nestled in his palm. "Nani?" Kakashi exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that this man was, in fact, Shinyu in disguise. He quickly glanced back at the spot where Shinyu had fallen, only to realize it was merely a shadow clone. "So, Kakashi-sensei, do you admit defeat now?" Shinyu deactivated his transformation and surrounding clones, grinning at Kakashi. As Kakashi watched the onlookers dissipate one by one, he realized he had unwittingly fallen into Shinyu's trap. First, Shinyu had used the cover of smoke to create clones, then engaged Kakashi in a series of taijutsu encounters, all to convey that he relied solely on physical techniques. With each of Kakashi's successful defenses against Shinyu's attacks, he gradually overlooked his surroundings. Ultimately, Shinyu had leveraged a transformation technique to approach him unnoticed and pilfered the bell. Kakashi, staring at the triumphant Shinyu before him, could hardly fathom that such a cunning plan had been conceived by a mere 5-year-old. "All right," he said, a smile creeping onto his face as he regarded Shinyu. "I shall honor my promise and become your tutor starting tomorrow. Now, let us return home early and remember to tend to your injuries. Do not let any repercussions linger." "Yes," Shinyu replied joyfully, not pretending but genuinely feeling accomplished for having successfully snatched the bell. As night descended, Shinyu, worn from the day's trials, fell into a deep slumber, while Kakashi stood vigil by the martyrs' cemetery throughout the night. In that solitude, he reflected on his teacher, Obito, Rin, and his own father. Chapter 4. Enrollment. Only one day remained until the commencement of school, and due to recent delays, Shinyu had yet to learn a single ninjutsu. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief, as Kakashi had officially become his tutor, and the village of Konoha was relatively peaceful during this period. "System, do you have any tasks for me?" In a state of ennui, Shinyu ultimately decided to turn his focus to the system, determined to extract some ninjutsu from it today. The host's current growth tasks have all been completed. Remaining tasks will be issued after the host enrolls in the Ninja Academy. The system's voice remained as cold as ever, yet Shinyu gleaned some reassurance from its brief words. At the very least, he understood that he could still accept tasks while at the Ninja Academy, alleviating some of his boredom. Where is Kakashi? Shinyu had anticipated Kakashi's arrival today, considering he had passed the test yesterday and Kakashi had agreed to be his tutor. However, as the hours passed from morning to afternoon, Kakashi still did not appear. With enrollment at the Ninja Academy set for tomorrow, it was clear that his freedom would soon be curtailed. Yet, given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Kakashi would show up today. "Oh dear, Shinyu, I am truly sorry." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shinyu needed no glance to recognize it was Kakashi. Ever since Obito's demise, Kakashi had developed a habit of tardiness. The thought left Shinyu exasperated. While it was understandable to mourn the deceased, why mimic their habits? What if Obito had liked something unsavory? Would you follow suit? Despite his irritation, Shinyu feigned innocence and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, what ninjutsu are we learning today?" "Huh." Kakashi scratched his head, evading the question. "Today, I saw an elderly lady crossing the street, and I was worried she might fall, so I helped her home." And Shinyu pressed. "So, I forgot to bring the ninjutsu scroll today because of that." Kakashi shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Observing Kakashi's infuriating demeanor, Shinyu clenched his fists, silently repeating to himself to remain calm. Despite Kakashi's seemingly harmless appearance, he was capable of holding his own against even Otsutsuki Kagaya. Realizing this, Shinyu decided to adopt a more submissive approach. He feigned a pitiful expression and implored Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, I truly wish to learn ninjutsu. I want to grow stronger quickly and become a hero of the village, just like my father." "And then die?" Kakashi replied coldly. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Shinyu's heart sank. Kakashi had lost all his loved ones, especially his teacher and comrades, who had perished for the village. To him, protecting Konoha equated to death. At that moment, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Kakashi sighed, observing Shinyu's expression, and earnestly said, "Shinyu, promise me that you will never aspire to be a hero, all right?" Observing Kakashi's serious demeanor, Shinyu could only nod in agreement. In his recollection of the original narrative, Naruto was constantly clamoring to become Hokage and to protect the village, yet Kakashi never seemed to blame him. Why then? Did Kakashi advise him against being a hero in this instance? "Then it's settled," he said. Upon hearing Shinyu's acquiescence, Kakashi's smile returned, as if the previous conversation had never taken place. Watching Kakashi's swift change in expression reminded Shinyu of his former girlfriend. Although he had not brought along any jutsu scrolls, he assured Shinyu that he could teach him a few techniques, starting with the basic methods, and encouraged him to practice diligently after school. With that, Kakashi gestured for Shinyu to follow him, and they soon arrived at a training ground in Konoha. "All right, let me teach you your first jutsu, Doton, Doryahiki. This is a highly practical technique that can be used for both defense and to obscure the enemy's line of sight, preparing for your own offensive maneuver. The principle behind it is to channel your earth-type chakra into the ground, forming a wall of earth." Kakashi, renowned as Konoha's copy ninja, possessed an understanding of ninjutsu far superior to that of most. Under his guidance, Shinyu quickly grasped the intricacies of this technique, and it was time for practical application. The sequence of hand seals is dragon, snake, and goat. Now, watch as I demonstrate. Kakashi half-squatted on the ground, forming the 3 hand seals in succession before pressing his palms against the earth. "Doton, Doryahiki." As Kakashi's voice resonated with his movements, the ground responded, and a wall of earth approximately 2 meters tall emerged 2 meters away from him, adorned with 3 dog heads. What a sight! Truly 50-50. No matter how depleted the chakra, the Doryahiki must always feature dog heads, Shinyu thought to himself. "Shinyu, give it a try." Hearing Kakashi's encouragement, Shinyu took a deep breath. After all, this was his first attempt at learning a technique involving elemental transformation, and his heart brimmed with both anxiety and anticipation. "Doton, Doryahiki." As Shinyu shouted and performed the technique, the earth began to tremble violently. Soon, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, reaching an astounding height of approximately 4 meters when it finally ceased its ascent. What an overwhelming amount of chakra! Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment at the towering wall before him. He had anticipated that Shinyu would require some time to practice ninjutsu, yet he achieved such results on his very first attempt. "I might have exerted a bit too much force," Shinyu admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. "Indeed. You must learn to control your chakra usage, or you will find yourself at a disadvantage in battle," Kakashi remarked calmly, though internally, he was contemplating something else. In Kakashi's experience, many individuals struggle to accurately control their chakra during their initial attempts at using ninjutsu, often resulting in a mere mound of earth. Whereas Shinyu's ability to summon a 4-meter-high Doryahiki was nothing short of extraordinary. "Kakashi-sensei, may I try a couple more times?" Shinyu requested eagerly. With that, he formed the hand seals once more, pressed his hands against the ground, and shouted, "Doton, Doryahiki." This time, the earth wall was much more conventional. If one were to nitpick, it lacked the customary dog heads. "It doesn't seem as difficult as I had imagined," Shinyu murmured to himself. Little did he know that for most ninjas, even the simplest of techniques would require at least an afternoon of practice. While his effortless execution was a rarity only a handful of prodigies could achieve. After several more attempts, Shinyu realized he had nearly perfected the technique, and turned to Kakashi once more. "Kakashi-sensei, could you teach me a few other techniques?" Kakashi surveyed the several earthen walls that had risen in the training ground, and then glanced at Shinyu's eager demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. After all, Shinyu was only 5 years old, and a child of that age would surely struggle with chakra control compared to Kakashi's own proficiency. Observing Shinyu's exuberance, Kakashi surmised that the chakra within this child likely exceeded his own by several folds. Seeing Shinyu's excitement, Kakashi reluctantly agreed. All right. I will teach you a few more techniques. Next up was Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. When the morning sun rose the following day, Shinyu arrived early at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, his face aglow with happiness as he awaited the commencement of the entrance ceremony. His joy stemmed from having learned 5 jutsu from Kakashi the previous night: Doton, Dorihiki, Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Suiton, Suden no Jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and Katon, Hosenka no Jutsu. With these skills, Shinyu had acquired a preliminary capacity for self-defense, which naturally filled him with excitement. As he waited quietly, parents began to arrive with their children at the school entrance, and Shinyu soon spotted familiar faces: Itachi and Sasuke. Shinyu, are you going to study at the Ninja Academy too? Itachi teased. The reason for his jest was that he believed Shinyu had no need to waste time at the academy. After all, during their previous lesson on shuriken techniques, Itachi had recognized Shinyu as a genius who grasped concepts effortlessly, and his presence here surprised Itachi. What are you saying, Itachi? Shinyu replied with a smile. I still need to learn. I can't just wait for ninjutsu to fly into my mind, can I? At Shinyu's response, Itachi merely smiled and said nothing further. While Sasuke became animated. Shinyu, will you be studying with me at the Ninja Academy? Yes, and I will need your guidance, Sasuke-kun. Shinyu responded cheerfully. Brother, who is stronger, Shinyu or me? Sasuke inquired, looking at Itachi. Apologies, Shinyu. I will need you to take care of my little brother, Itachi said. What are you talking about? Sasuke frowned at his brother's teasing remark. All right, Sasuke, you will be classmates with Shinyu now, so you both need to get along well. Itachi instructed. Yes. Shinyu observed the warm exchange before him and recalled his own brother, Naruto, who was the only family he had in this world. As the entrance ceremony was about to begin, he began searching the crowd for Naruto's familiar figure, expecting him to arrive soon. The Nine-Tails is here. Oh my. How did he manage to come? Even the Nine-Tails can attend school? Hearing the murmurs of the adults around him, Shinyu realized that Naruto had indeed arrived. For only he could elicit such a reaction from the parents. Turning to look, he saw people pulling their children away as if fleeing from a plague. Their eyes filled with disdain as they regarded Naruto's approach. As for Naruto, he could feel the hostility directed at him. Deep down, he was aware that everyone despised him. Yet he still came. Last night, the third Hokage had advised him to win over the people with love to earn their acceptance. Naruto, Shinyu thought, feeling a pang of concern for his brother. Was this what they referred to as the will of fire in Konoha? Brother, is that person coming toward us? Should we hide? Sasuke asked, observing Naruto's approach and the reactions of those around them. Itachi gazed at Naruto, who was approaching the three of them, and shook his head at Sasuke, saying, he will be your classmate in the future, so it's important for you to get along well. Although Itachi was not present during the revelations about Naruto and Shingetsu's backgrounds, he could make some educated guesses. Despite the village's strict confidentiality, did the fourth Hokage really have nothing better to do than to capture a child and seal the Nine-Tails within him when he had a son of his own? While the two did not resemble each other, Itachi was fairly certain that both Shingetsu and Naruto were sons of the fourth Hokage. As Itachi pondered this, Naruto had already reached them, beaming his signature smile as he greeted Sasuke. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you? Sasuke, clearly shy, did not answer Naruto directly, but looked up at his brother. After receiving a nod from Itachi, he responded to Naruto. Hello, I am Uchiha Sasuke. We will be friends from now on. Really? Hearing Sasuke's polite response, Naruto was so excited that he nearly jumped up, grabbing Sasuke's hand and exclaiming, Do you want to play with me? I would like to. Sasuke, still a timid youth, felt his face flush. Shingetsu watched the scene unfold, feeling both amused and pained. He felt sympathy for Naruto, who was so thrilled to find a friend in Sasuke, and found it amusing how quickly their bond was forming. Moreover, Shingetsu had always believed in a subtle connection among family members. However, Naruto completely overlooked his own brother and rushed toward Sasuke. Shingetsu could only sigh. Love is indeed magnificent. All right, children, come over here. The gates of the Ninja Academy finally opened, and at once, all the parents led their children toward the entrance. Stay in line, listen for your names, and enter one by one. Several teachers at the entrance worked diligently to maintain order, calming the group of parents. One leading teacher produced a roster, undoubtedly to begin roll call. Kazama Shingetsu. Shingetsu was taken aback to hear his name called first. He quickly responded and walked toward the gate. Young Master Kazama is the first. Oh my, I didn't even notice young Master Kazama was here. It is truly an honor for my son to study alongside him. Soon, the crowd parted for Shingetsu, who glanced around and noticed the respect and affection in the gazes directed at him, with some parents even looking at him as if he were a prospective son-in-law. For a moment, Shingetsu felt overwhelmed and could only repeatedly express his gratitude. Humph, so full of himself. Naruto observed the crowd's attitude toward Shingetsu, clearly feeling envious. He turned to Sasuke and remarked, "Sasuke, what is so special about him? He is just a bit handsome with his golden hair. It's not like I don't have good looks." Hearing Naruto's complaints from behind, Shingetsu nearly stumbled. He had not expected that the first person to resent him would be his own brother. Turning to face Naruto, who looked down on him, Shingetsu felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Chapter 5. I want to challenge you. The entrance ceremony at the Ninja Academy was quite similar to what Shingetsu had experienced in his previous world, and he found it relatively easy to adapt. It was just a matter of registration, gathering, and ultimately sitting in class to listen to the Hokage's speech. Wherever leaves dance in the air, flames will ignite, illuminating the village, and new leaves will sprout once more. This encapsulates my understanding of the will of fire and my expectations for you. As he listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's eloquent speech, Shingetsu appeared captivated on the surface. Yet internally he felt nothing but disdain. To Shingetsu, Hiruzen seemed more like a shrewd politician than a competent Hokage. Like himself and Naruto, both sons of the fourth Hokage, Naruto had never received fair treatment. Shingetsu recalled the scene from his past life where Naruto caught fish by the river. One must wonder who would go fishing if they could eat their fill every day. Among this new cohort, I would like to introduce a remarkable young man, the son of the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself for the village. Just as I mentioned the will of fire, his light will continue to illuminate the village, and his son represents the new leaves of Konoha. He is Kazama Shingetsu, a descendant of heroes. Hearing his name mentioned by Hiruzen, Shingetsu was utterly perplexed. How was this even about him? However, there was no time for contemplation, as he noticed the entire class's attention focused on him. Shingetsu glanced up at Hiruzen, who wore a warm and benevolent smile. "Shingetsu, why don't you come up and say a few words?" When Hiruzen unexpectedly called him to the stage, Shingetsu felt utterly unprepared. This old man was not following the usual script. What could he possibly say? He couldn't just get on stage and tell his classmates to learn from the fourth Hokage. Could he? Ultimately, Shingetsu conceded, rising slowly to his feet, stepping toward the podium amid the watchful eyes of his classmates. "Humph, it's just because he has a good father." A discordant voice broke through. Shingetsu turned to see that it was his brother Naruto. Faced with Naruto's defiant expression, Shingetsu felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Nevertheless, Naruto's voice was soon drowned out by the crowd. Standing at the podium, Shingetsu opened his mouth, but ended up awkwardly scratching his head, unsure of what to say. "Wow, Shingetsu-kun is so handsome. Indeed, look at how shy he is. It's quite adorable. Shingetsu-kun is the prince charming in my heart." Listening to the whispers of admiration from the girls below, Shingetsu felt increasingly uncomfortable. It was evident that he had inherited all the best traits from his parents, making him quite the charming young lad. Moreover, he noticed that in the world of Hokage, children matured early. Even the 5-year-old girls below had begun to dream of love. Meanwhile, he also sensed that the boys in the class were casting him glances that were less than friendly. I'll just say a few words. If I say anything incorrect, I hope the Hokage will point it out." With that, Shingetsu turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. Upon meeting Shingetsu's eyes, Hiruzen offered him an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, Shingetsu continued, as the Hokage mentioned earlier about the will of fire. "We are all successors of this legacy. The future of Konoha rests upon us, and although we will eventually grow old and pass away through the efforts of each generation, Konoha will undoubtedly become even better." With that, Shingetsu slightly bowed to the audience, concluding, "That is all from me. Thank you." Shingetsu's speech was entirely based on principles he had previously learned, yet in the world of Hokage, the term successor had not yet been coined, leaving Hiruzen momentarily impressed by Shingetsu's insight. What Shingetsu said is indeed correct, so you must study hard and aim to graduate early, growing into excellent ninjas who contribute to Konoha. After a brief summary, Hiruzen exited the classroom, signaling the conclusion of the entrance ceremony. Shingetsu and his peers officially became new students at the Ninja Academy. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in Shingetsu's mind. Detecting that the host has successfully entered the Ninja Academy, missions will now be issued. The host may choose whether to accept them. Hearing the system's announcement, Shingetsu mused. Has it finally begun? At this moment, he had waited for a long time. As long as he continuously accomplished the tasks assigned by the system, he would grow stronger and be able to aid his brother, Mingrun, in combating the injustices of Mai. Main task, graduate early. The host must complete all theoretical knowledge and graduate successfully within 1 year. Reward, all attributes 1. Failure results in no reward. Do you accept? Upon hearing the task details, Shinyu couldn't help but feel exasperated. Even after traversing to the world of Hokage, he still had to engage in theoretical studies. Isn't practice the true measure of knowledge? What use is theoretical knowledge? However, glancing at the reward, Shinyu ultimately succumbed to the law of irresistible allure. Accepted. Task activated. Remaining time, 365 days. Watching the countdown materialize in his mind, Shinyu suddenly felt reminiscent of the pressure of college entrance examinations. Nevertheless, he came to realize that rather than languishing in the Ninja Academy for 6 years just to graduate, it would be far more prudent to expedite his graduation and strive to undertake missions as soon as possible. School is merely school. Whether in his past life or this one, Shinyu had yet to witness life and death struggles or experience combat, so the sooner, the better. Greetings, my name is Irika, and I will be your teacher for the next 6 years. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Hello, teacher. Feeling the enthusiasm from the children below, Irika also smiled. He then inquired, is there anyone who wishes to run for class president? Teacher, I nominate Shinjuekoin. Shinjuekoin should be class president. He is the most suitable candidate for the position. Hearing the girls rallying below, not only did Irika feel somewhat embarrassed, but even Shinyu, seated on the bench, found himself at a loss. Why was this never ending? Now Shinyu began to comprehend the true attitude Sarutobi Hiruzen had towards him. It appeared that this old man wouldn't be satisfied unless he stirred up some trouble. No wonder he could stand against Danzo and Konoha. As the foremost schemer in the village, how could Sarutobi, having been in power for so many years, be an ordinary person? Realizing this, Shinyu rubbed his temples. Acknowledging that he had acted rashly, this esteemed Sandaime Hokage intended to undermine him through flattery. Everyone, please be quiet. Irika raised both hands to signal silence, then turned to the dazed Shinyu, asking, Shinjuekoin, would you like to take on the role of class president? Everyone trusts you. I disagree. Before Shinyu could respond, a voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he saw it was indeed his brother, Mingrun. Noticing Shinyu looking at him, Mingrun assumed it was a sign of defiance and continued, what is so impressive about relying on your dad? If I had a father like yours, I'd be 100 times stronger than you. Shinyu had a retort on the tip of his tongue, but couldn't figure out how to respond. How could he say my dad is also your dad? Seeing Shunyu's hesitation, Mingrun continued to mock him. You're just a person who relies on his father. Without your dad, you're nothing. I am different. After taking a deep breath, Mingrun stood up from his seat. Remember this. I am Uzumaki Mingrun, determined to become Hokage. And one day, you will all acknowledge me. Observing Mingrun's exuberance, Shinyu was at a loss for words and simply turned away, addressing Irika on stage. Teacher, I am not suited to be class president. Let someone else take the role. Mingrun's grand declarations initially garnered disdain from the crowd. Yet Shinyu's words ignited a fervor among the girls in the class. Shinjuekoin, only you are suitable to be class president. Shinjuekoin for class president. Mingrun, hurry up and apologize to Shinjuekoin. Noticing the girls banding together against Mingrun, Shinyu distinctly felt the hostility in the gazes of many boys directed at him. It seemed there was a palpable sense of hostility behind him. Ultimately, Shinyu did not become class president, as he found little significance in the role. He would graduate early the following year and had no interest in leading a group of young children in chaos. They ultimately selected a class president through voting. Although the girls unanimously voted for Shinyu, he voluntarily relinquished his candidacy. The girls, though disappointed, had no recourse. Irika subsequently introduced several other teachers, and class commenced. However, within 5 minutes, Shinyu opted to rest his head on the desk and doze off. The historical content about Konoha had already been shared with him by Hybees. And as a transmigrator, how could he be unaware of Konoha's history? Watching the teacher on stage expound endlessly, Shinyu inwardly mused, still lecturing on Konoha's history? Would you like to know about the tale of Kurizetsu saving his mother? To foster a love for learning among the children, the ninja school adopted a gradual approach. After all, at this age, children were still quite reliant on their families, so the first day's curriculum was minimal, and school ended before 2 in the afternoon. For Shinyu, the immediate priority was to quickly learn theoretical knowledge. Thus, as soon as class ended, he planned to head to the teacher's office to seek Irika's assistance, hoping he could provide him with some advanced theoretical textbooks. Stop right there. Hearing that familiar voice, Shinyu didn't even need to turn around to know it was Mingrun. However, he had little interest in engaging with his brother at that moment and just wanted to leave quickly. Yet, Shinyu seemed to forget Mingrun's tenacity, which was to never give up until he achieved his goal. Hey, Shinyu, I said stop. Seeing Shinyu ignore him, Mingrun's temper flared. He hurriedly approached and slapped Shinyu's shoulder, speaking fiercely. Hey, I'm calling you. Recognizing Mingrun's aggressive demeanor, Shinyu understood that this confrontation could not end amicably. He felt helpless regarding Mingrun's animosity. It seemed he hadn't done anything particularly extravagant. Why did Mingrun always have such a negative view of him? Little did Shinyu know that the root of Mingrun's behavior largely stemmed from Sakura's influence. During the first class, it was Sakura who cheered the loudest, and when Mingrun provoked Shinyu, it was Sakura who first mocked Mingrun. How could Mingrun endure that? Thus, as soon as school ended, he decided to have a serious discussion with Shinyu. Seeing Mingrun's belligerent stance, Shinyu could only turn around and smile. Oh, it's Mingrun. What's the matter? Don't give me that smug grin. Mingrun's expression was serious, as though he were about to undertake a significant endeavor. He took a deep breath, paused, and pointed at Shinyu saying, I want to challenge you to a duel. I refuse. Shinyu replied without a moment's thought. Mingrun was unfazed by Shinyu's rejection and mocked. Humph, you're just a useless person who can only rely on his dad. Hearing Mingrun's taunts, Shinyu shrugged nonchalantly, turning to leave. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be the son of Hokage. He is the hero who saves the village. And you're a coward, lacking the courage to accept a challenge. Indeed, you are brave. Shinyu thought to himself. Shinyu truly did not wish to engage with Mingrun. He simply could not comprehend how both his father, Minato, and his mother, Kushina, seemed far from such a temperament. Why did Mingrun exhibit such a character? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps Mingrun merely sought recognition from others, which compelled him to act this way. Remembering the look Mingrun had given him earlier and considering Mingrun's hardships, Shinyu ultimately decided to accept his challenge. Fine, I accept your challenge. Let us go find Teacher Irika to serve as the referee. Really? Mingrun's voice brimmed with excitement and disbelief. If I defeat you, Shinyu, you must acknowledge me. And there can be no turning back. Observing Naruto's earnest expression, Shinyu felt a pang of sympathy. He gazed into Naruto's eyes and said, Naruto, sometimes, gaining the recognition of others does not necessitate overpowering them. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Naruto yearned to retort, yet only a single syllable escaped his lips, an oh. He was perplexed by the inexplicable sense of intimacy he felt in Shinyu's presence. Shinyu extended his hand, smiling at Naruto. What are you daydreaming about? Are you not here to challenge me? If you don't find Irika-sensei soon, he will be off duty. Chapter 6. Early graduation. Shinyu initially believed that a simple duel would completely subdue Naruto, yet reality proved him mistaken. That day, under Irika's watchful eyes, the two engaged in a bout as they had wished. The outcome was painfully evident. Regardless of Naruto's attempts to attack, they were futile. Shinyu evaded Naruto's strikes with the ease of a cat playing with a mouse until Naruto ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and lost the match. Shinyu, I will surely defeat you. This was Naruto's parting declaration that day. At the time, Shinyu paid little heed to his words, but a few days later, he began to grasp their true significance. Shinyu, today I will certainly triumph over you. Almost every day after school, Naruto would appear before Shinyu, boasting about his rigorous training after losing their previous match. Then came another duel, and once again, he collapsed to the ground. In the beginning, Irika monitored their contests. But as he realized that Shinyu consistently dodged Naruto's attacks to avoid harming him, he decided to disregard their antics. In truth, Shinyu often contemplated delivering a decisive blow to Naruto, yet seeing his pitiful demeanor softened his heart. Despite Naruto's current lack of strength, his endurance was impressive. Each match lasted an hour or two, and even Shinyu, with his patience, found it challenging to endure. He could not fathom why his unfortunate younger brother was fixated on him. Had he not maintained a good rapport with Sasuke? Why was he so intent on pursuing Shinyu? As Shinyu glanced at the countdown in his mind, with 300 days remaining until the system's designated time. He felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. Were it not for the system's requirement that he complete theoretical studies, he would have likely applied for graduation long ago. Shinyu, I must tell you, I practiced an incredibly powerful ninjutsu yesterday, and today I will definitely defeat you. Naruto was back again. Shinyu felt an ominous premonition swell within him at Naruto's mischievous demeanor. Surely, he could not be referring to that ninjutsu, Shinyu mused. At the training ground, this time Naruto did not rush in as usual, but instead slowly formed hand seals. Seduction technique, Naruto exclaimed, and with a puff of smoke, his body was enveloped entirely. When the smoke cleared, a stunningly beautiful, naked woman appeared before Shinyu. Gasp! Shinyu inhaled sharply, finally understanding the source of his earlier unease. Am I beautiful? The woman, a transformation of Naruto, purred as she sauntered towards Shinyu, sucking on her finger. Lord Shinyu, will you play with me? She cooed, nuzzling against his arm. However, Naruto seemed to have underestimated Shinyu's fortitude. After all, the world Shinyu came from was abundant with resources, and prior to his arrival here, he had seen plenty. Moreover, the world of Hokage was relatively conservative, and Shinyu was not oblivious to the fact that the alluring woman before him was merely Naruto in disguise. This technique might work on characters from the original narrative, but how could it possibly affect Shinyu? Naruto, if you do not revert back immediately, I shall not hesitate to strike you down, Shinyu glowered, gritting his teeth. Seeing Shinyu's expression, Naruto realized that his self-created seduction technique was utterly ineffective against him. With a sigh, he dispelled his transformation. It was clearly effective on that shopkeeper. Why did it fail here? Naruto murmured, puzzled. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Shinyu's lips twitched. It seemed he was not the first victim of this technique. Judging by Naruto's demeanor, he must have practiced it on several others before attempting it on him. Naruto, tell me the truth, Shinyu said, exasperation evident on his face. On whom have you used this technique? The bookstore owner, the bathhouse proprietor, and the snack shop owner, Naruto recounted, counting on his fingers, but then sighed. Why did it not work on you? Observing Naruto's bewildered expression, Shinyu rubbed his forehead and replied, Naruto, please refrain from using that ninjutsu on me in the future. Also, let us cease these daily duels, shall we? Shinyu felt that his role as an elder brother was exceedingly burdensome, wondering how he had ended up with such a sibling. It was not entirely Naruto's fault for clinging to Shinyu. The latter's brilliance was simply too dazzling. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's praise, his radiance overshadowed even the talented Sasuke. Now, the girls in class were all fawning over Shinyu, which led Naruto to transfer his unwavering admiration for Sasuke directly onto Shinyu. So, Shinyu, will you acknowledge me? When Naruto heard Shinyu suggest halting their matches, his expression dimmed instantly. Observing Naruto's countenance, Shinyu patted his shoulder and said, Naruto, I will always acknowledge you because you are my friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he managed to hold them back. In truth, Naruto, there is no need for you to feel this way. As you mentioned, I have a good father, and my skills are a result of dedicated training from a young age. I have genuinely enjoyed our time together, Shinyu remarked, gazing at the fiery sunset with a sense of nostalgia. Shinyu, why are you saying this all of a sudden? Naruto asked, astonished. With a sigh, Shinyu confessed, I shall not hide it from you. I am set to graduate early. Beyond certain theoretical knowledge, there is little left for me to learn here. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Naruto's expression turned melancholy, yet he understood that Shinyu spoke the truth. Given his abilities, he had long been eligible for early graduation. Will we meet again in the future? Naruto asked uncertainly. Of course, Shinyu reassured him, and Naruto nodded firmly, declaring, I will surpass you one day. Seeing Naruto's earnest resolve, Shinyu smiled and replied, I believe you can achieve it and fulfill your dreams. From that day onward, Naruto ceased seeking duels with Shinyu and instead devoted himself to diligent training. Observing Naruto's transformation, Shinyu felt a sense of relief. Later, Shinyu spoke with Iruka about his aspirations, and upon learning that Shinyu intended to graduate after completing his theoretical studies, Iruka offered his full understanding and encouragement. However, there was one secret Shinyu had never disclosed to anyone. His urgency to graduate stemmed from the discovery that both he and Naruto were being monitored by Umbu operatives, a fact he had remained blissfully unaware of until now. As Shinyu had diligently honed his skills, his perceptive abilities grew increasingly formidable. Realizing this, He decided it was prudent to graduate early, distancing himself from Naruto, thus alleviating Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns regarding him. Days passed, and upon receiving Irika's approval, Shinue enjoyed considerable freedom during his time at school, practically coming and going as he pleased. Eventually, he ceased attending classes altogether, opting to study theory at home until he had mastered it all, only to reappear at school afterward. Have you heard? Shinue-kun is graduating early. Truly, he is my ideal Prince Charming. But that's all right. We still have Sasuke-kun, who is quite handsome as well. Shinue-kun is graduating. I don't want to go to school anymore. Listening to the fervent discussions among his classmates, Naruto couldn't help but scoff disdainfully, then turned to Sasuke, challenging him. Hey, Sasuke, Shinue is graduating, you know. Since Shinue stopped attending classes, the initial discomfort among the students faded with time. They ceased comparing themselves to Shinue, as it was only natural for someone whose father was Hokage to excel. Meanwhile, Naruto gradually returned to his normal self, secretly competing with Sasuke again. Indeed, Shinue's talent is remarkable, and his dedication to training is commendable. Last night, I was about to sleep when I heard Shinue was still at the training ground practicing ninjutsu with his brother, perhaps due to Itachi's influence. Sasuke had long regarded Shinue as a prodigy, and he reacted to Shinue's early graduation with a sense of inevitability. Sasuke, you're so boring. Don't you want to surpass Shinue? Upon hearing Naruto's question, Sasuke merely shook his head in response. Noticing Sasuke's indifference, Naruto decided to ignore him and turned to chat with other classmates instead. Everyone quiet down. Just as the chatter filled the room, Irika entered, escorting Shinue into the classroom. Classmates, today Shinue will graduate early from the Ninja Academy. So let's all cheer him on this morning. Naruto gazed at Shinue on stage, an indescribable envy welling up within him. Ever since Shinue stopped attending school, Naruto had yearned for Irika's recognition. Yet, he could sense the weighty implications behind Irika's gaze. In contrast to Naruto's contemplations, the rest of the class, especially the girls, were fervently enthusiastic about cheering for Shinue. Shinue, you must give it your all. Irika encouraged, looking towards Shinue. Irika-sensei, isn't it a bit excessive for the whole class to attend? Shinue was genuinely taken aback by the spectacle surrounding his early graduation. Gradually, he grasped Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, realizing it was merely a means to elevate his status. Shinue, this is a tradition of our Ninja Academy, not limited to you alone. If other students choose to graduate early, we will also cheer for them. Irika's clumsy explanation elicited a mental sigh from Shinue. It seemed Irika was rather earnest, as his rhetoric might fool children, but not him. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, in the original narrative, Irika was quite supportive of Naruto, revealing a genuine affection. With this in mind, Shinue resolved not to put Irika in a difficult position. He feigned surprise and declared, "Really? Thank you, Irika-sensei, and thank you. Everyone, let us go." With a grand gesture, Irika led the exuberant students out of the classroom towards the examination venue. The graduation exam at the Ninja Academy comprised three main components: theory, ninjutsu, and shuriken throwing. Shinue had already passed the theoretical portion the day before, and the body flicker technique was a mere formality for him. Having flawlessly completed the ninjutsu examination, Shinue followed the examiner to the shuriken throwing test. Observing the 6 targets before him and the surrounding students, Shinue suddenly conceived an idea. He retrieved 6 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them forward, swiftly forming hand seals. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. 6 fireballs erupted from his mouth, racing through the air, quickly catching up to the flying shuriken and enveloping them before charging towards the targets. With a resounding explosion, the 6 fireballs struck the targets, shattering them into pieces. Shinue, this is a shuriken test, not a ninjutsu test. The examiner bellowed, glaring at the ruined targets. I'm aware, but I did use the shuriken. Shinue shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't expect the targets to be so fragile. Is that my fault? The examiner was momentarily at a loss for words, but upon seeing the disintegrated targets, he abandoned the idea of making Shinue retake the test, merely shooting him a fierce glare. Irika, observing Shinue's nonchalant demeanor, furrowed his brow. Shinue had always impressed him with his humility and courtesy. Why had he suddenly transformed into this? They have indeed fallen for my ruse, Shinue thought, noting the bewildered expressions on their faces, realizing his plan had succeeded. His actions were intended to dispel Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions and buy himself some time. Reflecting on his actions, Shinue understood that this scene would soon spread widely, and the narrative would undoubtedly be negative. Whispers of the hero's son has become arrogant would be rampant, which was precisely what Shinue desired. Although he held no particular ambition for the position of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed he did. No matter how eloquently Shinue spoke, he could not clarify his stance. A schemer like Sarutobi Hiruzen would only trust his own judgment and consolidate power, hence the predicament involving Shinue and Naruto. It was imperative to grow stronger swiftly. Shinue mused, recognizing that in this world, strength was the paramount factor. After deliberation among the 3 examiners, they ultimately permitted Shinue to graduate. Holding the forehead protector in his hands, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Congratulations to the host for completing the task ahead of schedule. Hidden rewards have been activated. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, a smile crept upon Shinue's face. He hadn't anticipated that completing the task early would yield hidden rewards. It seemed he should strive to exceed expectations in future missions. With the system, the future appeared promising. Chapter 7. The Uchiha Situation. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. All attributes 1. Hidden reward. Hashirama's physique, 267 points earned. Current total, 517 points. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Shinue felt a surge of excitement. Hashirama's physique implied he could wield would release ninjutsu like him. Contemplating the might of the Shinju and the statue of the thousand-handed cannon, Shinue felt invigorated. Although he currently lacked access to would-release ninjutsu, at the very least, he possessed such potential. System, when will the point store open? With 517 points amassed, Shinue found himself with no means to utilize them. He was aware that the rewards provided by the system were undoubtedly valuable, yet he felt a sense of urgency. After all, there was less than a year until the Uchiha clan's downfall, and he wished to alter the course of events. Please do not rush, host. The point store will automatically open once the accumulated points reach 1,000. At that time, the host may exchange points for rewards. All right, it seems I must work harder. Shinue sighed, then exited the system. After bidding farewell to his classmates one by one, it was already noon. Considering that they still had classes in the afternoon, Shinue decided not to linger at the Ninja Academy any longer. Now that he had graduated to a Jinin, he found himself rather curious about who his supervising Jonin would be. Just as Shinue stepped out of the academy, he noticed a figure lounging under the large tree that held a swing, appearing quite leisurely. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Itachi, Sasuke's older brother. What brought him here? Itachi, what brings you here? Shinue inquired. Itachi smiled and replied, Sasuke told me you had your graduation exam today. So I came to congratulate you on your successful graduation. Ah, there's nothing to celebrate. You know my abilities. I could have been promoted directly to Chunin, Shinue responded, unabashedly accepting Itachi's praise. It was not pride that drove him, but rather a lack of anything to conceal from Itachi. Over time, Itachi had taught him various ninjutsu, revealing Shin's capabilities. Indeed, I believe you possess such strength. How about I treat you to a meal? Itachi suggested sincerely. Shinue found Itachi's invitation somewhat puzzling. After all, was it truly necessary to make such a grand gesture for a straightforward graduation exam? Shinue doubted that Itachi was simply looking to spend his surplus earnings from recent missions. There must be a deeper significance behind this gesture. Then let us go. But do not blame me if I eat a lot, Shinue joked. Itachi chuckled. What? Do you think you could possibly bankrupt the Uchiha clan? Thus, Shinue followed Itachi to their dining location. Since it was Itachi who had extended the invitation, Shinue refrained from questioning the menu and simply walked alongside him through the streets. However, the further they walked, the more uneasy Shinue felt. The restaurants of Konohagakure were typically located in the village's center, yet they were heading toward the outskirts. What is this? Shinue observed the passers-by, noting that nearly everyone wore the Uchiha clan's insignia. Suddenly, he recalled that in the original storyline, the Uchiha clan had been forced to reside in the most remote parts of the village, which had led to discontent among its members and an attempt at rebellion, ultimately resulting in their tragic demise. This is where our Uchiha clan resides. Surprised, aren't you? Itachi remarked with a wry smile at Shunyu's astonishment. Without waiting for a response, Itachi continued, the reason I brought you here is that only this place is free from the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Moreover, since today marks your graduation, it serves as a good excuse. Shinyu noticed the onlookers, each casting peculiar glances in his direction. Seeing their expressions, he remarked, you Uchiha clan members are quite exclusive. Let us proceed, Itachi replied, disregarding Shinyu's comment and leading the way. Eventually, they stopped in front of the largest house nearby. "This is my home. Come in, no need to be formal." With that, Itachi pushed open the door and entered. Watching Itachi's demeanor, Shinyu felt somewhat cornered. Had he truly been lured onto the Uchiha clan's sinking ship? Itachi appeared seemingly honest, yet was cunning beneath the surface. Now, even if he wished to clarify, it was too late. If they were to dine, it would be at his house. The Umbu outside were not fools, staring at the imposing door before him, which seemed to lead into a chasm of uncertainty. Shinyu hesitated, unsure of the consequences of entering. Beep. The host faces a choice: initiating task, Uchiha's invitation. The host may decide whether to accept. If accepted, the reward is 300 points. If declined, there will be no reward. Hearing the sudden announcement from the system in his mind, Shinyu inhaled deeply. A reward of 300 points. After completing numerous tasks, he had only accumulated 517 points. Yet, he also recognized the gravity of this choice. Let us do it. Fortune favors the bold, Shinyu resolved. With determination, he stepped through the door. Reasoning that he could no longer explain his way out of this, it was better to take a gamble. Perhaps the shop would unlock afterward, allowing him to exchange for some means of self-defense. With this thought, his stride grew more confident. Shinyu has been invited to the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his office, pondered upon receiving word from the Umbu, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, upon reflection, he considered Shinyu's age and the fact that he was classmates with Sasuke. It should be perfectly acceptable for Itachi to invite a friend of his brother over. The Umbu had already reported to Hiruzen about Shinyu's use of ninjutsu during the shuriken portion of the graduation exam, noting that his attitude had been quite nonchalant, lacking the previous air of politeness. Shinyu and Sasuke were classmates, now that Shinyu had graduated. Itachi's invitation was simply a gesture of congratulations on behalf of his brother. There was no cause for alarm. The Umbu could continue their surveillance. Watching the Umbu depart, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. It seemed Shinyu was merely a child, easily swayed with a little flattery. As for Shinyu entering the Uchiha clan's residence, what was there to fear? Itachi was already aligned with him, and Shinyu bore no seal of the nine tails. There was nothing to worry about. With this in mind, Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he unconsciously began to hum a cheerful tune. Retrieving a crystal ball from his drawer and focusing the image on a certain women's bathhouse. Sarutobi, do you truly have such faith in your judgment? A sudden voice startled Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to hastily hide the crystal ball and feign innocence. Enough, monkey. What is there to hide? We've been partners for so long. Surely I know your interests, the voice continued, seemingly intent on exposing his facade. You were always one with thieving ambitions, but lacking the courage. I truly wonder how teacher Tobarama ever chose you for the position of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, gazing out the window in exasperation. Tozo, I wish you wouldn't appear so suddenly. He retorted. Sarutobi, I won't dwell on other matters. But I must ask you this. Now that Shinyu is with the Uchiha clan, how do you plan to handle him? Tozo pressed forcefully. What is there to handle? He's merely a 6-year-old child. Do you truly believe he could topple Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen countered defiantly. What if he discovers he has a brother? If it were you, would you not feel a deep resentment toward Konoha? Tozo's words struck a chord, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily silent. While very few in the village were aware of this secret, the truth could not be concealed forever. If Naruto and Shinyu were to learn of this, their fury would inevitably be directed toward him, the Hokage. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked helplessly, what would you do in my position? He had never anticipated that his intention to monitor and protect Shinyu through the Umbu was to prevent Tozo from exploiting him. Yet here he was, seeking Tozo's counsel. Tozo scoffed. If I were Hokage, Shinyu would never have survived this long. Is there any meaning in discussing this now? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, angered by Tozo's mocking tone. Then go ahead and kill Shinyu. Do it. Eliminating Shinyu was no longer feasible, at the very least. It could not be done overtly. However, Tozo had his own methods. With a mysterious smile, Tozo leaned closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving no one aware of the scheme he was about to propose. Fine, let it be as you say. After a considerable time, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a helpless sigh. His gaze filled with regret as he gestured to Danzo, indicating his desire for solitude. Meanwhile, Shinue remained unaware that he had become the target of 2 cunning old foxes from Konohagakure. However, he felt a sense of anxiety upon entering the house, only to discover that not only Itachi but also his parents were present. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Shinue greeted politely. He was well aware that Itachi's father, Uchiha Fugaku, was the current leader of the Uchiha clan. He had not anticipated seeing him today, leaving Shinue momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Shinue's nervous demeanor, Fugaku smiled gently and said, "Please, take a seat, as if you were at home." "All right," Shinue replied obediently, nodding before finding a place to sit. Noticing Shinue's continued tension and reluctance to speak, Mikoto hurriedly interjected, "Shinue, my dear friend Kushina Uzumaki is your mother, so please don't be too nervous. Just treat this as your own home." Seeing the warm demeanor of the Fugaku couple gradually eased Shinue's apprehension. Taking a deep breath, he directly inquired, "May I ask why you called me here? Surely it isn't just to celebrate my graduation?" Before Fugaku could respond, Shinue continued, "The Uchiha clan must harbor deep resentment towards Konohagakure's decisions. Am I correct?" Fugaku remained silent, turning his gaze towards Itachi, as if seeking confirmation that Itachi had not disclosed this information to Shinue. Upon seeing Itachi shake his head, Fugaku turned back to Shinue, this time with an expression of astonishment. "Indeed, you are Minato's child. I never expected you to discern such details," Fugaku remarked, his voice filled with admiration. Listening to Fugaku's praise, Shinue thought to himself, "What good is it to have discovered this? I am not the Hokage. Do you expect me to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan? Indeed, a faction within our Uchiha clan advocates for war against Konohagakure. But I have managed to prevent that," Fugaku confessed. "I believe there is potential for change. To speak frankly, we Uchiha do not wish to follow the path of the Senju clan. We simply desire to live peacefully within Konohagakure and strive for the betterment of this village we helped establish." At this juncture, Fugaku's tone shifted to one of bitterness. "However, since the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the village's attitude towards us has soured. They have never trusted our clan, leading to our gradual marginalization. Yet, for the sake of harmony and stability within the village, we refrained from instigating any conflicts, yet they continue to persecute us." As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from Fugaku, his eyes blazing with the crimson of the Sharingan. It was undeniable that discussing these matters stirred deep-seated anger within him. Taking a sip of tea to calm himself, Fugaku continued, "Subsequently, after the death of the second Hokage in war, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of third Hokage, commencing his administration. It is worth noting that one of Hiruzen's comrades was our Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Kagami. We had hoped that during Hiruzen's tenure, relations between the Uchiha and the village would improve, but that proved to be a grave misjudgment. Uchiha Kagami disappeared at the age of 25, and his body was later discovered. However, what enraged us was that his fatal wound was inflicted from behind, and his eyes had been gouged out. Shinue was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Uchiha Kagami met such a demise. The original narrative had never documented the cause of his death, only noting that he had perished at 25. Shinue had always believed that Uchiha Kagami fell to the hands of enemy ninja. Undoubtedly, he died at the hands of those he had trusted. After all, those who could become Tobirama's disciples were all formidable warriors. And if it had indeed been someone stronger than him, the location of his wound would not have been on his back. At this point, Fugaku fixed his gaze upon Shinue and asked, "So, do you understand?" Shinue silently nodded, uncertain of how to respond. "In truth, my relationship with your father, Minato, was also quite good. I had believed that after he took office, we would gradually return to tranquility. However, he sacrificed himself, and with the third Hokage's resurgence, we found ourselves back at square one." Fugaku observed Shinue, seemingly anticipating his unspoken doubts, and explained, "Thus, I have decided to place the future in your hands. We shall endure in silence for another decade, and when you become Hokage, everything will improve." Chapter 8. The old stories. Shinue was astonished by Fugaku's words, never having expected to bear such immense expectations. Gazing into Fugaku's eyes, filled with hope and anticipation, Shinue felt a pang of sorrow. Having read the original narrative, he knew that according to the story, Fugaku would not live to see that day, ultimately choosing to die at the hands of his proud son, Itachi. There must be a way to change this, Shinue thought fervently. Despite the urgency in his heart, he maintained a facade of determination and reassured Fugaku, "Uncle Fugaku, I will strive to enhance my strength as swiftly as possible. Seeing Shinyue's resolve, Fugaku smiled and said, "You need not place too much pressure on yourself. Our Uchiha clan has endured for so long. We can afford to wait a little longer. We do not expect you to treat us exceptionally well. We only hope that the higher-ups in Konohagakure will grant us the Uchiha clan an equal standing." Stealing a glance at Itachi, Shinyue noticed that he seemed deep in thought. From Itachi's expression, it was evident that his views differed from Fugaku's. This implied that if Shinyue did not take action, the Uchiha clan massacre would inevitably occur as it did in the original narrative. Yet, as Shinyue contemplated this, he found himself perplexed. If the Uchiha massacre did not take place, how would Sasuke grow? Reflecting on the entire narrative of Naruto, Sasuke's primary arc revolved around vengeance. Initially, Sasuke fought to kill Itachi. Later, he sought to destroy Konohagakure to accompany Itachi in death. Moreover, Sasuke's rapid ascension in power was largely due to Orochimaru. After Orochimaru switched bodies, Sasuke was left with no choice but to train relentlessly over the subsequent 3 years to attain his formidable strength. If the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated, would Orochimaru have dared to covet Sasuke? He would have been met with resistance from the Uchiha clan. Even if we entertain the notion that Itachi did not carry out the massacre, he would not have joined the Akatsuki, nor would he have encountered Orochimaru, who would not have coveted the Sharingan. Contemplating these thoughts caused Shinyue a headache. "Shinyue, would you like to hear the story of the Senju clan?" Fugaku's words interrupted Shinyue's mental turmoil. Shinyue had indeed been curious about how the Senju clan, which co-founded Konohagakure alongside the Uchiha, had seemingly vanished, leaving only Tsunade as the last descendant in Naruto's generation. "I will prepare dinner now. Shinyue, please enjoy a good conversation with Uncle Fugaku," Mikoto announced as she stood to leave. Undoubtedly, this topic was no longer suitable for her to overhear. "I, too, have been quite curious as to why the Senju clan members have all but disappeared," Shinyue remarked after Mikoto departed. Seeing Shinyue's interest, Fugaku lifted a cup from the table and took a sip of tea, as if his thoughts drifted to distant memories. This matter can be regarded as the retribution of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It is rather ironic. He never imagined that the Uchiha clan, whom he had oppressed throughout his life, would still exist in Konohagakure, while his own Senju clan has withered away. As Fugaku spoke, Shinyue found himself profoundly shocked by the notion of karmic retribution. During the time of the Second Shinobi World War, the collective interest of the entire Konoha village was to repel external threats. Following the death of the second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of the third Hokage. Little did he realize that once he occupied the throne, he would be reluctant to relinquish it. "Shinyu, you should be aware of the relationship between the first and second Hokage, correct?" Upon hearing the sudden inquiry from Fugaku, Shinyu nodded and replied, "Yes, they are brothers." "Precisely," Fugaku affirmed with a nod and continued, "It is precisely for this reason, coupled with the suppression of the Uchiha clan during Tobirama's tenure, that the Senju clan became increasingly arrogant, believing that the position of Hokage would always be selected from among them. After all, not everyone possesses the magnanimity of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama." At this point, Shinyu also nodded in agreement, acknowledging that only the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama, could compel the 5 great villages to bow before the tailed beasts. What did the third Hokage do then, given that it was wartime? Even if the Senju clan sought to suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen, they could not do so overtly. Furthermore, while the Senju clan members may be proud, they were unwavering in their commitment to protect Konoha. Thus their actions were somewhat cooperative, yet this did not escape Sarutobi Hiruzen's keen perception. In truth, during that time, the Senju clan had produced very few exceptional ninjas, with the only potential candidate being Senju Ropiki, the younger brother of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3. Fugaku sighed and remarked, however, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to let this one potential ninja slip away. Upon learning that Ropiki aspired to become Hokage, he exploited his ambition for achievement and sent the 12-year-old Ropiki to the battlefield, where he ultimately perished due to an enemy explosive tag trap. "Shinyu, you have not experienced war. You are a child born in a time of peace. War is brutal. So much so that no ninja can be certain of surviving until the next day." This presented a prime opportunity for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understanding this, Shinyu gradually comprehended the situation and inquired. So he utilized the spirit of the Senju clan, who were willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha. To send them to their deaths? That is somewhat accurate, but it is merely one aspect. Fugaka chuckled and remarked, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not that foolish. After all, following a war, the Senju clan suffered the greatest casualties. They are not naive enough to remain oblivious to this. After hearing Fugaka's explanation, Shinyu felt slightly embarrassed and scratched his head, realizing that his understanding had been too simplistic. In reality, Sarutobi Hiruzen's truly terrifying tactic was the art of fostering demise. Subsequently, Fugaka gazed at Shinyu and said, You are also a target of such tactics. Did you not showcase your ninjutsu this morning during your graduation exam? Effectively destroying the target at the Ninja Academy training ground? Uncle Fugaku, you know about this too? Shinyu exclaimed in surprise. It was Itachi who informed me, by now. It has likely spread throughout the village, Fugaka chuckled. Listening to Fugaka's teasing, Shinyu felt quite helpless. Although this incident was a deliberate ploy to confuse Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old man was indeed shameless. It had barely been a few hours since his exam, yet even the Uchiha clan on the outskirts of Konoha was already aware. It seemed that he truly had no intention of allowing Shinyu any respite. Let us return to discussing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinyu said somewhat awkwardly. As I mentioned earlier, the Senju clan is not foolish. After the war, the Senju clan suffered the highest casualties in the village, with their core strength nearly decimated. At this juncture, Sarutobi began his plan for fostering demise. He promoted the narrative that the Senju clan were the heroes of the village, deserving of heroic treatment, encouraging other clans to learn from the Senju, and even promoting intermarriage with them. In no time, all residents of Konoha took pride in being able to marry into the Senju clan. Hearing this, Shinyu gasped in astonishment. What a terrifying strategy. It is well known that the Hokage places great emphasis on bloodlines, and constant intermarriage with other clans signifies a dilution of bloodlines, ultimately leading to a complete loss of their inherent advantages. Shinyu, what are you pondering? Upon hearing Fugaka's question, Shinyu decided to be candid, stating, I am considering whether the third Hokage's actions were meant to dilute the strength of the Senju clan's bloodline through intermarriage, to prevent the emergence of individuals like Ropiki. I did not anticipate your understanding to be so profound. It appears I have underestimated you, Fugaka praised. Upon hearing Fugaka's commendation, Shinyu was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether it was meant as praise or criticism, especially since he was merely a 6-year-old child. Since you grasp this rationale, I shall continue, Fugaku continued. After the Second Shinobi World War, although the overarching environment was one of peace, localized conflicts still erupted sporadically. The once heroic Senju clan found themselves at the forefront of each confrontation. Although the Senju clan eventually recognized the situation, they were unable to effect significant change. After all, strength is the fundamental premise. They were powerless to alter their circumstances when their own kin faced such treatment. Listening to this, Shinyu could not help but admire the third Hokage, realizing he was indeed not as simple as he appeared, but rather a shrewd politician. Ultimately, by the time of the Third Shinobi World War, the Senju clan had produced no particularly outstanding ninjas, consisting mainly of mediocre individuals. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not intend to let them off the hook. He once again capitalized on their love for the village. In that war, many Senju clan members perished on the battlefield, and the remaining clan members fled Konoha, leaving the land of fire. Thus, Konoha was left without the Senju clan, marking the end of their story. Upon hearing these historical accounts, Shinyu felt a sense of melancholy. He had never imagined that the demise of the Senju clan unfolded in such a manner. No wonder Tsunade had been reluctant to return. Given the presence of such individuals in Konoha's upper echelons, how could she dare to come back? In truth, the current leadership of Konoha has largely been established, led by the Sarutobi clan, while the Shimura clan secretly vies for power against them. As for the other major clans, they simply follow the lead of the higher-ups. It is only our Uchiha clan that remains a thorn in their side. Uncle Fugaku, may I offer my perspective? Shinyu interjected. Seeing Fugaka nod, Shinyu took a deep breath and said, Have you not noticed that the reason the village ostracizes you is not solely due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's suppression? A more significant factor lies within the Uchiha clan itself. For instance, during my interactions with Sasuke, he often reiterates, Our Uchiha clan Sharingan is incredibly powerful. I do not dispute the strength of your Sharingan, but continuously stating this may also irritate others. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Fugaku felt somewhat embarrassed. He had to admit that Shinyu was correct. The Uchiha clan, due to their inherent Sharingan abilities, often appeared aloof in the village. Despite being ostracized, their pride remained unyielding. Shinyu, this is a point I had indeed overlooked. Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I will convene a meeting with the clan members tonight and advise them to adopt a more low-key approach. That alone is insufficient, Shinyu interjected. Uncle Fugaku, regarding the hardliners within your clan, I suggest that when necessary, you should directly report them to the Konoha leadership. After all, their views fundamentally conflict with yours. And if you cannot persuade them, it may be prudent to leave the matter to the village to handle. Fugaku fell silent upon hearing Shinyu's words. He had indeed contemplated such a course of action, but feared that it might instill a sense of insecurity throughout the entire Uchiha clan. In truth, Uncle Fuyue, your immediate priority should be to gather the clan and advise them to speak cautiously, rather than boast incessantly about the prowess of the Uchiha clan. It is well known that your Sharingan possesses the ability to control the Kyuubi, which is precisely why others regard you with trepidation. Thus, it would be prudent for you to encourage a more subdued demeanor among your kin. Upon hearing this, Fuyue nodded and remarked, I never expected that as the son of Minato, you would possess such remarkable insight, perceiving things that elude my own vision. Feeling a bit bashful in response to Fuyue's praise, Shinue replied, Oh, it's nothing. I am merely an observer, and perhaps one can see more clearly from the outside. If I were also an Uchiha, I might remain oblivious to these issues. In reality, Shinue was deeply troubled. It was evident that it was no longer a matter of simply bowing down to avert the Uchiha Itachi clan's doom. Shimura Danzo had long coveted the Sharingan, evident from his actions in extracting Shirsue's eyes. Furthermore, observing Itachi's current state, it seemed he was still set on following his original path. Ultimately, it fell upon Shinue to devise a means to prevent the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. He genuinely believed that the Uchiha clan was quite admirable, yet he could not fathom how to alter the course of this impending tragedy. Shinue, you've come to my house. Sasuke's voice interrupted Shinue's contemplation. Seeing Sasuke's exuberance upon spotting him, Shinue resolved to do everything in his power to avert tragedy. As for how Sasuke would enhance his strength in the future, that was his own concern. After all, he was the reincarnation of Indra, and he should find his own way. Indeed, your brother invited me to celebrate my graduation. So here I am for dinner, Shinue responded with a smile. Great. After dinner, will you and brother practice with me? Sasuke pleaded adorably. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Perhaps next time. I have other matters to attend to. Itachi cast a meaningful glance at Shinue before turning and exiting the house. Chapter 9. Shinue's resolve. Are you planning to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Upon reaching the courtyard, Itachi heard Shinue's voice and turned to face him. I truly cannot comprehend why. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you would assist a schemer like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinue retorted fearlessly, locking eyes with Itachi, who towered over him. Do you not see how much Sasuke admires you? Shinue pressed further. Itachi gazed at Shinue, momentarily at a loss for words. He realized that this son of a hero was not as simple as he appeared, even though he recognized that this child possessed a maturity beyond his years. Shinue, too, am uncertain about the way forward. However, the clamor among our clan members to dominate Konoha is growing increasingly loud, a sentiment that cannot be quelled as my father once suggested. Furthermore, the higher-ups in Konoha are quite wary and dissatisfied with the current state of the Uchiha clan. It is not as straightforward as you might believe. Listening to Itachi's explanation, Shinue fell into contemplation. Indeed, Itachi was caught in a dual role as a spy, serving both to monitor the higher-ups of Konoha on behalf of the Uchiha clan and to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan for the Konoha higher-ups. Ultimately, he would have to choose a side and forsake the other. Shinue, you have not experienced war. You must understand that the most precious things now are the peace and stability of the village. Should the Uchiha clan truly rebel, it would plunge all of Konoha into chaos. So, you intend to align yourself with Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shinue replied, indifferent to notions of peace and stability, asserting that Konoha was indeed at its weakest point. This weakness stemmed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's policy of appeasement and cunning maneuvering. While he hesitated to take decisive action against Danzo, he perpetuated the policies established by Senju Tobarama against the Uchiha clan. This was a blatant double standard. When others relentlessly provoke you, the moment you dare to resist, they accuse you of undermining the village's unity and threaten to eliminate you. If you choose not to resist, they will simply find another way to provoke you until you can no longer endure it. I apologize, Shinue, but I cannot sacrifice the stability of the entire Konoha for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. The cost would be far too great. and I cannot bring myself to do it," Itachi expressed with evident regret. "So, in your eyes, the village's interests outweigh everything else. Parents and friends can be sacrificed. Is that it?" Shinyue found Itachi's reasoning incomprehensible, perceiving it as blind loyalty. How could Itachi not see how Konoha had treated the Uchiha clan over the years? Why was this so difficult to understand? Moreover, if Itachi were to disclose today's events, wouldn't he also face dire consequences? "Itachi, if Konoha were to issue an order for extermination, what would happen to your brother?" Undoubtedly, Shinyue could only leverage Sasuke as a means of coercion, the sole bargaining chip he possessed. Upon hearing Shinyue's inquiry, Itachi's expression turned grave, struggling to articulate a response. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Shinyue realized that there was indeed a glimmer of hope in today's conversation. It seemed that every Uchiha genius was bound by an innate sense of protectiveness towards their younger siblings. With this thought in mind, Shinyue attempted to persuade Itachi further. "You need not fully report today's events to the higher-ups of Konoha. Simply state that Sasuke invited me over for dinner. It is perfectly normal for children to visit one another's homes. As for what was discussed at the dinner table, it would merely be casual chatter. The key is to avoid raising any suspicions among the Konoha higher-ups." Itachi regarded Shinyue with a mix of disbelief and admiration. Was this truly a mere 6-year-old child? At that moment, Shinyue resembled a cunning figure attempting to coax a child into wrongdoing. Yet, Itachi could not deny that Shinyue's argument held merit. Moreover, given his father's recent stance, it was clear that their father still advocated for peaceful resolutions. Therefore, Itachi saw no necessity in disclosing every detail to the higher-ups of Konoha. Additionally, as Shinyue's situation aligned with his father's assertions, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to undermine Shinyue through subtle means. "Shinyue, tell me honestly, was your performance this morning intentional?" Itachi surmised most of the truth, but he still wished for Shinyue to confess. "Yes, it was deliberate," Shinyue readily admitted, adding, "You can see for yourself that I had to act this way to ensure my own safety." Itachi awaited further explanation from Shinyue, who continued, "Unlike the Senju clan, I am the only one with the surname Bo-Fong in the entire village. I do not belong to a vast family, so I can afford to act a bit more recklessly. This way, I can spare Sarutobi Hiruzen from worrying too much about my popularity, and it also ensures my own safety." Seeing Itachi remain silent, Shinyue pressed on, "You need not worry. As long as Uncle Fuyue can keep the clan members in check, the Uchiha clan will remain safe for the next 6 months. Besides, you should report back as you see fit, without any alterations." Upon hearing Shinyue's words, Itachi finally nodded in agreement. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already in his 70s by the time Shinyue matured. It would be improbable for Sarutobi to still occupy the position of Hokage. Furthermore, his only remaining son, Sarutobi Asuma, was an unimpressive ninja, with abilities only marginally superior to an average jonin. Thus, it was unrealistic to expect him to become Hokage. "Truth be told, Shinyue, my greatest concern is for Sasuke," Itachi confessed. "I have contemplated negotiating with Konoha. Should an extermination order be issued, I would do everything in my power to protect Sasuke." "And then what?" Shinyue questioned Itachi, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Sasuke would resent you for life, living perpetually in your shadow, and you would find joy in that?" Itachi listened to the taunts of Shinyue and began to explain. "Shinyue, you are unaware of the uniqueness of our Uchiha clan. The activation of our Sharingan requires stringent conditions. Only under extreme emotional distress, such as intense sorrow or overwhelming strain, can one awaken the Sharingan. As for Sasuke, he has yet to unlock his eyes, thus this remains a method for him to enhance his strength." Shinyue, absorbing Itachi's narrative about the Sharingan, felt a sense of exasperation. Yet, he maintained a facade of ignorance and continued to listen. In Shinyue's perspective, if Itachi were to cast an illusion on Sasuke that instilled profound despair, wouldn't that suffice to awaken his eyes? Must he resort to self-inflicted harm? Why is he so obstinate? Moreover, after unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, there exists the eternal Mangekyo. While it is true that in the original story, Itachi did sacrifice a vast ocean of his chakra to bestow his eyes upon Sasuke, Sasuke was far from pleased. In fact, upon discovering the truth, he sought to obliterate Konoha in vengeance for Itachi. Frankly, as Shinyue observed this segment, he felt that Itachi's actions, aside from granting Sasuke the eternal Mangekyo, bore little other merit. "Itachi, about the conditions for the eternal Mangekyo you mentioned, What if I told you I possess a means to achieve it without sacrificing a loved one? It would require time. Would you believe me? Shinyu inquired, his heart uncertain. After all, the cloning technology emerged only in the era of Boruto, and a pivotal figure, Orochimaru, was involved. However, at present, Orochimaru was not within Konoha, and his focus remained confined to human experimentation and forbidden transmutations. Hence, Shinyu's confidence in this matter was rather shaky. That is impossible. Itachi immediately shook his head in denial. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the ultimate form of the Sharingan. There are no other means to awaken it aside from the fusion of the Mangekyo of a close kin. Shinyu understood Itachi's stance. Indeed, the topic of cloning felt distant and beyond their current grasp. Furthermore, Shinyu was utterly unversed in biological research, and any discourse on the matter would need to be postponed until he could consult Orochimaru. With this thought, Shinyu decided to shift the topic. Itachi, tonight, forgo your report. Spend time with Sasuke. Regardless of what the future holds, let us cherish the present. Upon hearing Shinyu's advice, Itachi relinquished his intention to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen and accompanied Shinyu back indoors. Brother, why are you back again? Sasuke inquired, observing Shinyu and Itachi's return. Seeing his younger brother's expression, Itachi felt a deep pang in his heart. Had he indeed neglected Sasuke for too long? Despite his profound love for Sasuke, he acknowledged that he had provided insufficient companionship. I just persuaded your brother that family is far more important than work. After all, work is never ending. It can wait for tomorrow, Shinyu remarked, casting a knowing glance at Itachi, signaling him to take the hint and not be obstinate. Seeing the anticipation in Sasuke's eyes, Itachi gently ruffled his hair and said, Shinyu is correct. I have spent too little time with you. I promise to make more time for you in the future. Dinner is ready. Makoto called from the doorway. Coming. At the dining table, Fugaku smiled at Shinyu and said, Today, we invite you to our home to celebrate your successful promotion to genin. Shinyu, please do not mind my verbosity. You are now a ninja, and I hope you strive to become a capable one. Shinyu nodded, acknowledging Fugaku's expectations. Oh dear, you shouldn't put too much pressure on Shinyu. After all, he is only 6 years old, Makoto interjected. Being the son of her close friend Kushina, Makoto wished to ensure Shinyu did not feel overwhelmed. Above all, she prioritized his safety and well-being over any notions of independence. Aunt Makoto, rest assured, I will work hard to become an excellent ninja, Shinyu replied. Seeing his determination, Makoto shook her head with a sigh. Since Itachi had yet to come of age, he, like Shinyu and Sasuke, drank juice while Fugaku indulged in sake. As the evening progressed and the sake flowed, Fugaku began to feel a slight buzz and looked at Shinyu with emotion. Minato, rest assured, I will take good care of your son. Listening to Fugaku's heartfelt words and glancing at Itachi and Sasuke beside him, Shinyu felt an overwhelming warmth in this familial atmosphere. How could he bear to destroy such a bond? He resolved to protect the Uchiha clan and prevent any tragedy from befalling them. After dinner, Sasuke eagerly dragged Itachi outside for training, while Fugaku kept Shinyu behind for a private conversation. Here, these are all for you, Fugaku said, placing a pile of scrolls on the table. These are techniques accumulated by our Uchiha clan over the years, many containing insights from our ancestors. Since you are proficient in the 5 chakra natures, you should be able to learn from these. Shinyu was astounded by the sheer number of scrolls before him, realizing they were not mere C-rank techniques like the Great Fireball technique. He picked one up and opened it to find inscribed, Shadow Clone Explosion. Though eager to possess it, Shinyu could not bring himself to take advantage of his hosts, promptly declining. Uncle Fugaku, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. Shinyu, you must understand, as the future hope of our Uchiha clan and the child of my dear friend, it is only natural for me to look after you. You must also realize that at your current stage, you cannot learn more advanced techniques. He gestured to the pile of scrolls, explaining, these techniques represent our clan's collection, but they are merely copies and hold little value. I must admit, I spent considerable time gathering them, as our clan tends to rely heavily on the Sharingan in battle. Shinyu felt a surge of excitement at the sight of the scrolls, but suddenly realized a dilemma. How would he carry them out? You need not worry. Fugaku seemed to sense Shinyu's concern. I will seal these into a sealing scroll, and you need only hide one scroll in your ninja tool pouch. With Fugaku's reassurance, Shinyu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. All right, you should go say your goodbyes to Itachi and Sasuke. You have stayed here long enough. It is time to return. Nodding in agreement, Shinyu recognized the necessity of departing, especially with the Umbu continuously surveilling the Uchiha clan. As he gazed at the warm scene of the brothers training outside and thought of his own brother, Naruto, Shinyu solidified his resolve to protect the Uchiha clan, ensuring that Itachi and Sasuke would never again bear the burdens of darkness and hatred. Chapter 10. Shinyu's role as a Jonin leader upon returning home. Shinyu distinctly sensed an increase in the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed that, as Fugaku had mentioned, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taking a keen interest in him. After just one visit to the Uchiha, the number of watchers had doubled. System, is there any way to prevent those monitoring me from perceiving my true status? With no other options, Shinyu placed his hopes on the system. Host, you can utilize the system's firewall feature, allowing outsiders to perceive only a false illusion. You can set this illusion to reflect whatever you desire, such as appearing to be asleep in your room. Excellent. Shinyu could not help but exclaim. Soon after, Shinyu meticulously followed the system's prompts, step by step configuring the firewall. Once he was certain everything was in order, he retrieved the sealing scroll that Fuyu had given him before his departure from his ninja tool pouch. Release. As Shinyu formed the hand seals, the large character for seal in the center of the scroll began to emit wisps of white smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a multitude of ninjutsu scrolls appeared before Shinyu's eyes. He was acutely aware that what he lacked the most at this moment was ninjutsu, especially techniques with high offensive power. Given his current stage, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not teach him advanced ninjutsu. Thus, this collection of scrolls gifted by Fuyu was akin to a timely boon. Let's start with you. Shinyu picked up the scroll emblazoned with the technique for Shadow Clone Explosion and commenced his training. Thus, Shinyu practiced throughout the night, true to its A-rank designation. The difficulty of mastering this technique was indeed significantly higher than that of C-rank techniques. It took him the entire night to grasp just a few of the scroll's contents. As dawn broke, Shinyu hurried to the restroom to wash his face, then resealed the scrolls and hid them in the water tank of his toilet. After arranging everything, he said, "System, deactivate the firewall." Firewall deactivated. The reason Shinyu dared to stay up late to train was that he had no pressing matters today. Every 3 genin would typically have a jounin instructor, but since Shinyu had graduated early, he was unaware of who he would team up with. However, before leaving the Ninja Academy yesterday, Irika had informed him that a jounin instructor would come to fetch him this morning. So he had no choice but to wait at the academy. Did I arrive too early? With the classroom devoid of any presence, Shinyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. He glanced at the clock hanging in the room. It was indeed time. Could it be that he was to be a team of one? I suspect my jounin instructor is Kakashi, Shinyu mused. Indeed, Kakashi was currently his tutor. Although he did not appear frequently, he was proficient in 5 types of chakra transformations, making him an ideal mentor for Shinyu. However, while aspirations were grand, reality often proved starkly different. Creak. The classroom door slowly swung open, and Shinyu looked up to see a ninja, wrapped in a scarf and holding something in his mouth, enter. Shinyu. I will be your jounin instructor from now on. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nara Shikaku. Shinyu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nara Shikaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are truly beyond reason. Shinyu thought inwardly. He had anticipated at least Kakashi leading him, yet here was Nara Shikaku. Although he had once been a bodyguard to the 4th Hokage, Shinyu was well aware of his lack of skill. In Shinyu's memory, aside from spitting out 1,000 needles, he had never witnessed Shikaku perform any other ninjutsu, not even the Flying Thunder God, which he had only executed alongside 2 others. Greetings, Teacher Shikaku. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Despite a flurry of turmoil within him, Shinyu maintained his composure. Moreover, Nara Shikaku was not without merit. At the very least, he knew the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he could not use it independently, he could teach it to Shinyu. Not at all. Shikaku quickly waved his hand. I was once your father's bodyguard. You resemble him quite a bit. You must work hard and strive to become a ninja like your father. Shinyu feigned admiration, exclaiming, Teacher, it seems we truly are fated to meet. Rest assured. Shinyu, I will impart all that I know to you. After a brief pause, Shikaku continued, however, before we begin, I must assess your current abilities. The two made their way to the training ground, where Shikaku, with his hands in his pockets, said to Shinyu, Come now, attack me with all your might. Let me see what you are capable of. Observing Shikaku, Shinyu understood that he should refrain from using the ninjutsu he had learned the previous night, as he sensed several ANBU presences nearby. With this thought, He resolved to attack solely with the techniques he had learned from Kakashi. Alright, Teacher Shikaku, brace yourself. With that, Shinyu wasted no time. He swiftly threw his shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and began forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. The fireballs he released enveloped the shuriken, and small fireballs shot forth like meteors toward Shikaku. Interesting, Shikaku remarked, deftly evading the incoming fireballs with a sidestep. However, when he turned back to Shinyu, he found the latter half kneeling on the ground. Earth release, Earth flow wall. Shikaku glanced back at the rising earthen wall, momentarily unsure of Shinyu's intentions. Yet, he could not help but marvel, for Shinyu's performance was anything but typical of a freshly graduated genin. Before he could fully appreciate Shinyu's skills, Shikaku suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. He raised his hand to defend himself, only to see two shadow clones of Shinyu charging at him from either side of the wall. Shadow clone technique. Shikaku swiftly spat out his 1,000 needles, which flew through the air and accurately pierced one of the shadow clones. With a puff of smoke, one of Shinyu's clones was dispelled. Shikaku then launched a powerful kick to eliminate the second clone, but before he could catch his breath, he noticed a fireball, larger than himself, barreling towards him along the ground. This child is formidable, Shikaku thought as he hastily leaped into the air to avoid the fireball, a move that Shinyu had anticipated. With a swift motion, Shinyu drew shuriken from his pouch, and with a whoosh, two spinning shuriken hurtled toward Shikaku in midair. Not good. Shikaku realized the peril he was in, suspended in midair and unable to evade the incoming shuriken. In a moment of desperation, he drew a kunai to block the two shuriken, creating a window of opportunity for Shinyu. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Shinyu's hands flew through the seals, unleashing his attack. As the seals completed, droplets of water began to swirl around him, coalescing into a wall of water. As the wall twisted, it transformed into a water dragon over 4 meters long, clawing and snapping as it surged toward Shikaku. This is impossible, Shikaku exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he witnessed the water dragon materialize before him. He could hardly fathom that Shinyu was capable of executing a water technique in a dry environment. Though the dragon's length was only about half of what was typical, such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an average freshly graduated ninja. Only the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, could achieve something like this. Boom. The water dragon crashed into Shikaku, yet Shinyu did not display a glimmer of triumph. He understood that Shikaku had likely used a substitution technique. With a burst of smoke, the water dragon collided with a wooden post, revealing it as the target of the attack. Shinyu, alert to his surroundings, noted the stillness. There was no sign of Shikaku in any direction. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him shift slightly. Just as he intended to jump away, he realized it was too late. In the soil, a hand suddenly emerged, grasping his ankle with a powerful force that dragged him down. Shinyu, you are quite impressive, particularly in the coordination of your ninjutsu. Frankly, I did not expect you to possess such strength right after graduation. However, there are still areas that require improvement. As he gazed upon the figure of Jihua Xianjian standing before him, Shinyu could not help but feel speechless. Wasn't this earth release, heart decapitation technique a move used by the third Hokage against Jiraiya years ago? Certainly, it was also employed when Sasuke faced off against Kakashi. Yet, Shinyu never imagined that he would find himself ensnared by this very technique. Watching Jihua Xianjian approach him step by step, Shinyu resigned himself to defeat. Alright, Teacher Xianjian, please release me. I concede. This marked Shinyu's first real combat experience. Although he had previously competed with Kakashi for bells, he had not been a true ninja at that time, merely using transformation techniques to deceive Kakashi. The synergy of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu is vital for a ninja. With this in mind, Shinyu contemplated how he could enhance his abilities in the future. Upon seeing him concede, Jihua Xianjian pulled him out of the ground, akin to uprooting a radish. Shinyu, you should be aware that ninjas typically operate in teams of 3. Shinyu was puzzled by this sudden question from Jihua Xianjian, but nodded nonetheless. In a moment, I will take you to meet the other 2. They were also guardians of your father. Together, the 3 of us will mentor you, and you will become one of our team members. Upon hearing Jihua Xianjian's words, Shinyu internally exclaimed in admiration. While others had a jonin leading 3 genin, he had 3 jonin guiding a single genin. Thank you, Teacher Xianjian. After shaking off the dirt from his body, Ji Huaxianjian led Xinyu to a barbecue restaurant where they were greeted by a wave from some distance away. I am Dai Washi, and this is Bingzu Leitong. We, like Ji Huaxianjian, were once guardians of your father. Currently, we serve as protectors of the third Hokage. Looking at the two before him, Xinyu introduced himself. Hello, teachers. I am Bofeng Xinyu. I look forward to your guidance. Observing Xinyu's obedient demeanor, Dai Washi and Bingzu Leitong's fondness for him grew, and they promptly urged him to take a seat. Come, Xinyu. What would you like to eat? Order freely. Today is my treat. Dai Iwashi declared generously. Xinyu felt a surge of warmth towards the trio. Although he was aware that their abilities were not particularly remarkable and that Sarutobi Hiruzen was intentionally treating him this way, he could sense their genuine affection towards him. Then I shall order boldly. Xinyu teased as he took the menu. Eat as you please. If you ever wish for something else, just tell us. Can we not afford to take care of you? Ji Huaxianjian chuckled. Indeed. After hearing this, Xinyu decided to abandon his reservations and wholeheartedly indulged in the meal. After all, he had just experienced a battle, and given that he was in a growth phase, it was imperative to eat well. Moreover, Xinyu understood that since his father, Minato, had sacrificed himself, the trio's status in the village seemed to have diminished, leaving them somewhat idle. Their kindness towards him might stem from Minato's past goodwill towards them, especially considering that the Flying Thunder God technique they executed together was taught to them by Minato. Hey, don't underestimate Xinyu. Be careful not to suffer losses at his hands. I nearly fell for this kid's tricks just now, Ji Huaxianjian jested, observing Xinyu diligently eating. Really? Upon hearing that Ji Huaxianjian had nearly faced defeat, Bingzu Leitong's interest was piqued. Come, tell us more. Ji Huaxianjian, looking at the eager expressions on the three faces, could only smile wryly. You all seem so excited by the thought of me almost losing. This kid, he pointed to Xinyu, has already reached a level of ninjutsu coordination akin to that of a Chunin. More astonishingly, he can perform the water dragon technique even in the absence of water. Isn't that terrifying? Truly, he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Bingzu Leitong remarked, impressed by Ji Huaxianjian's description. Have I revealed too much? Xinyu pondered to himself. As he continued to eat, he found himself at a loss for words amidst the discussion surrounding him. Thus, he simply focused on his meal. Henceforth, Xinyu became the newest member of Ji Huaxianjian's team, and he realized that his journey as a ninja had truly commenced. Chapter 11. Xinyu's first mission, finding Naruto. After finishing their barbecue, Ji Huaxianjian and his companions parted ways with Xinyu, as they had responsibilities to attend to. Unbeknownst to Xinyu, the trio, although summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen to mentor him, had the option to decline. After all, even as lead jonin, they could not neglect their own duties. Moreover, Xinyu's presence had effectively lowered the overall caliber of their team, meaning they could no longer undertake missions ranked B or higher. In essence, Xinyu was directly impacting their income. Regardless, they chose to embrace the role of Xinyu's lead jonin, their concern and affection for him being sincere and heartfelt. System, activate the firewall. Received, firewall activated. Upon returning home, Xinyu did not allow himself to become complacent. Rather, he continued on his path of training. In fact, his younger brother Naruto was doing well, especially with Iruka looking after him. What troubled Xinyu most was the safety of the Uchiha clan. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had unwittingly triggered a significant butterfly effect, and now, his greatest worry was the potential early annihilation of the Uchiha clan by Itachi. Well, I might as well train harder. Xinyu sighed in resignation. While he immersed himself in training, the Hokage's office was becoming increasingly restless. The water dragon technique Xinyu had employed earlier soon reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears through the Umbu reports. He can perform the water dragon technique even in a dry environment? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, his curiosity piqued. In his recollection, Minato had not been particularly skilled in water release ninjutsu. How could his own child possess such exceptional talent? Hokage-sama. This is bad. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could collect his thoughts, an elite jonin barged into the office. Hokage-sama, that rascal Naruto has run out of the village. What? Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet. While Xinyu's remarkable abilities had caused him some concern, Naruto's departure from the village sent him into a state of disarray. Naruto himself posed no threat, but the nine tails sealed within him could lead to catastrophic consequences for Konoha if captured by hostile ninjas. Quickly, send someone to find him. Yes. The elite Jonin had never witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen so anxious, but he understood the gravity of the situation and hurried from the office. Watching the lone Umbu still half kneeling before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved dismissively. "You may leave." "Yes," as he surveyed the now empty office. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and sighed. "These two brothers truly give me no peace." "Host, please cease your training. Someone is approaching, distance 1,000 meters." Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Shinyu hurriedly concealed the scroll. After tidying everything up, Shinyu commanded, "Disable the firewall." Firewall disabled. As Shinyu focused his gaze, he realized that the visitor was none other than his instructor, Bujihoi Xianjian. Just as he was pondering, Bujihoi Xianjian appeared before him in an instant. Observing the anxious demeanor of his instructor, Shinyu could not help but ask, "Xianjian, what is the matter? You must come with me immediately. Something serious has occurred." Without waiting for Shinyu's response, Bujihoi Xianjian swiftly hoisted Shinyu onto his shoulder and vanished from the spot with a flicker. "Xianjian, what is happening?" Shinyu inquired. But Bujihoi Xianjian remained silent, urgently carrying him forward. Being slung over Bujihoi Xianjian's shoulder, Shinyu's mind raced with worries. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has been exterminated? The thought tightened his heart. "Xianjian, this way." Shinyu turned his head and spotted Buji Lei Tong and Dai Iwashi, whom he had met earlier that day. "Hurry, we need you," Buji Lei Tong exclaimed. Bujihoi Xianjian set Shinyu down, and soon, Buji Lei Tong and Dai Iwashi surrounded him. The three raised their arms in unison, forming a triangle. "Shinyu, do not worry. This is a joint technique we are performing, the Flying Thunder God technique," Bujihoi Xianjian explained, noticing Shinyu's bewildered expression. "Teacher, can you please tell me what has happened?" Seizing the opportunity as Bujihoi Xianjian finally spoke to him, Shinyu pressed for answers. "Naruto is missing." Upon hearing this news, Shinyu's heart felt constricted, and just as he was about to inquire further, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness. The group reappeared in front of the Hokage office building. Shinyu scanned the area and realized that nearly all the ninjas he recognized from the village were present, with the exception of those from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilance towards the Uchiha clan truly knows no bounds. Shinyu lamented inwardly. At that moment, a large gathering of ninjas congregated in front of the Hokage's office, chattering incessantly. "Lord Hokage, that guy Naruto is a demon fox. With him leaving the village, isn't that a relief for our village?" An upper ninja asked, puzzled. "Indeed. The menace has finally departed. A demon fox is just a wild beast that cannot be tamed." Unquestionably, the words of this upper ninja garnered agreement from many others. Shinyu cast a cold glance at the upper ninja and the group that echoed his sentiments, choosing to remain silent. His brother being called a demon fox ignited a flicker of anger within him, yet he knew he could not reveal his true feelings at this moment. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the front, gazing at the assembled ninjas, his heart filled with anxiety. As the crowd quieted down, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. "Naruto harbors the Nine Tails within him. Should foreign ninjas discover and capture him, it would be catastrophic for us in Konoha. Have you all forgotten the Nine Tails attack on Konoha 6 years ago? Thus, Naruto must not fall into enemy hands. I command you all to depart." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the ninjas dispersed, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, the wind from their departure causing his Hokage robes to billow. "Naruto, where on earth are you?" Shinyu raced towards the village's outskirts, his heart brimming with urgency. He could not comprehend why Naruto would choose to flee the village. Was it possible that someone from the Ninja Academy intended to bring him harm? However, the immediate priority was to locate Naruto. As for who was responsible for Naruto's escape, Shinyu resolved that if anything were to befall Naruto, those individuals would pay dearly. "Shinyu, can you keep up?" Bujihoi Xianjian called out, leading the way. "Do not worry, Xianjian, I can keep up," Shinyu replied, having increased his speed to its maximum, determined to track down Naruto's whereabouts. Yet, the four of them were not skilled in sensory ninjutsu, nor did they possess a summoning beast like Kakashi. Once outside the gates of Konoha, they floundered like headless flies, unable to determine their direction. "System, is there any method to track Naruto?" Shinyu, feeling helpless, sought assistance from the system, hoping for guidance. "Apologies, host, this system does not possess any tracking capabilities." With the system offering no assistance, Shinyu abandoned hope in it and resolved to find a solution himself. "Xianjian, let us split up to search. This will widen our search area." Bujihua Xianjian initially intended to reject Shun Yu's suggestion, but recalling Shun Yu's demonstrated abilities earlier, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, we will disperse to search. If we encounter an overwhelmingly strong enemy, signal immediately. Thank you, Xianjian. With that, Shin Yu dashed off in one direction. Watching Shin Yu's departing figure, Bujihua Xianjian shook his head. Xianjian, have you noticed how much Shin Yu cares for Naruto? Buji Leitong asked. After a moment of consideration, Bujihua Xianjian responded. Perhaps it is because Naruto and Shin Yu are classmates. Shin Yu places great importance on friendship. Then let us also split up and search, aiming to find Naruto quickly. With that, Bujihua Xianjian and the others dispersed, each heading in different directions to locate Naruto. As Shin Yu searched, he recalled the episodes he had watched in Naruto, attempting to glean some clues from the original plot. He remembered that Naruto had once been pursued and was ultimately rescued by Iruka or Kakashi. However, Shin Yu distinctly recalled that Naruto had merely ventured to the back mountain of Konoha during that incident. As for the current situation, Shin Yu could find no parallel in the storyline. It truly is a butterfly effect, Shin Yu thought helplessly. Although he had no leads in his mind, he continued to meticulously search the ground for any traces that might provide hints about Naruto. Suddenly, after a diligent search, Shin Yu discovered a torn piece of fabric on the ground. Picking it up and examining it closely, he confirmed that the material was identical to that of Naruto's clothing. Shin Yu looked around for more clues, but found none. After some contemplation, a thought struck him. System, the firewall can sense everything within a kilometer radius centered on me. Correct? Yes, host. Activate the firewall. Set it to transparent mode. Firewall activated. Host, there is an adult carrying a child approximately 852 meters from your location. Hearing the system's voice, Shin Yu realized that this adult-child duo was likely the captors of Naruto. With this in mind, he intended to notify Bujihua Xianjian and the others, but quickly realized that he was too far from them. Moreover, the system's firewall radius was limited to 1 kilometer. Anything beyond that would be undetectable. And a distance of less than 200 meters was merely a few breaths for a ninja. Shin Yu decided to proceed alone for the time being, thinking he could create a commotion during the battle later. Naruto, you must not come to harm. Shin Yu quickened his pace, heading in the direction indicated by the system. As he closed the distance, he noticed an increasing number of traces along the way. Naruto, that kid, is quite clever, isn't he? Observing the faint remnants of torn fabric on the ground, Shin Yu became increasingly convinced that the direction indicated by the system was indeed where Naruto had been abducted. The fragments on the ground further confirmed that Naruto was still alive, and with this thought, Shin Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. I shall see who possesses the audacity to kidnap my brother. Shin Yu retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gradually muffling his presence as he approached his target stealthily. Chapter 12. Aftermath of battle. At this moment, in the woods, a figure clad in a conical hat was hastily fleeing beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, carrying Naruto. From a distance, Shin Yu scrutinized the stranger's attire and running posture, sensing something amiss. In this world, only thieves would dress in such a manner. However, Shin Yu could not fathom what kind of audacious thief would dare venture into Konoha to abduct someone, let alone the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. Such coincidences are rare indeed. The Ninja Academy is situated in the heart of Konoha, and common thieves typically operate on the outskirts of the village, not brazenly entering as this individual had. System detects the host facing a choice. Task initiated. Repel the ninja from Kumobikure and reclaim Naruto. The host may choose to accept or decline. If accepted, rewards include system-provided storage space. If declined, there will be no penalties. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Shin Yu understood completely. The person before him was no mere thief. He was clearly a ninja from Kumobikure. Accept. Without hesitation, Shin Yu accepted the task, realizing he would finally have space, allowing him to no longer worry about the size of his ninja tool pouch. Furthermore, he could now store all the scrolls given by Fujitake without fear of discovery. Although the prospect of the reward excited Shin Yu, he could not help but regard the escaping ninja with caution. Since this individual dared to steal the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, he must possess formidable skills. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. The ninja turned his head, only to see fireballs hurtling towards him at high speed. With Naruto clutched in his right arm, he could not form hand seals and was forced to awkwardly leap aside. Who is it? Unable to detect Shun Yu's presence, he placed Naruto on the ground. Witnessing Naruto's desperate struggles, the ninja swiftly struck him unconscious with a hand chop. You from Kumogakure truly believe our village's ninjas do not exist? Shinyu had no intention of launching a surprise attack from the shadows. After all, he now had his brother Naruto in his hands. It was better to confront him directly. Perhaps upon seeing Shinyu's youthful appearance, he might underestimate him. As Shinyu emerged from the darkness, the ninja focused his gaze and realized he was merely facing a 6-year-old child. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a renowned elite thief from the land of fire, here to abduct children. The ninja lied. Very well, you may claim to be whoever you wish. Shinyu was not inclined to engage in a debate with this man. His admission was of no significance. What mattered was that Naruto was unharmed. And that was of utmost priority. Shinyu was perplexed by the man before him. In his memory, Kumogakure had always sought to target Konoha. Whether it was the Nine Tails or the Byakugan, anything Konoha possessed that Kumogakure lacked was a target for theft. Little brat, I advise you to return home quickly. Do not think that just because you have mastered a few techniques, you can act with impunity among your peers. Remember, battles can cost you your life. The ninja threatened. In response to his threat, Shinyu formed hand seals. What remarkable speed in forming seals. Observing Shinyu's hands moving gracefully, the ninja inwardly marveled. Asking himself, he realized he could not replicate such speed. This child was no ordinary boy, but a genuine genius ninja from Konoha. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. As the technique was unleashed, droplets of water began to materialize around Shinyu, gradually coalescing into a thick water column that ultimately transformed into a dragon, roaring forth towards the ninja. This is impossible. The ninja's reaction mirrored that of Noera Rin during their first encounter. However, unlike the last time Shinyu used this technique, he did not hold back this time. A 9-meter-long water dragon surged directly towards the ninja, and faced with the massive dragon head looming near, he could only leap back to evade the assault. Yet, Shinyu's prowess was beyond his expectations. With a furious shout, Shinyu redirected the water dragon, sending it hurtling towards him once more. Who on earth is this child? The ninja, witnessing the relentless pursuit of the water dragon, felt his understanding of ninjutsu shatter, for he had never encountered a water dragon that could chase him down. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu quickly created 2 shadow clones to rescue the unconscious Naruto. With his clones guarding Naruto on either side, Shinyu felt a wave of relief. You are finished. Watching the ninja still evading the water dragon, Shinyu mused, regardless of who you are, you shall face the consequences here today. Oh no. The ninja caught a glimpse of Naruto lying on the ground, now rescued by the little brat before him, and exclaimed in alarm. However, his primary task remained to deal with this child. Enough already. With a roar, a surge of chakra erupted from the ninja's body. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a technique that shattered Shinyu's water dragon. However, as his chakra surged, the transformation technique he employed naturally dissipated. Shinyu observed the now-revealed ninja, whose dark skin and headband insignia unmistakably marked him as a Kumogakure ninja. You from Kumogakure only know how to steal, don't you? Shinyu taunted. Instead of being enraged by Shinyu's mockery, the Kumogakure ninja chuckled, pride radiating from him. What? Is it not the strong who possess the right to distribute power in this world? Seeing the Kumogakure ninja's shamelessness and pride, Shinyu shook his head. He was reminded of a neighbor from his previous world, Goryo. It could be said that Kumogakure in this world and Goryo from the past were cut from the same cloth. So, you are saying that Kumogakure is indeed powerful? Shinyu scoffed. Of course. In our village, only the strong are respected as ninjas. Alas, I cannot explain this to someone raised in Konoha like you. Listening to the Kumogakure ninja's words, Shinyu smiled. Indeed, as a 6-year-old child from Konoha, I unleashed a simple technique that left you utterly helpless. Silence. The Kumogakure ninja, incensed by Shinyu's veiled mockery, declared angrily, Little brat, I initially considered sparing you, but now I have decided to personally eliminate you, you arrogant child. Observing his demeanor, Shinyu shook his head in resignation, saying, I truly pity the first Hokage for granting the tailed beasts to wolves like you. With that, Shinyu took the initiative, drawing a shuriken from his tool pouch and hurling it towards the Kumogakure ninja. He then swiftly formed 8 seals, Inoshishi, Tatsu, Yu, Inu, Hitsuji, Nu, Tori, and Saru. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly, the shuriken he threw transformed into a torrential rain of shuriken, hurtling towards the Kumogakure ninja. As he gazed upon the multitude of shurikens raining down from the sky, the ninja remained undaunted, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Utilizing the water accumulated on the ground from the previous jutsu, the water dragon bullet, the Yunin ninja successfully summoned a water barrier to shield himself. The shurikens lost their momentum against the barrier and fell harmlessly to the ground. Observing that his initial strike had missed its mark, Shinyu did not falter. He rapidly formed hand seals once again. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Although water can extinguish fire, how could the thin water barrier withstand the massive fireball that was significantly larger than a human? In an instant, the air became parched, and the collision of water and fire produced a sizzling sound, enveloping the area in thick white mist. Realizing his water jutsu could not hold, the Yunin ninja hastily sidestepped. Upon looking up, he found himself surrounded by a veil of white fog, obscuring any trace of Shinyu. Did he intend to use the mist to obscure my vision? The Yunin ninja pondered. Suddenly, he heard a sound slicing through the air behind him. He quickly turned to defend himself, only to find Shinyu charging at him. Once they crossed paths, neither would easily part ways. In the dense mist, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. After several exchanges, he distinctly felt that the young boy's movements had become erratic. Now is the moment. The Yunin ninja feigned a move, evading Shinyu's lethal strike, and swiftly grasped Shinyu's neck, rendering him immobile. You little brat, your combat skills are woefully inadequate. Observing the helpless Shinyu in his grasp, the Yunin ninja felt a surge of exhilaration. However, as he prepared to exert force and end Shinyu's life, he noticed an unusual smile creeping across Shinyu's lips. What is happening? The Yunin ninja felt a wave of unease wash over him at the sight of Shinyu's smile. Boom. Suddenly, Shinyu's body exploded violently, causing the Yunin ninja's arm to be blown off completely, and the force of the explosion sent him crashing to the ground. Indeed, this was all part of Shinyu's plan, a manifestation of one of the 4 A-rank jutsus he had mastered, the Shadow Clone Explosion. This technique was designed to catch the opponent off guard. Shinyu had deliberately exposed a weakness during their taijutsu exchange, allowing the Yunin ninja to seize him. When the Yunin ninja believed he had the upper hand, Shinyu detonated the clone, delivering a fatal blow. The Yunin ninja lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Undoubtedly, the recent explosion had injured his internal organs, leaving him too weak to speak. Regret filled his eyes as he lamented his decision to accept this mission and his failure to escape earlier. The heavy blood loss soon rendered him unconscious. Shinyu, gazing at the unconscious Yunin ninja before him, found himself hesitating. This was his first encounter with a life-and-death battle. Witnessing the bloody battlefield, Shinyu, with a kunai in hand poised to deliver a fatal blow, felt a moment of hesitation. Despite having mentally prepared himself countless times, the reality of the battlefield made him tremble with fear. Host, detection indicates that Noara Kakashi and his companions are 1,000 meters away from you. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Shinyu realized that if the villagers captured this ninja, his strength would be fully exposed. With a steely resolve, he aimed the kunai at the Yunin ninja's heart, closed his eyes, and plunged it downward. The blade pierced through flesh with a sickening sound, and the warmth of blood bursting forth from the heart overwhelmed him. For a moment, Shinyu felt as though his spirit had left his body. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to move. Here, the voice of Noara Kakashi echoed, although the system had indicated they were merely 1,000 meters away. To Shinyu, those 3 minutes felt like an eternity. Noara Kakashi first checked on the unconscious Naruto, confirming he was unharmed before turning to Shinyu, who was slumped on the ground. Shinyu, what's wrong? Are you injured? Noara Kakashi searched Shinyu's body for wounds, but found him merely fatigued. Then he noticed the warm corpse of the Yunin ninja beside him and the bloodied kunai in Shinyu's hand, and he quickly understood what had transpired. Shinyu, you seem exhausted. Allow me to carry you back to the village. Without waiting for Shinyu's response, Noara Kakashi lifted him onto his back. Raito, you carry Naruto. And Vashi, relay the message to the teams that we have located Naruto and are returning. Noara Kakashi commanded. Thus, they set off on their journey back to the village. Naruto was successfully retrieved, but Shinyu had no memory of how he returned home that day. He only recalled spending a restless night, haunted by the image of the ninja before his death. It seems that taking a life is indeed far more profound than Shinyu had imagined, and the aftermath weighed heavily on him. He couldn't help but recall the scene of Itachi's massacre, which was far more harrowing than his current experience. For Itachi had slain his own kin. However, at that moment, Shinyu wished to focus solely on recovering from the shadows that loomed over him. Congratulations, host. For completing the task, you have received system space. Due to exceeding task completion, you have earned 300 points. Current points, 1117. The points shop has been unlocked. Hearing the voice in his mind, Shinyu found solace in the system's rewards. Chapter 13. A desperate in the anguish of taking a life is never as simplistic as portrayed by protagonists in anime. For days, Shinyu lay in bed, unable to sleep. Each time he closed his eyes, the scene of the Yunin ninja seeking his life replayed in his mind. The identity of the ninja was confirmed after his body was returned to Konoha. He was a jonin from Yunin village. During the Umbu investigation, Shinyu found himself unable to contain his nausea upon seeing the corpse beside him, prompting disapproving glances from the surrounding Umbu members. Throughout this time, Noara Kakashi and his companions made an effort to accompany Shinyu, and after a week, he gradually began to recover. Shinyu was still just a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the scene of Shinyu retching from the crystal ball, found it rather incomprehensible. After all, he recalled that during his first kill, he had only taken a night to recover before being thrust back into battle the next day. It seemed that Watergate's child was not as formidable as he had imagined. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, a rare smile breaking through his aging visage, easing his previous wariness towards Shinyu. This son of a hero is rather disappointing. Who vomits after killing? Shinyu remained oblivious to the fact that his recent behavior had significantly lowered Sarutobi Hiruzen's guard. At that moment, he opened the points shop within the system, and as he gazed at the myriad of items, he felt momentarily dazzled. The shop offered a variety of treasures. Advanced jutsu scrolls, legendary six paths weapons, and even the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan. Just the Mangekyo Sharingan alone had variants belonging to Sasuke, Itachi, and Fugaku, along with detailed descriptions of each pair's abilities. However, upon glancing at the price, Shinyu promptly exited the points shop. 999 points for a single pair. Faced with such an exorbitant price, Shinyu realized that these were far beyond his current means. System, I initially anticipated a delightful surprise from you in the marketplace. Yet instead, you presented me with a chilling revelation. Please do not be disheartened, host. Currently, due to your insufficient strength, the points awarded for the tasks assigned will naturally be limited. Upon hearing the system's response, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Admittedly, his current prowess was not particularly formidable, yet he had attained a commendable level among the Chunin of Konoha, only to receive a meager few hundred points upon task completion. He could hardly fathom the nature of the rewards required to amass thousands of points in one go. Sigh, one step at a time, he mused with resignation. Regarding the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan, Shinyu had devised a contingency plan. Through persuading Fugaku, he ultimately aimed to sacrifice a fraction of the more radical Uchihas to preserve the majority of their kin, a result he fervently hoped to achieve. Should Danzo and his ilk persist in their hostility, Shinyu possessed a final trump card, a treasured item from the points marketplace, the teleportation scroll. This artifact was one of the few he could afford to exchange, and its function was straightforward: to transport designated individuals to another location. Akin to an oversized version of the Hiraition no Jutsu, Shinyu's philosophy was simple. If confrontation was unfeasible, then evasion was the prudent alternative. Why engage in a battle to the death? With these preparations in place, Shinyu felt a sense of relief regarding this troubling matter. Over the past few months, he had frequently ventured beyond the village to undertake tasks, albeit modest C-rank missions, yet he found joy in the endeavor. Each task completion allowed him to search for a suitable settlement for the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, with the assistance of the system, he discovered a solitary island not far from the Land of Fire. Should circumstances deteriorate, Shinyu could utilize the teleportation scroll to relocate the entire Uchiha clan to the island. Consequently, he invested the majority of his rewards from missions in essential supplies. A small token of his regard for the Uchiha. In Shinyu's perspective, the Uchiha clan had indeed adopted a more subdued demeanor during this period. Their treatment of other ninjas and villagers had garnered the approval of most within the village. For a time, he even felt that his concerns might have been unwarranted. Thus, Shinyu currently enjoyed a pleasant daily life, occasionally wandering near the ninja academy in hopes of glimpsing his younger brother. One afternoon, Just as Shinyu prepared to engage in his specialized training, he sensed a presence outside. Who is it? It's me, Itachi. Upon recognizing Itachi's voice, Shinyu's anxious heart settled. He swiftly opened the door and ushered Itachi inside. Itachi's expression was clearly troubled, and there were faint traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Shinyu surmised the gravity of the situation. Shinyu, you know who Shisui is, right? Itachi inquired. Indeed, Shinyu contemplated. Shisui has encountered misfortune. However, he had never intended to rescue Shisui. Given that Shisui's Kotoame Tsukumi was extraordinarily formidable, for a member of the Uchiha clan to possess such a divine technique was intolerable for a cunning individual like Danzo. Having traversed from another world, Shinyu possessed a godlike perspective to survey the entirety of the situation. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not expect everyone to share his omniscient viewpoint. Thus, he could not fully grasp the current predicament of the Uchiha clan. After all, his own strength was inadequate. Openly supporting the Uchiha would mean standing in opposition to Danzo, a scenario Shinyu wished to avoid. For now, he could only strive to avert the Uchiha clan's annihilation, salvaging whatever he could. Regarding Shisui, Shinyu had never harbored any illusions about saving him. Itachi, you have finally arrived. Let us commence our training. Shinyu suddenly adopted a different demeanor, affectionately grasping Itachi's arm while exchanging knowing glances. Realizing Shinyu's intent, Itachi quickly surveyed their surroundings and understood. There were others nearby. Let us proceed to the training ground. Itachi took Shinyu's hand and headed to the training area, with the surrounding Umbu following discreetly until they observed Itachi training with Shinyu, at which point they relaxed their vigilance. To be cautious, Shinyu quietly activated the firewall, and once the system confirmed that no one was nearby, he felt at ease to converse. Very well, now you may speak. Shinyu retrieved a kunai, idly spinning it around his finger, his expression markedly transformed from earlier. Shisui was my dear friend. He entrusted everything to me yesterday. As he spoke, Itachi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After regaining his composure, Itachi continued. Danzo feared Shisui's ocular abilities and forcibly removed one of Shisui's eyes. Afterward, Shisui managed to escape and entrusted his remaining eye to me. So what message do you wish to convey? Shinyu inquired, puzzled. Itachi gazed at Shinyu, a bitter smile forming on his lips. In truth, the third Hokage has promised to treat our Uchiha clan fairly, yet Danzo seems to trust no one but himself. Moments ago, Danzo lured Shisui to the back mountains and seized his Sharingan. Shisui, gravely injured, found me and conveyed that even if a reconciliation between Konoha and the Uchiha were possible, Danzo would never believe in the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Shinyu comprehended the implications. All his prior discussions with Fugaku and Fugaku's gradual concessions had been in vain. Although Shinyu had maintained a stance of saving whoever he could within the Uchiha, the current outlook appeared grim. What do you intend to do next? At Shinyu's inquiry, Itachi seemed uncertain, the thought of Shisui's demise weighing heavily upon him. I have resolved to uphold Shisui's will and dedicate my utmost efforts to protect Konoha. After a moment of silence, Itachi appeared to have made a significant decision, finally articulating those words with difficulty. Itachi, if peace is to be attained at the cost of your clan's lives, do you believe such peace is worth defending? Noticing Itachi's lingering confusion, Shinyu pondered briefly before deciding to present an analogy for Itachi to consider. Suppose your wallet is filled with considerable wealth, while those around you possess none. Thus, they unanimously vote to seize your riches to distribute among themselves. Would you deem this fair? Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Itachi shook his head, responding, that is certainly unfair. Then, what authority do you possess to strip your clan members of their lives in exchange for the stability of Konoha? Shinyu countered. As Itachi fell silent, Shinyu let out a weary sigh, saying, during my last visit to your home, I noticed your independent little marketplace. Should the elderly vendors there be condemned to death? However, Itachi began to speak, only for Shinyu to interrupt him without mercy. However, what? You merely intend to assert that the village's interests supersede all else. Yet I must inform you that Danzo does not fear the Uchiha clan. Rather, he covets your Sharingan. He claims to act for the village's sake. Yet is it justifiable to eliminate those who may one day surpass him? Is he not, in fact, undermining Konoha's strength? The population of the Uchiha clan is vast. If they were all exterminated at once, have you considered the immense loss it would incur for the village? Shinyu's words pierced Itachi's heart like daggers. prompting him to slowly grasp the truth. Indeed, what right did he possess to determine the fate of his clan? Every life is unique and invaluable. Yet, Itachi suddenly recalled Shirsue's last request before his demise, leaving him in a state of indecision once more. Itachi chose to end his life in order to delay the inevitable conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, a decision made out of his own volition. However, should you choose to assist in the annihilation of Konoha, it would mean elevating your own will above that of your kin. To be candid, your actions would be scarcely distinguishable from those of Danzo. Observing the youthful visage of Shunyu as he uttered such mature words, Itachi found himself stifling a chuckle. Yet, he had to concede that Shunyu's words held a kernel of truth. He indeed lacked the authority to strip his clansmen of their lives. Nevertheless, in the current predicament, Itachi was at a loss as to how to proceed. Sensing Itachi's turmoil, Shinyu spoke. Itachi, I am aware that you are a double agent, and thus, there are certain things I cannot disclose to you. In the coming days, please find an opportunity to take me to see your father. With that, Shinyu departed from the training ground without awaiting Itachi's response. Watching Shunyu's retreating figure, Itachi felt an inexplicable sense of trust welling within him. Remembering the solemn words of his dear friend before his demise and the amiable faces of his clansmen, Itachi ultimately resolved to place his faith in Shinyu. Shinyu, I hope you can manage this situation well, Itachi murmured. Chapter 14. The plan for withdrawal. Days later, Shinyu stood at the entrance of the ninja academy, watching as Sasuke emerged from classes. Sasuke, your brother mentioned he had matters to attend to, so he sent me to escort you, Shinyu declared. His intention to pick up Sasuke was primarily to mislead the Umbu monitoring the Uchiha clan. Given the tense atmosphere between the two factions, any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, to Sasuke, this scenario seemed perfectly ordinary, especially as he had not seen Shinyu in a while, which brought him immense joy. All right, Sasuke obediently replied. Thus, the two traversed the path back to the Uchiha compound. Although Shunyu sensed the presence of ninja surveillance around them, he continued to engage in light-hearted banter with Sasuke, embodying the innocence that resonated with Sasuke's own thoughts. Look, Shinyu has gone to the Uchiha compound again. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. An Umbu ninja whispered to a companion hidden in the shadows. His companion, casting a glance at the playful Shunyu and Sasuke below, nonchalantly replied, You can report if you wish. I can't be bothered. When he observed the incredulity in his companion's gaze, he elaborated, Itachi is on a mission today, so he entrusted Shinyu to pick up Sasuke. What is there to report about that? But what? The companion interrupted. Do you truly believe Shinyu would conspire with the Uchiha? Besides, look at how joyful they are together. The Umbu, witnessing the carefree duo below, ceased his insistence on reporting. After all, he had heard of Shunyu's rather unfortunate episode of vomiting. It appeared that his companion's assessment was indeed correct. They were merely two children at play. With this realization, he returned his focus to quietly observing the actions of the other Uchiha members. Thus, Sasuke and Shinyu successfully entered the Uchiha territory. Along the way, Shinyu noted that the Uchiha clansmen no longer bore the previous inscrutable expressions. Instead, smiles adorned their faces. Shinyu, since you're here, why not stay for dinner at my home? Sasuke invited, to which Shinyu graciously acquiesced. After their meal, Sasuke dashed outside to practice, leaving only Fugaku and Shinyu inside the house. Shinyu, Itachi mentioned you have something important to share with me. Please, go ahead, Fugaku inquired, his demeanor serious. Taking a deep breath, Shinyu recounted the unfortunate events surrounding Shirsue's demise. Upon hearing Shinyu's account, Fugaku's expression darkened considerably. That rascal Danzo, coveting our Uchiha Sharingan, concocts such grandiloquent justifications. Does he truly think the Uchiha are easy prey? Fugaku's ire burned as he continued. That old fool has the audacity to openly defy Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. We have garnered the goodwill of many villagers lately, yet he escalates his schemes. Shinyu remained silent, allowing Fugaku to vent his frustrations until he gradually calmed down. Shirsue was far too trusting. His death was truly a senseless loss. As Fugaku's temper waned, Shinyu stood and bowed slightly, addressing him. Uncle Fugaku, I apologize, my abilities are still insufficient. Seeing Shinyu's remorseful expression, Fugaku refrained from further admonishment and offered a faint smile. In truth, Shinyu, you need not be so hard on yourself. You are merely 6 years old and already possess remarkable talent. That day, You were responsible for the death of that Jonin from Kumobikure, correct? After Shinyu nodded, Fugaku exclaimed, truly, you are the son of Minato. He must be immensely proud of you. With that, Fugaku rose to leave. Uncle Fugaku, Shinyu called out as Fugaku stood to depart. Startled, Fugaku turned back, only to find Shinyu's eyes wide in surprise at the transformation of Fugaku's own eyes into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shinyu, you must not return to the Uchiha compound in the future. I will have someone escort you out shortly. I am aware that the Uchiha cannot contend with Konoha, and I cannot afford to burden you. Fugaku's words warmed Shinyu's heart, affirming that the second Hokage's words rang true. The Uchiha clan indeed possessed a clear sense of love and enmity. Even in the face of potential annihilation, Fugaku sought to distance himself from Shinyu. Uncle Fugaku, what if I have a solution? Shinyu quickly proposed. Upon hearing Shinyu's assertion, Fugaku remained silent, unwilling even to turn his head. For Fugaku, the immediate priority was to address the clan's affairs, not entertain other matters. Uncle Fugaku. The sudden shout from behind startled Fugaku, causing him to turn reflexively. Noticing Fugaku halt, Shinyu hurriedly continued, Uncle Fugaku, while sorting through my father's belongings, I discovered a new jutsu that may assist the Uchiha. A jutsu? Fugaku inquired, raising an eyebrow. Shinyu nodded and produced a scroll, presenting it to Fugaku. This is what I call the godly flying thunder god technique. He referred to it as such because he found it difficult to articulate the nature of the item obtained through the system. It was simpler to classify it as a jutsu. Listening to Shinyu's explanation, Fugaku's expression turned quizzical. He was familiar with the flying thunder god technique. Yet Shinyu's scroll, dubbed the godly flying thunder god technique, was entirely unfamiliar. Fugaku had never heard Minato mention such a technique, though its name did bear resemblance to Minato's nomenclature. Moreover, given the gravity of their situation, Fugaku had no inclination to dismiss Shinyu's claim as mere jest. Please, share your thoughts, Fugaku calmly requested. With Fugaku finally willing to listen, Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief, carefully structuring his words. Uncle Fugaku, you must understand that with Shirsue's tragic fate at the hands of Danzo, we have lost a key asset, making a coup d'etat implausible, correct? Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement, albeit with a hint of confusion. But how does this relate to your so-called godly flying thunder god technique? Uncle Fugaku, rather than sacrificing our clansmen unnecessarily, it would be wiser to conceal ourselves and bide our time. Would you not agree? Once more, Fugaku nodded, then added, indeed, we also wish to leave Konoha. Yet Danzo would never permit our departure. Thus, the necessity for the divine flying thunder god technique arises. Shinyu raised the teleportation scroll in his hand and inquired, Uncle Fuya, do you remember that I was incessantly undertaking C-rank missions some time ago? Of course, I remember. At that time, we thought you were in need of money. I even had Itachi send you some, but you refused, Fuya responded, further perplexed by the matter. He was quite curious as to why Shinyu was so insistent on accepting numerous C-rank missions, as it could be said that Shinyu hardly spent a few days in the village during those months. Uncle Fuya, are you not worried that Danzo will not allow you to leave? If so, I can utilize the divine flying thunder god technique to transport you away. Now, I do not fear disclosing that my purpose for taking on C-rank missions was to find a suitable location outside the village for the survival of your Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Shinyu's explanation, Fuya was utterly astonished by the child before him. What a meticulous line of thought. He could hardly fathom that Shinyu had begun planning this half a year ago, nor could he believe that the child had truly executed it. Is what you say true? Fuya quickly inquired. Indeed, Shinyu replied with an air of certainty. In truth, Shinyu was deeply apprehensive that Fuya would categorically reject his suggestion, for such matters often resemble the actions of a timid turtle. However, to his astonishment, everything transpired with remarkable smoothness. Splendid, Fuya exclaimed, nearly leaping out of joy. To be honest, Fuya had never wished to confront Konoha directly, as his own strength was indeed inferior to that of Konoha, and he did not want to see countless clansmen's lives sacrificed needlessly, a conclusion he dreaded. Yet now, all these issues had been resolved by Shinyu, this mere 6-year-old child, leaving Fuya momentarily at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Shinyu, do you have any interest in the Sharingan? Fuya inquired with great curiosity. The Sharingan of our fallen Uchiha clansmen is collected and ultimately preserved in specific cultivation mediums to maintain its vitality. Therefore, if you desire, I would not hesitate to bestow upon you a pair. Shinyu gazed at Fuya in utter astonishment. scarcely able to believe that the leader of the Uchiha clan would voluntarily offer him the Sharingan. Who would believe such a thing? However, upon reflection, Shinyu considered Kakashi, who had been deprived of his Sharingan. If he were to become like him, it would indeed be disastrous. Though he possessed the body of Hashirama, Shinyu had inquired of the system, which indicated that this physique merely allowed him to utilize wood release, without any enhancement in other aspects. Thus, he would still need to rely on his own efforts to acquire strength, rather than expecting instantaneous achievement. Uncle Fuya, I appreciate your kindness, but that power belongs solely to your Uchiha clan. Even if granted to me, it would not enhance my strength and might instead become a burden. In truth, Shinyu declined primarily because he had a plethora of Sharingan available for exchange in his system's point shop. Although they were costly, the system had assured him that, as the difficulty of tasks increased, the rewards would also rise, which did not concern Shinyu in the least. Observing Shinyu's steadfastness in the face of the temptation of power, Fuya's opinion of him elevated further, and he praised, "Well done, your temperament is commendable. You shall traverse a long path in the future." Shinyu hastily waved his hands to interrupt Fuya's praise, exclaiming, "Uncle Fuya, let us quickly discuss the escape plan." Fuya nodded in agreement. "Shinyu, these plans are your brainchild, so I shall heed your guidance." Gazing into Fuya's trusting eyes, Shinyu produced a map of Konoha village and commenced his explanation. "Uncle Fuya, the red and blue colors on this map represent the division between Uchiha and Konoha ninjas. I will now elaborate on my plan. First, you must gather all Uchiha ninjas capable of utilizing shadow clone technique. Even if only 3 clones can be created, they should be employed. Subsequently, they will transform into the appearance of ordinary Uchiha clan members to confuse the Umbu ninjas, allowing the true Uchiha clan members to exploit this gap to use the divine flying thunder god technique for transportation." Upon hearing Shinyu's plan, Fuya nodded in agreement, then asked, "Where will we be transported?" "To a small island not far from the land of fire. I have already set up a barrier there, rendering the island invisible to outsiders. I have also surveyed the island's terrain, and its resources are quite abundant. For ninjas of the Uchiha clan, they could construct houses in less than a month." After listening to Shinyu's words, Fuya nodded, though he subsequently sighed, saying, "I never anticipated that the Uchiha would meet such an end." Upon hearing Fuya's despondent remarks, Shinyu quickly reassured him, "Uncle Fuya, there is no need to be disheartened. This is merely a temporary retreat. When the time is ripe, you may return to Konoha village." Observing Shinyu's comforting demeanor, Fuya couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Very well. Do not trouble yourself with our concerns. In truth, I have considered that this situation may not necessarily be a misfortune for our Uchiha clan. It could serve as a motivation for them to strive harder in their training." Witnessing Fuya's disposition, Shinyu felt his worries dissipate and continued, "I have placed many necessities and provisions on that island, so when the time comes for your escape, you need not worry about carrying supplies." Fuya gazed at Shinyu, who had meticulously organized everything, and could not help but exclaim, "Shinyu, at times I envy Minato for having such an outstanding child like you." In response to the praise, Shinyu shyly smiled and said, "Uncle Fuya, your son is quite remarkable as well. Itachi possesses formidable strength too. Enough of this. I must promptly inform the clan to prepare. The hour is getting late. Let us hasten home." After glancing at the sky, Shinyu noted that it was indeed getting late. After bidding farewell to Sasuke, he set off on his journey home. Chapter 15 New Goals. A few days later, the entire Uchiha clan successfully fled from Konoha village as per Shinyu's plan on a moonless, windy night. As Shinyu surveyed the now deserted Uchiha residence, memories of Sasuke's face before departure flooded his mind. "Shinyu, will we meet again?" In the face of Sasuke's reluctance, Shinyu gently patted his head and reassured, "Do not worry, Sasuke. Once the time is right, I will bring you all back." He then glanced at Itachi and Fuya. Itachi appeared relatively at ease, as the retreat could be seen as another form of safeguarding Konoha village, whereas Fuya's eyes were filled with sorrow, for he was the leader of the Uchiha clan, and Konoha was their homeland. "Uncle Fuya, I will strive to grow stronger and bring you all back." In response to Shinyu's consolation, Fuya merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. It was somewhat ironic to think that his clan had been saved by the descendant of Minato while he, as an elder, could not provide Shinyu with any meaningful assistance. Before departing, Fuya sealed all the Sharingan into scrolls to bring along, while leaving all his wealth to Shinyu. thus contributing his final strength towards Shinyu's future. Shinyu did not refuse Fuya's generous gift, for in this world, aside from strength, wealth was also of paramount importance. After all, money could facilitate many endeavors, and even as a ninja, he too was paid for his services. Shinyu watched the Uchiha clan depart, feeling somewhat reflective. After all, they were the founders of Konoha village, yet they had been ostracized by families that joined later. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the original plot, preserving the existence of the Uchiha clan, and receiving a reward of 3,000 points. There is a reward for this. Listening to the mechanical voice resonating in his mind, Shinyu found himself momentarily stunned. However, before he could voice his inquiries, the voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the original plot, thereby preventing the brotherly conflict between Itachi and Sasuke, and earning 10,000 points. Astonished, Shinyu exclaimed joyfully at the system's reward. Yet, upon recalling the exorbitant prices in the points shop, he couldn't help but feel that the system was rather stingy. After all, Sasuke was also a protagonist, wasn't he? He had transformed Sasuke's fate, yet was rewarded with a mere 10,000 points. Did he need to hold a nuclear bomb and obliterate the Otsutsuki clan stronghold to earn a more substantial reward? With this thought, Shinyu rolled his eyes. The disappearance of the Uchiha clan sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Konoha, especially for Danzo, who remained baffled as to how the Uchiha clan could vanish entirely under his meticulous surveillance. According to the reports from the Umbu he dispatched, everything had appeared normal at the Uchiha residence until the clan members suddenly began fleeing in a frenzy towards the village's outskirts. However, upon pursuit, they found no trace of them. Upon returning to the Uchiha residence, they discovered it utterly deserted, resembling a ghost town. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this the spy you have cultivated? In the Hokage's office, Danzo was currently interrogating Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat calmly on a stool. If anyone were to suffer the most from the Uchiha clan's collective disappearance, it was undoubtedly Danzo. It was akin to having nurtured a fruit tree only to have its fruits plucked on the very day of ripeness. How could Danzo not be enraged? Hiruzen, speak the truth. Were you behind this? Seeing that Hiruzen continued to ignore him, Danzo's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers. Danzo, are you being too audacious? Hiruzen's gaze swept towards Danzo, causing the furious man to suddenly calm down. It had been years since Danzo had encountered that particular look from Hiruzen, signaling that he had indeed crossed a line this time. Noticing Danzo's silence, Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and coldly remarked, "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. You covet the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." With his thoughts laid bare, Danzo was not incensed, but rather responded candidly. Indeed, I covet the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but it is for the sake of the village. Ever since the first Hokage, who has been able to control the rampage of the Nine Tails. Hiruzen scoffed at Danzo, do not use the Nine Tails incident to pressure me. Were you not hiding in the shadows of the Umbu during the Nine Tails attack on Konoha 6 years ago? At Hiruzen's biting sarcasm, Danzo's face flushed with embarrassment. He was about to retort when Hiruzen interrupted him. Enough, Danzo. I do not wish to see this attitude from you again. Do not forget that I am the Hokage. Danzo was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Hiruzen's assertion. Danzo, do not assume I am oblivious to your actions. I am aware of everything you have done over the years, whether it be conducting human experiments with Orochimaru or secretly cultivating Hashirama's cells. You have already clandestinely eliminated numerous members of the Uchiha clan. It is time to cease this madness. With a sigh, Hiruzen continued, in truth, the Uchiha clan's disappearance may not be entirely detrimental to the village. At the very least, it prevents any potential bloodshed, does it not? With that, Hiruzen exited the office, unwilling to witness his old partner's antics any longer. If Danzo desired to be Hokage so desperately, he could remain in the office. By the way, do not entertain any thoughts of meddling with Naruto and Shinyu, perhaps out of guilt towards Minato, or perhaps due to his own sentimental nature. Hiruzen issued Danzo a final ultimatum. Previously, Danzo had indeed expressed a desire to keep Shinyu firmly under his control, but perhaps the Uchiha clan's disappearance had struck a chord within him, leading to a complete abandonment of that notion. Watching Hiruzen's departing figure, Danzo's brows furrowed deeper. The disappearance of the Uchiha clan prompted surrounding villagers to speculate wildly, with various rumors circulating, including claims of hauntings. It wasn't until Hiruzen, in his capacity as the third Hokage, stepped forward to quell the rumors that the situation was finally subdued. Nevertheless, the Uchiha residence remained an area no one dared approach. For even the third Hokage's explanation was vague at best. The Uchiha clan had deemed Konoha unsuitable for its members and departed. However, it was important to note that with so many Uchiha clan members, there should have been traces of them along their journey away from the village. Strangely, no one had ever seen the Uchiha clan since. It was as if the entire clan had been erased from existence, leaving no further information behind. As time passed, the incident gradually faded from memory, and life in Konoha began to return to its normal course. Shinyu was no exception. Over the 6 years, he had successfully passed both the Chunin and Jonin exams, and he was now a Jonin of Konoha. Although Shunyu's renown outside the Land of Fire paled in comparison to elite ninjas like Kakashi, he held considerable stature within the village. At just 12 years of age, he was the first Jonin in Konoha's history, while his peers had yet to graduate. During these 6 years, Shinyu had not squandered a single day. In addition to mastering the ninjutsu scrolls left to him by Fugaku, he had also adeptly learned Kakashi's self-created ninjutsu, Chidori. If one were to inquire how Shunyu had persuaded Kakashi to impart this remarkable technique, it would be necessary to mention the points shop of the system. Shunyu had specifically spent 200 points to exchange for the renowned classic Jinping Mei. Upon presenting this esteemed book to Kakashi, the latter wasted no time in teaching him Chidori along with some insights he had gained. Ultimately, under Shunyu's refinement, Kakashi's self-created ninjutsu Chidori evolved into a technique of even greater potency. Gazing at his palm enveloped in yellow lightning chakra, Shinyu pondered for a moment before naming the technique Genjan. Moreover, with the assistance of Noera Rin and the others, he had also begun to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique, which his father excelled at. Now, Shinyu could be said to possess significantly enhanced abilities. No longer merely endowed with an astonishing amount of chakra, but also proficient in numerous techniques. Life was truly delightful. After concluding a day of training, Shinyu wandered aimlessly down the street. Compared to 6 years ago, he had grown considerably taller, and his appearance had transitioned from adorable to strikingly handsome. One could say he now bore an increasing resemblance to the rock face of Minato Namikaze. As Shinyu looked up, he suddenly noticed that the Hokage rock, which had appeared pristine just yesterday, was now adorned with a riot of colors. "Hey, Naruto, stop right there!" Hearing a shout from behind, Shinyu turned to see Naruto sprinting past him with a paint bucket in hand. "Good morning, Shinyu." Even while fleeing, Naruto did not forget to greet Shinyu before dashing away without waiting for a response. "Hey." Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Shinyu felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that over the past 6 years, Naruto's life had been as vibrant as described in the original story. After all, Shinyu had devoted most of his time to enhancing his own strength, which had led to a decrease in his concern for Naruto. However, with Irika looking after him, Shinyu felt somewhat reassured. "Hey, why didn't you help catch that troublemaker?" Upon hearing someone refer to his younger brother as a scourge, Shinyu's expression instantly turned icy. He turned to observe the speaker, realizing it was the ninja who had been pursuing Mingren moments earlier. "Lord Shinyu." The ninja stammered, suddenly frightened upon recognizing his superior. "Did you not ask me to assist in capturing Mingren?" Shinyu questioned the Chunin before him, his face devoid of expression. In the world of Hokage, strength serves as the foundation of all. Despite this Chunin being considerably older than Shinyu, the latter's prowess rendered him superior, leaving the Chunin unable to express even a hint of dissatisfaction. "My apologies, Lord Shinyu. I failed to recognize you," the Chunin replied. Trembling, Shinyu, with a cold scoff, remarked, "It is truly laughable that a Chunin from Konoha cannot capture a mere student who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy." Shinyu's ire stemmed primarily from the Chunin's derogatory comment about his brother. Had he spoken respectfully, Shinyu would have readily assisted in retrieving Mingren. Noticing the Chunin's silence, Shinyu inquired, "Would you like me to summon Lord Hokage to assist you in capturing Mingren?" The Chunin, scared out of his wits, responded, "And no, I wouldn't dare." With Shinyu's words sending a chill down his spine, he lost all courage to meet his gaze. "Leave," Shinyu commanded. "Thank you for your forgiveness, Lord Shinyu." Grateful for the dismissal, the Chunin hurriedly departed. "Haha, Shinyu, I didn't realize you possessed such authority." Shinyu cast a helpless glance at a nearby wall, where he noticed a section trembling slightly, revealing the figure of Mingren. Observing his mischievous brother, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. However, Mingren showed no fear as he approached Shinyu, giving him a thumbs up. That guy used to chase me relentlessly, but seeing him like this before you brings me such satisfaction. Shinyu felt a headache coming on. It seemed he had unwittingly become a shield for Mingren's pranks. Quickly clean the paint off the rock wall, or I shall send you to Teacher Irika, Shinyu warned. Mingren responded with a cheeky face. No way. With that, he embarked on yet another escapade. Shinyu could only shake his head and smile, choosing not to pursue him. These matters were better left for other ninjas to fret over. Shinyu had no desire to intervene. System, open the attribute panel. Board. Shinyu accessed his personal attributes. Host, Bo Feng Shinyu. Strength, 10 speed, 9, chakra, 11 points, 11,417. Gazing at the displayed stats, Shinyu understood that his abilities had stabilized at these values. Over the past 6 years, he had discovered that even with perfect task completions, his stats showed little improvement. He had also inquired of the system, learning that Otsutsuki level stats average around 15. Thus, he could temporarily roam the ninja world with confidence. However, Shinyu was not without his shortcomings. Jinjutsu remained his only weak point, and he found himself reminiscing about Itachi's presence. Mingren was on the verge of graduation. He wondered if the boy had forgotten about Sasuke. 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and soon Mingren would become a genin. Shinyu's only thought regarding Mingren's growth was to accompany him until he left the village with Jiraiya for training. Beyond that, he had not contemplated further. Chapter 16. The Clue of Orochimaru. For 6 years, Shinyu had been tirelessly searching for a person known as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Regrettably, despite his efforts, he had been unable to obtain accurate information about Orochimaru. Whenever he stumbled upon potential leads, they would vanish before he could investigate. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he pondered that if finding Orochimaru were so easy, he would have likely been apprehended by Konoha long ago. However, with Mingren's graduation exam approaching, Shinyu recognized an opportunity. After all, the manipulative Mizuki sought power from Orochimaru by persuading Mingren to steal the Forbidden Scroll, which represented a crucial clue for Shinyu. He wondered what Orochimaru's current stance on cloning might be. Shinyu could not precisely gauge Orochimaru's state at this time. According to the original narrative, Orochimaru had begun coveting the power of the Sharingan by now. Yet, due to Shinyu's intervention in the fate of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru would never encounter Itachi within the Akatsuki nor be drawn to the power of the Sharingan. Nevertheless, Shinyu was certain that Orochimaru's pursuit of scientific knowledge remained unchanged, and he relished in luring others to him for the sake of acquiring supposed power. As for why Orochimaru had never sought him out, it was likely due to Shinyu's rapid ascension in strength. Moreover, as the child of Minato, he was undeniably rooted in legitimacy and thus would not fall within Orochimaru's selection criteria. Good morning. Upon hearing Mingren's voice behind him, Shinyu knew without turning that the boy was up to his usual antics. Turning to face the Hokage rock, Shinyu was taken aback. The statues of the first, second, and third Hokages remained intact, but the statue of the fourth had been defaced with a riot of colors. The most shocking detail was that Mingren had painted the statue's hair green. Mingren, Shinyu shouted at the unruly boy. He, Shinyu. Do you like the color I chose for your father? Mingren laughed before darting away. This time, however, Shinyu did not let it slide. He formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. For shadow clones surged forth, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Mingren and restraining his limbs, rendering him immobile. Let me go? Mingren struggled as Shinyu approached. You little rascal. Taking a deep breath, Shinyu suppressed the urge to reprimand him. After all, he was his brother, and Shinyu ultimately could not bring himself to punish him, opting instead to hand him over to Irika. As the sun set, Shinyu and Irika watched Mingren diligently scrub away the paint, sighing in unison. From Mingren's demeanor, it was evident he was dragging his feet. Observing his brother's behavior, Shinyu lamented how truly troublesome he could be. Mingren, if you don't clean up properly, you won't be leaving, Irika admonished, eyeing the lethargic boy. Please, I have no one waiting for me at home, Mingren retorted dismissively. Shinyu felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, over the years, Mingren had seemed perpetually alone. Although Shinyu occasionally slipped money into Mingren's home, he knew the boy had endured a profound loneliness. Mingren, if you finish quickly, I'll treat you to ramen, Irika suggested thoughtfully, gazing at the sky. Really? At the mention of ramen, Mingren perked up, excitement coursing through him. Teacher Irika, I'll get it done right away. Shinyu observed Ming Ren's enthusiasm and found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat reassured about Ming Ren for the time being, though he remained curious about how the future Team 7 would come to be formed. As it stands, without Sasuke present, Shinyu is unaware of who Naruto's teammates will be. Ultimately, spurred by the allure of ramen, Naruto diligently cleans the paint off the rock wall. Iruka, honoring his promise, takes Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen. After savoring a bowl of ramen, Naruto, with a gleeful smile, rubs his hands together and addresses Iruka. I have a request. Could I borrow your forehead protector for a moment? Is it this? Iruka inquires, pointing to the forehead protector on his brow. Upon seeing Naruto nod, he chuckles and shakes his head, declining. No, this is a symbol of a Konoha ninja. You must wait until after you pass the graduation exam in 2 days to wear it. TCH, how stingy. Naruto turns his head away, glancing expectantly at Shinyu. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Shinyu also declines. Naruto, if you wish to wear a forehead protector, you'll need to pass your graduation exam with flying colors. Humph. Naruto disregards Shinyu, channeling his frustration into appetite as he calls out to the uncle at the stand. Another bowl, please. Observing Iruka's pained expression, Shinyu offers. Iruka-sensei, let me treat you this time. After all, I am not short on money now. Shinyu, you are now the village's top prodigy, Iruka teases. TCH. Seeing his teacher praise Shinyu, Naruto scoffs. I will surpass Shinyu one day and become Hokage. All right, I believe in you. Shinyu replies with a smile. The trio finishes their dinner at Ichiraku Ramen, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days pass, leading to Naruto's graduation exam. Observing Naruto's despondent demeanor from a distance, Shinyu refrains from approaching, fully aware of the profound implications this event holds for Naruto. He understands that this is his sole opportunity to uncover clues about Orochimaru. Seated on the rock wall, Naruto's face is etched with disappointment and frustration. He cannot fathom why, despite his relentless training, he still fails to pass the graduation exam. In truth, Iruka harbors his own struggles, so please do not blame him. Turning his head, Naruto spots one of the examiners from earlier, Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei? Noticing Naruto's state, Mizuki chuckles and says, I have a method that could help you graduate. From afar, Shinyu observes the encounter between Mizuki and Naruto, choosing to mind his own business. For he already knows what is to come. That night, indeed, Naruto follows Mizuki's suggestion and steals the Forbidden Scroll. Gazing at the ninjas gathered in front of the Hokage's office, Shinyu is reminded of Naruto's disappearance 6 years prior. However, this time, he feels a profound sense of calm. The Forbidden Scroll was left behind by the first Hokage. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen passionately narrating the scroll's origins and its dangers, Shinyu cannot help but feel exasperated. To put it plainly, given Naruto's current talent, even if he were to study it all night, he would not be able to unravel the seal on his stomach. It is important to note that the seal on Naruto's stomach is not easily undone. It is a technique of the Uzumaki clan. Shinyu even suspects that the scroll was intentionally left for Naruto to steal by the third Hokage. After all, the shadow clone technique is not something everyone can easily master. Using it with Kakashi's chakra amount is tantamount to inviting calamity. With the third Hokage's command issued, Shinyu joins the other ninjas in searching for Naruto's whereabouts. As he separates from the group, he leisurely follows Iruka, knowing that Iruka was the first to find Naruto, followed by Mizuki. Sure enough, after finding Naruto, Iruka is struck by 2 shuriken from Mizuki. The scene is astonishing in Shinyu's eyes. Naruto, you are the Nine-Tails Fox. Upon hearing Mizuki's words, Naruto is left utterly stunned. He gazes at Mizuki in disbelief, and seizing this moment, Mizuki hurls a massive shuriken toward Naruto. Naruto, run. At that moment, Shinyu is moved as he watches Iruka throw himself in front of Naruto to shield him from the lethal blow. However, this very reason is why Shinyu chooses not to reveal himself just yet. Iruka, having lost his parents in the Nine-Tails incident, ultimately manages to set aside his prejudices against Naruto. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves some credit for this, it is Iruka's character that is most significant. Therefore, Shinyu has no intention of disrupting the bond between Iruka and Naruto. After a chase, Mizuki and Iruka encounter each other once more. However, this time, Naruto and Shinyu are both hidden in the shadows. The difference is that Naruto feels intense anxiety. He fears that his teacher only superficially acknowledges him. Of course, the fox is like that. Hearing this, Naruto's heart sinks. It dawns on him that the Irika-sensei who has always treated him well does not genuinely recognize him. Just as Naruto is about to leave with the forbidden scroll, he hears Irika's next words. But Naruto is not a fox. He is Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha Village. My student. Upon hearing Irika's declaration, Naruto, hidden in the shadows, is moved to tears. Watching Irika's unwavering conviction, Mizuki is baffled, but time is of the essence. He must find Naruto quickly. Irika, I had planned to deal with you later, but since this is the case, I shall send you on your way now. With that, Mizuki lunges at Irika with a rapidly spinning shuriken. Is this where it ends? With the shuriken closing in, the wounded Irika closes his eyes, awaiting his fate. Bang! Hearing a resounding crash, Irika opens his eyes in disbelief, realizing he is still alive, with Naruto standing protectively in front of him. Don't you dare touch Irika-sensei, or I will kill you. Naruto threatens Mizuki. Mizuki, hearing Naruto's words, finds them laughable, sneering. What a joke, you little brat. I could take you down with a single punch. Oh, what if I join in? Suddenly emerging from the shadows, Shinyu smiles at the arrogant Mizuki. Shinyu? What are you doing here? Mizuki's expression shifts to one of disbelief, losing all his previous bravado. Coincidentally, I have business with you. Since you harmed my teacher, let me settle the score. With that, Shinyu vanishes in an instant. Before Mizuki can react, Shinyu appears behind him and delivers a powerful kick, sending Mizuki soaring into a tree, where he collapses, unable to move. How strong! Watching Mizuki being kicked away, Naruto is momentarily dazed. Truth be told, this is the first time he has witnessed Shinyu's prowess since he became a Jonin. After subduing Mizuki, Shinyu smiles at Naruto, but notices Naruto is unable to meet his gaze. What is it? Naruto's expression is devoid of joy as he admits, Shinyu, I have long known about your father. However, as Irika-sensei said, you are my friend, Uzumaki Naruto, and not some fox. Hearing Shinyu's words, Naruto's face lights up with a smile, though his nose tingles with emotion as he chokes out, Irika-sensei, Shinyu. Alright, I must go capture this guy and report back. Irika-sensei, please let Naruto assist you back. Shinyu swiftly grabs the unconscious Mizuki and vanishes from sight. After careful consideration, Shinyu ultimately decided to reserve this tender moment for the master and disciple. Chapter 17, A Different Seventh Squad. Upon capturing Shueimu, Shinyu, in collaboration with Ibiki and others, managed to pry open Shueimu's lips, discovering that his intention in stealing the sealing book was indeed to seek allegiance with Orochimaru. Armed with the knowledge of Orochimaru's base location, Shinyu prepared to undertake a mission to leave the village in search of Orochimaru. Apologies, Lord Shinyu, but the third Hokage has specifically instructed that there are no missions available for you at this time. Shinyu looked at the task distribution center's staff, perplexed. He could not comprehend why Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to keep him in the village. Just as Shinyu pondered this, a figure descended directly before him. Lord Shinyu, the Hokage requests your presence. After Shinyu nodded, the Umbu responsible for delivering the message vanished without delay. What could that old man Sarutobi want with me? Shinyu mused. Over the past few years, he had been exceptionally well-behaved, never causing any trouble for Konoha. Furthermore, he had not engaged in close contact with Naruto. The thought of this filled Shinyu with even more confusion, yet he still made his way to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, I have arrived. As Shinyu pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, he was surprised to find another familiar figure alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? The figure he recognized was none other than Kakashi. Although Shunyu was now a Jonin of Konoha, he still referred to Kakashi as sensei due to Kakashi's prior role as his tutor. Shinyu, you can simply call me Kakashi from now on. Kakashi's unexpected correction left Shunyu momentarily stunned. Typically, Kakashi never addressed such matters, yet today he broke from tradition. Noticing Shunyu's bewilderment, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, Shinyu, Kakashi is correct. After all, you two will be the instructors of the 7th Squad. If you continue to call Kakashi sensei, then wouldn't Naruto have to refer to him as teacher as well? The instructors of the 7th Squad? Shinyu questioned, his confusion deepening. He had aimed to avoid close contact with Naruto to prevent raising Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions, yet today, Hiruzen had unexpectedly appointed Shunyu as Naruto's teacher, a sudden shift that left Shinyu feeling quite uncomfortable. Indeed, you heard correctly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued. The reason for your assignment as instructors for the 7th Squad is to ensure Naruto's safety. You both surely understand what is sealed within Naruto, correct? Upon hearing this, Both Kakashi and Shinyu instinctively nodded. While Kakashi had no qualms about becoming one of the two instructors, Shinyu's expression remained one of confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to sense Shinyu's thoughts and explained, this decision was made after careful consideration. Originally, the class placements for Naruto were already arranged upon enrollment. However, the sudden disappearance of the Uchiha clan left Naruto's Class 1 member short. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Shinyu questioned, Hokage-sama, could we not simply select an outstanding student from the next graduating class to fill the vacancy? It was not that Shinyu was unwilling, rather, he was contemplating how such a team composition would function during missions, especially in a three-member format like the Chunin exams. Shinyu had experienced the randomness of team assignments during his own Chunin exams, and the inadequacy of his teammates had been a significant challenge. The cohesion of a team is closely linked to the duration of their collaboration, and Shinyu knew he could not remain in the same team with Naruto indefinitely. Thus, he was uncertain about how to proceed. Driven by a desire to protect his brother, Shinyu wished to keep Naruto close. Yet he recognized that such overprotection would hinder Naruto's growth. Hokage-sama, may I refuse? Shinyu's sudden refusal caught Sarutobi Hiruzen off guard, but he patiently inquired, Shinyu, is your reluctance due to your father's past concerning Naruto? No, Shinyu shook his head. My father protected the village. It was his duty as Hokage. My refusal stems from the belief that if Naruto is under the strict protection of both Kakashi and myself, he may never achieve greatness. After all, it is exceedingly rare for two Jonin to mentor two Genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled at Shinyu's words and remarked, Shinyu, have you forgotten that Noira Rin and the others were also your leading Jonin? Did you not become Konoha's youngest Jonin as well? Hiruzen's statement left Shinyu momentarily speechless. Yet he understood that his success was largely due to the existence of the system. While Noira Rin and the others had indeed provided significant support, it ultimately came down to Shinyu's diligent training. Observing Shinyu's continued reluctance, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to express his true feelings. Do you remember the incident 6 years ago when Naruto was kidnapped by the shinobi from Kimogakure? Seeing Shinyu nod, Hiruzen continued, in fact, prior to that, many shinobi from various villages coveted the power of the nine tails sealed within Naruto. To them, Naruto is akin to a weapon. However, as you rightly pointed out, Naruto cannot remain overly protected within the village forever. Thus, I have deliberated carefully and decided to add an additional layer of security for Naruto. This is why I wish for you to become the lead Jonin of the 7th squad. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Shinyu, you must understand that since the Uchiha clan's disappearance, Konoha has become one of the weakest villages among the 5 great nations. Therefore, it is imperative that nothing untoward happens to Naruto. If anything were to happen to him, it would spell disaster for all of Konoha. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Shinyu gradually comprehended that, at the heart of it all, the old man was more concerned about the village's safety than about Naruto himself. However, for Shinyu, the outcome was ultimately the same. The nine tails sealed within Naruto was the very leverage he could wield with impunity in the village. Despite the villagers' disdain for Naruto due to his years of mischief, no one had ever dared to speak of killing him. The sealing of the nine tails was a double-edged sword for Naruto. Yet in Shinyu's view, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. He contemplated the necessity of finding an opportunity to extract his father's half of the nine tails for Naruto. Ultimately, Shinyu accepted Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestion and became the lead Jonin of the 7th squad. As he exited the Hokage's office, Shinyu ambled through the streets alongside Kakashi, who was engrossed in a book titled Intimate Paradise. Kakashi, I truly did not anticipate that we would both become the teachers of the 7th squad, Shinyu remarked, observing Kakashi's distracted demeanor. In the world of the Hokage, societal values were quite conservative. Had Shinyu been able to publish the novels he had read in his past life, he might have become a renowned businessman in the Land of Fire simply from selling books. Of course, Shinyu had no interest in writing such literature, for he was, after all, the son of the 4th Hokage. If he were to gain notoriety through such works, it would likely lead to a rather uncomfortable reunion with Minato should he ever be reincarnated. Indeed, Shinyu, I did not foresee this either. However, since we are familiar with each other, let us collaborate effectively moving forward. Kakashi responded, though his attention remained fixated on the narrative within his book. Noticing Kakashi's apparent disinterest in their conversation, Shinyu decided to refrain from further attempts at small talk. Kakashi, I shall take my leave now. Do not arrive late tomorrow. In response to Shinyue's admonition, Kakashi merely waved his hand, indicating his understanding. However, Shinyue was aware that Kakashi would most likely be tardy again, as this was his way of reminiscing about Obito. Fortunately, Obito had no penchant for consuming excrement. The following day, Shinyue arrived punctually at the classroom, only to find Naruto and Sakura had outpaced him. This revelation surprised Shinyue. Shinyue-kun, it's been a while. Sakura greeted enthusiastically, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she shyly inquired. Yesterday, Irika-sensei mentioned that there would be another member in our 7th team, so that member must be you, right? Observing Sakura's bashful demeanor, Shinyue sighed. Indeed. I am a member of your 7th team, though I must clarify that I am your instructor. When Shinyue first attended the Ninja Academy, he was quite popular among his female classmates, and Sakura was no exception. After Shinyue graduated early, Sakura shifted her focus to Sasuke. However, following the disappearance of the Uchiha clan, Sakura never publicly expressed her affections again. Shinyue chose not to comment further on this matter, understanding that at their age, it was entirely normal for boys and girls to harbor mutual feelings. Regarding how others referred to Sakura as Sakura-hime, Shinyue withheld his judgment, deeming it a subject worthy of observation. Nevertheless, from Shinyue's perspective, during the night of Sasuke's defection from the village, Sakura's willingness to forsake everything to pursue him indeed demonstrated a genuine love. What? Shinyue, you are my teacher? Witnessing his idol's flustered expression directed at Shinyue, Naruto could not help but feel a surge of jealousy, declaring, Shinyue, even if you are a teacher, I won't heed your words. Shinyue found himself at a loss for words, realizing that his younger brother persistently sought to challenge him. Yes, I shall henceforth be one of the 2 lead jonin for Team 7. As for the other, he is bound to arrive quite late, so you may disperse for now. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Shinyue knew Kakashi would not arrive early, and thus deemed it better to let them return home. Faced with Shinyue's nonchalant attitude, Sakura expressed concern. Is that really okay? After all, you are our teacher, perhaps we should wait a little longer. Then you may wait as long as you wish. I shall not remain here. He is certainly not one to arrive early, Shinyue remarked before departing the classroom, leaving Naruto and Sakura in a state of bewilderment. With Shinyue's exit, the classroom was left once more with just Naruto and Sakura, undoubtedly still reeling from the shocking revelations. Naruto. It seems both of our teachers in Team 7 are quite extraordinary, Sakura said softly, observing Shinyue's retreating figure. Naruto, momentarily stunned by Shinyue's actions, was soon overtaken by mischief. He propped a chalkboard eraser against the doorframe. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura hurriedly intervened, alarmed by his antics. Naruto replied, embodying a carefree spirit. Since he is late, there must be a price to pay. Isn't that a bit excessive? What if the teacher gets angry? Sakura protested. Though inwardly, she found the situation rather amusing, quietly cheering Naruto on. Sakura, let's make our exit, Naruto suggested, gesturing towards the window after setting the eraser trap. Isn't that somewhat impolite? Sakura timidly questioned. At that moment, she felt there was no one normal in her class. She had assumed Naruto would stay behind to wait for their teacher, even if it meant engaging in mischief, but now she realized she had underestimated him. As she watched Naruto escape through the window, Sakura pondered for a while before retrieving a chair to remove the chalkboard eraser and replacing it with a basin of water. After confirming that the trap was invisible from the outside, Sakura hummed a tune as she exited the classroom. Chapter 18. The Bell Heist and 1,000 Years of Pain. With Shinyue having chosen to become a lead jonin, it meant that his quest to locate Orochimaru would be postponed once more. Though reluctant, the prospect of accompanying his younger brother Naruto made it worthwhile. As for Orochimaru, that would have to wait until the Chunin exams. After all, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha bore no relation to his desire for the Sharingan. So Shinyue felt no urgency and instead focused entirely on being with Naruto. Shinyue, tomorrow morning at 6, we gather at Training Ground 3. Hearing Kakashi's voice, Shinyue turned to glance out the window. Bang! Before he could scrutinize further, Kakashi's form transformed into smoke and vanished before him. Nonetheless, Shinyue sensed something was amiss. It seemed Kakashi's attire was damp. However, Shinyue chose to disregard Kakashi's predicament and simply prepared for bed. Though Kakashi had notified Shinyue of their meeting time, Shinyue had no intention of adhering to it. Who could say when Kakashi would actually arrive? The next day, Shinyue rose lazily at 9 o'clock. After freshening up, he ambled to the dining area for breakfast. Once he was satisfied, he leisurely made his way to the training ground. Good morning, Shinue. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Shinue turned to see Naruto approaching with his small backpack, brimming with enthusiasm. Shinue, I must tell you. Last night a person named Kakashi informed me that he would be our lead teacher just like you, but I sensed he was rather displeased. I believe my prank upset him, Naruto cautiously explained. What did you do? Shinue asked, somewhat exasperated. It wasn't anything too serious. I merely placed a chalkboard eraser on the door, intending to tease him a bit, Naruto replied, nonchalantly. I think our teacher is quite formidable. He might hold a grudge. So if he ever targets me, you must stand up for me, Shinue. Naruto continued to mumble. Shinue, however, recalled the moment Kakashi's shadow clone vanished. Noting that his clothes appeared wet, with that thought in mind, he glanced at Naruto and promptly dismissed the notion. He understood his brother well, while Naruto enjoyed pranks. He was not one to lie. Thus, it followed that Kakashi's damp attire was unrelated to Naruto's antics. Naruto, where did you go after setting the eraser trap yesterday? Shinue inquired. I just left. Naruto replied without hesitation. I asked Sakura to join me, but she thought it impolite, so I ended up going alone. Upon hearing this, Shinue's suspicions began to coalesce. Good morning, Shinue. Naruto. Sakura greeted them with a wave. Shinue returned the gesture politely, observing Sakura's innocent demeanor. Shinue felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Sakura was undoubtedly the most cunning among them. She must have seized the opportunity to replace Naruto's prank with her own after he departed, leading to Kakashi's unfortunate encounter. All right, let us hasten to Training Ground 3. Upon the arrival of Xiaoying, Shinyu hastily beckoned the two to the training grounds. It was only now that Shinyu realized how frighteningly cunning Xiaoying could be. You all are quite early. In the third training ground, Kakashi wore a fierce expression, casting a disapproving glare at the tardy trio. Today was the sole day Kakashi had not arrived late, yet he found himself waiting for nearly 4 hours. Aha, Kakashi. I woke up before 5 today. After picking up Xiaoying and Naruto, we encountered 3 elderly ladies crossing the street. Thus, we each assisted one of them back to their homes, which is why we were delayed, Shinyu recounted, uttering a line that Kakashi found all too familiar. He added with a hint of mischief, You're not upset with us, are you? Kakashi, perhaps in disbelief, never expected Shinyu not only to master his techniques, but also to adopt his excuse for tardiness. At a loss for words, Kakashi managed a sheepish reply. I often help elderly ladies cross the street as well. All right, Kakashi, since everyone is here, please explain today's exercise. Shinyu boldly addressed Kakashi, as if it were Kakashi who had arrived late. Kakashi, taken aback by Shinyu's demeanor, felt at a loss. How could his esteemed mentor's son end up with such an attitude? Naruto, Xiaoying, first and foremost, I congratulate you both on graduating from the Ninja Academy. However, I must clarify that if you do not pass my examination, you will not qualify as ninjas. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shinyu casually leaned against the wooden post beside the training ground. After all, he was the supervising instructor, and everything that transpired was beyond his control. He merely needed to observe. Wait, does this mean that despite my hard work to graduate, if I fail under your assessment, Kakashi-sensei, I will lose my qualification as a ninja? Naruto exclaimed in panic. Kakashi shot Naruto an exasperated glare, retorting, If you interrupt me again, I will send you back to the Ninja Academy immediately. It was evident that Kakashi was still brooding over yesterday's events. While tardiness was typically his habit, he had not anticipated Naruto would pull such a refreshing stunt on him. To add insult to injury, Naruto had run off with Xiaoying. The mere thought of it left Kakashi feeling frustrated. Now, let me explain the rules of the exercise. With that, Kakashi retrieved a bell from his pocket, shaking it in front of Naruto and Xiaoying, declaring, Whoever snatches this bell will remain. The one who fails will return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training. Kakashi then produced a timer from his ninja tool pouch, tossing it to Shinyu and stating, You have 3 hours. You may use any means to attack me. All right. Naruto bellowed, emboldened by the announcement of the rules. He swiftly drew a kunai from his pocket, preparing to charge at Kakashi. Bang! Before Naruto could react, Kakashi had suddenly appeared behind him. With one hand, Kakashi seized Naruto's kunai-wielding hand while pressing down on his head with the other. What is your hurry? I haven't even called start yet. Glancing at the sudden appearance of Kakashi, Xiaoying began to doubt her chances in this bell-snatching contest. However, upon witnessing Naruto captured, she steeled her resolve to pass this test. All right, let us begin. Kakashi proclaimed, transforming into a cloud of smoke and reappearing at his original position. With Kakashi's command, Xiaoying swiftly darted away, seeking a hiding place to ambush. Come, let us compete for victory. Kakashi and Shunyu exchanged glances at Naruto, who stood boldly in the open, utterly unperturbed. Shinyu found himself pondering to whom Naruto's personality truly resembled. Fortunately, Naruto was not in the world of Digimon, otherwise, Taichi Yagami would likely have to yield his position. Here I come, Naruto shouted, raising his kunai and charging toward Kakashi. Unfazed by Naruto's advance, Kakashi calmly reached into his ninja tool pouch, an action that piqued Naruto's alertness. Kakashi casually pulled out a copy of Intimate Paradise, engrossed in its pages. Naruto, you needn't worry about me. Just focus on grabbing the bell, he remarked, undoubtedly wounding Naruto's pride. Seizing the moment, Naruto lunged at Kakashi with his kunai. However, Kakashi effortlessly sidestepped the lethal strike. Undeterred, Naruto aimed a kick at Kakashi's face, only for Kakashi to crouch and evade it with ease. Frustrated, Naruto attempted various attacks. Yet Kakashi evaded every single one without even glancing at him, causing Naruto to feel increasingly exasperated. As Naruto prepared for another assault, he suddenly felt a shift in his vision. When he looked again, Kakashi, who had been in front of him, had vanished without a trace. It seemed an iconic moment was about to unfold. Leaning against the wooden post, Shinyu mused as Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Naruto. At that moment, Naruto remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, glancing left and right, yet still failing to spot Kakashi. Naruto, behind you, Xiaoying shouted, finally prompting a reaction from him. A ninja should never expose their back to the enemy, Kakashi remarked ominously from behind. Seeing Kakashi forming the tiger seal, Xiaoying momentarily disregarded her own safety and shouted at Naruto, Naruto, run. You're going to die? Too late. Kakashi's voice echoed like a ghost from the depths of the underworld. Observing the tension between Kakashi and Naruto, Shinyu realized that the famous scene from the series was about to commence. Having watched it numerous times, it was his first experience witnessing it live, and he felt an exhilarating rush within him, exclaiming, it's happening. Wood Leaf Taijutsu's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. As Kakashi executed this technique, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Naruto was propelled into the air, clutching his backside as he fell into the river. 3 hours later, neither Naruto nor Xiaoying had successfully obtained the bell. Particularly for Naruto, he had unwittingly stepped into a trap set by Kakashi without a second thought. When the timer rang, Naruto found himself bound and unceremoniously tossed beside Shinyu. You too. I truly believe there is no need for you to return to the Ninja Academy. Kakashi's words struck like a thunderbolt upon the duo. Just as Naruto attempted to retort, Kakashi interrupted him. Naruto, you only know how to charge ahead recklessly. And Xiaoying, don't think I'm unaware that you've been covertly observing Shinyu. You both fought separately. You are, without a doubt, the worst ninjas I've ever seen. You must understand, if discord arises within a team, the enemy will easily defeat you. Considering Shinyu's reputation, I will grant you both another opportunity. 3 more hours to acquire the bell after lunch. There is a bento on the wooden post. Xiaoying, you eat it. If you dare share it with Naruto, both of you will automatically fail. With that, Kakashi and Shinyu vanished from sight. Shinyu, do you believe they can pass? Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, inquired of Shinyu while observing the training ground. Shinyu glanced at Naruto and Sakura in the training field, slowly shaking his head as he remarked, in truth, I am uncertain. After all, Team 7 is 1 member short, and should Sakura choose to heed your commands, there will be no one to persuade her otherwise. Deep down, Shinyu felt a twinge of anxiety. He had a certain understanding of Sakura's character. During their school days, she had always embodied the image of a dutiful girl, obediently following her teacher's instructions. Thus, for a moment, Shinyu could not fathom how the plot would unfold. In the training field, Naruto was tied up and unable to move, gazing longingly at the bento in Sakura's hands, drooling uncontrollably. Noticing Naruto's pitiful expression, Sakura glanced around, and after a moment of inner conflict, she cautiously picked up a piece and whispered to Naruto, Naruto, open your mouth. Sakura, you needn't worry about me. Please don't let my violation of the rules affect you. Naruto hurriedly replied, watching Sakura's actions. Enough of this hesitation, the teachers will return shortly, she stated, and without further ado, she fed the bento to Naruto. From a distance, Shinyu and Kakashi exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. All right, I shall announce that they have successfully passed," Kakashi declared before vanishing in an instant before Shinyu's eyes. Observing the jubilant Naruto and Sakura, Shinyu couldn't help but reminisce about Sasuke, who was far away on a deserted island. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Chunin exam in the serene mountains behind Konoha. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A shadow darted past and concealed itself in the nearby woods, falling silent. 3 figures swiftly followed. Unlike the previous shadow, these figures made no sound. "Naruto, how far is the target from you?" Shinyu inquired, pressing the communication button on his earpiece. Amidst a faint crackle from the earpiece, Naruto's voice emerged. "Shinyu, I see the target. It is less than 100 meters ahead of me." "Good, Naruto. Do not act rashly." "Sakura, have you reached your designated position?" In response to Shinyu's inquiry, Sakura firmly replied, "Shinyu-sensei, I have arrived at the specified location and have blocked the target's escape route." "Excellent. Commence the operation." "Understood." With Shinyu's command, Naruto propelled himself forward at incredible speed. Rushing into the thicket ahead. "Meow? Shinyu, the target has been successfully captured." Hearing the good news from Naruto, Shinyu let out a sigh of relief. After a tense deployment, the cat named Xiao who was ultimately caught by Naruto. Shinyu pulled out a photo to compare with the cat in Naruto's hands and affirmed, "Indeed, this is Xiao Hu. The mission has been flawlessly accomplished." The tasks assigned to Genin often tended to be rather mundane. After Naruto and Sakura passed their tests, Kakashi and Shunyu began accepting missions with them. For the most basic D-rank missions, Kakashi and Shunyu would rarely appear simultaneously, if they did. It was merely out of boredom. After all, these tasks often involved trivial chores like digging up sweet potatoes or finding lost cats. Sometimes, they wouldn't even show up, simply asking the staff at the mission center to handle the assignments on their behalf. As for C-rank missions, Shinyu was perpetually curious. No matter how he and his team attempted to accept missions, they seemed unable to secure the one leading to the Land of Waves, leaving him somewhat puzzled. System. Why am I unable to accept the original plot mission to the Land of Waves? The system's response illuminated Shunyu's understanding. Indeed, the mission to the Land of Waves. Aside from its iconic scene featuring Kakashi's water dragon jutsu and its 44 hand seals, was also a crucial element in the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. Recalling the image of Sasuke collapsing in Naruto's arms, weakly urging him not to die, and Naruto's furious transformation into the Nine Tails, Shinyu found that scene to be rather beautiful. Unfortunately, Sasuke was currently absent from Team 7, and it seemed unlikely that they would undertake that mission anytime soon. Ultimately, Shinyu resolved to dutifully guide Naruto and Sakura through tasks within their capabilities, such as delivering goods to merchants, which posed minimal danger but still required them to confront some vicious bandits. Through these practical experiences, Naruto and Sakura's abilities would undoubtedly see tangible improvement. As time passed, Shinyu was aware that the arrival of Orochimaru was drawing near. He had always harbored the intention of recruiting Orochimaru into Konoha. As one of the few scientists in the ninja world, Orochimaru was a key figure in addressing the challenges posed by the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Although Orochimaru was notorious for his gruesome human experiments, Shinyu believed that when facing the Otsutsuki clan in the future, the presence of a scientist like Orochimaru might be crucial to sustaining the entire ninja world. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary abilities of a protagonist. Many individuals in this world could hardly even gather chakra. Shinyu, the Chunin exam is approaching. What are your thoughts? Upon returning home after a day's tasks, Shinyu was surprised to find Kakashi unusually waiting at his doorstep. Observing Kakashi's serious demeanor, Shinyu inquired, if I recall correctly. The Chunin exam requires genin to form teams of 3 to register. It appears that Team 7 is 1 member short. Shinyu was indifferent regarding the Chunin exam. Ultimately, it would be interrupted by Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. To him, whether they participated or not was inconsequential. Kakashi, observing Shunyu's nonchalant expression, remarked, I actually believe that the Chunin exam could serve as valuable training for Naruto and Sakura. Moreover, this exam is being jointly held with our allies from the Wind Village, and nearly all the ninjas from the smaller nations nearby will participate. And so, Shinyu cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi and asked, where shall we find a last-minute genin for Team 7? The Hokage's intention is to assign one from the pool of genin to temporarily join Team 7, Kakashi explained candidly. Very well, you may decide, Shinyu replied, opening the door and stepping inside, disregarding Kakashi. Kakashi, taken aback by Shinyu's demeanor, found himself puzzled. He had always believed that Shinyu placed great importance on enhancing Naruto and Sakura's skills, so it was perplexing that he seemed so disinterested in the Chunin exam. Hey, remember to come with me to see the Hokage tomorrow. Both of us from Team 7 must agree for us to participate in the Chunin exam. Kakashi suddenly called out to the retreating Shinyu. Seeing Shinyu remain unresponsive, Kakashi was left uncertain of his thoughts. However, he was accustomed to Shinyu's attitude. If necessary, he could always visit Shinyu again tomorrow morning. With that thought, Kakashi decided not to linger and hurried off to his next destination. Finally, after Kakashi departed, Shinyu exhaled in relief, savoring the newfound tranquility to focus on his training. Although his current strength allowed him to traverse the ninja world with ease, Shinyu remained vigilant, preparing for the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki clan. For now, these were merely minor skirmishes. The following day, before 9 o'clock in the morning, Kakashi arrived at the Kamizuki residence to knock on the door. Observing Kakashi's punctuality, Kamizuki felt a sense of empowerment, for he had seemingly cured Kakashi of his habitual tardiness. Kamizuki, let us first go and check on the new genin assigned to Team 7 by Lord Hokage. In response to Kakashi's suggestion, Kamizuki had no objections and followed him to the meeting place. However, Kamizuki soon found himself unsettled. Before him stood an individual who, although slightly youthful compared to his anime counterpart, possessed distinctive large eyes and peculiar attire that made it impossible for Kamizuki not to recognize him. This is your future teacher. Kamizuki, why don't you introduce yourself? Kakashi gestured toward the young man. Hello, Teacher Kamizuki, my name is Yamato. I am a genin who previously failed the Chunin exam, and I look forward to your guidance during this time. After uttering this, Yamato fell silent, unsure of what else to say. Gazing at Yamato, Kamizuki was left in a state of shock, accompanied by a heartfelt thought. Is this truly a genin? Although Kamizuki was unaware of Yamato's strength during this period, he was certain that Yamato had been retrieved from Danzo by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and before that, Yamato had attempted to assassinate the third Hokage. A genin attempting to assassinate the Hokage? Observing Naruto and Sakura's curious gazes directed at Yamato, Kamizuki could not help but admire Sarutobi Hiruzen immensely. It seemed that the disappearance of the Uchiha clan had indeed impacted him greatly. Yamato's presence here was entirely due to Sarutobi's concern that Naruto might find himself in peril again. It appeared that not only was Sarutobi pretending, but Kakashi was also playing his part. Witnessing Kakashi feign ignorance of Yamato, Kamizuki felt a wave of exasperation. In truth, Kamizuki could also learn wood-release techniques, and he believed that given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly perfect them beyond Yamato's capabilities. After all, he had previously acquired the abilities of Hashirama from the system, while Yamato was merely a product of cells derived from Hashirama, making their differences stark. However, over the years, Kamizuki had not had the chance to practice wood-release techniques. In fact, as time passed, he had even forgotten that he possessed this skill. Noticing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Kakashi hurriedly introduced Yamato. Yamato is a ninja with both water and earth chakra affinities. He failed the Chunin exam previously due to insufficient strength, so Lord Hokage has decided to temporarily assign him to Team 7. Kamizuki was left speechless at Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor. Although Sarutobi's actions were somewhat shameless, with Yamato's protection, at least Kamizuki did not have to worry about Naruto encountering any mishaps during the Chunin exam. Very well, you all take your time to get acquainted. I shall go submit the paperwork to Kakashi. With that, Kamizuki did not wish to linger for another minute, and promptly pulled Kakashi away. Initially, he thought that Orochimaru impersonating a genin and the Kazekage was outrageous enough, yet now there was an additional Yamato. It seemed that this year's Chunin exam would indeed be riveting, and Kamizuki found himself somewhat eager to witness the unfolding of events. As for the plans regarding the Chunin exam, being a jonin, Kamizuki was well aware of the exam's general content. He could already envision the astonished expressions on both Orochimaru and Yamato when they encountered each other in the Forest of Death. As the date of the Chunin exam drew closer, numerous ninjas from other nations began to arrive in Konoha. Watching the influx of people, Kamizuki noted that among them were quite a number of adults. The Chunin exam felt akin to the ancient imperial examinations of his previous world, with candidates of all ages participating. As the candidates gradually assembled, Kamizuki realized that Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin was about to commence. Chapter 20. The plan to return to Konoha after recommending the members of Team 7 for the Chunin exam alongside Kakashi Kamizuki proceeded directly to Naruto and the others, distributing the recommendation letters to them. With Yamato's protection, Kamizuki truly did not believe Naruto would encounter any danger. Furthermore, due to the disappearance of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru would likely shift his focus elsewhere. Don't worry, Kamizuki, I will definitely pass the Chunin exam, Naruto declared with fervor. Observing Naruto's fearless attitude, Kamizuki did not linger. And after escorting Naruto, Sakura, and Yamato to classroom 301, he departed. After all, following the written test, the grueling 5-day exam in the Forest of Death would commence. And during that time, Kamizuki had nothing to do. The events of the Chunin exam were far too distant in Kamizuki's memory. He could hardly recall what had transpired in the Forest of Death. He only remembered that initially, Orochimaru chased after Naruto and his group, ultimately burning the Heaven Scroll in Naruto's possession. But fortunately, they had managed to advance under Kabuto's guidance. I truly wish I could see it, Kamizuki thought as he gazed at the Forest of Death, surrounded by the examiners. Alas, during the exam, all non-participants were prohibited from entering, even as a jonin. Kamizuki could not openly disregard the rules, and the thought of it left him with a sense of regret. He genuinely wished to witness Orochimaru's reaction upon seeing Yamato. Kamizuki, let us go eat together. As he stepped out the door, Kakashi and several other jonin instructors beckoned him to join them for a meal, especially Guy, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Kamizuki. Kamizuki, you've become a jonin instructor so quickly. It seems your youth is truly spirited. With that, Guy gave Kamizuki his signature thumbs up. Faced with the group's invitation, Kamizuki could not decline and accompanied them to a nearby barbecue restaurant. In all honesty, Kamizuki found it difficult to connect with them. After all, teachers tend to discuss their students when gathered together, making the meal rather dull for him. After dining, Kamizuki returned home and promptly took out the summoning scroll to prepare for his journey to the Uchiha clan. In Kamizuki's view, it would be best for the Uchiha clan to re-emerge when Konoha faced dire straits, allowing them to solidify their standing. With Orochimaru about to implement his plan to dismantle Konoha, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for the Uchiha clan's resurgence. The reason Kamizuki dared to openly teleport at home was that the ninjas in the village were preoccupied with the Chunin exam and had no time to attend to other matters. I wonder how Sasuke's strength has progressed. He recalled the last time he had seen Sasuke was 2 years ago when Sasuke had already reached the level of a genin. Thus, Kamizuki eagerly anticipated Sasuke's current abilities. As the sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, Kamizuki found himself transported to a remote island, where the Uchiha clan erupted in excitement upon his arrival. Lord Kamizuki is here. A clan member working in the fields spotted Kamizuki's sudden appearance and hurriedly dropped his tools to rush back to the village. Soon at his call, a throng of villagers came pouring out. Among the crowd, Kamizuki spotted Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke at the forefront and greeted them. Uncle Fugaku, Itachi, Sasuke. It has been a long time. At this moment, Sasuke was no longer the slightly shy boy he once was. With 2 years of growth, he had become even more handsome. The only difference from the original story was that while Sasuke now appeared somewhat aloof, his heart remained devoid of darkness. It's Kamizuki. What brings you here today? Fugaku inquired with a smile. Kamizuki, you're not planning to bring us food again, are you? In recent years, due to concerns about the dietary habits of the Uchiha clan on the island, Shinue initially took it upon herself to periodically purchase substantial quantities of preserved meats, such as jerky, to send to the Uchiha clan. On one occasion, she even specifically bought snacks from Konohagakure to deliver to them. While this did not incur a significant expense, it symbolized her care and consideration for them. Over time, some members of the Uchiha clan began to refer to Shinue as Lady Shinue, a title that Fugaku did not discourage, for after all, the lives of his clan were essentially saved by Shinue, and he had no reason to oppose their respect for her. Uncle Fugaku, I have come to bring you all back to the village, Shinue declared with a smile, revealing her intentions. Is that true? Fugaku asked, his surprise genuine. Given the island's isolation, although Shinue had successfully safeguarded the Uchiha clan from annihilation, it did not mean that Fugaku was content to remain there for eternity. After all, Konoha was founded by both the Senju and Uchiha clans, and how could those who had lived in the village for generations not long for their homeland? Indeed, it is true, but we must discuss the specific plan, Shinue replied, nodding. Let us go inside to talk, she suggested. With that, Fugaku took Shinue by the hand and led her directly into the village, while the clan members behind them instinctively made way. Shinue, is the information regarding the Konoha collapse plan accurate? Upon hearing Shinue's explanation of Orochimaru's scheme, Fugaku couldn't help but frown, for such matters were not to be taken lightly. Although Orochimaru had defected from the village years ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been notably lenient towards his former disciple, merely issuing a bounty without pursuing him vigorously. Thus, Fugaku found it perplexing why Orochimaru would choose to destroy Konoha. Uncle Fugaku, the information is indeed accurate. After all this time, do you think I would speak without evidence? Fugaku glanced at Shinue and chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, Shinue's judgments had proven correct over the years, and thus Fugaku continued to trust her insights. I believe you. However, I must say, Shinue, you have pleasantly surprised me. I initially thought we would have to wait until you became Hokage to return to the Uchiha clan. Yet here we are, just 6 years later, and we are able to go home. Listening to Fugaku's reflections, Shinue felt a sense of joy for him. As a time traveler, she too longed for her former home. At the very least, the Uchiha clan was fortunate, as they had the opportunity to return to Konoha, while she would never be able to return to that azure planet. Uncle Fugaku, how many members of your clan have reached the level of Jonin? Shinue inquired. Jonin, you say? Fugaku pondered for a moment, then replied, there are approximately 100, although their strengths vary significantly. Some possess Sharingan that have yet to unlock even the 3 Tomo. How about this? Let us select the 30 strongest members of your clan to accompany you for the transfer to Konoha. This way, we can avoid instilling fear in the villagers while effectively rescuing the village. What do you think? Upon hearing Shinue's proposal, Fugaku nodded in agreement. Very well, Shinue. You may arrange it. As for the subsequent discussions, I will take you to negotiate with the higher-ups in Konoha. After the war, the village will be in disarray, and they will find themselves in a precarious position. After all, the Uchiha clan appeared at a critical moment for Konoha. If the higher-ups refuse to allow our return, it would be difficult to justify to the villagers. Listening to Shinue's analysis, Fugaku felt as though he was not conversing with a mere 13-year-old child, but rather with a shrewd strategist. Nevertheless, he was relieved that Shinue stood alongside him rather than as an adversary. After discussing several details, Fugaku's tone became more relaxed. He looked Shinue up and down, his gaze filled with curiosity. Shinue, you are not so young anymore. Do you have a girl you fancy? Coughing, Shinue, who had been drinking water, nearly choked upon hearing Fugaku's unexpected question. Seeing Shinue's reaction, Fugaku continued, what a pity I am unable to arrange it. Both my children are boys. If Sasuke had been a girl, I would have insisted she marry you. With that, Fugaku glanced at Sasuke, who was sitting nearby. Uncle Fugaku, matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Shinue quickly interjected to halt Fugaku's ramblings. I am still young and not ready to consider such significant life decisions. Oh, come now. Shinue, you are already 13. At your age, I had already found my match. Seeing Fugaku's demeanor, Shinue found herself at a loss for words. How was it that even in the world of Hokage, someone was urging him to find a partner? Was this curse inescapable? Noticing Fugaku was about to say more, Shinue quickly turned to Sasuke. Well, Sasuke, it has been a while. Let me see how much your skills have improved. With that, she abandoned Fugaku in the house and hurriedly pulled Sasuke outside. Naruto, is he doing well? Sasuke suddenly asked as he was being tugged along by Shinue. Upon hearing Sasuke's concern for Naruto, Shinue cast a surprised glance at him. True to their lineage as the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, these two brothers seemed to share an unbreakable bond. Despite being separated for so long, it appeared Sasuke still held memories of Naruto, contrary to her earlier assumptions. He is doing very well, and you will see him soon, Shinue replied with a smile. Shinue remained with the Uchiha clan until evening, feeling quite satisfied with their overall strength, particularly with Itachi and Sasuke. Itachi's prowess had already surpassed Kakashi's, and Sasuke had diligently honed his skills over the years, growing increasingly powerful. What delighted Shinue even more was that Sasuke's Sharingan had reached the double Tomo stage, and he was on the cusp of unlocking the 3 Tomo. Witnessing Sasuke's growth, how could Shinue not feel exhilarated? Shinue, are you there? Just as Shinue returned home, she heard Kakashi calling her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She was fortunate to have returned early. Had she been a minute late, Kakashi would have witnessed her arrival. The secret of the system was something Shinue would never disclose to anyone, for it was simply too unbelievable. What is it, Kakashi? Do you need something? Shinue found it odd that Kakashi had come looking for her at this hour. he was not one to seek her out without a significant reason. While patrolling the village, our ninjas discovered several corpses. Upon investigation, they were identified as participants in the Chunin exam. However, there were no reported absences from the written exam, Kakashi stated gravely. This means someone has infiltrated the village disguised as a Chunin exam participant? Shinue responded. Yes, the Umbu has already reported this to Lord Hokage. The intentions of the intruders remain unclear, so the Hokage has decided to continue the exam while ordering us to remain vigilant, Kakashi explained, his serious demeanor eliciting a faint smile from Shinue. It was no wonder that the initial phase of the Konoha collapse plan had suffered significant losses. Yet, Shinue refrained from offering any reminders, as the Konoha collapse plan held critical importance for the Uchiha clan's return. Furthermore, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance, it was not surprising that Orochimaru had defected from the village. Understood. I will keep an eye out for any suspicious activities in the vicinity and report directly to Lord Hokage should I discover anything, Shinue assured, nodding in agreement. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Remember to welcome Naruto and the others at the preliminary venue in 4 days. With that, Kakashi vanished before Shinyu in an instant. Chapter 21. The Vanished Caged Bird. 4 days later, Shinyu, accompanied by several Jonin leaders, arrived at the towering center of the Death Forest, the location of the preliminary rounds. Upon glancing at the already assembled contestants, he immediately recognized several familiar figures. Upon spotting Team 7 among the arriving teams, Shinyu began to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Indeed, he discovered Orochimaru mingling among the group of instructors. However, Shinyu had no intention of approaching Orochimaru at this moment, to avoid alerting the serpent. As Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the commencement of the preliminaries, a ninja leapt down from the railing. I am the referee for this preliminary round. My name is Suki no Kaze. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to do so. Observing Suki no Kaze gasping for breath as if he might collapse at any moment, Shinyu could not help but feel somewhat exasperated. I forfeit. Do raised his hand decisively. I also forfeit. Following the voice, Shinyu turned to see his teammate, Yamato, raising his hand. Observing Naruto's astonished and perplexed expression, Yamato explained, my body has truly reached its limit. It seems I am indeed fated to remain a genin. With that, Yamato sluggishly departed, dragging his weary body. Naruto then looked towards Do, who stated, in fact, I was injured during the first exam. Reaching this point has been quite strenuous. I can no longer endure. To this, Naruto had no doubt, as Do had assisted him from the very beginning. Although somewhat regretful, Naruto refrained from voicing further comments. As another ninja withdrew, the Chunin exam preliminaries gradually unfolded. With the matches beginning, all spectators took their places on the sidelines. Shinyu, observing the names flashing on the large screen, yawned out of boredom. For him, this level of competition was hardly captivating. His primary purpose for attending was to see if any candidates caught Orochimaru's eye. As match after match commenced, Shinyu's gaze remained fixed on the contestants fighting below. He understood that once marked by Orochimaru, moving chakra would become perilous. Otherwise, the curse seal would be triggered and envelop the body. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Watching the names appear on the screen, Shinyu felt a sense of ennui. To be honest, he could not comprehend the fighting style of the Hyuga clan. Despite possessing the Byakugan for long-range observation, their offensive tactics remained close combat. It was akin to attaching a telescope to a baseball bat. One could see who was approaching, yet could not launch any attacks. What was initially an unremarkable match took a turn when Neji stepped onto the stage. It seemed something was amiss with him. Hinata, go for it. Naruto shouted from the sidelines. Shinyu then turned to Lee, asking, what happened to Neji in the Death Forest? Lee looked at Shinyu in disbelief, as if questioning how he knew such things. To be honest, under Shinyu's cold gaze, Lee ultimately divulged the truth. Neji was chased by a mysterious figure who, after subduing him, marked him with a cursed seal. Upon hearing this, Shinyu realized that Orochimaru had set his sights on the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. However, what surprised Shinyu was that Neji displayed no signs of distress. In the original narrative, Sasuke had experienced pain from the curse seal's location, yet Neji appeared unfazed. Now, the sixth match of the Chunin preliminary rounds begin. With Suki no Kaze's command, Hinata and Neji, both adept in close combat, clashed directly. After exchanging several blows, it became evident that Hinata was struggling against Neji, unable to keep pace with his speed. Seizing the opportunity, Niji unleashed his mastery of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. As Niji's assault intensified, Hinata found herself unable to defend, her arms weakly falling to her sides. 32 palms. Yet, Niji seemed consumed by rage, fully dominated by the fury within him. Looking at Hinata, she had suffered grievous injuries, with blood staining her front. "Hinata!" Naruto shouted in alarm. After taking 32 hits, Hinata struggled to remain standing, but Niji showed no intention of relenting, charging toward her. With a thunderous crash, Niji was sent flying. Shinyu, unlike the other Jonin from the original story, could not afford to let Niji continue. Otherwise, his sister-in-law would perish. Observing Niji on the ground, Shinyu marveled at how Orochimaru had transformed Niji into such a ruthless fighter. "Tsuki no Kaze, declare Niji the victor," Shinyu commanded. Although the crowd was taken aback by his sudden intervention, they understood that if Niji continued, Hinata would undoubtedly perish on the stage. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, aware that the death of the clan's heiress would plunge the Hidden Leaf village into chaos. Alright, the result of this match. Just as Tsuki no Kaze began to raise his hand to announce the outcome, he was interrupted by a voice. "Who says the match is over?" Shinyu turned to see Niji, who had just been kicked away, slowly rising from the ground. "Step aside, or I will kill you," he growled at Shinyu. Shinyu noticed that half of Niji's skin was now covered by the cursed seal, his mind consumed solely by anger. This is intriguing, Shinyu thought. He was well aware of the force he had used. Even Naruto, with the 9 tails, could not recover so quickly. It seemed he had underestimated the power of Orochimaru's cursed seal, which could enhance one's strength to such a degree. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Shinyu knew he had to act swiftly to subdue Niji and ensure the match could continue. In that moment, he utilized the body flicker technique, appearing behind Niji, intending to knock him unconscious with a swift strike. Return to heaven. Niji, without hesitation, countered Shinyu's sudden attack with his own technique, forcing Shinyu back. Observing Niji, whose half-body was now consumed by the cursed seal, Shinyu felt a surge of irritation. Although he possessed 100 methods to defeat Niji, he wished to avoid causing him any lasting harm. "I told you to step aside." Niji, emboldened by Shinyu's retreat, pressed the attack. "Niji!" With Lee's shout from the sidelines, Niji's frenzy began to subside, his gaze sharpening. Seizing the moment, Shinyu swiftly executed the body flicker technique, delivered a precise strike, and carried Niji away from the match. "Shinyu, how is Niji?" Upon exiting, Guy hurried after him, eager to check on Niji's condition. Shinyu, seeing Guy's concern, reassured him, "He will be fine. I am taking Niji to the hospital. You should return and continue cheering for Lee." "Alright," Guy agreed without hesitation. After all, apart from Lee and Gaara, all contenders had already participated in the matches. Regarding the prowess of Awaro, Kai sensed that this would undoubtedly be a grueling battle for Shaoli. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed Shinyu to take care of Niji in the hospital before returning to the competition site. In the hospital, Shinyu removed Niji's forehead protector, only to discover that there was no mark upon his brow. Although Shinyu could not recall the precise appearance of that mark, he recognized it as the symbol of the caged bird, unique to the Hyuga clan. Truly, Orochimaru was formidable, having even unraveled the caged bird seal. Observing the unconscious Niji, Shinyu could not help but marvel at Orochimaru's prowess in breaking such a seal. The news of the caged bird's disappearance swiftly circulated, garnering significant attention from the Hyuga clan. Many clan members rushed to visit the still hospitalized Niji. By this time, Niji had regained consciousness. Yet Shinyu could discern his deep aversion towards the main family. Despite this resentment, the main family ultimately insisted on re-engraving the caged bird seal upon Niji's forehead. Astonishingly, no matter how diligently the main family members toiled, they could not inscribe the seal upon Niji's brow. After much effort, they failed to succeed and squandered considerable chakra in the process. Watching the main family members flounder, Shinyu found the situation somewhat amusing. While the world of Hokage may seem somewhat conservative compared to the past, it was amusing to see such outdated customs persist. More interestingly, as the main family members struggled to reapply the caged bird seal on Niji, the branch family members continued to apologize profusely, as if they bore some fault in the matter. It was Niji who was the true victim, yet all seemed to cast blame upon him. Enough. Hearing the incessant chatter of the Hyuga clan members in the ward, Shinyu could not restrain himself and admonished, This is a hospital. A ward. If you wish to study the caged bird seal, do so after he recovers. Faced with Shun Yu's stern gaze, the Hyuga clan members, feeling guilty, ultimately exited the room. Thank you, Shinyu. Niji expressed his gratitude. Rest well, I will guard you, ensuring no one disturbs you. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Niji offered no further response. His gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the hospital ceiling, lost in thought. Chapter 22. Please don't go. I'm afraid the news of Niji and Xiaoli's severe injuries struck Tian like a bolt from the blue. To her, Niji and Xiaoli had always been superior in strength, and she could hardly fathom that they had sustained such grave wounds. Tian herself had only suffered minor injuries, and, upon her discharge, purchased flowers to visit her 2 teammates in the hospital. I'm sorry, Kai. I never anticipated that Niji would be controlled by the seal. Shinyu, looking at Niji, who was wrapped in bandages, felt a pang of guilt as he apologized to Kai. Had it not been for his desire to save his sister-in-law, Shinyu would never have been so harsh with Niji. In truth, his kick had already fractured 2 of Niji's ribs. Yet Niji continued to resist through the power of the seal, subsequently enduring torment from the Hyuga clan members in the hospital. This back and forth exacerbated Niji's injuries. In response to Shinyu's apology, Kai shook his head and said, "Do not say that, Shinyu. If it weren't for your intervention, Hinata would likely not have survived, and even though Orochimaru has dismantled the caged bird seal, it would still be simple for the main family to eliminate Niji." After a brief pause, Kai continued, "I must also thank you. Had you not sent me back, Xiaoli might have lost his life. Awaro possesses overwhelming strength, and Xiaoli stands no chance." As Tian entered, she overheard Kai and Shinyu's conversation. Although Kai bore no grudge against Shinyu, Tian felt somewhat disgruntled. "Step aside." She pushed past Shinyu and approached Niji's bedside. "Niji, you must recover quickly. You are still the victor of that match, and there's another competition in a month." Witnessing Tian's demeanor, Kai urgently admonished, Tian, apologized to Shinyu. However, the usually obedient Tian seemed to ignore Kai's words, silently examining Niji's injuries before saying, "The draw results are out. You will face Naruto. You must do your best." Kai, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. "Enough, Shinyu. You should return home now. I will look after Niji." After hearing Kai's words, Tian reluctantly nodded. "All right, Kai-sensei. I will come back tonight to relieve you." As Tian departed, Shinyu jested, "Kai, you truly have a knack for leadership. In terms of their friendship, our 7th team cannot compare." Kai merely muttered an acknowledgement, devoid of his usual exuberance. Noticing Kai's demeanor, Shinyu patted his shoulder and exited the ward. "Shinyu, how is the thick-browed one?" Upon leaving the hospital, Shinyu encountered Naruto and Sakura, who had come to visit. Observing Naruto's concerned expression, Shinyu reassured him, "Do not worry. Xiaoli is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness." Upon hearing this, Naruto sighed in relief and then inquired, "Shinyu, there's a month until the competition. Can you train me?" "Seek Kakashi. He is more suited to teach you." "Frankly, my training methods may not be suitable for you," Shinyu replied. Naruto, feeling slighted by Shinyu's refusal, retorted, "How stingy." Watching Naruto storm into the ward without a backward glance, Shinyu could only shake his head with a wry smile. The reason Shinyu declined to train Naruto was that, at this moment, Naruto would be training with Ebisu and encountering his future mentor, Jiraiya. In all honesty, Jiraiya was far more equipped to teach Naruto than Shinyu. Firstly, Shinyu currently lacked a summoning beast, despite his desire to acquire one. He had yet to find the opportunity. Moreover, Shinyu's strongest attack was the lightning slash, a technique Naruto could not learn at present, as he only possessed wind chakra and no lightning. Therefore, Jiraiya was indeed the most suitable mentor for Naruto at this time, rather than Shinyu. Furthermore, Jiraiya and Naruto had a natural rapport, and Shinyu did not wish to disrupt their mentor-student dynamic. As night descended, the moon cloaked Konohagakure in its silvery glow. True to her word, Tian arrived at the hospital to switch shifts, only to find the front desk unattended. However, she thought little of it and filled out the visitation form before proceeding inside. Upon opening the ward door, she discovered that it was not her usual leader, Kai, but Shinyu who was present. Tian, you've come. I will take my leave now." Noticing Tian's silence, Shinyu shrugged nonchalantly. As a time traveler, Shinyu's true age had already reached 20, and he was not one to fuss over trivial matters. I'm leaving, he reminded Tian before departing the hospital room. Tian, observing the still unconscious Ningxi and the comatose Xiao Li, sighed. You two really have a knack for competing even in misfortune. As she pulled out a fruit knife to prepare something for Ningxi, she suddenly felt something unusual at her feet. What is this? Tian lifted her foot to discover an unexpected amount of sand on her shoes, which had not been there when she arrived. After shaking off the sand, she intended to continue with the fruit, only to find Ningxi gazing at her with a look of sheer terror. Ningxi, what's wrong? She inquired, noticing his strange demeanor. Behind you. Ningxi's voice trembled with fear. What do you mean behind me? Upon turning her head, Tian was confronted by a pair of menacing panda-like eyes. In that instant, she was momentarily rendered speechless, and standing behind her was the ninja Gaara from the wind-hidden village. Casting a glance at Tian, Gaara coldly stated, If you intend to obstruct me, I would not hesitate to eliminate you as well. It was then that Tian noticed the mound of sand accumulating on Xiao Li's unconscious body. What do you want? She demanded. Kill him, Gaara spoke nonchalantly, as if squashing an ant. Being there to visit a patient, Tian had no ninja tools at her disposal. Thus, she brandished the fruit knife and lunged at Gaara. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he easily deflected her attack with a blast of sand that knocked Tian to the ground. He then turned his attention back to Ningxi, who was struggling to rise, and with a flick of his wrist, the sand ensnared Ningxi tightly. Following that, Gaara's right hand slowly reached toward Xiao Li, and under his command, the sand appeared to come alive, wrapping around Xiao Li completely. Tian, witnessing the perilous situation of both Xiao Li and Ningxi, desperately tried to rise but found her limbs immobilized by sand. Lightning slash. A flash of yellow lightning suddenly severed Gaara's sand, interrupting his dark intentions. Gaara, disturbed, focused his attention on the newcomer, who was the ninja that had subdued Ningxi earlier that morning. If you wish to fight, I will gladly accompany you outside, Shingetsu declared. Locking eyes with Gaara, his appearance was not due to a premeditated plan, but rather a coincidental visit to the restroom during his hospital visit. A wave of anxiety washed over Shingetsu as he contemplated what might have transpired had he not lingered. Surely, the team led by Kai would have faced annihilation. I only want to kill him, Gaara replied coolly. Observing Gaara's demeanor, Shingetsu responded, Very well, feel free to defeat me. But I will not allow you to succeed before that. With that, Shingetsu's right hand glimmered with yellow lightning chakra, illuminating the previously dim hospital room. Gaara regarded Shingetsu, then glanced at Ningxi and Tian, momentarily puzzled as to why he had never received such care from others. This thought triggered a dull ache in his head. Shingetsu remained vigilant, fully aware of the confined space of the hospital room. Should a confrontation arise, it could prove troublesome. Gaara cast a cold stare at Shingetsu and inquired, I do not yet know your name. Wolfing Shingetsu, he replied. Upon hearing the name, Gaara nodded, saying, Wolfing Shingetsu, I will remember you. I will kill you one day. With that, Gaara retracted the sand into his gourd and exited the room. Once Gaara had departed, Shingetsu hurriedly lifted Ningxi back onto the bed and then noticed Tian lying on the ground. He rushed to pick her up as well. However, upon doing so, he realized there were only 2 beds in the room, both occupied. Momentarily frozen, he was uncertain of what to do with Tian in his arms. Tian, caught off guard by Shingetsu's unexpected action, was equally bewildered. Despite her frail state, she had never been held so closely by a man. As she looked up, she suddenly recognized that Shingetsu was rather handsome, not only good-looking but also powerful. Remembering how he had driven Gaara away, Tian's face flushed a deep crimson. Shingetsu, put me down. I'm fine, she whispered, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. Feeling the warmth of her breath, Shingetsu hastily set her down and apologized. I'm sorry. He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his embarrassment evident as he observed her flushed face. I'll be going now, Shingetsu said, turning to leave. But Tian grasped the corner of his shirt. Shingetsu, please don't go. I'm scared. Chapter 23. The path ahead. Shingetsu spent the night at the hospital with Tian. Though nothing significant occurred, he could sense a shift in her feelings towards him. To Shingetsu, the other ninjas of his generation seemed like mere children, adorable. But he had never contemplated forming a relationship with them. Wolfing Shingetsu. From now on, I will not embrace any female ninja, even if they lie before me. Bleeding and gravely injured, he resolved inwardly. Yet, as he prepared to leave, he couldn't help but glance back at Tian, grappling with the changes within himself. Stay calm. She is still just a child. While Shunyue wrestled with his inner turmoil, Kai burst into the hospital room, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shunyue. Oh, Shunyue. I didn't expect you to be here taking care of Ningxi and Li. Thank you so much. Kai's arrival broke the tension, prompting Shunyue to wave his hands dismissively. No. Now that you're here, I'll be on my way. With that, he made a hasty exit, but just before leaving, he inexplicably turned back for one last look at Tian. Watching Shunyue rush out, Kai scratched his head in confusion, pondering, what was that about? I've never seen him act like this. Tian exchanged a bemused glance with her teacher, recalling Shunyue's hasty retreat and finding his reaction rather endearing. The memory of being held by him made her cheeks flush once more. Finally escaped, Shunyue glanced back at the hospital, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Even during past missions, he had never felt such anxiety, yet now, faced with someone weaker than himself, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Shunyue, you must remain composed. He slapped his face vigorously, attempting to regain his composure, though the effort yielded little success. After leaving the hospital, Shunyue took the opportunity to visit the Uchiha clan, intending to relay detailed information and recent intelligence. However, it seemed Fugaku could sense his unease, and alarmingly, he perceived that Shunyue's troubles were related to matters of the heart. Ultimately, under the combined pressure of Fugaku and Mikoto, Shunyue found himself recounting the events of the previous night in the hospital room. You've grown up, just like your father. Fugaku remarked, you should know that your father won your mother's heart in much the same way. Shunyue sighed at the sight of Fugaku and Mikoto's expressions. Indeed, the Uchiha clan is renowned for their clear-cut emotions, exhibiting a fearless pursuit of love. With a month remaining until the finals of the Chunin exam's third round, the duration is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Under the guidance of Shunyu, Naruto has successfully met Jiraiya and commenced his study of the summoning technique. Shinyu cannot help but feel a tinge of envy at Naruto's ability to utilize this technique, lamenting that as a proud jonin of Konoha, he lacks even a summoning beast of his own. Upon reflection, the most formidable summoning beasts are undoubtedly the toads, snakes, and slugs, while the others pale in comparison, with only the Sarutobi clan's Enma being somewhat noteworthy. However, such hereditary legacies are likely not to be permitted for Shunyu to touch upon, as not everyone is as generous as Jiraiya, who shares his hard-earned summoning beasts with others. System, I desire a summoning beast. Shunyu resorted to seeking assistance from the system within him, hoping it might provide him with some tasks. The system's point store contains summoning cards for summoning beasts, which the host can directly exchange. Upon hearing this solution, Shinyu could not help but roll his eyes. He was aware of those summoning cards in the point store, yet their prices were beyond his means. The cheapest one required 200,000 points, and Shinyu had barely accumulated 20,000 points from tasks, having spent a considerable amount along the way. Thus, the system's proposed solution was utterly unreliable. Is there no other way to obtain a summoning beast? Shinyu persisted in his inquiry. Currently, the host's strength allows for the activation of the system's built-in dungeon, where the host can capture and contract beasts. At this, Shinyu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had ventured into such a dungeon a year prior. And had it not been for his barely successful use of the Flying Thunder God technique, he might have perished there. He remembered that the energies within that dungeon were entirely incompatible with his own chakra, and he felt significantly suppressed in strength. The creatures within were far superior to him, rendering him merely fit to be prey. Is there truly no other method? There is. The host can assist Naruto in gaining the recognition of the Nine Tails, after which the host may ride the Nine Tails into battle. Goodness! Upon hearing this, Shinyu's mind conjured an image of himself battling atop Naruto. What is this? Just as Lu Bu rode Dian Wei to invincibility, now Shinyu rides Naruto to unparalleled glory? Please refrain from using profanity, as summoning beasts cannot be obtained overnight. It is often a matter of fate and coincidence. Listening to the system's guidance, Shinyu ultimately relinquished the notion of obtaining a summoning beast from it. His fate felt particularly grim. Others with systems became invincible in an instant, while he struggled even against the simplest dungeons. With a sigh, Shinyu turned and returned home, only to find his abode in disarray. He quickly drew a kunai, assuming a defensive posture. Who is it? A shadow silently appeared, and without a moment's thought, Shinyu hurled a kunai toward it. Truly, he is worthy of being the son of Minato, possessing a keen sense of perception just like his father. Before him stood a masked Umbu ninja. "State your purpose. Why have you come to my home?" Shinyu inquired in a grave tone. "The purpose is quite simple, to eliminate you." With that, the Umbu ninja lunged at Shinyu with a blade drawn. Not one to waste time. Shinyu drew another kunai to engage in combat. The two exchanged blows, their kunai clashing against the ninja's sword, sending sparks flying as their skirmish escalated and turned Shinyu's already messy home into further chaos. Being in his own home, Shinyu was reluctant to utilize wide-ranging ninjutsu, and he sensed that while this Umbu ninja was not particularly powerful, his swordsmanship was indeed exceptional. Had Shinyu not reacted swiftly, he might have faced dire consequences. As their weapons collided, neither could gain the upper hand, but Shinyu was certain that this Umbu was not affiliated with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather a member of Danzo's root. So, Danzo has set his sights on me, Shinyu contemplated. Yet, he could not fathom why he had drawn Danzo's attention. After all, he possessed neither the Sharingan nor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Why would Danzo target him? Reveal the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan and surrender all Sharingan you possess, and I shall spare your life, the ninja demanded. Shinyu was taken aback by these words, unable to comprehend how he had attracted Danzo's scrutiny. He had meticulously checked for intruders with his firewall before teleporting away, and the system would alert him immediately if anyone approached the defensive barriers he had set. "I do not know what you are speaking of." Shinyu firmly denied any connection to the Uchiha clan, suspecting that this Umbu was merely attempting to deceive him on Danzo's behalf, lacking any substantial evidence. With a thought, Shinyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and dashed out of the house, leaving the root member behind. "Come out," he shouted towards the interior of his home. His call was not born out of fear of the root member, but rather due to the combat's location being within his home. He simply could not afford to unleash his full potential, and besides, all the furniture had cost him money. No matter how wealthy he was, he could not allow such destruction. However, the root member did not follow but vanished before Shinyu's eyes. System, activate the firewall. Firewall activated. Shinyu enabled the firewall and searched around, confirming that the ninja had indeed disappeared, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he re-entered his home. As he tidied up the overturned furniture, he pondered the bizarre events that had transpired. Everything felt exceedingly strange. Why had Danzo suddenly targeted him? If it were a matter of reputation, Shinyu was undoubtedly in the limelight, not only as the son of Konoha's hero, but also as the village's foremost prodigy. Many villagers speculated that Shinyu would surely inherit his father Minato's will and become the Hokage of Konoha. Therefore, if there were plans to assassinate Shinyu, they had to succeed. Failure would mean that once he revealed the truth, it would surely cause a great uproar throughout Konoha. Yet, Shinyu had no evidence to prove that the Umbu ninja was indeed affiliated with Danzo, even though he suspected it to be true. As the third round of the Chunin exam approached, events began to spiral out of control. First, Niji had fallen victim to Orochimaru's cursed seal, and now he had faced an ambush from Danzo. Everything was shrouded in mystery, and Shinyu suddenly realized that he could no longer manipulate the course of events as he once had. His presence and the preservation of the Uchiha clan had altered the original narrative, causing it to deviate from its intended path. It seemed he must proceed with caution from now on, he mused. Throughout the night, Shinyu meticulously connected the events of recent days with the original narrative, analyzing the potential trajectory of the plot. Given the passage of time, many details from the original work had faded from his memory, yet he endeavored to piece everything together. While he sought to refine his understanding, he overlooked a pivotal figure in the entire Konoha collapse plan. Chapter 24. The initiation of the Konoha collapse plan. As for the third round of the Chunin exam, Shinyu eagerly anticipated the match between Naruto and Niji. With Niji afflicted by the cursed seal, and having learned from Guy that it had been sealed, Shinyu felt no cause for concern regarding that matter. Sitting in the stands, Shinyu scanned the surrounding audience and noted that, regardless of whether they belonged to the dark faction or were esteemed jonin from the village, most had gathered for the event. It seemed that the recent incident involving the demise of Yueguang Jifeng had put the entirety of Konoha on high alert. Otherwise, there would not be such a significant presence of jonin for maintenance. "Shinyu, you're here too." Turning at the sound of her voice, Shinyu recognized the approaching figure as Tian Tian. The moment he saw her coming closer, he felt a rush of nervousness. "Tian Tian, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the hospital taking care of Shaoli?" His anxiety stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he found himself inexplicably hesitant to meet her gaze, and secondly, he was acutely aware that a fierce battle was imminent, and Tian's skills were clearly inadequate for such a confrontation. Xinyu worried for her safety. At this moment, he had yet to realize that he had subconsciously begun to harbor a unique concern for her. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Tian feigned annoyance, leaning closer to Xinyu as she spoke. Staring at her, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words and awkwardly replied, "No, not at all. I'm very welcoming. Let us watch the match, shall we?" As the competition commenced, both Xinyu and Tian directed their attention to the arena. However, Xinyu was oblivious to the fact that Tian discreetly stole glances at him after observing the stage. "Ningxiai, defeat him. Go, Ningxiai. You're the strongest." The stands erupted with cheers for Ningxiai, as no one seemed to pay attention to Naruto. After all, the consensus was that Naruto stood no chance in this battle. Listening to the audience's fervent cheers, Xinyu couldn't help but frown. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, fully aware that Naruto would undoubtedly prove this crowd wrong through his actions. What Xinyu did not anticipate was that his expression was clearly visible to Tian. "Xinyu, don't be upset. Naruto is strong too, and besides, Ningxiai isn't in his best form, so Naruto may not necessarily lose." Xinyu cast a surprised glance at Tian, who had spoken words of comfort. Yet, at the moment their eyes met, he felt as if he was magnetically drawn to her, unable to divert his gaze. "Hey, focus on the match. That's your younger brother up there." In that instant, Xinyu's thoughts were conflicted. How could he prioritize the match over Tian? After all, Naruto was imbued with the power of the Nine Tails. Could Ningxiai truly contend with him? At that moment, it was as if two internal voices were at odds within Xinyu, leaving him uncertain about whom to heed. Detected a rapid increase in the host's hormonal levels. A task has been assigned, which the host may choose to accept. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Xinyu nearly leaped in frustration. Why was the system causing chaos at such a time? Task: hold Tian's hand for over 1 minute. If successful, a summoning beast card will be awarded. If declined, a penalty will be imposed on all attributes. In an instant, Xinyu was left astounded. Had the system just facilitated his path to Tian as his destined partner? The system even had a marriage proposal function. Moreover, the reward was the summoning beast he desired. What was more alarming was that throughout his previous tasks, he had never encountered a refusal that came with a penalty. And this one was particularly severe. "I accept." Xinyu begrudgingly acquiesced to the system's demand, and almost immediately, a timer appeared in his mind, indicating that the system was indeed pushing him into a corner. Tian, have you ever heard of palmistry?" After much contemplation, Xinyu finally conjured a somewhat suitable excuse. "Palmistry?" Tian responded with evident confusion, as such a practice was non-existent in the world of Hokage. "Yes. It involves analyzing the lines on one's palm to predict future developments." Xinyu felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. But the thought of acquiring a summoning beast propelled him to proceed with determination. "Is that really a thing? Then show me." Without hesitation, Tian extended her hand towards him, intrigued by his mention of palmistry. "All right, let me take a look." Xinyu grasped her small hand and began to examine the lines etched in her palm. The moment he held her hand, an electric sensation coursed through him, rendering his body momentarily rigid. "Go, host. You can do it." With the system's encouragement echoing in his mind, Xinyu took a deep breath and slowly said, Tian, your lifeline appears to be quite long. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The reward has been deposited into the system space and is available for retrieval at any time." Upon receiving the system's success notification, Xinyu reluctantly released Tian's hand. He could hardly fathom how a mere minute could feel so interminable, yet he managed to speak so much within that time. However, in the instant he let go, a flicker of reluctance washed over him. "System, please refrain from issuing such tasks in the future," Xinyu mentally shouted. However, the system remained silent, as if it had not orchestrated the preceding events. Tian, let us focus on the match," Xinyu said, a hint of guilt in his tone as he redirected his gaze to the competition. Observing Xinyu's demeanor, Tian deciphered something from his somewhat flustered expression. Contemplating the earlier incident, she suddenly laughed, then took the initiative to grasp Xinyu's hand, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Xinyu, it seems you're not very perceptive when it comes to girls." With his fib exposed by Tian Tian, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Thus, they held hands and watched the match between Ning Xiai and Naruto unfold. Just as Tian Tian had predicted, due to the curse mark, Ning Xiai was not at his peak. Watching Naruto joyfully celebrate around the arena, Shinyu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Tian Tian, please go tend to Ning Xiai and offer him some comfort, Shinyu suggested. Upon hearing that she was to care for Ning Xiai, Tian Tian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that boys often felt jealous? Why was Shinyu standing before her, encouraging her to look after Ning Xiai? Nevertheless, seeing her teammate injured, she genuinely wished to attend to him, albeit with some apprehension about Shinyu's feelings. Though she couldn't quite grasp Shinyu's thought process, she decided to check on Ning Xiai. As she walked away, Shinyu let out a sigh of relief. He could now focus on the impending events without worry. Shinyu, you made it. How did I perform just now? As Naruto approached, seemingly unaffected by the earlier battle, Shinyu couldn't help but admire Naruto's resilience. Just moments ago, he had been utterly exhausted, yet in such a brief interval, he had regained his strength. Well done, Naruto. You will undoubtedly surpass me in the future, Shinyu replied dismissively. However, Naruto, unlike Tian Tian, was not particularly observant and rushed off to greet others he recognized. With the withdrawal of Kanjiro, the match swiftly progressed to the showdown between Temari and Shikamaru. Observing Shikamaru being unceremoniously knocked off the stands by Naruto, Shinyu shook his head in exasperation. He had long suspected that Shikamaru had intentionally lost this match. After all, the phrase losing the battle, winning at life suited him perfectly. Ultimately, Shikamaru conceded the match to Temari. Yet the audience's satisfaction with this bout rivaled that of the first match between Naruto and Ning Xiai, resulting in a generous round of applause. Just as Nara Shikaku prepared to announce the next competitors, a plume of smoke erupted from the highest tier of the stands, and feathers began to fall around Shinyu. As the feathers descended, the audience gradually succumbed to slumber, and upon hearing a distant explosion, Shinyu realized that Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin had commenced. Release. Shinyu decisively dispelled the illusion and began to attentively observe the surroundings of the audience. At this moment, the villagers and some lower-ranking ninjas in the audience had succumbed to the illusion and fallen into a deep slumber. Just as Shinyu stood up, he noticed a kunai hurtling towards him. He swiftly dodged and focused his gaze to see two ninjas adorned with the headbands of Otogekure charging at him. Concerning the intensity of such an attack, Shinyu effortlessly incapacitated both, sending them crashing against the wall. Shinyu, I will kill you. Upon hearing this familiar line, Shinyu turned to see a gigantic hand formed of sand reaching out for him. He stepped back twice, evading the sand's assault, and then hurled two shuriken. When the shuriken were blocked by Gaara's sand, Shinyu provocatively challenged, "Come and fight me." Undoubtedly, Gaara harbored lingering resentment over the earlier events, and in response to Shinyu's taunt, he charged forward. Shinyu glanced back at Gaara, feeling a sense of relief. After all, many villagers were present in the venue, and Gaara's jutsu had an extensive range. Thus, Shinyu could only lure Gaara away. Tintin had just accompanied the medical team to the hospital with Niji when she heard a loud explosion. Turning to look, she realized it was coming from the direction of the exam venue. After the blast, she saw a stream of people fleeing from that area. Recalling Shinyu's earlier advice to leave, Tintin understood that he had urged her out of concern for her safety, not indifference. "Shinyu, you must be all right," she prayed silently. Seeing that Gaara had moved away from the venue, Shinyu chose a larger open area to halt his steps. Not wishing to waste words, Gaara continued to manipulate the sand towards Shinyu. "You think I am a sickly cat because I have not shown my power?" Having been pursued by Gaara for so long, Shinyu had only been passive out of fear of collateral damage. Now, observing the expanse before him, he resolved to teach Gaara a lesson. Chapter 25. The Overlooked One. The sand loomed close enough for Shinyu to faintly scent the metallic tang of blood within it, yet its speed posed no threat to him. He took several steps back, employing right on to disperse the sand. "You cannot hit me like this," Shinyu said nonchalantly. In truth, Gaara was not a significant threat to him at this moment. While Gaara possessed absolute defense, the sand he controlled was simply too slow for Shinyu to be concerned. "Once caught, it will be your end," Gaara snarled, glaring at Shinyu. With that, he raised his hands, commanding the sand to relentlessly assault Shinyu. The sand transformed into massive hands, continuously reaching for him, yet it could not grasp Shinyu. Watching Gaara's desperate attempts, Shinue found it hard to strike with lethal intent. This was a pitiful child, much like his brother Naruto, both sealed with tailed beasts and subjected to the disdain and discrimination of the villagers. Compared to Naruto, Gaara's childhood was even more tragic. The fact that his uncle would attempt to assassinate him could only warp his character further. Sigh. Perhaps it is best to leave Gaara's salvation to Naruto. Shinue ultimately decided to subdue Gaara first and resolve the Konoha collapse plan before addressing Gaara's situation through inter-village dialogue. With this thought in mind, Shinue rapidly formed hand seals. Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. As the technique activated, a multitude of water droplets materialized around him, coalescing into a fearsome water dragon that surged toward the approaching sand. Shinue knew that using Suetun to counter Gaara's sand was most appropriate. Once the sand was soaked, it would become heavy and, given Gaara's current strength, he would struggle to control the waterlogged sand. As the water dragon drenched the sand, it indeed plummeted to the ground, losing its former agility. But that is not all. Seeing his attack succeed, Shinue continued to form hand seals, unleashing wave after wave of Suetun techniques to deprive Gaara of his precious sand. Under the onslaught of Shinue's water techniques, Gaara could only raise sand walls to defend against the attacks. Yet he soon realized that the sand he commanded was becoming increasingly cumbersome due to the water's saturation. It was at this moment that Gaara understood Shinue's intention was to nullify his prideful absolute defense. Damn you! Gaara's emotions began to fray upon realizing he had fallen into Shinue's trap. He raised his hands, summoning a massive wave of sand from beneath the ground toward Shinue. Observing the surge of sand, Shinue furrowed his brow. It seemed he had underestimated Gaara's abilities. He had initially perceived Gaara as merely a child using sand from a gourd on his back. To his surprise, Gaara had already learned to crush the earth's rocks into sand with his chakra. Wolfeng Shinue, I have heard that your father perished in the Kyuubi's rampage, the fourth Hokage. Correct? Allow me to send you to meet him. With that, the sand below surged into a massive wave nearly 10 meters high, crashing towards Shinue like a tsunami. Watching the oncoming tide of sand, Shinue smiled slightly before vanishing from Gaara's sight. Gaara, having lost his target, withdrew the sand back within his range, remaining vigilant for Shinue's potential reappearance. Futile, you will never defeat me. Shinue's voice echoed from behind Gaara, who turned to find Shinue had conjured four shadow clones, encircling Gaara like a game of Go. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu. The four clones simultaneously exhaled searing fire dragons, each one barreling toward Gaara from four directions. Against my absolute defense, this is meaningless, Gaara declared, raising his hands, and the sand immediately formed a massive protective shield, isolating the fire dragons. Staring at the sand-formed shield, Shinue felt somewhat speechless. Its shape bore an uncanny resemblance to an earthen oven he had seen in a previous life, evoking an odd illusion of cooking. Despite his bemusement, Shinue resolved not to indulge Gaara any longer. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru currently engaged in battle, Shinue had originally intended to save Hiruzen before he unleashed Shiki Fujin, hoping to negotiate with Orochimaru afterward. However, due to Gaara's interference, Shinue was compelled to confront him. Enough playing around. As the sand shield began to glow red from the intense heat, Shinue's four shadow clones formed hand seals once more. Doton, Dorihiki. Four towering earthen walls shot up, encircling the protective barrier. Though Gaara sheltered within the shield, he felt increasingly uncomfortable due to the intolerable heat. He attempted to create a gap for some air, only to find the sand slipping from his control once again. It's over. Shinue's four shadow clones unleashed the Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu once more against the encircled shield. The four water dragons surged toward the massive barrier, and this time, they effortlessly broke through Gaara's sand defense. What? Panic filled Gaara's eyes as he had never anticipated the water dragons would breach his sand shield with such ease. Although the water dragons had lost their potency after breaking through, the surrounding earthen walls prevented the water from draining away. In an instant, the accumulating water reached Gaara's ankles. Gaara. Upon hearing Shinue call for him, Iai Luo raised his head. At that moment, Shinue stood upon the earthen wall, his right hand radiating bolts of lightning, resembling a deity. Next time, be sure to master physics and chemistry before you come out to fight. Naturally, Iai Luo could not comprehend Shinue's reference to physics and chemistry, but before he could react, he saw Shinue direct the lightning release into the water. Shinue stood on the earthen wall, listening to AI Luo's wailing, as he gradually lost consciousness from the electric shock. Lord Shinue, leave this ninja from Suna to us. Just as Shinue had subdued AI Luo, he turned to find that the newcomers were members of the Konoha Anbu. At that moment, Shinue was troubled about how to arrange AI Luo, but upon seeing the two Anbu ninjas before him, he nodded. Very well, I leave him to you. I must go to assist Lord Hokage. With that, Shinue rushed towards the site of the third Chunin exam. In truth, Shinue wished to save Sarutobi Hiruzen not only to converse with Orochimaru, but also because he did not want Sarutobi to perish. After all, this elder had concealed so much from his brother, and Shinue hoped that Sarutobi could reveal these matters to Naruto face to face. Shinue, what happened to AI Luo? Kakashi asked as Shinue reappeared on the battlefield. It's resolved. What is the situation here? Observing the still chaotic audience, Shinue felt a sense of foreboding. Looking up, he noticed that the roof had been sealed by the sound for using the four purple flames formation, leaving the outside ninjas in anxious anticipation. This is not good. The Anbu ninjas seem to have vanished. It is essential to note that many Anbu were stationed in this venue, Kakashi remarked, casting a glance at Shinue. Shinue scrutinized the surroundings and confirmed there was indeed a lack of Anbu presence. Suddenly, he recalled the few Anbu who had followed him earlier. No, Shinue exclaimed. What is it, Shinue? Guy inquired, while Kakashi regarded him with a hint of confusion. Two Anbu came earlier. I entrusted AI Luo to their care. Upon hearing Shinue's explanation, Kakashi and Guy's expressions darkened, but at that moment, they could not afford to dwell on it. They had to first deal with the intruders before contemplating their next steps. Let us not linger on that. We must eliminate the intruders, Kakashi shouted, having just dispatched two ninjas attempting to launch a surprise attack. Shinue gazed at the entranced villagers in the audience, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, he recalled the root member who had recently attempted to assassinate him, and a figure emerged in his mind. Danzo. Shinue finally pieced everything together. This plan to disrupt Konoha involved not only Orochimaru and the Suna villagers, but also Danzo's covert machinations, explaining the absence of Anbu. Moreover, the attire of the root members closely resembled that of the Anbu. With their animal masks, it was nearly impossible to distinguish one from the other. Danzo was the one Shinue had consistently overlooked. Realizing this, Shinue promptly cautioned, Kakashi, Guy, you must be particularly vigilant against any Anbu ninjas you encounter. Kakashi and Guy turned their attention to Shinue, with Guy asking in bewilderment, what about the Anbu? Shinue, having eliminated a few foes, took a moment to explain. A month ago, I was ambushed by a Konoha Anbu who not only assaulted me, but also ransacked my home, seemingly searching for something. I suspect there are traitors among the Anbu. Upon hearing Shinue's words, both nodded in understanding. Once they confirmed that the venue was clear of enemies, Kakashi and Guy moved to provide support in other areas, while Shinue leaped directly onto the rooftop. Lord Shinue, Hokage-sama is currently trapped inside battling the first and second Hokage, which is exceedingly perilous. One ninja, noticing Shinue's arrival, promptly informed him of the situation within. Shinue gazed into the formation and discovered that the encircled area was truly a spectacle. Not only did trees grow on the roof, but flames and torrents of water occasionally flickered within. Observing the helpless ninjas around him, Shinue let out a resigned sigh. He threw a shuriken at the barrier of the four purple flames formation, only to see it halted by an invisible force upon contact, falling to the ground. He noted with dismay that the shuriken bore signs of melting. In that moment, Shinue could only turn to the system, hoping it might offer a solution. System, is there a method that allows me to enter the four purple flames formation without harm? Host, you may spend 300 points to exchange for a one-time use wormhole card, allowing you to traverse the barrier before you directly. Upon hearing that it required 300 points, Shinue's lips twitched. What kind of system is this? Earning points is as arduous as climbing a mountain, while spending them is as effortless as breathing. Nonetheless, he ultimately chose to exchange. He could only hope that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet resorted to the Shiki Fujin. Otherwise, not even a deity could save him. Wait here for me. I will enter alone. A large opening appeared in the barrier before Shinue, and the surrounding ninjas, realizing their own limitations, ultimately abandoned their thoughts of fighting alongside him. Lord Shinue, please be careful. The ninjas called out from outside. Hearing their encouragement, Shinue simply waved his hand to reassure them not to worry and proceeded forward without looking back. Chapter 26. The appearance of Shikaku as Shanyue breached the four purple flames formation. The Sound Four immediately sensed his intrusion. They were taken aback that someone could penetrate the formation, but given the urgency of the moment, surprise was not a luxury they could afford. Since they could not leave their posts, they had no choice but to report this news to Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, someone has broken in. Kadamaru shouted towards Orochimaru. Positioned in the center, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes gleamed upon hearing his subordinate's report. He glanced at the beleaguered Sarutobi Hiruzen and quipped, "It seems that Konoha indeed harbors numerous prodigies." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was undeniably struggling, caught in a pincer between the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, forced into a defensive stance. Sarutobi understood that the two reanimated Hokage were not exhibiting their full strength. Yet even so, he found himself at a disadvantage. Who could have broken the barrier of the four purple flames formation? Sarutobi pondered as he processed the reports from Orochimaru's subordinates and the words of Orochimaru himself. However, in that brief moment of distraction, Tobirama delivered a kick that sent Hiruzen flying, crashing heavily into a tree conjured by Hashirama's jutsu. Seeing this, Hashirama swiftly ensnared Hiruzen, rendering him immobile. As he faced the advancing Hashirama and Tobirama, Hiruzen felt utterly helpless. He realized he had no recourse and could only await his demise. Electric slash. Hearing that familiar voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes in astonishment, discovering Shanyue standing before him. Gazing at Shinyue's golden hair and his retreating figure, Hiruzen felt a moment of disorientation. Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, recalling the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, who had quelled the Nine-Tails crisis single-handedly. At this realization, Hiruzen's eyes grew misty. In the distance, Orochimaru watched with intrigue as the suddenly appearing Shanyue pierced through Hashirama and Tobirama's bodies in a single motion, reminiscing about the individual who had once competed with him for the title of Hokage. "How intriguing! You truly are the son of Shuemin," Orochimaru remarked with admiration. Hearing such praise from Orochimaru, Shinue smiled gently and replied, "It is indeed an honor to receive commendation from my father's master's disciple." Although Shanyue spoke with utmost politeness, his hands continued to weave seals with unrelenting speed. "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu." Shanyue inhaled deeply and released a torrent of intense flames towards Orochimaru. At that moment, Tobirama, who had just been pierced, regained his ability to move and rushed to Orochimaru's side to unleash his own jutsu. Suetun, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. The clash of fire and water generated a cacophony of sizzling sounds, enveloping the entire rooftop in a thick mist, rendering visibility non-existent. Seizing this opportunity, Shinue swiftly rescued the bound third Hokage. "Grandpa Sarutobi, please rest here. I will handle these three." With that, Shinue ventured into the white mist without a backward glance. Witnessing Shinue's gradually vanishing silhouette, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt tears welling up in his eyes as he murmured, "Minato, Kushina, I am truly sorry." Shinue understood that against the Edo Tensei, killing was an exercise in futility, for they could be resurrected, while he could not. Yet, he was still eager to test the extent of his abilities, knowing that if the situation worsened, he could simply utilize the Hiraition no Jutsu to escape. With this thought, Shinue produced 8 kunai and flung them in 8 different directions. "Orochimaru, why not release the Edo Tensei, and we can have a proper conversation?" Shinue inquired tentatively. The child of Minato is indeed as naive as his father." Orochimaru's sardonic voice echoed through the mist. Before Shinue could respond, he felt 2 powerful gusts of wind approaching from either side. However, the attacks from Hashirama and Tobirama missed their mark. Before the Hiraition, no speed could prevail. "Then I shall defeat them first and convince you afterward." With that declaration, Shinue created 2 shadow clones, bolstering his chances against the duo, for a 2-on-1 confrontation was indeed a daunting challenge for him. As he observed his clones engaging the 2 former Hokage, Shinue began to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Although he could not see Orochimaru at the moment, he deduced from the earlier sounds that he was not far away. Resolute, Shinue decided to employ a wide-ranging attack to force Orochimaru out of hiding. He hurled shurikens and swiftly formed hand seals. Shuriken, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A barrage of shurikens soared toward the direction of Orochimaru's voice, and from the commotion within the mist, Shinue discerned Orochimaru's approximate location. "How interesting. I shall personally engage you in this game." Orochimaru's voice resurfaced, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps, growing ever closer. Emerging from the mist, Orochimaru unleashed a blade, the Kusanagi, from his mouth and charged toward Shinue. Clang! The Kusanagi collided violently with Shinue's kunai, and in that instant, Shinue's kunai was effortlessly severed. Had he not evaded in time, his arm would have surely been cleaved. What an exquisite sword! Shinue thought as he discarded the now useless kunai, his gaze fixated on the Kusanagi with envy. Though you may be my junior, should you not withdraw? I shall show no mercy. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes glinted with malice as he regarded Shinue. My intention in attacking Konoha is not to annihilate it, but to reform it. Talented shinobi like you can still gain recognition and status under my governance. Shinue could see that Orochimaru's sole aim was to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and usurp control over Konoha. Any other considerations seemed absent from his mind. Otherwise, the villagers in the audience would have been killed rather than hypnotized at the onset of his plan. I apologize, but I shall not allow you to succeed today. With that, Shinue charged forward, brandishing another kunai. This time, he avoided a direct clash with Orochimaru's Kusanagi, instead targeting more vulnerable spots. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Despite lacking an advantageous weapon, Shinue held his ground. As the mist began to dissipate, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the fierce exchange, realizing that Shinue was at a disadvantage due to his weapon's inferiority. With this thought, Sarutobi bit his finger, summoning jutsu. As smoke enveloped the area, a monkey of human height, adorned with a Konoha headband, appeared. Saru no Kami, transform into a staff to aid that young one. The summoned monkey glanced at the weakened third Hokage and then at Shinue battling Orochimaru, instantly grasping the situation. Hiruzen, your compassion has always been your weakness. I urged you to eliminate Orochimaru long ago. Nonetheless, Saru no Kami joined the fray, delivering a powerful kick to Orochimaru before transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang and flying into Shinue's hands. What is this? Shinue marveled at the newfound staff, and upon glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, he quickly understood the intent. He swung the staff experimentally, finding it remarkably easy to wield. With determination, he leapt into the air, emulating the legendary son Wukong from the Tales of Journey to the West, brandishing the staff towards Orochimaru. Huh! Take this, old sun staff, Shinue exclaimed midair. Orochimaru, seeing the staff approach, had no time to ponder the significance of Shinue's words and swiftly dodged the strike. However, armed with the Rui Jingu Bang, Shinue no longer worried about damaging his weapon. When the first strike missed, he raised the staff once more and swung it at Orochimaru. With the power of the Rui Jingu Bang, Shinue grew increasingly formidable. Despite his lack of formal training in staff techniques, the indestructible nature of the staff served him well. In no time, Shinue had Orochimaru firmly on the defensive. Orochimaru, bewildered by the relentless barrage of blows, glanced over to see that even the Edo Tensei beings, Hashirama and Tobirama, were being suppressed by Shinue. Notably, Tobirama had been struck hard, losing half his body. Though the Edo Tensei could regenerate indefinitely, it could not withstand Shinue's persistent assault. We can discuss this. Hearing Orochimaru finally relent, Shinue let out a sigh of relief. Excellent. He then delivered a light tap of the staff upon Orochimaru's shoulder. Observing the incredulous expression on Orochimaru's face, Shinue sheepishly remarked, "My apologies, it is a habit." Orochimaru stared intently at Shinue and subsequently released the Edo Tensei to demonstrate his sincerity. Witnessing this, Shinue tossed the Rui Jingu Bang back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shinue, what will it take for you to allow me to eliminate Sarutobi? In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Shinue smiled and stated, Orochimaru-senpai, Grandpa Sarutobi is quite advanced in age. Whatever grievances you may have, it is best to let them go. Konoha needs talents like you now more than ever. As you can see, the village currently lacks strength. Orochimaru fixed a cold gaze upon Shinue and replied, what if I am resolute in taking his life? In light of Orochimaru's threat, Shinue's smile remained unfaltering as he responded. There are indeed numerous pursuits worthy of your research, beyond the singular fixation on revenge. Furthermore, I possess techniques far superior to Edo Tensei awaiting your exploration. Oh. Orochimaru's interest was piqued by Shinue's mention of advanced techniques, prompting him to inquire, what sort of techniques do you speak of? Cloning. With this technology, one can replicate countless versions of oneself. These are not mere shadows but flesh and blood beings, and during the process of reincarnation, there would be no rejection, as Shinyu elucidated. Cloning? Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, the concept of cloning piqued his profound interest. Moreover, given Orochimaru's frequent cellular transplantation experiments, he was well aware that cells could be cultivated. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed that Shunyu and Orochimaru seemed to be engaged in conversation, despite the distance. He could faintly catch a few phrases, seemingly urging Orochimaru to depart. For a moment, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. The very Shinyu he had treated with disdain was now the one who would ultimately save his life. Boom. Suddenly, Shinyu was startled by a deafening noise and turned toward its source, only to behold a colossal creature resembling a raccoon appearing in Konoha. Yet, Shinyu recognized it was no mere raccoon. It was a Ichibi, the one-tail. Shinyu-kun, I find the technology you speak of exceedingly intriguing. Since you have spared Sarutobi-sensei today, I shall heed your counsel, Orochimaru remarked, his serpentine eyes glimmering with intensity as he glanced at the distant Ichibi. However, let us first address the imminent threat before us. With that, Orochimaru signaled for the 4 members of the Sound Ninja to retreat, and they promptly dissolved the 4 purple flames formation, vanishing before Shinyu. Chapter 27. The Will of Fire. Observing the vanishing Orochimaru, Shinyu did not pursue him. Orochimaru was correct. The immediate concern was to tackle the Ichibi. Gazing at the massive creature rampaging through the village, Shinyu felt a pang of regret. This situation was indeed a consequence of his oversight. After all, Gaara had retreated prematurely due to his unstable mental state, while Sasuke had chased him outside the village, leading to the subsequent confrontation between Naruto and Gaara. How careless of me, Shinyu lamented internally. However, it was too late for regret. The pressing matter was to halt the rampaging Ichibi. Yet, as he surveyed the creature from afar, he found himself at a loss. In the original narrative, Naruto had awakened Gaara with a headbutt, but given their current distance, such a feat seemed implausible. Shinyu, let us go together to resolve this predicament, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, now standing after having previously sat on the ground. Noticing a change in Sarutobi's demeanor, Shinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, they must first deal with the Ichibi, and other matters could be addressed later. Ha ha ha, I shall annihilate you all. The Ichibi in Konoha was in a frenzied state, evidently having been pent up for far too long. It continuously pounded its belly, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast bombs, reducing the already chaotic streets to ruins. Along the way, Shinyu witnessed numerous ninjas attempting to thwart the Ichibi being swatted away like flies, and many unfortunate villagers met their fate, their bodies left mangled and lifeless. Damn it! Facing the Ichibi, Shinyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was his first encounter with a tailed beast. He had believed his strength to be formidable, yet under the pressure of the Ichibi, he felt utterly insignificant. The emergence of the Ichibi plunged Konoha into a dire crisis. In response to the relentless attacks from the village's ninjas, the already bloodthirsty Ichibi became even more frenzied. Slowly, it opened its mouth, a purple sphere gradually forming within. Not good, it's the tailed beast bomb. This could be said to be the most powerful technique among all tailed beasts. Witnessing the tailed beast bomb forming in the Ichibi's mouth, Shinyu resolved to divert this impending attack with all his might. You shall not succeed. As he prepared to predict the Ichibi's impending assault, he noticed Sarutobi leaping high into the air, in a surprising display of strength. Sarutobi's staff elongated and struck the Ichibi's belly, interrupting the formation of the tailed beast bomb. Shinyu exhaled in relief and turned to Sarutobi, urging, Hokage-sama, push the Ichibi out of the village. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. He had employed this technique during the Nine Tails assault on Konoha. If he could expel the Nine Tails, dealing with the Ichibi would be trivial. Monkey King, extend. With a commanding shout, Sarutobi thrust his staff toward the Ichibi. The creature, taken aback by the immense force of the staff, had no solid ground to leverage, as the surrounding buildings restricted its movements. Gradually, the Ichibi was pushed out of the village and into the nearby forest. Now it's my turn. Seeing the Ichibi distanced from the crowd, Shinyu charged forward. This time, he held nothing back, nor could he afford to. Shadow clone technique. Shinyu formed a series of hand signs, creating 4 shadow clones. Each pair wielded yellow lightning and surged toward the Ichibi. This was Shinyu's self-developed lightning release technique, Lightning Slash. an upgraded version of the electric slash that required 2 participants to execute. 2 clones gathered lightning chakra in their respective hands, quickly separating to form a yellow electrical blade between them. Lightning release, lightning slash. The pairs of shadow clones, wielding the electric blades, aimed for the Ichibi's limbs and charged forward. That hurts. The Ichibi howled in agony, before abruptly twisting its massive body, generating a powerful whirlwind. Shinyu was caught off guard. Within this tempest lay blades of wind. As the first shadow clone was struck down by the wind blades, Shinyu immediately commanded the remaining 3 clones to advance. Clone explosion. With 3 resounding blasts, Shinyu's shadow clone successfully inflicted damage on the Ichibi, causing a swirl of sand to erupt from its body. I will kill you. The Ichibi, having locked on to Shinyu through the clones, raised a hand to its belly and unleashed a colossal-tailed beast bomb that hurtled towards him. Shinyu froze, staring at the Ichibi's claw, realizing that the claws it had lost to the lightning slash had already regrown. Be careful, Sarutobi shouted, noticing Shinyu's moment of distraction. He swiftly swung his staff, redirecting the tailed beast bomb away, which landed in the forest with a thunderous crash. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I was momentarily lost in thought, Shinyu expressed regretfully. Sarutobi, observing the Konoha ninjas relentlessly attacking the Ichibi, glanced at Shinyu and said, Shinyu, in truth, Uzumaki Naruto is your brother. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was pregnant with twins. One was you, and the other was Naruto. I merely treated you differently. Taken aback by Sarutobi's unexpected revelation, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. All this time, he had been advocating for the will of fire, yet he had failed to become that burning leaf. In that moment, Shinyu realized he barely recognized the man before him, the 3rd Hokage. Previously, he had perceived him as cowardly, fond of schemes, and utterly inept. Yet now, all he saw in Sarutobi's eyes was unwavering determination. In the past, Teacher Tobirama had sacrificed himself to cover our retreat, becoming that burning leaf that nurtured us saplings to grow strong. Yet I failed to embody that burning leaf to allow new leaves to sprout once more. For so many years, I had been consumed by power struggles, constantly wary of this and that, while turning a blind eye to Danzo's clandestine actions. Yuenfei Rizens glanced at Shunyue and explained, the reason I have treated Naruto this way is that after the Kyuubi turmoil, the villagers needed an outlet, and Naruto became the unfortunate scapegoat. For all these years, I have felt a deep sense of remorse towards your father, Minato. Yet, I cannot fathom why. Perhaps I have grown old and become fearful of death. Thank you, Shinue. Today, you have helped me rediscover the boldness of my former self, the one who once bravely volunteered for dangerous missions. Having said this, Yuenfei Rizens began to weave hand seals, and Shinue understood that he was about to invoke the forbidden technique, Shiki Fujin. As the Shinigami was summoned, the first to suffer was none other than Yuenfei Rizens himself. A spectral hand of the Shinigami reached into the bound soul before him, and Shinue witnessed a colossal hand emerging from Yuenfei Rizens' abdomen. Coughing. Although Yuenfei Rizens' expression was one of great pain, a smile lingered on his face. Observing Shinue's shocked countenance, he said, I am sorry, Shinue. It was my failure to handle Naruto's situation properly. I hope you can convey this to him at the right moment. Upon hearing this, Shinue nodded in agreement. Very well. I promise to do so. Looking at the elderly man before him, Shinue found it difficult to harbor any resentment. Truth be told, who among us is not afraid of death? Moreover, having activated the forbidden technique, Yuenfei Rizens could not possibly survive. By the way, Shinue, if Naruto comes to despise me, please ensure he spares the villagers. They are innocent. If blame must be placed, let it fall upon me. Shinue nodded again in acknowledgement. At that moment, Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, was oblivious to the imminent events as it focused entirely on the ninja attacking it. Recognizing this as an opportune moment, Yuenfei Rizens moved forward, seizing Shikaku, a creature hundreds of times larger than himself. What? As the Shinigami's enormous hand grasped Shikaku's soul, the beast realized it was losing its ability to move. It attempted to swat away the old man clinging to it, but its limbs felt uncontrollable. You old fool, let me go? Shikaku roared in anger. Nonetheless, Yuenfei Rizens remained unfazed, continuing to extract the souls entwined with Shikaku. As more souls were drawn out, Shikaku began to plead for mercy. Please, do not seal me. At that moment, Shikaku struggled to maintain its colossal form, as much of its body had transformed into sand, losing its threat. Teacher Tobarama, I have not betrayed your teachings. Ultimately, I have made the right choice, albeit a tad late. You will forgive me, won't you? The Shinigami's spectral form grasped the blade it had been holding in its mouth and raised it high before bringing it down. Seal. A massive seal appeared on Yuan Fei Rizen's abdomen. While the Shinigami consumed the bound souls one by one, Shikaku realized that its power had diminished to less than a fraction. It bellowed, "Return my power." Yuan Fei Rizen's gazed at the nearly vanishing Shikaku, his laughter echoing with joy. I have only retained the power necessary to sustain your Jinchuriki's life, which means you can no longer harm anyone. Soon, Yuan Fei Rizen's vision began to blur, and memories of his past flickered before him like a lantern show. From his initial foray into ninjutsu, to becoming a genin, to the moment he voluntarily took on dangerous missions, culminating today when he sacrificed his life to seal the Chaos Bringer. Shikaku, wherever leaves flutter, flames will ignite. The shadows of fire illuminate the village, heralding the rebirth of new leaves. Yuan Fei Rizen's eyes gently closed, his body succumbing to gravity. Chapter 28. The Uchiha's support. Shunyue watched as the elderly figure collapsed to the ground, lost in contemplation. Had he, all this time, held the Hokage to unreasonable expectations? They were merely ordinary people, subject to their own emotions and desires. While his father, Minato, was indeed great for sealing the Kyuubi, was it not equally commendable for Yuan Fei Rizen to sacrifice himself to seal Shikaku? Each life is a precious gift from the heavens, and this septuagenarian ultimately gave his life to seal a beast wreaking havoc in the village. Observing Yuan Fei Rizen lying lifeless on the ground, a serene smile graced his features, one of tranquility and release. Despite his past indecisiveness, in this moment, he was truly magnificent, much like his father Minato, illuminating the future of Konohagakure with his sacrifice. Rest in peace. Third Hokage, Shinue murmured to himself, reflecting on the fallen elder. Regaining his composure, he assumed command of the battlefield. Now was not the time for reflection. The immediate priority was to expel all enemies from the village. The Hokage has fallen. Now, I, Shinue, shall lead the charge. The surrounding ninjas instinctively recognized Shinue's authority. Although he held no official position within Konohagakure, they had witnessed his valor alongside the Hokage. Now let us drive the remaining foes from the village. Shinue commanded. Yes. The ninjas had no doubts about Shinue's orders. They were determined to eliminate the invading forces. Other matters could wait until after the battle. Leading hundreds of ninjas back to Konohagakure, Shinue realized the dire circumstances that awaited them. In the original narrative, the village had regrouped and launched a counterattack after securing the safety of women and children. But the current state of chaos made it abundantly clear who was responsible for this outcome. Spotting the rampaging serpent within the village, Shinue issued commands to the ninjas behind him. I will confront that serpent. You all support the other battlefronts. With that, he surged towards the massive beast. His heart ablaze with fury. He had initially believed his strength could rival that of the tailed beasts, only to find himself overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness in its presence. If I cannot defeat Shikaku, how can I contend with this wretched serpent? Shinue pondered. Just as he was nearing the serpent, a giant toad descended from the sky, crushing the serpent beneath its bulk, with a silver-haired man standing atop its head. It is Lord Jiraiya. Hearing the cheers of the ninjas around him, Shinue did not share in their relief. He understood that even with Jiraiya's formidable prowess, he could not single-handedly vanquish all the minions within Konohagakure. Furthermore, with the enemies already infiltrating the village, executing large-scale ninjutsu under such conditions would prove exceedingly challenging. Realizing it was time to summon the Uchiha, Shinue had initially thought that his delay with Shikaku had allowed the village's counteroffensive to commence. Yet, he had not anticipated that Danzo could force the village into such a predicament. However, this twist of fate played into Shinue's hands, and he found himself feeling a strange gratitude towards Danzo. Amid the turmoil, Shinue utilized the Hiration to transport himself to a grove adjacent to the village entrance, a designated spot for the Uchiha clan's emergence. Jiraiya observed Shinue's sudden disappearance with a hint of confusion. After all, few could wield the Hiration within Konohagakure, and recalling the stranger's appearance sparked his curiosity. Meanwhile, Fuyue stood at the designated spot with Itachi and 30 elite jonin from the Uchiha clan, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Shinue. Today, Fuyue was brimming with excitement. for it represented the Uchiha clan's most opportune moment to reclaim their rightful place. Although Sasuke had insisted on accompanying them, Fuyue ultimately decided it was prudent for him to remain behind, considering the inherent dangers. Are you all prepared? As Shinwa materialized, he caught sight of Fuyue and the 30 Jonin behind him. Indeed, today marks the day of our Uchiha clan's return to Konohagakure. Fuyue affirmed with a nod and a smile. Uncle Fuyue, the situation in Konoha is quite precarious, so you must be ready for sacrifices, Shinwa cautioned. With a sweeping gesture, Fuyue boldly replied, do we Uchiha fear sacrifice? Konoha is our home. What of sacrifice? Lord Shinwa, please lead us forth. We fear not sacrifice. Echoed the fervent voices of the ninjas behind Fuyue. Yes, we fear not. Shinwa nodded in agreement, retrieving the teleportation scroll and inquiring. All right, Uncle Fuyue, are you all ready? Upon receiving Fuyue's affirmation, Shinwa activated the scroll, and suddenly, a profound sense of weightlessness enveloped them. When the sensation dissipated, they found themselves in a grove adjacent to the gates of Konoha. Was it so swift? Fuyue exclaimed in astonishment. Shinwa smiled and nodded, advising, Uncle Fuyue, be wary of Danzo's root members, lest they ambush you. Fuyue acknowledged this warning with a nod and addressed his companions. Today is the moment of our Uchiha clan's return to Konoha. Protect yourselves in battle. Understood. Shinwa observed the Uchiha members charging towards Konoha with a sense of relief. Indeed, they had awaited this day for far too long. Do not even think of resisting. Isn't it better to await your demise quietly? At that moment, a sand ninja observed a Konoha ninja still struggling to rise and sighed before raising his blade to strike. The Konoha ninja, too weak to defend himself, could barely grasp his kunai. I'm sorry, Keiko, I will protect you in the next life. He thought of his beloved wife and shut his eyes. Clang. The sound of metal clashing startled him awake. Upon realizing he was still alive, he turned towards the source of the noise. Konoha ninjas are not so easily slain. A figure interjected, using a kunai to block the sand ninja's blade. As the sand ninja met his gaze, he promptly collapsed, losing consciousness. Are you all right? After dispatching the sand ninja, the figure turned back to the seated Konoha ninja, who now noticed the red Sharingan in the figure's eyes. I'm fine. The ninja struggled to rise, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Seeing he was unharmed, the figure did not linger and hurried towards another conflict. Find a safe place to hide. We will handle the rest. The Konoha ninja watched the figure depart, noticing the Uchiha crest emblazoned on their back. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the village. As the timely arrival of the Uchiha turned the tide of battle, Shinwa felt reassured as he witnessed the Uchiha clan members actively engaged on the battlefield. He soon joined the fray, embarking on his own journey of combat. With the Uchiha clan's formidable support, the Sand Village ninjas were swiftly subdued, and those remaining, recognizing their defeat, began to retreat. After driving the enemy from Konoha, the villagers and ninjas turned their attention to clearing the battlefield and comforting the afflicted residents. They are from the Uchiha. An observant ninja spotted Fuyue and his group. It dawned on the villagers that during Konoha's crisis, it was the Uchiha clan that had pulled them back from the brink of death. The villagers and ninjas began to cheer for the Uchiha's emergence. Feeling the villagers and ninjas' cheers, Fuyue smiled with satisfaction. This moment was long awaited by the Uchiha clan. Turning his gaze towards Shinwa, who was still coordinating the rescue efforts, Fuyue's eyes reflected a newfound depth of emotion. At that moment, ninjas began bringing back the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fuyue gazed upon the elder, who appeared to be merely sleeping, and sighed. This Hokage had been a source of difficulty for the Uchiha clan for nearly decades. Yet, upon learning of his sacrifice to seal the tailed beasts, Fuyue found it impossible to harbor resentment any longer. The villagers and ninjas began searching the area voluntarily, but Shinwa was surprised to find that Danzo was nowhere to be seen. Shinwa recalled the words Sarutobi had spoken to him before his departure. Now that the Uchiha had reappeared, Danzo seemed to have vanished without a trace. Shinwa, come here for a moment, called Kakashi, who appeared weary yet tense. During our search, we discovered that 300 Umbu ninjas are trapped within Konoha's prison, allegedly imprisoned there by Danzo, Kakashi informed Shinwa. Shinwa nodded, realizing that Danzo's intentions were merely to seize power as Hokage and maintain control over everything, evident from his decision to imprison only those 300 Umbu. Kakashi, Let us keep this matter discreet for now and see if Danzo shows himself in the coming days. If he does not, we shall devise a plan. Kakashi nodded in agreement and glanced at Fuyue in the distance, asking, "What shall we do about the Uchiha clan?" With a smile, Shinue replied, "Naturally. We shall allow them to remain. This is their home as well." The following day, Konoha held a grand funeral for the ninjas who sacrificed their lives in battle. Witnessing the fallen, who once were the most significant individuals in others' lives, the atmosphere was profoundly sorrowful, as if even the heavens wept for their sacrifice. Following the funeral, Konoha officially commenced reconstruction efforts. The Uchiha clan returned to the village and actively participated in the rebuilding process, rapidly elevating their reputation among the villagers to unprecedented heights. The only remaining question was who would assume the mantle of the new Hokage. With the return of Jiraiya and Fuyue, Mito Kazan and Tozo Koha suggested selecting one of them to become the fifth Hokage. Initially, Mito had no intention of considering a member of the Uchiha clan for the position, but the clan's soaring popularity compelled him to relent. To their surprise, both Fuyue and Jiraiya declined the offer for the Hokage position. Fuyue explained that as the head of the Uchiha clan, his prior departure had already been quite rude. Assuming the Hokage role now would likely invite speculation. Fuyue merely hoped that Konoha would treat the Uchiha clan fairly in the future, without prejudice. In contrast, Jiraiya's reasons for declining were even more amusing. He declined the position of Hokage, citing his accustomed freedom as the reason. However, at the same time, Jiraiya promised to seek out Tsunade, another renowned Sannin, to extend an invitation for her to assume the role of Hokage in Konoha. After a brief respite, Jiraiya led Kamizuki and Naruto on a journey to find Tsunade. Surprisingly, Kamizuki felt a sense of astonishment regarding this matter. He pondered deeply and could not fathom why Jiraiya had chosen to bring him along. As for his brother Naruto, upon hearing that he could learn an extraordinarily powerful ninjutsu, he eagerly followed Jiraiya without a second thought. The journey was relatively harmonious, yet they consistently lacked any leads on Tsunade's whereabouts. "Hey, perverted sage. When are you going to teach me that super powerful ninjutsu?" Naruto inquired. This was not the first time Naruto had posed this question to Jiraiya. Since leaving Konoha, he had been incessantly fixated on the idea of learning ninjutsu. "What are you so anxious about? Look at Kamizuki, the child of Minato. He isn't rushing to learn his father's ninjutsu," Jiraiya replied with exasperation. In truth, Jiraiya was already aware that Naruto and Kamizuki were twins. And while he could not comprehend why his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had chosen to conceal this fact, he still refrained from revealing the truth to Naruto. TCH. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Kamizuki and turned his head away. Kamizuki, inexplicably caught in the crossfire, felt speechless. Why was this related to him? It was clearly Jiraiya's own issue. Why was he using his father, Minato, as a shield? This thought led Kamizuki to a sudden idea. "Hey, perverted sage." Upon hearing Kamizuki address him similarly to Naruto, Jiraiya turned his head to respond, only to find that Kamizuki had transformed into a stunning beauty, and more importantly, this beauty was clad in nothing but her skin. "Can I call you perverted sage?" The transformed beauty winked at Jiraiya, sauntering towards him with enticing steps. "Oh ho ho. Of course you can." Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya's true nature was revealed as he gasped for breath, and blood began to trickle from his nose. "In that case, you might as well take a good look." Kamizuki continued to tease Jiraiya, immediately adopting seductive poses in front of him. At that moment, Jiraiya was utterly captivated by the beauty Kamizuki had transformed into, his gaze fixed upon her, unwilling to blink. This sight elicited an uncontrollable smirk from Kamizuki, for Jiraiya was about to face the consequences of his lecherous behavior. "Perverted sage, do you think I look good?" Just as Jiraiya was about to nod in agreement, the beauty's visage abruptly morphed into that of Orochimaru. Kamizuki mimicked Orochimaru's tone and said, "Jiraiya, I never expected your tastes to be so unique." "Ah." The sudden transformation startled Jiraiya, causing him to exclaim. Nearby, Naruto, hearing the commotion, turned to look, but Kamizuki swiftly dispelled the transformation technique. "Perverted sage, do I look good?" Kamizuki asked with a cold smile. Jiraiya regained his composure, glanced at the smug Kamizuki, then at the bewildered Naruto, and placed a hand on Kamizuki's shoulder, saying to Naruto, "Naruto, weren't you curious about what kind of ninjutsu I was going to teach you?" Kamizuki sensed an ominous premonition as he observed Jiraiya's demeanor. "Watch closely," Jiraiya shouted. and a rapidly spinning orb of concentrated chakra materialized in his palm, which he then struck against Kamizuki's abdomen. Rasengan. Kamizuki's body was drawn into the powerful rotational force of the Rasengan, sending him spiraling away until he collided with a large tree, finally coming to a halt. So impressive, Naruto exclaimed. Instead of rushing to check on Kamizuki's condition after witnessing him being sent flying, Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Don't you care at all about my well-being? Kamizuki's voice came from behind Naruto, filled with exasperation. Seeing Kamizuki unscathed, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment and pouted at Jiraiya, saying, "Perverted sage. How could you let him run away?" Kamizuki, incensed by his brother's attitude, kicked Naruto's backside and shouted, "Do you only feel happy if I get sent flying?" Realizing that Kamizuki was genuinely upset, Naruto rubbed his rear and said, "No, I trust that the perverted sage wouldn't harm you." Jiraiya's curiosity about Kamizuki deepened. He had merely intended to teach Kamizuki a lesson, yet he was astonished to find him completely unscathed. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed marks on Kamizuki's abdomen indicating he had been struck by the Rasengan, meaning he had activated the substitution technique only after being hit. Jiraiya had initially tapped Kamizuki's shoulder to prevent him from using the substitution technique, hoping to teach him a lesson, but to his surprise, Kamizuki had still managed to evade it. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed Kamizuki use the Flying Thunder God technique just a couple of days prior, Jiraiya's intrigue regarding Kamizuki only intensified. "Perverted sage, teach me quickly," Naruto pleaded, clinging to Jiraiya's arm, eager to learn the Rasengan. In response, Jiraiya could only return to a nearby merchant and procure several water balloons. "All right, Naruto, this is the first step in mastering the Rasengan. Pay attention." He then held one of the water balloons in his palm, and as chakra gathered, the balloon quickly burst. This is the first phase of Rasengan training. Concentrate your chakra in your palm, letting it spin continuously until the water balloon breaks. He then handed Naruto a water balloon. Finally quieting down, Naruto focused intently on how to break the water balloon. However, as an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan was far from easy to master. By the time they reached their destination, the water balloon in Naruto's hand remained intact. "Kamizuki, do you know how to break the water balloon?" Naruto, feeling helpless, turned to Kamizuki for assistance. Observing his brother's pitiful expression, Kamizuki smiled and said, "Let me try a water balloon." Hearing this, Naruto promptly handed over the water balloon. Kamizuki picked it up and attempted it as Jiraiya had instructed. Bang! The water balloon in Kamizuki's hand exploded instantly, leaving Naruto astounded. "Kamizuki, how did you do that? Teach me." Seeing Naruto's eager expression, Kamizuki instructed him to extend his palm and then drew a vortex shape in Naruto's palm with his finger, saying, "This is how you make the chakra rotate." And then, swoosh, the water balloon breaks. Swoosh. Naruto looked dazed. "Yes." Kamizuki nodded and continued, "Just concentrate your chakra. Make it spin, and then swoosh, it breaks." Kamizuki wasn't trying to make things difficult for Naruto. He merely found the training method too simplistic. As a jonin, he had long mastered many challenging ninjutsu. For Kamizuki, this training was akin to asking a college student to solve a first-grade math problem. "I understand, swoosh, right?" Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. These two truly were Minato's sons. Kamizuki's teaching method was indeed unique. However, Jiraiya did not intervene, recognizing that mastering ninjutsu required a certain level of insight, and since Naruto was willing to delve into it, he would allow him to explore at his own pace. "All right, you two go practice in your room. I need to go search for Tsunade," Jiraiya said, handing the key to Kamizuki before heading out alone. Kamizuki watched Jiraiya's departing figure and knew that trouble was brewing. That lecherous old man was undoubtedly off to drink. At this moment, Shinyu dared not let down his guard, for it was precisely during this time in the original narrative that the Akatsuki first encountered Naruto. Even without Itachi's involvement, Shinyu could not ascertain whether they might possess other intelligence networks to gather information on Konohagakure. Contemplating this, Shinyu decided to conceal himself for the time being. "Naruto, you may practice alone. It has been a while since I last indulged in leisure, and I wish to explore the marketplace." With that, Shinyu departed the room, leaving Naruto alone within. Observing Shinyu's retreating figure, Naruto silently vowed to surpass him. With this thought in mind, he once again focused on the water balloon in his hands. Chapter 30. The enigmatic Orochimaru Shunyu lingered nearby for quite some time, but still failed to detect any signs of the Akatsuki. He remained confident in his ability to recognize them, given that the members of this organization were perpetually clad in their iconic black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Even when infiltrating Kanahegakure in the original story, they refused to don different attire. It seems that this segment of the plot has indeed been altered, Shinyu murmured. However, just to be safe, he set up a firewall and a flying thunder god seal around Naruto. Once everything was arranged, Shinyu retreated to a nearby forest and retrieved the summoning card awarded by the system. System, how should I utilize this card? Host, simply drip your blood on the card to summon a spirit beast at will. Considering your current strength is rather feeble, this system has already adjusted the parameters, allowing for automatic recognition without the need for a contract. Listening to the system's voice in his mind, Shinyu could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. While it was true that his strength was currently lacking, he did not consider himself to be as weak as the system suggested. Although he could not contend with the tailed beasts, he remained confident in facing spirit beasts. He believed he could hold his own against creatures like Gamabunta. Fine. If you say I am weak, then I shall accept it, Shinyu sighed, cutting his finger to let his blood drip onto the card. The card seemed to absorb his blood eagerly, drawing it in as Shinyu felt a powerful pull that enveloped him entirely. System, Shinyu exclaimed in panic. Host, please do not worry. This is a normal occurrence. You will exit this space once you have selected your spirit beast. Upon hearing the system's reassurance, Shinyu relaxed, only to find himself in a peculiar void, devoid of sky or ground, reminiscent of the chaotic realms he had encountered in literature. Just as he was about to further examine this space, a beam of light illuminated the area before him. As the light faded, a figure gradually took form. Roar! The massive silhouette bellowed, its enormous eyes fixing upon Shinyu. As he focused, he beheld a creature with a Tyrannosaurus-like physique, yet strangely, part of its body appeared metallic, particularly its head, resembling a metal helmet. One of its forelimbs mirrored that of a Tyrannosaurus, while the other sported a colossal steel claw, creating a disconcerting imbalance. Most bizarre of all, it bore a pair of peculiar wings on its back. Is that not a mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast? Shinyu gasped. Congratulations, host, you are correct. Faced with the system's affirmation, Shinyu felt a mix of disbelief and curiosity. System, why does it seem to me that this spirit beast is merely a patchwork from various other animes? You are quite astute, host. Yet this system assures you that this spirit beast will far surpass the majority of spirit beasts in the current world. Disregarding the system, Shinyu scrutinized the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast before him. Its size was undeniably impressive, but he questioned its true strength. Are you my master? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast inquired, gazing at Shinyu. Yes, Shinyu replied, somewhat resigned. Observing the imposing creature, he asked, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, what is your strength? However, the beast appeared rather dim-witted, humbly responding, my strength is somewhat greater than that of my master. Shinyu could hardly contain his exasperation at such a lack of respect. How can you be so confident? Besides, it seems you are merely a perfect form. How could you be so powerful? He remained skeptical. Tell me, what skills do you possess? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast earnestly declared, I have the ultimate destruction cannon, as well as super flame, and my mechanical claws can also attack. Shinyu was taken aback. In his recollections, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast had never been depicted as capable of breathing fire. He pondered, system, why does my mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast differ from the one in the anime? This System S mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast is a carefully curated specimen. Under this system's enhancements, it will indeed wield mature-level skills. With the system's explanation, Shinyu ceased to dwell on the discrepancies and promptly exited the space, returning to the world of shinobi. Although he did not comprehend why his system had granted him such a spirit beast, it was certainly preferable to having none, especially since the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast could fly. Shinyu was eager to test the creature's prowess, particularly after its claim of being stronger than himself. Yet, the nearby space was insufficiently vast. The creature's intimidating size could potentially incite panic among the residents if it were to be unleashed, compelling Shinyu to abandon the thought. In the subsequent days, Jiraiya finally located Tsunade. Similar to the original story, Tsunade remained unwilling to return to Kanahegakure, regardless of Jiraiya's entreaties. However, Naruto was not pleased. He fervently expressed his desire to become Hokage, leading to a wager. If Naruto could master the Rasengan within a week, Tsunade would agree to return and assume the role of Hokage. Unlike the original narrative, Tsunade was still afflicted with hemophobia. Although Naruto ultimately won the bet, and Tsunade consented to return, Shinyu was acutely aware that only she could heal Rock Lee's injuries. Alas, we shall take it one step at a time, Shinyu sighed inwardly. He was reluctant to place Naruto in jeopardy, especially considering that in the original story, that encounter had nearly cost Naruto his life. Furthermore, the battle had erupted when Orochimaru sought Tsunade's assistance to heal his sealed arm. With Orochimaru's arm now uninjured, he would naturally not seek her aid. This indicated that Rock Lee was poised to become a casualty, a fate Shinyu wished to avert. System, what do you think will happen if this continues? Host, you need not worry. Everyone has their own destiny. Even if you alter certain events, some fundamental aspects remain unchanged. Upon hearing the system's response, Shinyu was intrigued and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan will ultimately face extinction?" Host, you misunderstand. This system means that no matter how you alter the original plot, certain established elements remain immutable, such as Tsunade's current hemophobia. Shinyu remained perplexed by the system's intentions, yet at the very least, the new Hokage of Konohagakure had emerged, and Naruto had learned the jutsu he had dedicated his life to mastering, the Rasengan. However, upon Jiraiya and his companions returning Tsunade to Konohagakure, they received shocking news. Neji had run away. Tsunade, now the newly appointed Hokage, took this matter very seriously, promptly heading to Orochimaru's lair with Shizune to rescue Neji. Shinyu vividly recalls the moment when she returned to find Tsunade covered in blood. Strangely, Tsunade seemed unfazed, indicating that her hematophobia had been cured. Shinyu found this rather perplexing. How could Tsunade possibly have triumphed over so many adversaries in Orochimaru's lair? The formidable strength of the Sound 4 and Kimimaro, coupled with their numbers, posed a significant challenge, especially considering their cursed seals that nearly doubled their power in their second form. How had Tsunade managed to rescue Neji from Orochimaru's clutches alongside Shizune? Shinyu immediately speculated that Orochimaru must have been holding back. But if Neji was his chosen one, why would Orochimaru so easily relinquish him? Shinyu realized that the only way to uncover the truth was to confront Orochimaru directly, rather than ruminating alone. This at least validated one point. The system was indeed correct. Some matters are ultimately immutable, just like the Uchiha clan, now adored by villagers. If they continued to harbor arrogance as in the past, they would likely face expulsion once more. It was time to seek out Orochimaru, Shinyu thought to herself. In Shinyu's eyes, despite Orochimaru's frequent engagement in unethical human experimentation, he seemed to genuinely care for Konoha. For instance, during the so-called Konoha collapse plan, his sound ninja did not harm the villagers, but instead had Kabuto hypnotize the audience. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan required Orochimaru's assistance. With this in mind, Shinyu decided to leave the village immediately after accepting a mission. Chapter 31. Science should serve humanity. Shinyu embarked on her journey alone. For Orochimaru's reputation in Konoha was that of infamy. Following Neji's indicated route, she soon stumbled upon a concealed cave, which appeared to be Orochimaru's hidden base. Who goes there? She looked up to see the Sound 4, whom she had encountered previously in Konoha. I come seeking Orochimaru, Shinyu replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the foremost figure, Jiraiya, scoffed. You think you can just waltz in and see Lord Orochimaru? Leave now, or we will be forced to take action. Shinyu glanced at the other three, noting their passive acceptance of Jiraiya's stance, as if they were merely spectators. And what if I insist on entering? Shinyu inquired. Jiraiya chuckled, raising his fist towards her. Then you shall likely meet your demise here. Shinyu shook her head with a sigh, pondering why it was so difficult for some to grasp reason. Before Jiraiya could respond further, Shinyu vanished from sight, reappearing behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. The other three were taken aback. They understood Jiraiya's considerable weight and realized that it would take immense strength to accomplish such a feat, yet Shinyu appeared unfazed, as if she had exerted minimal effort. You seek death, Jiraiya exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and swinging his fist towards Shinyu. The other three, seeing Jiraiya's aggression, seemed eager to join the fray. Recognizing that combat was inevitable, Shinyu promptly drew her kunai, ready for the confrontation. As the Sound 4 charged at her, a voice resonated from behind them. Stop! They halted their advance in unison. Kimimaro, the source of the voice, interjected. It was he who initiated the confrontation. Jiraiya quickly attempted to justify their actions. clearly intimidated by Kimimaro. Kimimaro regarded Jiraiya with a cold glance, stating, "I have no interest in your explanations. Shinyu is a guest of Lord Orochimaru." Jiraiya attempted to protest further, but was silenced by Kidomaru, who restrained him. Kimimaro then approached Shinyu, offering a slight apology. "I sincerely apologize for the rudeness of my subordinates. Allow me to make amends." Seizing the opportunity, Shinyu carefully scrutinized Kimimaro. As a member of the Kagaya clan, endowed with bloodline limits, his life had undeniably been tragic. For him, Orochimaru represented a chance for rebirth and hope. Were it not for his illness, he might have become a formidable ninja. "It is quite all right. Just grant me entry," Shinyu gestured dismissively. Kimimaro nodded and led her into the base. As they traversed the premises, Shinyu felt akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, captivated by the marvels surrounding her. The contrast between the outside world and Orochimaru's base was stark. The latter was filled with wonders absent from the former. After what felt like an eternity, Kimimaro guided Shinyu to a door and departed. Once alone, she boldly pushed open the door. "Welcome to my base, Shinyu," Orochimaru greeted her, rising from his seat as if welcoming an old friend. "To my surprise, Lord Orochimaru, you extend such a warm welcome. Given the demeanor of those four outside, I presumed you intended to eliminate me," Shinyu teased. "They are merely uncouth individuals. If you find them bothersome, I could dispose of them for you." Orochimaru replied with a casual air. Shinyu raised an eyebrow at his nonchalant attitude towards the Sound Four, yet ultimately gestured for him not to harm the innocents. "Shinyu, regarding cloning, could you share its principles and intricacies with me?" Orochimaru's eagerness was palpable. Shinyu recognized his obsession with ninjutsu and immortality, determining to exploit this trait for information. "Certainly, I will divulge every detail I possess, but first, I wish to pose a few questions." Orochimaru, intrigued, queried, "Are you interested in matters concerning Danzo or Niji?" Caught off guard by Orochimaru's directness, Shinyu realized such frankness was rare, save for Naruto. Understanding Orochimaru's intent to appear forthright, she decided to be equally candid. "Yes, I wish to know about both matters," Shinyu affirmed with a smile. Orochimaru idly fiddled with the various vials on the table, slowly divulging, "As for Danzo, he merely collaborated with me. Once our objectives were achieved, I would conduct my research in Konoha while he assumed the role of Hokage. As for his whereabouts afterward, I truly do not know." "And Niji?" Shinyu pressed further. With a sly grin, Orochimaru replied, "I intentionally let Niji go, for the simple reason that my interest in him waned." A chill ran through Shinyu at Orochimaru's words. Could it be that he had shifted his focus on Sasuke? Noticing her silence, Orochimaru's keen serpentine eyes glinted as he discerned her thoughts. "Shinyu, I am indeed intrigued by the Uchiha clan Sharingan, but that does not imply I wish to usurp their bodies. As for Niji, I liberated him from his cage, and he should be grateful to me." Shinyu rolled her eyes at Orochimaru's comment, retorting, "Indeed, thanks to you, he now harbors even greater resentment towards the main house." Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Orochimaru was not at all surprised and explained, "In truth, whether Niji can forgive the main family depends on how Hayashi manages the relationship between the main and branch families. I merely provided him with strength. How he chooses to wield it is entirely his own affair." Shinyu gazed at the eloquent Orochimaru before him and couldn't help but scoff. "The strength you provide is truly unique. The moment he uses chakra, he is in agony. Do you intend to cultivate Niji into a pure taijutsu ninja?" Orochimaru, upon hearing Shinyu's remark, chuckled and replied, "Shinyu-kun, Niji awakened the second form of the cursed seal before he was rescued. So one could say that his future is now in his own hands. The rest is a matter for the Hyuga clan." After listening to Orochimaru, Shinyu also expressed his agreement. Indeed, these matters were the concern of the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, in such an environment, the existence of the cursed seal-caged bird should no longer persist, as it resembles the antiquated practice of foot binding. "Now, Shinyu-kun, I have revealed everything I know to you. Could you similarly disclose to me the principles and detailed processes of cloning?" Upon mentioning cloning, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes visibly brightened. Observing Orochimaru's reaction, Shinyu retrieved the prepared books concerning cloning from his ninja tool pouch, all of which he had exchanged from the system. Shinyu placed the books on the table and said to Orochimaru, "These contain knowledge about cloning. However, Orochimaru, I hope you can utilize science to serve humanity rather than using humanity to serve science." "Science?" That term is quite intriguing, Orochimaru mused, as it was undoubtedly the first time he had encountered such a professional term. Shinyu nodded and continued. The technique of Edo Tensei that you have long studied is also a form of science, albeit with a steep price. Upon hearing Shinyu criticize his Edo Tensei, Orochimaru frowned slightly. However, as Shinyu continued, Orochimaru found himself entirely convinced. You could entirely leverage the cloning technology one proposed to study embryos. For example, the fusion of the Uchiha and Senju clans, combined with your own cells, would yield remarkably perfect results. Orochimaru's interest was piqued by Shinyu's insights. As Shinyu elucidated the principles, Orochimaru's path for the future became increasingly clear. Yet, he couldn't comprehend why Shinyu would share such techniques with him, and asked in confusion, Shinyu-kun, could you enlighten me on what exactly you hope to gain from this? Shinyu smiled and replied, in truth, Orochimaru, you care for Konoha more than anyone else. Do you not? Startled by this observation, Orochimaru was puzzled as to how Shinyu had discerned this aspect of him. Your attitude towards the villagers of Konoha reveals it. You merely wish to harness your techniques to strengthen Konoha, having witnessed the relentless deaths around you due to war, including that of your parents. At this juncture, Shinyu pointed to his heart and continued, however, your inner thoughts differ from Jiraiya's. Do you recall the question posed to you by Sarutobi Hiruzen back then? As Shinyu broached this topic, Orochimaru recalled the question posed by Sarutobi. What is a ninja? Jiraiya's answer was, a ninja is one who endures what others cannot. His own response had been, a ninja is one who learns all ninjutsu. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Orochimaru's contemplative state, Shinyu recognized that he had indeed managed to sway him. He simply needed time to digest these thoughts. Observing Orochimaru staring blankly at the ceiling, Shinyu remarked, Orochimaru, that is all I wish to convey. You are a materialist, and I hope you can utilize your research for the benefit of Konoha rather than confining it to your own self. Seeing that Orochimaru was still somewhat perplexed, Shinyu clarified, I comprehend all that you have done, but I want to convey that the techniques I have shared with you are far more worthy of your research than those experiments you previously conducted. Orochimaru glanced at the books on the table and then at Shinyu, smiling. Shinyu-kun, I must say, you have indeed surprised me greatly today, but I wish to understand your true intentions behind such actions. Shinyu, not wishing to conceal anything, promptly recounted the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So, your sole intention is to assist the Uchiha clan, or do you harbor other ambitions? In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Shinyu countered, were you not once a member of an organization called Akatsuki? Their goal is to gather the power of the nine-tailed beasts and ultimately incite war. And, thus, I wish to employ your techniques to thwart Akatsuki's machinations. Observing Shinyu's earnest expression, Orochimaru realized that he was indeed speaking from the heart. As for Akatsuki, Orochimaru had initially joined to gain insights into various villages, but upon discovering their true intentions, he chose to withdraw. Orochimaru understood that while he was drawn to the power of the tailed beasts, he was not foolish. Tailed beasts were not entities that could be easily controlled by ordinary individuals. Moreover, compared to tailed beasts, Orochimaru favored his own immortality, which explained why he had refrained from acting against Naruto. Very well, Shinyu-kun, although your reasoning is quite sound, I cannot immediately return to Konoha. As all my years of research data are here, Orochimaru gestured towards the instruments and vials on the table. I understand, as long as you can initiate research on cloning. I will also discuss this matter with Tsunade regarding Konoha. However, you must ensure that you do not capture nearby villagers as subjects for experimentation. That is certainly a given. Orochimaru nodded. After all, armed with the principles of cloning, there was no need for Orochimaru to capture villagers for research any longer. In truth, Shinyu was uncertain about Tsunade's ultimate stance, but based on the original narrative, as long as Orochimaru refrained from capturing individuals for human experimentation in the future, there should be no significant issues, as Konoha was quite accommodating. Upon grasping everything, Shinyu rose and said, very well, I shall take my leave now. Please wait a moment, Shinyu-kun. Shinyu turned back to see Orochimaru approaching with a scroll, saying, Shinyu-kun, you have bestowed upon me such profound techniques. I cannot merely dismiss you with a couple of pieces of information. This is a compilation of forbidden jutsu scrolls I have gathered over the years. Shinyu accepted the scroll and smiled at Orochimaru, saying, Orochimaru, We are both intelligent individuals. Your generous gift surely comes with certain conditions. Conversing with intelligent individuals is indeed quite simple, Orochimaru chuckled. I hope that Sasuke-kun can provide me with guidance. Rest assured, I shall not use Sasuke-kun as a vessel. In response to Orochimaru's proposal, Shinyu stated, I must consult with Sasuke's father and brother. It is not solely within my purview. Orochimaru appeared unfazed, smiling as he replied. No problem, I can wait. However, I would appreciate it if you could expedite the provision of a batch of Uchiha clan blood for my research. That should be manageable, right? Upon seeing Orochimaru's agreement, Shinyu nodded and smiled, agreed. Chapter 32. The delayed mission in the Land of Waves since Sasuke's return. The previously vacant position in Team 7 was filled once more, and Shinyu was finally relieved of his duty to substitute for Sasuke. Observing the complete Team 7, Shinyu was aware that they would soon embark on a mission to the Land of Waves. Yet at that moment, he found himself somewhat concerned for Zabuza. After enduring the Chunin exams and the catastrophic schemes of Dashimaru, both Naruto and Sakura have exhibited significant growth. As for Sasuke, Shinyu harbors no concerns. It is said that during his time on the isolated island, Itachi never went easy on Sasuke, and each day of Sasuke's training was akin to a baptism by combat. However, what perplexes Shinyu is that during this period, he and Kakashi have been unable to accept any missions directing them towards the Land of Waves, leaving Shinyu in a state of confusion. Even when consulting the system, no answers were provided, merely advising Shinyu to remain at ease. Sakura, shall we go on a date? After a day of missions, Naruto extended an invitation to his goddess, Sakura. No. Without a moment's hesitation, Sakura rejected Naruto, then turned to Sasuke and inquired, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke, observing Sakura's infatuated expression, felt a sense of helplessness but politely declined, saying, Sorry, Sakura. I have plans to train with my brother today. Upon hearing Sasuke's response, Sakura's head drooped in disappointment, prompting Naruto to shout at Sasuke, Hey, Sasuke. How can you do this? Shinyu and Kakashi sat atop the roof, watching the lively antics of Team 7, marveling at the beauty of peace. Yet, at that moment, Shinyu recalled something. Kakashi, when do you think I should reveal the truth to Naruto? The thought caused Shinyu considerable distress. Although Naruto currently seemed to be doing well, Shinyu understood that once this matter came to light, it would undoubtedly strike Naruto like a bolt from the blue. Kakashi, glancing at the bickering Team 7 below, suggested, It depends on the situation. This is no trivial matter. Remember, Naruto has been an orphan for nearly 13 years. If we tell him now, I cannot imagine how he would react. Indeed, Shinyu nodded. Initially, my father sealed the 9 tails within Naruto, hoping the villagers would treat him as a hero. Yet, inexplicably, I became the son of a hero while Naruto has been secretly labeled a demon fox for nearly 13 years. Even now, most villagers fail to acknowledge Naruto. Shinyu, tell me honestly, if Naruto chose to leave Konoha after learning the truth, what would you do? Kakashi's question prompted a smile from Shinyu. If it were 6 years ago, I would have undoubtedly chosen to leave with him. But now, I would persuade Naruto to stay in Konoha. After all, the incident from 6 years ago profoundly affected me. Seeing the confusion in Kakashi's expression, Shinyu elaborated, during the last attack by Shikaku, I realized that while my strength is considerable among ninjas, I am utterly powerless against tailed beasts. If I were to rashly follow Naruto away from Konoha, facing those who covet the 9 tails, our fates would likely end in death. Kakashi nodded in understanding, then asked, By the way, it seems that Jiraiya-sama occasionally trains with Naruto, right? Yes, I inquired about his opinion, and he suggested informing Naruto at the appropriate time, Shinyu replied. Reflecting on this, Shinyu couldn't help but criticize his troublesome system, which had accompanied him for so long yet struggled against even Shikaku, let alone the 9 tails. If Naruto could not control the tailed beast during training, Shinyu would be powerless to assist him. Kakashi, observing Shinyu's distress, remarked, This issue isn't solely about Naruto. Danzo has also vanished, and with the return of the Uchiha clan, he will likely set his sights on them. Upon hearing Kakashi mention the Uchiha, Shinyu recalled how, in the original story, Sasuke had charged into the Kage summit seeking vengeance. Although Sasuke seemed quite cheerful now, Shinyu knew that if he discovered the truth about Danzo's role in the deaths of many Uchiha, he would undoubtedly seek revenge for his clan. Our Team 7 is truly a handful, Shinyu sighed before leaping down and wrapping his arms around Naruto, exclaiming, Come on, let me treat you to ramen. Upon hearing Shinyu's offer, Naruto's spirits soared, dismissing thoughts of Sasuke and Sakura, and immediately followed Shinyu to Aika Ramen. Inside the ramen shop, Shinyu observed Naruto devouring his meal with fervor, while he himself found he couldn't eat a single bite. After finishing a bowl, Naruto suddenly noticed that Shinyu's ramen remained untouched and curiously asked, "Shinyu, why aren't you eating?" Shinyu looked at his brother with a bittersweet expression and asked, "Naruto, what would you do if you found out that someone had deceived you for a long time?" Taken aback by Shinyu's demeanor, Naruto leaned closer and whispered, "Is it about Tenten saying she doesn't like you anymore?" "What?" Shinyu was utterly astonished by Naruto's train of thought, quickly following up with, "When did you find out about me and Tenten?" Hee hee, Naruto's eyes narrowed with mischief as he grinned. "Shinyu, I knew my instincts weren't wrong. You do have something going on with Tenten. As a ninja, my observations are quite keen." Shinyu found himself at a loss for words, bemused by Naruto's perceptiveness regarding his ambiguous relationship with Tenten. "Now tell me the details. I want to hear about the heartbreak of Konoha's #1 genius." Rolling his eyes at Naruto's mischievousness, Shinyu replied, "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm serious. If you learned that someone had deceived you for a long time, what would you do?" Naruto pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "If it were me, I would probably be very angry. But it depends on the situation. If it was for my own good, I might choose to forgive them, or perhaps they had their own reasons for lying." Naruto then continued, "Actually, if I were the one involved, I wouldn't think much of it. After all, very few people wanted to play with me when I was growing up. It wasn't until I got to the Ninja Academy and met you, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the others that I found friends willing to spend time with me. And then there was Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and that pervy sage, not to mention the owner of Aika Ramen, Uncle Tainai, who have all treated me well. So if I found out that someone had deceived me for a long time, I probably wouldn't feel much about it, considering I have my own goals and people I care about. Moreover, my ambitions remain unchanged. I aim to become the 6th Hokage, so that everyone will acknowledge me. Thus, I must strive for my ninja way." Hearing Naruto's words made Shinyu's heart ache. Watching Naruto speak so passionately, Shinyu was acutely aware of the struggles he had faced over the years, due to the majority of his chakra being utilized to suppress the nine-tailed seal. His training had progressed slowly. With this thought, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Shinyu's silence, Naruto asked, "Shinyu, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Are you full?" Shinyu quickly adjusted his emotions in response to Naruto's concern. At this moment, Shinyu realized that it was not Naruto's feelings he was worried about, but rather how he would face Naruto in the future. After a week of rest, Team 7 finally returned to the mission center. "Tsunade Baba, I don't want a C-rank mission." Seeing Naruto sulking on the ground, Tsunade shook her head. After all, B-rank missions required at least a Chunin to undertake. However, glancing at the members of Team 7, Tsunade decided to present Naruto with a challenge. "Very well, I will assign you a B-rank mission." As Tsunade relented, Naruto immediately sprang to his feet, his face alight with anticipation as he gazed at her. "Mr. Dasna, your mission has been accepted," Tsunade called out to the side. Following her gaze, Kamizuki and his companions noticed an elderly man, clutching a bottle of sake, slowly making his way towards them. However, before Tsunade could utter a word, the old man expressed his displeasure. "What is this? For little brats and a young man with white hair? I must say, even if your Konoha village is short on funds, you shouldn't be trying to fool us like this, especially that short, golden-haired runt. His strength is clearly lacking." Upon hearing Dasna's scorn, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle, slapping Kamizuki on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Did you hear that, Kamizuki? You, the #1 genius of Konoha, are being looked down upon." Haha. Observing Naruto's gleeful demeanor, Kamizuki quietly approached him and measured his height with his hand. Initially, Naruto was slightly taller than Kamizuki, but as Kamizuki's physical prowess improved, he had begun to surpass Naruto in height, though Naruto remained oblivious to this fact. "Old man, I will kill you," Naruto shouted, suddenly roused from his reverie, only to be restrained by Kakashi beside him. "Kakashi-sensei, don't stop me. I want to challenge him one-on-one." Kakashi, observing Naruto's fury, replied helplessly, "But he is our designated client. If you kill him, what are we supposed to protect?" Seeing Dasna's skeptical gaze, Tsunade interjected, "Mr. Dasna, please do not worry. They are all exceptionally skilled ninjas, especially that golden-haired one. He is Konoha's top genius, having been promoted to Jonin at the tender age of 12. Upon hearing Tsunade's defense, Dasna's expression softened slightly, yet he still questioned. Why is there such a vast difference between two golden-haired boys? Dazna's inquiry reignited Naruto's fury, prompting him to retort, "You old fool. What do you know? I am destined to become Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." Dazna regarded Naruto with a silent gaze, then took a sip from his bottle of sake before addressing Kakashi. "You must be the captain of this team. I look forward to your guidance in the future." With that, Dazna sauntered out, leaving Naruto to continue his furious outcry. That old man ignored me." Kamizuki watched Dazna's departing figure, realizing that the long-awaited mission to the Land of Waves was finally commencing. Chapter 33. The Hidden Truth. After gathering their belongings, Kamizuki and his companions assembled at the village entrance, ready to embark on their journey to the Land of Waves. Clearly, Granny Tsunade recognized my abilities by assigning us a B-rank mission. Undoubtedly, Naruto was brimming with excitement about this task, incessantly chattering at the village gate. Observing Naruto's exuberance, Sakura interjected, "It's not because of you that Lady Tsunade chose this mission. It's because she values Kakashi-sensei and Kamizuki's capabilities. If our Team 7 had only one Jonin instructor like other teams, we would never have received such an assignment." Having grown accustomed to such critiques from his idol, Naruto glanced at the silent Kamizuki and shrugged dismissively. "So what? I will surpass Kamizuki someday. Honestly, you little runt, can you ever be quiet?" Dazna seems to have an endless supply of sake, as he took another swig before asking Kakashi, "Are we ready to depart?" "Absolutely," Kakashi nodded. "Fantastic. Let us go," Naruto exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, for this was his first mission abroad, and it was no wonder he was thrilled. Throughout their journey, Kakashi elaborated on the geography and basic conditions of the Land of Waves. Upon learning that it was merely a small country with few ninjas, Naruto scoffed, "TCH. Granny Tsunade actually assigned us to such a mission." Meanwhile, Kamizuki pondered deeply as he walked alongside Dazna. In the original narrative, Dazna had concealed the task as a C-rank mission, leading Kakashi's team to encounter Zabuza and Haku. It was known that Kakashi had remarked that such missions were at least B-rank, meaning that Kamizuki was likely facing an A-rank task now. Determined, Kamizuki resolved to protect his younger brother at all costs. After traversing a stretch of sea, they finally set foot on the territory of the Land of Waves. This island nation relied heavily on fishing for sustenance, rendering it rather impoverished. Consequently, Dazna sought to construct a bridge to enhance connectivity with other continents. Yet he faced obstruction from rogue ninjas hired by Gato, which was the reason for hiring ninjas in the first place. As Kamizuki followed the main group along the path to Dazna's home, he noticed two puddles of water on the sun-baked ground. Could this be the handiwork of Zabuza's subordinates, the Demon Brothers? As a Jonin, Kakashi sensed something amiss upon seeing the puddles. Exchanging a glance with Kamizuki, they resolved to provide their teammates with a chance to experience real combat. It appeared that the Konoha ninjas were not as impressive as they seemed. The Demon Brothers, confident that Kamizuki and his team had not detected their hiding place, stealthily approached, launching chains that ensnared Kakashi. First, with a powerful tug, the chains tore Kakashi's body into several pieces, his mangled form crashing to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left Naruto and the others dumbfounded. Upon witnessing Kakashi's demise at the hands of the enemy, Kamizuki shouted, "Enemy attack! Protect Mr. Dazna." At the sound of Kamizuki's urgent command, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura hurriedly formed a protective circle around Dazna, drawing their kunai in guarded readiness. However, just as they arranged themselves, the Demon Brothers' eerie voices echoed. Second, before them, Kamizuki was pierced in the abdomen by the steel claws of the Demon Brothers, collapsing to the ground. "Kamizuki, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto cried out, his voice tinged with desperation. The Demon Brothers exchanged sinister smiles and charged towards the trio. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke reacted swiftly, unleashing the fireball technique to push the Demon Brothers back. Seeing Kakashi and Kamizuki lying on the ground, Naruto's anger flared. "I will avenge Kakashi-sensei and Kamizuki." With that declaration, he formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Naruto created 10 shadow clones, which brandished kunai and surged towards the Demon Brothers. The brothers, witnessing the fearless approach of the three youngsters, were momentarily taken aback. Especially the golden-haired boy, who could produce 10 clones at once, made them question if they had miscalculated their targets. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Before the Demon Brothers could react, 6 fireballs erupted from the gaps between Naruto's clones, hurtling towards them, with the fireballs closing in. They had no time to deploy their own ninjutsu for defense and were forced to leap aside. Rasengan, Chidori, unbeknownst to the demon brothers. Their evasive maneuver played right into Naruto and Sasuke's trap. The duo surged from behind the brothers, one unleashing a Rasengan while the other executed Chidori, ultimately vanquishing the demon brothers. As they gazed upon the fallen foes, Naruto and Sasuke felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. This was their first experience taking a life, and just as Kamizuki had felt previously, the act of killing was far from pleasant. Well done. Just as the three were about to mourn for Kakashi and Kamizuki, both Kakashi and Kamizuki emerged from the nearby woods, with Kakashi even applauding them. Observing that the two individuals were unharmed, Mingren cast his gaze towards their fallen position, only to discover a mere pile of tree stumps. All right, let us summarize, Kakashi interjected, gently interrupting the burgeoning frustration of Mingren. Mingren and Zuoshu performed admirably, responding promptly, particularly Zuoshu, who immediately unleashed a jutsu to repel the enemy. As for Sakura, it is commendable that you remained close to Mr. Dazuna without straying. Undoubtedly, Kakashi harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Sakura's performance, as she merely watched Mingren and Zuoshu engage in battle, even dropping her kunai in fear. Upon Kakashi's conclusion, Shinyu pointed at the corpses of the Oni brothers on the ground and added, "This marks your first real combat experience. Mingren, Zuoshu, remember to leave one alive next time. As it stands, we cannot acquire any intelligence." Hearing Shinyu neglect to mention her, Sakura felt a pang of disappointment. In truth, she was acutely aware that since graduating, she had lacked the resources to study ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, her teacher, seldom instructed her, leaving her unaware of her own chakra nature. Although Mingren and Zuoshu had never taken a life, they were nonetheless natives of the ninja world. After a brief adjustment, they resumed their journey as if nothing had occurred, prompting even Dazuna to commend, "I didn't expect you two little brats to be quite capable." A B-rank mission, by regulation, involved minimal ninja combat. However, Shinyu's gaze on Dazuna revealed a hint of evasion in the elder's eyes, indicating that Dazuna had indeed concealed some information, leaving Shinyu uncertain about what might transpire next. "Kakashi, come here for a moment." Upon hearing Shinyu's call, Kakashi curiously followed him aside, inquiring, "What is it?" "Shinyu? Our employer, Dazuna, seems to have withheld some information. I noticed his eyes were evasive earlier, implying he harbors something unspeakable." Upon hearing this, Kakashi asked, "Should we return to the village? Especially since Mingren is your brother." "That is unnecessary, but we must remain vigilant. I sense this mission carries a certain degree of danger. Yet it also serves as an excellent training opportunity for them." Nodding in agreement with Shunyu's reasoning, Kakashi acknowledged that indeed, if a ninja does not endure the crucible of battle, no matter how formidable their abilities, they may easily lose their life when confronted by an adversary. Thus, the group arrived at Dazuna's village, only for Shunyu to be taken aback by the eerie silence that enveloped the place. "Something is amiss. I shall investigate," he declared. Vanishing in an instant, concealed atop a rooftop, Shinyu observed the village, noting that men, women, and children were all gathered under the watchful eye of a group of rogue ninjas. The leader among them brandished a sword, addressing the crouched villagers. "Listen well. You shall never repair this bridge. Lord Kadu has hired several powerful ninjas, and any resistance is futile. Do you understand?" Perched on the rooftop, Shinyu pondered the rogue's words. Several powerful ninjas, including Bai and the Oni brothers dealt with earlier, that qualifies as multiple ninjas, yet their strength is hardly formidable. Could it be that these rogues are merely trying to intimidate the villagers? He continued to listen as the rogue boasted. "I shall not hesitate to inform you that Lord Kadu has employed ninjas from Konohagakure and Kirigakure. I know that old fool Dazuna sought a mission in Konohagakure, but let me tell you, no matter whom he hires, it will be of no use." Upon hearing the mention of Konohagakure ninjas, Shinyu was taken aback. He understood that Konohagakure would never permit their ninjas to engage in such tasks, prompting him to resolve to capture these rogues. "Kakashi, we have a situation." Shinyu stealthily returned to the village's outskirts and relayed the conversation he had overheard to Kakashi and the others. They promptly decided to subdue the rogues first. Confronted by ninjas, the rogues were utterly outmatched, and Shunyu's group swiftly bound them. Seeing that the villagers were unharmed, Shinyu turned to Dazuna and said, "Mr. Dazuna, it is time to speak." Realizing his ruse was exposed, Dazuna opted for honesty, taking a sip of alcohol and slowly confessing, Kadu indeed hired ninjas from Konohagakure and Kirigakure. It is said that those from Konohagakure are subordinates of Danzo, though I do not know their names. Both Shinyu and Kakashi were taken aback by the mention of Danzo. Since the collapse of the Konohagakure plan, Danzo had completely vanished from their sight. This was the first time Shinyu and his companions had learned of Danzo's whereabouts. Mr. Dazuna, you undoubtedly misrepresented the task's difficulty. The ninjas under Danzo are elite among the Jounin. Categorizing this as an A-rank mission, Kakashi reproached. Dazuna lowered his head in shame, explaining, I too wish to issue an A-rank mission, but alas, the funds were painstakingly gathered from the village. Were it not for the recent discounts from Konohagakure, we would likely be unable to even issue a B-rank mission. What do you think we should do, Shinyu? Kakashi inquired. Before Shinyu could respond, Mingren interjected. Shinyu, do not abandon the mission. Look how pitiful they are. Gazing at the kind-hearted Mingren, Shinyu shook his head, recognizing that his brother was far too compassionate. Perhaps unable to fathom the consequences of mission failure. Kakashi, I believe we should abandon the mission. Shinyu disregarded Mingren's opinion and spoke directly to Kakashi. Noticing that Dazuna seemed poised to say more, he interrupted. Mr. Dazuna, I understand what you want to say, but we cannot gamble with our team's lives. As compensation, we can escort you back to Konohagakure. Since you are a master bridge builder, you can take on some work around Konohagakure until we raise enough funds for an A-rank mission. Seeing Shunyu's resolute stance, Dazuna sighed, then you may return. The funds for an A-rank mission are not so easily gathered, and as for this old man, you need not concern yourselves. I will simply be killed by them. Shinyu, feeling anger rise within him at Dazuna's moral coercion, retorted, So, you wish to resort to emotional manipulation? Let me make it clear, I, Bofeng Shinyu, possess no morals, you cannot manipulate me. Mingren, Zuoshu, Sakura, let us depart. With that, Shinyu shouldered his pack and turned to leave. Chapter 34. The emergence of Zaijian having taken only a few steps forward, Shinyu heard Mingren's voice. Shinyu, Kakashi-sensei, you may leave if you wish. But I will stay and accompany them. Turning back, he saw Mingren steadfastly positioned beside Dazuna, determination radiating from his gaze. I will not abandon Uncle Dazuna. Observing Mingren's unwavering resolve, Shinyu found himself questioning the recent events. Had Dazuna ever welcomed Mingren? Why was he now standing by the elder's side? Mingren, as a ninja. Obedience to orders is paramount. In this team, Kakashi and I serve as captain and vice-captain, respectively. This is our decision, and you must comply, Shinyu stated calmly. I refuse. I will use my life to protect Uncle Dazuna and the people of his village. Mingren's resolute stance prompted Shinyu to lose his patience. Turning to Kakashi and saying, Kakashi, let us apprehend Mingren and forcibly bring him back. Kakashi nodded in agreement. However, just as the two intended to advance and apprehend Naruto, he drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and aimed it at his own neck, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. If you come any closer, I shall take my own life. Let us see who is swifter. Observing the kunai poised perilously near Naruto's throat, Shinyu and Kakashi both halted their movements. Kakashi turned to Shinyu, seeking his counsel. Witnessing Naruto's defiance, Shinyu could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, Naruto, put down the kunai. Yet, Naruto had no intention of heeding Shinyu's words, instead pressing the blade against his neck. The sharp kunai grazed his skin, a trickle of blood beginning to seep forth. Shinyu, I am truly disappointed in you. I always believed you would understand my perspective. I have lived in solitude for as long as I can remember, until I met you all. Now, I too wish to protect Uncle Dazna and his kin, for they, like me, have once needed assistance. That grand bridge represents Uncle Dazna's hope, the hope of his entire village. You want me to abandon it? I cannot. At hearing Naruto's nonsensical rhetoric, Shinyu was consumed by anger. What? Do you mean to say you have never received payment for your missions? It is perfectly acceptable to accept payment to protect the vulnerable, yet this task is clearly disproportionate to its reward. Are you now developing feelings for your assignments? However, upon witnessing Naruto's desperate demeanor, Shinyu hesitated to act rashly and urged, Naruto, we ninjas undertake missions solely for monetary gain. After all, this is a matter of another nation. If this were to transpire in Konoha, even in the land of fire, I would not stand in your way. Shinyu's words elicited a self-deprecating smile from Naruto, who lamented, Truly, my tongue is clumsy. But as Kakashi-sensei has said, those who disregard rules among ninjas are worthless. and those who do not cherish their comrades lack the qualifications to be ninjas at all. At present, Uncle Dazna is my comrade, and I cannot abandon him." Upon hearing this, Shinyu shot a fierce glare at Kakashi, but upon reflection, realized that this matter was not truly Kakashi's fault. It was merely Naruto's misunderstanding. Thus, he advised, "Naruto, what Kakashi means is that you should cherish comrades like Sasuke and Sakura, not clients." Undoubtedly, Naruto absorbed not a word of Shinyu's counsel. Witnessing Naruto's obstinacy, Shinyu steeled himself and declared, "Very well, if you wish to remain here, I shall grant you that." After saying this, he turned to Sasuke and Sakura, instructing, "You two return with us, and let Naruto guard his client alone." Yet, contrary to Shinyu's expectations, neither Sasuke nor Sakura followed him. Instead, they resolutely stood by Naruto's side. Sakura spoke first. "Kakashi-sensei, you taught me to cherish my comrades. Even if Uncle Dazna is not one of us, Naruto is still our companion, is he not?" Although Sasuke remained silent, he nodded in agreement with Sakura's words. "You." Shinyu glared at the steadfast members of Team 7, rendered speechless by their defiance. Was it Kakashi's guidance that had so profoundly influenced Sasuke, who typically obeyed Shinyu's commands? Kakashi, observing the scene before him, awkwardly inquired, "Shinyu, what should we do?" Shinyu glanced at Kakashi beside him and whispered, "For now, agree to their demands. Then find an opportunity to knock Naruto out and return." "Understood," Kakashi nodded, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. Shinyu composed himself, forcing a smile as he addressed the three before him. "Since you have all chosen to undertake this mission, let us proceed." Seeing Shinyu relent, a smile broke upon Naruto's face. "I knew you would understand, Shinyu. Also, thank you, Sasuke and Sakura, for supporting me." With that, Naruto lowered the kunai, returning it to his tool pouch. An opportunity presented itself. Shinyu thought to himself. As Naruto relaxed, Shinyu executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind Naruto and striking the back of his neck with a swift chop. Mission accomplished. Gazing down at the unconscious Naruto, Shinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looking at the bewildered expressions of Sakura and Sasuke, he patiently explained, "Ninjas do not undertake missions solely fueled by passion. They must act within the bounds of their abilities. Given the current circumstances, the three of you are utterly incapable of handling this task." Observing Sasuke and Sakura nodding in understanding, Shinyu turned to the astonished Uncle Dazna and asked, "Mr. Dazna, if you wish to withdraw your request now, we can still escort you back to Konoha." Seeing Naruto sprawled on the ground and then glancing at the four before him, Dazna sighed in resignation. "Very well, I accept your proposal. Please escort me back to Konoha." Pleased with Dazna's compliance, Shinyu nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could react further, he felt a surge of murderous intent. "Get down," Shinyu shouted as he pushed Dazna to the ground. A large blade whizzed past them, embedding itself into a nearby tree. A figure glanced at Shinyu's group and coolly stated, "Hand over Dazna to me." Shinyu recognized the speaker as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi. The moment had come, indeed. Shinyu had not anticipated Zabuza's arrival so swiftly. The current predicament was akin to being caught in a tiger's grip. Exchange glances with Kakashi, Shinyu stepped aside, indicating Dazna to Zabuza. "This is the man you seek, Dazna. We will relinquish him to you. You shall allow us to leave, correct?" Zabuza glanced at the trembling Dazna and then surveyed Shinyu's group, shaking his head. "Apologies, but I have changed my mind. Now, I intend to eliminate all of you." Hearing these words from Zabuza, Shinyu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His reluctance to engage Zabuza stemmed from the fear that Kato would send additional root members after them. Against such foes, it would be manageable for Shinyu and Kakashi alone. The critical issue was the 3 individuals they needed to protect. "We have already decided to abandon the mission, so there is no conflict between us. Why must you kill us?" At Shinyu's inquiry, Zabuza laughed. "This is the weakness of Konoha. You dare send such children to undertake a mission, and as a senior, I must teach you the price of failure." Zabuza's words extinguished any hope Shinyu had for a peaceful resolution. It was evident that Zabuza merely sought to annihilate his group. Shinyu turned to Kakashi and asked, "Shall you confront him, or shall I?" Kakashi pondered for a moment, then raised his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan. "I will deal with him. You protect Naruto and the others." Agreed. After devising their strategy, Shinyu instructed Sasuke and Sakura, "You both protect Naruto and Dazna. I will safeguard you." Sasuke and Sakura nodded firmly, encircling Naruto and Dasna, standing guard, one on each side. As the group formed their defensive formation, Zabuza remarked, "This is somewhat interesting." He then withdrew the blade lodged in the tree and, with a body flicker, appeared before Kakashi. "I recognize you. You are the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, are you not?" Before Kakashi could respond, Zabuza swung his sword, charging at Kakashi. Confronted with the formidable executioner's blade, Kakashi dared not relax, swiftly drawing forth a kunai to defend himself. The two engaged in a series of exchanges with their weapons, and it was evident that Kakashi's kunai held little advantage against the executioner's blade. Nevertheless, Kakashi relied on his exceptional taijutsu to avoid injury. Observing that Kakashi had yet to be subdued after several rounds, Zabuza could not help but exclaim, "Truly, you are the renowned jonin of Konohagakure, Kakashi. Allow me to demonstrate the assassination techniques of our Kirigakure." With that, Zabuza raised his right hand. As the hidden mist technique was activated, the battlefield was immediately shrouded in a thick white mist. Under the influence of the mist, Kakashi's Sharingan was rendered ineffective, and he stood alert, vigilant of his surroundings. However, he soon heard Zabuza's voice emanating from the shadows. "Heart, arteries, lungs, these are lethal targets." Listening to Zabuza's intermittent murmurs, Shinue realized that the purpose of the hidden mist technique was not to assassinate Kakashi, but to distract him while attacking his party. Yet, Shinue had no intention of waiting for Zabuza to come and eliminate him. System, activate the firewall. Firewall activated. Shinue had mastered the firewall system, which had now become akin to a radar. Indeed, as soon as the firewall was engaged, the system's voice resonated in his mind. "Host, there is someone approaching slowly. 300 meters away at 3 o'clock. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shinue could not help but exclaim, "Nice." Watching Zabuza draw nearer, Shinue pondered for a moment before retrieving a kunai and wrapping it with an explosive tag. "Go." He hurled the kunai, which flew straight towards Zabuza's concealed position. Unsurprisingly, Zabuza heard the sound of the kunai approaching, but he merely regarded it as coincidence, having previously observed Shinue's group, which appeared to be composed of mere children. This kunai was likely just a stroke of luck. With that thought, Zabuza sidestepped, allowing the kunai to whiz past him. Boom. The explosion of the explosive tag immediately sent Zabuza tumbling from the force of the blast. Although a single explosive tag could not inflict significant harm upon him, the humiliation it brought was unbearable. Yet, he could not comprehend where he had gone wrong. The explosion had attracted Kakashi's attention, and he speculated, was that Shinue's doing? Seeing his attack had succeeded, Shinue's playful spirit surged. This cat-and-mouse game was exhilarating. He retrieved shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and once again aimed at Zabuza's direction concealed within the thick mist, launching them forth. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Shinue's hands swiftly formed seals, and as the jutsu completed, hundreds of shuriken surged towards Zabuza. Zabuza, witnessing the deluge of shuriken, hastily raised his executioner's blade, retreating while attempting to block the onslaught. However, he could not fathom how this child could discern his location. After fending off the barrage of shuriken, Zabuza found himself with several cuts across his body. While the wounds were not fatal, the overwhelming sense of humiliation was profound. "That wretched little brat," Zabuza roared, raising his executioner's blade and charging towards the direction of the shuriken, determined to slay this group of children. However, Zabuza's actions played directly into Shinue's hands. The silent assassination techniques that Zabuza took pride in were rendered ineffective before the system's firewall. To Shinue, Zabuza's seemingly confident attack pattern was now etched in his mind. Unhurriedly, Shinue again tossed a kunai wrapped with an explosive tag along Zabuza's path. Boom, boom. With each subsequent explosion, Zabuza felt as though his ears were ringing. It was as if the little brat had marked him, as each explosive kunai precisely located his position. Zabuza, shrouded in mist, could not see and relied solely on his acute hearing to detect the enemy's whereabouts. Amidst the relentless explosions, Zabuza found his head spinning, utterly unable to hear the footsteps or breaths of his foe. Release. With no other option, Zabuza dispelled the hidden mist technique, realizing that it had become ineffective. Perhaps this was the most lamentable day of Zabuza's life, as his prideful silent assassination techniques had been thwarted by a mere child from Konoha, utilizing kunai and shuriken. As the mist began to dissipate, Shinue felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a longer game, but Zabuza could not endure the humiliation. System, deactivate the firewall. Firewall deactivated. With the mist gone, Zabuza once again set his sights on Kakashi, for Kakashi was indeed a formidable figure within the shinobi world. Though the strange children posed a challenge, Zabuza did not consider them his primary target. Kakashi, prepare to meet your end. Zabuza swung his executioner's blade towards Kakashi, who, this time, abandoned his taijutsu in favor of ninjutsu. Doton, Dorihiki. A wall of earth adorned with 3 canine heads rose to block Zabuza's attack. Seeing this, Zabuza assumed Kakashi had further tricks up his sleeve and swiftly leaped back, warily watching Kakashi. Kakashi, do you truly believe that ninjutsu alone can defeat me? Zabuza taunted, resting his executioner's blade on his back before leaping onto the nearby water's surface. To his astonishment, Kakashi followed him onto the water, and even more bizarrely, his movements mirrored Zabuza's precisely. Zabuza, today marks your demise, for I have seen through you completely. Upon hearing Kakashi's declaration, Zabuza could not suppress a cold laugh, replying, seen through me? Then do let us see. With that, Zabuza began forming seals with his hands. It's coming. As Shinue watched Kakashi and Zabuza land on the water's surface simultaneously, he recognized a classic scene unfolding. The water dragon technique and its 44 seals were about to commence. To ensure he did not miss the spectacle, Shinue left 2 shadow clones to protect Sasuke and Sakura while he moved closer to observe. 1, 2, 3. Shinue silently counted the seals they formed, feeling immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Zabuza increasingly sensed something amiss about Kakashi before him, whether it was his seals or movements. Even the simple act of raising his hand was mimicked by Kakashi. Could it be that the Sharingan truly sees into the heart? Zabuza pondered. It was not entirely his fault. Kirigakure had long been entrenched in the Blood Mist era, and while he had heard of Kakashi's renowned Sharingan, he was unaware of its true capabilities. Zabuza attempted to form seals again, but found Kakashi still mirroring him. Upon reaching the 44th seal, Zabuza could no longer contain himself. He needed to see if the Sharingan was as extraordinary as Kakashi claimed. Suiton, Tsururyuden no Jutsu. With a resolute confidence, Zabujan unleashed his ninjutsu, but Kakashi, facing him, echoed the incantation in unison. Strangely, their techniques activated simultaneously. Behind both combatants, water dragons materialized, swirling through the air before colliding with one another, tearing at each other's forms and showering the battlefield with droplets, enveloping both warriors in a mist of spray. Incredible, they truly executed 44 hand seals, exclaimed Shinyu from the shore, momentarily astonished. Initially believing this dramatic scene to be merely an artistic repetition by the author to showcase their sealing speed, Shinyu was enlightened today to discover its authenticity. Both had indeed performed 44 seals to launch a single water dragon bullet. With his curiosity satisfied, Shinyu chose not to linger at the riverbank, but returned to his position, fully aware that Zabujan was on the brink of defeat. It's futile. I have discerned all your moves. Upon hearing Kakashi's proclamation, Zabujan initially regarded it with indifference, but panic set in as he caught sight of Kakashi. To his horror, a shadow loomed beside Kakashi, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own reflection. Seizing the moment of distraction, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and initiated his ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. The previously tranquil water surface erupted into tumultuous waves, crashing relentlessly towards Zabujan. As the monstrous waves bore down upon him, Zabujan snarled in defiance, "Impossible! I intended to use this technique to defeat him." Even as he was engulfed by the deluge, Zabujan remained astonished by the unfolding events, which felt utterly surreal. Yet, he had no opportunity left to counterattack. The colossal wave consumed him entirely, and under the relentless assault, he felt his strength wane. Ultimately, he was hurled against a towering tree. It is over. Observing the nearly lifeless Zabujan, Kakashi had no intention of showing mercy. He drew a kunai, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a swift motion, 2 shuriken darted through the air, aimed at Zabujan's neck. In his weakened state, Zabujan had no chance to evade. Witnessing Zabujan collapse, Kakashi couldn't help but reflect on how the once formidable foe met his end at the hands of 2 shuriken. Yet, to ensure his demise, Kakashi approached to check Zabujan's carotid artery. Is he truly dead? Kakashi mused, turning to the direction from which the shuriken had been thrown. A figure emerged from the haze, adorned with a Kirigakure mask. I am from the Pursuit Division of Kirigakure. May I claim his body? Kakashi glanced at the enigmatic figure and then at the mask, nodding in agreement. As the figure approached the fallen Zaibujan and hoisted his body, he addressed Kakashi. "Thank you for your assistance. We have been pursuing him for quite some time." With that, he formed a single-handed seal and vanished before Kakashi's eyes. Observing the two disappear, Kakashi felt a sense of unease. Chapter 36. The Appearance of the Root Organization. Kakashi, you have been deceived. That individual was not from the Pursuit Division of Kirigakure. They typically handle the bodies of fallen ninjas on site, yet he chose to take Zaibujan's body far away. Hearing Shinyu's words, Kakashi turned to him and inquired, "Why didn't you stop me earlier?" Shinyu shrugged, replying helplessly, "It was unnecessary. Our primary objective is not those two, but the root members lurking in the shadows." His words plunged Kakashi into silence. Indeed, the elusive root members posed a far greater threat than Zaibujan and the mysterious figure. Kakashi remained uncertain of Danzo's proximity, grappling with the realization that Danzo's power was beyond his comprehension, let alone the strength of his numerous root subordinates. "Kakashi, it appears we have been cornered. Following this failure, Kato will undoubtedly send stronger root members to hunt us down. Abandoning our mission is no longer an option." Shinyu analyzed. Even if we had captured Zaibujan and his companion, they could still extract information about us from the villagers, ultimately discovering that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails resides in the Land of Waves. We are still facing them. It was evident that Shunyu and his companions found themselves in dire straits, trapped in the Land of Waves, with no time to call for reinforcements. However, Shinyu remained unperturbed, as he possessed a trump card, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast gifted by the system. Just days prior, he had tested its strength and found it to be significantly superior to his own, the only drawback being its somewhat limited attack methods. "What shall we do?" Kakashi inquired. "What shall we do?" Shinyu smiled and boldly declared, "We shall face them head-on, as one does against any adversary." Observing Shinyu's demeanor, Kakashi could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that conflict was inevitable. Kakashi turned back to Dazna, stating, "Since we have been driven to a dead end, focus on your bridge construction." Just as Kakashi was about to follow Shunyu, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Dazna, witnessing Kakashi's collapse, promptly brought Shunyu and his companions to his home. He glanced at the beleaguered group, feeling compelled to urge their departure, but it seemed too late. Meanwhile, the individual who claimed to be from the Pursuit Division of Kirigakure attempted to awaken Zaibujan, only for Zaibujan to sit up abruptly. Why haven't you removed your deceptive mask?" Upon hearing Zaibujan's words, Bai obediently removed his mask, revealing a remarkably handsome face, reminiscent of a beautiful maiden. Zaibujan glanced at him, remarking, "Bai, even to save me, there was no need to target my neck." Bai, slightly embarrassed at Zaibujan's complaint, chuckled and replied, "I didn't want to leave any scars on your beautiful body, and besides, there isn't much muscle on the neck, making it easier to target the pressure points. Wouldn't you agree?" Observing Bai's demeanor, Zaibujan managed to move slightly, only to hear Bai say, "Zaibujan, your body has sustained significant injuries. Others might need a week to recover, but you, I estimate, will be back to your prime in less than a week." Zaibujan, impressed by Bai's abilities, remarked, "You truly are a wise, innocent, and pure-hearted child." Bai, flattered by Zaibujan's compliment, displayed a shy expression. Sitting on the ground, Zaibujan reflected on the recent battle with Kakashi, murmuring, "It seems this grudge must wait for another day." Returning to Shunyu's side, with Kakashi's collapse, Shinyu assumed command of the team. Presently, he harbored concerns about Naruto's predicament, yet he found it strange that the root organization had yet to reveal themselves. "Shinyu, hurry and take me to train. I want to learn more powerful ninjutsu." Throughout the week, Naruto had persistently pleaded with Shinyu to train him. And despite Shinyu's reluctance, he ultimately taught Naruto 2 ninjutsu techniques. As for Sasuke and Sakura, Sasuke, hailing from the esteemed Uchiha clan, has never lacked resources for training. After conducting tests, Shingetsu surprisingly discovered that Sakura possesses both earth and water chakra attributes within her. This revelation left Shingetsu somewhat astonished. Could it be that Sakura has ties to the Senju clan? Reflecting on the original narrative where Tsunade took Sakura as her apprentice, Shingetsu's gaze towards Sakura transformed subtly. A week later, Kakashi finally emerged from his sickbed. Upon learning that the organization known as Jin had not made an appearance during that week, Kakashi initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to escape, but Shingetsu declined this notion. The rationale provided by Shingetsu was straightforward: to reach the land of fire, they must traverse a sea, and should an ambush occur on the vessel, while he and Kakashi could manage, it would pose a significant trial for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Hence, Shingetsu ultimately resolved to remain in place, awaiting their arrival. However, unbeknownst to Shingetsu and his companions, the very Jin they spoke of, including its leader Danzo and subordinate members, were currently in the land of waves. Meanwhile, the seemingly invincible Kato, as perceived by the citizens of the land of waves, was presently groveling before Danzo. Lord Danzo, I never anticipated that Zabuza would fail. However, according to the intelligence they provided, it is indeed your Naruto, Sasuke, and Shingetsu. Kato reported. Danzo cast a fleeting glance at Kato and replied nonchalantly, in truth, I had long known that Zabuza would not be a match for Shingetsu. It is best for such second-rate ninjas to withdraw. I have no interest in such weaklings. Kato, hearing Danzo's words, nodded in agreement. In reality, Kato felt quite perplexed about why the higher-ups from Konoha would appear in the land of waves. Yet, there was little he could do in this world. Strength is the ultimate truth. Being wealthy, Kato greatly valued his life and understood that only by submitting could he survive in the presence of the suddenly appeared Lord Danzo. Jia, Wu follow Kato. Should Zabuza show any signs of resistance, eliminate him, Danzo commanded. Yes, Kato, distressed about how to communicate this to Zabuza, eagerly complimented. With Lord Danzo's assistance, Zabuza will surely retreat. Danzo, glancing at Kato's flattery, remained silent and turned to the other three, issuing another command. Bing Ding. Go test their strength. Yes, the trio referred to as Bing, and Ding vanished without a trace upon receiving Danzo's order. Shingetsu and his companions followed Dazna to the bridge. For the past few days, they had been protecting Dazna and the workers on the bridge. Shingetsu's intention was to not only remain, but also to ensure the bridge's completion. However, today the bridge was unusually quiet. As Shingetsu surveyed the area, he noticed not a single worker in sight, which was quite unusual. Sensing something amiss, he immediately instructed everyone to prepare for battle. Truly worthy of being Konoha's top genius. He has sensed danger so swiftly, he thought. Observing the three figures before him, Shingetsu recognized them as members of Jin. Though their attire was entirely different from what he had seen in Konoha, their masks now resembling those of demons. Looking at the trio, he turned to Kakashi and remarked, It appears I have indeed been underestimated. They dare to send merely 3 to capture us all. Yet, the trio seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, opting instead to form hand signs and initiate their ninjutsu. Futon, Shinkajoku, Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, Raiton Reikachu, observing their silence. Shingetsu exchanged glances with Kakashi and activated his own ninjutsu. Doton, Doriahiki. 2 earthen walls formed, successfully blocking their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Shingetsu quickly created 2 shadow clones to protect Naruto and the others while he charged toward the attackers. With a swift motion, Shingetsu produced his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and hurled it at the trio. Simultaneously, his right hand radiated with electric energy. The members of Jin, seeing the kunai flying towards them, did not take it seriously. As they attempted to dodge, Shingetsu activated the Flying Thunder God. Raikiri. One member of Jin was pierced through the chest, and after successfully landing the blow, Shingetsu did not linger but teleported back to his original position. Bing. Upon witnessing his companion's demise, the remaining 2 turned their gaze toward Shingetsu, filled with rage. It seems today will be your last, Konoha's top genius. Shingetsu, observing their fury, remained silent and beckoned them with a finger, stating, If you believe you can kill me, then come. Infuriated by Shingetsu's audacity, one member of Jin unsheathed his ninja sword and charged at him. Shingetsu, meet your end. Yet, as the blade drew near, Shingetsu made no move, instead smiling. This only fueled the assailant's anger further. However, just as the blade was about to strike, the attacker realized Shingetsu had vanished, only to hear a scream emanating from behind him. Ding. Witnessing yet another comrade fall to Shingetsu, he no longer wished to attack. His priority was to relay information to Danzo. Alas, it was too late. Raikiri. As Kakashi's attack pierced his chest, regret flooded his mind. Chapter 37. The Path to Resolution. Gazing upon the 3 corpses on the bridge, Shingetsu fell into contemplation. He could not fathom why Kato would dispatch these 3 to their demise. His concerns stemmed from two uncertainties. He did not know whether Danzo was present in the Land of Waves, nor could he ascertain how many ninja from Gen Kado had actually hired. Should over 50 renegade members of Gen, who had fled with Danzo, unite to besiege them, they would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, it appeared Kado had underestimated their strength. Casting a glance at the unfinished bridge, Shingetsu inquired, "Mr. Dasna, how long until this bridge is completed?" Dasna, recognizing Shingetsu as the true leader of the ninja team, dared not conceal the truth. "Less than half a month." Shingetsu gazed at Kakashi behind him, contemplating before addressing Dasna. "Even if the bridge is completed, you will not be able to protect it. It might be wiser to abandon the project altogether, as this would at least ensure your safety." Before Dasna could respond, Naruto interjected, "No way. I must prove to Inari that heroes exist in this world." Shingetsu looked at Naruto in surprise. During their stay at Dasna's home, Naruto had indeed spoken to the boy about heroes, but it was indisputable that this was not the time for heroics. In truth, Shingetsu had intended to use a summoning scroll to return, but regrettably, he had not marked a location in Konoha upon their departure, rendering the scroll unusable. "Naruto, you must understand your limits," Kakashi admonished. "This is not the moment for heroics. You have no idea what we are up against." Clenching his fists, Naruto acknowledged Kakashi's words, realizing he could do nothing at present. Shingetsu observed Naruto's demeanor, unsure of what to say. In hindsight, even without Naruto's defiance, Zabuza would inevitably pursue them. It was an unavoidable reality. With that thought in mind, Shingetsu spoke, "Very well, since we are here, let us make the best of it." After clearing away the 3 corpses, Dejina led the workers to commence the bridge construction, while Shunyu and Kakashi stood by with Naruto and the others. As Naruto noticed Shunyu gazing at him, memories of Shunyu's actions from a week prior flooded back, prompting him to turn his head away, wishing to ignore him. Just as Shunyu was about to speak, 2 familiar figures emerged on the opposite side of the bridge. Shunyu recognized them as Zabuza, who had fought Kakashi a week ago, and Haku, the one who had rescued Zabuza. Everyone be on guard. Yet, as Zabuza and Haku approached, Shunyu observed that their condition was rather dire. Zabuza bore gruesome wounds on his arm and chest, and his weapon, the sword of execution, was missing. Although Haku had no visible injuries, his pallor was indeed fitting of his name. Noticing the tense stance of Shunyu's group, Haku quickly interjected, "Do not attack. We are not here to fight." Shunyu regarded the two but did not lower his guard, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Seeing the distrust in their eyes, Haku was at a loss for words, but Zabuza spoke up. "Kakashi, and the young ones from Konoha, I know you do not trust me, but I am not afraid to tell you that if you do not abandon your mission, your fate will be far worse than mine." Upon hearing Zabuza's words, Shunyu and Kakashi realized that Kado had indeed turned against them. "Very well, everyone put down your kunai. They are no longer our enemies," Kakashi commanded. Using his Sharingan to assess the 2 figures before him and confirming their condition was genuine, he signaled for everyone to lower their weapons. "Thank you," Zabuza said, casting a glance at Kakashi before losing consciousness. The group carried Zabuza back, and as Shunyu looked at the still unconscious Zabuza, he fell into deep contemplation. Undoubtedly, Zabuza and Haku's condition was a testament that Danzo was indeed in the Land of Waves and had entangled himself with Kado. Kado was merely a merchant. If his relationship with the root members were solely contractual, there would be no reason for him to instigate an attack on Zabuza. It was evident that Danzo's objective was to ensnare Shinyu and his companions. "Kakashi, the situation has become quite complicated. It appears Danzo is using the Land of Waves as his stronghold." Kakashi frowned at Shunyu's words. The Land of Waves was isolated, and apart from traveling by sea, escape was impossible. Indeed, and Danzo's intentions are quite clear, he is likely amassing forces to surround us, Shinyu observed, glancing at Haku, who was caring for Zabuza. Haku still wore a mask, but it was apparent he regarded Zabuza with utmost concern. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will take my leave now." Shinyu returned to his room, pacing back and forth in contemplation of the current predicament, seeking a way to break the deadlock. However, despite his prolonged deliberation, he could not devise a suitable plan. The village was likely under surveillance by Danzo's men, making it impossible to notify Konoha. While Shunyu was deep in thought, the door was suddenly pushed open. "Shinyu, Kakashi-sensei is calling for you." Upon seeing Naruto, who still bore a hint of annoyance, Shinyu experienced a moment of clarity. "Of course, How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? Overwhelmed with excitement, Shinyu exclaimed, Naruto, you are truly remarkable. Naruto, bewildered by Shunyu's exuberance, asked, what do you mean I'm remarkable? The summoning technique. Shinyu replied, what about the summoning technique? Naruto still struggled to grasp the situation, but before he could inquire further, Shinyu pulled him into the courtyard. Naruto, didn't the pervy sage teach you the summoning technique? Now, do not use red chakra. Summon a toad using your own chakra. Quickly, seeing Shunyu's animated demeanor, Naruto understood that Shinyu had a plan. Despite his lingering irritation, he followed Shunyu's instructions and performed the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a toad, no larger than Shunyu's head, appeared. What is this? A little brat? If you need something, bring me snacks, otherwise I won't pay you any mind. Recognizing the toad as Gamakichi, the son of Gamabunta, Shinyu knew he had to act quickly. Hello. Could you assist me with a task? If you do it well, all these snacks are yours. With the promise of snacks, Gamakichi's demeanor shifted to one of joviality. Not bad, kid. What's your name? Shinyu, seizing the moment, replied, I am Bofeng Shinyu. Nice name. Gamakichi introduced himself. I am Gamakichi. From now on, we are friends. So, what do you need my help with? Ecstatic that Gamakichi was willing to assist, Shinyu hurriedly said, Gamakichi, return to your father and inform Jiraiya that Danzo is currently in the land of waves. Our situation is perilous. Ask Jiraiya to quickly send reinforcements from Konoha. Gamakichi nodded, somewhat understanding. Okay, I got it. However, Shinyu, still anxious, asked Gamakichi to repeat the message before allowing him to leave. Well then, I will head back now. Gamakichi was laden with snacks, and to ensure he prioritized the task, Shinyu added, Gamakichi, make sure to handle this matter promptly. Afterward, I will procure even more snacks to thank you. With the promise of more treats, Gamakichi's eyes sparkled. Don't worry, Shinyu, I will handle it right away. Watching Gamakichi vanish in a puff of smoke, Shinyu felt immense relief. Shinyu, what exactly are you planning? Even after Gamakichi's departure, Naruto remained perplexed. You had that toad notify the pervy sage, but who is Danzo? Chuckling at Naruto's confusion, Shinyu replied, it's nothing. Danzo is a traitor from our village. Just know that you played a crucial role in ensuring the success of this mission. With that, Shinyu dashed off to find Kakashi. After explaining his plan to Kakashi, the latter also experienced a moment of realization, astonished that he had overlooked such a simple solution. So, how long do you think it will take? Kakashi inquired. Estimating the time, Shinyu responded, it shouldn't take more than half a day. We will be free by then. At that time, we can fulfill Naruto's wish and let him see the completion of this bridge before we depart. As Shinyu mentioned the bridge again, Kakashi nodded with a smile. However, just as the atmosphere began to lighten, both Kakashi and Shunyu's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing a series of anguished cries emanating from the bridge. It's Danzo! They exclaimed in unison. Upon witnessing this scene, Mingren let out an enraged roar and immediately brandished his kunai, ready to charge forward, but was swiftly restrained by Kakashi. Wait. Mingren, take a look at the number of enemies. Following Kakashi's gaze, Mingren lifted his head, only to see a dense crowd approaching in their direction. Even Mingren, with his impulsive nature, was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming sight. Are you joking? He murmured, gazing at the throng. Shinyu frowned as he observed the hundreds of figures drawing near. It appeared that Danzo's roots were indeed present. In such a short time, he had managed to recruit a vast number of rogue ninjas and wanderers. Among the crowd, a lecherous fat man stepped forward, brandishing a cane and declaring, kill everyone except that golden-haired kid in the orange clothes. This little rotund figure was Kato, and his audacious demeanor caused Shunyue's expression to darken. However, at that moment, Shinyu noticed that Danzo was conspicuously absent, and there were no formidable ninjas in sight. Has that old coot hidden again? He pondered, realizing that Danzo might take advantage of the chaos when the battle commenced, leading Shinyu to feel that the situation was slipping beyond his anticipation. What is all that commotion outside? At that moment, Zaibujan had just regained consciousness and heard the sounds from outside. Mr. Zaibujan. It's a fight between the ninjas of Konoha and Kato's men. Observing Bai's restless demeanor, Zaibujan sighed. Bai, you needn't worry about me. If you wish to assist them, go ahead. After all, we are now in the same boat as those few ninjas from Konoha. Nodding at Zaibujan's words, Bai then vanished in a flash. Shinyu nodded at Bai's sudden appearance and commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. with a resounding thud, as Mingren abruptly disappeared from sight. Shinyue exchanged a glance with Kakashi and said, "Keep an eye out for Mingren's reappearance and ensure his protection. Remember, Danzo and his root members have yet to show themselves." Kakashi nodded, but despite the relatively weak forces before them, he remained grave, acutely aware of their overwhelming numbers. "Bye. Take care of Sasuke and Sakura. I will handle the rest," Shinyue instructed. I glanced at Kakashi and then back at Shinyue before ultimately nodding. Noticing Kakashi's puzzled look, Shinyue pointed at the crowd and continued, "I will deal with this large force. The rest is up to you." With that, Shinyue bit his finger and formed the seals for the summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Instantly, the area was enveloped in thick smoke, and as it dissipated, a colossal creature appeared before them. Kakashi gazed in astonishment at the enormous, half-metallic beast summoned by Shinyue. Is this truly Shinyue's summoned beast? In the world of Hokage, dinosaurs do not exist, and the mechanical dragon's appearance filled many with dread. Standing atop the mechanical dragon, Shinyue surveyed the ninjas and wanderers below, commanding, "Mechanical dragon, do you see the enemies before you? Annihilate them." "Understood, master," the mechanical dragon responded, raising its massive, razor-sharp claws and swinging them at the foes. Many were paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a monstrous creature, and a single swipe from the mechanical dragon cleaved through several of them. Is this the true extent of Shinyue's power? Kakashi thought, stunned by the swift execution of dozens of adversaries. As the reality of the situation set in, several stronger rogue ninjas began to react, drawing upon their ninjutsu to retaliate. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. As a barrage of jutsu surged towards it, the mechanical dragon raised its claws to deflect them effortlessly. Perched atop the mechanical dragon, Shinyue scoffed. "Is this what you call ninjutsu? Mechanical dragon, unleash your super flame." The mechanical dragon opened its mouth, launching a massive fireball towards the crowd. "Use water style? Quickly, employ water style." The stronger rogue ninjas shouted as the colossal fireball hurtled toward them. Hearing their cries, the chaotic crowd gradually regained composure, with ninjas skilled in water style forming seals to counter the impending attack. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Water style, water barrier. However, the power of the super flame was not so easily mitigated. Although the sequential water-style jutsus did weaken its intensity, they failed to completely neutralize the massive fireball. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated amidst the crowd, incinerating several who could not escape in time. Observing the lopsided battle, Kakashi felt a sense of resignation. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Nevertheless, Kakashi knew that the true threat lay not with the disorganized rabble before them, but with Danzo lurking in the shadows. Under the relentless assault of the mechanical dragon, the once formidable force of rogue ninjas began to falter. Many chose to flee. While they may have once roamed the streets alongside Kato, their lives now took precedence. "Don't be afraid, scatter." When they saw many fleeing, the remaining rogue ninjas shouted in unison. "Its size makes it sluggish. Let us leap onto it and attack its master." Hearing this, several bold rogue ninjas rushed towards Shinyue atop the mechanical dragon. Shinyue, witnessing their futile attempt to scale the beast, wore a mocking expression. "Take to the skies. Let them understand despair." The mechanical dragon, obeying Shinyue's command, unfurled its wings and soared into the air. This sudden ascent left the rogue ninjas below in bewilderment, their mouths agape as they watched the creature ascend. "Enough of this play. Unleash the ultimate destruction cannon, but take care not to harm my comrades." The mechanical dragon assessed the distance between Kakashi and the remaining rogue ninjas before the cannon on its chest slowly opened. Ultimate destruction cannon. 2 missiles, emblazoned with sinister grins, streaked through the air and detonated precisely within the throng. "Help! Spare me, O great ninja!" Following the explosions, the once mighty force of rogue ninjas had dwindled to just a handful, their anguished cries echoing in the aftermath. Noticing that the enemy force had been entirely obliterated, Shinyue commanded the mechanical dragon to return. Shortly thereafter, Mingren reappeared from Iboku Mountain. Upon seeing Mingren's return, Shinyue realized that all preparations had been made. What in the world is that monster? Danzo, hidden in the shadows and observing the devastation of his forces, felt no sorrow for their demise. Rather, he gazed upon Shinyue's summoned beast with envy. The power of this creature was extraordinary, seemingly born for the chaos of battle. Thus, How could Danzo not be tempted by Shinyue's formidable summon? In a moment, you will feign an attack, while I capture Shinyue and Mingren. With that, Danzo slowly began to unwrap the bandages from his right eye and arm, employing Earth style to advance toward Shinyue. Seeing Mingren's return, Shinyue urged, "Hurry and use the summoning jutsu." Nodding in response, Mingren prepared to comply. In the earlier moments at Miamu Mountain, Hima Wentai had conveyed all pertinent information to Mingren. With this thought, Mingren began to concentrate his own Kyubi chakra. At that moment, Kakashi, noticing Mingren's presence, hurried to his side, prepared for any danger. Suddenly, dozens of figures emerged, charging directly towards Mingren. Faced with this legion of root ninjas, Shinyu dared not underestimate the threat. The system activated the firewall. Firewall activated. Just as Shinyu initiated the firewall, he detected a red dot positioned ominously behind him. He swiftly turned to see Danzo's crimson Sharingan glaring back at him. Host's brain has been compromised, initiating expulsion. Before Shinyu could react to the system's alert, an agonizing sensation pierced his mind, akin to countless needles stabbing into his brain. Immediately, he clutched his head in agony and knelt on the ground. Observing Shinyu incapacitated by Danzo, Kakashi quickly unleashed Raikiri towards him. However, Danzo did not flinch. He allowed Raikiri to pass through his body and raised a kunai imbued with wind chakra, aiming for Mingren's legs. This unexpected turn left Mingren momentarily paralyzed with shock. In a desperate bid, Shinyu, despite the excruciating pain, struggled to use body flicker technique, positioning himself in front of Mingren. Chapter 39. Mingren's thoughts seeing Shinyu collapsed in a pool of blood. Kakashi swiftly withdrew his hand from Danzo's chest and dragged both Mingren and the injured Shinyu to a safe distance. Coughing violently, Danzo seemed unfazed by his injuries, instead offering Kakashi a sinister smile. The next moment, Danzo's form began to fade away until he vanished completely. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi promptly set Mingren and Shinyu down. As Mingren attempted to check on Shinyu's injuries, Kakashi urgently shouted, "Mingren, don't worry about Shinyu." Quickly, hearing Kakashi's words and glancing back at Shinyu, Mingren, tears streaming down his face, trembled as he completed the hand seals. Summoning technique. With a burst of smoke, a gigantic toad lifted Mingren and the others. The toad's mouth opened, releasing 10 figures. Shinyu. At that moment, Mingren had no time to acknowledge the summoned Hima Wentai as he dashed towards the bloodied Shinyu. Shinyu, both physically and mentally drained, bore a deep wound on his back from Danzo's wind blade, blood gushing forth, and his head throbbed with unbearable pain. Why? Why did you save me?" Mingren continuously questioned as he looked at Shinyu, who was injured while protecting him. Shinyu, weak and struggling to articulate, glanced at the tearful Mingren and managed a faint smile. Because even speaking a single word was an immense effort for Shinyu, who summoned his last ounce of strength to tell Mingren, "You are my brother." With that declaration, Shinyu could no longer withstand the pain, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness. "I have an older brother?" Mingren stared in disbelief at the unconscious Shinyu, momentarily frozen in shock. "Shinyu?" Tsunade climbed onto Hima Wentai's back, only to discover Shinyu lying in a pool of blood. "Tsunade-sama." Before Tsunade could inquire further, Mingren rushed to her side like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. "Tsunade-sama, please save Shinyu. Hurry." Witnessing Shinyu's condition, Tsunade furrowed her brow. Yet, time was of the essence. She quickly gathered chakra with her hands, cutting open Shinyu's shirt to begin treatment. Mingren anxiously watched Tsunade, fearing she might cease her efforts. Tsunade glanced at Mingren before concentrating her healing efforts on Shinyu. However, she soon realized that Shinyu had merely fainted from exhaustion and excessive blood loss. With the bleeding now staunched, it indicated that Shinyu had passed the critical phase. "Rest assured, Mingren, Shinyu will be fine," Tsunade reassured him. At that moment, Jiraiya also arrived atop Wentai, speaking with gravity. "Tsunade, Danzo and his men have vanished." Hearing that Danzo had disappeared, Tsunade was taken aback. After all, Danzo's objective should have been to capture Mingren, yet here he was, unharmed, while Danzo had retreated. "Let us return to the village. Shinyu needs a suitable place to rest." When Shinyu awoke again, he found himself in Konoha Hospital, surrounded by umbu and protective barriers. Turning his head, he saw Jiraiya, Itachi, and Tsunade standing at his bedside. With so many eyes fixed upon him, Shinyu cautiously inquired, "Why are you all looking at me?" "Shinyu, Do you feel better now? Tsunade asked with a serious expression, taken aback by Tsunade's concern. Shinyu wondered why the Hokage cared about his well-being. Could it be that he was simply too remarkable? Nevertheless, observing Tsunade's earnest demeanor, he nodded, saying, "Do not worry. Hokage-sama, I am fine. I just need my back to heal." "That's good to hear," Tsunade replied, then turned to the Umbu, instructing, "Bring in Yamashiro Aoi. We need to search Shinyu's memories." Hearing this, Shinyu was left speechless. What was happening? However, everyone remained serious, including Itachi. May I ask what is going on?" Shinyu asked meekly. Tsunade exchanged glances with Itachi, who then explained, "Shinyu-kun, we suspect you have fallen victim to Shirsue's Jinjutsu. Kodo Amatsukami." "What?" Shinyu exclaimed, nearly leaping from the bed, only to realize he lacked the strength to do so and felt a dull ache in his back. Itachi observed Shinyu's agitation and continued, "Shinyu-kun, Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami can manipulate the target without their awareness, compelling them to act according to the caster's will." Noticing Shinyu's silence, Itachi added, "On our way back, Kakashi informed us of the circumstances surrounding your injury, giving us ample reason to suspect you were ensnared by Kodo Amatsukami. Hokage-sama, I have arrived." As Yamashiro Aoi entered, Shinyu sensed trouble brewing and urgently called to the system in his mind. "System, what should I do if you are exposed?" "Host, please do not panic. No ninjutsu can detect my presence. But if my memories are pried into, wouldn't you be exposed as well?" "Rest assured, host. These memories are impervious to prying eyes." Reassured by the system's assurances, Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Shinyu, I apologize, but please do not resist." With that, Yamashiro Aoi placed a hand on Shinyu's forehead, commencing the search. After a considerable time, Yamashiro Aoi withdrew his hand, and Tsunade inquired urgently, "What did you find?" Yamashiro Aoi, glancing at the prostrate Shinyu, responded, "Hokage-sama, I found no abnormalities." Just as Tsunade was about to speak, Itachi interjected, "Hokage-sama, please wait a moment." Closing his eyes slowly, Itachi opened them again, revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Shinyu-kun, look into my eyes." As Shinyu gazed into Itachi's eyes, he was drawn into an unfamiliar space, where all familiar events seemed to fade away. Observing Itachi before him, Shinyu thought, "Is he using Tsukuyami against me?" Itachi stood directly in front of Kamizuki and said, "Kamizuki-kun, this isn't Tsukuyami, it's just a regular Jinjutsu. It's not that I don't trust you, but we need to be cautious right now." "So?" Kamizuki asked, puzzled. A hint of guilt flashed across Itachi's face as he said to Kamizuki, "Don't blame me later." Before Kamizuki could even understand, he found himself back in the real world. Then, he found himself facing a crow with Sharingan eyes. Host's brain has been invaded. Expelling it. "Itachi, I swear." Before Kamizuki could finish his curse, that pricking sensation returned to his brain. All right, Danzo's Kodo Amatsukami can no longer alter Kamizuki-kun's will. Kamizuki no longer had the energy to curse. He just wanted to quickly accumulate points to exchange for a pair of Shirsue's eyes in the system shop. Then install them on himself and bombard Itachi with Kodo Amatsukami's eat shit chant every day. Seeing that both of them said Kamizuki was all right, Tsunade said to everyone, "Okay, let's go then. Don't disturb Kamizuki's rest." With that, everyone said goodbye to Kamizuki and left the ward. Kamizuki, feeling the pain in his head, couldn't help but shed tears of grievance. To Kamizuki's surprise, this headache disappeared completely after a while. Of course, Kamizuki didn't dare to guess how long it lasted. He only knew that the feeling was truly unbearable. Just as Kamizuki was feeling bored, Naruto pushed open the door and entered. "Kamizuki, I've come to see you. Your ward just reopened today. How are you?" Seeing Naruto's concerned expression, Kamizuki teased, "Naruto, you have to call me brother, you know that?" "TCH, I won't." Naruto said disdainfully, "I was born a second before you, but I'm still your brother." Kamizuki said proudly. Naruto, seeing Kamizuki's smug expression, remained silent for a moment before asking, "Kamizuki, are you really my brother?" Kamizuki nodded. "Then why didn't you tell me before?" Naruto's eyes welled up with tears at this topic. "Why were you respected since childhood, while I was despised by everyone in the village? Why do we have such different lives, even though we share the same parents?" Naruto's voice grew louder and louder, until he was almost roaring at Kamizuki, recounting all the grievances he had suffered over the years. So, was this father's idea? Kamizuki looked at the tearful Naruto before him, wanting to reach out and pat his head, but found his arm too heavy to lift. He could only comfort him, saying, "No, This wasn't father's idea. It was the third Hokage's idea. Undoubtedly, Naruto was completely oblivious to these complexities. He couldn't understand why the kind-hearted Hiruzen Sarutobi would do such a thing to him. Naruto, if you don't like Konoha, we can leave the village like your master Jiraiya and travel the world as travelers. Seeing Naruto remain silent, Shingetsu said softly, if you really don't like it, how about I help you destroy Konoha someday? Hearing Shingetsu's words, Naruto smiled and shook his head. He touched the seal on his stomach and sighed. When father sealed the 9 tails inside me, perhaps many people in the village hated me as a demon fox. After all, so many people sacrificed themselves. But there are still people who want to play with me. So many people still care about me. Then, Naruto looked at Shingetsu and smiled. Brother, actually, you've always been afraid to tell me because you're not strong enough, right? Seeing Shingetsu nod, Naruto said, actually, I still remember what you said to that Chunin uncle who captured me when I played a prank 6 years ago. And I also know about the time you secretly slipped me money. Naruto's words stunned Kamizuki. He stared at Naruto, speechless for a moment. The village my father risked his life to protect. Can't let my fate destroy all his contributions? Seeing Kamizuki's silence, Naruto said, brother, let's carry on father's legacy and protect Konoha together. Chapter 40. Heading to the land of lightning, Kamizuki spent 2 months in the hospital, finally reaching his discharge date. It could be said that he was incredibly bored during this time. Actually, by the first month, Kamizuki's back injury had almost healed, but the hospital's medical ninja insisted he stay for another month. During this time, Tintin and Naruto visited Kamizuki every few days. Naruto initially teased them, but later he started calling them sister-in-law. Kamizuki's knowledge of the events that had occurred in Konoha over the past 2 months mostly came from them. To Shingetsu's surprise, Niji no longer harbored resentment towards the main family. It said that the head of the main family, Hayashi Hyuga, personally approached Niji and delivered a letter written by his father, Hisashi. Hayashi apologized to Niji and ordered the main family members not to manage the branch family in the same caged bird manner. Now, with the power of the cursed seal, Niji's strength has greatly increased. Aside from being somewhat frightening after his transformation, he has virtually no major weaknesses. Niji has now decided to live for himself. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Haku, whom he met in the Land of Waves, surprisingly returned to Konoha with the main force. It said this was Haku's idea, as he was deeply moved by Shingetsu's act of shielding Naruto and felt that living in Konoha would be happier than being a wanderer. As for Zabuza, having experienced the Blood Mist era, he now feels that any place is better than Kirigakure. Moreover, he can't be hunted down forever. It's better to find a backer. So, Zabuza and Haku have now become Ainbyu ninja of Konoha. The last major event is that Gaara has been taken away by Sunagakure. After all, he is the son of the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Although he currently only possesses a trace of Shikaku's power to sustain his life, Gaara's strength is undeniable, which is why Sunagakure took him back. Furthermore, while Sunagakure was involved in the Konoha collapse plan, it was entirely caused by Orochimaru's assassination of the Kazekage and subsequent impersonation. To a certain extent, Sunagakure itself was also a victim, ultimately leading to Konoha and Sunagakure renewing their alliance treaty. In the past 2 months, under Tsunade's command, the reconstruction of Konoha has been progressing rapidly. However, to Kamizuki's regret, there is still no trace of Danzo. Danzo seems to have vanished once again. But Kamizuki knows that such a person would not give up. I can finally come out again. Looking at the familiar streets of the village, Shingetsu felt a sense of freedom emanating from every pore of his body. He really didn't want to smell the disinfectant in the hospital again. The first thing Shingetsu did after being discharged was to go to the archives to investigate Sakura Haruno's file. However, to his disappointment, Sakura Haruno had no connection to the Senju clan. He thought he had discovered a new world of Naruto, but it turned out to be nothing but an illusion. It seems Tsunade only took Sakura as her apprentice because of her talent and hard work. Since it was Shingetsu's first day after being discharged, no missions were assigned to him. After his injury, Tsunade even resigned from his position as the Jonin leading Team 7, so Shingetsu was now unemployed. However, Shingetsu was enjoying his rare moment of leisure, and out of boredom, he wandered around the market. Shingetsu, you're discharged? Seeing Itachi approaching, Shingetsu remembered what happened in the hospital 2 months ago. He glared at Itachi and turned to leave. Seeing that Kamizuki was ignoring him, Itachi quickly stopped him. Kamizuki, I have something important to discuss with you. Although Itachi claimed it was a serious matter, Shinyu, still impatient, remarked, speak quickly. I have a date with Tian Tian. The village of Yun-in has been stirring with intentions towards us in Konoha. Upon hearing this news, Shinyu was momentarily taken aback, immediately recalling Danzo. Could it be that this old fool has gone to Yun-in to persuade them to attack Konoha again? Is it Danzo's doing? Hearing Shinyu's query, Itachi shook his head and replied, uncertain. Due to the current lack of intelligence, no one can definitively ascertain if Danzo is behind this. But it is indeed evident that Yun-in has been making moves against Konoha lately. Shinyu, with a hint of resignation, inquired, just tell me directly. What is it that Yun-in has set its sights on this time? Is it the Byakugan or the Nine Tails? Itachi, feeling somewhat awkward at Shinyu's question, pointed to his own eyes and said, this time, they have their eyes on the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Shinyu glanced at Itachi in surprise, noticing his seriousness, and couldn't help but chuckle. The people of Yun-in truly have a knack for variety. They steal different things each time. Itachi did not respond to Shinyu's jest, but instead said, currently, the Hokage wishes to send the Umbu to investigate. Now that you have been discharged, why not join us? Upon hearing this, Shinyu shot Itachi a glance and said, so your so-called serious matter is to have me do your work, is it? Fine. I have nothing to do after my discharge anyway, so let us go see the Hokage. Thus, the two proceeded to the Hokage's office, where Shinyu was appointed as the leader of this Umbu investigation team, alongside Itachi and Zabuza. Holding the ninja's sword in his hand, Zabuza couldn't help but exclaim, the executioner's blade feels as comfortable as ever. Shinyu, reminded of the golden hoop he had once wielded, mused that although he had no desire to use a staff-like weapon, a divine blade could significantly enhance his strength. However, he knew that such treasures were hard to come by in this world. The three donned the attire of the Umbu and departed from Konoha under the cover of night, heading to the Land of Thunder to investigate Yun-in's covetousness towards the Sharingan. Yet, as they traveled, Shinyu felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. This situation seemed overly peculiar. Even when ambushing other ninja villages, the elements of timing, geography, and human factors were crucial. Undeniably, after the destruction of Konoha, the village was at its weakest, yet Yun-in had remained silent during that period. It was only after Konoha's reconstruction was nearly complete that they chose to strike, which was entirely illogical. Shinyu could not believe that a bandit who thrived on plundering would adhere to any code of honor. For them, the more vulnerable the target, the better the opportunity to attack. Suddenly, Shinyu recalled Tsunade's words before their departure, which were quite thought-provoking. The purpose of sending you is merely for investigation, not for war. Shinyu interpreted this to mean that as long as they ensured no evidence was left behind when eliminating their targets, there would be no problem. After all, in this small team, there was hardly anyone unskilled in assassination. Shinyu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to swiftly eliminate ordinary ninjas. Zabuza was adept at silent killing, capable of dispatching foes without a sound amidst the thick fog. Itachi, needless to say, could incinerate opponents to ashes with a single Amaterasu. Contemplating this, Shinyu shared his thoughts with Itachi and Zabuza. After listening to Shinyu's proposal, Zabuza nodded in agreement. Given his somewhat precarious position in Konoha, he was not particularly skilled at scheming. Itachi, too, expressed his willingness to follow Shinyu's lead. Thus, the trio resolved that while investigating in the Land of Thunder, if they encountered any isolated ninjas from Yun-in, they would attack freely, provided they left no traces behind. In truth, Shinyu harbored a bold idea to capture a Jinchuriki from Yun-in to offer as a bride for Zabuza. After all, if Yun-in could come to steal our Byakugan and Nine Tails, why couldn't they seize their two tails? Of course, this notion was merely a fantasy, as the status of the Jinchuriki in Yun-in was quite elevated, and there was little reason for them to comply. Furthermore, Zabuza's rugged appearance was likely not the type that would appeal to women. Hence, capturing the Jinchuriki would prove to be quite challenging. 10 days later, the trio officially stepped onto the territory of the Land of Thunder, observing the stark contrast in geography between it and the Land of Fire. Shinyu knew that their mission was about to commence. Chapter 41. The bold Shinyu, what did you say? Mabui stared at the shattered table before her, undoubtedly having witnessed such scenes more than once. Lord Raikage, we currently have over 10 ninjas from Yun-in missing, and preliminary suspicions suggest they have met with foul play. Upon hearing this news, AI's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he bellowed, who did this? Who dares to plot against our Yun-in ninjas? As if still unsatisfied after his outburst, AI glanced at the table he had just smashed and delivered a powerful kick. Boom. The already splintered table was sent crashing against the wall, reduced to mere splinters. With nothing left to destroy, AI punched the wall in frustration. Mobilize all the ninjas from Yunin. I refuse to believe we cannot find those who harmed our people. AI's anger was understandable. After 3 generations of governance, Yunin had achieved its current strength. Yet in just 1 week, 6 Jonin and 9 Shunin had gone missing. These ninjas were the backbone of Yunin. Mabui, however, remained calm and analytical, unlike AI, and said, Lord Rakage, we have already lost 15 ninjas. If we send everyone to search, we risk alarming the enemy. This could weaken the defenses of Yunin. Then what do you propose? AI, embodying the role of Rakage, seemed incapable of rational thought. Akin to a lion's pride where the male's role is solely to confront external threats while the females handle other matters. Mabui pondered for a moment and replied, I have analyzed their disappearance locations. Without exception, they vanished shortly after being dispatched on missions. Therefore, the immediate priority is to prohibit ninjas from undertaking missions. Is that your solution? Does that not imply that, as Rakage, I fear these adversaries? AI unequivocally disagreed with Mabui's suggestion, as it also affected the dignity of Yunin. Moreover, Mabui, have you considered that if we prohibit ninjas from leaving the village, it would equate to crippling our economic sources? As AI asserted, every ninja village relies on undertaking missions as their primary economic lifeline. The government would not provide funding. Even if it did, one would have to beg for it. As Rakage, AI could not be subservient like a feudal lord, so Yunin's revenue depended entirely on ninjas taking missions to sustain itself. AI's obstinacy left Mabui feeling quite helpless, prompting her to sigh, Lord Rakage, we truly have no other options at this moment. If all else fails, we may have to send other ninjas to follow them. Just as AI was about to respond, the sounds of singing and rapping reverberated from downstairs. If your training isn't extreme, you'll be eliminated. Oh yeah. Watching the antics of Killer Bee on stage, AI's fists clenched tighter with each passing moment. That rascal still has the time to hold a concert. However, at this moment, Kalabi was completely unaware that his elder brother was watching him from above. Observing the enthusiastic audience below, Kalabi raised his left hand high. I have been singing for quite some time, and I am truly exhausted. Yet your fervor has granted me the opportunity. Bagyaru Kanyaru. Hearing Kalabi, who showed no signs of restraint, AI, feeling vexed, burst through the window. You fool. AI swung a punch directly at Kalabi's face, sending him crashing from the stage into the audience. At this time, Shinue was wandering near Yuin village with Itachi and Zabuza, unaware that the trio was responsible for the loss of 15 ninjas from Yuin village. Shinue was solely focused on how to eliminate more ninjas from Yuin village, as well as his designated target, Zabuza's fiancée, Yuki. Itachi, observing Shinue lost in thought, inquired, Taro, we have been selling for a week, and our stock is dwindling. Shouldn't we consider heading home? Naturally, Taro was Shinue's alias for this covert mission, where the three had disguised themselves as local merchants. With Itachi and Zabuza adopting the names of Kojiro and Kyo. Head home. Shinue shook his head and replied to Itachi, there is no need for us to return. This is our home. The notion of going home implied retreat. Itachi and Zabuza exchanged glances, contemplating that Shinue seemed to regard the land of lightning as his home, seemingly intent on not leaving until every last ninja was eradicated. Thus, the trio continued to peddle their wares in a small town near Yuin village. During this time, the ninjas of Yuin village were evidently intimidated by their actions, to the point that even when venturing outside, they were followed. Bored, the three hurried to the nearby town to sell their goods. Kyo, do you have someone you like? Zabuza was taken aback by Shinue's sudden inquiry about his personal life. However, observing Itachi's inquisitive demeanor, Zabuza ultimately shook his head. Who could I possibly like? I ran away from home and later roamed around with Haku. How could I have someone I like? Fear not, you shall soon have one. Shinue waved his hand confidently, eliciting curiosity from Itachi. Kojiro, don't look at me like that. Don't think I don't know. You already have someone you like. Don't let your thoughts stray. Noticing their continued confusion, Shinue raised his eyebrows and extended 2 fingers. Kyo, don't you fancy a two-tailed cat? The reference to a two-tailed cat was, of course, a nod to the two-tailed beast. They had not anticipated that Shinue had genuinely intended to steal the tailed beast upon arriving in Yuin village. Although Shinue had been muttering about it during their journey, Itachi initially thought it was merely a reaction to Naruto's ambush and did not take it seriously. Yet now it seemed that Shinue was not only earnest, but had been plotting this all along. At that moment, Zabuza curiously posed a question that many men would ask. Is she beautiful? Absolutely, Shinue exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. She's top-notch. Besides this reason, Shinue had another objective, to steal the 6 Paths ninja tools, including the Koken rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd. After all, it felt like a business trip in his past life. How could he return from a trip without bringing gifts for his girlfriend? Ultimately, those 3 ninja tools would end up in Tenten's possession. After establishing a relationship with her, Shinue had no idea how many kunai and shuriken he had received from her, so this time it was just right to steal them back as compensation. Come and see the latest intriguing toys. Spotting someone approaching, Shinue eagerly called out. Itachi and Zabuza, observing Shinue's adeptness, began to suspect that he had indeed been a merchant. During this period, they had not returned empty-handed. They had gathered quite a bit of useful intelligence. The most significant piece of information was that a new close aide had appeared beside the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Shinue suspected that this so-called aide was none other than the recently elusive Danzo. However, the group had no way to verify this person's identity at the moment, as their disguises as merchants prevented them from approaching the daimyo's residence. Thank you for your patronage, Shinue called out as the customer completed their purchase. Glancing at the sky, Shinue realized that there was little chance of accomplishing anything else that day, so he began to signal Itachi and Zabuza to pack up. Boss, how much is this item? A woman's voice abruptly interrupted the trio as they were tidying up. Yo, can't you hear someone wants to buy something? Hurry and attend to them. Although Shinue recognized the voice belonged to a woman, he had no intention of turning around. After all, he himself had a girlfriend and couldn't be distracted while on a business trip. All right, Zabuza responded and turned to greet the customer. Shinta. Hearing the name that nearly exposed him, Zabuza felt a surge of frustration from Shinue. What? Shinue turned to see the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuki, standing before him. Zabuza was nervous entirely due to Yuki's captivating appearance. You are the owner, right? How much is this? Yuki asked, smiling as she held a box of rouge. Clearly fond of it. 10,000 Rio, Shinue declared, extending a finger to indicate the price. Yuki was taken aback upon hearing the price. It was evident that the cost exceeded her budget, and she had not brought much money with her that day. However, gazing at the exquisite box, she bit her lip and inquired, Can you lower the price? Shinue noticed the expression on Yuki's face and realized she was genuinely interested in the rouge. Although Yuki was the two-tailed Jinchuriki, she was still a girl. What girl would not appreciate cosmetics? I'm sorry, but it's a small business. I cannot negotiate. Shinue replied with a smile, reaching out to reclaim the box of rouge from Yuki's hands. Taro, why not lower the price a bit? Before Yuki could speak, Zabuza interjected, attempting to bargain on her behalf. Seeing his uncharacteristic behavior, Shinue teased, I say, Hyo, you seem to prioritize looks over friendship. Do you really think a ninja would look at you? Who says they can't? Yuki retorted, gazing at Zabuza, who was advocating for her. She found herself looking at him with a new perspective. For a moment, she thought Zabuza's defined features were slightly handsome, remembering how he had just bargained for her. Even her usually aloof demeanor found him somewhat endearing. Please, Shinue scoffed at Yuki's words. Though we are merchants, we understand that Yuin village values strength above all. Do you honestly believe a ninja would choose a partner without chakra? Upon hearing Shinue's words, Yuki proudly lifted her chin and declared, Why not? As long as my strength is sufficient, I dare anyone to object. Shinue observed Yuki's fierce demeanor and glanced at Zabuza, pondering that if the two of them were to become involved, Zabuza would undoubtedly become submissive. Nevertheless, gazing at Yuki's proud expression, Shinue decided to provoke her further. All of this is merely your assertion. I cannot believe such a thing exists in this world. Yuki, known for her strong-willed and prideful nature, fell into the trap of Shinue's taunt. Fine, I will prove it to you. Pointedly stating, you, from now on, shall be my boyfriend. Without waiting for Zabuza's reaction, Yuki tugged at his clothing and leaned in to kiss him. As they gazed upon the imposing figure of Yumu Ren, both Shinue and Itachi were momentarily taken aback. Yumu Ren's kiss was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, although it lasted but a brief moment. Such an act was undeniably bold within the realm of ninjas. After the kiss, Yumu Ren turned to Zai Bujan and inquired, So, is it acceptable now? Zai Bujan's face had turned crimson, and despite his darker complexion, the blush could not be concealed. You win. As a wager, This box of rouge is yours. Upon hearing Xinyue's words, a smile broke across Yumu Ren's face as she glanced at the still-dazed Zai Bujan. Thank you, she said. And with the box of rouge in hand, she skipped away. Hey, wake up! Xinyue exclaimed, giving Zai Bujan a gentle nudge. What's wrong? Zai Bujan, still trying to process the recent events, was clearly affected by Yumu Ren's unexpected display of affection. Come help pack up, Xinyue said, casting a disparaging glance at Zai Bujan. Thinking to himself how this seemingly rugged man could be so ineffectual. It was just a kiss from a girl, what's the big deal? Yet, Xinyue had completely forgotten his own reaction when faced with Tian, which was far less dignified. Oh, Zai Bujan scratched his head and began assisting Xinyue and Itachi in packing their belongings. Jingnan, do you think she is pretty? After finishing their tasks, Zai Bujan nodded at Xinyue's question, his mind drifting back to the kiss, as if his heart had soared to distant heights. She resembles a cat with two tails. What? Itachi and Zai Bujan asked in disbelief. Observing Zai Bujan, Xinyue couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. Originally, he had intended for Zai Bujan to play the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, yet they had encountered each other in this manner. Nonetheless, this might be for the best. After all, Zai Bujan's strength could not possibly rival that of a Jinchuriki. If Yumu Run could not defeat him, it would surely expose Zai Bujan's limitations. Taro, Zai Bujan timidly inquired, are we coming back here to sell tomorrow? Seeing Zai Bujan's bashful demeanor, Xinyue nodded. Of course. But tomorrow you'll manage the stall here alone while I go across the street with Zai Osalang. Although this turn of events caught Xinyue off guard, he did not dwell on it. Perhaps Yumu Ren was simply caught up in the moment and would not return the following day. However, reality proved Xinyue grossly mistaken. You're here. Early the next morning, as Xinyue arrived in town with the two others, he spotted Yumu Run at the same spot from yesterday, waving at them. I've saved the best spot for you. This area is all ours. Yumu Ren boasted as soon as they approached. Yet Xinyue immediately seized upon a crucial point, questioning. Ours? Of course. Yumu Run replied matter-of-factly. There haven't been any tasks in the village lately, so naturally, I must support my boyfriend. With that, she playfully wrapped her arm around Zai Bujan's. Observing Yumu Ren's boldness, Xinyue feigned caution and advised, dear ninja, we were joking yesterday. He.S. just an ordinary person. Let us leave it at that. However, Yumu Ren's expression grew increasingly cold in response to Xinyue's well-meaning attempt. What? Are you afraid I'm not worthy of your brother? With that, she turned to Zai Bujan and asked, am I pretty? Zai Bujan nodded. Do you like me? He nodded again. Would you like to be my boyfriend? Zai Bujan blushed and nodded once more. See, both parties are willing. Is there a problem? Xinyue regarded Yumu Ren's self-assured demeanor and promptly gave her a thumbs up. I admire your confidence. Zai Osalang, let us set up shop over there. With that, Xinyue distributed some of the merchandise to Zai Bujan and went off with Itachi. Throughout the day, Xinyue and Itachi were almost entranced, watching Yumu Run and Zai Bujan engage in lively conversation, appearing like a couple in love. After closing up, Zai Bujan lingered, gazing longingly at Yumu Ren's departing figure. Observing Zai Bujan's distracted state, Xinyue couldn't help but exclaim, this is what love looks like. Chapter 43. Zai Bujan truly is the first among the 7 ninja swordsmen. While love is sweet, duty must not be neglected. In truth, Xinyue was somewhat uncertain whether Yumu Ren was sincere or simply playing around. After all, since that kiss, there had been no further intimate encounters between them. Taro, I think we should sell our goods elsewhere, Itachi suggested. Although he had enjoyed the spectacle in recent days, he understood that their mission must take precedence over Zai Bujan's romantic entanglement. I actually find Jingnan's situation rather amusing, even though we are here to sell goods. If we leave now, Jingnan might miss a chance. Yet, considering Itachi's concerns, Xinyue ultimately proposed to Zai Bujan that they should venture to another location, suggesting they take Yumu Ren along. After all, Xinyue remained uncertain about her intentions. At 27, Yumu Ren was considered quite advanced in age within the world of Naruto, and if a genuine connection could blossom, Xinyue would find it a positive outcome. The next day, Zai Bujan broached the subject of moving to another selling location with Yumu Ren. Sure, as long as I can be with you, Yumu Ren replied, her reaction surprising Xinyue. Perhaps this was simply a case of differing tastes. Although Zai Bujan was ruggedly built, perhaps it was precisely that which attracted Yumu Ren. Thus, Shunyue and Itachi continued to quietly observe from a distance, indulging in the spectacle of Zai Bujan and Yumu Rin's budding romance. Taro, I believe that Jing Nan and she are genuine. Her words should also hold truth, Itachi remarked, his gaze fixed on the pair. Shunyue, slightly exasperated, replied, Did you need me to point that out? I can certainly see that Jing Nan is serious about her, but as for her words, I think it's still uncertain. After all, their time together has been brief. Nodding in agreement with Shunyue's assessment, Itachi remained watchful. However, unbeknownst to Shunyue and Itachi, Zai Bujan and Yumu Run were engaged in a conversation filled with intimate inquiries. What do your parents do? Yumu Rin asked curiously. Zai Bujan, candidly, replied. They died in the war. Realizing she had touched upon a sensitive subject, Yumu Rin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. Zai Bujan merely gestured dismissively, indicating it was no issue. As Yumu Rin observed Zai Bujan, she suddenly found him to be increasingly appealing. Noticing the muscles that his clothing could not conceal, Yumu Rin expressed her curiosity. Jingnan, how is it that you, as a merchant, possess such an impressive physique? Shunyue had long prepared an answer for Zai Bujan regarding this matter. Zai Bujan's eyes filled with melancholy as he explained, originally, I was not a merchant. I was a warrior. However, due to the wars between great nations, my small village was destroyed, leading me to become a merchant. Yet, I have never ceased my training. With a conspiratorial glint in his eye, Zai Bujan added, but don't mention this to my boss, or they'll make me do heavy labor. Yumu Rin nodded seriously, assuring him, don't worry, I will keep your secret. With that, Yumu Rin felt completely reassured, for Zai Bujan's imposing stature could not possibly lack strength. Amidst the recent series of mysterious disappearances of ninjas from Yunin village, Yumu Rin had initially harbored doubts about Zai Bujan. However, those suspicions had now been entirely dispelled. As this thought crossed her mind, Yumu Rin gazed at Zai Bujan with a gentler expression. She looked intently at him and inquired, Jingnan, do you prefer boys or girls? Her question left Zai Bujan utterly taken aback, as he had not anticipated that within a mere few days, they would delve into the topic of children. Scratching his head, he replied earnestly, well, I like both. Upon uttering those words, a faint blush crept across his face. Witnessing Zai Bujan's flustered demeanor, Yumu Rin could not help but chuckle softly, teasing you fool. In the distance, Shinyu observed Zai Bujan's flushed cheeks and quickly nudged Itachi beside him. My goodness, look at his face. It's as red as a monkey's backside. Itachi strained to catch a glimpse of the two from afar, nearly resorting to activating his Sharingan. The bustling street rendered their conversation inaudible, even with the Sharingan. It would be nearly impossible to discern their words. Do you think they might be discussing something inappropriate for children? Shinyu's comment elicited a resigned shake of Itachi's head, who replied, I now perceive you as less of a 13-year-old child and more akin to a 23-year-old lecher. Humph. Shinyu retorted dismissively, what? Do you plan to sleep apart from Quan in the future? Unable to counter Shinyu's remark, Itachi turned away, continuing to observe Zai Bujan and Yumu Run without further comment. Yumu Run, still fixated on Zai Bujan, bashfully asked, where are you currently residing? We are staying at the cheapest inn nearby. After all, we are merchants, Zai Bujan replied. Upon hearing his response, Yumu Rin's eyes sparkled with realization as she approached Shinyu and Itachi. Shinyu, observing Yumu Rin's approach, felt a sense of confusion. What is going on? Are we interrupting them? Yumu Rin walked directly up to Shinyu and asked, that Jing Nan is your partner, right? Shinyu nodded. Then can he spend the night with me elsewhere? Yumu Rin inquired further. Shinyu and Itachi were left dumbfounded at her boldness. They had thought that kissing Zai Bujan in public was audacious enough, yet Yumu Rin had taken it to an entirely new level. That ninja, my dear. Shinyu began, but Yumu Rin's expression suddenly turned serious. She locked her gaze onto Shinyu's eyes and threatened, your name is Tai Lang, right? I can assure you that without my protection, your business will surely falter. She gestured towards the nearby vendors, boasting, without me, you would never have the opportunity to sell your goods in this bustling area. If you wish to conduct business in the land of lightning, you must understand not to offend the ninjas of Yunin village. Should I depart, the local merchants will not spare you. Yumu Rin continued her intimidation. In truth, Shinyu was not unwilling. He was simply momentarily taken aback. However, Yumu Rin seemed disinclined to allow him time to contemplate, as she swiftly hoisted Shinyu from the ground. So, Boss Tai Lang, will you agree or not? Shinyu cast a glance at Zaibu Zhan in the distance and nodded vigorously. That's the spirit. Yumu Rin exclaimed joyfully. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. It seems your business acumen is justified. With that, she skipped back to find Zaibu Zhan. Do you think I just set him up? Shinyu pondered aloud, watching Yumu Rin's retreating figure. Itachi, observing the two preparing to depart, remarked thoughtfully. I am actually wondering how long Jingnan's stamina can hold out. After all, it's still before noon. Let's go, we ought to follow them, Shinyu declared. And with that, he and Itachi left shadow clones at their stall to continue selling, stealthily trailing behind Yumu Rin and Zaibu Zhan. Perhaps Yumu Rin sensed the impropriety of her actions, which is why she chose not to drag Zaibu Zhan back to Yunin village, instead opting for a nearby inn. Much time passed, and Shinyu, who had been waiting impatiently at the entrance, finally spoke up. Are you going to use your eyes to see what is happening inside? Itachi glanced at Shinyu and replied coolly, my eyes are not meant for that. I'm worried about Jingnan. Do you think I want this? If I had your abilities, I would simply look myself. However, despite Shinyu's agitation, Itachi maintained his calm demeanor, stating, my father once offered them to you, yet you declined. With that, Itachi flashed a knowing smile at Shinyu. They waited until midnight, finally witnessing the two emerge. However, to their astonishment, the duo had merely gone downstairs to procure some food before retreating once more. What the heck? Shinyu thought, feeling a profound admiration for Zaibu Zhan. Truly, he was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His prowess was undeniably formidable. Forget it. Let's head back. Feeling somewhat bored, Shinyu and Itachi returned to their stall. After discreetly dismissing their shadow clones, they began to tidy up their goods. Hey boss, are you interested in joining a faith? Shinyu looked up, expecting to see a monk merely promoting Buddhist scriptures, only to find himself staring at the all-too-familiar red cloud on black attire. Chapter 44. Yumu Rin in a dire predicament faced with the familiar sight of the red cloud on black clothing. Shinyu found himself at a loss for words, as their sudden appearance was exceedingly jarring. Hey, don't forget our task today, don't be a nuisance, one of them warned the other. Upon hearing the admonition, the would-be proselytizer shrugged in resignation. All right, I guess I can't preach while with you. Your preaching is of little importance compared to money. Only money remains loyal. With that, the individual disregarded his companion and departed. Shinyu recognized the two before him as the infamous immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization, Haiden and Kakuzu. Recalling the original story, it seemed that Yumu Rin had met her demise at their hands. Oh no. The thought of Zaibu Zhan frolicking with Yumu Rin at the end filled Shinyu with a sense of urgency, as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. We must rush to Zaibu Zhan's side immediately, or we will be too late. At this moment, Shinyu could no longer afford to concern himself with exposure. He hastily pulled Itachi toward the direction of Zaibu Zhan and Yumu Rin. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the inn intact. His greatest fear was discovering the inn in ruins, which would signify complete disaster. However, it appeared that his relief was premature. With a resounding explosion, a fireball struck the inn's wall, igniting a fierce blaze in the courtyard. The commotion drew the attention of the townsfolk, who began to scatter in panic. In an instant, the once bustling town plunged into chaos. Shunyu and Itachi concealed themselves in the shadows, keenly observing every movement of the inn. As anticipated, a loud explosion erupted shortly thereafter, and Yumu Rin emerged from the establishment. You must be the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Please accompany us. Upon Yumu Rin's appearance, Kakuzu pointed at her, as if issuing a command. You've ruined my plans. Yumu Rin's countenance darkened, the displeasure palpable, for she had been on the verge of frolicking with Zabuza when the explosion interrupted her merriment. More critically, the blast had nearly engulfed her and Zabuza. Straightening her attire, she addressed the immortal duo before her. Today, you two have truly provoked my ire. Are you prepared to face your demise? Seeing Yumu Rin's demeanor, Haiden, rather than feeling angered, began to mock Kakuzu. Kakuzu, do you realize how futile your words are? Surely you don't believe that unleashing a fire technique will intimidate her? Next time, why not just attack directly? In response to Haiden's incessant chatter, Kakuzu, with a stern expression, retorted, silence, or I shall end your life. Humph. As an immortal, Haiden was unfazed by Kakuzu's threat. Crossing his arms, he regarded Yumu Rin with a mischievous grin. We should first capture this little kitty, otherwise, this endeavor will be in vain. With that, Haiden unsheathed the large scythe from his back and charged towards Yumu-run. Observing Haiden's approach, Yumu-run glanced at the buildings in the small town, a frown creasing her brow. Ultimately, after weighing her options, Yumu-run decided to retreat, intending to deal with these two nuisances in the outskirts. "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly," she called out to the inn before vanishing before Haiden and Kakuzu. Kakuzu surveyed the damaged inn and remarked to Haiden, "Be cautious. We have thwarted her plans." "What plans?" Haiden, the relentless killer, was oblivious to the gravity of their actions. All he knew was that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki had fled, and he needed to pursue her. "You are truly beyond redemption." Kakuzu observed Haiden's bewildered expression and gestured towards the ruined inn, asking, "What do you think a woman could be doing here that would make her so furious when we interrupted?" "Huh." Haiden scratched his head, looking at Kakuzu. "How should I know? I'm not a woman." Faced with Haiden's brazen attitude, Kakuzu was at a loss for words. He glanced at the now burning inn, where people were rushing out, oblivious to who Yumu-run truly cared for. The initial plan to capture the man and threaten Yumu-run had been abandoned. "Let us go. We must pursue the Two-Tails Jinchuriki." With that, the two vanished from their location. Seeing the two depart, Shinyu and Itachi hurriedly pursued them, with Shinyu leaving a shadow clone to assess Zabuza's condition. "Itachi, Yumu-run will surely struggle against those two. We must assist her and save her." Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Itachi felt a moment of confusion. After all, if they intervened, wouldn't that expose his identity? Once the Sharingan was activated, who wouldn't he know he was from Konoha? "Shinyu, won't this reveal us?" Faced with Itachi's concern, Shinyu chuckled wryly. "We can't let Zabuza face heartbreak, can we? Besides, I understand Yumu-ren's character. Even if we are exposed, she will still allow us to leave." Hearing Shinyu's reasoning, Itachi nodded, agreeing that this was indeed the best course of action. Haiden and Kakuzu quickly caught up with Yumu-run, who had not fled far. After avoiding the densely populated town, Yumu-run halted. "I didn't expect you two to actually chase me," she sneered at Haiden and Kakuzu. Kakuzu's eyes were devoid of expression as he regarded the furious Yumu-run, stating flatly, "If the kitty refuses to listen, we must bring her back." "How audacious." Yumu-run scoffed at the immortal duo. "If you wish to capture me, let us see if you possess the ability." With that, she formed hand seals. Fire style, spectral flame. As the jutsu activated, blue flames coalesced around her, and with a swift motion, she sent two streams of the blue fire hurtling towards Haiden and Kakuzu. Oh, Kakuzu's interest was piqued as he observed the approaching flames. He formed hand seals and expelled a water technique, only to discover that the ordinary water could not extinguish the blue flames. Interesting. He sidestepped the flames while complimenting Yumu-run. In stark contrast to Kakuzu's caution, Haiden was far more direct. He swung his scythe, dodged a flame, and charged at Yumu-run. Naive. Just as the massive scythe was about to strike Yumu-run, two enormous tails suddenly emerged from behind her. Like whips, they lashed out at Haiden, sending him sprawling and disarming him. "I told you, you will all perish today." Yumu-run's body ignited with blue flames as she charged towards Kakuzu, disregarding the fallen scythe. However, Haiden, despite being knocked down, swiftly yanked the chain attached to his wrist, causing the scythe to rise and thrust towards Yumu-run. The suddenness of the attack caught her off guard, and she felt a sharp pain as the blade sliced into her thigh, blood seeping profusely. "Now, prepare to face judgment." Haiden licked the blood from the scythe and then produced a sharp spike, driving it into his palm. Although Yumu-run was unaware of Haiden's intentions, her years as a ninja alerted her to the danger of letting him continue. "You won't succeed." As she attempted to attack Haiden, Kakuzu intervened, blocking her path. Yumu-run could only watch as Haiden used his blood to draw a mysterious symbol on the ground, stepping into it. "Whatever you intend to do, you will die at my hands today," Yumu-run shouted, her body enveloped once more in blue flames as she charged at Haiden. Surprisingly, Kakuzu did not obstruct her this time. "Futile." Haiden shook his head, declaring, "You are now cursed." With that, his skin turned black, marking the bones beneath. Transformed into a grotesque figure, Haiden raised the spike and plunged it into his thigh. "Ha ha!" Accompanied by Haiden's sinister laughter, Yumu-run suddenly felt a sharp pain in her own thigh, as if she had been pierced. How can this be? Her mind was filled with shock. She had never encountered such a bizarre technique before. The pain in her thigh rendered her unable to continue her assault, and she collapsed to the ground. Haiden gazed down at the incredulous Yumu-run, his grin growing more malevolent. He raised the spike once more and aimed it at his arm. What bliss! He bellowed. Yu Muren finally understood. The scythe had merely served to draw blood. Enough! Haydn, the security in Yunin village is tight. Quickly render her unconscious so we can return. Kakuzu's reminder caused Haydn to pout, clearly unsatisfied with the interruption. Ultimately, he heeded Jiao Dou's words and once again aimed the cone at his thigh. Rest assured, little kitten, I shall only pierce your thigh. Until I obtain the tailed beast within you, I will not permit your demise. Yu Muren, observing the impending descent of the cone, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Farewell, my beloved. Chapter 45. The Decision of Yu Muren Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu. Just as Yu Muren closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, he heard that familiar voice. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Fei Duan, who had been seized by a water dragon and ultimately cast onto the nearby ground. Jingnan. Yu Muren focused intently. Standing before him was none other than his beloved. Are you unharmed? Zai Buzhan tenderly gathered the fallen Yu Muren into his embrace, gazing at her with affectionate intensity. Do not fear, for I am here. Despite the pain coursing through him, Yu Muren bit down hard on Zai Buzhan's shoulder. Hiss! Without a doubt, Yu Muren's bite was fierce, causing even the stoic Zai Buzhan to draw in a sharp breath. After a long moment, Yu Muren turned to Zai Buzhan and asked, Does it hurt? Seeing Zai Buzhan nod, Yu Muren shot him an indignant glance and remarked, This is the price you pay for deceiving me. Just then, Zai Buzhan's face drew ever closer to Yu Muren's, their lips nearly touching, only for this romantic moment to be abruptly shattered by Shun Yu's voice. I say, could you two not engage in romance on the battlefield? At that moment, Shun Yu and Itachi emerged, confronting Jiao Dou and Fei Duan. Observing Fei Duan struggling to rise from the ground, Shun Yu turned to Itachi. Tengaku. Itachi's eyes bled as an eerie black flame enveloped Fei Duan, igniting fiercely. Jiao Dou. Hearing his teammates call, Jiao Dou hastily employed Suidan. Yet, this strange black flame, much like Yu Muren's azure fire, could not be extinguished by water. Fei Duan, retreat to the formation. They will not dare to continue burning if you do. Jiao Dou quickly identified the optimal solution, but Shun Yu would not allow him to succeed. Right on, Dinko no Yaiba. Shun Yu summoned sharp electrical blades between his two shadow clones and swiftly cleaved through Fei Duan's torso. Jiao Dou, save me. Fei Duan, now devoid of resistance, cried out for help, but Jiao Dou ignored his pleas. Ninja of Konoha? Jiao Dou gazed at Itachi's Sharingan, exclaiming, I never expected to encounter a ninja from Konoha here in the land of lightning. What a surprise. Shun Yu, witnessing Jiao Dou's reminiscent expression, promptly interrupted. Are you trying to say that back when I attempted to assassinate the first Hokage, I fled beneath the sunset from his pursuit? That was your lost youth, wasn't it? Undoubtedly, Jiao Dou had no understanding of what lost youth entailed, yet he grasped that Shun Yu was mocking him. As he regarded Shun Yu, Jiao Dou slowly extended his hand. You little brat from Konoha, you shall pay for your previous actions. I will claim your heart. Faced with Jiao Dou's piercing gaze, Shun Yu abandoned his earlier defiance, sprinting toward Zai Buzhan. I leave him to you. With that, Shun Yu executed a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot. As Jiao Dou prepared to launch his assault, Zai Buzhan carefully carried Yu Muren to a nearby resting place and gradually rose to his feet. I will have your life. Zai Buzhan raised his right hand, unleashing his jutsu. Kirigakure no Jutsu. As the technique activated, a dense fog enveloped the battlefield, and Zai Buzhan's figure concealed itself within the mist. You have harmed my woman, thus I shall claim your life. Zai Buzhan's voice resonated with undeniable authority, stirring a sweet sensation in Yu Muren's heart. However, unbeknownst to her, this was all part of Shun Yu's scheme. Zai Buzhan's sole purpose in this battle was to save her, utilize the mist technique, and deliver the final blow. As for the ensuing events, they would be left to Shun Yu to conclude. For Shun Yu, Jiao Dou, a ninja devoid of Sharingan or Byakugan, could only rely on his heart of earth beneath the fog. If that heart were destroyed, then everything would fall into place. System, activate the firewall. Firewall activated. With the firewall's assistance, Shun Yu swiftly located Jiao Dou's position. He then retrieved kunai from his ninja tools, scattering them across various locations. Shun Yu discreetly divided into two water clones and, employing a transformation technique, transformed the clones into shuriken, propelling them toward Jiao Dou. Were you not saying you would kill me? Covered by the fog, Jiao Dou dared not be careless. He frantically drove his tendrils deep into the ground to prevent Zai Buzhan's ambush. Yet, Zai Buzhan remained oblivious to Jiao Dou's actions, instead pulling out the note Xinyu had handed him and reading aloud its contents. Do you think you can struggle in vain with such techniques? If so, you may find it impossible to survive today. Without question, Zai Buzhan read with great emotion, like a devil lurking in the shadows. Each heart-wrenching word provoked the 5 fragile hearts within Jiao Dou. Jiao Dou, please save me. Fei Duan's voice grew increasingly faint. Undoubtedly, the eerie black flames still ravaged his body. While Jiao Dou was driven by greed, it did not mean he was devoid of feelings. At that moment, 2 shuriken flew toward Jiao Dou from a distance. Due to the fog's interference, Jiao Dou only saw them when they were nearly upon him. Reluctantly, he sidestepped to evade their assault. Bang! Just as Jiao Dou managed to evade the 2 shuriken, they suddenly transformed into Shinyu's form. Xinyu, wielding the electrical blade, thrust it into Jiao Dou's body from either side. With both hearts destroyed, Jiao Dou coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground in a feigned state of demise. The 2 water clones gazed at the kneeling Jiao Dou and whispered into his ear, "You cannot be foolish enough to believe this, can you?" Before Jiao Dou could respond, the 2 clones each thrust their electrical blades toward his kidneys. Curse it! Realizing the enemy was fully aware of his vulnerabilities, Jiao Dou hastily tried to rise to evade Shinyu's attack, but he was still struck and lost another heart. Having lost 3 hearts in an instant, Jiao Dou swiftly extended his tendrils toward Xinyu. However, to his dismay, the 2 before him were merely water clones. Fei Duan, retreat. Jiao Dou, now devoid of thoughts of vengeance, swiftly ensnared the burned Fei Duan with his tendrils, vanishing from sight. As the 2 retreated, Zai Buzhan dispelled the mist technique. With the fog dissipating, Yumu Run regarded Zai Buzhan, momentarily at a loss for words. "I am sorry, Yumu Run." Zai Buzhan turned to her, filled with self-reproach. "It was my inadequacy that allowed their escape." Yumu Ren looked at Zai Buzhan's robust figure and suddenly felt that her own wounds were not as painful as before. Noticing Yumu Ren's intent to rise, Zai Buzhan hurriedly rushed over, enveloping her in his arms. "We must seek healing first." Without waiting for Yumu Ren's refusal, Zai Buzhan departed from the ravaged battlefield. In the cave, Yumu Ren watched as Zai Buzhan tended to her wounds, her lips parting to pose a question. Yet she hesitated, unsure of how to begin. "You wish to ask if I am a ninja from Konoha, correct?" As Mu Ren remained silent, Zai Buzhan continued. "My name is also a facade. My true name is Tao Di Zai Buzhan. I was originally a rogue ninja from Wuyin village, but I have now pledged my allegiance to Muyi village." Upon hearing Zai Buzhan's self-explanation, Mu Ren's face involuntarily reflected a trace of anguish. Over the past few days, Zai Buzhan had bestowed upon her many beautiful memories she had never experienced in her lifetime. "So, the disappearance of the ninjas from Yunin village was orchestrated by you?" Looking into Mu Ren's enchanting eyes, Zai Buzhan sighed and replied, "I do not wish to deceive you. It was indeed our doing." "Why?" Mu Ren asked, bewildered. As the Jinchuriki, she had been solely focused on her training, unaware of the vile deeds committed by Yunin village. "Xinyu informed me that your village has long coveted our Kyubi and Byakugan, even sending individuals to seize the Kyubi Jinchuriki 6 years ago." Mu Ren was taken aback by Zai Buzhan's words. She had always believed Yunin village to be a place where strength ruled, only to discover that this martial village had committed such despicable acts. "Mu Ren, do you still love me?" Zai Buzhan's sudden question left Mu Ren at a loss, and she shook her head. Observing her response, Zai Buzhan sighed. "No longer in love?" "I do not know," Mu Ren bitterly explained. "If you are uncertain, then let us part ways here." With that, Zai Buzhan carefully settled Mu Ren in a cave, addressing her. "Mu Ren, do not torment yourself. It is my fault for not revealing my identity to you sooner. I shall keep our affair a secret, and should we meet again on the battlefield, let us not hold back." Upon hearing this, Mu Ren was already in tears, clutching Zai Buzhan's arm, unwilling to let him depart. "Please do not leave." Seeing her weep, Zai Buzhan sighed. "I am a ninja of Muyi village. I do not care." Mu Ren, disregarding her wounds, held Zai Buzhan tightly. "Zai Buzhan, I will follow you." In the face of love, it seemed that the affairs of nations and villages lost their significance. Xinyu leaned against the cave's entrance, listening to the commotion inside, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Chapter 46. returned to Mu Yi village due to the unexpected encounter with Mu Run. Shinyu could no longer concern himself with stealing the Six Paths ninja tools. The disappearance of the two-tailed Jinchuriki was no trivial matter. So Shinyu reluctantly led their group back to Mu Yi village. Zaibu Zhan, are you saying that Shinyu is the strongest among you? Mu Rin gazed at the younger Shinyu, feeling somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Zaibu Zhan nodded. Do not underestimate Shinyu due to his age. He has set the record as the youngest jonin in Mu Yi village. At that moment, Mu Rin truly wished to spar with Shinyu. But given their current situation of fleeing, it would be best to wait until they return to Mu Yi village to consider such matters. Shinyu, once we return to Mu Yi village, may I challenge you to a match? Shinyu glanced at Mu Run and then at Zaibu Zhan, ultimately nodding. Very well. Once we return to Mu Yi village, we shall find an opportunity to compete. Seeing Shunyu's agreement, Mu Rin ceased her inquiries and resumed discussing life and aspirations with Zaibu Zhan. Itachi cast a glance at the two, thinking that they were not fleeing at all, but rather enjoying a leisurely outing. However, unbeknownst to Shinyu, Yunin village had not connected Mu Rin's disappearance to Mu Yi village. According to the subsequent investigation by Yunyin's ninjas, they discovered that Mu Rin had gone to an inn with a man, only to be targeted by two individuals dressed in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, after which she vanished. From that day forth, Yunin village's investigative focus completely veered off course. Now, Yunin village had mobilized all its resources and intelligence to investigate these two mysterious individuals in red cloud black clothing. At that moment in the Reikich's office, AI was in a furious rage. This was understandable, as the disappearance of numerous ninjas had yet to be clarified, and now Mu Rin was missing as well. How could AI possibly remain calm amidst such turmoil? Damn it, he exclaimed, smashing his recently replaced desk into smithereens. What is this Akatsuki organization that dares to target our Jinchuriki from Yunin? Mabui looked at the shattered desk with a pang of heartache. But as she observed the Reikich's fury, she steeled herself and replied, Reikich-sama, the Akatsuki organization's background is quite mysterious. They are a mercenary group. So I believe the priority should be to identify who hired them. Upon learning that the Akatsuki was a mercenary organization, AI could no longer sit still. Investigate for me. I want to see who possesses the audacity. Mabui nodded and continued her analysis. Reikich-sama, I believe that the nation capable of hiring the Akatsuki cannot be a small one, as they would not have the financial means. Furthermore, even if they obtained the tailed beast within Mu Run, they would attract the attention of neighboring great nations. Hearing Mabui's analysis, AI nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Which of the four great nations do you suspect? After pondering for a moment, Mabui replied, First, we can eliminate Mu Yi village and Suna village, as both suffered significant losses due to recent misunderstandings, especially Mu Yi village, where the third Hokage perished in that conflict. They are only beginning to recover, so it is unlikely they would resort to such actions. Indeed, I have heard that the fifth Hokage of Mu Yi village is Princess Tsunade. She does not seem like the type to provoke trouble, AI concurred. Mabui's analysis was quite sound, yet she overlooked the significant variable that was Shinyu, leading to a complete misdirection of Yunin village's investigation. Returning to Wu In village, they seemed to be in a state of isolation, making it even less likely for them to dispatch such an organization to capture our Jinchuriki. Thus, I believe our most likely adversary is the old rival, IWA, Shinobi Village. According to investigations, their Tsuchikage, Anoki, had previously employed the Akatsuki to annihilate a small nation. Upon hearing Mabui mention IWA, Shinobi Village, AI, who had only just calmed down, could no longer contain his anger. He kicked a hole in the wall, roaring, That old fool again. Mabui glanced at the wall, her heart nearly bleeding, yet she urged, Reikich-sama, we have not fully investigated the situation. IWA, Shinobi Village may also be innocent. Innocent? AI shot her a cold glare and asked, Would you expect them to announce their intentions when stealing the Jinchuriki of another nation? It must be that old man Anoki. With that, AI lifted a sofa and smashed a hole in the door of his office, declaring to Mabui, I don't care. I want war with IWA, Shinobi Village. Reikich-sama, war is not a trivial matter. Upon hearing AI's declaration, Mabui quickly cautioned, currently, the development levels of all nations are quite similar. A hasty war would tilt the balance of power. Silence. Unless IWA Shinobi Village hands over Mu Run, war is inevitable. With that, AI broke through the window behind him and leaped out to find Killer B, leaving Mabui alone in the office to ponder the necessary course of action. After 7 days of arduous travel, Shinyu and the group reached the border of the Land of Fire. Shinyu found it astonishing that Yunin village had shown no reaction whatsoever. However, he was unaware that the emergence of the Akatsuki had diverted Yunin village's attention entirely towards their old rival, Iwa Shinobi Village, leaving no suspicion directed at Muyi. Mu-run, we are about to enter the Land of Fire. From now on, you shall be one of us from Muyi Village. Shinyu gazed at Mu-run with a beaming smile, reflecting on the great success of their recent venture. Although they had not acquired the Six Paths ninja tools, they had indeed managed to bring back the Two Tails Jinchuriki. What was even more commendable was that Mu-run had chosen to come willingly, rather than being coerced by Shinyu. The mere thought of this made Shinyu once again praise Zaibu-jan, exclaiming, Zaibu-jan, you truly deserve your place among the 7 ninja swordsmen. In response to Shinyu's commendation, Zaibu-jan offered a wry smile, saying, Shinyu, please refrain from flattering me. I am no longer in possession of a sword. Zaibu-jan's words left Shinyu momentarily speechless. Indeed, like Zaibu-jan, he too lacked a formidable weapon at present, and he was unsure where to procure one. System, having spent so much time together, could you possibly grant me a weapon? In desperation, Shinyu ultimately set his sights on the system. Host, your current points total only 10,045. You may exchange them for weapons in the shop. Hearing the disheartening words from his frustrating system, Shinyu's frustration intensified. The points shop truly had everything imaginable, yet he could afford none of it. I have altered so much of the original narrative. Why have I not received any points as a reward? Host, altering the original plot pertains solely to events involving Naruto and Sasuke. Changing the fates of other characters will not yield point rewards. The system's response left Shinyu at a loss for words. Essentially, as long as his actions did not directly involve Naruto and Sasuke, even if he were to obliterate Konohagakure, he would receive no points. Very well, you win. Shinyu resolved to cease conversing with his seemingly malfunctioning system. In the end, Shinyu did not manage to acquire any points or weapons from the system, but he came to terms with it. Since the system offered no assistance, he would have to seek out a weapon on his own in the future. 3 days later, Shinyu returned to Konohagakure with Mu-run and her entourage. After submitting the mission report to Tsunade, Shinyu received a summons from her. Upon entering, he immediately sensed Tsunade's displeasure. After detailing how he had successfully brought Mu-run back to the village, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table in frustration. Bofeng Shinyu, do you think that because you are the son of a hero, I will not hold you accountable? Shinyu stared in bewilderment at Tsunade's anger and the wreckage of the table before him, marveling at her incredible strength. Lady Hokage, why are you so furious? He struggled to comprehend why Tsunade was upset, as she had initially sent them to the Land of Lightning to enact revenge. Now, not only had he completed the mission flawlessly, but he had also returned with the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Why had she suddenly turned against him? Looking at Shinyu's innocent demeanor, Tsunade took a deep breath to steady herself. Shinyu, what did I tell you before you left? She forced a smile, but internally, she was nearing her breaking point. Lady Hokage, you instructed us that we were not to instigate a conflict, merely to investigate, Shinyu replied thoughtfully. So why did you kill the ninja from Kumogakure? Shinyu's confusion was evident as he looked at Tsunade. Lady Hokage, did you not imply that as long as we kept Konoha's movements hidden and gathered intelligence, we could act as we pleased? Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless, unable to grasp how Shinyu could have misconstrued her instructions to mean that anything was permissible. Moreover, you have essentially abducted the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, and you dare to feign innocence? Therefore, I must ask you, Captain Shinyu, to clarify the situation regarding Mu-run. Tsunade no longer intended to hide her displeasure, her gaze fixed coldly upon Shinyu as she awaited his response. Lady Hokage, Mu-run voluntarily joined our village. Or you could interpret it as her marrying for love. I hope this clarifies the situation. You are speaking nonsense. Tsunade could no longer tolerate Shinyu's smooth talk and shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Do you take us for fools? Shinyu was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Tsunade held such a belief. As a Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, Mu-run's loyalty could not simply be swayed by love. It was entirely possible that she was a spy sent to gather intelligence within Konoha. Seeing Shinyu's bewildered expression only fueled Tsunade's anger further. You think you have brought us a talent, but you may very well have ignited the spark of war. Kumogakure is the strongest of the 5 great shinobi countries. They could already be preparing to mobilize at the borders of the Land of Fire. I warn you, Shinyu, if this war breaks out, you will be held responsible. And even your father cannot protect you. As Tsunade's tirade continued, Shizune, her assistant, barged in. Lady Hokage, we have a situation. Tsunade shot Shinyu a final glare filled with ire before turning back to Shizune. What now? What should we do? Shinyu, witnessing Tsunade's fury and Shizune's entrance, inquired. Shizune, are we on the brink of war? You all know? Upon seeing Shizune's astonished expression, Shinyu let out a sigh. He had not anticipated that his actions would be discovered so soon. It seemed he had been overly careless. At that moment, he genuinely felt regretful, as his blunder had led to the potential for war between Konoha and Kumogakure, weighing heavily on his conscience. Lady Hokage, since I have caused this mess, I shall take full responsibility. You may hand me over. I only request one thing. Please treat my brother kindly. Tsunade, gazing at Shunyu's solemn expression, sighed. This was no ordinary child. He was the prodigy of Konoha and the son of Minato. She could not allow him to perish before his time. Given Konoha's current lack of strength, she would have to make sacrifices for Shunyu's sake. With this thought, Tsunade turned to Shizune, saying, Shizune, please contact the Raikage. We sincerely apologize for the situation concerning Yumu Run and will return her shortly. Additionally, regarding the imminent war, notify all Konoha ninjas to prepare for battle. Recall all those currently on missions to brace for the impending conflict. Shizune, confused by Tsunade's orders, looked at her with a quizzical expression. Despite her usual compliance with Tsunade's commands, today she found herself struggling to comprehend the situation. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously voiced her concern. Lady Tsunade, why are we preparing for war against Iwagakure and Kumogakure? What did you say? Tsunade exclaimed, rising from her seat once more. She glanced between Shunyu and Shizune, her expression one of disbelief. Kumogakure and Iwagakure are on the verge of war? Yes, Lady Hokage, they are preparing for conflict, Shizune replied earnestly. And what is the reason? Confronted with Tsunade's confusion, Jingin elucidated. According to our intelligence, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured by the Iwagakure, prompting Kumogakure to seek the return of their Jinchuriki through warfare. Upon hearing Jingin's explanation, Shinyu chuckled. Initially anticipating severe punishment, it now seemed that his pessimism was unwarranted. After all, before entering the village, Yumu had already changed all of Kumogakure's attire, leaving Konoha's residents oblivious to the fact that the girl they thought was merely Zabuza's girlfriend was, in actuality, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. You need not concern yourself with my previous remarks. Go about your business. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively to Jingin. Although Jingin remained perplexed, she always heeded Tsunade's orders and refrained from asking further questions, departing to attend to her duties. Observing Jingin's exit, Tsunade cast a glance at the amused Shinyu, remarking, You can revel in this misfortune all you like. Hokage-sama, the current situation should not pose much of a problem. Upon my return, I will ensure Yumu conceals her identity. Tsunade found herself somewhat speechless at Shunyu's mischievous demeanor. She even questioned whether he might be Minato's biological son, given his penchant for mischief. However, with the impending conflict between Kumogakure and Iwagakure, Tsunade was not foolish enough to admit that Konoha had abducted the Jinchuriki. She could only let them clash. With that thought, she waved her hand at Shunyu, urging him to leave. Quickly take your leave. Without further words from Tsunade, Shinyu respectfully replied, Understood, Hokage-sama. He then exited the Hokage's office, his laughter echoing through the corridor. Thus commenced the war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The two parties had already experienced continuous friction, and the disappearance of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki had only exacerbated Kumogakure's frustration. As the war erupted, both sides committed their full military might, plunging the battlefield into a state of intense conflict. It could be said that the scale of this ninja war rivaled that of the Second Shinobi World War. Over the course of 3 months, the losses incurred by both Kumogakure and Iwagakure escalated daily, yet neither side showed any inclination to cease hostilities. The reasoning was straightforward. Kumogakure demanded the return of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, but since Iwagakure had indeed not dispatched anyone to capture the Jinchuriki, how could they return her? Iwagakure found itself in a position where it could not adequately explain its innocence, especially as Kumogakure offered no opportunity for clarification. Thus, both sides could only grit their teeth and continue the fight, unable to halt the war. Meanwhile, Konoha, the root cause of this conflict, remained a silent observer, with Shunyu daily leading the Umbu to investigate the war's developments, eager to discover who would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 48. Truly the son of Minato. Since the outbreak of war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure, Shunyu has been exceedingly busy. Each day, he has been engaged in various tasks, frequently venturing outside the village with the Umbu to gather intelligence from the front lines of the two nations' battle, subsequently reporting back to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, this is the current status of the war between the Earth and Lightning countries. Sitting in her office, Tsunade regarded Shunyu, who appeared to relish the unfolding drama, and felt a tinge of exasperation. This young man, acting as the puppeteer behind the scenes, seemed to thrive on chaos, a trait reminiscent of his brother Naruto. However, while Naruto indulged in harmless pranks, Shunyu had instigated a full-scale war between nations. Reflecting on this, Tsunade could not help but think that Naruto was remarkably kind-hearted. Very well, Shunyu, you have worked hard these past few days. Return and rest. Tsunade gestured for him to leave promptly. Yet, since discovering that the flames of war would not reach Konoha, Shunyu had grown increasingly reckless. Hokage-sama, I, Shunyu, am a bearer of the will of fire. I fear no hardship. Thus, I have resolved to lead the Umbu to the battlefield once more to provide timely intelligence for Konoha. Observing Shunyu's unwavering determination, Tsunade retorted, Shunyu, know when to stop. Seeing her demeanor, Shunyu chuckled and exited the Hokage's office, leaving Tsunade to sigh alone. Shunyu, you've returned from your mission. Walking down the street, Shunyu turned to find his brother Naruto. Call me brother. Shunyu replied with mock annoyance. I won't. Naruto retorted defiantly, feeling particularly spirited. Are we? Upon seeing Naruto's dismissive attitude, Shunyu playfully swatted his behind. Naruto, listen well. With our father gone, as your elder brother, I am, in a sense, your father. Naruto glared at Shunyu, his teeth clenched. He wanted to argue back, but found himself at a loss for words, resorting to impotent rage. Ah, how infuriating. Why were you born before me? Shunyu, indifferent to Naruto's breakdown, merely whistled and ran off to meet Tenten for a date. The war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure presented an unparalleled opportunity for Konoha's advancement. Over the past 3 months, the number of individuals seeking missions from Konoha had doubled, making it arguably the wealthiest of the 5 great shinobi villages. With no missions on his agenda, Shunyu decided to spend some leisure time with Tenten, but unexpectedly encountered Kimimaro as he stepped outside. Lord Shunyu, Lord Orochimaru requests your presence, Kimimaro said respectfully. Looking at Kimimaro, Shunyu's thoughts slipped out. How are you still alive? Kimimaro stared at the unique young man described by Orochimaru, puzzled. Nevertheless, he replied honestly, Lord Orochimaru has cured my illness. That is good to hear. Congratulations, Shunyu said, realizing he had overstepped. All right, I will pay him a visit in the next couple of days. With that, Shunyu took Tenten's hand and headed out to enjoy the day, leaving Kimimaro bewildered in the wind. Shunyu accompanied Tenten to a nearby hot spring town for a day of fun. Originally, he intended to stay overnight in the town with her. But as both were minors, the inn refused them accommodation, leaving Shunyu with no choice but to escort Tenten home. Oh, Shunyu, long time no see. Shunyu looked over to see Jiraiya emerging from nowhere. Pervy Sage, what do you want? Now, Shunyu addressed Jiraiya with the same familiarity as Naruto did. I am the sage of Mount Mayaboku, not a pervy sage. Pervy Sage. Sage of Toads. Pervy Sage. Sage of Toads. Jiraiya felt exasperated. Shunyu, like Naruto, showed no respect for his elders. However, seeing Shunyu's carefree demeanor, Jiraiya mysteriously asked, Kid, do you wish to learn sage techniques? I do not, Shunyu declared, turning to leave. He had no desire to learn the sage techniques of Mount Mayaboku, especially since his father was not adept at them, and failure could result in transforming into a toad. Though Naruto succeeded in mastering sage techniques in the original story, that did not imply their ease of learning. Even Pain, possessing the Rinnegan, transformed into a toad after absorbing sage chakra. How much less capable would Shunyu be? However, at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Shunyu's mind. Detection indicates that the host has been too relaxed recently. This system now issues a task. Task: have Jiraiya take you to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage techniques. The host may choose whether to accept. If successful, a reward of 1,000,000 points will be granted. Failure results in the host's points being reset to 0, and a reduction of 2 in all attributes. Friendly reminder. If Jiraiya does not take you to Mount Myaboku within today, the task will be deemed a failure. The sound of the system caused Shinyu's footsteps to come to an involuntary halt. The previously arrogant expression on his face swiftly transformed into one of cheerful anticipation. Frog Sage, I wish to learn the art of immortality. Jiraiya, observing Shinyu's rapid change in demeanor, felt a surge of confidence, despite not understanding the circumstances. The techniques of Myobokuzen are not so easily acquired. Shinyu contemplated turning away, yet the enticing rewards promised by the system, along with the penalties for failure, compelled him to continue appeasing Jiraiya. Oh, Frog Sage, please take a look at this. With that, Shinyu produced a stack of manuscripts from the system's space and presented them to Jiraiya. These are my writings. I would be grateful if you could assist me in publishing them. Originally intended for anonymous publication, Shinyu had abandoned thoughts of profit, realizing that wealth is of little use if one is not alive to enjoy it. Why does your novel lack a title? Jiraiya inquired, examining the blank cover with a serious expression. This simply will not do. A title is of paramount importance. Facing Jiraiya's scrutiny, Shinyu scratched his head, feigning a lack of thought. Teacher Jiraiya, it's not that my novel is untitled. Rather, I simply have not yet decided on an appropriate name. Why not read through the content first and help me think of one? Jiraiya, seeing Shinyu's earnest plea, nodded slightly and began to read the first page intently. This is merely the tale of an ordinary housewife. Shinyu, are you intending to write about the lives of common families? Jiraiya questioned, perplexed after reading several lines. Please be patient, Teacher Jiraiya. Continue reading. Shinyu chose not to contest Jiraiya's doubts, as the narrative he penned was like a deep ocean, beginning shallowly before plunging into unfathomable depths. Is this? Jiraiya exclaimed suddenly while perusing the manuscript. Shinyu, noting Jiraiya's outburst, remained silent, waiting quietly beside him. At that moment, Jiraiya seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. Although Jiraiya had authored works in the romantic genre, the subtleties of his writings were starkly different from the explicitness of Shinyu's manuscript. The vivid imagery of flowers and nectar caused Jiraiya to involuntarily recite some unique terms from the text. As he read, Jiraiya's imagination conjured vivid scenes, as though he had become an intruder in the home of a housewife. Remarkable. Observing Jiraiya's flushed cheeks, Shinyu felt a surge of delight. It appeared that the realm of Hokage lacked the overt displays present in his previous world, and it seemed that his pursuit of immortality was now promising. Shinyu, you are truly a genius. This story is absolutely captivating. Hearing Jiraiya's praise, Shinyu sheepishly replied, consider this my gift to you, Teacher Jiraiya. Impressed by Shinyu's humility, Jiraiya gave him a thumbs up. You are indeed the son of Minato. I shall take you to Myobokuzen immediately. Chapter 49. The Cursed Blade Muramasa. How do you find it? Shinyu? This is Myobokuzen. Is it not a wondrous sight? Jiraiya's boastful demeanor left Shinyu somewhat speechless, though he could not deny that Myobokuzen was indeed as enchanting as depicted in the original narrative, resembling a hidden paradise. Teacher Jiraiya, what shall we do next? Shinyu inquired. Upon hearing Shinyu's question, Jiraiya summoned a scroll using his summoning technique, instructing Shinyu to place his blood on it to create a handprint. However, upon gazing at the handprint on the scroll, Shinyu hesitated. System, if I imprint my hand, how will I summon the mechanical Tyrannosaurus? Host, please do not worry. The system has automatically modified the summoning seal for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to eliminate the need for a handprint. If the host prefers to use a seal, it can be adjusted in the settings. Shinyu rolled his eyes at the system's response. Who enjoys performing seals for fun? Wouldn't it be more convenient to summon with a simple clap? He proceeded to imprint the scroll, thus gaining another option for summoning beasts. Before you embark on learning the art of immortality, I must inform you that it is not as easily mastered as ordinary ninjutsu. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Jiraiya's serious expression made Shinyu acutely aware of the gravity of learning this art. Nevertheless, considering the system's rewards and penalties, he reluctantly nodded. After all, Shinyu understood that the art of immortality was one of the most formidable assets one could obtain in the original narrative, and failing to pursue it would render his future endeavors exceedingly difficult. Noticing the determination reflected on Shinyu's face, Jiraiya nodded in approval. I will go seek out Lord Shinsaku. You may explore at your leisure. With Jiraiya's departure, Shinyu, feeling somewhat bored, began to wander through Myobokuzen. His curiosity about this place was piqued, especially considering that the frogs here seemed to have possessed the ability to use immortal techniques even before the advent of chakra. As he meandered through Myobokuzen, Shinyu stumbled upon a hidden cave, its entrance obscured by overgrown vegetation. Had he not approached, he would never have discovered its existence. What could this place be? Shinyu wondered, his curiosity intensifying. There were no records of this cave in the original narrative, and he resolved to investigate what lay within. However, considering his own abilities, Shinyu decided to prepare himself adequately. He withdrew a kunai and lodged it at the cave's entrance, ensuring he had an escape route should danger arise. The cave's walls were smooth, and the light was dim. As Shinyu ventured deeper, an unsettling feeling arose, prompting him to consider retreating. Yet, he hesitated. Having come this far, he felt it would be a loss not to continue exploring. As he pressed onward, the cave began to illuminate, revealing a chamber reminiscent of a grand tomb. Could this be a burial site? The opulent palace before him evoked memories of the Forbidden City from his own world. Although this palace's scale paled in comparison, its architectural style bore striking similarities. Cautiously, Shinyu drew his kunai and advanced into the palace. Upon entering, he found the lavish hall devoid of any furnishings, save for a solitary table upon which rested a blade. What a beautiful sword! He grasped the weapon, slowly drawing it from its sheath for closer inspection. However, just as Shinyu intended to return the sword to its place, the table crumbled to dust, and the ground beneath him began to tremble. Faced with this extraordinary phenomenon, Shinyu pondered the origin of the blade. Yet, there was no time for curiosity, as the palace began to collapse. He swiftly employed his flying thunder god technique to escape. That was close. Upon emerging, he gazed at the now collapsed cave with a sense of relief. Had he not taken precautions, he might have met a grim fate. However, his gaze fell upon the sword that had accompanied him through the teleportation, and a sense of unease washed over him. System, what exactly is this sword? In a state of utter confusion, Shinyu ultimately decided to consult the system. Although her system had its shortcomings, it possessed knowledge about many matters. Host, were you not in search of a divine weapon? Behold, this blade before you is precisely that. It is available in the points mall of this system. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Shinyu hurriedly opened the points mall and discovered a knife that was identical to the one in her hand. The item description boldly proclaimed, Yao Dao Muramesa. Exclaiming in surprise, Shinyu immediately discarded the knife. It is well known that blades bearing the character Yao are often cursed, potentially leading to dire consequences for their wielders. However, as soon as Shinyu cast the knife to the ground, she felt a twinge of reluctance within her heart. System, can I still utilize this blade? Do not worry. Host, in the presence of this system, any cursed object is merely a paper tiger. Hearing this reassurance, Shinyu felt a surge of joy. It seemed her system was indeed a reliable domestic product, even its manner of speech brimming with unique character. Shinyu retrieved the blade, drew it forth, and then unsheathed a kunai to strike against its edge. To her astonishment, the once extraordinarily sharp kunai was effortlessly severed by the Yao Dao Muramesa, even without Shinyu exerting much effort. What a gain! Excited, Shinyu sheathed the blade once more and promptly stored it in the system's space. It is worth noting that this Yao Dao Muramesa required a staggering 888 points in the mall, with a sudden savings of several 100,000 points. How could Shinyu not feel exhilarated? Shinyu, what brings you here? Just as Shinyu reveled in her excitement, Jiraiya approached. However, Shinyu found it peculiar that, despite taking the Yao Dao Muramesa, there was no reaction from the entire Myobokuzen. System, why did Myobokuzen not react when I took this blade? Host, this blade was merely left here by its former owner, awaiting a fated individual. It has no connection to Myobokuzen. The system's vague response only deepened Shinyu's suspicions that the blade was indeed prepared for her by the system. It appeared the system had her best interests at heart. However, Shinyu was too content to delve into the details, for who would openly discuss such a fortuitous windfall? Calming herself, Shinyu turned to Jiraiya and asked, Master Jiraiya, what news do you bring? Observing Shinyu's eager expression, Jiraiya struck a pompous pose. Originally, Lord Shinazuka had no intention of imparting sage techniques to you, but through my persuasion, he has graciously agreed to teach you. So, make sure to express your gratitude. Shinyu gazed at Jiraiya, who animatedly recounted the tale, momentarily at a loss for words to adequately describe his behavior. How could this old man, at 50, still act like a child? Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Though inwardly exasperated, Shinyu maintained an outward appearance of sincere appreciation. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks. Now, Shinyu, you should dedicate yourself to learning sage techniques here at Myobokuzen. With that, Jiraiya prepared to leave, but Shinyu quickly stopped him. Master Jiraiya, may I bid farewell to Tian Tian? Looking at Shinyu's lackluster demeanor, Jiraiya admonished, Shinyu, do you know the 3 prohibitions of a ninja? Shinyu nodded, then resorted to her seduction technique once more. Master Jiraiya, would you allow me? Shinyu transformed into a woman and playfully clung to Jiraiya's arm, her voice soft and coaxing. Undoubtedly, Shinyu had thoroughly grasped Jiraiya's character. Under the influence of her seduction technique, Jiraiya succumbed without exception, ultimately agreeing to let Shinyu return early to prepare, promising to visit her again in a week. Chapter 50. The results of research. The reason Shinyu desired to leave Myobokuzen ahead of time was not solely due to Tian Tian. She was genuinely intrigued by Orochimaru's research. Since Orochimaru had dispatched Kimimaro to find her, it was evident he had made significant scientific advancements. Shinyu, how have you been? Orochimaru's voice was as raspy as always, but the excitement in his eyes revealed that he had undoubtedly discovered something remarkable. Shinyu, look behind you. Following the direction of Orochimaru's finger, Shinyu beheld a child, approximately 3 years old, lying in a container, eyes closed and attached to numerous tubes. Sensing Shinyu's bewilderment, Orochimaru elaborated, "This is my future body." Before Shinyu could respond, Orochimaru interrupted her thoughts. Shinyu, I know what you wish to inquire. This body before you is a clone crafted through my cloning technology, containing the genes of the Senju and Uchiha clans, as well as my own. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Shinyu regarded him with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that Orochimaru could achieve such a feat in such a short span of time. It seemed that in the future, Orochimaru could indeed don the Susanoo. With this in mind, Shinyu praised, as expected of you, Orochimaru. You have swiftly grasped and researched these concepts. Yet, upon receiving Shinyu's praise, Orochimaru displayed no hint of pride, responding simply, Shinyu, your contributions have been substantial as well. Should you wish to possess such a body, do not hesitate to seek me out. Observing Orochimaru's fervent demeanor, Shinyu promptly declined. No, thank you, Orochimaru, I prefer my own body. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further persuasion. After all, everyone has their own preferences, and Orochimaru respected the wishes of others. Orochimaru, you didn't summon me here just to flaunt your new body, did you? Upon hearing Shinyu's inquiry, Orochimaru chose not to be coy, directly summoning Jirobo, who brought forth 2 pigs. Shinyu, this is one of the 2 surprises I have prepared for you today. Shinyu gazed at the 2 pigs before her, momentarily bewildered by Orochimaru's intentions, as she did not naively assume he had summoned her merely to offer pork. Jirobo. Responding to Orochimaru's command, Jirobo promptly complied, producing a kunai and thrusting it into one pig's hind leg. The wounded pig let out a piercing scream, struggling to escape. Yet Jirobo held it firmly, rendering it unable to flee. Observing the blood oozing from the pig's hind leg, Shinyu questioned, "What is this?" As the scene unfolded, Shinyu still could not comprehend Orochimaru's intentions. Shinyu, look into the pig's eyes. Following Orochimaru's prompt, Shinyu turned her gaze toward the pig's eyes, where she was astonished to see that, in response to the pain, the pig's eyes had transformed into crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. This was indeed the Sharingan. Shinyu was left utterly speechless, unable to fathom that Orochimaru had successfully cultivated the Sharingan in a pig, and even more impressively, he had succeeded in doing so. Indeed, this is one of the surprises I have for you today. Orochimaru gestured to the 2 pigs, stating, one was cultivated using Sasuke's genes, and the other with Itachi's. Noticing Shinyu's lingering disbelief, Orochimaru felt compelled to elaborate further. Shinyu, during this time, I have been continuously experimenting with organ cloning, initially intending to apply it to clones. However, I later realized that cultivating Sharingan in clones is exceedingly challenging, as their emotions are quite complex. Hence, I opted to work with animals. The emotions of animals are far more untainted than those of humans. Fear is simply fear, and anger is merely anger. This aligns perfectly with the conditions for the activation of the Sharingan. Ultimately, the reason for selecting the pig as a subject for cultivation was the realization that pigs exhibit the best compatibility among all animals. Shinyu gazed in awe at the pig possessing the Sharingan, marveling at Orochimaru's genius in research. as he had swiftly resolved the issue of the Uchiha clan's excessive reliance on their eyes. What is the other surprise you mentioned? Shinyu, eager to learn about the second surprise after hearing Orochimaru's earlier remark, could hardly contain his curiosity. Orochimaru chuckled, retrieving a vial from the table and handing it to Shinyu. Upon inspecting the vial, Shinyu discovered it contained a blue solution. This is it. Noticing Shinyu's lingering confusion, Orochimaru inquired, Shinyu-kun, you instigated the war between the land of earth and the land of lightning, did you not? Shinyu felt a moment of awkwardness upon hearing Orochimaru's question. After all, the war between the two nations was not something he had deliberately incited. It was merely coincidental. Nevertheless, Shinyu eventually nodded, still uncertain of Orochimaru's intent. Observing Shinyu's confusion, Orochimaru elaborated. In reality, wars between nations hinge on their core strength. Shinyu-kun, this vial of medicine in your hand is my latest creation, a human enhancement agent. You may consider it a superior version of the cursed seal. Once a ninja injects it into their body, they will experience a significant qualitative leap in their strength. Shinyu recalled Niji's performance when the cursed seal had not been activated and frowned slightly. Orochimaru-sensei, does this substance have any side effects? In response to Shinyu's inquiry, Orochimaru retrieved several more vials from the table and presented them to Shinyu. Apart from their varying colors, the vials appeared to be identical. Unlike the cursed seal, this will not affect a person's emotions. If there is a singular side effect, it is that these medications cannot coexist within the human body, not even in pairs. The different colors of the vials represent different forms. Examining the vials in his hands, Shinyu asked, does this mean that once the substance is used, I must inject another dose? Shinyu-kun, you seem to underestimate me, Orochimaru replied with a smile, pointing at the vials. These medications require only a single injection to thoroughly enhance the body. Whether a ninja excels in taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, they can select the enhancement that best suits their condition. Intrigued by Orochimaru's words, Shinyu queried, if I use this medicine, wouldn't my strength further improve? Facing Shinyu's question, Orochimaru shook his head and said, Shinyu-kun, this medication is particularly effective for Genin and Shunin, offering only modest enhancement for Jonin. Though it does have some utility. This revelation left Shinyu even more puzzled, prompting him to ask, Orochimaru-sensei, if the drug is as you describe, does it not seem rather ineffective? Surprisingly, Orochimaru shook his head. Shinyu-kun, as the child of the fourth Hokage, you have never lacked for ninjutsu and training resources. Have you considered that children like you are ultimately the minority? A significant portion of ninjas lack resources, particularly for training, which results in most of them stagnating at the Chunin level. At this juncture, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. With my medication, their strength will experience a qualitative leap, effectively cultivating numerous Jonin for Konohagakure. Have you calculated how many that would be, Shinyu-kun? It was only then that realization dawned on Shinyu. Orochimaru was indeed correct. Regardless of the nation, the number of Chunins was the highest. With this medication, the backbone of an entire nation could be evolved into Jonin-level strength. Orochimaru-sensei, your research is truly monumental, Shinyu exclaimed in admiration. Receiving the compliment, Orochimaru did not bask in pride, but rather stated calmly, Shinyu-kun, these two achievements should serve as conditions for my return to Konoha, correct? Absolutely. Orochimaru had indeed delivered a tremendous surprise to Shinyu. The emergence of this medication signified that Konohagakure's strength would ascend to a new echelon. At that point, Konoha would rightfully become the foremost ninja village, no longer to be trifled with. Shinyu-kun, I shall not keep you any longer. I must continue my research, and I shall inform you once I have results. Orochimaru declared, demonstrating his unwavering dedication as a researcher. Very well, I will present this to the Hokage, Shinyu replied, not lingering. After all, his time in Konoha was limited to less than a week. It was best to resolve matters sooner rather than later, especially given Orochimaru's remarkable discoveries. Watching Shinyu depart, Orochimaru mused, Shinyu-kun is indeed the wind that propels the windmill. Chapter 51. Training at Myobokuzen. Upon returning from Orochimaru's lair, Shinyu made his way directly to the Hokage's office, where he meticulously reported his findings to Tsunade. She had long been aware of Shinyu's clandestine communications with Orochimaru. However, unlike the conservative Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade was far more open-minded. As long as Orochimaru did not harm the nearby villagers, she was willing to allow him the freedom to conduct his research as he pleased. Is everything you said true? After listening to Shun Yu's account, Tsunade expressed her disbelief. However, she soon lost her composure, bursting into laughter as she collapsed onto her desk. Haha. I must summon Fugaku to inform him that the illustrious Uchiha clan Sharingan has manifested in a pig. Observing Tsunade on the verge of laughter, Shinyu found the situation quite amusing. He had not initially realized it during his time with Orochimaru, but now, the image of a Sharingan cultivated from a pig and placed within an Uchiha was truly entertaining. Thankfully, this world lacked organizations akin to animal protection societies. Otherwise, Orochimaru's actions would surely be condemned to infamy. Ultimately, Tsunade acquiesced to Shun Yu's request, granting permission for Orochimaru to relocate his laboratory back to Konohagakure. As for the location of the laboratory, Tsunade allocated the original training grounds of the Root organization, previously supervised by Danzo, to Orochimaru and his team. In essence, Orochimaru was now officially reinstated in Konohagakure. In the days that followed, Shinyu took Tenten on leisurely strolls around the village. Upon learning that Shunyu would be heading to Myobokuzen to train in sage techniques, Tenten couldn't help but express a tinge of envy. Shinyu, as you grow stronger, will you look down on me? Seeing the serious expression on Tenten's face, Shinyu was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't comprehend why she would suddenly pose such a question. Of course not. How could I ever look down on you? Tenten, witnessing Shunyu's serious demeanor, burst into laughter. Shinyu, you're such a fool. At this point, Shinyu had wholeheartedly accepted that Tenten would be his future wife. She was simply splendid in his eyes. After all, she had provided him with his kunai, saving him the trouble of purchasing them. Nevertheless, Shinyu still harbored thoughts of the Six Paths ninja tools from Kumogakure, but he understood that now was not the time to steal them. Someday, he would present them to Tenten. Hey, hearing Tenten call his name, Shinyu quickly turned to her. He noticed that her cheeks had turned slightly pink. The usually carefree girl seemed to be feeling shy. We've been together for so long. Don't you think you should take me to your house for a visit? Upon hearing Tiantian's words, Shinyu instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that if he did not confront the matter at hand, he too would be unable to evade it that very night. The following morning, Jiraiya took Naruto to Shunyue's residence and knocked on the door. To their astonishment, it was Tiantian who opened it. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto, you have come. Seeing Tiantian assume the role of the hostess, Jiraiya quickly understood what had transpired the previous night and turned to Naruto with a mischievous grin, stating, Naruto, your brother will be quite different from you from now on. In what way? Naruto, puzzled by Jiraiya's remark, looked at Tiantian and inquired, Tiantian, what does that mean when the lecherous sage says Shunyue is different from me? Upon hearing Jiraiya's teasing and observing Naruto's clueless expression, Tiantian blushed and shot a glare at Naruto, replying, you too should come in. Shunyue is still asleep. Naruto, contemplating this, remarked, indeed, Shunyue must be more diligent in his training than I am. No wonder his strength surpasses mine. Tiantian's comment caused her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson, prompting her to dash to the bedroom and call for Shunyue to wake up. Before long, Shunyue emerged from the bathroom, still in his pajamas and with sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Jiraiya and Naruto, he recalled that today was the day they were to head to Miyamo Mountain. Wait for me. With that, Shunyue hurried off to freshen up. After some time, Shunyue finally emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Tiantian nearby, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Seizing the moment when Jiraiya and Naruto turned away, he planted a kiss on Tiantian's cheek, saying, I'll be back. Tiantian was taken aback by Shunyue's boldness, but relieved that Jiraiya and Naruto seemed oblivious to the intimate gesture. As Shunyue stepped outside, he glanced back at the shy Tiantian, reminiscing about the events of the previous night. However, he felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting something essential. After checking his bag, he still could not discern what he had overlooked. With Jiraiya's reverse summoning technique, Shunyue once again arrived at Miyamo Mountain, where he spotted Frosaku waiting for them from a distance. Welcome, little Jiraiya, little Shunyue, little Naruto. Little Jiraiya? Undoubtedly. Naruto was astonished by Frosaku referring to Jiraiya in such a manner. Observing Naruto's surprise, Jiraiya chuckled and explained, Lord Frosaku has been training for over 800 years. He was the one who taught me Shingetsu when I was learning. Little Shunyue, follow me. With that, Frosaku began to hop along the path ahead. After a few steps, Shunyue noticed that Jiraiya and Naruto had not followed but remained behind, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Just as he was about to ask, Frosaku interrupted, Little Shunyue, for now. Little Jiraiya needs to assist little Naruto in controlling the tailed beast within him, so you will be the only one learning Shingetsu for the time being. We brought little Naruto to Miamu Mountain to prevent any collateral damage should he struggle to control the Kyuubi outside. Nodding at Furosaka's explanation, Shinue acknowledged that Miamu Mountain was indeed the most suitable place for Naruto to train in controlling the Kyuubi, especially since the Akatsuki had begun their movements. With that thought, Shinue ceased his hesitation and followed Furosaku to the back mountain of Miamu for Shingetsu training. However, he was utterly unprepared for the first trial of his training to be a culinary challenge. Little Shinue, hurry and eat. You need energy to train, Furosaku urged, presenting a large platter filled with wriggling insects, clearly having waited for quite some time. As Shinue beheld the squirming insects before him, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, finally recalling what he had forgotten to bring that morning. Little Shinue, eat quickly, Furosaku exclaimed, grabbing an insect and popping it into his mouth. Watching Furosaku enjoy it so heartily made Shinue's stomach churn. Alive or dead, it matters not. After an intense internal struggle, Shinue finally picked up the platter of insect delicacies and, mustering his courage, shoved one into his mouth. This is not an insect. This is intestines, it's intestines. He chanted silently in his mind. However, as he chewed, the insect burst, releasing a pungent flavor that surged into his nostrils. In that moment, Shinue realized that Beige's menacing expression had been genuine. Unable to bear the disgust any longer, he promptly expelled the contents of his mouth. Host, if you cannot master Shingetsu, your various attributes will decrease significantly, the system warned in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Shinue faced the plate of insects once more. Crunchy, tastes like chicken. Shinue resolutely grabbed another insect and began to chew vigorously. Chapter 52. The true fire of the sun and the true water of the moon. Training in Shingetsu differs significantly from the daily practice of chakra. Ninjutsu utilizes one's internal energy, whereas Shingetsu draws upon external energy, significantly enhancing ninjutsu, illusion techniques, and physical prowess. To absorb natural energy, one must maintain a balance with their own energy. Too little renders Shingetsu ineffective, while too much results in transformation into a frog. Initially, Shinue could not perceive the so-called natural energy at all, but with the aid of frog oil, he gradually began to sense the presence of natural forces. After several days of adaptive training, Shinue not only learned to perceive natural energy without relying on frog oil, but also grew accustomed to the taste of insects. Just like Naruto's state in the original story, as Shinue watched Furosaku and Jiraiya serve another feast of insects, he found himself feeling oddly tempted. Gazing at the colorful insects, he even contemplated bringing some back for Tian to try. Indeed, I am drifting further away from humanity, Shinue mused inwardly. After the meal, Shinue commenced his Shingetsu training. For him, having completed the exercise of sensing natural energy, the practice of Shingetsu seemed devoid of difficulty. In less than 2 weeks, Shinue achieved balance within himself. Excellent work, little Shinue. Observing the perfect sage visage on Shinue's face, Furosaku couldn't help but praise him. Not at all. It is all thanks to your teaching, Lord Furosaku. Shinue replied shyly, scratching his head. Next came the final training, the fusion training. Upon hearing Furosaku mention fusion training, Shinue realized that his Shingetsu training was nearing its conclusion. However, at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, mastering the Shingetsu of Miamu Mountain, and successfully receiving the reward, 1,000,000 points. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Shinue wondered how he could be deemed successful without having undergone fusion training yet. Meanwhile, Furosaku, oblivious to Shinue's thoughts, urged him. What's the matter, little Shinue? Let us begin the fusion training. Heeding Furosaku's encouragement, Shinue set aside the system's words and nodded in agreement. All right, now we will merge our breathing into one. With that, Furosaku positioned himself on Shinue's shoulder and commenced the fusion training. A short while into the fusion training, Furosaku sensed something was amiss. Despite having absorbed natural energy into his body, his Shingetsu chakra could not be transmitted to Shinue. Observing Furosaku's puzzled expression, Shinue remained uncertain about the situation and continued to follow Furosaku's lead in the training. How strange. After several attempts, Shinue eventually conceded defeat. He descended from the shoulders of Shinyu, helplessly explaining, Xiao Shinyu, your physique seems to resist the Shingetsu chakra I am trying to impart. Yet you are capable of refining your own Shingetsu chakra. I am at a loss as to why this is happening. Upon hearing Shinzua's words, Shinyu was taken aback. But I don't possess the QB within me. Why did the fusion training fail? Unable to fathom the situation, Shinyu hastily consulted the internal system. System, why can't I complete the fusion training with the Toad Shinzua? The system responded, Host. This system allows you to cultivate Shingetsu merely to help you experience natural energy and develop your unique set of Shingetsu from Myobokuzen, rather than to engage in combat in the Sage mode like Jiraiya. Therefore, the Toad Shinzua cannot complete the fusion training with you. This explanation left Shunyu even more perplexed. After all, Shingetsu chakra is generated by refining natural energy, a process typically achieved through meditation. Could it be that he needed to rely on shadow clones like Naruto in the original story to channel Shingetsu chakra? However, the system had already anticipated Shinyu's thoughts. Host, in fact, you can attempt to refine natural energy while in motion. This way, you will possess an inexhaustible supply of Shingetsu chakra. Upon hearing this, Shinyu immediately questioned in his mind, but that is not how it works for Naruto in the original story. Host, everyone is different. Just because Naruto favors Sakura, does that mean you must as well? If this system says you can, then you can. Shinyu sighed silently at the system's banter and began to practice refining natural energy while moving. Observing Shinyu's actions, Shinzua cautioned, Xiao Shinyu, that is impossible. You cannot focus on refining natural energy while in motion. Yet, reality proved to be unexpectedly surprising. As Shinyu moved and refined chakra simultaneously, a visage of Sage mode manifested on his face. How could this be? Shinzua was taken aback, witnessing Shinyu in such a state. Shinyu himself felt incredulous. After all, no one in the original story had achieved such a feat. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable that each individual's Sage state varies. If he could refine natural energy while moving, it appeared quite plausible. Thus, Shinyu's month-long training journey in Myobokuzen came to a conclusive end. Before departing, he made a point to visit his brother Naruto, who was still grappling with controlling the Kyuubi's chakra. Observing Naruto's struggle, Shinyu could not help but think, thank goodness my father did not seal that thing within me. Before leaving, Shinyu opened the system's points shop once more. Now he possessed 1,000,000 points. A feeling of newfound wealth that was exhilarating. He felt he could finally indulge himself. However, upon accessing the system shop, he found himself unsure of what to exchange for. As it appeared, he had everything. Even the Sharingan he initially intended to acquire for the Uchiha clan had already been cloned onto a pig under Orochimaru's care. As for weapons, it would be absurd to wield 2 demon blade Muramasa. At that moment, Shinyu noticed that the system's points shop seemed to have updated with some impressive items. True Sunfire, 500,000 points upon exchange. The host will gain the power of True Sunfire. This fire, golden in hue, embodies supreme yang and burns all things, enhancing the host's chakra attributes with yang chakra. True Moon Water, 500,000 points. Upon exchange, the host will gain the power of True Moon Water. This water, silver in color, embodies supreme yin and freezes the world, enhancing the host's chakra attributes with yin chakra. Friendly reminder, if the host only exchanges for one of the two, it will cause an imbalance of yin and yang within, ultimately leading to self-destruction. What a cruel twist. Upon reading this friendly reminder, Shinyu could not help but voice his frustration. Just when he had finally become a bit extravagant, the system offered items that could drain him entirely. Did this system take pleasure in his misfortune? However, upon reconsideration, the impressive descriptions of the items tempted Shinyu. System, exchange for True Sunfire and True Moon Water. Exchange successful. Thank you for your support of the point shop. Immediately, Shinyu felt as though 2 inexplicable entities had manifested within his abdomen. These must be the True Sunfire and True Moon Water. Just as he intended to test the power of these 2 attributes, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. As this is your first purchase of such a substantial item in this system's point shop, you will be granted a free lottery draw. Upon hearing this, Shinyu was rendered speechless. This system was aware of the high value of items, yet he did not hold out too much hope for the lottery. Lottery. All right, host. Drawing for you now. Within his mind, Shinyu witnessed a flash of light, followed by the emergence of a card. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 chakra points. Seeing that the reward was chakra points, Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. Following the acquisition of these 2 special abilities, he realized that the system was quite fair. If he were to randomly receive a reward that increased his chakra capacity, it would indicate that the true moon water and true sun fire he had just exchanged were quite the drain on chakra. With this thought, Shinyu summoned the true sun fire within him and began to weave hand signs. Yang release, great fireball technique. A massive golden fireball erupted from his mouth. And the great fireball technique, forged from true sun fire, instantaneously incinerated the rocks and earth before him. The power was astonishing. Observing the aftermath, Shinyu could not help but marvel. However, just as he prepared to test the strength of the true moon water, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. It dawned on him that the previous manifestation of true sun fire had drained a significant portion of his chakra, including the chakra points rewarded by the system. Shinyu's chakra had reached a total of 14. Yet, in the face of true sun fire, this amount seemed sufficient for only a single use. Attempting to utilize Shingetsu to wield these powers, even in peak condition, Shinyu found himself completely exhausted after employing both the true sun fire and true moon water once. Gazing at the two trees he had used for practice, one incinerated by true sun fire and the other encased in true moon water, Shinyu mused. It appears these two abilities will have to serve as my trump cards. With that realization, Shinyu decided not to linger in Myobokuzen any longer. Upon returning to Konoha, he initially planned to check on the battlefield between Kumogakure and Iwagakure, only to discover that a ceasefire had already been established 2 weeks after he began his training in Myobokuzen. Feeling rather bored, he learned from nearby villagers that both Kumogakure and Iwagakure had suffered heavy losses, which compelled them to halt hostilities. This is dull. I should go find 1010. Shinyu complained as he set off on the path back to Konoha, unaware that this monumental war had triggered a ripple of unrest within the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 53. A different Konoha. The rain in Amigakure seemed never-ending. Amidst the sound of raindrops pattering outside, a figure adorned in a whirlpool mask gazed vacantly at the sky. Madara, did you summon me? A man clad in a red cloud-patterned black cloak appeared behind him, his expression stoic as he regarded him. His eyes were unmistakably the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The individual before me, referred to as Ban, is not the true Uchiha Ban, but rather a mere facade impersonated by Daito. It remains unbeknownst to anyone apart from the Akatsuki organization. The authentic Uchiha Ban is still awaiting resurrection, which hinges upon the collection of all-tailed beasts' powers to be subsequently utilized by this individual through the Rinne Tensei technique. Nagato. How progresses the Akatsuki's endeavor to capture the tailed beasts? Upon hearing Ban's inquiry, Nagato, manipulating the body of pain, responded slowly. The timing is most opportune. I have dispatched agents to Iwagakure to apprehend the Yanbi and Gobi. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ban mused. The recent conflict between the land of lightning and the land of earth was instigated by the Nibi, correct? Indeed, replied Pain, his expression perpetually devoid of emotion. I inquired with Kakuzu and Haiden, who recounted their encounter with a wielder of the Sharingan during the capture of the Nibi, while Haiden was tormented beyond recognition by a mysterious black flame. Daito, seemingly unfazed, remarked nonchalantly, So Uchiha ninjas have joined the fray? How intriguing. Kakuzu also mentioned that the Jinchuriki of the Nibi appeared to be entangled with a ninja from Konohagakure, claiming her as his woman. Thus, it implies that Konohagakure now houses not only the Kyubi, but also the Nibi? Upon seeing Pain nod, Daito, contemplatively toying with a bead in his hand, muttered, With the power of 4 or more tailed beasts, we can attempt to utilize this. There is no rush regarding Konohagakure. Prioritize the capture of the other Jinchuriki, particularly from the land of earth and the land of lightning, as both nations currently find themselves in a state of weakness, presenting an ideal opportunity for capture. With that, Daito employed Kimui to distort space, leaving Pain behind as he departed. At this moment, the listless Shingetsu had returned to Konohagakure. However, before he could seek out Tiantian, he discovered her emerging from the Konoha hospital, clutching her arm. Tiantian, what has transpired? Observing her rosy complexion, she appeared uninjured, piquing Shingetsu's curiosity. You have returned. Tiantian expressed a flicker of surprise upon seeing Shingetsu. Having learned from others that mastering Shingetsu was no simple feat, she had anticipated his absence for several months. Yet he returned within a mere month. Noticing her delight, Shingetsu smiled and inquired about her arm. What affliction befalls it? Tiantian revealed her hand, and Shingetsu discerned a small puncture mark on her fair arm. This is a summons from Lord Hokage, calling upon all ninjas of Konohagakure to receive a booster shot at the hospital, tailored to enhance our individual abilities. Shingetsu was momentarily taken aback. It appears that Orochimaru's research has reached fruition. It is likely that all ninjas in Konohagakure have received this enhancement. Peering into the hospital, he noted a queue of ninjas stretching to the entrance, reminiscent of the collective vaccinations from his previous world. So, Tian, which type of booster did you select? Shingetsu's curiosity about Tian's choice was piqued. The all-attribute balance type, as my abilities are fairly average across the board, thus I opted for the all-attributes variant. Without waiting for Shingetsu's response, Tian continued. You have no idea, Lee chose the enhancement for taijutsu. His prowess has significantly improved. Additionally, Kakashi-sensei also received an enhancement. Specifically for ninjutsu, it is said that he can now utilize Raikiri 8 times a day. Upon hearing this, Shingetsu felt an urgency to converse with Orochimaru. Itachi's vision was already deteriorating, and he was eager to ascertain the progress of Orochimaru's research on the Sharingan, wondering if he had cultivated the Mangekyo. Resolving this, Shingetsu promptly stated, Tian, allow me to escort you home to rest. However, this statement was primarily intended to expedite his visit to Orochimaru. Yet, to Tian, it bore a different connotation. Tian playfully tapped Shingetsu's chest. Her cheeks flushed as she chided. You only think of resting. Observing her demeanor, Shingetsu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere had shifted, and to clarify his true intentions might provoke Tian's ire. Most importantly, having recently entered a relationship with her, he found the moment quite delightful. Shall we rather rest at my home? Ultimately, Shingetsu relinquished his plans to visit Orochimaru that day. He realized that certain experiences could indeed become addictive, particularly within the realm of ninjas where physical prowess was paramount. Very well, Tian willingly allowed him to take her hand as they returned home together. After a night of arduous battle, Shingetsu lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. He had preliminarily concluded that Orochimaru's enhancement was indeed formidable, providing substantial improvements in various aspects for ninjas. Reflecting upon Tian's markedly different state the previous night, Shingetsu couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's ingenuity. Shingetsu, dinner is ready. Upon seeing Tian at the table awaiting him, Shingetsu resolved not to linger in bed any longer. He truly felt like a successful individual now, excelling in every regard. After dining, Shingetsu proceeded to Orochimaru's laboratory. It was imperative to address Itachi's eyes without delay, otherwise, he would soon be completely blind. Shingetsu-kun, it has been far too long. Hearing the youthful voice before him, Shingetsu focused his gaze to find Orochimaru had reincarnated into the body of a clone. Gazing at the young boy, Shingetsu remarked, Orochimaru-sensei, have you chosen to reincarnate so swiftly? Certainly. Orochimaru elaborated. This body is one I meticulously crafted. Thus, I chose to reincarnate early to harmonize my soul with the flesh. Nodding in agreement, Shingetsu acknowledged, indeed. Familiarity comes with time. How fares my enhancement, Shingetsu-kun? Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Shingetsu recalled the previous evening's experiences with Tian, and his thoughts drifted back to the comfort of his bed. Shingetsu-kun? Observing Shingetsu lost in thought, Orochimaru, uninterested in the boy's musings, was acutely aware that every moment of his own was precious. Shingetsu steadied his restless heart and stated, Actually, Orochimaru-sensei, I have come to discuss a pressing matter. Speak then, how may I assist you? Is Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan ready? Recently, Itachi's vision has begun to deteriorate, and if we do not proceed with the transplant soon, it may adversely affect his health. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of a unique light sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. Shingetsu-kun, come here tomorrow afternoon. If all goes well, we can perform the transplant that very evening. Chapter 54. The Process of Awakening the Mangekyo. The following day, Shingetsu arrived at the laboratory at the agreed time. Observing Orochimaru and his subordinates fully equipped, which left him somewhat perplexed. Orochimaru-sensei, why are you all dressed this way? Before him, Orochimaru and his subordinates donned thick protective suits and helmets. This appearance reminded Shingetsu of the football players he had seen in his previous world. There was no alternative. Today's experiment was fraught with peril. To safeguard ourselves from harm, we had no choice but to proceed, for I cherish my body dearly. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Shinyu was left even more bewildered. He truly could not fathom Orochimaru's intentions, yet he refrained from inquiring further, acknowledging his ignorance regarding experimental matters. Following Orochimaru, Shinyu entered a vast hall, which was stark and devoid of any experimental apparatus or reagents. After taking stock of the attendees and confirming their presence, Orochimaru began issuing commands. Today, Shinjuekuin will join us in the experiment. Should any danger arise, you must ensure his safety. Yes, Orochimaru's subordinates, akin to unwavering loyalists, complied without hesitation. Yet, this declaration piqued Shinyu's curiosity even further. What did Orochimaru truly intend to accomplish today? Orochimaru gestured towards the ceiling's farthest corner and addressed Diyui. Diyui, stand back and be prepared to swiftly mitigate any hazardous situations. Your Jinjutsu is the most effective means. Upon hearing this, Diyui activated the second form of his curse seal and promptly leaped to the corner of the laboratory, observing the proceedings. Jirubo, you shall restrain that pig as you did last time. Yes. Following suit, Jirubo also activated the second form of his curse seal and positioned himself nearby. After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru deemed it insufficiently secure and instructed Zuichin and Yuchin. You, too, will be responsible for restraining the pig. Hurry and change your attire. As Shunyu watched Zuichin and Yuchin transform into two individuals, he glanced at the imposing Jirubo, pondering inwardly. Could a mere pig possess such formidable strength? Why did Orochimaru regard it with such trepidation? It was evident that the three individuals before him could easily subdue not only domestic pigs, but even wild boars. Shinjuekuin? Upon hearing Orochimaru call his name, Shinyu promptly looked up, only to find Orochimaru presenting him with a set of clothing. We are about to commence. Shinyu took the garments, feeling the peculiar blend of iron and fabric. Mr. Orochimaru, must I truly wear this? In response to Shunyu's suggestion, Orochimaru shook his head. Shinjuekuin, I am responsible for your safety. If you wish to avoid my fate of body transformation, you must comply and wear it. Hearing this, Shinyu shrugged. With the assistance of Kimimaro, he reluctantly donned the so-called protective suit. Oni Tamamaru, should the experimental subject escape, use your arrows to pin it down. Immediately afterward, Orochimaru glanced at Kimimaro. Yes, Kimimaro seemed to comprehend his role and swiftly brought forth the pig. Shinjuekuin, as you mentioned, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires the fusion of another's Mangekyo Sharingan with one's own. This pig was cultivated from Sasuke's genes. And now we shall proceed with the Mangekyo awakening experiment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Shinyu experienced a moment of clarity, yet a new doubt arose within him. Could this pig truly possess such strength? Orochimaru seemed to perceive Shinyu's skepticism and clarified. Shinjuekuin, this is merely a precaution. I have also infused this pig with Hashirama's cells. A pig combined with Hashirama's cells? Shinyu found Orochimaru's reasoning quite perplexing. Yet he could not deny that the pig's eyes were indeed human-like and possessed the three-tomo Sharingan. For a moment, observing Orochimaru and his subordinates, Shinyu hesitated to voice any opinions. Jirubo. Upon Orochimaru's summons, Jirubo promptly received the pig's leash from Kimimaro, then lifted the pig high before slamming it onto the ground. Bang! The pig lay sprawled on the floor, writhing in agony, its eyes flashing with the crimson hue of the Sharingan. This is possible. Shinyu was dumbfounded by the scene before him. After witnessing the previous incident involving a kunai, his understanding was once again shattered. He found it hard to comprehend how, after such a brutal impact, the pig merely squealed in pain. Could Hashirama's cells truly be that potent? At this moment, Jirubo clutched the pig's forelegs while Zuichin and Yuchin restrained its hind legs. Under the combined restraint of the three ninjas, the pig was rendered immobile. Orochimaru stepped back with Shunyu and commanded Kimimaro, begin. Kimimaro transformed into his cursed state, and several bone spikes gradually extended from his hand, forming a drill-like structure. Shinyu observed as the drill was adorned with numerous barbs. Apologies. As Kimimaro approached the pig, he initiated his action, guiding the swiftly rotating bone drill towards the pig's underbelly. Hiss! Witnessing this, Shinyu involuntarily gasped. Kimimaro's actions made him feel a tightening sensation, as he never anticipated that Orochimaru would resort to such methods to torment a pig. The pig's cries echoed throughout the hall as its thrashing grew increasingly frantic. Shinyu could distinctly see beads of sweat trickling down the brows of both Jirubo and Zuichin. Was this pig truly that powerful? Shinyu pondered in disbelief. Orochimaru calmly observed the pig's eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, instructed Kimimaro. Kimimaro, reduce the rotation speed. Yes, just as Kimimaro attempted to comply. He noticed through his helmet that the pig was glaring at him with a menacing expression, its Sharingan activated. As Kimimaro prepared to continue, he felt his protective suit suddenly ignite with black flames. In quick succession, Jirubo, Zuichin, and Yochin's suits also erupted in similar flames. What the hell? Shin Yu's worldview shattered completely. He could hardly believe that the pig cultivated by Orochimaru not only possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but could also wield its abilities. Dui. Responding to Kimimaro's urgency, Dui hastily played his flute. As the enchanting notes filled the air, the pig gradually calmed down and succumbed to slumber. Seeing the pig finally asleep, the three quickly discarded their protective suits onto the ground, where the black flames continued to rise and burn. Next, we must seal this flame. Orochimaru paid no heed to Shun Yu's astonishment. Instead, he retrieved a scroll from his attire and directly sealed the still-burning black flames within. Once all was completed, Orochimaru commanded his subordinates to carry the pig away and turned his attention to the still-reeling Shinyu. All right, Shinyu-kun. You may inform Itachi to come tonight for the eye exchange. With that, Orochimaru exited the hall. Chapter 55. The disheartened Naruto following the success of the experiment. Although Shun Yu's world had been thoroughly shaken, he ultimately notified Itachi to visit Orochimaru for the fusion. Initially, the Uchiha clan vehemently opposed the notion of cultivating the Sharingan using a pig, especially Fugaku, whose reaction was the most intense. How could the eyes of the Uchiha clan be cultivated from a pig? However, upon learning of Itachi's deteriorating vision, they ultimately succumbed to the irresistible allure of necessity. Itachi, how are you feeling? After 2 weeks of recovery, Itachi's eyes had completely evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, though he had yet to master this newfound power with perfection. Shinyu, thank you. Itachi's gratitude was heartfelt, for Shinyu had indeed done much for the Uchiha clan, yet the clan seemed unable to reciprocate adequately. No need for thanks, it is all the work of Orochimaru. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards him. Shinyu was indifferent to Itachi's appreciation, as this was not his first endeavor to assist the Uchiha clan. Now, with Itachi's successful transplantation, it was believed that anyone in the Uchiha clan who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan would eventually seek a similar procedure. At that moment, a vivid image filled Shun Yu's mind. In the future, pain would attack Konoha, and he would find himself lost in thought as he observed the towering figures before him. Shinyu, have you heard about the recent events? Itachi's inquiry prompted Shinyu to nod. The Akatsuki organization had recently gained notoriety within the shinobi world. Following the conclusion of the war with Kumogakure and Iwagakure, the Akatsuki had seized the opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails and Five Tails, taking advantage of Iwagakure's weakened state. Now, aside from the 2 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails, and the 1 tail sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, all other tailed beasts had fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki. I sense that the Akatsuki's intentions are rather unusual, Itachi remarked, furrowing his brow. Shinyu was well aware of the Akatsuki's motives, but at that moment, he was not in a position to be the savior of the shinobi world. Moreover, from Jiraiya's account, Naruto's training had not been going smoothly. The 9 tails were proving to be more difficult to control than anticipated, resulting in Jiraiya sustaining serious injuries. Let it be, Itachi. We need not concern ourselves with these matters. For now, we shouldn't allow anyone from the village to venture out. Naruto is currently at Myobokuzen, and it should be manageable. Let the Akatsuki make their moves for now. The frequent appearances of the Akatsuki had plunged the entire shinobi world into a state of crisis. Especially Kumogakure, which had recently been weakened by war and was now left with only Konoha and the tailed beasts in their possession. Reflecting on this, Shinyu couldn't help but sigh in despair. Detected that the host wishes to assist his brother. The following task has been issued. Help Naruto control the 9 tails within him. The host may choose whether to accept. If the task is successfully completed, the reward is 2 chakra. If declined, there will be no penalty. The sudden appearance of this task bewildered Shinyu. To put it bluntly, could he and Naruto together even stand a chance against the 9 tails? However, recalling the sage techniques he had recently learned, Shinyu ultimately chose to accept the task. Accepted. Reminder: the host currently possesses the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines. Please utilize them wisely. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shinyu suddenly realized that he could use wood release to suppress the Nine Tails. Moreover, he was also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. With this revelation, Shinyu hurried to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru-sensei, I need all the wood release techniques you have here. As soon as he pushed open the door, he eagerly expressed his request. Observing Shinyu's fervor, Orochimaru smiled and replied, Shinyu, wood release techniques are not something you can simply master at will. Despite having nurtured numerous subjects, only one possesses the ability to use wood release. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shinyu clasped his hands together, attempting to channel his chakra to manifest wood release. Huh! Shinyu shouted, and immediately, several wooden branches erupted from the ground. Undoubtedly a result of his efforts. Shinyu, you truly are impressive, Orochimaru remarked in astonishment as he observed the wooden protrusions. Subsequently, he retrieved a scroll from the cabinet and handed it to Shinyu. This contains all the wood release techniques recorded by the first Hokage. Take it. Shinyu expressed his gratitude and hurriedly left, leaving Orochimaru momentarily stunned. Watching Shinyu's hasty departure, Orochimaru mused. It seems Shinyu intends to use wood release to control the Nine Tails. Although Shinyu had acquired the scroll of wood release techniques left by Senju Hashirama, he soon discovered that mastering wood release was far more challenging than he had anticipated. This bloodline limit, generated by two chakra natures, was exceedingly difficult to balance compared to single nature techniques. How careless of me. Shinyu had spent an entire afternoon training, yet he was still at a loss. Even the simplest technique, Shinju, Koten, eluded him. At one point, he even contemplated having Orochimaru use Edo Tensei to summon Senju Hashirama to teach him. But he ultimately dismissed the idea. Forget it, it's best not to trouble Hashirama with this. After a few complaints, Shinyu once again attempted to gather chakra to release the technique, believing that mastering wood release would enhance his ability to assist Naruto in controlling the Nine Tails. Thus, Shinyu dedicated himself daily to mastering wood release, while concurrently, Naruto was striving to control the power of the Nine Tails. Pervy Sage, why did my father seal it within me? Naruto sat on the ground, a look of distress on his face. To Naruto, the Nine Tails had become both a formidable ally and a hindrance. Over the years, had it not been for the Nine Tails causing chaos within him, Naruto would not have been the bottom of his class at the Ninja Academy. Observing Naruto's plight, Jiraiya comforted him. Naruto, you must understand that if you can learn to control the tailed beast within you, your strength will grow exponentially. This is something many shinobi can only envy. But you are currently in the most challenging phase. Hearing Jiraiya's reassurance, Naruto sighed silently. Pervy Sage, let us return to Konoha. At that moment, Naruto was unaware of the Akatsuki's activities in capturing tailed beasts, only feeling an inexplicable sense of defeat, as though no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Seeing Naruto's dejection, Jiraiya sighed and said, very well, let's return to Konoha for now. Once you've recovered, I will have Danzo teach you sage techniques. Thus, Naruto concluded his training at Myobokuzen and returned to Konoha. However, he did not head straight home, but sought out Shinyu. Undoubtedly, Shinyu was the only one who could offer him comfort at this moment. I'm sorry, Naruto. Shinyu is currently in the midst of crucial training. Without the Hokage's approval, no one is allowed to approach. Naruto, having finally learned of Shinyu's whereabouts, was stopped by an ANBU member. Gazing at the training ground enveloped in a barrier, faint sounds of combat could be heard within. Naruto knew his brother was inside training, yet at that moment, it felt as though they were worlds apart. So close, yet entirely out of reach. Fine, I'll wait for Shinyu to finish his training before seeking him out. Just as Naruto was about to turn back, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, Naruto, are you looking for Shinyu too? Chapter 56, Renewed Resolve Sasuke? Naruto turned to see Sasuke standing behind him and asked, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Sasuke shrugged the basket in his hand and replied, I'm delivering food for my brother and Shinyu. Delivering food? Yes. As soon as food delivery was mentioned, Sasuke let out a weary sigh. You have no idea. Shortly after my brother awakened his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Shinyu came to him, claiming he wanted to help him train. As for what they are training in, I have no clue. Sasuke was quite frustrated, as his brother had not returned home for several days, leaving him to deliver meals based on the ANBU's instructions, knowing nothing else about their activities. By the way, where's Sakura? Upon seeing Sasuke, Naruto naturally recalled Sakura. She had taken Tsunade as her teacher and was diligently honing her medical ninjutsu. Oh, I see. Hearing that Sakura was currently occupied, A trace of disappointment inadvertently crossed Naruto's face. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Sasuke handed the basket to the Umbu and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Naruto, why do you seem a bit off?" "Sasuke, have you heard of the Kyuubi?" Naruto placed a hand on his abdomen and sighed. "Yes, I've heard. My brother said that 13 years ago, the Nine Tails was unleashed, and the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal it. It resides within me," Naruto lamented. Upon hearing this, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware of the Kyuubi's sealing within Naruto, he did not understand why Naruto appeared so despondent today. "The perverted sage told me to control the Kyuubi's power, but no matter what I do, I cannot manage it. Once, I lost control and injured the perverted sage severely." After hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke finally comprehended the reason behind Naruto's peculiar behavior. "Naruto, if you wish to control the tailed beast, you must first possess a resolute heart." Noticing Naruto's bewildered expression, Sasuke patiently explained, "In fact, during our time at the Ninja Academy, I realized you were quite the fool, unable to master any ninjutsu. I often wondered why such a dimwit could even enroll in the academy. Later, I learned from Shingetsu that the Kyuubi within you had been influencing your condition. But Naruto, have you not also never given up on your dream of becoming Hokage?" Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto managed a faint smile. "Sasuke, I truly envy you. Not only do you possess a unique bloodline limit, but you also do not have the Kyuubi sealed within you like I do." With that, Naruto glanced up at the stone carving of the fourth Hokage, letting out a sigh. "Forget it. I'm not good at comforting others. Since you're feeling down, why don't we find a place to spar?" Faced with Sasuke's suggestion, Naruto's inherent competitive spirit was stirred. "All right, Sasuke, if you lose to a loser like me, you'll be quite embarrassed." As the sun began to set, Naruto and Sasuke, weary yet supportive of each other, made their way to the Uchiha clan's residence. "Hey, what have you two been up to?" Upon seeing their disheveled appearances, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. "You two should hurry and clean up. Dinner is almost ready. Naruto, you should stay and eat with us tonight." Noticing his mother's irritation, Sasuke quickly urged Naruto to take a bath. After a satisfying meal, Fugaku looked at Naruto, who still wore a forlorn expression, and felt a pang of sympathy. Sasuke had already divulged everything to him. And although Fugaku was not particularly skilled in offering counsel, he decided to share a few words with Naruto. "Naruto, I heard from Sasuke that you're troubled by the tailed beast within you." Upon seeing Naruto nod, Fugaku continued, "Actually, do you know what your brother Shingetsu has been up to lately?" When Naruto shook his head, Fugaku sighed. "That little rascal has been training and would release, all in hopes of helping you subdue the tailed beast within you." Hearing Fugaku's words, Naruto was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his brother was relentlessly training for his sake. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. In truth, Naruto, controlling a tailed beast is a gradual process. No one achieves success instantly. Just like your goal of becoming Hokage, there are no shortcuts. After reflecting on Fugaku's advice, Naruto gently placed a hand on his abdomen and asked, "Uncle Fugaku, do you think the Kyuubi has feelings? What might it be thinking right now, regardless of its thoughts? You must not give up easily, for your family has not abandoned you, especially your brother and Jiraiya-sensei." Undoubtedly, Fugaku's words resonated deeply with Naruto. He recalled the moment he had harmed the perverted sage during his rampage, yet the sage had not held it against him. Furthermore, he had just learned that his brother Shingetsu was fervently training to assist him. If those around him had not given up, how could he entertain the notion of surrendering? "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Fugaku." With that, Naruto stood and bowed deeply to Fugaku. After leaving Sasuke's home, Naruto initially intended to speak with Jiraiya about sage techniques, but instead encountered Hinata on the street. Naruto-kun. Hearing Hinata call his name, Naruto curiously halted his steps and asked, "Hinata, what are you doing here?" When Hinata remained silent, Naruto assumed she had not heard and approached her. "Hinata, what's wrong?" As Naruto drew near, Hinata found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. "Hinata?" Leaning closer to her face, Naruto inquired with concern, "What's the matter?" However, at that moment, Hinata's face inexplicably flushed, and she swiftly ran away. Watching her retreating figure, Naruto scratched his head and muttered, "She really is an odd one." Naruto patted his abdomen. Having been in a gloomy mood earlier, he had barely eaten at Sasuke's, and now he felt hungry. "Let's go have some Ichiraku ramen. After eating, I must work hard on my training," Naruto encouraged himself. At this moment, bolstered by Fugaku's words, the gloom in Naruto's heart had dissipated. and all he desired was to fill his stomach before returning to Mount Mayaboku to continue his training, striving to gain control over the unruly Kyuubi within him. Meanwhile, at Shingetsu's training location, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Jutsu. As the jutsu was unleashed, Itachi found himself ensnared by Shingetsu's Wood Dragon. Shingetsu-kun, it seems you have succeeded, Itachi remarked with a smile, feeling the steady drain of his chakra by the Wood Dragon, indicating that Shingetsu had made significant progress. Itachi, thank you for staying with me during these practice sessions. Elated at having successfully executed the jutsu, Shingetsu felt a surge of joy, knowing that while he might not yet be fully prepared to confront the Kyuubi, he could still restrain Naruto should he lose control. Come on, I'm treating you to ramen. Shingetsu grabbed Itachi's arm and headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. In truth, Shingetsu was unaware of why he, who usually had little appetite for ramen, suddenly craved it today. Alright, let us go. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, they discovered Naruto indulging heartily in his meal. Hey Naruto, what a coincidence. Shingetsu greeted enthusiastically. You're back from Mount Mayaboku? Upon seeing his brother, Naruto quickly swallowed a mouthful of ramen and replied, yeah, but I'll be heading back soon since I haven't finished my training. Observing Naruto's spirited demeanor, Shingetsu felt at ease, unaware of the events that had transpired earlier. Make sure to give it your all, Shingetsu encouraged. Absolutely. Uncle, another bowl. Please. Chapter 57. I will forever believe in you too. Naruto returned to Mount Mayaboku to train in sage techniques, while Shingetsu remained in Konohagakure to monitor the movements of the Akatsuki organization. At present, the village was exceedingly secure, as she had not publicly declared herself as the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if the Akatsuki attempted an assault, Konohagakure was more than capable of defending itself. However, that morning, as Shingetsu stepped outside, she encountered Kakashi approaching her with a mysterious demeanor. Shingetsu, 2 days ago, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure was attacked, but in the end, he managed to fend off his assailants. Upon hearing this news, Shinyu couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, Chi-Labai was regarded as the epitome of the perfect Jinchuriki. Although the recent conflict between the two nations had inflicted significant losses on Yunin village, Shinyu was aware that the village still retained formidable elite jonin who had survived the war. Despite the strength of the Akatsuki organization, it was improbable that they would confront a major nation directly. Do you know how many members were dispatched by the Akatsuki? It was said that 4 were sent, yet 1 was reportedly killed. Kakashi's words made Shinyu realize that the Akatsuki was indeed in a state of desperation. The deployment of 4 members, with 1 having already fallen, piqued Shinyu's curiosity about the identity of the slain individual. Could it be Hoshigaki Kisame? Shinyu pondered internally, as he was the only honest one among them. After all, in the original narrative, while others were calling upon their abilities, he was diligently performing hand seals. However, Shinyu did not dwell on this matter, as he had yet to fully recognize all members of the Akatsuki. Currently, he merely hoped that Naruto would swiftly master Sage Mode so that he could assist in controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. He wondered how Naruto was faring. It had been nearly a month since Naruto had departed, and Shinyu believed that Naruto should have made considerable progress in mastering Sage Mode. He promptly summoned a toad, utilizing reverse summoning to transport himself to MT Mayaboku. Ah, little Shinyu, you have arrived. Upon reaching MT Mayaboku, Shinyu saw Jiraiya preparing breakfast, while his brother Naruto sat nearby, eagerly awaiting the meal. Little Shinyu, have you had breakfast yet? Would you care to join me? Jiraiya inquired with a smile. Shinyu glanced at the writhing insects in the pot and quickly declined. No, I've already eaten before coming. After the meal, Naruto led Shinyu to the place where he had once trained in Sage Mode. To Shunyu's astonishment, Naruto's progress was remarkably swift. He was now only a step away from engaging in fusion training with Jiraiya. However, Shinyu understood that the 9 tails within Naruto would never permit a toad to perch upon his shoulder. Naruto, let's not rush into fusion training just yet. We should first seek out the 9 tails, Shinyu declared. Without waiting for Naruto's response, he delved his spiritual energy into Naruto's abdomen. Is this where the 9 tails is sealed? Observing the scene before him, identical to that in the original narrative, Shinyu couldn't help but marvel. Shinyu, why do we need to find the 9 tails? At that moment, Naruto also probed with his spiritual energy, though he was perplexed as to why Shinyu was so eager to locate the beast within him. Naruto, do you wish to meet father? Upon hearing Shinyu's sudden question, Naruto nodded without hesitation. Of course I do. Then follow me, Shinyu replied, proceeding down the path until they arrived before a colossal iron gate. Kid, why do you carry the aura of Minato? A fierce presence emanated from within the iron gate, and Shinyu recognized that it was the Nine-Tails speaking. Undoubtedly, the Nine-Tails sensed the chakra of Minato. The beast had long harbored resentment towards Minato for having split itself in two and sealed it. Naruto, come here, Shinyu urged, ignoring the Nine-Tails' inquiry and beckoning his brother forward. What is it, Shinyu? Though Naruto was unsure of his brother's intentions, he followed closely behind. Shinyu pointed at the sealing talisman affixed to the iron gate, saying, if you remove that, you will see father. How dare you disregard me? Before Naruto could respond, a furious roar erupted from within the gate, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of chakra. Shinyu realized that even the power of half a Nine-Tails could produce such a cataclysmic effect. Naruto, let us ignore that foul fox. Shinyu continued to disregard the Nine-Tails' wrath, instructing Naruto, remove that talisman, and we shall speak with father afterward. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from within the iron gate, Naruto glanced at Shinyu and ultimately nodded resolutely. All right, I'll remove it first. With that, Naruto dashed toward the massive iron gate, reaching for the sealing talisman. Just as Naruto's hand was about to tear it away, a figure surged forth, seizing Naruto and whisking him away from the gate. Minato. Hearing the Nine-Tails' ferocious roars from within the gate, Minato cast a glance at it before turning to Shinyu and Naruto, saying, this is not the place for conversation. Let us relocate. With a snap of his fingers, Minato transported Shinyu and Naruto into a void space. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Namikaze Minato, your father. Minato's face radiated warmth, and even Shinyu found himself in admiration, acknowledging that his unexpected father was indeed quite handsome. Father, why did you seal this monstrous fox within me? As Naruto beheld Minato, his nose tinged with emotion. Reflecting on the trials he had faced over the years, Naruto felt immense resentment towards the Nine-Tails within him. I am sorry, Naruto. Listening to Naruto's grievances, Minato's expression shifted to one of remorse as he explained. It was because Shinyu was born first and needed to be taken to the hospital. Upon hearing his father's belated apology, Naruto felt a sense of relief. However, Minato's next words astonished him. The reason your mother and I sacrificed ourselves was due to someone deliberately releasing the tailed beast from within your mother. You see, a Jinchuriki is at their most vulnerable during childbirth. Naruto, taken aback by Minato's revelation, immediately inquired, Father, who was it that caused your demise? A person who claimed to be Uchiha Obito, Minato responded after a moment of contemplation. That individual's techniques were exceedingly peculiar. I nearly faced a catastrophic defeat. In truth, I still cannot fathom why Uchiha Obito is still alive. Never mind, it's not worth dwelling on. Minato, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards the matter, turned his attention to the two before him. I just examined the seal on Naruto. Why did you insist on removing the talisman when it was clearly intact? Father, it was I who urged Naruto to do so. Shinyu quickly interjected upon hearing Minato's question. Why? With a puzzled expression, Minato awaited an explanation. Father, I believe it is time for Naruto to begin learning how to control the Nine-Tails' power. Upon hearing Shinyu's assertion, Minato's demeanor grew serious. Noticing Minato's grave expression, Shinyu confidently replied, absolutely. While the Nine-Tails' power is formidable, I am certain that Naruto and I can master it together. This was not mere bravado. Shinyu had meticulously devised strategies for every scenario. To mitigate risks, he planned to have Itachi, who possessed the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, present as well. If necessary, he could use the Sharingan to exert control over the Nine-Tails. Furthermore, Orochimaru had now acquired sufficient Senju cells, allowing him to summon the first Hokage through Edo Tensei. Should the Nine-Tails dare to cause trouble, they could simply administer a decisive blow. Naturally, these were matters that Minato was unaware of. Sensing the confidence radiating from Shinyu, Minato nodded, saying, very well, Shinyu. I can sense that your strength has surpassed mine at that time. I trust you will protect your brother well. Noticing his form gradually becoming ethereal, Minato realized that his time was limited. He swiftly projected a beam of light into Shinyu's consciousness. This is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan that I mastered. Shinyu, I now entrust it to you. After completing this, Minato's form grew increasingly insubstantial. Seizing the final moments, he embraced Shinyu and Naruto, whispering in their ears, I will always believe in the two of you because you are my sons. As the words faded, the figure of Shuei Min gradually blurred and vanished before Shinyu and Naruto. Chapter 58. A severe beating of the Nine Tails. Shinyu, are you serious? Orochimaru gazed at the solemn Shinyu, a hint of perplexity stirring within him. Of course, I am serious, Shinyu nodded affirmatively, stating, Mr. Orochimaru. You have indeed heard me correctly. I wish for you to use the Edo Tensei to resurrect the first Hokage. Upon hearing Shinyu's insistence, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. After all, utilizing Hashirama's cells to perform Edo Tensei on the first Hokage was a dream he had long cherished. However, now that he had returned to Konoha, Orochimaru was reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. The plan is as follows. We will first venture to Myobokuzen, where you will summon the first Hokage, and then Naruto and I will work to release the seal on the Nine Tails. Listening to Shunyu meticulously outline this series of steps, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at Shunyu's audacity. What do you think, Mr. Orochimaru? Is my method not splendid? After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru finally nodded, saying, Very well, Shinyu-kun, I shall comply with your request. However, preparing the clone will require a month's time. And you must be patient. Of course, Shinyu replied, and with that, he departed to discuss the matter with others. A month swiftly passed, and Myobokuzen had never been so bustling. Regardless of whether it was Itachi or Orochimaru, they had all come to Myobokuzen to assist Naruto in controlling the Nine Tails within him. Is Shinyu also here to help me? Naruto felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Orochimaru's serpentine gaze, recalling their encounter in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams. Although Orochimaru had ultimately refrained from harming Naruto, the overwhelming display of power from that encounter still sent a chill down Naruto's spine at the sight of Orochimaru now. Do not worry, Naruto, Mr. Orochimaru is now one of our Konoha ninjas. He will not harm you, Shinyu reassured. Naruto, do not be afraid of the Nine Tails, if need be. There are others here to support you, and Mr. Orochimaru will summon a particularly powerful ally to assist us. With that, Shinyu turned to Orochimaru and said, Mr. Orochimaru, let us commence. Upon hearing Shinyu's cue, Orochimaru immediately formed hand seals. Edo Tensei, a coffin erupted from the ground, and as the lid slowly opened, a figure began to emerge. This is Myobokuzen. I never imagined there existed such an intriguing place in this world. Wow, this plant can grow this large. As Hashirama stepped out of the coffin, he appeared utterly fascinated by everything in Myobokuzen, touching this, and that while marveling at the wonders of the world. Observing the curious Senju Hashirama before him, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. First Hokage, can we begin? Ultimately, it was Orochimaru who interrupted Hashirama's inquisitive state. Of course, Hashirama replied, and upon hearing this, Shinyu and Naruto exchanged glances before directing their spiritual energy into the seal. What are you two brats doing here again? The Nine Tails sensed the presence of Naruto and Shinyu and felt insulted by their audacity. What? Do you truly believe that my Nine Tails are mere decorations? Have you come here to frolic about in the seal? Nine Tails, do not be impatient. I shall promptly call for Naruto to release you, all right? Shinyu teased. Yet the Nine Tails dismissed him with disdain, doubting Shinyu's willingness to set him free. However, in the next moment, Naruto boldly tore off the sealing paper. You brat, are you serious? Upon witnessing Naruto unravel the seal, the Nine Tails realized that Shinyu was not merely jesting, but indeed intended to break the seal. Naruto lifted his shirt, gathering chakra into his right hand, and pressed it against the seal on his abdomen. With a twist, the massive iron gate S-lock slowly began to turn. With a loud bang, the moment the lock was released, the Nine Tails could hardly contain itself, bursting through the open door and lunging at the two. Undoubtedly, the Nine Tails harbored immense resentment towards humanity. Yet, facing the furious strike of the Nine Tails, Shinyu, now in sage mode, deftly evaded the lethal claw and delivered a kick to the Nine Tails' chin, sending it crashing to the ground. Naruto, now is your chance. Use your own chakra to engage in a tug-of-war with it. Hearing Shinyu's command, Naruto nodded and quickly divided his chakra to penetrate the Nine Tails' body. Oh, you wish to take my power? The Nine Tails found Naruto's audacious endeavor amusing. In that case, I shall grant you more of my chakra. However, just as the Nine Tails prepared to exert its strength, Shinyu, now in sage mode, unleashed a flurry of blows upon it. In a normal state, such attacks would have been ineffective, but in sage mode, Shinyu's strikes landed with significant impact. You vile little brat. The Nine-Tails roared in fury, raising its hand to attempt to knock down the bothersome boy, only to realize that Shunyu had somehow dashed behind it. Konoha's secret ninjutsu, electric/thousand-year kill. Shunyu formed the tiger seal with his hands, emitting a flash of yellow lightning as he plunged towards the Nine-Tails' rear. Yow! The Nine-Tails was caught off guard by this sudden attack, thrown into disarray. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, the humiliation was undeniably profound. Feeling the tingling sensation on its rear, the Nine-Tails seethed with rage, momentarily forgetting about Naruto, who was still pulling at its chakra. I will make you pay for this. However, with the aid of the Flying Thunder God technique, Shunyu evaded capture from the Nine-Tails with ease. After a prolonged struggle, the Nine-Tails had failed to even touch Shunyu, while its own chakra was nearly half depleted by Naruto. No, I've been deceived. At this moment, the Nine-Tails finally realized that Shunyu's antics were merely a distraction to buy time for Naruto. With this revelation, the Nine-Tails redirected its focus back onto Naruto, who was still tugging at its chakra. Sage Art, Super Large Rasen Shuriken. Hearing the call, the Nine-Tails turned to see countless Narutos before it, each brandishing a gigantic Rasen Shuriken aimed at the Nine-Tails. After the explosion, the Nine-Tails, observing Naruto's imminent success, sneered, "Since you enjoy my powers so much, I shall bestow upon you even more." With that, the Nine-Tails willingly channeled its power into Naruto, albeit this energy was tainted with its negativity and darkness. Sensing the malevolent chakra before him, Shunyu sighed, recognizing that the responsibility now lay with Naruto. After all, Shunyu could not assist further. It entirely depended on Naruto's resolve. Naruto, give it your all. Yet, witnessing Naruto, now engulfed by the Nine-Tails' resentment, Shunyu contemplated for a moment before deciding to summon Hashirama and Itachi. Chapter 59, The Awakening of Kyuubi. Naruto? Hearing someone call his name, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the void around him and the red-haired woman calling to him. "Why is there someone here, and how do you know my name?" The red-haired woman smiled at Naruto's inquiry and replied, "Naruto, why not take a guess at who I am?" As Naruto gazed upon the red-haired woman before him, he pondered for a moment before pointing at her and exclaiming, "You are the true form of the Kyuubi, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Witnessing her mirth only reinforced Naruto's suspicions. Such a coarse laugh, indeed, was an attempt to deceive me by taking on a feminine guise. The red-haired woman, upon hearing his accusation, promptly delivered a punch to Naruto's head. Of course not. Naruto, having received the blow, was momentarily stunned. As he regarded the woman whose features mirrored his own, realization dawned upon him, and he rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Meanwhile, Shunyu had already summoned Hashirama and Itachi into the scene. Observing the chains emanating from Naruto and the Kyuubi firmly restrained on the ground, Shunyu instantly grasped the situation at hand. It seemed his younger brother was still indulging in maternal affection. Not wishing to intrude, Shunyu turned his attention to the Kyuubi bound on the ground, approaching with a mischievous grin. "Oh, Kyuubi, still struggling, I see. If looks could kill, then it is likely I would have been slain countless times over by your glare." Just as the Kyuubi prepared to retort, it noticed two individuals behind Shunyu. More importantly, one of them was familiar to it. "Well, long time no see, Kyuubi. You appear to have slimmed down a bit. Is it possible for tailed beasts to lose weight?" The Kyuubi, confronted by the naive expression of Hashirama, felt an intense surge of anger, recalling the events of the past when Hashirama had wronged it. "Kyuubi, why are you silent?" Hashirama, perplexed by the Kyuubi's lack of response, was bewildered, knowing that they had previously shared an acquaintance. Without a doubt, the Kyuubi's heart was in turmoil. It had never anticipated Shunyu would bring Hashirama Senju into the mix. Once, it had been living contentedly in a forest, only to be ensnared by a wielder of the Sharingan. The Kyuubi's next moment of awareness was when it found itself captured by this very person using wood release, who proclaimed its power was too great and it needed to be sealed. "Long time no see." Ultimately, the Kyuubi managed to utter those words. "I knew you wouldn't forget me." Hashirama chuckled, patting the Kyuubi's restrained form. Before the Kyuubi could respond further, Hashirama suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Kyuubi, just now Shunyu mentioned you wished to harm Naruto. Is there any truth to that?" Observing the intense negative chakra radiating from the Kyuubi, Hashirama sighed. "Perhaps it would be best to let this matter go. Consider it a favor to me?" The Kyuubi stared at Hashirama, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retaliate. What could it do now? Ultimately, The QB retracted its negative chakra. That's more like it. You and Naruto must strive for mutual understanding. Harboring resentment is not the way. Shinyu mused, witnessing Hashirama's incessant chatter with the QB, reflecting on the power dynamics at play. Now, the QB was as obedient as a pet. With Hashirama's persuasion, the QB reluctantly consented to lend its chakra to Naruto, though Shinyu could clearly sense the QB's underlying grievance. Have I succeeded? Naruto, gazing at the immense chakra before him, found himself puzzled. How was it that after just a meeting with his mother, he had achieved this? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and addressed the QB, saying, "Thank you, QB." The QB glanced at Naruto, then at Hashirama, remaining silent. "QB, do you have a name? Or do you simply go by QB?" Hashirama, noticing Naruto's curiosity, eagerly prompted, "They are asking for your name. By the way, I have no idea what to call you." The QB, observing the two innocently daft individuals before it, finally spoke, "My name is Kurama." Having stated this, the QB had no desire to linger further and promptly returned to the iron door it had previously burst through. Hashirama, witnessing the QB's docility, turned to Shinyu and remarked, "Shinyu, see, Kurama isn't as fearsome as you portrayed. It is quite generous." Shinyu looked at Hashirama in disbelief, unsure whether he was genuinely naive or merely jesting. However, at least the outcome was favorable. Naruto had acquired the QB's chakra. Yet, observing the QB lying behind the iron door, Naruto did not close it, but instead approached it. "Kurama, I am Uzumaki Naruto. From now on, we shall be friends." The QB gazed at Naruto's sunny disposition, feeling an unexpected stir within. Friends? That word had not been uttered in relation to it for far too long. Could Naruto be the person the Sage of Six Paths had once spoken of? Yet, noticing the QB's indifference, Naruto persisted in his attempts to converse, asking, "Kurama, are you upset with me?" Shinyu observed the harmonious scene of the boy and beast, uncertain of how to describe it, but it appeared quite idyllic nonetheless. "All right, Kurama. I realize I may have been a bit rough earlier. Please tell me where it hurts, and I shall massage it for you, all right?" The QB, facing the incessant chatter of this young boy, sighed, "Naruto, could you not allow me a moment of peace to recover my chakra?" Upon hearing the QB's response, Naruto promptly replied, "Of course. As friends, I shall leave the door open. I trust you will not harm me." The QB stared incredulously at Naruto, attempting to discern if he was being deceitful. However, to its dismay, Naruto's eyes held no malice, only sincerity. "I sensed the negative emotions within your chakra. You must have harbored disdain for humans all these years, haven't you?" Naruto smiled at the QB, assuring, "Do not worry. One day, I shall help you resolve the negative emotions in your heart." The QB grunted, closing its eyes and ignoring Naruto. Perhaps it had grown accustomed to the treachery of humanity and was unsure how to respond to the earnest Naruto before it. Watching Shinyu and the others depart, the QB finally opened its eyes. Perhaps this little boy truly was the one the Sage of Six Paths had spoken of. Emerging from the seal, Shinyu observed Naruto curiously absorbing the changes brought forth by the QB's chakra. Watching Naruto revel in his newfound abilities, Shinyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. "Naruto, is it truly safe to leave the seal unlatched like this?" However, seeing the worry etched on Shinyu's face, Naruto smiled and reassured, "It's fine. I trust Kurama." Chapter 60. Naruto's return home for Shinyu. Naruto's ability to control the QB's chakra was an exceptional development. Nonetheless, a sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. The Akatsuki organization had been silent for 2 years. During this time, neither Yunin village nor Konoha had been subjected to further attacks. Tsunade dispatched Umbu daily to investigate, yet yielded no results. "Toad Sage, this outfit you gifted me is quite splendid," Naruto remarked, admiring his refreshed appearance in the mirror. "Naruto, you've changed considerably over the past year," Shinyu observed, noting Naruto's increased charm compared to 2 years prior. During that span, Naruto had predominantly trained in Miyaboku Mountain to evade the Akatsuki's gaze, while Shinyu tirelessly sought intelligence regarding the organization. Today marked the first occasion for the brothers to stroll together. "Thank you, Toad Sage." Hearing Naruto express gratitude towards Jiraiya, Shinyu felt a pang of jealousy. Recently, Jiraiya has found himself in a fortunate position, as his work, Shoudai Jangwen-Lu, consists of the manuscripts gifted to him by Shinyu. It can be said that apart from altering the title, Jiraiya published the content verbatim. In no time, this book became a sensational phenomenon throughout the shinobi world, quickly establishing itself as the quintessential reading material for every LSP in the realm. With the success of this book, Jiraiya has undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards. Naruto, do you know who the original author of this book is? Upon hearing Shinue about to expose his secret, Jiraiya's expression betrayed a hint of discomfort as he chuckled. Shinue, you must understand the 3 prohibitions of ninjas. Observing Jiraiya's shameless demeanor, Shinue resolved to write another book when time permitted. Had he known that writing could be so lucrative, he might have reconsidered his path as a ninja. Naruto, seemingly indifferent to novels, preferred training over reading Jiraiya's works, believing that honing his skills would yield far better results. How could a child like you comprehend such pleasures? Jiraiya retorted, feeling a sense of indignation at Naruto's dismissal of his literary creations. Come on, pervy sage, I can hardly wait to return to Konoha. Unquestionably, Konoha has gone to great lengths to conceal Naruto and Yorin, the 2 Jinchuriki. Yorin has been assigned to Orochimaru's laboratory as a researcher, even changing his name to Muzi. Not to mention Naruto, who possesses the mightiest of tailed beasts. Shinue, have you uncovered any intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization over the past 2 years? Jiraiya inquired as Naruto dashed ahead. Shinue shook his head in frustration, stating that the Akatsuki seemed to have vanished entirely, even after visiting the original hideout in Yuin. No traces were found. The disappearance of the Akatsuki was troubling, signifying their increased caution regarding Naruto. In response to Shinue's analysis, Jiraiya nodded. As Naruto has yet to encounter any members of the Akatsuki, do you think we should inform him? Shinue observed the excited Naruto ahead and suggested. Perhaps we should tell him, considering he is nearing 16 and is practically an adult. How about this? After we return Naruto to Konoha, I will investigate further to see if I can locate any signs of the Akatsuki. However, Shinue shook his head, pointing out that the current situation was different from before. Previously, the Akatsuki's operations always involved 2 members, yet during the last attack on the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in Kyomogakure, they dispatched 4 members, indicating their heightened vigilance. Shinue was adamant about avoiding a repeat of the original events, particularly Jiraiya's demise, which resonated painfully with many fans. Having traversed into this world, he was determined to prevent Jiraiya from meeting the same fate. Shinue, it seems you underestimate me, Jiraiya declared confidently. Do you think I'm too old? I am the legendary sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya's boastful attitude, Shinue shook his head in resignation, explaining that their priority should be to wait for the Akatsuki to approach them rather than seeking them out. After all, the enemy lurks in the shadows, and fortifying Konoha was the best course of action. Jiraiya, after considering Shinue's perspective, ultimately agreed. Perverted sage, Shinue, can you 2 hurry up? Naruto urged impatiently from ahead. With a smile, Shinue replied, let us quicken our pace. It is clear Naruto can hardly contain his excitement. The trio continued their journey back to Konoha, only to encounter Asuma and his team at the village entrance. Asuma, where are you headed? Shinue inquired upon seeing Asuma's group preparing for departure. Oh, it's Shinue. Asuma greeted them warmly. Jiraiya, Naruto, it has been a while. Teacher Asuma. Shikamaru. Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, we will catch up later. We have a mission to attend to. As Shinue regarded Asuma, Shikamaru, and the others, memories of their original missions flooded his mind. What mission? Shinue asked urgently. Just a minor task. There's a small issue at the Temple of Fire, and the monks have requested our assistance, Asuma replied. This answer stirred unease within Shinue. During these 2 years, the Akatsuki's members had become well known for their red clouds and black attire among Konoha's ninjas. Could this be mere coincidence? Yet, Shinue quickly dismissed the notion, aware that such coincidences were exceedingly rare. More importantly, capturing Haiden and Kakuzu would be a tremendous boon for them. Given the Akatsuki's prolonged absence, this presented an opportune moment. With this in mind, Shinue declared to Asuma, I will join you. I have nothing pressing at the moment. Shikamaru teased, Shinue, you truly enjoy trouble, don't you? The monk said it's just a band of mountain bandits. If you wish to go, I can relinquish my spot. However, in response to Shikamaru's jest, Shinue, with a serious demeanor, replied, Indeed, I shall go. Shikamaru, taken aback by Shinue's resolute response, added, Come on, Shinue. Do you really need to join us for such a trivial task? Tenten has been saying how long it's been since she last saw you. Yes, Tenten has indeed mentioned missing you, so you should hurry back, Asuma chimed in. Observing Asuma's relaxed demeanor, Shinue pondered momentarily before conceding. All right, be careful. I will await your return in Konoha. Don't worry, Shikamaru waved dismissively, signaling Shinue not to fret before they set off. Nevertheless, Shinue was not willing to relent. As Asuma's team departed, he turned to Jiraiya and said, I am uneasy. I will follow them. You and Naruto head back first, and we can discuss the rest upon my return. With that, Shinue turned and sprinted after the four. What is Shinue up to? Naruto questioned, clearly perplexed by Shinue's actions. Having been too preoccupied with his excitement at the village entrance to register the conversation. Forget about Shinue. Let us head back, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, guiding Naruto through the gates of Konoha. Chapter 61. The battle against the immortal duo. Shinue chose not to directly join Asuma's team, but opted to trail them from a distance. After all, Asuma ranked among the elite Jonin, and it was unlikely that a mere band of thieves would warrant the attention of such a formidable shinobi unless the situation was dire. Currently, Shinue stood as Konoha's undisputed top Jonin, with even the combined strength of Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma proving insufficient against him. This was a result of Shinue deliberately holding back, as the Flying Thunder God technique was notoriously difficult to counter. Should Shinue appear outright, Asuma would likely take offense, as it would only highlight his inadequacy. Moreover, Shinue was uncertain whether this was indeed the work of the Akatsuki organization. If it were not, he would have antagonized Asuma and his three companions all at once. Asuma had already spotted the rooftops of the Temple of Fire in the distance and immediately commanded the three behind him. We are close. Let us conceal ourselves and observe. Upon hearing Asuma's orders, Shikamaru and the others swiftly muffled their footsteps and began to approach the Temple of Fire stealthily. Meanwhile, Shinue also gradually slowed his pace. Hey, isn't this a bit reckless? Faden glanced at the lifeless body of Jiao Du he was carrying and expressed his concerns. We are too close to Konoha. The leader has specifically instructed us to keep a low profile, yet we are brazenly entering the land of fire. Jiao Du cast a sidelong glance at the incessant chatter of Faden and scoffed. Humph, you speak as if you were merciful during the earlier scuffle. Hearing Jiao Du's taunt, Faden shrugged and explained, this is a gift for the evil god. It certainly requires a sense of ceremony. What about you? Why are you carrying this corpse? To exchange for money. Jiao Du replied without further engaging Faden, and the two continued towards the nearest underground exchange point, lugging the body of Jiao Du along. Come on, Jiao Du, can't you refrain from constantly talking about money? However, Jiao Du seemed indifferent to Faden's lack of understanding. At this moment, Asuma's group had arrived at the Temple of Fire. According to eyewitnesses, it was indeed two ninjas who had slain Master Jiao Du and taken away his corpse. However, the witnesses did not observe the scene of the fight. They merely noted that the two individuals were not clad in the so-called red cloud black attire. It must have been the rogue ninjas from underground, Asuma deduced from the eyewitness accounts. I disagree, Shikamaru countered Asuma's analysis, stating, Asuma-sensei, did you not mention that Master Jiao Du's strength is comparable to yours? Thus, it could not have been ordinary rogue ninjas. It is highly likely that it was the recently silent Akatsuki organization. We should seek assistance promptly. In the face of Shikamaru's assessment, Asuma, consumed by a desire for vengeance, could hardly take it in. He was resolute. Even if it meant confronting a tailed beast, he would avenge his friend Jiao Du even if it were the Akatsuki. Our strength suffices, and the witnesses claimed they were not wearing Akatsuki attire, did they not? Therefore, it is quite possible they are not involved. After inquiring about the direction in which the enemy had departed, Asuma hastily pursued that path. Hey, Shikamaru, witnessing Asuma's refusal to heed caution, had no choice but to follow him. Yet, for some reason, a sense of foreboding lingered in Shikamaru's heart. Shinue, observing Asuma charging ahead alone, realized that matters were far from simple. He understood Jiao Du's love for money. With Master Jiao Du's body now taken away, it was highly likely that Jiao Du was behind it. At this moment, Jiao Du and Faden had reached the underground exchange point. Given that this exchange point was located within a restroom, Faden felt quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, he chose to wait outside while Jiao Du entered alone. Due to the recent orders from the Akatsuki to maintain a low profile, neither Faden nor Jiao Du donned the signature red cloud black attire. Instead, they wore the garb of merchants, with Jiao Du appearing as a petty vendor. Sigh, how long will Jiao Du take inside? With nothing to do? Faden absent-mindedly drew circles in the dirt with a twig, occasionally squashing a few ants beneath his feet to pass the time. Suddenly, Phaeton sensed something unusual behind him. Before he could turn to look, his body was pierced by 2 blades. Got one. As he watched Phaeton slowly collapse to the ground, Gongzi Tai and Shunyue hurriedly searched for the other person's figure. Just then, Jiaodu emerged from the exchange point, carrying a box. Oh! Seeing Phaeton lying in a pool of blood, Jiaodu could not help but chuckle. However, before he could speak, 2 figures appeared directly before him. You are the other perpetrator behind Master Jiaodu's murder. Asuma glared at Jiaodu, clenching his fists tighter. Jiaodu scrutinized Asuma, recalling the image he had seen inside the exchange point, and realized that Asuma before him was indeed one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire. Just like the Jiaodu he had seen earlier. Phaeton, it seems you have a rare affinity for money, Jiaodu teased, glancing at Phaeton's fallen form. Phaeton? Upon hearing Jiaodu's words, Asuma finally connected the dots. The person who had just collapsed was indeed Phaeton, a member of the Akatsuki organization, as Shunyue had mentioned. Really? You all strike with such brutality. Phaeton slowly rose from the ground, and under the watchful eyes of Shunyue and Gongzi Tai, he gradually withdrew the blades from his body and tossed them aside. It seems I can only offer you as a sacrifice to the evil god. With that, Phaeton drew the umbrella from his back, and amidst a puff of smoke, it transformed into a colossal scythe. Jiaodu, do not interfere. Allow me to handle them alone. Hearing Phaeton's words, Jiaodu silently stepped back, appearing utterly detached from the situation. Shikamaru, observing Phaeton and Jiaodu before him, internally lamented the dire predicament. He was acutely aware of Phaeton and Jiaodu's abilities. Even with this knowledge, they were at a disadvantage, and their immediate priority was to retreat. Hey, Asuma. Upon hearing Shikamaru's warning from behind, Asuma glanced once more at the menacing Phaeton before letting out a resigned sigh. Shikamaru, we have no choice but to fight. Asuma was well aware of the bounty he carried on his back. Retreating was no longer an option. It was a matter of fighting to the death for survival. First, I will deal with you. Without allowing Asuma to ponder further, Phaeton swung his enormous scythe toward him, recalling Phaeton's abilities. Asuma dared not engage him in close combat and opted for evasive maneuvers. Ha, what? Are you afraid? Phaeton, noticing Asuma's reluctance to confront him directly, swung his scythe with even greater fervor. Seeing that Phaeton could not swiftly eliminate the 4 of them, Jiaodu buried his hand in the ground, undoubtedly planning to launch a surprise attack from below to assist Phaeton in their annihilation. As beads of sweat began to form on Asuma's forehead, he found himself in a precarious position. A moment's inattention could lead to a fatal blow from the massive scythe, and all his focus was now on the threatening Phaeton. I got it. Jiaodu's tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring Asuma's ankle and preventing him from retreating even a step. Hey, wasn't it agreed that I would handle this? Phaeton grumbled in dissatisfaction, but Jiaodu merely replied indifferently, delaying too long is not advantageous for us. Though Phaeton felt some dissatisfaction with Jiaodu's words, he raised his scythe and aimed it at Asuma once more. This is bad, Asuma thought, eyeing the razor-sharp blade that loomed ever closer. Unexpectedly, Phaeton found himself unable to move an inch. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his shadow had merged with Shikamaru's. Finally caught up, Shikamaru sighed in relief upon seeing Phaeton immobilized. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Seizing the opportunity, Asuma swiftly utilized his wind blade technique to sever Jiaodu's tendrils and immediately aimed for Phaeton's neck. Chapter 62. Capturing Phaeton. Help me. Help me. Phaeton, unable to move, quickly pleaded with Jiaodu, yet, faced with his partner's cries for help, Jiaodu appeared utterly unconcerned. Observing his companion's dismemberment, Jiaodu could not resist mocking. Aren't you capable of handling this alone? As the scornful taunts of Jiaodu echoed in his ears, Fei Duan, evidently a type whose skills did not match his bravado, retorted hastily, Jiaodu, it is all you're doing. Asuma and the others, witnessing Fei Duan's complete loss of mobility, breathed a sigh of relief. However, to be on the safe side, Asuma decisively kicked Fei Duan's head away. Now, it's just you left. Asuma fixed his gaze on Jiaodu. Although Fei Duan's fall had eased his burden considerably, he remained cautious in the presence of this formidable foe. Jiaodu's words echoed ominously in his mind. You must kill him 5 times, for he possesses 5 hearts. Recalling Shinyue's warning, Asuma quickly commanded Shikamaru and the others, deformation. The trio swiftly arranged themselves into formation to confront Jiao Du, yet Jiao Du seemed indifferent to their tactical positioning. Ready? Then I shall commence. Carefully, Jiao Du placed the box he held on the ground, and soon, his back began to swell ominously, as if something were about to burst forth. With a sudden burst, four shadowy figures emerged from Jiao Du's back, revealing themselves to be composed of thick strands of an enigmatic black material, each adorned with a mask. 5 against 4. This should be fairer, Jiao Du remarked coldly, observing the 4 opponents before him. The mouths of the figures wearing red and blue masks slowly opened. Fire release, head carving. Wind release, pressure damage. The 2 ninjutsu techniques merged seamlessly, with the wind amplifying the fire's potency, creating a veritable sea of flames that surged toward the 4 warriors. Retreat. Faced with the inferno, Asuma had no choice but to command his comrades to withdraw and evade the impending devastation. However, the conflagration engulfed their vision entirely. Just as Asuma attempted to speak, a startling sound from behind caught his attention. Steel and Shunyue were seized by hands erupting from the ground, clutching them by the necks. Alarmed, Asuma and Shikamaru sought to intervene, only to find their path obstructed by the 4 shadowy figures. Damn it! Asuma exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for a counter-strategy. The black figure before them opened its mask once more, this time unleashing a combination of water release and lightning release. A torrent of water surged toward Asuma and Shikamaru, forcing them to leap onto a nearby tree in search of a strategy. Before they could devise a plan, the 2 shadowy figures with fire and wind attributes lunged at them once more. This is bad. Asuma and Shikamaru realized they had no means of evading the onslaught. If they jumped into the water below, the lightning heart would undoubtedly target them with its jutsu, leaving them in a dire predicament. Regret flickered in Asuma's eyes. In release, water dragon bullet technique. Just as Asuma and Shikamaru found themselves in peril, a familiar voice resonated in their ears. They turned to see a dragon of silver water materialize, devouring the 2 shadowy figures whole. As the water dragon dissipated, the once menacing figures were now suspended in midair, frozen, before plummeting to the waterlogged ground below. Shunyue! Asuma exclaimed, grateful for the timely arrival of Shunyue. He opened his mouth to express his gratitude, but was suddenly reminded of how he had rejected Shinyue's earlier assistance, feeling a twinge of shame. I'm glad you're all right. Unaware of Asuma's embarrassment, Shinyue's focus remained on Jiao Du. Having reluctantly employed a portion of his Taijin Shui to rescue Asuma and Shikamaru. Despite having acquired a remarkable chakra reserve of 16 through the system after Naruto obtained the Nine Tails power, Shinue could only utilize the Sun True Fire, or Taijin Shui, 3 times. As he glanced at Jiao Du and the 2 hearts beside him, Shinue recalled the flying thunder god mark he had previously inscribed on Jiao Du. I wonder if it's still there? With a surge of yellow lightning coalescing in his right hand, Shinue fixed his gaze on Jiao Du and vanished in an instant. Flying thunder slash. Shinyue's hand pierced through Jiao Du's chest. Observing Jiao Du's incredulous expression, Shinue smiled and said, long time no see, Jiao Du. In the 2 years since their last encounter. Jiao Du had nearly forgotten this event, but upon hearing Shinyue's familiar voice and seeing his recognizable form, the memory of the yellow lightning that had pierced his chest surged back vividly. It's you. Jiao Du gasped, akin to a man confronted by a specter, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Jiao Du's 4 hearts had become detached, leaving his body devoid of any heart to sustain its functions. As Shinue observed, the water and lightning hearts began to scurry away from Jiao Du's fallen form. With Jiao Du incapacitated, the hands that had ensnared steel and Shinue now weakened and released their grip. Though this transpired in an instant, both felt as though time had stretched endlessly. Quite clever, Shinue remarked, watching the fleeing hearts with admiration. He then employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching 2 clones to pursue the remaining hearts. To his surprise, the hearts seemed utterly unconcerned with the fallen Jiao Du, racing straight for the exit. Turning to check, Shinue was astonished to find that Jiao Du had transformed into a pile of dirt. What is happening? Shinue mused, certain that he had indeed struck Jiao Du's physical body. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiao Du had vanished. However, seeing that Asuma and the others were unharmed, Shinue chose not to dwell on Jiao Du's disappearance. After all, there was still the matter of the dismembered Fei Duan before him. With this thought, Shinue advanced and seized Fei Duan by his hair, lifting his head. Hey! Fei Duan's head immediately began to curse. You little brat, let go of me. Lord Evil God will not spare you. Unperturbed by Fei Duan's tirade, Shinue recognized the value of capturing a member of the Akatsuki organization, which would be advantageous for the intelligence division. Although Fei Duan incessantly proclaimed his desire to kill, his words revealed that he could be a source of valuable information. Asuma, take that guy's body back. Yet, Fei Duan continued to shout threats. Let me go, or I will definitely kill you. Observing Fei Duan's incessant complaints, Shinue retorted, Fei Duan, have you ever heard the phrase, a poor performer speaks well? Huh. Fei Duan clearly did not comprehend this phrase that did not belong to his world. Nothing, just teasing you. With that, Shinue produced a cloth and promptly stuffed it into Fei Duan's incessantly cursing mouth, joining Asuma and the others on their journey back to Konoha. Chapter 63. The secret of Fei Duan's immortality. Upon returning to Konoha village with Fei Duan, Shinue brought him directly to the interrogation division. Although Fei Duan was notoriously obstinate, he ultimately succumbed to the mental probing of Yama Castle Aoi, revealing valuable intelligence. However, after obtaining the information, the group found themselves at a loss regarding how to deal with Fei Duan. Hey, you people! Lord Evil God will not let you off. Fei Duan's incessant cursing left them exasperated. They had initially considered digging a grave for him, but quickly realized that no one was willing to undertake such a task. Furthermore, if they carelessly buried him within the confines of Konoha village, there was a significant risk he might escape. After all, Shinue was aware that the ability of Baiju allowed for instantaneous earth manipulation, making it plausible for him to rescue Fei Duan. Hey kid, the Lord of Evil Gods will not let you go. Shinyu fixed his gaze on Fei Duan's head, and as he heard him incessantly muttering about the evil god, a sudden spark of inspiration struck his mind. How to defeat Fei Duan? It must involve Orochimaru. With this thought, Shinyu immediately seized Fei Duan's head and body, racing towards Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru-sama, what is this? Orochimaru questioned, observing Shinyu holding the severed head of Fei Duan with a puzzled expression. Orochimaru-sensei, look what I've brought you, a new research subject. You certainly have work ahead of you, Shinyu replied, raising Fei Duan's head for emphasis. Hey, you are Orochimaru, right? Fei Duan opened his eyes, and, upon realizing he was face to face with a member of the Akatsuki, hastily exclaimed, Orochimaru, we were once comrades in the Akatsuki. Why not let me go? Hearing Fei Duan's naive plea, Orochimaru let out a low, sinister chuckle, saying, Fei Duan, there is something I've never told you. With a glint of curiosity in his eyes, Orochimaru glanced at Fei Duan's head and body, smiling as he continued. I have always been intrigued as to why you cannot die. Fei Duan was plunged into despair at Orochimaru's words. Seeing the latter's demeanor, he realized he had no hope of escape and fell silent. Orochimaru-sensei, it seems you are quite interested in the gift I have brought you. From today onward, he is yours. With that, Shinyu handed Fei Duan over to Orochimaru, who eagerly lifted him onto the research table to commence his studies. Orochimaru began by manipulating Fei Duan's limbs and then retrieved a chainsaw to commence cutting. How peculiar, he murmured, causing Shinyu to look closely. Though Fei Duan's body had been severed, no blood flowed forth. Orochimaru-sensei, do you have confidence in understanding him? Orochimaru picked up Fei Duan's limb and replied with a grin. Shinue-kun, you seem to underestimate me. Whatever I wish to comprehend, I will pursue tirelessly, regardless of the cost. There was no doubt that this was indeed Orochimaru's innermost conviction, which reassured Shinyu. Observing Orochimaru's continued manipulation of Fei Duan's hand, Shinyu decided not to linger. After all, Orochimaru was a researcher, while he was not. He could not bear such a bizarre sight. Just before leaving, Shinyu suddenly recalled something and turned back to say, Orochimaru-sensei, Sasuke is struggling to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could you perhaps ponder a solution? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru suggested, how about I cultivate a pig and attempt to fuse it with a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for Sasuke? Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. The Uchiha clan was known for their pride. Although the Uchiha of today were not the same as in the past, they still held their Sharingan in high esteem. If Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo were to be artificially created, it would likely be difficult for him to accept. After some thought, Shinyu replied, no rush on that. Orochimaru-sensei, please continue your research on Fei Duan. With that, he departed the laboratory. Orochimaru watched Shinyu leave without uttering another word, redirecting his attention back to Fei Duan. A week swiftly passed, and Shunyu received good news from Orochimaru. There had finally been a breakthrough in the research on Fei Duan. Eagerly abandoning his companion Tian Tian, Shunyu rushed to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru-sensei, I hear you have made progress? Upon entering the room, Shunyu could barely contain his excitement as he inquired about the truth regarding Fei Duan's body. Noticing Shunyu's impatience, Orochimaru smiled and said, Shunyu-kun, I have indeed deciphered why Fei Duan is able to remain immortal. Please, do tell, Shunyu urged, driven by the hope that this knowledge could enhance the longevity of the ninjas in Konohagakure. After all, possessing a body like Fei Duan's would significantly reduce casualties when facing the Akatsuki in the future. First, I must inform you of one thing. Fei Duan is actually dead, Orochimaru stated, shocking Shunyu. Noticing Shunyu's disbelief, Orochimaru chuckled and elaborated, do not rush, I will explain it to you slowly. He pointed to a nearby microscope, stating, upon examining the cells within Fei Duan's body, I discovered that, regardless of the type, they are all in a state of death, or more accurately, they resemble cells in stasis. Thus, this condition is akin to being dead in a typical human, except Fei Duan possesses a certain power that prevents his flesh from decaying. In other words, he exists as a moving corpse. Listening to Orochimaru's explanation left Shunyu even more bewildered. A moving corpse? Instantly, he recalled the cinematic portrayals from his own world. Were the zombies in something like Resident Evil not also in a state of living death? Did this mean Fei Duan's body was infected with some bacteria or virus? In response to Shunyu's inquiry, Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, saying, he is the virus himself. The virus himself? Orochimaru nodded and explained, indeed, some viruses or bacteria can inhabit a host, ultimately controlling it. However, in Fei Duan's case, I have not detected any such virus. Yet, there exists a rather amusing phenomenon. With that, Orochimaru reattached Fei Duan's head to his upper body. Fei Duan, whose mouth was obstructed, could only emit meaningless sounds. However, a strange occurrence followed. The upper body, now connected to Fei Duan's head, began to move. Do you see? Shunyu-kun? After completing this experiment, Orochimaru separated Fei Duan's head from his upper body, causing the latter to become immobile. One could say that Fei Duan's head embodies this viral essence. Its unique trait is that it can restore movement through contact with the body. So, Orochimaru-sensei, what does this signify? Shunyu observed the verbose Orochimaru with growing confusion, knowing that he typically refrained from unnecessary chatter. Do not fret, Shunyu-kun. I shall now present my findings. Orochimaru smiled, explaining, Fei Duan has been incessantly muttering about the evil god, which suggests that this deity's influence freezes the cells within him, resulting in a state of living death. Therefore, this is the secret to his immortality. And what of his curse abilities? Shunyu pressed for further clarification. Do you recall the technique Shiki-Fujin? It is a jutsu that seals souls. Consequently, I believe that Fei Duan's so-called curse ability resembles a form of soul sharing. Hearing this from Orochimaru left Shunyu somewhat disheartened. Initially, he had hoped that studying Fei Duan's body would yield powerful, unique techniques for Konohagakure, but it seemed he had overestimated the potential. Very well, Orochimaru-sensei, since you have reached a conclusion, we can proceed to eliminate Fei Duan. With that, Shunyu exited the laboratory. Chapter 64. Sasuke's Mangekyo have Jiao Du and the others returned? Pain observed the ominous presence of Ju emerging from the ground. Sensing that something must have transpired. Recently, Jiao Du and Fei Duan had stealthily departed, supposedly to earn some money, and Pain had felt an unsettling premonition regarding this matter. Only Jiao Du had returned, while Fei Duan had been captured by the ninjas of Konohagakure. Bai Ju appeared utterly unconcerned about the potential leak of information, responding to Pain's inquiries with an air of ease. However, the darker counterpart, Hei Ju, emitted a disdainful snort, remarking, this is the consequence of their disobedience. Jiao Du was merely trying to earn for the organization, do not blame him. Bai Ju, forever embodying the role of a peacemaker, hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. However, I noticed that he returned without any money and cost us the loss of a member. Hei Ju continued to dispute. Enough of that, Pain interjected, showing no interest in witnessing the conflict between the two Jews. Our immediate priority is to assess Jiao Du's condition, and we must also prepare for our departure. Leader, I apologize, I have messed everything up. Jiao Du entered, observing Pain and the fallen Jew, realizing that his misdeeds had undoubtedly been reported. Without hesitation, he chose to apologize. "How are you?" Contrary to Jiao Du's expectations, Pain did not hold him accountable, but instead expressed concern for him. Jiao Du sighed. "It's nothing serious. I merely lost a fire and wind attribute heart. I can find replacements in a couple of days." Pain nodded and turned to Ju, instructing, "Ju, inform the organization to assemble quickly. We need to discuss our next actions." "Understood," Ju replied before disappearing into the earth once more. "You should rest for now," Pain told Jiao Du, his mood evidently sour, showing little inclination to converse further. Jiao Du nodded and vanished through the doorway. Just as Pain was about to leave, a distortion in the space revealed Obito emerging from the warped dimension. Pain regarded Obito and inquired, "What are your plans now?" Haiden's capture was well-deserved. His arrogance led to his downfall. As for the next steps for Akatsuki, I suggest we first capture the 8 Tails Jinchuriki in Kumogakure. "Why?" Obito extracted a translucent orb from his robe, explaining, "We can resolve the Jinchuriki of Konoha with this. Once we capture the 9 tails, the remaining tails 1 and 2 will pose no issue." "Is this truly effective?" Pain questioned, eyeing the unassuming orb with skepticism. "This is a limited Tsukuyami formed from the power of the tailed beasts we possess. Once ensnared, there is no escape. I merely need to defeat the 2 within the Tsukuyami to capture the 9 tails." Seeing Obito's confident demeanor, Pain nodded, stating, "Madara, I trust in your abilities. Prepare for an assault on Kumogakure. Just to be safe, you must accompany us." With that, Obito once more distorted the space and vanished before Pain. At this moment, Shinyu was in Konoha training alongside his brother Naruto. Recently, Naruto had been developing a new jutsu, while both Naruto and Jiraiya observed his arduous training. "Sasuke, what brings you here?" Noticing Sasuke's troubled expression, Shinyu quickly discerned the cause. Now nearing 16, Sasuke's Sharingan had yet to evolve into the Mangekyo. And despite Itachi's attempts to stimulate his awakening with various Jinjutsu, no signs of change had emerged. "I wanted to see if Orochimaru-sensei had any methods to assist me in awakening my eyes," Sasuke admitted, displaying a hint of helplessness. Shinyu had shared Orochimaru's strategies with Sasuke, but before he could voice any objections, Itachi had swiftly cast his dissent. Itachi had argued that awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan required the potent chakra emanating from the Uchiha clan's minds, and direct transplantation could potentially lead to dire consequences. Currently, under Orochimaru's tutelage, Sasuke had learned summoning techniques, yet it seemed he had little else to gain, making him the slowest to progress among his peers. "Hey, Sasuke!" Before Shinyu could interject, Naruto, noticing Sasuke's arrival, rushed over to greet him. "Naruto, do you have any ideas on how I can evolve my Sharingan into the Mangekyo?" Sasuke asked, seemingly desperate for a solution. "The Mangekyo Sharingan?" Naruto pondered momentarily before responding. "Sasuke, are you too reliant on the power of your Sharingan? Look at me. I train hard without it." Shinyu rolled his eyes at Naruto's earnest attempt at teaching. "Well, you don't possess a Sharingan, and the chakra within you is far more potent than any Sharingan could provide." Just as Shinyu was about to interrupt Naruto's lecture, he noticed Naruto suddenly fall silent. Naruto slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they had transformed into a crimson hue. "Uchiha brat, shall I assist you?" Shinyu was taken aback by this transformation. It seemed that over the past 2 years, the 9 Tails had developed a good rapport with Naruto, prompting it to voluntarily intervene to help Sasuke. Sasuke recognized the voice emanating from Naruto, knowing it belonged to Kurama, and promptly inquired, "What must I do?" With a mischievous grin, Naruto, under Kurama's influence, replied, "Simply place your hand on my shoulder." Following Kurama's instructions, Sasuke placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Subsequently, Naruto grinned and transferred a surge of purplish-red chakra into Sasuke's being. Upon contact with this chakra, Sasuke clutched his head and cried out. Observing Sasuke's anguished reaction, Shinyu realized this was the manifestation of Kurama's negative emotions and resentful chakra. Despite Sasuke's extensive experience with Jinjutsu, he found himself utterly defenseless against this chakra, as it embodied the 9 Tails' accumulated grievances, incomparable to any illusion. "I will kill you." Sasuke's eyes had now transformed into the scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan, and under Kurama's chakra's influence, an overwhelming wave of negative emotions erupted from within him. Wood release. Wood Dragon Technique. Shinyu quickly activated his wood release to restrain Sasuke, knowing that if he lost control, innocent bystanders could be harmed. "Let me go?" Sasuke, trapped by the wood dragon, desperately pounded against it, howling in anguish as his expression grew increasingly monstrous. Almost there, Naruto seemed undeterred by the chaos. Seizing the opportunity while Sasuke was immobilized to transfer another wave of purplish-red chakra. This time, Sasuke's Sharingan's tomo began to spin, and when he opened his eyes again, Naruto was enveloped in black flames. Done. Seeing Sasuke successfully awaken his eyes, Naruto appeared relieved, leisurely using his tailed beast cloak to extinguish the flames engulfing him, while the newly awakened Sasuke succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Observing this scene, Shinyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the power of the Nine Tails is remarkable." Chapter 65. A call for help from Kumogakure. Sasuke's successful awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan sparked an idea in Shunyu. If the Uchiha clan required powerful negative emotions to awaken their eyes, then exposing them to the Nine Tails chakra would surely expedite the process. With this thought, Shinyu quickly shared his idea with Naruto, only for Naruto's eyes to shift back to crimson once more. "Kid, do you think I'm particularly easy to deal with?" Undoubtedly. Joei does not concur with Shinyue's method, or rather, Joei harbors a deep apprehension towards the power of the Sharingan. "Lame, why don't we discuss the possibility of gathering the chakra within you and sending it over to the Uchiha clan? What do you think?" However, Shinue perceives no cause for concern. Even the formidable Uchiha clan would not instigate a coup merely due to dissatisfaction with the village's stance. After all, shortly after Tsunade's appointment, she abolished the Uchiha clan's security division, resulting in a marked improvement in the village's attitude towards them. Most importantly, Shinue is acutely aware that the current adversaries are trifling skirmishes. The true enemy has yet to descend upon them. "Lame, I strongly advise you to heed my counsel. Surely you remember the Sage of Six Paths?" Shinue's inquiry leaves Lame in a state of confusion, prompting him to ask, "What does this have to do with the Sage of Six Paths? Have you never pondered the origin of the sage's power?" Shinue's words rendered Lame utterly speechless. Indeed, he has never contemplated the source of the Sage of Six Paths' strength, nor had he thought about it at that moment. "If you desire to live a tranquil life, it is in your best interest to trust my judgment regarding the Uchiha matter." With that, Shinue departed. Lame, what did Shinue mean by that? Naruto, unable to comprehend the conversation between Shinue and Lame, felt as though they were speaking in riddles. "Silence. I do not wish to engage with you right now," Lame retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Naruto before lying down to sleep, choosing to ignore his naive expression. Without a doubt, Shinue's words have commanded Lame's attention, for it is clear that there must be even greater powers beyond the Sage of Six Paths. "Lord Shinue, I have finally found you." As Shinue was about to return home, he encountered an Umbu member bearing news. The tone of the Umbu suggested that something significant had transpired. "What is it?" "We have received a distress call from Kumogakure, stating that the Akatsuki organization is currently invading the village. The Hokage has instructed me to summon you to the office for a meeting." The Umbu's words startled Shinue. He had not anticipated the reappearance of the Akatsuki after their 2-year absence, and even more astonishing was their audacious assault on Kumogakure. "I shall head there immediately." Shinue nodded and promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting directly to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found that all notable figures from Konohagakure were present. "Shinue, just in time. We need your insight on how to address this situation," Kakashi said, handing Shinue a letter. Upon opening it, Shinue discovered it was a plea for help penned by Reikage. Faced with the contents of the letter, Shinue found himself at a loss for a solution. "I'm not sure how to approach this. Even if we rush to their aid, it may be too late." Tsunade nodded in agreement, stating, "As you all heard, Shinue's perspective aligns with mine. There is indeed no necessity for us to assist Kumogakure. But Hokage-sama, shall we simply allow the Akatsuki to seize the Eight Tails?" Asuma interjected, quickly opposing the notion. Perhaps due to the legacy of his predecessors, Asuma's mindset remained anchored in the ideal of harmonious coexistence between Konoha and other ninja villages. "Asuma, we can no longer afford to concern ourselves with other villages. If we dispatch personnel and it endangers Naruto, the cost would outweigh the benefits." Observing Tsunade's resolute demeanor, Asuma ultimately acquiesced, nodding in silence. "Hokage-sama, I believe the Akatsuki is not as fearsome as they appear. With Orochimaru's assistance, our overall strength in Konoha has significantly increased. Our focus should now be on preventing their infiltration rather than being preoccupied with their large-scale offensive." Shinyue's suggestion sparked a glimmer of realization in Tsunade. Indeed, the Akatsuki's current display seemed somewhat illogical upon deeper reflection. Shinyue, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Umbu. You shall be responsible for all matters pertaining to the village's security. The room fell silent. The role of Umbu captain effectively placed all Umbu operations under Shinyue's command. Even Danzo had never wielded such authority, which indicated Tsunade's unwavering trust in him. Understood. Shinyue accepted the command without hesitation. For him, Konoha had become akin to home. Given that his younger brother Naruto chose to inherit their father's will and protect Konoha, what more could he say? Moreover, his beloved also belonged to Konoha, making refusal impossible under these circumstances. Hokage-sama, should we consider accepting refugees from Kumogakure? Kai's question was indeed worthy of discussion. Initially, one would expect Tsunade to agree, but unexpectedly, she shook her head resolutely. It is impossible to accept refugees. A is not one to willingly be a burden. Even if he agrees to stay in Konoha now, future complications are inevitable. Upon hearing Tsunade's stance, Shinyue felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been fearful that she might suddenly consent to allowing Kumogakure's refugees to seek sanctuary in Konoha, and he had even prepared counterarguments in his mind. Now, hearing Tsunade's words only reinforced his admiration for her leadership. A true leader must possess such decisiveness, rather than exhibit the indecisiveness of the third Hokage. If the Eight Tails escapes, we shall choose to protect him personally. The others are of no concern. After all, the Akatsuki's sole objective is the Eight Tails. Shinyue had no objections to this plan. Indeed, it would be most favorable if the Eight Tails remained out of the Akatsuki's clutches. Now that we have come to an agreement, let us all prepare for the impending war. Shinyue, much like Jiraiya, ensure Naruto's safety during this period. Should you discover any infiltrators from the Akatsuki, signal for assistance, but do not act recklessly. Shinyue nodded in response to Tsunade's words, affirming, rest assured, I will safeguard my brother's safety. Tsunade addressed the assembled elite shinobi, declaring, now, the burden of whether the ninja world can develop in peace rests upon our shoulders in Konoha. Let us all strive forward. Yes. Chapter 66. The activation of limited Tsuki no Mi. Kumogakure ultimately fell. As reported by the frontline reconnaissance team, the village was razed to the ground, and Reikage sustained severe injuries during the conflict. As for the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, it is said they were captured directly by the Akatsuki. In the face of absolute power, even the might of the tailed beasts seems woefully inadequate. Reviewing the intelligence transmitted back, Tsunade and her companions felt relieved that they had refrained from sending reinforcements. After all, Kumogakure withstood the Akatsuki's assault for merely a day, even if reinforcements had arrived. They would only gaze upon the ruins in despair. Naruto, you must expedite the development of your new jutsu. Our time is running short. Observing Naruto before him, Shinyue resolved to reveal the entire truth, for there was no longer any reason to conceal anything. Fear not, Shinyue. I will swiftly develop my new jutsu and smash that Akatsuki to pieces. Naruto's enthusiasm for the task was palpable. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Shinyue chose not to comment further. It was reassuring for Naruto to possess such determination. After all, one cannot quail in fear at the prospect of being captured. Jiraiya-sensei, I will take care of the situation with the village's Umbu, so you can keep an eye on Naruto for now. After handing Naruto over to Jiraiya for protection, Shinyue made his way straight to the borders of Konohagakure. Those Umbu on duty today stepped forward. The command. However, the several Umbu members who appeared did not lower their guard simply because it was Shinyue. Instead, they opted to inquire about the passphrase. This was a requirement set by Shinyue, as it is exceedingly easy for a ninja to use transformation techniques to disguise themselves as others. Will of Fire. Shinyue silently recited today as passphrase and asked, response, leaves flutter in the wind. Upon hearing the Umbu's reply, Shinyue nodded in approval and remarked, well done. Maintain this vigilance. Yet, in the next moment, Shinyue's gaze shifted, and he pointed at one of the Umbu members, saying, indeed, you are quite cautious. But you overlooked a detail. He gestured towards a mark on the Umbu's shoulder, stating, perhaps to you, this tattoo appears ordinary, but in reality, it is a flying thunder god seal I inscribed on their arm. The Umbu member emitted an odd sound, and then their body gradually transformed into an unrecognizable figure. No wonder he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Wave Wind Shinyue's intellect surpasses that of others. After this, Baiju directly slipped into the ground, attempting to escape. You think you can run after coming this far? Shinyu shook his head at the fleeing Baiju. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the Baiju that had burrowed into the earth was successfully bound by would release. Take him to the interrogation unit. Let them see if they can extract any information from this fellow. Shinyu felt his flying thunder god marks and noticed his expression darkening. He had originally inscribed a total of 1,000 flying thunder god seals, but now only 920 remained. Excluding this Baiju, that meant 79 others had already infiltrated Konohagakure. Quite splendid. With this thought, Shinyu immediately used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Naruto, undoubtedly possessing the chakra of the Nine Tails. Naruto could sense Baiju's presence more easily than Shinyu. While Shinyu would have to calm himself to sense each one individually, Naruto could perceive them directly. Shinyu? You. Naruto started to inquire about what was happening, but Shinyu interrupted him directly. Naruto, enter Nine Tails mode and follow me. With that, Shinyu placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Huh. Before Naruto could react, he was suddenly engulfed by a sensation of weightlessness, and the scene around them shifted to the edge of Konohagakure. All Anbu assemble. As Naruto observed the suddenly appearing Anbu, his eyes fixated on one individual, exclaiming, "Something's off about him. Eliminate him." Although the Anbu hesitated upon hearing Shinyu's command, they ultimately swung their blades toward their comrade. However, as the blade descended, the anticipated splatter of blood did not occur. Instead, the Anbu transformed slowly into Baiju. All right, let's move to the next location. Without waiting for the Anbu to ask, Shinyu once again took Naruto away from the spot. Thus, with Naruto's Nine Tails mode, Shinyu resolved all infiltrating Baiju. In the blink of an eye, only a few Baiju remained. Gazing at the darkening sky, Shinyu couldn't help but lament the Akatsuki's obsession with the Nine Tails. After all, he never anticipated such a multitude had infiltrated. Naruto, there are only a few left. Once we finish, I'll treat you to ramen. Okay. Hearing Shinyu's words, Naruto was invigorated. Ever since discovering that the Akatsuki's target was the Nine Tails within him, Naruto had been playing the role of the protected. Now realizing he could play such a significant role, coupled with the temptation of Ichiraku ramen, how could Naruto not be excited? However, looking at the last group of Anbu, Naruto puzzledly remarked, "Shinyu, I'm not sure which one among them is the real one." Upon hearing this, Shinyu immediately utilized his Flying Thunder God to sense the situation, only to be astonished to find that none of the 5 individuals bore his Flying Thunder God seal. Naruto, retreat. Shinyu quickly retrieved the demon blade Muramasa from his system space, preparing defensively against the 5 before him. Truly, it was evident that stealing the Nine Tails quietly was impossible. Soon, the 5 individuals began to vanish from sight, and Obito stepped forth from the distorted space. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara. Rasengan. Naruto, uninterested in Obito's self-introduction, dashed towards him, unleashing his Rasengan without a second thought. Naruto. Shinyu felt a headache coming on at Naruto's impulsiveness. However, it was too late to stop him. Naruto's Rasengan pierced directly through Obito's body, crashing into the ground behind him, creating a massive crater with a resounding bang. Your attack is futile against me. Shinyu quickly utilized Flying Thunder God to teleport beside Naruto, warily eyeing Obito. No need to be anxious. I merely came to present you with a little gift. Obito produced a transparent orb from his robe and tossed it into the sky. This is my small gift for you. I hope you enjoy it. The transparent orb aligned with the bright moon above, subsequently emitting a dazzling light that rendered Naruto and Shinyu unable to keep their eyes open. Chapter 67. Shinyu's indignation. As Shinyu and Naruto gradually opened their eyes, they found that Obito had vanished, and even the crater created by Naruto's Rasengan had disappeared without a trace. Everything felt as though it had never occurred. Undoubtedly, Shinyu had no recollection of this sequence of events. He was utterly bewildered about what had transpired. Naruto, Uchiha Madara has appeared. Hurry and notify everyone. With that, Shinyu led Naruto towards the Hokage's office. However, upon exiting, they collided with a group of individuals, accompanied by a dog. Hey, Uchiha Madara has appeared. Quickly inform everyone to be on guard. Yet, the trio of individuals showed no reaction to Shinyu's words. Frustrated by their indifference, Shinyu placed his hand on Kiba's shoulder to see what they were doing. Shinyu-kun, this isn't right, is it? Kiba shyly turned around, and Shinyu was taken aback to see Kiba dressed in a feminine manner. Kiba, what are you wearing? Upon hearing Shinyu's question, Kiba quickly replied, Shinyu echoing. Do you think boys won't like me dressed like this? But I think it looks pretty cool. With that, Kiba flaunted his figure. At that moment, Shinyu realized that Kiba had completely transformed into a girl. What the? Shinyu exclaimed, then turned his gaze to the other two members. Hinata appeared to be dressed like a tough guy, while Shino, though her clothing concealed her figure, seemed to have also become a female. Shinyu echoing, were you observing me? Shino noticed Shunyu's gaze and hurriedly said, if you noticed me, it means I've become more feminine, which proves that my efforts to eliminate the insects on me are indeed necessary. With that, Shino pulled out insect repellent spray and began spraying it on herself repeatedly. What on earth is happening? Naruto had never experienced such a shattered worldview before. It seemed that his former companions had completely swapped genders. However, compared to Mingren, Shinyu was the most anxious one. He hastily abandoned Mingren and raced towards Tian's home. Tian. Shinyu incessantly knocked on the door, attempting to prove something. But the reality confirmed his worst fears. Who is it? A gruff voice accompanied the slow creak of the door. There stood a muscular man with an exposed torso, gazing at Shinyu with confusion. Shinyu, what is it you need? Faced with this imposing figure, Shinyu clung to his last shred of hope and called out. Tian. The muscular man, upon hearing Shinyu's call, inquired with bewilderment. What is it, Shinyu? Why did you call me? After surveying Shinyu from head to toe and noticing the astonishment etched on his face, a playful smile spread across his features. Shinyu echoing, have you finally decided to cast aside worldly prejudices and accept me, Nanny? Before Shinyu could react, Tian lunged forward and embraced him, tears welling in his eyes. Shinyu, you finally see the light. You must know, previously Ningxi and the others urged me to give up on you, but thankfully, I did not. Observing the imposing Tian uttering such flattery made Shinyu feel nauseous. In this world, Tian was not merely a man, but a burly figure adorned with chest hair. Abito, I shall make you pay, as he felt the coarse chest hair teasing his face. Some rebellious strands even intruding into his nostrils. Shinyu was overwhelmed with disgust. Tian, Shinyu gritted his teeth, suppressing his murderous intent. Sensing Shinyu's call, Tian promptly released him, gazing at him with tender affection. What is it, Shinyu echoing? There is no one at home today. Upon hearing such words from the muscular man, Shinyu clenched his fists, ready to respond, but was once again engulfed by Tian's embrace. Oh, you don't need to say anything, I understand. With that, he attempted to carry Shinyu into the house. Just then, an abrupt voice interrupted them. Shinyu echoing, so you really like Tian. Shinyu focused his gaze, recognizing the person before him, though she seemed familiar. However, before he could articulate a response, the muscular Tian pointed an accusatory finger at the woman resembling Ningxi, erupting in anger. Ningxi, you little minx. Don't think I don't know you like Shinyu. But let me tell you, Shinyu ultimately chose me. You and Shaoli can no longer entice him. Witnessing Tian berate the female version of Ningxi, Shinyu's patience reached its limit. A fierce expression crossed his face as he declared to Tian, if you tell anyone I accepted you, I will kill you. With that, Shinyu swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Mingren's side. Haha, yeah, your outfit is quite alluring. Shinyu intended to confide in Mingren, only to find him engaged in a spirited duel with the female versions of Ya and Shino, as if they had known each other for ages. However, reeling from the emotional blow, Shinyu could hardly focus on anything else and urgently said to Mingren, we need to hurry back. Observing his brother's distressed demeanor made Mingren feel puzzled. In his mind, Shinyu was always composed, even during times of injury. He had never seen such a flustered expression on his brother's face. Shinyu, you look terrible. Do you need to see a doctor? Yo expressed her concern upon noticing Shinyu's pale complexion. Hearing Yo's words, Mingren echoed, yeah, Shinyu, did you see Ban? Faced with their concern, Shinyu bitterly shook his head, on the verge of tears. At that moment, his only thought was to ensure that Abito met a gruesome fate. It's nothing. I just wanted to say, it's getting late. Mingren, we should head home. In the end, Shinyu chose to withhold this matter from Mingren. The sooner he revealed it, the sooner Mingren would mock him. Thus, he resolved to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Oh, I just noticed, Father's Hokage rock face statue is missing. Upon hearing Mingren's words, Shinyu looked up at the rock face. Mingren was right. The statue of Minato had been replaced by that of Sakura's father. With this thought, Shinyu momentarily set aside the earlier incident with Tian. So, we are about to meet father and mother. The moment Mingren heard this, his eyes lit up, and he grasped Xinyu's hand, exclaiming, "Let's hurry home." Without a second thought, he dragged Xinyu along, disregarding his brother's protests. Xinyu shivered at the thought, hoping that their parents' genders had not been swapped. This was undoubtedly the first time Xinyu felt so humble and desperate. Chapter 68, The Uchiha Sisterhood. Cursed Akatsuki. I shall reduce you to ashes. At this moment, Xinyu shouted furiously in the park. In this peculiar world, both his home and Mingren's were occupied by strangers. As a result, Xinyu and Mingren had no choice but to camp out in the park. Undoubtedly, Xinyu had yet to recover from the emotional shock inflicted by the muscular Tian. He repeatedly attempted to dispel the illusion, but to no avail. Even with the assistance of the QB within Mingren, it remained fruitless. System. In utter despair, Xinyu ultimately placed his hopes in the system. In his recollection, there had been no such segment in the original narrative. "Host, I'm here." The system's response was as mischievous as ever. Hearing the voice in his mind brought a semblance of calm to Xinyu. "System, why have I never seen this part of the storyline? What is happening? Why has Tian turned into a man?" Facing Xunyu's barrage of questions, the system replied in its usual unhurried manner. "Do not fret, host. This segment does indeed derive from Naruto, but it is part of a theatrical version. If you haven't seen it, naturally, you wouldn't know. As for the current situation, you may interpret it as it's Tsukuyomi targeting you and Mingren. Regarding Tian's transformation, it may be related to your actions or personality altering the original storyline." The system's words left Xunyu even more bewildered. There was no doubt that both he and Mingren had entered this so-called Tsukuyomi world, and they could only follow the plot of this world. As for other matters, Xinyu felt utterly lost. "System, can we go back?" "Of course, host can return. But you must defeat the current world's antagonist first." Hearing the system's assurance, Xinyu finally felt a sense of relief. Glancing at the already slumbering Mingren beside him, he felt an urge to kick his brother. How could he possibly sleep at a time like this? Yet ultimately, Xinyu refrained from kicking his brother and chose instead to gaze at the sky in a daze. As time passed slowly, Xinyu felt drowsy and eventually succumbed to sleep. "Xinyu-kun, wake up." Xinyu sensed someone tapping his shoulder and assumed it was Mingren playing pranks. After a sleepless night, he pushed away the hand on his shoulder and muttered in annoyance, "Don't bother me. You were so carefree yesterday. Let me sleep a little longer." "Honestly, Xinyu-kun, how could you be like this?" Xinyu suddenly realized that the voice calling out to him belonged to a woman, and upon closer inspection, he found it quite melodious. Slowly, Xinyu opened his eyes, and the sun had already risen. Rubbing his eyes, he finally discerned that before him stood a strikingly voluptuous woman with black hair. "I apologize. I thought it was my brother calling me." Xinyu hastily apologized to the black-haired beauty, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, instead of being offended by his faux pas, the woman chuckled softly. "Xinyu, why are you being so distant with me today?" As Xinyu gazed at the enchanting woman, his heart fluttered with every smile and frown she made. In his memory, only the goddess from his previous world possessed such exquisite beauty. Her face, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, complemented by her flawless curves, made her a perfect amalgamation of angel and devil. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I ask your name?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the black-haired woman frowned momentarily before placing her hand on Xinyu's forehead. "You don't have a fever?" she muttered in confusion. Remembering his encounter with Tian the night before, Xinyu cautiously inquired, Could you tell me who you are?" The woman's demeanor shifted, and she grasped Xinyu's ear, saying, "Xinyu, what are you pretending for? I am Uchiha Itachi, the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan." Although Xinyu had anticipated this revelation, he was still left speechless. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this world's female Itachi was truly stunning. Her beauty and figure were utterly captivating. "Oh wait, I just remembered." Xinyu quickly pleaded for mercy, as the tug on his ear was genuinely painful. Seeing him plead, Itachi relented but still appeared quite annoyed. "What is the matter with you two brothers? Just a moment ago, Naruto reacted the same way upon seeing my sister Sasuke." Before Xinyu could respond, Itachi continued, "Also, why are you two sleeping in the park?" Hearing her words, Xinyu realized that Naruto had vanished without a trace and immediately asked, "Itachi, where did Naruto go?" "He went shopping with my sister Sasuke," Itachi replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "I don't understand what my sister sees in Naruto. She insisted on going shopping with him, and he looked quite reluctant before they left." Shinyu was left utterly astonished by this revelation. What was happening? Was this a case of misfortune turning into fortune? After all, many in the original story claimed that Naruto and Sasuke were true love, and Shinyu himself believed in their bond. Was this the realization of his aspirations? With that thought in mind, Shinyu quickly asked, Itachi, please tell me where they went shopping. My sisters seemed to want to go to the West Street. Why not check there? Just as Shinyu was about to leave, he heard Itachi's voice calling from behind. Hey, Shinyu. Huh. He turned to see Itachi striking a supportive pose, saying, even though you are brothers with Naruto, I would prefer you as my brother-in-law. Upon hearing her words, Shinyu immediately abandoned his leisurely search and directly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself to Naruto's location. Shinyu. Sasuke, upon seeing Shinyu's sudden appearance, quickly wrapped her arm around Naruto's and hid behind him. Hello. Shinyu initially intended to take Naruto to find Tsunade, but seeing Sasuke in such a delicate position, he suddenly felt that they made a rather good match. In an instant, Shinyu waved at them, saying, you two go ahead and enjoy your shopping. I will find Naruto after you finish. I'm off. With that, he vanished from their sight. Without a doubt, Sasuke's beauty in this world was also remarkable. When Itachi and Sasuke stood together, they could indeed be called the Uchiha sister flowers. If one were to compare Sasuke with Itachi, aside from not possessing Itachi's voluptuous figure, Sasuke was otherwise equally admirable. As Shinyu departed, Sasuke promptly leaned her head on Naruto's shoulder, saying, Naruto-kun, let us continue shopping. Alright. Undoubtedly, Naruto felt a bit taken aback by Sasuke's demeanor. However, he was undeniably captivated by her beauty. Reflecting on the Sasuke from his previous world, he suddenly thought that this world's Sasuke was indeed quite delightful. Just as Naruto was lost in thought, Sasuke, who had been resting her head on his shoulder, suddenly pecked him on the cheek and blushed deeply. What the heck? Shinyu, observing from a rooftop, felt a sudden reluctance to return to his previous world. He could not bear to miss such a splendid spectacle. Watching Naruto and Sasuke interact harmoniously, Shinyu couldn't help but marvel at how wondrous this world truly was. Chapter 69. Shinyu's affection for men. After indulging his voyeuristic desires, Shinyu meandered to the Uchiha clan's residence, where he was invited inside by Fugaku, who was out for a walk. Upon entering, Shinyu saw that Fugaku appeared quite embarrassed, a sight that made Shinyu feel somewhat uneasy. Shinyu, I never expected Sasuke to be so bold as to defy my wishes, Fugaku expressed with a face full of regret, as though he had committed a grave sin. Observing Fugaku's serious apology, Shinyu quickly waved his hand, saying, No, Uncle Fugaku, please don't take it to heart. Just kidding. Shinyu had no intention of taking his brother's fiancée in this world. However, Fugaku's next words made Shinyu seriously question his life choices. Why don't you consider Itachi if you're unable to pursue Sasuke? It would be a perfect opportunity. Upon hearing Fugaku's rather suggestive statement, Shinyu turned to see Itachi gazing at him shyly. This situation felt off. What was with Fugaku's embarrassment and Itachi's bashful demeanor? Was this a form of gratitude for his rescue of the Uchiha clan? Ultimately, Shinyu politely declined Fugaku's kind offer. After all, the entire scenario felt exceedingly peculiar, especially with Itachi's bashful expression, which sent shivers down Shinyu's spine. Uncle Fugaku, let us forget about that. Miss Itachi should have someone she likes, right? However, upon hearing Shinyu's response, Fugaku immediately slammed his hand on the table. She wouldn't dare. I can't control Sasuke, but I can't control her either. With that, Fugaku gestured grandly, declaring, Shinyu, you will stay in Itachi's room tonight. Don't go back. Your parents are out on a mission anyway. Fugaku's words jolted Shinyu into realization. Though he was unaware of his parents' whereabouts, waiting in the Hokage's office was always a good idea. With that thought, Shinyu quickly stood to bid farewell. Uncle Fugaku, I have matters to attend to today. I won't trouble you any longer. Not staying? Undoubtedly. Fugaku expressed regret at Shinyu's departure, casting a silent glance at Itachi and sighing. Sigh, you should keep an eye on your sister. Hearing her father's complaint, Itachi also sighed melodramatically. Shinyu paid little attention to the father-daughter exchange and proceeded to the Hokage's office. However, upon entering, he discovered that the familiar Tsunade was not quite as he remembered. Tsunade Dano. He noticed that the once voluptuous Tsunade had transformed into a rather flat figure in this world, while the underdeveloped Shizen had become as voluptuous as Tsunade once was. Ah, Shinyu. Just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing that Tsunade had urgent matters to discuss, Shinyu hurriedly inquired, "What could it be that Lord Hokage seeks me for?" Tsunade rubbed her temples, her expression one of distress as she replied, "I am certainly here because of you. Your strength has been on the rise, and many clan leaders have recommended their daughters to me, urging this Hokage to play matchmaker." With that, she produced a stack of envelopes from her drawer, methodically opening each to reveal their contents. Upon closer inspection, Shinyu noted the envelopes contained a variety of valuables, money, jewelry, and gold bars. Essentially anything of worth had been stuffed inside. "Look here, Shinyu, you ought to choose one quickly." Tsunade complained to him about the heap of offerings before her. "I mean, considering my position as Hokage, you should select a candidate from these families." Subsequently, she pulled out a stack of photographs, arranging them neatly on the desk. "This is the granddaughter of the third Hokage. This one is the eldest daughter of the Akimichi clan leader. This is the eldest daughter of the Inazuka clan leader. And here is the daughter of the Hyuga branch family leader." Shinyu was rendered speechless by Tsunade's actions, momentarily questioning if he was truly so well regarded in this world. Just as he contemplated speaking, the office door was abruptly swung open. "Lord Hokage, I have urgent matters to report." Niji rushed in, and Tsunade quickly reassured him, "It's Niji. No need to rush, take your time." However, upon noticing Shinyu's presence, Niji became hesitant and stumbled over his words. "Niji?" Tsunade regarded his sudden change in demeanor with curiosity, wondering if perhaps Shinyu had inadvertently wronged Niji's cousin and that the matter had already escalated. Clearing her throat, she said, "Niji, you needn't fear Shinyu. Speak your mind. I will hold Shinyu accountable." Shinyu observed Tsunade's stern expression, his lips twitching in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. "Well, then I shall speak." Niji glanced at Shinyu, summoning the courage to voice his thoughts. "Last night, I saw Shinyu and Tian embracing. I believe Shinyu has an affinity for men." With that, Niji dashed out of the Hokage's office. "Wait, Niji." Shinyu chased after him, calling out to his retreating figure, "It's a misunderstanding." However, when he turned back to Tsunade, he found her and Shizun regarding him with peculiar expressions. "Shinyu, if you truly have feelings for Tian, we harbor no objections. Yet I hope you can endure the village's gossip." Listening to Tsunade's earnest admonition, Shinyu was at a loss for words. Just then, the Hokage office door swung open once more. "Lord Hokage, we have returned from our mission." Hearing the familiar voice, Shinyu turned to see his parents entering. In this world, they were not the heroic figures who sacrificed for the village, but rather ordinary ninjas of jonin rank. "Father, mother." As Shinyu prepared to savor the warmth of parental love he had never experienced before, Tsunade stood up with an expression of seriousness. "Konoha, Kushina." Shinyu is indeed remarkable, but while raising a child, one must not solely focus on their strength. One should also cultivate other aspects. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shinyu's hair stood on end, and he quickly grasped the hands of Minato and Kushina, urging, "Let us go home. I long to taste the dishes you make, mother." Yet, as Kushina noticed something amiss with Shinyu, she abruptly pushed him away. "Lord Hokage, please, just tell me what trouble Shinyu has caused." Upon hearing Kushina's inquiry, Tsunade waved her hands in denial. No, Shinyu has been quite well behaved." Tsunade then cast a sympathetic glance at Minato and Kushina, sighing, "However, according to the village's ninjas, it seems Shinyu has a preference for men." Kushina stared at Shinyu in disbelief, perhaps fatigued from their mission. Tsunade's revelation proved to be the last straw, and Kushina fainted. "Mother." In a flurry, Shinyu caught Kushina, his eyes filled with concern. "Do not worry, Shinyu. She is merely exhausted," Minato assured him gently. However, Shinyu noticed a distinct glint of menace in his father's gaze. "Shinyu, you may now explain what Lord Hokage just said." Faced with his father's incredulous expression, Shinyu felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall. The myriad of bewildered stares directed at him intensified the turmoil within. Chapter 70. Fulfilled in a flurry, they returned home with Kushina, marking Shinyu's first visit to his new abode, a warm and lively household. "Shinyu, come here." Once Kushina was settled, Minato called Shinyu into the living room with a grave expression. "Your mother and I have often been too preoccupied to oversee you and your brother closely. So please, be honest with me. Did Tsunade truly say all that in the Hokage's office?" Looking at Minato's concerned face, Shinyu felt a surge of emotion, but was quickly deflated by Minato's question. "Father, I did not." Minato scrutinized Shinyu's eyes, smiling, "I see." Shinyu, you have never lied to me since childhood. If you do not fancy men, then why do you seem disinterested in any of the young women Tsunade introduced? Shinyu was at a loss for words. What was happening? Had the marriage age been advanced in this world? Why was it that Tsunade and his father were both so preoccupied with discussions of partners? Nevertheless, Shinyu patiently explained, Father, I am not currently interested in romance. I wish to focus on improving my own abilities first. Hearing this, Minato sighed, Shinyu, you are growing up. Your mother and I will not interfere too much with your future, but please, do not genuinely develop feelings for men. Minato glanced at Kushina, still unconscious in the room, and lamented, It seems we must wait for your mother to awaken before we can inform Tsunade of our mission's outcome. Upon hearing his father mention the mission, Shinyu quickly asked, What mission did you and mother undertake? Minato's expression turned serious once more as he replied, It is a highly confidential mission. Noting Shinyu's confusion, he gestured for him to sit. Master Jiraiya received a prophecy from Miyaboku Mountain. The masked man will be defeated by the Book of the Red Moon that he brought back. Upon hearing this, Shinyu's heart sank. Master Jiraiya has fallen? Minato nodded sorrowfully. Though he found it peculiar that Shinyu referred to Jiraiya as a teacher, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Undoubtedly, Jiraiya's death struck a heavy blow to his apprentice. When Shinyu heard Minato mention the masked man, his first thought was of Uchiha Obito, the one who had transported him and Naruto to this strange world. Thus, what truly was the identity of the masked man? Upon hearing Shinyu's inquiry, Shuemin pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to explain everything to his son. Initially, he had no intention of revealing this information, but given the imminent threat of war, he felt compelled to share. Recently, two enigmatic masked men have emerged, notorious for collecting various forbidden techniques and bloodline limits, wreaking havoc across nations. They are classified as S-rank criminals, sought after internationally, and numerous ninja villages, including Konoha, have attempted to capture them. Yet all efforts have been in vain. A hint of helplessness appeared on Shui Min's face as he continued, stating that his and Shun Yu's mother's mission this time was to locate the whereabouts of the Zhu Yuji Shu. Upon hearing his father's words, Shinyu deduced that one of these so-called masked men was indeed Uchiha Obito's incarnation in this world. The pressing matter at hand was to find the Zhu Yuji Shu and return to the previous world. However, gazing at this warm family scene, Shinyu felt a twinge of reluctance about leaving. By the way, what about Naruto? Upon Shui Min's inquiry regarding Naruto's whereabouts, Shinyu rolled his eyes and replied that he was currently on a date with Sasuke. Seeing Shun Yu's expression, Shui Min chuckled apologetically, explaining that he had previously discussed with Uncle Fugaku about betrothing Sasuke to Shinyu. But alas, Sasuke had feelings for Naruto, and he hoped Shinyu would not harbor resentment towards his brother. In response, Shinyu exclaimed, Goodness! It was no wonder Itachi had suggested he become her brother-in-law. It turned out to be a matter discussed between his father Shui Min and Fugaku. Rest assured, Father, I have no feelings for Sasuke either. Shinyu's response relieved Shui Min, who glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing dinner time was approaching, yet Naruto had still not returned home. Shinyu, given your mother's current state, shouldn't we go find Naruto? Shui Min suggested, to which Shinyu agreed. In truth, he hoped his brother could experience the warmth of family before departing this world. Thus, Shinyu quickly sensed Naruto's location. Hearing Shinyu's uncertainty, Shui Min promptly inquired, What is it, Shinyu? It's nothing, Father. Let us hasten our search. With that, Shinyu strode out of the house, heading towards Konoha village to search for Naruto. Seeing this, Shui Min shrugged and followed Shinyu in another direction. Unbeknownst to Shui Min, Shinyu's earlier hesitation stemmed from sensing that Naruto was currently at a hot spring inn in Konoha. Along the way, Shinyu thought to himself, is this really happening? To avoid any awkwardness, he opted not to use the Flying Thunder God technique this time, and instead made his way towards the target location. He even purchased a mask, allowing him to freely utilize Sage Mode. As for Shinyu's intention, it was quite clear. He sought to use Sage Mode to discern what Naruto and Sasuke were currently engaged in. Feeling the information transmitted through the Flying Thunder God technique, Shinyu arrived at the hot spring and named Meiguei Inn and muttered to himself, It seems this is the place. Subsequently, he activated Sage Mode. Though he held little hope, he still believed in the strength of first-hand observation. Oh my! After exclaiming in surprise, Shinyu quickly deactivated Sage Mode, muttering to himself to avert his gaze. His reaction was prompted by the sight he beheld through Sage Mode. His brother and Sasuke were frolicking together. with Naruto seemingly in control of the playful interaction. Conversely, Sasuke was actively participating, cooperating with Naruto's antics. Well, this really turned out well, Shinyu remarked before departing from the entrance of the hot spring inn. In truth, he regretted not having brought a camera. In that moment, he wished he could have used the flying thunder god technique to capture a perfect photograph of the two in their playful state, thus securing his hold over Naruto. However, just as Shinyu stepped away, he was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant embrace. Little brother Shinyu, what brings you to such a place at night? Without needing to turn around, Shinyu already knew who had wrapped their arms around him. Though he enjoyed the embrace filled with warmth, thoughts of the previous world's Tion held him back from succumbing to his desires. Itachi, if there is nothing urgent, please let me go. I need to return home. Yet, in response to Shinyu's refusal, Itachi was unwilling to relent, tightening her hold. Shinyu-kun, do you really not want to? Within Itachi's embrace, Shinyu felt his resolve wavering, yet he ultimately chose not to surrender to temptation. Itachi, please, let me go. I must return home. With that, Shinyu broke free from Itachi's grasp and began walking towards home. Shinyu, turning to look back, he saw Itachi activating her Mangekyo Sharingan. Blood trickling from the corner of her eye, and in an instant, Shinyu felt himself transported to another realm. What is this? As the scene unfolded before him, Shinyu's cheeks flushed. In the Tsukuyomi space, he found himself reclined on a pink bed, the room suffused with a suggestive glow. Shinyu-kun, I have decided to comply with father's wishes. Let us consummate our bond. Shinyu looked up to see Itachi, clad in revealing attire, slowly approaching him on the bed. Itachi, we don't need to do this. As she drew nearer, Shinyu felt a surge of apprehension. Shinyu-kun, you cannot escape this Tsukuyomi space. Itachi began to shed her clothing, casting a sultry smile as she climbed atop the pink bed. While Shinyu found himself ensnared in Itachi's Tsukuyomi, Naruto was currently embracing Sasuke within the inn. Undoubtedly, they had been frolicking for quite some time and were now preparing to rest. Naruto-kun, will you always love me? Sasuke murmured, resting his head against Naruto's chest, his expression shy. The earlier moments remained vividly etched in Sasuke's memory. Of course, I think you are far better than the Sasuke from my previous world. Naruto gently stroked Sasuke's hair, reflecting on their shared experience. Previous world? Sasuke was puzzled by Naruto's words, yet hearing Naruto's compliment filled him with joy. Naruto. As he gazed tenderly at Sasuke, Naruto noticed a hint of shyness in Sasuke's eyes. After contemplating for a moment, Sasuke resolved to confess everything. You know, my father has always intended to betroth me to your brother, Shinyu, so our future may not be favored by him. Hearing the hint of disappointment in Sasuke's voice, Naruto pressed a kiss to Sasuke's forehead and gazed deeply into his eyes, reassuringly stating, do not worry. In this world, you are solely mine. Overwhelmed by Naruto's sincerity, Sasuke found it hard to meet his gaze. Sasuke, I cherish the feelings this world and you evoke in me. With that, Naruto cupped Sasuke's face and kissed him passionately. Under Naruto's fervent kiss, Sasuke's cheeks flushed, and he instinctively clung to Naruto like an octopus. After their kiss, Sasuke softly whispered, Naruto, I want to play like we did earlier. As Sasuke blushed, Naruto pressed him down beneath him. With the arrival of the deep night, their room was saturated with the scent of hormones. On a distant mountain in Konoha, Obito's translucent figure gradually materialized. Undoubtedly, he had witnessed the encounters of Shingetsu and Naruto. Reflecting on Naruto's fall, Obito couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that Shingetsu could struggle within Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. He glanced at the two masked figures beside him and shook his head, saying, now is not the time. When the moment is ripe, I will inform you. After speaking, Obito's already translucent body became increasingly transparent until it vanished completely. One of the masked men on the mountain slowly removed his mask, revealing a face strikingly similar to Shingetsu's. It seems we can act soon, as one of them is already thoroughly ensnared. Then let us wait a little longer. Subsequently, the two figures on the mountain also disappeared. At this moment, Minato was anxiously searching for Naruto, puzzled by the fact that Shingetsu had also vanished without a trace. He had scoured every nook and cranny of Konoha, yet there was still no sign of his son. Shingetsu, Naruto, where on earth have you gone? Minato was oblivious to the fact that both Naruto and Shingetsu were currently immersed in a realm of tenderness. However, unlike Naruto's voluntary indulgence, Shingetsu was persistently resisting. Do not hide, Shingetsu. This is my illusion space. Should I choose, I can render you utterly incapable of resistance in an instant. Gazing at the unclothed Itachi before her, Shingetsu acknowledged her stunning figure, yet she yearned only to escape the confines of Tsukuyami. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly asked, Itachi, can you tell me why you are so intent on possessing me? What benefit does it bring you? Hearing Shingetsu's question, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle, responding, what benefit? Naturally, it is because I like you. Faced with Itachi's answer, Shingetsu found it hard to believe such a claim. Liking someone? Could affection justify confining her within Tsukuyami simply because she was unattainable? Yet, being unfamiliar with this world, Shingetsu had no inkling of Itachi's true motives. Itachi appeared somewhat bored, lightly snapping her fingers, causing several chains to materialize on the bed and bind Shingetsu's arms and legs. Shingetsu, since it has come to this, I must proceed forcefully. Observing Shingetsu, now immobile, Itachi's hand slowly reached for her garments. System, save me. With no other option, Shingetsu implored the system in her mind. Host, you could actually enjoy this. Hearing the system's teasing voice, Shingetsu could not help but curse. Hurry and release me. I cannot betray Tian. Very well. To unlock Itachi's Tsukuyami, you will need to expend 100 points. Unlock it now? Alright. Suddenly, Shingetsu felt a wave of dizziness and realized that the chains binding her had completely vanished. This confirmed that Tsukuyami had indeed been dispelled. However, to her astonishment, she found herself truly lying on a bed. And Itachi was indeed completely unclothed, attempting to remove her own attire. How is this possible? Itachi, realizing that Shingetsu had escaped her Tsukuyami space, was taken aback. Shingetsu regarded the flustered Itachi with a cold smile, stating, in this world, nothing is truly impossible, is it? Seeing Itachi attempt to act again, Shingetsu swiftly utilized a body flicker technique to appear behind her, followed by delivering a swift chop that rendered Itachi unconscious. Reflecting on the bizarre events that had transpired in this world concerning herself and Naruto, Shingetsu increasingly felt that something was amiss. Chapter 72, The Uchiha Rebellion. As Shingetsu stepped onto the bustling street, she soon spotted Minato's hurried figure. It was clear that Minato was anxious. Father, she called out urgently. Upon seeing Shingetsu, Minato sighed in relief, rushing to her side and asking, Shingetsu, have you seen Naruto? Initially intending to say she had not, Shingetsu, upon witnessing her father's serious demeanor, ultimately recounted everything pertaining to Naruto and Sasuke at the inn. Naturally, she also spoke candidly about her encounter with Itachi. Father, Naruto has grown up now, so we should not dwell on it too much. However, Minato shot her a stern look, saying, what do you know? The Uchiha clan covets you and Naruto solely because of your immense power. We have been deceived. Observing Shingetsu's bewildered expression, Minato sighed, sigh. I shouldn't have to share this with you, but I must inform you that the Uchiha clan's motives are rooted in their desire to expand their power and ultimately dominate Konoha. This is something I have only just discovered. Shingetsu was utterly bewildered by her father's revelation. It appeared that not only had certain individuals' personalities and genders changed in this world, but even the ideologies of the Uchiha clan had transformed. This realization sent a shiver down her spine. Yet she remained uncertain of how to proceed upon glancing at the inn in the distance. Let's wait here for Naruto to come out. The current situation had escalated beyond Minato's control, as Sasuke and Naruto were clearly enjoying each other's company. He could not simply burst in with Shingetsu in tow. Thus, the father and daughter waited near the inn throughout the night, but it was not until the following morning that Naruto emerged, dragging his weary body behind him. While Sasuke appeared invigorated, Father, Shingetsu tugged at Minato's sleeve, signaling him to temper his anger. Minato, observing the two, could not suppress a sigh. It was evident that his son had succumbed. Come, Shingetsu, we shall take your brother home. With that, Minato led Shingetsu forward to intercept Naruto. How did you sleep, Naruto? Did you rest well last night? Having endured an entire night of exertion, Naruto hardly had the luxury of rest. Throughout the previous night, he had either been frolicking with Sasuke or waiting for his cool-down period. It was safe to say that he felt as though he were walking on clouds. I didn't sleep well. I just want to go home and rest. With a dazed wave to Shingetsu, Naruto followed Minato and Shingetsu back to their home in this world. You're back. Dinner is ready. Kushina had long since awakened and prepared a meal. However, upon seeing the enticing spread before him, Naruto merely waved it off, saying, I'm not eating. I'm too tired. With that, He disregarded the three of them and collapsed onto the sofa, fast asleep. What has gotten into Naruto? Seeing him fall asleep immediately, Kushina turned to Minato, her worry evident. Minato, noting her concern, pulled her aside and quietly recounted the events of the previous night and the situation involving the Uchiha clan. We should seek Tsunade. This matter has escalated too severely. Gazing compassionately at the still sleeping Naruto, Kushina felt that this situation had crossed a line for her as a mother. After considering Kushina's suggestion, Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed. We also need to report the matter of the Book of the Moon to Tsunade. He glanced at Shingetsu, who was eating at the table, and instructed, Shingetsu, take good care of your brother while your mother and I attend to some matters. Shinyu nodded in silence, but shortly after Watergate and Xian'ai departed, Naruto, who was sprawled on the sofa, began to mumble in his sleep. Shinyu, you cannot take my Sasuke. Hearing his brother utter such nonsensical words, Shinyu felt the urge to kick him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Tsunade was taken aback by Watergate and Xian'ai's report. What? The Uchiha clan has such a conspiracy? However, just as Tsunade was about to react, a commotion erupted from downstairs, followed by an Umbu member bursting through the door. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha are attempting to seize control of the village, and we are currently resisting. At this moment, Shinyu was still at home, watching over his brother Naruto. Hearing the clamor outside, he curiously peeked out the window. What is going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Sleepily, Naruto swayed as he looked out, clearly still unaware of the situation. It's nothing, just the Uchiha clan rebelling, Shinyu remarked nonchalantly, observing the chaotic scene of ninjas outside. After all, this was merely a Tsuki no Mi space created by Obito, and Shinyu had no intention of saving the Uchiha clan, who were foolishly courting disaster within it. No, I must mediate. Seeing the worry etched on Naruto's face, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words and asked, Naruto, what are you going to mediate? With a serious expression, Naruto replied, Shinyu, Sasuke is my woman. I cannot ignore her. Before Shinyu could respond, Naruto leaped out the window. Hey, reluctantly. Shinyu followed Naruto to the battlefield, only to realize that Naruto was not there to mediate, but had instead joined the Uchiha clan's side, assisting them in attacking the ninjas of Konoha. To make matters worse, Naruto was also utilizing the Nine-Tails mode. System, what is going on with Naruto? Shinyu struggled to comprehend Naruto's bizarre behavior, considering he had always regarded Konoha as his home. Surely, he would not aid the Uchiha in attacking Konoha's ninjas. Host. Naruto and the Nine-Tails within him are currently under the influence of Kotoeme Tsukumi. His sole objective now is to devote his strength entirely to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shinyu finally understood that Obito had brought them into this space to deplete Naruto's Nine-Tails mode power, ultimately reaping the benefits himself. Boom. With a loud explosion, a significant portion of the building before him crumbled. Shinyu, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? In the distance, he saw a Nine-Tails wrapped in purple Susanoo armor slowly rising, brandishing a blade that cleaved the surrounding structures into ruins. System, can you dispel Kotoeme Tsukumi? Shinyu was well aware of the horror of Kotoeme Tsukumi, but he was at a loss as to how to break its hold on Naruto and could only seek assistance from the system. The host simply needs to transmit his chakra to Naruto, and this system can dispel it, but prior to that, you must control Naruto. After hearing the system's assurance, Shinyu glanced at the distant Nine-Tails and Susanoo and slowly nodded. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke, utilizing the combined skill of the Nine-Tails and Susanoo, led the Uchiha clan to the front of the Hokage office building. From an elevated position, Naruto looked down at Tsunade on the rooftop and said indifferently, Aunt Tsunade, please step aside. Naruto, what do you intend to do? Seeing this formidable monster formed by his own son and Sasuke, Watergate and Xian'ai quickly positioned themselves to shield Tsunade. Father and mother? Naruto glanced at the two blocking his path, then smiled at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, how should we handle this? At that moment, Sasuke's demeanor was devoid of the tenderness she had shown while in Naruto's embrace just the day before. Her eyes were filled with indifference as she coldly replied, then let us kill them. With that, Sasuke commanded the massive Susanoo to draw its sword and swung it towards Watergate and Xian'ai. Summoning technique. Clang. As the smoke dissipated, a massive steel claw emerged to intercept the blade, halting its advance. It seemed that the Uchiha had indeed harbored ulterior motives in this world. Standing atop the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Shinyu gazed at the combined skill of Naruto and Sasuke with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 73. Brotherly Battle. Shinyu, step aside, or I will kill you. Naruto's cold tone left Shinyu incredulous. This was not the Naruto he knew. Naruto-kun, kill him, otherwise, he won't spare me. Sasuke clung to Naruto's arm, pleading with him. Observing the different Sasuke before him, Shinyu couldn't help but think of the words, green tea. Fine. Undoubtedly. Naruto was not only under the control of Kotoame Tsukumi, but was also utterly defenseless against such green tea. He affectionately kissed Sasuke's forehead and glanced at Shinyu. Shinyu, since my wife has said she wants to kill you, I can only betray our brotherly bond. With that, the two manipulated the Nine Tails and Susanoo to charge at Shinyu. Seeing Naruto refer to Sasuke in such a way, Shinyu couldn't help but exclaim, goodness. The power of Kotoame Tsukumi was indeed formidable, allowing even family to turn against one another. Father, mother, please escort Lady Tsunade to safety. I will handle this. As the towering figure approached, Shinyu's eyes betrayed no fear. He now understood that Obito aimed to kill two birds with one stone, eliminating him while acquiring the Nine Tails from Naruto. Gazing at the blade before him, Shunyu clasped his hands together, and the face of Sage Mode materialized on his visage. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon surged forth, coiling around Naruto and Sasuke. Useless, Sasuke scoffed, and the Susanoo swung its sword, slicing the wooden dragon into several pieces. Shinyu's lips twitched at the destructive power of Susanoo. He couldn't tell if it was due to his incomplete training or something else. But the wood dragon technique was so easily dismantled, given that his opponents included his own brother. Shinyu refrained from utilizing the two extreme powers within him and relied solely on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to engage Naruto and Sasuke. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, ascend to the skies. Observing the devastated Konoha, Shinyu ultimately decided to escape the constraints of the ground. Although everything he witnessed was an illusion, he still wished for Naruto to experience the love of a father and mother. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus spread its wings and soared into the sky. Seeing Shinyu ascend, Sasuke couldn't help but taunt. It seems Shinyu only possesses such abilities. With that, the Susanoo formed by Sasuke and Naruto sprouted wings and sped towards Shinyu in the sky. Shinyu, for our Uchiha, I implore you to die quietly. As the distance between them diminished, a victorious expression appeared on Sasuke's face. Too naive, Shinyu shook his head at Sasuke's single-minded intent to kill him. If not for Naruto's presence, Shinyu could have defeated Sasuke with a single blaze of the sun's true fire. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Unleash the ultimate destruction cannon and bombard that giant's lower half. Understood. Two black cannonballs adorned with devilish smiles hurtled towards Susanoo's lower half, and with a tremendous explosion, the once complete Susanoo was reduced to mere fragments. Seeing the effectiveness of the attack, Shinyu continued to command, use the super flame to melt away that fellow's armor. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast once again unleashed a massive fireball from its mouth. Under the influence of the intense heat, Sasuke struggled to withstand the super flame enhancement with his Susanoo, empowered by his Sharingan. Sasuke, Naruto shouted, rushing to embrace the weary Sasuke. The now unarmored Kyuubi slowly opened its mouth, launching a red-purple-tailed beast ball directly towards Shinyu, who hovered in midair. Dodge. Shinyu never anticipated that his own younger brother would use a tailed beast ball against him. However, considering the destructive power possessed by Kyuubi, Shinyu ultimately decided against having the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast take the hit head-on. Boom. Watching the tailed beast ball explode behind him, Shinyu couldn't help but shiver. Taking a hit from that would undoubtedly be unbearable. Fortunately, Sasuke had collapsed from exhaustion, allowing Shinyu to focus solely on Naruto. Naruto, I will assist you. Hearing that familiar voice, Itachi enveloped Naruto's Kyuubi with his crimson Susanoo, transforming it into a red Gundam. Is it never-ending? Shinyu's mental state began to crumble as he beheld the towering red Gundam wielding a massive sword. Although he was uncertain whether Itachi possessed the Tensigen capable of sealing individuals in this world, he dared not gamble. Realizing he was the only hope left to save Naruto, he understood that being sealed would spell disaster for him. It seemed he had to give it his all. Shinyu pressed his palms together once more, summoning 5 wooden dragons. It was not that he did not wish to attempt to manifest the great Buddha of the first Hokage, but he had previously tried and could not replicate that skill like Hashirama. Thus, with no other options, Shinyu chose a different path. Naruto, let us fight together. Itachi commanded the Susanoo to raise its red giant sword and strike at the 5 wooden dragons. Although he successfully severed 3 dragon heads, 2 remained entwined around the Susanoo. Sensing his chakra being continuously absorbed by the 2 wooden dragons, Itachi cast a fierce glance at Shunyu, who floated in midair, whispering a few words into Naruto's ear. She watched as he nodded in agreement. "Naruto, give it your all." With that, Itachi manipulated the red Susanoo to throw several shuriken. The crimson shuriken sped toward Shinyu from various directions. As he saw the shuriken curving toward him, Shinyu barely had time to react before a tailed beast ball collided perfectly with the shuriken. Boom! The tailed beast ball obliterated the shuriken, and the shards transformed into black flames. The black flames rained down like a storm, enveloping Shunyu and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast beneath him. Realizing the danger, Shinyu quickly dispelled the summoning of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast and utilized the flying thunder god technique to escape to a different location. There was no joke. If he were to be engulfed by those black flames, even Shunyu would have to endure severe burns. I never expected my brother and Itachi to be so formidable. As he gazed at the black flames falling from the sky, Shinyu felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, here it comes again. Just as he regained his composure, he spotted the red shuriken flying toward him and glanced at Naruto, who had entered sage mode, realizing the reason behind it. Shinyu observed his brother, who was wholeheartedly intent on his demise, and felt utterly speechless. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon appeared to block the enormous red shuriken. Gazing at the colossal red Susanoo above, Shinyu decided to bring it down first. He divided himself into 20 shadow clones, pairing them up, and charged toward the red Susanoo with lightning slash. Naive. Itachi maneuvered the Susanoo to swing its giant sword once more, destroying each shadow clone as they approached. As the smoke dissipated, Itachi noticed that Shinyu, who had been on the ground, had vanished. Summoning technique. Before Itachi could turn around, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast's ultimate destructive cannon struck her. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, now's your chance. Following Shinyu's command, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast swung its massive steel claws, sending Itachi flying, while Shinyu seized the opportunity to channel chakra into Naruto. Chapter 74. Naruto's compromise, huh? What am I doing? Naruto, having released the Kotoeme Tsukumi, appeared bewildered, floating in midair and unsure of what had transpired. He simply felt a foggy heaviness in his head. It's nothing, as long as you're fine. Shinyu could not bear to reveal the truth to his brother. To put it bluntly, he could not even ascertain whether Naruto had been conscious when he frolicked with Sasuke that day. Father? Mother? Faced with Minato and Kushina, Naruto felt increasingly lost. However, with the 2 brilliant kunoichi of the Uchiha clan defeated and the resistance of other ninjas in the village, the rebellion was swiftly quelled. Naruto, haven't you always wished for your father and mother to be with you? Now they're right in front of you. Go to them. Yet, as Naruto gradually regained his senses and looked at Minato and Kushina, he said to Shinyu, "Shinyu, have you forgotten? Our parents have long." "I certainly know." Shinyu sighed, gazing at Naruto. "I just thought this opportunity was too precious to miss. Since we're here, why not experience it?" "I refuse." Although Naruto rejected Shunyu's suggestion, due to the recent conflict, he ultimately stood alongside Minato and Kushina. After ensuring Naruto was settled, Shinyu continued to assist others in clearing the area. It could be said that the previous battle had reduced the entire Konoha village to ruins. "Minato, when do you plan to retrieve the Book of the Moon?" Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Minato pondered before replying, "We'll discuss it once the village stabilizes. After all, we've just endured a fierce battle." However, in response to Minato's proposal, Tsunade countered, "I actually believe the sooner, the better. After all, obtaining the Book of the Moon is crucial for defeating the Masked Man." Hearing Tsunade mention the Masked Man, Naruto interjected eagerly, "Defeating the Masked Man? I want to go too." Minato looked at his son and ultimately petitioned Tsunade, requesting that Naruto and Shinyu also join this mission. "All right, then you all shall depart early tomorrow morning." In the end, Tsunade acquiesced to Minato's request, permitting Naruto and Shinyu to participate in this mission. And the look in Naruto's eyes shifted from reluctance to astonishment. That evening, after a long day of cleanup, Shinyu returned home, feeling utterly exhausted. As he had anticipated, a meal was prepared on the table. "Where's Naruto?" he inquired, glancing at Minato and Kushina in the living room. With a wry smile, Minato responded, "That child just won't come out for dinner. I don't know what's wrong with him." Minato's words elicited a sense of helplessness in Shunyu. His original intention was for Naruto to experience the parental love he had missed for over a decade in this world, yet he never expected Naruto to be so ungrateful. "Naruto, come out for dinner." Reluctantly, Shinyu knocked on his brother's door. "I don't want to. I refuse to comply with this illusion." Naruto's voice echoed from within, leaving no doubt that he was not accepting the so-called emotions of this world. Just as Shinyu was about to say something else, he was stopped by Kushina. Only then did Xian'ai smile brightly as she patted Shinyu's shoulder and said, "It's all right, Shinyu. Allow me to persuade your brother." Observing Xian'ai's demeanor, Shinyu nodded and stepped aside. However, instead of continuing to knock or inquire, Xian'ai soared into the air and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. The immense force propelled the door out of its frame, causing Xian'ai's flowing red hair to billow in the wind as she strode confidently into the room. "Thinking of rebellion? You are still 100 years too early. Have you learned to come out for a meal yet?" "Huh." Xian'ai's face radiated a fierce aura, and even if Naruto was reluctant to emerge for dinner, he was intimidated by her presence. Naruto timidly stepped out of the room and was greeted by the sight of Shunyu stifling a laugh. Stealing a glance at the now calm Xian'ai, he whispered to Shunyu, "Moms in this world are quite terrifying." Xian'ai, walking ahead, seemed to have heard something and turned her head towards Naruto, asking, "Naruto, could you repeat that?" Faced with her fiery hair and commanding presence, Naruto hastily reassured her, No, I didn't say anything." Shinyu shook his head in exasperation at Naruto's demeanor, and after dinner, Naruto began to fiddle with items in the living room. He casually picked up an album and opened it, revealing photographs of Minato, Xian'ai, Shinyu, and Naruto himself. As he flipped through the pages, watching himself grow older, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. "It's rare to see you looking at this," Minato teased upon noticing Naruto's interest in the album. "What's wrong with taking a look?" Naruto retorted quickly. Minato chuckled, but said nothing further as he prepared to head into the kitchen to wash dishes. "Naruto, there's something I forgot to mention." Minato turned to Naruto and said, "Once this situation is resolved, I will recommend both you and your brother to Lady Tsunade as ninjas. I have already discussed this with Shinyu." Oh, undoubtedly, Naruto was unprepared for this news. Reflecting on his former world, he realized he would not know whom to ask for a recommendation to become a ninja, considering that siblings could not endorse each other. Looking at this world, it seemed he had nothing to worry about, as he had his parents as his shield and a home as his harbor, didn't he? With this thought, Naruto continued to peruse the album. Shinyu observed Naruto flipping through the album and discreetly glanced over, noticing Naruto's gaze lingering on a photo from his 5th birthday. From the look in Naruto's eyes, Shinyu discerned that Naruto was indeed moved. Realizing this, Shinyu chose not to say anything further. This was a rare opportunity. Let Naruto linger in this world a little longer. As night fell, Shinyu approached Naruto, who was still on the sofa with the album, and said, "Naruto, I sincerely hope you cherish your days in this world because I have a feeling we may soon have to leave." "But they aren't our real parents," Naruto replied, still struggling against the reality. He knew his parents had perished long ago due to the sealing of the 9 tails, yet in this world, his parents were alive. And for the first time, Naruto felt the warmth of a familial atmosphere. "I understand. I comprehend everything you are saying," Shinyu encouraged, looking at the conflicted Naruto. "However, since we have no means to depart from this world at present, we must choose to live in the moment." Naruto gazed at Minato, who was mopping the floor, and Xian'ai, who was dozing off on the table, before finally sighing and conceding. "All right, Shinyu, I admit your words are indeed quite reasonable." Thereafter, Naruto refocused his attention on the album, remaining silent. "Shinyu, Naruto, it's time for bed," called Minato, prompting both Shinyu and Naruto to obediently return to their rooms to sleep. While Shinyu contemplated the matters regarding the Zhu Yuji Shu for the next day, Naruto fell into a deep and peaceful slumber. Listening to Naruto's snoring, Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 75. A reassured Naruto. The following day, led by Minato, a temporary team consisting of Xian'ai, Shinyu, Naruto, Guy, and Kakashi gathered punctually at the entrance of Konoha village. "All right, everyone, perk up." Kakashi, in this world, had shed his usual lethargy and was brimming with energy. Conversely, Guy, who in his original world exuberantly shouted about youth, appeared somewhat lackluster. Observing Kakashi's spirited demeanor, Guy sat on the ground and remarked, Where does this energy come from? With endless tasks, I'm utterly exhausted. My youth has already withered away. Upon hearing Guy's comment, Kakashi quickly approached him and offered comfort. Don't say that. Keep your spirits up. Guy cast a sidelong glance at the enthusiastic Kakashi and sighed. Thus, Shinyu and his companions dashed towards their objective. As for the Zhu Shu, Shinyu was oblivious to what it truly entailed or what it possessed. Turning to Naruto, he noticed a look of turmoil on his face. To be able to carry out missions alongside his father and mother was something Naruto could scarcely dream of. Yet, fully aware that all of this was an illusion, Naruto found himself grappling with whether or not to accept it. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated shrine, the two brothers of the masked man gazed at the wooden figure on the ground, expressing their astonishment to the translucent Obito beside them. I truly didn't expect the location you provided to be genuine. In response to the brothers' praise, Obito replied coolly, in this world, I am all-knowing. I simply did not anticipate the Uchiha clan to be so inept. Looking at the wooden figure, Obito pondered for a moment before advising them. However, I have a word of caution. Misfortune will soon befall you. Are you referring to the Zhu Shu? Yet, when faced with the masked man's question, Obito replied evasively, the enemy has already begun to act. With that, he vanished before the brothers. After a considerable journey, Shinyu and his companions finally arrived at the location Minato indicated where the Zhu Shu was hidden. Gazing at the bamboo forest before them, Minato analyzed. It seems this is the place where the Zhu Shu is concealed. Kakashi, use your Sharingan to scout ahead. I suspect Jiraiya-sensei has set traps. However, Kakashi, deviating from his usual demeanor, responded, apologies, I've been pushing myself too hard lately and have overexerted my eyes. Minato, looking at the embarrassed Kakashi, sighed helplessly. You really know how to choose the right time to slack off. Hearing this, Guy interjected, actually, I'd like to rest a bit as well. After all, I am getting older. Observing Kakashi and Guy in this state, Minato covered his head and sighed. All right, let us take a break then. Without the benefit of the Sharingan. After resting, the group intended to charge forward in one go, but unexpectedly triggered the traps set by Jiraiya. Boom. Accompanied by a cloud of smoke, 3 toads appeared at the entrance of the bamboo forest, with the foremost being Toad Wenta. This path is blocked, Toad Wenta proclaimed, hand resting on the knife at his waist, ready for a fight. Seeing this, Minato quickly stepped forward to explain, we are ninjas from Konoha, here to retrieve the scrolls hidden by Jiraiya-sensei. However, Minato's words had little effect. Toad Wenta, puffing on a cigarette, exhaled smoke and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that I have been ordered to guard this place, so please turn back. Shinyu cast a surprised glance at Shui Min and the Toad Wenta before him. He never anticipated that his father would be so underwhelming in this world, especially since a toad from Yamu Mountain did not recognize Shui Min. Observing Wenta's fierce expression that suggested a refusal to allow anyone near, Shui Min steeled himself and commanded, everyone break through. Upon receiving the order, Shui Min led Shun Yu and the others, forming a line as they charged directly towards the bamboo forest. However, when faced with their advance, Wenta chose not to attack, but instead summoned a swarm of small toads that pinned everyone to the ground, rendering them immobile. Furious, Kai was about to retaliate against the toad on top of him, but Shui Min swiftly intervened, stating, they are all toads from Yamu Mountain, the summoning beasts of Master Jiraiya, and they mean us no harm. Nevertheless, with the bamboo forest so close, everyone felt a sense of helplessness, struggling to rise and hoping to escape the pile of toads. Toad Chief, do you not recognize the ninjas of Konoha? Naruto was the first to escape, jumping onto Wenta's back in an attempt to explain. However, it seemed that this world's Naruto had not signed any agreement with Yamu Mountain. Wenta simply tossed Naruto off his back without a second thought. As Naruto found himself suspended in midair, Wenta unleashed a toxic water arrow aimed at him, attempting to strip him of any capacity for resistance. Naruto, just as the attack was about to strike, Kushina, having just freed herself, pushed Naruto aside but was struck in the ankle by the toxic arrow. With a cry of pain, she fell helplessly toward the ground. Kushina, Shui Min immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Kushina's side, catching her in his arms. Although Kushina was unharmed, Naruto, who remained unscathed nearby, felt a sense of disbelief. He mumbled, why did you save me? Shui Min entrusted Kushina to Naruto's care and instructed him to look after her. He then turned to Shinyu and said, Shinyu, Let's both use the flying thunder god simultaneously. Acknowledging his father's words with a nod, Shinyu watched as they both threw kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal. Shinyu feigned an attack, while Shui Min entered the bamboo forest in search of the Zhuyu book. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, Shinyu deftly maneuvered among the toads, diverting their attention entirely to him, thus allowing Shui Min to go unnoticed. It seemed that his father had succeeded. Observing the vanishing toads, Shinyu speculated that Shui Min had successfully dismantled the traps here and released the toads from their summoning. Turning around, he indeed found Shui Min holding a scroll, which appeared to be the legendary Zhuyu book. Having successfully acquired the Zhuyu book, Shui Min looked at the now quiet Naruto and chastised him. Although your mother only suffered minor burns, I trust you understand the lesson I am imparting. Yet, in response to Shui Min's admonishment, Naruto retorted, "Leave me out of this. I already told you not to worry about me. Did I not have the ability to handle that attack myself?" His voice grew louder, escalating to a near shout. With a sharp crack, Shinyu focused his gaze to find that Shui Min had delivered a resounding slap to Naruto's face. Sighing at the stunned expression on Naruto's face, Shui Min said, "How could we possibly stand by? We are constantly thinking of ways to protect you and Shinyu. Acting instinctively is simply a reflex of parenthood." These words left Naruto utterly speechless, his eyes now averted from Shui Min. Naruto. Observing Kushina struggle to stand, Naruto's heart tightened. Shui Min, seeing his wife in such a state, quickly spoke soothingly. "I have already reprimanded Naruto." Kushina glared at Naruto, exclaiming, "You truly are a troublesome child." As she rushed towards him, Naruto braced himself, expecting another strike, but to his surprise, Kushina enveloped him in a warm embrace. "I'm so relieved you weren't hurt." Feeling the sincerity of Kushina's concern, Naruto had never felt such a profound sense of security. He gradually wrapped his arms around her waist. "Mom, I'm sorry." Chapter 76. The appearance of the masked man. After acquiring the Zhuyu book, Shui Min and his companions returned to Konoha. Along the way, Shinyu noticed a significant change in Naruto's attitude towards Shui Min and Kushina. From initial resistance to reluctant acceptance, and now to complete embrace. It was evident that Naruto was genuinely happy, perhaps even blissful. Shinyu felt no inclination to interfere. This was a rare experience. After all, Naruto had longed for such a heartwarming scene. Shinyu understood that his role was merely to act as an older brother, leaving other concerns aside. With the Zhuyu book now in their possession, it meant they would soon be returning home. It could be said that such tender days were limited, and Shinyu hoped to allow Naruto to enjoy this world for as long as possible. Tsunade gazed at the Zhuyu book in her hands and remarked, "Now Jiraiya can finally rest in peace." Undoubtedly, this was the only piece of good news in recent times. Kakashi, upon seeing the Zhuyu book, immediately proposed, "So can we dispatch a strike force right away?" Observing Kakashi's enthusiasm, Tsunade shook her head, stowing the Zhuyu book away. "No, the time is not yet right." Watching Kakashi's puzzled expression, she elaborated, "The prophecy has further implications. The Zhuyu book can only be opened when the sky turns crimson on the day of the red moon. Until then, I will ensure it is closely guarded." Faced with the reality that they could not utilize the Zhuyu book immediately, Shui Min and his companions reluctantly dispersed. That evening, Shinyu observed Naruto, who seemed preoccupied, and sighed, "What does the Zhuyu book truly signify? How could the moon possibly turn crimson?" In response to Shinyu's inquiry, Naruto, who had been so eager to return, now behaved unusually. "Shinyu, I think we should hurry back home. Otherwise, Mom might get angry." With that, Naruto left Shinyu behind, hastily making his way home. This kid, could it be that he's truly becoming infatuated? Watching Naruto's anxious retreat, Shinyu felt compelled to tell him that everything was a ruse and that he should not get too deep into it. Yet, seeing Naruto's yearning expression, Shinyu resolved to let things unfold. After all, he had already consulted the system. Forcibly breaking this so-called limited month reading was not out of the question. If it came to that, he could simply use the system to undo it. "I'm back," Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he burst through the door. Taking in the long-desired sight before him, tears of emotion streaming down his face. "Oh, Naruto, you're home early today," Shui Min, who was reading a newspaper, asked. "Where's your brother?" Naruto, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied, "Brother said he wouldn't be home for dinner because Mom's cooking is too terrible." However, no sooner had Naruto spoken than he received a swift kick from Shinyu. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shinyu, exasperated by Naruto's antics, could only shake his head. This mischievous brat never missed an opportunity to put him in a difficult position. All right, you two, stop bickering, Shuemin interjected urgently. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Shinyu and Naruto. As Shuemin's wife, Jusanai, emerged with a grand cake in hand, she smiled at the two brothers and said, Please do not tell me that both of you have forgotten your birthdays. Upon hearing Jusanai's words, Shinyu and Naruto exchanged glances and then erupted in laughter. The family gathered around the table, with birthday hats perched atop Shinyu and Naruto's heads. After making their wishes and blowing out the candles, just as the brothers were about to cut the cake together, they were halted by Shuemin. Wait a moment. Shuemin swiftly retrieved a camera from the house, set the timer, and raced to the table. With the flash of the camera, Shinyu and Naruto celebrated a remarkable birthday in this world. Father, please have the photos developed tomorrow, Shinyu suggested, for he knew that once the photographs were processed, he could use the system's built-in copying function. With the retrieval of the Zhu Yuji Shu, Shinyu sensed that his and Naruto's days in this world were numbered. Hence, it was imperative to capture this moment, which he considered a gift to his younger brother. Just as the family enjoyed their cheerful conversation, a sudden loud explosion echoed from outside. The four of them rose and gazed out the window, discovering that the Hokage office was engulfed in flames and smoke. Jusanai, we must go? Shuemin and Jusanai quickly donned their gear and vanished. Shinyu, we should go as well, Naruto suggested, to which Shinyu nodded in agreement. Given that the Uchiha clan had already been captured, there would be no further attacks on Konoha, unless they were connected to the so-called Ebido. At that moment, the Hokage office had been reduced to ruins following the recent attack. Observing the two masked figures floating in the air, accompanied by 9 monstrous creatures, Tsunade could not help but inquire, Why have you attacked our Konoha? The two masked figures gradually descended, stepping closer to Tsunade, and said calmly, Thank you for retrieving that item from the barrier. Now, hand it over. No way. Shuemin and the other Jonin quickly positioned themselves in front of Tsunade, drawing their kunai to confront the masked figures. Those who are irrelevant should step aside. The masked figures disregarded the Jonin, commanding the 9 monsters to launch an assault. The Jonin found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of the beasts, succumbing in mere moments. Observing the defeated Jonin, one of the masked figures declared, Hand over the Zhu Yuji Shu obediently, or face your demise. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A multitude of shurikens flew toward the masked figures. However, unexpectedly, it appeared as though an invisible barrier repelled the shurikens before the masked figures. Seeing Shinyu use ninjutsu, Shuemin shouted, Stay back. He is one of the masked figures. To Shun Yu's astonishment, he realized that the masked figure before him was not Ebido but 2 unfamiliar individuals. How is this possible? The masked figure is not Madara. One of the masked figures, hearing Naruto's confusion, remarked, So you know that person? He is quite remarkable. Where is Madara? In response to Naruto's inquiry, the masked figure replied coolly, Your tone suggests you are not his ally. Thus, I see no reason to inform you. Seeing the masked figure's demeanor, Naruto, filled with rage, exclaimed, Then I will capture you and interrogate you slowly. With that, Naruto created a shadow clone and charged at the 2 masked figures, spinning a Rasengan. Yet, one of the masked figures effortlessly sent Naruto flying, and the creature behind them ensnared Naruto completely. After completing this, the masked figure turned to Shinyu and said languidly, If you wish for your brother to live, then exchange him for the Zhu Yuji Shu. With that, the masked figures and their monstrous companions vanished one by one. Chapter 77. The true faces of the masked figures with his brother captured, Shinyu could not remain indifferent. Shuemin and Jusanai also wished to join the rescue mission. Although Shunyu initially sought to refuse, he ultimately acquiesced. As for the Zhu Yuji Shu, Shinyu was uncertain when the moon would be stained the so-called crimson hue, but he kept it close, for it was likely pivotal to their return. Given the plethora of unknowns they faced, approaching swiftly, Shinyu was able to locate Naruto due to the flying thunder god seal he had placed on him. With this seal, Shinyu would never worry about losing Naruto. Meanwhile, although Naruto was bound to a pillar, he caught sight of the true Uchiha Madara. This was a world created by the limited Tsukuyomi. In the original world, this place was known as the Training Cave, where Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage had once trained. Ebido appeared to be quite at ease, for once he defeated Shinyu, he would gain the power of the 9 tails. Everything seemed to be proceeding with such ease. as if it required no effort at all. What is your ultimate goal? Naruto asked, gazing at the translucent Obito, who seemed unable to attack directly in this world. You will understand in due time. Obito glanced at Naruto before ignoring him entirely. Suddenly, a kunai was thrust into the ground before Naruto, and Shinyu's figure materialized instantly. Shinyu had no intention of engaging in conversation with Obito, as he was preoccupied with surprising Kakashi later. Until now, Shinyu had believed that the masked figure before him was Madara. Shinyu, Naruto exclaimed, but Shinyu paid him no mind, swiftly cutting the ropes binding Naruto and scooping him up before disappearing again. You are quite fast, but your opponent is not me. Obito did not hinder Shinyu, as he was unable to attack in this state. Hand over the Zhu Yu Ji Shu. Just as Shinyu returned with Naruto, two figures appeared before them. However, upon seeing these figures, Shinyu scoffed. I have already saved the person. Why should I give you the Zhu Yu Ji Shu? Then I shall kill you and take it. With that, the two figures charged at Shinyu and Naruto. Naruto, how about you take one, and I take the other? However, Naruto did not respond to Shinyu's suggestion. Instead, he remarked, Shinyu, Kurama said that fellow also has a nine tails inside him. Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. How could there be another nine tails in this world? Could it be that these two individuals were the versions of Naruto and himself from this realm? Summoning technique. Before Shinyu could react, one of the masked figures summoned a summoning beast. As the smoke cleared, Shinyu could not help but curse. What the hell? A mechanical dragon. The summoned creature was indeed the mechanical dragon bestowed upon Shinyu by the system, though this version clearly lacked the refinement of his own. In that case, I shall bring this to an end. The other masked figure, witnessing the summoning of the mechanical dragon, paused his assault. He formed hand seals and declared, Nine-faced Supahi. Suddenly, a peculiar formation emerged behind the masked figure, each circle inscribed with a character. Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, San Yu. As the formation activated, 9 distinct monsters emerged from each circular array. I shall reduce you both to ashes. Leading the charge was the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, followed closely by the other 9 creatures, all advancing towards Shinyu and Naruto. Upon confronting this menacing group, Shinyu attempted to summon his solar true fire, only to discover that his body was ensnared by chakra threads. Before he could react, both he and Naruto were pulled outside the battlefield by these threads. Akatsuki? As they focused, they observed that the 10 figures before them were clad in black robes adorned with auspicious clouds, the very organization from Shinyu's original world. Upon witnessing this, Naruto swiftly conjured 2 shadow clones, intending to unleash a Rasengan against the suddenly manifested Akatsuki, but was directly halted by Pain. Do not engage. We are not your foes, Pain explained to Shinyu and Naruto, glancing at the 10 monsters charging towards them. We have been dispatched by the Hokage to assist you. Shinyu could hardly believe his eyes. Former adversaries from his previous world had transformed into allies in this peculiar realm. Woohoo! Haiden shouted, brandishing his scythe as he charged at one of the beasts, while the other Akatsuki members launched their assaults on the monsters. Shinyu, shall we simply watch? Naruto asked, staring blankly at the chaotic scene. Shinyu shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, You'd prefer not to lift a finger, wouldn't you? If you wish to join, by all means. Nevertheless, despite Akatsuki's efforts against the monsters, 2 masked individuals broke through to confront Shinyu and Naruto. Naruto, you cursed raven! Shinyu exclaimed in anger, drawing his cursed blade Muramasa in preparation for battle against the 2 masked figures. From a distance, the semi-transparent Obito watched Shinyu brandish a knife, momentarily caught off guard before muttering to himself, when did he acquire that blade? But it shouldn't pose much of a problem. However, in the next instant, Shinyu delivered a crushing blow to Obito's face. One of the masked figures attempted to parry Shinyu's sword with a kunai, but was swiftly cleaved in 2. Brother. The other masked figure, witnessing his sibling's swift defeat, was overcome with apprehension. The fallen figure's body collapsed heavily to the ground, its mask flying off. Upon seeing the face beneath, Shinyu was taken aback. The masked figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him, the only distinction being the color of their hair, black for the imposter and yellow for Shinyu. Is someone imitating my visage? He exclaimed. Yet, the bisected imitation did not perish. Grotesque tendrils sprouted from its body, gruesomely reattaching the severed halves. Good heavens, how repulsive, Shinyu retorted, bemused by the oddities of this world. With the faux Shinyu's face now revealed, the other masked figure discarded his disguise, revealing himself as none other than a counterfeit Naruto. Shinyu had surmised the identity of the second imposter upon seeing the first, and now, as the mask was removed, it was indeed a black-haired Naruto. Your presence truly disgusts me, the imposter declared. Without hesitation, the two imposters charged at Shinyu and Naruto, intent on eliminating them both. Chapter 78. Shinyu rides the Nine Tails. Both Naruto and Shinyu possess strength that matched the two imposters. After a prolonged skirmish, neither side gained a clear advantage. Particularly, the counterfeit Shinyu, having felt the might of Muramasa, grew exceedingly cautious, refraining from engaging the blade directly. Learning quickly, are we? Shinyu observed as the impostor avoided his sword's edge, thus opting to counter with ninjutsu instead. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Shinyu attempted several ninjutsu, only to discover that, aside from lacking Muramasa, the imposter seemed to replicate his techniques almost identically in power. System, do you think that imposter possesses your abilities as well? Shinyu quipped. If the host desires, this system can allocate half to him. Forget it. Hearing the system's playful response, Shinyu hurriedly relented. It would be no laughing matter if the imposter had the system. He would undoubtedly be at a severe disadvantage. After all, his body lacked the grotesque tendrils of the imposter, which could reassemble even when bisected. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated from Naruto's battlefield. That guy can also use Raisin Shuriken. Undoubtedly, Naruto had sensed the same. The imposter mirrored his abilities, albeit with different names, yet their might was evenly matched. In the distance, Akatsuki had dispatched all the monsters. But the sinister countenance of the counterfeit Naruto filled Shinyu with foreboding. Could he possibly possess the Nine Tails as well? In the next moment, Shinyu mentally chastised himself. 9 crimson lights flared in the distance as the defeated monsters seemed to resurrect, transforming into red energy that surged into the counterfeit Naruto's form. Ah, he bellowed. And Shinyu observed his eyes turning red. It seems you are fated to perish here. With that proclamation, an immense surge of chakra erupted from the imposter, generating powerful shockwaves. Accompanied by a cloud of smoke, the Nine Tails materialized before Shinyu and Naruto. I can't believe it, there truly is one. The imposter Naruto and Shinyu rode atop the Nine Tails, advancing towards Shinyu and Naruto below. Naruto gazed at the counterfeit Nine Tails and remarked, "Damn it. I have to enter Nine Tails mode." However, the Nine Tails, who had been napping inside Naruto, flatly rejected his request. Though that one is a counterfeit, he is still the Nine Tails of this world. Your body can only withstand a fraction of my chakra, making victory impossible. Faced with the Nine Tails dilemma, Naruto inquired, "What should I do then?" Naturally, I shall emerge to confront it. The Nine Tails' eyes sparkled with disdain, as the leader among the tailed beasts. The presence of a counterfeit was intolerable. All right, then give it your all. Accepting the Nine Tails' advice, Naruto did not hesitate. He had to admit that the Nine Tails, with its extensive experience on the battlefield, surpassed Naruto's understanding of combat strategies. Let us commence. Just as Shinyu was being pushed back by the counterfeit Nine Tails, he noticed Naruto enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Before the smoke could dissipate, a claw tore through it. What? In disbelief, Shinyu realized that Naruto's Nine Tails had emerged as well. Naruto, seated atop the Nine Tails, beckoned, "Quickly, join me." Shinyu, filled with excitement, responded, "Is there room for me?" Riding the Nine Tails is a rare opportunity. It seems only the true Uchiha Madara has had that privilege in this world. Of course, Hashirama never rode one. But he did capture the Nine Tails with his wood golem. As the two-tailed beasts made their appearance, the situation on the battlefield escalated instantaneously. Boom, boom. The two Kyuubi glared at each other, exerting every ounce of their strength. They continuously unleashed tailed beast balls from their mouths, hurling them at one another. At that moment, Shinyu and Naruto clung tightly to the fur atop Kyuubi's head, striving to prevent themselves from falling off. This was their first experience of a tailed beast battle. Neither of the two beasts was willing to yield. Both were evenly matched. However, Shinyu understood that if things continued in this manner, Obito would ultimately be the one to benefit. Perhaps this was Obito's true intention, to let the two-tailed beasts fight fiercely until they were utterly exhausted. Only then would he make his appearance. Kyuubi, cease the tailed beast balls and engage in close combat. With that, Shinyue's hand manifested a silver spear. This was a skill Shinyu had mastered over the past 2 years, utilizing Taijin Shui to conjure various weapons. Initially, he believed this to be merely a supplementary training technique, as there were no cavalry battles in this world. But now, riding on Kyubi, he was eager to test its efficacy. Alright, although Kyubi was uncertain of Shinyue's intentions, it could distinctly sense the boundless power contained within the silver spear. Even Kyubi itself could not guarantee immunity from being pierced by that weapon. Hold on tight. As Kyubi fired tailed beast balls, it advanced towards the counterfeit Kyubi. Upon seeing Kyubi's approach, the false beast seemed to understand its intentions and charged forward as well. Die! Shinyue plunged the silver spear into the body of the counterfeit Kyubi and urged Kyubi to retreat from the impostor. As Taijin Shui penetrated, the fake Kyubi began to freeze, struggling yet ultimately powerless against the chilling liquid. In the end, before it could become an ice sculpture, the impostor transformed into smoke and vanished from sight. It is time for me to withdraw, otherwise it will burden Naruto's body. With the counterfeit vanishing before him, Kyubi chose to retreat. Once Kyubi disappeared, Naruto felt a sudden wave of intense weakness. Observing Naruto's pale complexion, Shinyue felt a pang of sympathy. Do you still have any techniques left? Facing the two imposters, Shinyue felt no need for caution, as they had already unleashed their strongest moves and were now utterly vulnerable. Impossible. The counterfeit Naruto bellowed and lunged at Shinyue and Naruto once more. However, in their current state, they lacked the strength to contend with Shinyue's effortless prowess. As the false Naruto charged, Shinyue delivered a swift kick, sending it crashing to the ground, unconscious. Curse you! Seeing his brother knocked out, the counterfeit Shinyue drew out his kunai of Flying Thunder God, confirming Shinyue's suspicion that this impostor could indeed use the technique. The impostor drove the kunai into several different directions before launching his attack. Yet, against the advancing foe, Shinyue unsheathed the cursed blade, Muramasa. You lack martial ethics, the impostor exclaimed, cursing as he beheld Shinyue brandishing Muramasa. Shinyue raised the blade and declared, Indeed, what can you do about it? You, the counterfeit Shinyue, staring at Shinyue, ultimately activated Flying Thunder God and charged forward. After several exchanges, the impostor was frozen into an ice sculpture by Taijin Shui. As he gazed at the two immobilized figures, Shinyue intended to assist Naruto back, but was suddenly confronted by Obito, who appeared suspended in midair. Chapter 79. The original world. As Shinyue regarded the semi-transparent Obito, he realized that this matter was far from over. This Obito was the final boss. Although I anticipated this, I still did not expect you to defeat them so easily. Especially you, Shinyue. Shinyue coldly replied, Next, it is time to deal with you. However, facing Shinyue and Naruto, Obito casually remarked, It seems you have yet to comprehend your current predicament. With that, Obito's semi-transparent form flew directly into the unconscious counterfeit Naruto. What? Is that even possible? The body of the counterfeit Naruto fused with Obito, and more astonishingly, the impostor acquired the Sharingan after the fusion. Your brother's Kyubi just fought a battle and possesses no strength to resist me. The expression on the face of the Obito-controlled impostor twisted into a sinister grin. Indeed, just as I treated Kushina back then. Hearing this, the Kyubi within Naruto urgently warned, Naruto, quickly escape with your brother. I overlooked this guy because he is not a physical entity. Naruto, perplexed by the Kyubi's words, inquired, What will happen then? It's a dojutsu. If this continues, it will be just like with Kushina, pulling me out of your body, and then you will be finished. Startled by the Kyubi's warning, Naruto quickly shouted to Shinyue, Shinyue. Kyubi says we need to flee quickly. It claims that Guy's dojutsu can pull Kyubi out of me. Too late. The counterfeit Naruto, glaring with its menacing Sharingan, relentlessly attacked Naruto. Naruto, whatever you do not look into his eyes. Yet, despite the Kyubi's warning, Naruto, still in a weakened state, had no means to resist the incoming assault. I got it. In a moment of carelessness, Naruto's gaze met the Sharingan, and he collapsed to the ground instantly. As red chakra surged from Naruto, a crimson moon arose before him. Shinyue hastily retrieved the book of Juyu. What in the world is this? Peering at the hastily scrawled characters, Shinyue found himself momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to defeat the masked man? Why did it consist of nothing but nonsensical phrases? I say, have you been ignoring me, Obito? Eventually, Shinyue abandoned his study of the so-called Book of Juyu, discarding it to the ground, and charged towards the controlled counterfeit Naruto. How do you know? Obito was taken aback by Shinyue's words. How could Shinyue know he was Obito? This was Obito's greatest secret. one that even core members of Akatsuki like Nagato believed he was Uchiha Madara. However, Shinue had no intention of addressing Obito's confusion. As he brandished Muramasa and launched his assault, "Naruto, get up quickly!" While attacking, Shinue kept an eye on Naruto's condition. With the control of the Sharingan lifted, the Kyuubi's chakra within Naruto finally ceased its tumultuous activity. Yet, Shinue found it odd that Naruto did not respond to his calls. He had lost his memory and was rendered immobile. Hearing Obito's remarks, Shinue retorted, "Fine, then I shall capture you first." At this moment, Naruto lay on the ground, his mind consumed by a single question: who am I? As he watched Shinue engaged in combat, Naruto struggled to recall what had transpired or why he found himself lying here. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the scroll that Shinue had discarded. Observing the side of the scroll, Naruto seemed to recollect a ninjutsu known as Rasengan. This was a technique invented by the fourth Hokage. Gradually, he recalled Jiraiya demonstrating the technique before him, as well as the moments spent with Shinue practicing the water sphere. You just let the chakra choose a direction, and then whoosh, the water sphere bursts. Naruto suddenly recalled the immense effort he had invested while training the Rasengan, as well as the unwavering companionship of Shunyu throughout his journey, from the land of waves to Myobokuzen, and up to the present moment. At this juncture, Shunyu relentlessly attacked Obito. However, in the face of the divine weapon wielded by Shunyu, Obito chose not to confront it head-on, allowing the assault to pierce through his body. "It's futile," Obito remarked, watching Shinyu's continuous onslaught. "Why don't you enlighten me on how you discovered my true identity? I might consider sparing your life." Undoubtedly, Obito possessed considerable confidence in his own power. "You can last for just 5 minutes. Stop pretending, will you?" Shinyu taunted, observing Obito's brazen assertion that his attacks were ineffective. "What?" Upon hearing Shinyu once again unveil his secret, Obito was taken aback, just as he found himself momentarily stunned. Naruto's voice resonated from behind him. "Rasengan." Although Obito narrowly evaded Naruto's strike, he incredulously exclaimed, "You actually woke up. How could I forget? Besides the Rasengan, I inherited a name of great significance from the pervy sage." Realizing his first attempt had failed, Naruto swiftly summoned another shadow clone to reconstitute the Rasengan. "My name was chosen from a book written by my master, where 2 heroes selected it." With that, Naruto charged forward. Naive, Naruto hurled a kunai towards Obito's direction. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." The kunai pierced through the entire head of the imposter Naruto, while at that moment, the doppelganger he controlled seized Naruto's shoulder. Rasengan. Shunyu descended from above, executing the Rasengan and striking the imposter controlled by Obito. It turned out that the kunai Naruto had thrown was Shunyu's Flying Thunder God kunai, and his previous actions were merely a feint to lure Obito into a trap. The last time he had been hit by this tactic was 16 years prior. Obito's translucent form once again emerged from the imposter's body, hovering in the air as he regarded Shinyu and Naruto. "Rest assured, there will be another time." Shinyu promptly plunged the demon blade Muramasa into Obito's translucent Sharingan. It seemed that the 9 tails would still need to be obtained through warfare. As Obito's figure vanished, a radiant white light gradually enveloped Shunyu and Naruto. "It appears you are returning to your own world," Minato observed as he beheld the two emanating a white glow, confirming that Shunyu's prior words to him were indeed truthful. He promptly retrieved a photograph and handed it to Shunyu. "I developed this." Shinyu hurriedly accepted the photo before disappearing. System, expedite the duplication. Received, host. As the radiant light surrounding Shunyu and Naruto intensified, they ultimately vanished from this world. When the two reopened their eyes, they discovered that the 4th Hokage on the Hokage Rock had once again transformed into their father. "Namake's Minato." "We are back," Naruto expressed with a hint of melancholy, unmistakably nostalgic for the presence of his parents in that other world. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Shinyu retrieved the duplicated photograph from the system space. "Take this as a memento." Naruto accepted the photo, examining it closely, and ultimately shed tears. Chapter 80. The 5 Kage Summit. In the days following their return to this world, Naruto found himself somewhat disoriented, as the limited Tsukuyomi realm had provided him with a familial atmosphere he had long desired. Shinyu, however, chose not to intervene, allowing Naruto to find his own calm. At this moment, the shinobi world was far from tranquil. Currently, among all the shinobi villages, only the people of Konoha still harbored a Jinchuriki, while the tailed beasts of the other villages had all been captured by the Akatsuki. Although the Akatsuki now possessed six-tailed beasts, they had yet to reveal their next move, yet everyone understood that they would inevitably seek to seize the remaining tailed beasts. What is this situation? Shinyu pondered as he examined the letter in his hand, which bore intelligence regarding the Akatsuki. To his surprise, it appeared that the Akatsuki had recruited nearly 30 additional members, all of whom had reached the level of Jonin. With this information, Shinyu's suspicions fell upon Danzo, though he lacked concrete evidence. Shinyu, this intelligence represents all we currently possess, Kakashi remarked, his demeanor devoid of its usual languor. Times had changed. Now that Konoha was the sole village untouched by the Akatsuki's assault, it had become their primary target. The remaining 4 great nations shinobi villages had suggested holding a 5-Kage summit, with Kumogakure particularly advocating for the meeting to take place within the Land of Lightning, especially since the Akatsuki had previously launched a fierce attack against them. The Hokage's intention was for her to participate as well. However, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shinyu raised an objection. Firstly, among the so-called 4 great shinobi villages, besides Kirigakure of the Land of Water and Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, do the other 2 nations still possess any strength? Particularly Kumogakure, which must have suffered significant losses during their last encounter with the Akatsuki. Indeed, Kumogakure currently has fewer than 1,000 ninjas. Kakashi conceded in agreement. Acknowledging Shinyu's concerns, Kakashi recognized that Kumogakure had chosen to endure the Akatsuki's assault to protect the 8 tails, and after their prior conflict with the Wagakure, their strength was now even inferior to some smaller nations' shinobi villages. Kakashi, you seem to overlook a crucial point. Shinyu pointed at the contents of the intelligence, analyzing. Given that Kumogakure is evidently lacking in strength, why do they insist on hosting the summit in their own nation? Do they believe their village can adequately protect the Kage from all other shinobi villages? Before Kakashi could respond, Shinyu continued his analysis. Clearly, the Land of Iron is a neutral nation that has never engaged in conflicts between the shinobi villages. Why not choose the Land of Iron, instead of inexplicably insisting on the Land of Lightning? Upon hearing Shinyu's deductions, Kakashi fell silent, recognizing the peculiarity of Kumogakure's actions, which indeed contradicted logic. The 5-Kage summit was a significant event that necessitated a high level of security. Not to mention the Akatsuki's elusive nature. Even a blatant assault would be beyond Kumogakure's defenses. Should the Kage be taken hostage, would we in Konoha be compelled to surrender the Jinchuriki or not? Lady Tsunade might choose to sacrifice herself for Konoha, but do the other Kage share such resolve? Shinyu's incisive analysis sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. The situation was undeniably suspicious and bizarre, especially the points Shinyu raised, which had never occurred to Kakashi. Nevertheless, Kakashi ultimately expressed the harsh reality. Shinyu, we find ourselves in a precarious position. If we choose not to attend, we risk isolation from the other villages. It is worth noting that the other villages are quite supportive of the 5-Kage summit. To Kakashi's statement, Shinyu scoffed. Do sheep gathered together truly believe they can confront a tiger? Their support stems from the fact that they have nothing left to lose. Their own tailed beasts have been stolen, their villages trampled by the Akatsuki, and now they eagerly rush to hold a meeting? Enough, Kakashi, I shall seek out Lady Tsunade. With that, Shinyu abandoned Kakashi and made his way to the Hokage's office. Come in. After receiving permission, Shinyu slowly entered, only to find Tsunade tidying the Hokage's robe. Shinyu, I was just about to call for you. Tsunade, seeing Kamizuki, exclaimed with delight. I didn't expect you to show up so soon. How about it? Want to come with me to the Land of Lightning for the 5-Kage summit? Kamizuki shook his head at Tsunade's expression, looking at Tsunade's voluptuous figure. He couldn't help but wonder if her development was all concentrated in her ample bosom. Sorry, I refuse. And I suggest you don't go either. Oh. Kamizuki's lukewarm attitude made Tsunade's face turn cold. She glanced at him and said coldly, Kamizuki, what do you mean by that? However, faced with Tsunade's attitude, Kamizuki, who was always respectful to her, didn't tolerate it this time. Hokage-sama, I don't think you're hard of hearing. You heard what I said. Seeing Kamizuki's attitude, Tsunade suppressed her anger and asked, why? The reason is simple. I don't think our Konoha village needs to negotiate with a bunch of losers. However, as our ally, Sunagakure, I think we can lend a hand. Kamizuki's words surprised Tsunade. In her memory, Kamizuki's personality was more like Minato's. Though a bit more cunning and mischievous, he was still quite gentle. However, Kamizuki's attitude today seemed as if he had been provoked. Kamizuki, tell me honestly, What exactly are you trying to say? Looking at Tsunade, waiting for his answer. Kamizuki first answered irrelevantly. According to intelligence, Akatsuki has gained over 30 more members with Jonin-level strength, right? Tsunade nodded matter-of-factly. After all, the Konoha ninja already knew this information by heart. Have the Hokage considered that these 30-odd people might be members of the root organization who defected from Konoha? Impossible. Hearing Kamizuki's words, Tsunade interrupted him directly. Danzo, although a schemer and extremely eager for the Hokage position, wouldn't choose to destroy Konoha just to become Hokage. Oh, Tsunade's answer almost made Kamizuki burst out laughing. Then how do you explain Orochimaru's incident? Faced with Kamizuki's question, Tsunade fell silent. People change. Perhaps the Akatsuki and Danzo reached an agreement. They only want the Nine Tails. As for the Hokage of Konoha, who becomes Hokage doesn't seem to affect Danzo. Also, Lady Tsunade, what if you go and are detained? Then, Kamizuki threw the question he and Kakashi had just discussed back at Tsunade. Tsunade, hearing Kamizuki's questions, couldn't answer. Indeed, she seemed to be thinking too simply, or rather, she hoped the ninjas of the 5 villages could unite to fight the Akatsuki. Actually, after Orochimaru's power-up, even if 4 ninja villages joined forces, they couldn't defeat our village. And as far as I know, Orochimaru is currently researching a drug that can give ordinary people chakra. Seeing Tsunade's slightly relaxed expression, Shingetsu smiled and asked, "So, Lady Tsunade, are you still going to the 5 Kage Summit this year?" Faced with Shingetsu's question, Tsunade shook her head and said, "I think I'll pass." However, before Shingetsu could praise Tsunade's wisdom, Tsunade's eyes met Shingetsu's, and a scheming smile appeared on her face. "But I've thought about it. Konoha village can't be given any leverage, so I've decided to send you, Namikaze Shingetsu, to the 5 Kage Summit in my place." Chapter 81 Arrival at the summit venue. I refuse. Shingetsu looked at Tsunade's mischievous grin and refused without hesitation. "Lady Tsunade, don't even think about such a good thing. Knowing there might be danger, would I go to my death?" However, Tsunade wasn't angered by Shingetsu's refusal. Instead, she maintained her mischievous smile. "Kami-moon, I remember you were quite active during the war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Didn't you claim to have inherited Minato's will of fire? Why are you so listless now?" "Enough nonsense. Even if you resurrect my father with Edo Tensei today, I still won't go." Kami-moon rolled her eyes at Tsunade and turned to leave. Ahem. Hearing Tsunade's cough, Kami-moon rolled her eyes. Looks like this woman's got something up her sleeve. Sure enough, Tsunade's next words were exactly what Kami-moon expected. "Kami-moon, Guy's team seems pretty idle lately. It's only because of you that I haven't asked them to take on any difficult missions. Since you're not going, then I'll hand over this glorious mission to them. I think Guy will be thrilled. After all, it represents the Hokage." Hearing Tsunade's words, Kami-moon's bravado vanished. "Oh my god, my own Tenten is in Guy's team. With Guy's personality, wouldn't he take off like a shot upon hearing this?" Shinyu took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and flashed a bright smile at Tsunade. That wretched old woman, Shinyu thought to himself. However, Shinyu dared not say such things aloud. He could only complain inwardly. "Oh, Hokage-sama, what are you saying? Of course, it's most suitable for me to handle this kind of thing." Tsunade looked at Shinyu, whom she had easily manipulated, and a sense of accomplishment welled up inside her. "Little guy, you're still too young to threaten your older sister." Tsunade looked at the angry but speechless Shinyu and called out with a mischievous smile, "Shinyu-ekuin?" Huh. Shinyu looked at Tsunade's smug expression. Although he knew the old woman wasn't up to anything, he still looked respectfully at Tsunade, who was about to speak. Sigh. Tsunade sighed with feigned regret and smiled. "Who told you not to be the Hokage?" Hearing this line, so familiar from the original story, Shinyu finally understood why Danzo had schemed so hard to become Hokage. So, being Hokage really did mean you could do whatever you wanted. "Lady Tsunade, I'm leaving now." Shinyu practically spat out these words through gritted teeth. For a moment, he wished he could just grab Tenten and run away. Tsunade was practically forcing Zhang Fei to do embroidery. However, considering his own strength and his younger brother, Shinyu ultimately didn't make that decision. "All right, take care on your journey." Tsunade waved to Shinyu, then tossed him a letter. "This is what I plan to say at the meeting. Please convey it to me, Shinyu-ekuin. Oh, and one more thing." Before Shinyu could ask what else was there, Tsunade pulled a Hokage hat from a drawer and tossed it to him. "This is Sarutobi-sensei's hat. Just use it, it'll serve as a token later." Kamizuki glared at Tsunade, took the Hokage hat, and left. A day later, Kamizuki looked at the gates of Konoha village. Reflecting on the previous night's events, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Last night, Tintin, Kamizuki's wife, looked unhappy and grabbed his collar, asking, "Tell me, why did the Hokage only send you to the meeting alone?" Seeing his beloved's unhappy face, Kamizuki felt like crying. He had originally planned to tell the whole story, but fearing Tintin's worry, he ultimately lied, saying he was only going to deliver a message. However, the danger involved was self-evident to Kamizuki. Perhaps Tsunade chose him only because he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, making it easy to escape. "So, I really am going alone." Seeing Izumo and Kotetsu waving goodbye at the gates of Konoha, Izumo sighed helplessly and then set off. Regarding the fact that the 5 Kage summit would be held in the Land of Lightning, the other 3 ninja villages seemed to have no objection. Even the traditionally neutral Land of Iron stated that their samurai did not need to participate in this summit. It can be said that everything is rather peculiar, as each ninja village harbors numerous gaps and conflicts. The fact that the Land of Iron has chosen not to mediate amidst these tensions indicates that, due to the Akatsuki organization, all nations must be sufficiently intimidated. After a leisurely journey, Shinyu finally arrived at the border of the Land of Lightning. Recalling his previous visit when he assisted Zabuza in acquiring a bride, Shinyu found it somewhat amusing. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to disguise himself as a merchant to reach the meeting location. In chaotic times, who would trouble a humble trader? Selling snacks, Shinyu walked along, calling out enthusiastically, balancing 2 boxes of snacks on a shoulder pole, thoroughly enjoying himself. By the end of the day, he had earned quite a bit of pocket money. As for the snacks, they were all stored in his system space. Throughout his journey, Shinyu buried his Flying Thunder God marks in discrete locations for safety. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes was watching nearby. This Shinyu is indeed cautious, having buried so many Flying Thunder God marks along the way, which is quite a hassle. Baiju reached out to destroy one of the marks hidden beneath a tree. "Fool, stop right now." Black Zetsu swiftly restrained Baiju's half of the body, admonishing him, "If you destroy it now, Shinyu will sense it immediately." Watching Shinyu gradually distance himself, Black Zetsu remained silent for a moment before stating, "Without Shinyu and Konohagakure, there is no one to safeguard the Jinchuriki. Even if that Naruto can use the Nine-Tails mode, he remains vulnerable to us." Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Baiju, puzzled, asked, "Huh? Is it only Shinyu who can protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? You're simply hopeless." Black Zetsu scolded. "Shinyu possesses the Flying Thunder God and would release techniques, which can thwart the Nine-Tails controlled by the Sharingan at crucial moments. Didn't you hear that Madara fellow say?" With Black Zetsu's explanation, Baiju finally grasped the situation. "That makes sense. Then we should promptly inform Pain and the others." Indeed, uncharacteristically, Black Zetsu did not voice any objections to Baiju's suggestion, but added, "Baiju, you split off a part of yourself to notify them, while we continue to keep an eye on Shinyu. All right, you truly are cautious." With that, Baiju's half-body sprouted like a budding tree, soon giving rise to a brand new Baiju. "Then I shall take my leave." The new Baiju glanced at Black Zetsu and swiftly burrowed underground. Shinyu was entirely unaware that everything he was experiencing had been meticulously orchestrated by the Akatsuki organization. However, he knew that escaping this time would not be easy, hence he remained vigilant. Observing a building before him, Shinyu pulled out a map for comparison and ultimately confirmed that this structure was indeed the venue for the 5 Kage summit. With a bang, a puff of smoke signaled the dispelling of his transformation technique. Gazing at the heavily guarded edifice, Shinyu produced the letter and Hokage hat that Tsunade had entrusted to him and strode forward. "Who goes there?" The guards, seeing a mere 16-year-old child, immediately adopted a wary stance. As 10 guards surrounded him, Shinyu raised the Hokage hat before them and stated calmly, "I am Bo-Fong Shinyu from the village hidden in the leaves, here to represent the Hokage at the 5 Kage summit." Chapter 82. Shinyu's True Strength. Tsunade-sama. Since Shinyu has already indicated the dangers of this summit, why do you insist on sending him as a representative? Ino and Kakashi expressed their confusion upon learning that Shinyu had been dispatched. After all, as the foremost genius of Konohagakure, his potential demise would spell a significant loss for the village. However, Tsunade dismissed their concerns with a wave of her hand. "You two are still too naive. If I didn't have absolute confidence, would I have sent him?" Tsunade remarked. "That guy is simply too lazy." Seeing that Kakashi and Ino remained unconvinced, Tsunade chuckled. "Surely you don't think you know all of Shinyu's trump cards?" Kakashi contemplated for a moment before responding. "The Flying Thunder God would release, and that formidable summoning beast." "No." Tsunade promptly refuted Kakashi's answer. Continuing, Shinyu's greatest asset is his uniquely exceptional spirit. Spirit? Although Ino did not fully grasp Tsunade's point. She voiced her concern, but we are facing the potential threat of the Akatsuki, along with the Kage of the other 4 villages. Should conflict arise, Shinyu would be outnumbered. Tsunade, observing the worried expressions of Ino and Kakashi, teased, setting aside Shinyu. When did you two become so in sync? Upon hearing Tsunade's remark, Ino's face flushed crimson, her eyes frequently darting towards Kakashi. Hokage-sama, this is not about my rapport with Ino. It is simply that this situation is excessively perilous. Kakashi's blunt response left Ino at a loss for words, prompting Tsunade to sigh in exasperation. However, seeing the concern etched on Kakashi's face, Tsunade resolved to explain further. Do you truly believe Shinyu's strength is merely what you perceive? He often conceals his true power. To be honest, if Shinyu were to take things seriously, no ninja from our entire village would stand a chance against him. What? Without a doubt. Kakashi was astonished by Tsunade's statement. To him, Shinyu's strength seemed only slightly superior to his own, at best comparable to that of Jiraiya. It appears that you have all been deceived by Shinyu, Tsunade remarked, looking out the window with a hint of resignation. Jiraiya, since you have arrived, perhaps you could elucidate this to them. Just as Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya leaped through the window. Jiraiya-sama, is Shinyu's strength truly as Hokage-sama described? Kakashi eagerly inquired about the accuracy of Tsunade's claims. How should I put it? Tsunade's assessment is correct. I have never seen anyone capable of gathering sage chakra while in motion. Not even Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, could manage that. This implies that when Shinyu enters sage mode, his chakra is virtually inexhaustible, coupled with his flying thunder god and wood-release techniques. As long as there are no hindrances, he can escape any perilous situation unscathed. After completing his analysis, Jiraiya turned serious and addressed the trio. Since you are all present, I might as well share a surprising secret. Tsunade, intrigued by Jiraiya's words, immediately asked, what is it? I once inquired of the great sage of Mount Myaboku, who stated that he could not see Shinyu's fate, unable to predict it. Kakashi, lacking familiarity with Mount Myaboku, questioned in confusion. So what does that mean? Jiraiya pointed to the sky, exasperatedly saying, perhaps it is because Shinyu is a god. After all, no one can know what deities are up to, can they? Although the group did not take Jiraiya's nebulous explanation too seriously, they felt entirely reassured regarding Shinyu's participation in the 5 Kage Summit. At this moment, it was far more crucial to ensure the safety of Naruto and the other Jinchuriki rather than fret over Shinyu's well-being. Do you now believe my words? Tsunade asked proudly, observing the expressions of Ino and Kakashi. She then sighed. Honestly, if I were 30 years younger, I would not hesitate to choose Kakashi. So you should seize the opportunity. Ino, hearing Tsunade's teasing, once again felt her cheeks flush. In truth, her feelings for Kakashi were not entirely absent, but it seemed that Shinyu's presence influenced her emotions. However, to quote Shinyu, Kakashi is a straightforward man, and moreover, he is a straightforward man with a penchant for adult literature. The only way to deal with someone like him is to be assertive rather than reserved. Lord Hokage is merely jesting. Even if you were to choose me, I would not acquiesce, for I am acutely aware that I am unworthy of you. In response to Tsunade's jest, Kakashi remained oblivious to her intentions, genuinely believing that he had become more attractive. Kakashi's behavior prompted Jiraiya, who stood nearby, to cover his eyes, as it truly was a sight to behold. Speaking of which, Jiraiya, Shinyu had continuously advised me against your solitary investigations. What is the matter? Since the conversation had turned to Shinyu, Tsunade suddenly recalled his earnest admonition from not long ago. Shinyu's expression at that time had been exceedingly serious, a visage Tsunade had never witnessed before. Upon hearing Tsunade's unexpected inquiry, Jiraiya was taken aback. After all, he had indeed been planning to investigate certain matters in the Rain Village, a fact he had kept to himself. How did Shinyu come to know? Under the scrutiny of Tsunade's large, expressive eyes, Jiraiya ultimately chose honesty over deceit. Indeed, I plan to visit the Rain Village soon, as I have heard that my other 3 disciples are currently there. Additionally, it has been said that the man known as the demigod has fallen, and I wish to ascertain who was responsible. As he faced the candid Jiraiya, Tsunade could not help but recall Shinyu's words of caution. Never allow Jiraiya to conduct any investigations alone, or you shall regret it. With this thought in mind, Tsunade shot a stern glare at Jiraiya. You are not permitted to go. Observing Tsunade's vehement reaction, Jiraiya could not help but grin and remark, "What? Are you truly concerned for my safety? Perhaps we should wager on whether I can return safely." I refuse. Typically a gambling enthusiast, Tsunade, this time, did not hesitate to reject Jiraiya's proposition. "Jiraiya, if you are determined to go, then wait for Shinyu to return and accompany you. Did you not say that even the great Toad Sage cannot foresee Shinyu's future? Perhaps he predicted that you would encounter trouble, which is why he advised me privately. Jiraiya, please heed my words and remain here. Konoha needs your protection now." Observing Tsunade's earnest plea, Jiraiya chuckled and mused. "It is quite rare to see you display such concern before me." After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya ultimately acquiesced to Tsunade's request to refrain from solitary investigations for the time being, deciding that all matters should wait until Shinyu's return. After all, aside from investigations, the primary focus must be on preventing the Akatsuki from seizing the tailed beasts. Very well, let us each attend to our respective duties during this interval. With Jiraiya's concession to forego his outing, Tsunade reverted to her original demeanor. Observing the formidable presence of Tsunade before him, Jiraiya could not help but smirk, reflecting that he should have persisted a little longer, for Tsunade's fierce appearance was indeed a rarity. Chapter 83. A demonstration of authority. Shinyu gazed at the guards before him, their expressions one of disbelief, and he found himself somewhat speechless. He had produced his Hokage hat. How could it possibly be regarded as stolen? "So may I enter now?" Despite Shinyu's incredulity, a smile remained on his face, radiating warmth and approachability. "I apologize, but we must verify your identity before allowing entry." Observing the guard's obstinacy, Shinyu lost his earlier smile and coldly inquired, "How do you intend to verify?" The guards, looking at the 16-year-old before them, angrily retorted, "How dare you, a mere child from Konoha, presume that our esteemed Kumobikure must report to you? Do you intend to force your way in?" Shinyu regarded the guards with disdain, questioning, "My Hokage hat is not a forgery. Why deny me entry? Is it merely because of my youth? Your village has just been assaulted by the Akatsuki. I wonder where you derive your confidence to speak to me in such a manner." Shinyu's audacious demeanor stirred the ire of the guards, who, although tasked with gatekeeping, were not to be looked down upon by anyone. Even the Mizukage, who had just arrived, had shown them courtesy. "Seize this brat." With that command, the guards surrounded Shinyu, drawing their weapons, prepared to take him down. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shinyu understood that he could no longer afford to be lighthearted. The guards clearly would not accept his claim of being a representative of Konoha. It seemed he would have to resort to force. Engage. In an instant, several figures lunged at him, intent on capturing Shinyu. However, as their weapons neared him, Shinyu's form vanished. "I must say, did you truly believe I would be so easily subdued?" At this moment, Shinyu decided against holding back. For the Flying Thunder God technique was not merely a trump card, but rather a tool for mobility. How infuriating. Charge. The guards, undeterred by the palpable danger emanating from Shinyu, pressed forward with their weapons after their initial failure. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a Konoha ninja." Shinyu stretched, then clenched his fists, advancing toward the guards. Konoha's Great Whirlwind. Shinyu flawlessly replicated Guy's technique, sweeping two guards off their feet with a powerful kick. As he deftly evaded an aerial assault from another guard, he declared, "Now it is my turn." After dodging the attack, Shinyu launched a kick that sent the guard flying. However, he exercised meticulous control over his strength, ensuring that no one faced life-threatening harm. After all, Shinyu was fully aware that his purpose in Kumobikure was to participate in discussions, not to engage in combat. "There is still one behind me." Sensing an impending attack from behind, Shinyu instinctively dodged the guard's strike, seizing his collar and pulling him close. Noticing the guard's panicked expression, Shinyu's playful side emerged, as he fixed an icy gaze upon him. "Do you wish to dance as well?" With that, he kicked the guard through the entrance. After dispatching the guard, Shinyu stood at the threshold and shouted, "Raikage, your father has arrived." Shinyu's actions were motivated by a realization that there was no longer a need to maintain respect towards them. Logically speaking, upon Shinyu producing his Hokage hat as a token, the guard should have ceased their inquiries and allowed him entry, rather than continuing to obstruct him. "You claim to be my father?" Before Shinyu could make his next move, enveloped in crackling lightning, burst through the door. At that moment, it was undeniably furious, as nothing had gone in his favor recently. Moreover, the death of Karabi had rendered it even more volatile. However, Shinyu was unconcerned with A's recent troubles. Facing the irate Reikage, Shinyu calmly nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am your father. You shall pay for this." In an instant, A was shrouded in a brilliant display of lightning, charging towards Shinyu with blinding speed. "You little brat from Konoha, it's time for you to perish." A seized Shinyu with incredible swiftness, lifting him high before slamming him down with tremendous force. Boom. The ground was left with a massive crater from A's strike. And as the dust settled, no trace of Shinyu remained, only a splintered wooden post. "I wonder, how did a person like you manage to escape from my father's grasp?" Shinyu remained unperturbed, perched atop a tree, gazing down at A, whose confusion was palpable. "Your father?" "Indeed, my father is Namake's Minato, which makes him your grandfather." Shinyu seemed utterly uninterested in showing any leniency towards AI, as this little troublemaker persistently tested AI's limits of patience. However, upon hearing the name Bo Feng Sui Min, AI's earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a cold smirk directed at Shinyu. "It appears you are indeed the son of Sui Min. Let me escort you to reunite with your father," he stated. Standing atop a tree, Shinyu gazed at the advancing AI, pondering the peculiarities of this world. Why did so many wish to send him to meet his father? Did they not realize that his father's soul resided within the belly of the Grim Reaper? Well, they were oblivious. Nevertheless, Shinyu had no time to articulate his thoughts. After all, AI was not like the previous group of fools. He was the renowned Reikage. Raitun Raikiri. As AI unleashed his deadly strike, Shinyu prepared to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, only to be confronted by a thick layer of sand. The attack landed squarely on the soft surface, sending sand flying in all directions. "Kazekage, do you intend to obstruct me?" AI cast a disdainful glance at Gaara, who had emerged from the sand. Shinyu followed AI's gaze and recognized that the Kazekage was none other than Gaara, with whom he had once clashed. Undoubtedly, Gaara had lost most of his tailed beast's power, yet Shinyu could distinctly sense that he had grown stronger. "No, I merely believe that as Kage, we needn't engage in conflict with ninjas from other villages, especially since he bears a token," Gaara replied, clearly siding with Konoha. His actions, however, only served to ignite AI's anger further. This arrogant brat had earlier insulted him and was now intervening on Shinyu's behalf. AI felt immensely frustrated. Having been humiliated by Shinyu, he now had to contend with the Kazekage's interference. "Kazekage, I appreciate your candid assistance, but I believe my strength as Reikage does not necessitate your intervention." Shinyu's words pierced AI's heart like a dagger. Before AI could respond in anger, Shinyu continued, "Kazekage, I, Bo Feng Shinyu, am not someone to be trifled with. After all the attacks from the Reikage, it is now my turn to retaliate." With that, he clapped his hands together. Mokutan, Moku Ryu no Jutsu. A vividly lifelike wooden dragon erupted from the earth, and Shinyu leaped atop its head, steering it towards AI. At that moment, Shinyu harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished to demonstrate his prowess to the people of Kumogakure. After all, who wouldn't relish the chance to strike a fallen adversary? As the wooden dragon lunged with ferocity, AI's body crackled with lightning as he braced for battle. Suddenly, a voice laden with age echoed through the air. "Enough, cease your hostilities." Chapter 84. Isolating the Reikage. Both Shinyu and AI turned their attention to the newcomer, who was none other than the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. The old man floated leisurely in the air, exuding an aura of a wise sage. It seemed that regardless of the era, the world of ninjas was eternally rife with conflict. Sighing, the old man continued, Given the previous war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure, and the inherently strained relations between the two nations, AI dismissed Inoki's words with contempt. However, despite his disdain, AI dared not underestimate the old man. After all, during the war, his brother Killer Bee's tailed beast had once been invincible, only to be subdued by this old man with a single dust release technique that had severed 2 of its tentacles. "This young ninja from Konoha, would you kindly grant me a favor and refrain from fighting?" With AI's attack halted, Inoki turned his gaze to Shinyu, who beamed at the sight of the elder. "I shall heed your words, esteemed elder." Hearing Shinyu's response, Inoki's face broke into a warm smile as he waved his hands. "I never expected the descendants of Konoha to be so courteous. They are far superior to those brash fellows from Kumogakure." Inoki's praise and mockery simultaneously drew a scowl from AI, who had just managed to regain his composure. "Inoki, what do you mean by that?" AI's inquiry did not deter Inoki, who retorted with scorn, "What qualifications does a child who cannot even protect his own brother have to shout at me?" Inoki's words struck a nerve in AI, akin to a wound that could not be borne. Once again, the lightning surged around him. But this time his focus shifted to the floating Inoki. "I ask, cannot you conduct your discussions in peace?" The voice that accompanied this question was gentle, yet filled with alluring charm. Shinyu needed no guesswork. It was Terumi Mei, the Mizukage, who had emerged upon hearing the commotion. "Mizukage, do you wish to join our skirmish?" AI's expression darkened. He had initially hoped for a constructive dialogue among the 5 Kage. Yet Konoha had sent Shinyu, a troublesome youth who was as verbose as he was formidable. "Mizukage, this strange old man is bullying me," Shinyu pouted playfully, fully aware that it would have little effect, as Terumi Mei would not genuinely assist him against AI. Still, he relished the thought of AI being rendered uncomfortable. As expected, Terumi Mei was flattered by Shinyu's address. "Oh, this little brother from Konoha truly knows how to charm," she teased, scrutinizing him. "You are quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" Both AI and Inoki were left speechless at Terumi Mei's demeanor. How could this older woman, still unmarried, tease the young Shinyu? Yet, upon glancing at each other, AI and Inoki recognized that they could not compete with Shinyu's striking appearance. Finding common ground, the two began to ease their previously tense stances. "Hee." Shinyu faced Terumi Mei's flirtation with confidence, grinning as he replied, "I would like a big sister like you." "Who is so lovely?" Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback by Shinyu's words, his innocence disarming her. However, she soon expressed her regret. "Alas, I am quite a bit older. Had I been younger, perhaps I would have chosen you." "No worries, dear sister. I will soon come of age. And then I shall visit your village to propose," Shinyu replied with ease. Despite the age difference, Terumi Mei's beauty was undeniable, exuding a captivating allure akin to a resplendent rose. "All right, Reikage, do not make things difficult for this young ninja from Konoha." With Terumi Mei's intervention, AI was not foolish enough to miss the opportunity for a graceful retreat. Ultimately, he refrained from pursuing Shinyu further and let go of his grievances with Inoki. As the group proceeded to the meeting venue, "Little brother, what is your name?" Terumi Mei inquired, genuinely intrigued by Shinyu. Setting aside his appearance, it was remarkable that this 16-year-old had managed to leave AI at a loss for how to respond, enough to pique her curiosity. Furthermore, Terumi Mei had noticed the Hokage hat in Shinyu's possession. She would not naively believe that he had stolen it. To carry the Hokage's hat to a 5 Kage summit indicated that this young boy represented Konoha. "I am Bo-Fong Shinyu, a rather ordinary jonin from Konoha." Upon hearing Shinyu's self-introduction, Terumi Mei could not help but burst into laughter. Upon glancing at AI, his countenance, which had finally settled after hearing Shinyu's introduction, once again assumed an unpleasant aspect. After all, Shinyu's words were undeniably cutting. Was it not blatantly directed at Yunin village? It was astonishing that an ordinary jonin from Konoha could elude the grasp of the Reikage from Yunin. Shinyu's remarks were indeed acerbic in their precision. "Hey kid, you are not merely an ordinary jonin. Your father is the 4th Hokage of Konoha." AI could hardly tolerate Shinyu's feigned humility and promptly exposed his true identity. Little did he realize that this was merely a trap laid by Shinyu. With a sigh, Shinyu lamented, "Lord Reikage, although my father is the 4th Hokage, regrettably, I was born in Konoha, and the position of Hokage cannot be inherited as it is in your case." This statement was even more venomous, suggesting that AI was merely a counterfeit, implying that were it not for his father being the 3rd Reikage, he would likely be languishing in obscurity. AI was rendered speechless, now realizing he had grossly underestimated Shinyu. Despite being only 16, Shinyu's verbal venom surpassed even that of Inoki. "Lord Reikage, what troubles you?" Observing Shinyu feigning ignorance, AI ultimately decided to disregard him. After all, apart from himself, it seemed the other 3 Kage bore a rather favorable impression of this young man. Especially Inoki, who had been incessantly conversing with Kuratsuchi along the way, although AI was unaware of the content of their discussions. The occasional blush that graced Kuratsuchi's cheeks led him to believe it was undoubtedly related to Shinyu. Let us return to the matter at hand. Although AI declared that there was nothing amiss, internally he maintained a high level of vigilance toward Shinyu. Judging by the earlier exchange, Shinyu was certainly far more complex than he had initially assumed. Chapter 85. Konoha's most caustic tongue, Namikaze Shinyu. Upon hearing AI suggest they discuss serious matters, The expressions of all the Kage turned grave. Allow me to commence. Terumi May spoke first. I believe everyone present is aware of the Akatsuki's objectives. Although we are uncertain of their intentions regarding the tailed beasts, the destructive power of these creatures is evident to us all. Hence, I propose that we unite to combat the Akatsuki. Her words prompted nods of agreement from the assembly, and soon Gaara, the Kazekage, voiced his opinion as well. Aside from Shinue, it is worth noting that I too had a tailed beast sealed within me, but it was sealed away by Konoha's third Hokage. This is the reason I have survived to this day. The strength of the Akatsuki is undeniable, thus our next course of action in Sunigakure is to ally with Konoha, jointly safeguarding the Nine Tails. Gaara's declaration momentarily stunned the audience. Although Konoha and Sunigakure were allies, none anticipated Gaara would so readily choose to stand with Konoha. Given this, we from Kirigakure shall ally with Konoha as well, collectively protecting the remaining tailed beasts. Observing Gaara's resolute stance, Terumi May pondered for a moment before deciding to lead her village in support of Konoha, especially since only the Nine Tails remained in Konoha. Yet, despite her outward focus on maximizing benefits, she did not cease her playful banter with Shinue. After expressing her thoughts, she tossed a flirtatious glance in Shinue's direction. Little brother Shinue, everything I do is for you. In response to Terumi May's demeanor, Shinue smiled sweetly. Thank you, Sister Mizukichi. Inoki, observing the unfolding scene, sighed heavily. Since our Wagakure has dwindled in strength following our conflict with Yunin, the Akatsuki have seized our Four Tails and Five Tails Jinchuriki during this vulnerable period. Thus, we have no choice. Young man, the Wagakure will also assist you in safeguarding the Nine Tails. Witnessing Inoki's decision to aid Konoha, Shinue expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Tsuchikage. However, in response to Shinue's gratitude, Inoki abruptly shifted the conversation, stating, Shinue, kindly keep an eye on my wayward granddaughter. Do take care of her. Kuratsuchi shot him a sharp glare, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Should Miss Kuratsuchi wish to visit Konoha, I would gladly act as her guide. Shinue was aware that such remarks were mere formalities. Even if Kuratsuchi truly desired to accompany him, he would never betray Tenten. Nonetheless, he found it agreeable to make such commitments, as they were merely pleasantries. In light of this, I shall convey our Hokage's intentions. With 3 of the 4 village leaders supporting him, Shinue promptly produced a letter given to him by Tsunade prior to his departure. However, upon opening the letter, he was taken aback. It simply read, Shinue-kun, please feel free to take the reins. Gazing at the words, he envisioned Tsunade's mischievous smile. Time was of the essence, and he could only muster the courage to speak. Our Hokage wishes for the major ninja villages to collaborate in safeguarding the last remaining tailed beasts in Konoha. However, we shall only accept assistance from Kirigakure, Sunigakure, and Iwagakure. As for Yunin, you may observe from the sidelines. For your village possesses no tailed beasts and is thus quite safe. Upon hearing this, AI erupted in anger. What do you mean by that? Yet this time, Shinue did not extend the same courtesy he had shown to the others. Rising slowly, he fixed his gaze upon AI, unflinching. Shall I publicly recount the glorious deeds of Yunin village? You, who have pilfered Byakugan, tailed beasts, and are now coveting the Sharingan. Konoha possesses but a handful of valuable treasures. And yet you Yunin have stolen them all. Tell me, why should I permit you to enter? AI was left seething at Shinue's words. Yet he still attempted to stubbornly argue. Those are matters of the past. In the face of the Akatsuki, do you Konoha wish to continue fighting alone? In response to AI's moral posturing, Shinue let out a cold laugh. Fight alone? Are you implying that the other 3 villages standing with us to protect Konoha's tailed beasts are fighting alone? Yunin is the one truly isolated. With that, Shinue slammed his palm on the table. Let me make this clear. Konoha is no longer as accommodating as it once was. If you wish to brawl, I shall gladly step outside to oblige you. You. AI found himself at a loss for words once more, turning to the other Kage, who bore expressions of indifference, as if they had heard nothing. Lord Raikage, I suggest you hastily retreat with your remnants to your land of lightning, sipping tea in retirement. With your meager forces, I, Namikaze Shinue, could single-handedly dispatch you all. I am genuinely curious what leverage you hold to challenge me. AI, utterly flabbergasted by Shinue's relentless verbal onslaught, could only glare at him with venomous intent. Were glances capable of inflicting harm, Shinue would have surely met his demise at AI's hands. Enough. Shinue waved his hand dismissively and gradually sat back down. Since you, Laying, have nothing to say, you might as well return to your Yunin village. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, AI clenched his fists tighter, and bolts of lightning began to flicker around him. Bo Feng Shinyu, even if others try to intervene today, I shall end your life. No sooner had he spoken than AI vanished from view. Lei Ridao. Undoubtedly. The other three Kage were taken aback by AI's sudden attack. They had not anticipated that the Reikage would strike Shinyu without a hint of provocation. Fei Lei Dianzhan. In the blink of an eye, after a brief encounter, both Shinyu and AI stood still, motionless. Who emerged victorious? This was the pressing concern for the other three Kage. However, as AI slowly collapsed, it marked the conclusion of this battle. Without a doubt, Shinyu had instantly defeated the proud fourth Reikage AI. Although Shinyu did not take AI's life, the injuries he sustained would require considerable time to heal. The lightning flickering from Shinyu's hands gradually faded as he gazed at the fallen AI, letting out a deep sigh. Why is it so difficult for one to grasp a simple truth? Chapter 86. The appearance of Baiju as the crowd looked at the incapacitated AI. No one uttered a word. Yet, they simultaneously realized that this 16-year-old Bo Feng Shinyu was not as inept as they had initially presumed. From their recent clash with AI, it was evident that the three Kage present had to momentarily retreat in the face of AI's furious onslaught. Although Shinyu possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, his ruthless demeanor towards opponents and his keen sense of timing in battle were unmatched by anyone present. All right, everyone disperse. Ultimately, it was the Wind Shadow who broke the silence, glancing at the fallen AI and stating, "It is time for everyone to return. Our next plan is to assist Konoha in protecting the tailed beasts." However, as soon as AI Luo's words fell, a voice abruptly interrupted. "Return to protect the Nine Tails? How naive you all are." Upon hearing this unexpected voice, everyone turned towards its source, only to find it emanating from the very Reikage who lay motionless. "Are you looking for me?" The people in the room suddenly found themselves covered in Baiju, and as ninjas, they immediately felt the parasitic Baiju absorbing their chakra. Members of the Akatsuki organization, your reach is quite extensive. Terumi Mei's expression grew cold. As a woman, how could she tolerate such repulsive creatures clinging to her? You need not concern yourselves with protecting Konoha's Nine Tails. At this moment, Konoha has likely become as chaotic as Yunin village. Observing the incessant chatter of Baiju, Terumi Mei exhaled a noxious mist that corroded Baiju's already unappealing visage. The other ninjas, witnessing this, immediately unleashed their jutsu to combat the Baiju affixed to them. The Akatsuki truly has a knack for surprises. After eliminating the Baiju clinging to him, Shinyu cast a glance at the incessantly emerging Baiju and remarked, "It is indeed an honor to receive praise from Konoha's top prodigy. While Baiju's strength is not formidable, its incessant chatter is relentless." Noticing the change in the crowd's expressions, Baiju continued its taunts. "You needn't strain yourselves. We have completely surrounded this place. Even if you manage to kill me, it will be futile. Outside, my clones will drain every last bit of chakra from you, leaving you utterly exhausted and lifeless." Upon hearing Baiju's words, the group hurriedly looked out the window. Indeed, as Baiju had stated, its numbers were increasing exponentially. "You cannot escape now. You might as well stay put." Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd, Baiju wore a smug grin. Shinyu, regarding the Baiju emerging from the ground, felt the mark of the Flying Thunder God on his body and his expression darkened. He had to admit that he had underestimated the Akatsuki, but they, too, had misjudged him. With a sly grin, Shinyu turned to the boastful Baiju and asked, "Have you heard of infinite chakra, Nanny?" Before Baiju could respond, Shinyu clasped his hands together. "Shingetsu." A sage face appeared before Shinyu, and merely from the speed at which he gathered sage chakra, he was already exceptional. "Shinyu, do not attempt it. It will be futile. Their numbers are beyond our capacity to handle." As Shinyu prepared to take action, AI Luo hurriedly intervened. Observing AI Luo's worried demeanor, Shinyu smiled. He swiftly dispatched the Baiju on the ground and approached the window, extending his right hand. Katon, Raisin Shuriken. This technique was developed based on Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. In addition to fire release, Shinyu could also harness other chakra natures. The reason for choosing fire release was simply due to its superior visual effects. Go. Shinyu gently tossed the fireball enveloped in orange flames, although it descended slowly. Everyone could distinctly sense the energy contained within. Boom. As the fireball detonated, all the Baiju outside were incinerated. "Now can we not leave?" Shin Yu's expression appeared remarkably relaxed. Bolstered by the Sage Chakra, he could unleash this attack infinitely with a focused mind. Undoubtedly, this technique was perfect for dealing with these so-called Baiju, considering how astonishingly simple-minded they were as they charged at anyone they encountered. Just as Shin Yu prepared to depart, AI Luo abruptly grabbed him, saying, "Look below. More Baiju are emerging." Just as Shin Yu intended to launch a second attack, Baiju's voice echoed once more. "If you continue to attack, I would not hesitate to eliminate the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and all its citizens. Thus, I advise you to remain here quietly." Shin Yu turned his head to see Baiju wearing a smug expression, rendering him speechless. "Then go ahead and kill them. I am not a citizen of the Land of Lightning, so you may do as you please." Immediately, Shin Yu prepared to unleash another attack, but to his surprise, AI Luo intervened once more. "Shin Yu, if we proceed with this today, by tomorrow the entire ninja world will be aware of it." Shin Yu cast a glance at AI Luo, pondering how this fellow, who once relished in killing, had now morphed into a paragon of virtue. He then looked at the others, noticing the shared reluctance on their faces. "Very well, I shall refrain from further attacks." Ultimately, Shin Yu chose to abandon his aggressive stance. After all, he genuinely did not wish to conflict with the other Kage, especially since the future lay in combating the Otsutsuki clan. Besides, should he pursue a reckless path, it would have grave implications for Konoha. Observing Baiju's triumphant expression, Shin Yu inquired, "You may decide how to proceed, but Baiju, if you believe luring me out grants you free rein to assault Konoha, you are sorely mistaken." "Oh." Upon hearing Shin Yu's words, Baiju responded with a provocative demeanor. "This time, the entire Akatsuki organization is mobilized, and you do not truly believe we lack allies in the ninja world, do you?" Hearing this, Shin Yu felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed that the so-called allies Baiju mentioned were likely the long-vanished Danzo. However, Shin Yu remained unperturbed regarding this matter. To be aware, the Uchiha clan currently boasts at least 10 individuals possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Observing the confident demeanor of Baiju before him, Shin Yu refrained from engaging in banter and chose instead to lean against the wall, opting to recuperate. As for the Akatsuki organization, it is anticipated that they will undoubtedly be pleasantly surprised. Chapter 87. The assault on Konoha begins. Nagato. Is your health truly in jeopardy? Konan gazed at the gaunt figure of Nagato, her heart heavy with sympathy. Undoubtedly, prolonged warfare had drained Nagato's body to an irreparable state. "Konan, this is our prime opportunity. Should we let it slip away, the difficulty of capturing the Nine Tails will significantly escalate." Nagato's unwavering resolve left Konan at a loss for words, ultimately leading her to nod in agreement. "I shall accompany you. It cannot all fall upon your shoulders." With that, Konan's form gradually transformed into paper, dispersing into the air. "Today marks the commencement of our offensive against Konoha. I have reiterated the specifics of our plan countless times, so I shall not repeat myself here. Let us each depart according to the strategy." The members of the Akatsuki gazed at Pain, although a small faction opposed the plan. The leader's commands were to be obeyed without question. Thus, despite their reluctance, they steeled themselves to proceed. "Let us go, Senior Scorpion. Let the ninjas of Konoha experience the essence of art." Deidara sculpted a colossal bird from clay, bearing Scorpion aloft as they ascended into the sky. The aroma of the Nine Tails chakra is indeed worth the effort. At this moment, Kisame removed the Samahata from his back, awaiting Kakuzu's preparations. "Once we capture the Nine Tails, I intend to take Asuma Saratobi's corpse as well. It should fetch a considerable sum." Kakuzu, having regained his composure, could not resist the allure of monetary gain, even though he was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. "Let us move forward, Kakuzu. Only by capturing the Nine Tails can we contemplate financial matters," Kisame urged. To which Kakuzu nodded in agreement. Recollecting the last time when a mere child had bested him and taken 3 of his hearts, Kakuzu felt a surge of irritation. "Exercise caution. It is rumored that Orochimaru has returned to Konoha, and its strength may surpass our expectations." Konan's warning sharpened Kakuzu and Kisame's focus. Though Kakuzu could not help but retort, "No matter. When the opportunity arises, we shall deal with Orochimaru as well. Let us depart." At Kisame's command, Kakuzu followed closely as they made their way towards the gates of Konoha. "And you, what are your plans?" Konan inquired, observing Pain, the 6 paths. "Which location do you intend to assault?" Unquestionably, Scorpion and Deidara would focus on aerial attacks, while Kisame and Kakazu would sow chaos on the ground. Responding to Konan's inquiry, Tendo Pain replied, I shall take charge of Konoha in its entirety, ensuring they experience the world's suffering. With that, the animal path of pain summoned a gigantic bird and ascended into the skies above Konoha. As Konan witnessed the Akatsuki members rushing into Konoha, she too transformed into paper, floating into the fray. However, unbeknownst to the Akatsuki, Konoha harbored unknown threats awaiting their arrival. Summoning technique. The animal path immediately employed the summoning technique, bringing forth the remaining 5 pain bodies, each dispersing to various locations within Konoha, poised to await the signal to commence battle. The fact that the leader entrusted this mission to me proves that my art is indeed the most sublime. Deidara's exuberant expression indicated that the Akatsuki's offensive would commence with his explosive artistry. Hey, Deidara, don't get too carried away. Scorpion, standing beside him, expressed his annoyance. Though Scorpion's techniques may not possess the greatest destructive power, they were undoubtedly the most effective for a village assault. Senior Scorpion, you actually emerged from the Hiriko? Deidara exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Scorpion, who typically remained within his puppet during assaults, had chosen to reveal himself. Alas, it is difficult to manipulate multiple puppets from within Hiriko, Scorpion replied, a hint of excitement evident in his demeanor. Deidara, it seems you two are eager for this operation. Upon seeing Scorpion's serious expression, Deidara declared, allow my art to pave the way. With that, he plunged his hand into his clay pouch and, after a bit of chewing, produced a palm-sized egg-shaped object. This is my art, C3 number 18. Scorpion observed Deidara's enthusiasm with some trepidation, remarking, hey, isn't that a bit too large? Our comrades are still within Konoha. Rest assured, Senior Scorpion. The leader and the others won't be harmed. You need not worry, Deidara dismissed. Tossing the C3 into the air, he then mounted the giant bird, soaring to a safe distance. The C3 clay bomb expanded dramatically in the air, ultimately surpassing the size of a fully grown man, its wings unfurling as it descended. Art is an explosion, huh? Deidara formed a single hand seal and detonated the C3 clay bomb. The unsuspecting inhabitants of Konoha were caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught, resulting in the tragic loss of many innocent lives. Deidara resembled a terrorist, indifferent to whether his targets were ninjas of Konoha, wherever the explosion reached. It was all part of his art. Senior Scorpion, what do you think? Art is about capturing that fleeting moment of beauty. Did you see it? Scorpion, exasperated by Deidara's exuberance, replied, enough. You continue your assault from above. I shall descend. Wait. Though Deidara wished to intervene as Scorpion leaped from the giant bird, he ultimately abandoned the thought. It has been a while since I fought using my own body. Scorpion swiftly shed his black robe adorned with clouds, his blades whirling like propellers, the very reason he dared to jump down. How could Deidara understand the essence of art? Unlike Deidara, who rushed to wreak havoc upon Konoha, Scorpion calmly retrieved a scroll. Attacking a village like Konoha necessitated the use of this. As he unfurled the scroll, swarms of shadowy figures emerged, filling the air and casting a shadow over the land. Scorpion activated the switch on his chest, connecting to the chakra threads, causing the puppets suspended in midair to spring to life with a series of creaks. Only that which is eternal is true art. Transformed into paper. Konan observed the chaos wrought by the artistic duo, feeling somewhat bemused. Their purpose was to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not to indiscriminately kill. If they continued in this manner, the people of Konoha would be utterly decimated, and their chances of obtaining information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be lost. However, witnessing Deidara still exuberantly tossing bombs from the giant bird, Konan recognized that any attempt to halt them would be futile. Well, in the end, someone will survive. I shall continue my search for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With a resigned sigh, Konan transformed into paper once more and flew towards another direction within Konoha. Chapter 88. Kai's Team and Enemy Attack. It is the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's brazen destruction, though initially effective through stealth, had now escalated. However, the inhabitants of Muye have gradually begun to realize the gravity of their situation, especially since their distinctive attire has completely exposed their identities. Hokage-sama. Members of the Akatsuki organization have appeared throughout Muye. Tsunade gazed out at the chaotic scene, memories of the previous night flooding her mind. Indeed, it seems that fortune in gambling brings no good tidings. Just last night, She struck it rich, and now the Akatsuki is launching an assault on Muya. Witnessing the villagers who perished amidst the chaos, unable to react in time, Tsunade's expression grew increasingly somber. She commanded all shinobi to retaliate, adhering to the plan devised by Shingetsu to eliminate them on the spot. Yes, with the disappearance of the Umbu, the official counterattack against Muya had begun. Curiously, why are the shinobi of Muya proving to be so formidable? At that moment, Hoshigaki Kisame and Kakuzu had yet to breach the gates of Muya. Despite Kakuzu's assistance, Kisame found it hard to believe that these gatekeepers were so difficult to contend with. Kisame, it seems they possess an intimate understanding of our intelligence. Kakuzu had now regained his composure, no longer displaying the arrogance he once had. Very well, let us resolve this with ninjutsu. After grappling with several shinobi from Muya without gaining the upper hand, Kisame abandoned the notion of directly attacking with Samehada and began forming hand seals. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A torrent of water gushed forth from Kisame's mouth, rapidly rising to chest level. Such an impressive water release. Faced with Kisame's ninjutsu, the Muya shinobi, who had previously matched them in strength, could only awkwardly take refuge on the rooftops, fully aware that battling Kisame, a master of water release, in a watery environment would be akin to courting death. Retreat. Realizing the dire situation, the Muya shinobi hastily withdrew from combat, leaving a bewildered Kisame and Kakuzu behind. Kakuzu remained unfazed by the scene, but Kisame felt a profound sense of indignation. What does this mean? Are you not the shinobi of Muya? What does it signify to flee when you cannot win? Despite feeling frustrated, at the very least, Kisame and Kakuzu had breached the gates of Muya. However, just as they intended to press further, a figure clad in green abruptly blocked their path. Muya's great whirlwind. With a single kick, Guy struck Kisame's Samehada, sending him stumbling back several paces. Reinforcements? Before Kakuzu could react, a flurry of shuriken rained down upon him. Double rising dragon. Faced with the onslaught of weaponry, Kakuzu hastily utilized his hardening ability to defend against the barrage. Numerous shuriken struck Kakuzu, yet his skin remained as resilient as steel. The sharp projectiles left no marks. Instead, they sparked and scattered. It appears that the gates of Muya are not so easily breached, Kisame remarked, eyeing the oddly dressed man before him. What manner of attire is this? A rare beast? Unperturbed by Kisame's taunt, Guy responded earnestly, I am Might Guy, the azure beast of Muya. Observing Guy's peculiar stance, Kisame remained skeptical and swung Samehada towards him. Meanwhile, although Kakuzu had just withstood the previous onslaught of shuriken, he had no time to react before an even fiercer attack followed. 8 trigrams air palm. This sudden strike sent Kakuzu, despite his hardened state, flying through the air. At this moment, Niji had fully adapted to the power of the cursed seal, which not only augmented his ninjutsu, but also rendered his movements more agile. Lee. Upon witnessing Kakuzu being sent flying, Niji urgently called to Lee. Received. Lee acknowledged with a thumbs up and commenced his assault. This was undoubtedly the most humiliating day of Kakuzu's life. As a ninja proficient in 5 elemental chakra types, he found himself unable to muster chakra for ninjutsu. Not only ninjutsu, but even his ability to manipulate his own heart to fly was currently beyond him. Under the combined assault of Niji and Lee, Kakuzu could only evade clumsily, unable to unleash his true capabilities. It seems I must end this swiftly. Observing Kakuzu being overwhelmed, Kisame became serious. Water release, water shark bullet technique. Kisame's ninjutsu flowed forth as if it were limitless, as he rapidly formed hand seals, launching attacks towards the advancing Guy. However, Guy remained unaffected by the ninjutsu and retrieved his nunchaku from his tool pouch to counterattack. Truly, a troublesome rare beast. Kisame formed seals once more, exclaiming, Water release, great exploding water shockwave. This time, the water from Kisame's mouth did not merely flow downward. Instead, it formed a colossal water sphere, enclosing Guy within. Water release, 5 shark technique. As Kisame executed his ninjutsu, 5 chakra-formed sharks emerged from his fingers, lunging toward the ensnared Guy. Faced with such ninjutsu, Guy felt a sudden sense of helplessness. His strength would be diluted in the water, hindering his effectiveness. After struggling to fend off several shark attacks, Guy realized that if he did not employ his ultimate technique, he would eventually be worn down by the 5 sharks. In that case, it must be done. As he evaded the shark's onslaught, he positioned himself deep within the massive water sphere. The eighth gate, the Gate of Joy, opens with an outpouring of emerald energy. Even the sharks summoned by Kisame could not approach Guy's vicinity, let alone launch an attack. But that was not all. Guy gathered his strength once more, shouting. The seventh gate, the Gate of Shock, opens. At this moment, Kisame, standing atop the water sphere, could distinctly sense a powerful energy emanating from within. Observing the azure energy radiating from the sphere, Kisame resolved to unleash his strongest attack against this formidable opponent. As Guy concentrated, forming hand seals, he surged upward towards Hoshigaki Kisame. Daytime Tiger. Witnessing the formidable technique forged by Guy's strength, Kisame immediately utilized his own jutsu, believing it would counter this attack. Water Release. Great Shark Bullet Technique. Gazing at the fearsome tiger visage, Kisame felt a surge of confidence, for his ninjutsu could absorb chakra, and thus, this level of technique would only amplify the Great Shark Bullet's power. However, the colossal tiger head relentlessly tore through Kisame's unleashed Great Shark Bullet, which, contrary to expectations, showed no signs of absorbing the jutsu and growing in size. How could this be? As the daytime tiger shredded the Great Shark Bullet into fragments, Kisame's expression shifted to one of disbelief. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to evade Guy's daytime tiger. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the massive water sphere shattered. Simultaneously, under the relentless assault from Niji and Lee, Kakuzu began to falter. Ultimately, Kakuzu fell before Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms and Lee's hidden lotus. In truth, Kakuzu's demise was not unjust. The shinobi of Mu had already deciphered his weaknesses. How could I possibly fall to such a mere child? This was Kakuzu's final utterance, imbued with profound resentment. Perhaps this was fate. The man who once battled the first Hokage ultimately met his end at the hands of Mu Yes Shinobi. Chapter 89 The Art of Defeat. It appears that these individuals can never become my ultimate artistry. At this moment, Sia is manipulating a puppet army to pursue the ordinary citizens of my village. Observing the villagers fleeing in terror with their heads clasped in their hands, a cruel smile inevitably spreads across Sia's face. Meanwhile, in the sky, Deidara is incessantly detonating buildings within my village with his explosive clay. Art is an explosion. Compared to the other members of the Akatsuki organization, these two do not seem to be in search of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but rather to indulge in murder and destruction. As artists of the Akatsuki, their actions quickly draw the attention of the Umbu of Mai. They must prioritize attacking these two, otherwise, the casualties among the villagers would be too great. The Umbu soon realize that the duo's intent is simply to obliterate my village, and in an instant, nearly all of the Umbu direct their efforts towards Sia and Deidara. However, confronted by the relentless surge of Umbu, Sia and Deidara do not feel panic. Instead, they perceive these individuals as worthy subjects to validate their art. Brother Sia, allow me to take the lead. Deidara, clearly a person who thrives on chaos, releases a multitude of explosive clay spiders, which descend densely upon the crowd. Do not panic. Those who can use lightning release, utilize it. Had it not been for the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization, the Umbu present would likely have perished from Deidara's thrown explosive clay. Alas, Shinua had already transmitted this information to the higher echelons of my village. With the deployment of various lightning release ninjutsu, the explosive clay loses its effectiveness entirely. Initially expecting to witness the ephemeral beauty of his art, Deidara is momentarily stunned by the scene before him, perplexed as to why the village would possess knowledge of his vulnerability to lightning release. Damn it! Faced with the current predicament, Deidara can only turn to Sia, who is controlling puppets from a rooftop. Brother Sia, my ninjutsu has been countered by the ninjas of Mai. I must rely on you. Upon hearing his partner's plea for help, Sia offers no further words, immediately commanding his puppets to charge at the Umbu forces. Everyone, use ninjutsu to attack. Do not let the puppets close in. Undoubtedly, the Umbu before them understand that Sia, while controlling so many puppets, cannot unleash their full potential. The response of Mai to Sia's 100 machine maneuver is to maintain distance and employ ninjutsu to eliminate them. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. Under the barrage of long-range ninjutsu, Sia's puppets are swiftly depleted, leaving him with fewer than 10 remaining. You all shall perish. Witnessing the destruction of his cherished collection accumulated over many years, Sia cannot help but feel enraged. Simultaneously, he realizes he has underestimated the ninjas of Mai. Observing the swift hand signs and agile fingers of these individuals, Xie struggles to believe that they are merely ordinary members of Mai Zombu. For a moment, he begins to question his own existence. Has the strength of ninja villages grown so formidable? Or is it that the average strength of my ninjas is simply at this level? Little does he know that well before, Shingetsu had detailed the intelligence of Akatsuki members. And with the enhancements developed by Orochimaru, Xie's 100-machine maneuver is undoubtedly no match for them. It seems I must resort to my most cherished collection. Silently, Xie retracts his remaining puppets, then retrieves a scroll, which prominently features a single character. This is my proudest creation. To perish at its hands would truly be an honor for you ninjas. Accompanied by a plume of smoke, a puppet materializes in midair. As the puppet's mouth opens, a continuous stream of iron sand pours forth. Do not fear. This is a puppet crafted by the third Kazekage. The method to counter iron sand is fire release. Gazing up at the colossal geometric form created from iron sand, the Umbu personnel capable of fire release begin to utilize their ninjutsu to incinerate the iron sand in the sky. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. With each successive application of fire release ninjutsu, the once black iron sand in the sky begins to glow red from the intense heat. Gradually, the massive geometric form can no longer maintain its structure, and iron sand starts to rain down. What is happening? The disintegration of the iron sand astonishes Xie, who has never encountered such a situation before. He cannot fathom how iron sand, controlled by magnet release, could succumb to fire release. Seeing Xie in a state of disarray, the Umbu are equally exhilarated. It turns out that the methods communicated by Shingetsu truly prove effective, even if they do not yet comprehend what high temperatures can do to demagnetize. The third Kazekage, stripped of its iron sand, is akin to a tiger deprived of its fangs and claws. Although Xie has made many modifications to this puppet's body, it remains susceptible to the relentless assaults of the Umbu's ninjutsu. I suppose I shall have to resort to this technique. The curved blade behind Xie begins to spin rapidly, lifting him off the ground, while a scroll behind him vanishes. Try this. However, as the Umbu on the ground seem to possess a foreboding instinct, they prepare themselves as Xie ascends into the air. Water release, water barrier. Faced with the searing flames erupting from Xie's palm, a series of water walls intercept the flames he unleashes. The clash of water and fire generates a thick cloud of white mist. Hovering in the air, Xie observes the Mai ninjas, feeling an unprecedented urge to retreat. Deidara, we must withdraw. Without hesitation, Xie resolves that he no longer knows what else he can do and signals for Deidara in the sky to retreat. Do not worry. My art has yet to be unleashed. They will be utterly unprepared. Deidara consumes a large portion of explosive clay, then expels it from his mouth, forming a giant replica of himself on the ground. Try this technique. Let's see how you defend against it. Undoubtedly, Deidara employs his C4 Karura, intending for the ninjas of Mai to inhale the minuscule nanobombs, thereby achieving maximum devastation. Compared to previous explosions, this one resembles a dud. The colossal Deidara formed from explosive clay bursts before their eyes like a deflated balloon. This time, you are all doomed. Deidara senses the wind. Observing the unresponsive ninjas of Mai below, he now glimpses the dawn of victory. The Umbu, witnessing Deidara's exuberance in midair, can only feel speechless. Were it not for the Uchiha clan, they might truly find themselves at a loss. However, ever since the return of the Uchiha clan, numerous exceptional ninjas have joined the ranks of Mai Zombu. To those with the Sharingan, the nanobombs floating in the air are glaringly obvious. Use wind release. The ninjas swiftly form hand signs, employing wind release ninjutsu to blow the airborne nanobombs high into the sky. Brother Xie, we must retreat. Observing the ineffectiveness of his ninjutsu, Deidara supports Xie's suggestion. Deidara maneuvers his giant bird to dive, aiming to grasp Xie, who hovers in the air. You think it will be that easy to escape? It can only be said that the Akatsuki's choice to attack Mai on this sunny day was a grave miscalculation. As Deidara descends, a small shadow emerges on the ground. Though faint, it is sufficient for Nara Shikamaru. Shadow imitation technique, successful. Nara Shikamaru skillfully manipulated his shadow, establishing a connection with the silhouette cast upon the ground. Influenced by inertia, Deidara, who was perched atop the enormous bird, was abruptly flung away. Infuriating. However, before Deidara could launch his explosive clay once more, two ninjas swiftly pierced his ribs with blades imbued with Raiton, pinning him helplessly against a tree. As for Scorpion, his fate was even grimmer. With Deidara's colossal bird under control, he was directly struck by its free fall, and before he could extricate himself, the arriving Umbu dismantled every component affixed to his body. Chapter 90. You said you wanted the world to feel pain regarding Nagato. Shinue maintained a neutral stance. His background was indeed tragic, yet it did not justify his act of killing his mentor, Jiraiya, in the original narrative. Shinue preferred not to comment on such matters. In foreign cultures, patricide and the murder of one's teacher often seemed like mere phases in a protagonist's life. Nonetheless, before departing, Shinue entrusted the Uchiha clan with a directive. Should Nagato of the Akatsuki dare to command pain to attack, they were to unleash Susanoo immediately. Let the world experience suffering. In that moment, the hungry ghost path extracted the soul of a Konoha ninja, proclaiming its ideology as it did so. Where is Naruto? The Azura path demanded, brandishing its weapon at a motionless Konoha ninja. It could be said that Nagato was almost the sole figure who remembered his mission upon entering Konoha. Throughout the journey, the pains he controlled interrogated ninjas for information. Although Konoha's ninjas remained tight-lipped, the battles along the way had begun to irritate Nagato. Oh, another one? The Deva path sensed a presence behind him and asked without turning. Then tell me, where is Naruto? Are you the pain that Shinue spoke of? Behind the Deva path stood Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, now adorned with a Sharingan bestowed by Orochimaru, and he rightfully possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, the Deva path seemed utterly oblivious to the perilous situation he found himself in, slowly turning to face Fugaku, his Rinnegan coldly surveying him. I am pain, I am God. Fugaku, observing this man who proclaimed himself a deity, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Although the Uchiha clan had descended to wielding a Sharingan cultivated from a pig, their pride in confronting other village ninjas had never been extinguished. God, you say? Does that mean I can slay a god today? With that, Fugaku's Sharingan gradually transformed from 3 Tomo into the eternal Mangekyo. Simultaneously, a tangible chakra began to coalesce around Fugaku, forming a blue, half-formed skeletal giant. Is this the power of the Sharingan? The Deva path regarded the assembled half-skeleton with intrigue. He had never fought against a member of the Uchiha clan before, let alone understood the skills of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since you attack Konoha, even if you are a god, you shall die. With that, Fugaku commanded his Susanoo to strike at the Deva path. Shinra Tensei. As the massive hand descended upon him, a powerful repulsion emanated from the Deva path, sending Fugaku sprawling away. This is the power of a god. I do not wish to kill you. I merely seek the whereabouts of Naruto. The Deva path, having repelled Fugaku, refrained from further assault, instead pressing him once more for Naruto's location. Fugaku slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust and lamenting. It seems I truly underestimated the power of a god. I just wonder if this technique can slay a god. No sooner had he spoken than Fugaku's Susanoo sprouted legs, muscles forming on its skeletal frame. Finally, under the gaze of the Deva path, a fully realized blue Susanoo stood tall. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The Deva path showed no sign of fear at the sight of the immense Susanoo, instead floating gently in midair. Your power is formidable, but my suffering surpasses yours. Thus, my strength eclipses yours. With that, the Deva path extended his hands once more. Shinra Tensei. However, this time, the complete Susanoo did not budge. Inside the Susanoo, Fugaku observed the Deva path with an expression of incredulity, as if regarding a fool. Forget it. I can't be bothered to play with you. Unlike Shinue, Fugaku lacked a childlike naivety. Seeing the Deva path's ineptitude, he commanded his colossal Susanoo to draw its sword and strike at the Deva path. How could it withstand Shinra Tensei? This was the only thought coursing through Nagato's mind, yet he had no time to ponder further. Seeing the blade so close, the Deva path deftly evaded the lethal strike. Meanwhile, in various locations throughout Konoha, similar confrontations unfolded. Susanoo versus God. This time, Nagato grasped the true meaning of divine power. It was important to note that the Uchiha clan now boasted 10 members with awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. With Orochimaru's support, even those possessing ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan fought desperately, knowing that they could simply seek out Orochimaru for further enhancements should they lose their sight. In an instant, Various forms of Susanoo appeared at 6 different locations in Konoha: blue, red, purple, orange, and even a pink Susanoo. The once dominant Pain's 6 paths were quickly reduced to a state of disarray, fleeing with their heads held low like frightened children. Among them, the Azura path and the animal path were utterly obliterated by the Susanoo, reduced to mere pulp. What is happening? Conan, surveying the scene from above, lost all desire to continue the assault. She only wished to find Nagato and hastily relocate him, for Konoha's strength had exceeded their expectations. Unlike Conan, while Nagato marveled at Konoha's might, he felt an immense dissatisfaction within. He, who experienced the deepest suffering, could not fathom why his power appeared so feeble in Konoha's eyes. If that is the case, then let us destroy Konoha. A sinister expression crossed Nagato's face as he began to channel the chakra from the other Pain bodies into the Deva path. As chakra was siphoned away, the remaining 3 Pain bodies, still evading attacks, fell lifelessly to the ground. Fugaku, engaged in battle with the Deva path, could distinctly sense an increase in chakra emanating from the figure before him. Shinra Tensei. With the activation of the jutsu, Fugaku was once again repelled. Though he was merely pushed back a few steps, he was nonetheless astonished. Let the world feel pain. The Deva path extended its right hand, sending a black sphere soaring into the sky, followed by an overwhelming gravitational pull. Daishoten. Fugaku felt the ground tremble beneath him and looked downward to witness the earth cracking under the influence of the black sphere's gravity, fragments of soil swirling toward it. This jutsu is somewhat intriguing. Had it not been for Shinyue's counsel, I would have been at a loss for how to counter it. With that thought, Fugaku leaped toward the black sphere, simultaneously commanding his Susanoo to once more draw its blade and strike at the sphere. The formidable black sphere, imbued with immense gravitational force, was effortlessly pierced by Fujiyu's blade. As the gravitational pull dissipated, the debris of soil, stones, trees, and structures suspended in midair cascaded down once more. After executing this act, Fujiwa cast a scornful glance at the bewildered Tiandao, mocking, "Is it you who claims the world must endure suffering?" At that moment, in the shadows, Nagato was taken aback by Fujiyu's actions, unable to comprehend how he had discerned the weakness of the Chibaku Tensei. Coughing, Nagato attempted to manipulate Pain for further action. Yet the recent exertion had burdened his body significantly, prompting an involuntary fit of coughs. Nagato. Upon her return, Conan noticed Nagato's pale visage and hurried over to assess his condition. "I never imagined Konoha would possess such strength," Nagato admitted with a bitter smile as he gazed at Conan. "Nagato, stop speaking. We must retreat." With that, Conan moved to dismantle the device affixed to Nagato's hand. Eager to escape this perilous situation, "Conan, you must flee." Hearing Nagato's words caused a change in Conan's expression, but before she could respond, they were interrupted by a voice from outside. "Those inside, come out immediately, or we will launch an assault." Chapter 91. The Reunion of Master and Apprentice Conan. "Allow them entry." Nagato swiftly halted Conan, aware that there was no possibility of breaking through the encirclement of Konoha's shinobi. "Are we to surrender without a fight, Nagato?" Conan was reluctant, doubting that Konoha's shinobi would show mercy. Although she understood that resistance would yield little change, she still felt a sense of injustice. "Let it be, Conan." Nagato shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "What purpose would our resistance serve?" He then withdrew his hand and calmly regarded Conan, stating, "In truth, you may not know, but the true leader of our Akatsuki organization has never been me. It is the Master Bido." "What?" Nagato had anticipated Conan's shocked reaction and continued. "He claims to be Uchiha Madara, capable of bringing true peace to the world." Conan was momentarily stunned by Nagato's revelation, struggling to reconcile the fact that everything unfolding before her had been orchestrated by Madara. "Very well, let them in." Nagato prepared himself, awaiting the judgment of Konoha's shinobi. Upon realizing they were surrounded, he understood that escape was futile, and his decision to negotiate stemmed from a desire to ensure Conan's survival. "Do not attack. We surrender." It was then that Conan recognized their dire predicament, realizing they were completely encircled by Konoha's shinobi, led by her former mentor, Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Facing him, Conan hesitated, ultimately summoning the courage to address him. "Oh, Conan, it seems you have grown even more beautiful since our childhood." Jiraiya's compliment elicited no response from Conan, who merely gazed at him and asked, "Now that we have fallen into your hands, what do you intend to do with us?" Observing Conan's demeanor, Jiraiya could hardly contain his amusement, replying, "Conan, what do you think I would do to you?" Without speaking, Conan gestured for him to proceed, clearly wishing to preserve her life. "Conan, may I bring your junior in as well?" With that, Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, addressing him. "This is your senior, and she was once one of my disciples." Naruto glanced at Conan, a foolish grin appearing on his face. "Perverted sage, your senior is indeed quite attractive." For a fleeting moment, Conan contemplated that the earlier attack orchestrated by Nagato with pain seemed not to have occurred, and that Jiraiya and Naruto were merely there to reminisce with her. "You may both enter." Upon receiving Conan's consent, Jiraiya signaled the awaiting shinobi behind him to stand down, then led Naruto inside. "Conan, since you are part of Akatsuki, Nagato and Yahiko must also be present." Jiraiya was unaware that Conan had not informed him of Yahiko's demise, believing it best for him to discover such matters in due course to prevent any suspicions from arising between Conan and Nagato. "Yahiko is dead." At the mention of Yahiko, a hint of sorrow crossed Conan's face, recalling the comrade with whom they had once fought side by side, now separated by the veil of death. "Master Jiraiya, it has been a long time." Before Jiraiya could inquire further, Nagato's voice interrupted. "Is that you, Nagato?" Jiraiya could hardly believe his eyes upon seeing the frail figure before him. "Master Jiraiya, however you choose to handle me is acceptable, but I implore you to spare Conan." Rather than pleading for his own life, Nagato sought to protect his remaining companion. However, Jiraiya appeared oblivious to Nagato's plea, introducing Naruto instead. "This is your senior, Nagato." Naruto looked curiously at his two companions, never imagining that Akatsuki would have ties to the perverted sage. "Nagato, he is Uzumaki Naruto, a fellow disciple like you, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails you seek." Jiraiya introduced Naruto without reservation, the atmosphere resembling a reunion of old comrades. Nagato stared blankly at Naruto, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately managing a nod. "Nagato, I hear you have slain Hanzo of the Salamander, the former leader of Amigakure." Jiraiya, observing the silence between his two disciples, decided to break the tension. "I truly did not expect you to have defeated him, back in the day, Tsunade, or Orochimaru. And I could not best him. Had he not spared us, I might not be standing here today." "All right, Master, what exactly are you trying to say?" Nagato, weary of Jiraiya's rambling, yearned for a resolution, seeking a swift conclusion. "Nagato, you seem to have become more impatient than before." Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering. "I am merely curious about what you have experienced over the years, and who informed you that uniting the powers of the tailed beasts would lead to world peace." Nagato, gazing at his former mentor, ultimately divulged everything to Jiraiya. "So, your Akatsuki ultimately intends to seize the tailed beasts through war?" Nagato nodded in response to Jiraiya's inquiry, then asked, "Master Jiraiya, I have shared all I know with you. Could you grant Conan a chance at life?" "What are you saying, Nagato?" Conan, alarmed, became apprehensive, fearing for Nagato's life. She was determined to protect him, even at the cost of her own. "What are you two doing? Why would I kill you?" Noticing their anxious expressions, Jiraiya sat down and posed a question. "Have you considered that we could have a conversation without such tension?" "Master Jiraiya, we are no longer the children we once were. We understand the gravity of our actions." Nagato coldly retorted. "Do you truly believe you would let us go?" "Of course." Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. "If you wish to leave, then leave." "Certainly." These words from Jiraiya were spoken to Nagato before Shingetsu's departure, aiming to inspire Nagato to reform, or rather to utilize him to employ the Rinnegan's technique of resurrection to restore those lost in the village. After all, no matter how formidable Konohagakure may be, it could not remain unscathed amidst the onslaught of the Akatsuki. "What?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Nagato felt a tinge of disbelief, as everything seemed overwhelmingly surreal. "Nagato, I have always believed that understanding between individuals is paramount, rather than transforming everything into warfare," spoke Naruto, renowned for his unparalleled eloquence. "Perhaps you are right, Naruto." Following Naruto's persuasive discourse, Nagato ultimately grasped the essence of the matter. "Naruto, the future of the ninja world rests in your hands." With that, Nagato swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the technique of Rinne rebirth. "Nagato, you, Conan, do not speak. I have made a new choice, a choice I once abandoned." Nagato's gaze radiated resolute determination. He no longer harbored hatred for the world. Observing Nagato's sudden hand seals, Naruto inquired, perplexed, "What is this jutsu?" "Conan, Witnessing Nagato strain to maintain the technique, turned to Naruto with a somber expression, explaining, "The wielder of the Rinnegan can not only fully control the 6 paths of pain, but is also said to transcend the cycle of life and death. Nagato's ocular power embodies the mastery of life and death, the 7th pain." Knowing the potential cost of Nagato's exertion, Konan felt a deep sorrow, realizing this jutsu could very well claim his life. Ultimately, Nagato perished, yet his visage was imbued with a sense of bliss. The assault of the Akatsuki on Kanehagakure concluded amidst near-total annihilation, undoubtedly marking a significant impact on the future of the village. Just recently, the village of Kumogakure had been brazenly deprived of its Jinchuriki, the 8 tails. News of this travesty swiftly spread far and wide, with White Zetsu being the first to learn of it. What? Nagato actually employed the outer path, Rinne Rebirth? Had it not been for Obito's mask, White Zetsu would have surely reveled in the astonishment etched upon his face. Indeed, apart from Konan, all members attacking Kanehagakure had been utterly vanquished. White Zetsu maintained his perpetually optimistic demeanor, even while recounting their defeat with a smile. Obito, gazing at White Zetsu, felt an overwhelming urge to thrust him into a pit of filth. However, he ultimately resolved to manage his own affairs first. It seemed prudent to retrieve Kakashi's Sharingan. With that, Obito's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Shinkage observed the White Zetsu army dozing off around him. He found himself utterly perplexed by the strange beings before him, who neither attacked nor allowed him and his companions to depart. During this time, even when food was required, the surrounding White Zetsu would dutifully provide it. "I say, are you all truly intending to remain here?" Bored and restless, Shinkage could no longer contain his impatience, for everything had exceeded his expectations. "Shinkage, they possess hostages from the land of lightning. Although we are not from there, we still wish to avoid excessive bloodshed." Gaara, having transformed into a gentler soul, exhibited a demeanor vastly different from his former self. "Very well, since you are all esteemed figures, I, a mere individual, shall refrain from further comment." Shinkage shrugged, turning to White Zetsu on the ground, inquiring, "Pray tell, what transpired after the Akatsuki's assault on Kanehagakure?" Shinkage was truly bored. To him, it would be better to engage in battle than to remain idle. "Shinkage-kun, I advise you not to rush." After all, from White Zetsu's astonished expression, Shinkage deduced that Kanehagakure must have emerged victorious, or else White Zetsu would not be so taken aback. Did the Akatsuki fail to seize the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Faced with Shinkage's inquiry, White Zetsu could hardly utter the truth. However, his expression towards Shinkage and his companions had noticeably soured. "I shall dispatch clones to inform your respective villages. Should Kanehagakure fail to deliver the 9 tails, do not blame me for slaying all within the land of lightning." In response to White Zetsu's threat, Shinkage and the others exchanged glances, already having reached a consensus. It appeared that the once invincible Akatsuki had met with failure. Kuratsuchi, observing White Zetsu's frustrated demeanor, could not resist a jest. "Since your Akatsuki is threatening us with the lives of the civilians in the land of lightning, we have no need to remain here." Shinkage's words garnered unanimous agreement from all present. After all, the previous condition merely prohibited their departure. But now it had escalated to a demand for the 9 tails, which did not align with their expectations. Contemplating this turn of events, Shinkage produced a scroll for teleportation. Addressing the assembly, "Why not visit Kanehagakure as guests? We can enjoy ourselves before returning." "I think that is a splendid idea. As I have not seen Naruto in quite some time." Gaara was the first to raise his hand in favor of visiting Kanehagakure. Shinkage gazed at Gaara in astonishment. In his recollection, Gaara had been confined by the Umbu of Kanehagakure since the sealing of the tailed beast within him, during which Naruto had visited him a few times. Shinkage was baffled. Absent the 1,000 years of death incident, why did Gaara still hold such an impression of Naruto? "Visiting Kanehagakure sounds excellent. I have yet to go there myself. Shinkage-kun, you must guide us." Kuratsuchi naturally did not oppose the opportunity to visit Kanehagakure, especially since the village hidden in the mist had just emerged from the Bloody Mist era, and she yearned to learn from a village more advanced than her own. Of course, Shinkage replied hastily. "In that case, let us from Iwagakure also journey to Kanehagakure." With the group's approval, Shinkage declared, "This technique was left behind by my father, enabling long-distance teleportation. Let us set forth." With that, Shinkage tore open the teleportation scroll, and before the astonished eyes of the White Zetsu, he and his companions vanished, Lin, Obito, did you know? We just withstood the Akatsuki's assault on Konohagakure. At that moment, Kakashi stood in Konohagakure, gazing blankly at a gravestone. This had become a habitual refuge for him over the years. Whenever troubled, he would come here to reflect. Yet Kakashi was unaware that his visit today was far from optimal. Before Kakashi, the space gradually twisted, and a figure emerged from the distortion. Kakashi, I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, prepared for battle, only to be stunned by the scene before him. Obito, slowly removing his spiral mask, took advantage of Kakashi's momentary distraction to directly extract his Sharingan. After completing this act, Obito showed no signs of hesitation, activating Kimui once more. Before departing, he addressed Kakashi, who lay on the ground covering his eyes. Kakashi, we shall meet again. However, today Shunyu discovered that the entrance to his home was surrounded by the Umbu. Lord Shinyu, Hokage-sama has instructed us to wait for you here. She said that as soon as you teleport back using the Shingetsu no Hiradii, you are to meet her immediately. Although the masked Umbu stood before him, Shinyu could clearly sense that something significant had transpired in Konoha. What has happened? Kakashi's Sharingan has been extracted by someone from the Akatsuki organization. According to him, the one who sees the Sharingan is Uchiha Obito, a long-sacrificed ninja of Konoha. Upon hearing the Umbu's words, Shinyu realized that Obito was becoming increasingly desperate. After all, despite the sacrifice of so many lives, the Akatsuki organization had ultimately failed to obtain the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It seemed that Obito was now inclined to rally allies and instigate war. Behind me are the Kage and their guards from the other 3 villages. You must not be negligent. Treat them with the utmost respect. Understood. Although the Umbu were unaware of Shunyu's reasons for bringing individuals from other villages into Konoha, they would still execute his orders. Seeing the Umbu comply, Shinyu turned to the group behind him and said, I apologize, everyone, but I must first meet the Hokage. Please feel free to explore the village. All expenses will be on my account. Go on, little brother Shinyu. I am waiting for you to take me around, said Tsunade. With that, the others voiced no further objections. Observing this, Shinyu promptly utilized the Hiradii to teleport himself to the door of the Hokage's office. Given the urgency of the matter, he opted not to knock, but instead pushed the door open directly. Hokage-sama, I have returned. At that moment, Tsunade was troubled by Kakashi's situation. Upon seeing Shinyu return, she quickly said, Shinyu, you have returned just in time. You are aware of Kakashi's situation, correct? Shinyu nodded and replied, Of course, but I am curious as to what exactly you are concerned about, Hokage-sama. It is Naruto, of course, Tsunade stated without hesitation. Today, Obito was able to infiltrate the village and steal Kakashi's Sharingan. How can you guarantee that he won't target Naruto next? After all, the Sharingan can control tailed beasts. Shinyu found himself at a loss for words regarding Tsunade's concerns. He could not comprehend her line of thinking. Hokage-sama, seeing the peculiar expression on Shinyu's face, Tsunade snapped, Speak. Do you truly believe that Konoha currently lacks individuals capable of controlling the Nine-Tails with the Sharingan? Shinyu's words seemed to awaken Tsunade, as she realized that her worries were unfounded. Under the dual influence of Orochimaru's training and the negative chakra of the Nine-Tails, the Uchiha clan was not lacking in those possessing Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if Obito were to charge in and attempt to control the Nine-Tails, what difference would it make? Fugaku, Itachi, and Sasuke, each of them could easily regain control. Upon this realization, Tsunade felt somewhat embarrassed for her excessive worry. This matter had indeed slipped my mind. Covering her forehead with a pained smile, she remarked, It seems I have been overly anxious. With Tsunade no longer fretting over the situation, Shinyu decided to report on the 5 Kage Summit. Hokage-sama, during the recent 5 Kage Summit, White Zetsu confined us to the meeting location. In that interval, the Akatsuki organization likely launched an attack on Konoha, correct? Hearing Shinyu's words, Tsunade nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. As Shinyu appeared ready to inquire about the outcome of this event, Tsunade interjected, The result was just as you anticipated. Nagato ultimately chose to trust Naruto. It can be said that during this battle, Konoha only suffered damage to some buildings, with no significant casualties among our personnel. That is reassuring. Additionally, Deidara and Sasori have been captured by us. The majority opinion in the village is to execute them. Now that you have returned, how do you intend to handle the 2 of them? Tsunade's words made Shinyu want to laugh. What a stroke of luck it was. Just as he had returned with the Kage from 3 ninja villages, Deidara and Sasori were captured by Konoha. However, before Shinyu could respond, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open once more. Hokage-sama, we would like to inquire about how to deal with Kisame. Looking at the intruding guy, Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle. How convenient. One from each village has been brought back. Without waiting for Tsunade to speak, Shinyu quickly stated, Hokage-sama, I have brought back the wind, earth, and water Kage. They are currently visiting the village. What did you say? Tsunade was nearly ready to kick Shinyu. With the Kage from 3 villages present, she, as Hokage, had yet to greet them. This was undeniably a grave oversight. I will deal with you later, Shinyu. Tsunade shot Shinyu a fierce glare before turning to Shizune. Shizune, hurry and accompany me to welcome them. No need for that. We have already arrived. Before Tsunade could depart, Gaara led the group in through the door, with Naruto and Shikamaru following closely behind. We have come to Konoha to observe its development, so we can learn from it. Tsunade glanced at the expressions of the earth and water Kage behind her, noting that they bore no signs of displeasure, which eased her mind. Shinyu, you should go to Konoha Hospital and keep Kakashi company. He is not in a good mood. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shinyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, anyone who discovered that their long-held beliefs were in vain would not feel well, especially since some of Kakashi's bad habits originated from Obito. With this thought in mind, Shinyu decided not to linger any longer, making his way directly to Konoha Hospital. After all, he was still merely a jonin of Konoha, and he had no desire to involve himself in the dialogue between the Kage. Kakashi, I hear you are feeling rather down. Upon entering Kakashi's hospital room, Shinyu plopped down onto the adjacent bed, smiling at Kakashi, who was staring at the ceiling. Shinyu, you have heard, I suppose? Kakashi's physical condition was not severely impaired, as the Sharingan was not an innate bloodline limit for him. Compared to the loss of the Sharingan, what troubled Kakashi more was the fact that Obito was the leader of the Akatsuki organization. I have heard. So, Kakashi, what do you plan to do? Shinyu refrained from indulging Kakashi's sorrow, instead returning the question to him. I do not know, but I wish to stop him. After saying this, Kakashi gave a self-deprecating smile and added, but what power do I have to stop him? Hearing Kakashi's words, Shinyu realized what to do next. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Kakashi, he left the room. Chapter 94. The Direction of New Eyes Orochimaru. What is your view on ordinary individuals possessing the Sharingan? As soon as he entered, Shinyu eagerly sought the opinion of Orochimaru, who was engrossed in an experiment. Upon hearing Shinyu's voice, Orochimaru paused his work and looked at him, asking, Are you referring to the incident with Kakashi's Sharingan? Yes. Shinyu did not conceal his purpose for visiting, as he preferred to speak candidly with someone as intelligent as Orochimaru rather than engage in unnecessary pleasantries. So, does Kakashi wish to acquire a new Sharingan? Upon hearing Orochimaru's question, Shinyu shook his head and asked, Orochimaru, do you possess any techniques that would allow ordinary individuals to freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan? It is worth noting that Kakashi's constant chakra depletion is entirely due to his inability to deactivate the Sharingan. Noticing Orochimaru's concerned expression, Shinyu quickly added, Rest assured. I have already consulted with the Uchiha clan before coming here. Their clan leader expressed that they have no objections as long as it is specifically for Kakashi. Shinyu's words reassured Orochimaru, who then summoned several pigs from the laboratory. Shinyu-kun, I wonder what kind of ability you wish for Kakashi's new Sharingan to possess. Without a doubt, Orochimaru's question momentarily left Shinyu at a loss for words. To be frank, Kakashi appears to be an exceptionally adaptable ninja. Even with Obito's perpetually activated Sharingan, Kakashi remains capable of devising varying strategies based on the strengths and attack patterns of his opponents. Perhaps Mr. Orochimaru could assist him in selecting one. Ultimately, Shinyu decided to pose the question to Orochimaru, as his wealth of experience was undeniably substantial. Shinyu-kun, the 5 pigs before us each possessed distinct Sharingan abilities, some leaning towards offense, others towards defense, and some focused on Jinjutsu. Thus, selecting the appropriate Sharingan ability is indeed a matter of great significance. Absolutely no Jinjutsu. Shinyu decisively dismissed the notion of a Jinjutsu-based Sharingan, for in the later stages, aside from the infinite Tsukuyomi, Jinjutsu would prove largely ineffective. It is essential to understand that Kakashi's objective is to thwart Obito, making the reliance on Jinjutsu rather impractical. Upon hearing Shinyu's choice, a faint smile graced Orochimaru's face as he inquired, Might you also overlook the Btion Shun, Shinyuekuin? Nanny? This time, it was Shinyu's turn to be taken aback. Btion Shun, is that not reputed to be the most formidable Jinjutsu? Yet, is this skill not exclusive to Uchiha Shursui? Could it be? Without awaiting Shinyu's question, Orochimaru waved his hand, and a crow descended onto his arm, one of its eyes being Shursui's Sharingan. Surprised, Orochimaru proclaimed, "Unexpected, isn't it? Itachi has entrusted this eye to me. For only I can fully realize the potential of Sharingan research." As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with pride. "Mr. Orochimaru, may I interject? If this eye were to be transplanted into a non-Uchiha ninja, would they be able to proficiently activate and deactivate it?" Shinyu's inquiry caused Orochimaru to ponder deeply. As this research had long been an ambition of his, though he had hesitated to pursue it out of respect for the Uchiha clan. "Shinyuekuin, if we adhere to your concept, I would need to re-evaluate my research. However, I require Kakashi's blood." Faced with Orochimaru's request, Shinyu smiled, producing a vial filled with blood and handing it to him. "Rest assured, I have procured it all for you." Although Shinyu lacked technical expertise, he was aware of the necessary materials. Nevertheless, contemplating Kakashi's future eye, Shinyu posed another question. "Mr. Orochimaru, are there any medications available that could assist Kakashi in enhancing his chakra, considering that Sharingan demands a significant amount of chakra?" To Shinyu's query, Orochimaru did not furrow his brow. Instead, he presented two options. "Shinyuekuin, I currently have two plans. The first involves my own methodology of cultivating a new body through cellular training and cloning, subsequently utilizing the Edo Tensei to transfer the soul into this body, thereby providing an abundance of chakra. The second option entails the continued use of Hashirama cells to create a serum for intravenous injection. The advantage of this method is that it does not necessitate waiting for the body to mature or for the soul to bond with the flesh. Yet the downside is that the enhancement is limited, potentially increasing chakra capacity only fourfold." Observing Orochimaru's serious demeanor, Shinyu began to trust that Orochimaru was genuinely dissatisfied with the efficacy of his concocted medicine. Only fourfold. It is crucial to recognize that even a slight increase in chakra during battles among ninjas can significantly sway the tide. Furthermore, Kakashi is inherently a ninja skilled in tactical maneuvers, unlike his brother, who can afford to take hits and retaliate recklessly. With this in mind, Shinyu promptly remarked, "I find the second method to be quite favorable, as the risk associated with the first is rather high." Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, not everyone possesses the courage to repeatedly utilize Edo Tensei as he does, and Shinyu's choice truly reflects the preference of most ninjas. "Very well, Shinyuekuin. Kakashi's new I should be ready in a month. However, prior to that, I would like to inquire what type of eye you ultimately desire for him. Whatever you deem fit for cultivation, as long as it can be freely activated and deactivated, can manifest a single-eyed Susanoo and does not lead to blindness," Shinyu replied. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. While he could comprehend other aspects, he could not fathom the insistence on a single-eyed Susanoo. "Must it truly be a single eye?" Orochimaru queried. Shinyu shot him an incredulous glance and replied, "Mr. Orochimaru, have you never considered the prospect of future Uchiha clan members possessing two entirely different Susanoo forms?" Noticing Orochimaru's confusion, Shinyu elucidated, "For instance, one eye could excel in offensive capabilities while the other specializes in defense. Or one could be designed for long-range attacks, while the other for close combat." Shinyu's rationale stemmed from the novels he had encountered in his previous life, where protagonists often wielded two extremes of power or two distinct forms. Arriving in the world of Naruto, Shinyu naturally wished to validate the feasibility of such a concept. "I believe I comprehend." Orochimaru finally understood Shinyu's intentions through his explanation. At that moment, Shinyu resembled a demanding client. And rather than perceiving Shinyu's extravagant request as unreasonable, Orochimaru regarded it as a challenge. "Very well, Shinyuekuin. I shall notify you once his eye has been cultivated. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Orochimaru." With that, Shinyu departed from Orochimaru's laboratory, leaving him to ponder deeply within. "Master Orochimaru, what troubles you?" Orochimaru glanced at the approaching researcher, realizing it was his newly accepted disciple, Yumu Rin, and sighed. "Yumu Rin, I have encountered a conundrum." Chapter 95. Kakashi's new eye. At this moment, Obito grasped the eye that originally belonged to him. It can be said that he had reached a point of no return. "Lin, I must create a world that belongs to you. Obito's gaze was devoid of hesitation as he placed the eye into his eye socket. Obito, what do you plan to do next? White Zetsu's inquisitive demeanor prompted a sense of exasperation in Obito. However, after enduring years of torment, Obito had long since lost the leisure to argue with White Zetsu. Summon Danzo. Inform him that I possess a plan that will enable him to become Hokage. Understood. Although White Zetsu occasionally enjoyed bantering with Obito, it remained devoted to the affairs of the Akatsuki organization. As Obito watched White Zetsu burrow into the ground, memories of Kakashi slaying Lin resurfaced in his mind. Kakashi, you shall pay for your past actions. You are unworthy of possessing this eye. With that, Obito suddenly opened his eyes, and alongside a surge of intense chakra, a skeletal Susanoo manifested around him. Indeed, the power of the Uchiha clan requires both eyes to unleash its full potential. As he reveled in his newfound power, a sinister smile crept across Obito's face. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, Orochimaru was leading Yumu Run in a night of intense research. Tsunade was guiding Tsunade, Mei, and others on a tour of Konohagakure. Although the village had recently endured a war, the construction and development of Konohagakure piqued the curiosity of all the Kage present. After all, the esteemed Yunin village, which has long prided itself on being the foremost military power among the 5 great nations, was defeated by the collective assault of the Akatsuki. In stark contrast, Konoha village emerged unscathed from the Akatsuki's offensive. Such military prowess undoubtedly inspires envy. Ultimately, Tsunade acquiesced to Shinyue's counsel and returned the Akatsuki members, Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori, to their respective villages. As for their fates, that was no longer Tsunade's concern. As for Shinue, aside from accompanying Kakashi to Orochimaru for injections, he busied himself with construction. After all, Shinue's wood release was significantly more formidable than Yamato's, prompting Tsunade to bestow this honorable task upon him. However, regarding Orochimaru's research on the Sharingan, Shinue was solely focused on the results rather than the process. It was evident that Shinue preferred to offer suggestions without bearing responsibility. Had Orochimaru not been engrossed in his experiments, he might have already lost his temper with Shinue, considering the innovative concept Shinue proposed was unprecedented in the shinobi world. Nonetheless, Shinue was quite invested in the matter of Kakashi's eye. Although this power belonged to the Uchiha clan, it was Kakashi's only means of contending with Obito. After all, Obito had regained both Sharingan, and, coupled with the white Zetsu cells in his possession, could effortlessly activate Susanoo. Kakashi, today marks your 3rd dose of the enhancer, Shinue remarked. At that moment, Kakashi had already received 2 injections from Orochimaru. It could be said that Orochimaru had exerted considerable effort in this regard. To ensure Kakashi could adapt to the Uchiha power, Orochimaru had toiled to develop a suitable drug. Now, even without the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra reserves had increased 3-fold compared to before. It should be noted that Kakashi had previously undergone a collective enhancement, meaning he could now utilize Raikiri 24 times in a single day. Thank you, Shinue. Kakashi understood that Orochimaru would not aid him without cause. It was all due to Shinue's influence. Enough of this idle chatter. Have you thought about how to confront Obito? Shinue asked incisively. Hearing this, Kakashi shook his head. Undoubtedly, he had yet to recover from the shock of the last encounter. As his dearest friend, Kakashi struggled to comprehend why Obito had chosen such a path. If you cannot grasp it, then do not dwell on it. Instead, focus on adapting to your newfound abilities and the future you will acquire. You can capture him and demand answers later, Shinue suggested. Shinue was not adept at verbal persuasion. Rather, his approach resembled that of Uchiha Madara, albeit less extreme. In his view, all fears stemmed from insufficient firepower or strength. Just as the Akatsuki's attack on Konoha had demonstrated, the Uchiha's might, once unleashed, could vanquish the Akatsuki and create opportunities for dialogue. After all, no one would engage in reasoning with the weak. You make a compelling point. At this juncture, Kakashi had no choice but to concede to Shinue's perspective. The self-sacrifice of Nagato and Konin's alliance with Konoha had profoundly impacted Kakashi, reinforcing Shinue's assertion that strength is the ultimate truth. Shinue-kun, Kakashi, you have finally arrived. Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Shinue surmised that the research on the Sharingan had indeed succeeded. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not be so exhilarated. Kakashi, once you complete your injection, we can proceed with the eye transplantation, Orochimaru informed him. Following this, guided by Kimimaro, Kakashi entered the injection room. Seizing the opportunity, Shinue grew curious about Orochimaru's research findings. Orochimaru-sensei, what abilities does this Sharingan possess? Upon hearing Shinue's inquiry, Orochimaru chuckled and replied, "Indeed, you are a genius, Shinue-kun. I have finally discovered how to use a single Sharingan to activate Susanoo, but I cannot yet disclose its abilities, as the pig never reveals its secrets." Understanding Orochimaru's sentiment, Shinue nodded in agreement. Not every pair of Sharingan possesses the same capabilities as those of Sasuke and Itachi. Many unique Mangekyo Sharingan reveal their powers only upon transplantation. "Let us go, Shinue-kun. It is time to transplant Kakashi's eye." Observing Shinue's incredulous expression, Orochimaru clarified. This third injection was originally prepared to complement his new eye, establishing a protective mechanism for Kakashi's body to prevent unforeseen complications. Seeing Orochimaru's thorough consideration, Shinue felt reassured and followed him into the injection room. At that moment, Kakashi lay on the operating table as Orochimaru took the lead. Watching Kakashi drift into slumber, Orochimaru nodded at Shinue. 2 weeks later, Kakashi awaited Shinue's arrival in the back mountains of Konoha, as today marked the day of the bandage removal. Kakashi was brimming with anticipation regarding his new eye. "Kakashi, it is rare for you to be punctual." Hearing Shinue's voice, Kakashi rolled his eyes. It was well known that Shinue had long since cured Kakashi of his tardiness, yet for some reason, Shinue had developed a penchant for arriving late. "Open your eyes and see," Shinue instructed, removing the bandage from Kakashi's face. Responding to Shinue's voice, Kakashi nodded and concentrated his chakra in his left eye. Gradually, his left eye transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. "It seems you can now freely activate and deactivate this eye," Shinue teased, observing Kakashi's success. Noticing Kakashi's silence, Shinue added, "Now, let us test the transition to the Mangekyo Sharingan." Chapter 96. The eye's abilities. The results appear promising, Shinue remarked as he admired Kakashi's newly acquired Mangekyo Sharingan. Praising Orochimaru's ingenuity. This particular left eye of Kakashi's was unprecedented, a cutting-edge creation by Orochimaru. "Kakashi, explore the unique abilities of your eye," Shinue urged, eager to discover the powers it possessed. "All right." Kakashi accepted Shinue's suggestion and began to attune himself to the skills of his new Sharingan. "Shinue, this is the unique ability of my Sharingan, named Takamagara. It seems capable of erasing everything within a space." Hearing Kakashi's description, Shinue was reminded of Inoki's dust release. Could it be that Kakashi's Sharingan possessed a similar ability? With this thought in mind, Shinue wasted no time and clapped his hands. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon, measuring several meters in length, emerged from the ground. "Kakashi, use your Takamagara to attack my wood dragon. I wish to see the effects." Kakashi, having retreated to a safe distance, slowly closed his right eye while keeping his Sharingan-empowered left eye open. Takamagara. As Kakashi activated this skill, Shinue observed in awe as his wood dragon was obliterated from existence, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never been there. "Incredible!" Shinue exclaimed, turning to Kakashi, who seemed equally astonished by the formidable power of his eye. "Shinue, it appears that this eye does not consume much chakra," Kakashi noted. "Of course. Have you forgotten the number of injections you've received?" Shinue retorted, dismissing Kakashi's surprise, as it seemed he had no awareness of his own condition. "Shinue, this eye possesses another Jinjutsu skill called Shura." Upon hearing the term Jinjutsu, Shinue hurriedly raised his hands. "Stop. Save the Jinjutsu for someone else. Just tell me the effects." Undoubtedly, Shinue harbors a deep-seated fear of Jinjutsu, not because he cannot escape from it, but rather due to the apprehension of encountering illusions that could manipulate his mind. Akin to the machinations of Tobi. After all, the encounters with Danzo and Itachi left an indelible mark on Shinue, causing him excruciating headaches. "It appears that my Jinjutsu induces a state of negativity and despair, forcing one to confront their deepest fears, while I orchestrate the entire illusion." Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation of this skill, Shinue could not help but wish to see if Itachi could break free from Kakashi's Jinjutsu, named Shura. "Moreover, Kakashi, do you possess any other skills aside from these two?" Shinue initially did not harbor high expectations, for the two abilities Kakashi showcased were already quite formidable, with minimal chakra consumption, allowing Kakashi to face Tobi without trepidation. "Yes, but it is merely a defensive technique." Shinue was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's response. After all, when he made his request to Orochimaru, He did not contemplate the implications, later realizing he may have overstepped, as aside from Susanoo, the Sharingan rarely possesses defensive abilities. This technique is called Yomi, somewhat akin to Kimui, which creates a spatial distortion in front of my body, absorbing all incoming attacks. Intrigued by Kakashi's words, Shinyu eagerly urged, "Let us test it. I will strike you with ninjutsu." Observing Shunyu's eagerness, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Once Kakashi was prepared, Shunyu swiftly retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards Kakashi, promptly forming hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Kakashi smiled slightly at the sight of the multitude of shurikens before him and directly activated the Yomi skill of his Sharingan. The space in front of Kakashi warped, and as the dense shurikens made contact with this distorted space, they vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Remarkable. Shinyu could not help but exclaim, for this skill could indeed be deemed a life-saving technique. Shall we attempt a more potent ninjutsu? Kakashi nodded in agreement with Shunyu's suggestion. Fire style, fireball technique. With Kakashi's consent, Shinyu did not hold back, unleashing a fireball larger in diameter than Kakashi himself. Yomi. The space before Kakashi twisted once more, and in the face of such a colossal fireball, the distorted space appeared to possess a tremendous suction, drawing the fireball into its depths. Astonishing. It even deformed the fireball. Witnessing his ninjutsu fail, Shinyu could not help but marvel at Orochimaru, truly a treasure of Konohagakure, for successfully conducting such research. Let us conclude our ninjutsu trials here and proceed to test Susanoo. At this moment, Kakashi brimmed with confidence in his new eye, having perceived the unparalleled power of the Sharingan from the earlier techniques. Hearing Shinyu request him to activate Susanoo, Kakashi concentrated a significant amount of chakra into his left eye. As Susanoo manifested, a dark chakra enveloped Kakashi, exuding an eerie aura. To the untrained eye, it might appear as though Kakashi had succumbed to darkness. The dark chakra coalesced into a tangible skeletal frame, which gradually sprouted black muscle, ultimately forming the armor of the Yada mirror. In awe of the half-formed Susanoo before him, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he had presumed that Kakashi's first attempt at Susanoo would only summon a skeletal figure, yet he was left utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. Shinyu, this technique does not seem to consume much of my chakra. Standing within the Susanoo, Kakashi was exhilarated, feeling a sense of unprecedented strength. What is your method of attack? Ranged or close combat? Now that Shinyu beheld Kakashi's black Susanoo, he was most curious about its capabilities. It appears to embody both close and ranged capabilities. With a wave of Kakashi's hand, a shield bristling with spikes emerged from the giant's left hand, while a weapon resembling a crossbow materialized in its right hand. Let us test its power. Shinyu formed 3 thick earth walls using the earth style, earth wall technique, and addressed Kakashi. Without hesitation, Kakashi commanded the enormous Susanoo to draw back its bow and launch an arrow at the earth walls. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a resounding crack, and upon striking the earth walls, a tremendous explosion ensued. As the dust settled, Shinyu peered closely to see that his 3 earth walls had been pierced cleanly, with the arrow resting on the ground. Gazing at Kakashi, he sincerely remarked, "Kakashi, you have risen." Chapter 97, Declaration of War. Although Kakashi was unsure of the meaning behind Shinyu's words, he discerned the awe reflected in Shunyu's expression. Undoubtedly, this Sharingan was vastly superior to the one he had previously possessed, and more importantly, it consumed chakra with remarkable efficiency. Kakashi could confidently assert that, given sufficient time, he could unleash the full potential of this eye. However, it seemed that Tobi did not intend to grant them such time. "Lord Shinyu, the Hokage summons you." Shinyu nodded at the Umbu before employing the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Hokage's office. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. "Hokage-sama, it appears as though a war has erupted in here." Observing the overturned chairs and scattered papers, Shinyu was taken aback. "Take a look at this." Tsunade, seemingly devoid of the desire to explain, tossed a letter on the desk towards Shinyu. A declaration of war? Seeing the 2 prominent characters inscribed on the envelope, Shinyu could not help but feel exasperated. Tobi was nearing 30, yet his mannerisms resembled that of a child, engaging in such antics. The flamboyant characters on the envelope momentarily transported Shinyu back to the spring and autumn period. He recalled a history lesson from his previous life where his teacher had depicted the warfare of that era, deeming it rather foolish. Now, he found himself facing the taunts of a fool. As he opened the envelope, he discovered a letter outlining the reasons for this impending war, concluding with a challenge for Shinyu and the other Konohagakure shinobi to brace themselves. "Tsunade-sama, is this fellow mentally unstable?" Noting Tsunade's displeasure, Shizune leaned closer to Shinyu and whispered, "Tsunade-sama is quite furious. Toby appeared in the Hokage's office earlier and delivered the declaration of war, evading her attacks each time." Upon hearing Shizune's explanation, Shinyu understood the source of Tsunade's ire. Toby's actions were undoubtedly infuriating. It was well known that Tsunade had a notoriously short temper, and such provocations were bound to elicit her wrath. "Shinyu, since Toby seeks to ignite a war for the Nine Tails, we in Konohagakure must prepare ourselves for the impending conflict." Acknowledging Tsunade's words, Shinyu nodded in agreement. Toby's audacity to openly declare war indicated that he possessed the means to challenge the entire shinobi world. Not long ago, Shinyu had engaged in discussions with the leaders of other villages, and now, with war on the horizon, it was evident that Toby had made meticulous preparations. Understood. In light of Tsunade's directive, Shinyu's mood shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was imperative to remember that in the original narrative, the Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru collaborated, relying heavily on the reanimation jutsu, which was now Shinyu's greatest concern. "By the way, Shinyu, remember to send someone to contact the Kage of the other three nations, excluding the Land of Lightning, to ensure they are also ready for war." "Certainly," Shinyu replied with a nod. The entire shinobi world is now being coerced into the path of war by the Akatsuki organization. According to Shinyu's understanding, there are no living souls left in the Land of Lightning. It is said that after Shinyu's last departure, Baiju annihilated all the inhabitants of the Land of Lightning. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Land of Lightning, Danzo gazes triumphantly at the figure before him, Obito. "How do you like the surprise I prepared for you?" At this moment, Danzo is unaware that the person standing before him is Obito. He genuinely believes he is facing Uchiha Madara. "Danzo, I never imagined you would be responsible for the deaths of so many Uchiha clan members." Without a doubt, through his Sharingan, Obito senses the abundance of Uchiha Sharingan within Danzo's arm, alongside a hint of Hashirama's cells. "And what now? Do you intend to kill me?" Danzo appears unfazed by the situation, confident in his numerous trump cards that could persuade Madara to collaborate with him. "I believe we can mutually benefit from this arrangement. I only require the position of Hokage to govern Konohagakure properly. As for your intentions with the tailed beasts, that is not my concern. But you must refrain from antagonizing Konoha." Obito, amused, regards Danzo and replies, "Danzo, have you ever considered what would happen if I were to harness the power of all the tailed beasts? How would you contend with me then?" Upon hearing Obito's words, Danzo does not rush to retort. Instead, he slowly forms hand seals. Release. Obito watches silently, not believing Danzo would attack him, as they are still in a cooperative relationship. However, from the ground beneath Danzo's feet, a wooden figure emerges, and before Obito can react, a layer of golden armor envelopes the wooden figure. "What do you think, Obito? This power should suffice to contend with you, don't you think?" Danzo, standing atop the wooden figure, gazes down at Obito with pride. "What is this?" Obito can hardly believe his eyes. In his memory, Danzo was merely a schemer, yet now Danzo's strength surpasses even that of the tailed beasts. "I would not engage in unprepared actions. All this power has been meticulously researched by me. Thus, Madara, you will comply with the conditions I have set, will you not?" Danzo's words leave Obito momentarily silent, but he ultimately nods. "Of course, you merely desire the Hokage position. We can benefit each other." With Obito's agreement, Danzo dispels the ninjutsu. "These are the reincarnated individuals I have gathered for this war, including my mentor, Senju Tobarama." With a clap of his hands, countless coffins rise from the ground. And as the lids slowly open, Obito finds that Danzo is far more formidable than he had previously imagined. Yet, upon seeing Senju Tobarama within the coffin, Obito cannot resist teasing, "Danzo, you certainly hold your mentor in high regard." Danzo, unfazed by Obito's jibe, responds calmly, "My mentor did not support the presence of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. Now, under Tsunade's leadership, the Uchiha have been granted a voice. This is the greatest tragedy for Konohagakure." Danzo's words leave Obito speechless. Is it truly wise to speak such things before a member of the Uchiha clan? However, Obito dismisses the matter, as his sole desire is to create a world for Rin. Then, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Seeing no objection from Obito, Danzo extends his right hand. There is no need for a handshake. I have already declared war on Konoha. I believe the conflict shall commence shortly, so prepare for battle. With that, Obito employs Kimui and vanishes from Danzo's sight. Unbeknownst to Obito, Danzo's power is entirely derived from the intelligence operatives he has placed within Konoha. It can be said that Orochimaru's research has been entirely appropriated by Danzo. Shinyu, Uchiha clan, I shall not spare you. Soon, I will be the Hokage, and the mightiest Hokage of Konohagakure. Gazing at the impending reign, Danzo reveals a subtle smile, sensing the dawn of victory. Chapter 98. Orochimaru's secret force. If there is anything that irks Shinyu, it is that Obito's declaration of war lacked a precise timeline. However, Shinyu suspects that Obito will not grant him much time for preparation. After all, Konoha's Anbu have already uncovered intelligence regarding the Akatsuki, who have seized the Land of Lightning as their stronghold, with Obito's primary strategy being the army of Edo Tensei summoned by Danzo. Shinyu, I have dispatched the Anbu to deliver messages to the various nations. I believe we shall receive responses shortly. Observing Tsunade, who is diligently formulating strategies at the table, Shinyu nods appreciatively. Tsunade is undoubtedly the most decisive Hokage he has encountered. During this time, Shinyu has also remained active, training Konoha's ninja forces while assisting Kakashi and others with Sharingan adaptation. Although Konoha's combat capabilities have improved, they are still up against the Edo Tensei of the deceased, individuals who can only be sealed, not killed. Contemplating this matter, Shinyu rushes to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, do we have access to other strong individuals from Konoha and other villages? Can you still summon them using Edo Tensei? Bursting through the door, Shinyu is eager to ascertain this information. Shinyu-kun, I was about to seek you out regarding Edo Tensei. Orochimaru, lacking his usual smile, finds himself somewhat embarrassed by the presence of spies in his laboratory. Aside from Senju Hashirama, I can no longer summon the individuals I previously collected. Hearing this from Orochimaru, Shinyu's expression darkens. It appears that Danzo has already detected this and has refrained from using Edo Tensei on Hashirama, as the reincarnated body is provided by Baiju, meaning the caster cannot control Hashirama. Orochimaru, we are facing a crisis in Konoha, but it would be best if your laboratory personnel refrained from joining the battlefield. Instead, summon Senju Hashirama to guard your laboratory. In response to Shinyu's suggestion, Orochimaru declines, stating, Shinyu-kun, these data can be sealed within scrolls. I have decided to lead my subordinates into battle. Observing Shinyu's incredulous expression, Orochimaru chuckles. Shinyu-kun, you do not truly believe that my subordinates are merely a bunch of inept fools, do you? Shinyu, taking Orochimaru's words with a grain of salt, harbors doubts. Orochimaru's remaining subordinates consist of the former Sound 5 and Kabuto. As for the others, Shinyu has never held high hopes. Orochimaru's assertion ignites his competitive spirit. He turns to Kimimaro, instructing, have everyone cease their work and assemble immediately. Yes, Kimimaro replies with a slight bow and departs the hall. Shinyu watches curiously as Orochimaru orchestrates this gathering, eager to discover what formidable forces he still possesses. However, the next moment leaves Shinyu astounded. Following Kimimaro's lead, nearly 100 individuals emerge, each radiating chakra fluctuations comparable to that of Jonin. Lord Orochimaru. These individuals, clad in matching uniforms, stand in formation, swiftly transforming the previously spacious hall into a crowded space. Gazing at Orochimaru amidst the throng, Shinyu suddenly perceives him as a figure akin to a crime lord. What do you think, Shinyu-kun? Are my subordinates satisfactory? As Orochimaru presents his assembled force, Shinyu surveys the scene before him. Before them stood a group of over 100 individuals, divided into teams of approximately 30, with the leader being none other than the renowned Inen 5. If Shinyu-jun has an interest, he may wish to test their capabilities. Shinyu gazed at Orochimaru in astonishment, thinking him to be lost in daydreams. After all, he considered his strength to be at least on par with that of a Super Shadow level, yet Orochimaru suggested he spar with them. Shinyu, if you are able, do give it a try. Seeing is believing, after all. With that, Orochimaru pressed a button, causing the original facilities of the hall to slowly sink into the ground or retract into the walls, transforming the space into a duel arena. Very well. I shall give it a try. Observing Orochimaru's confidence, Shinyu felt a surge of determination. He could hardly believe he would be unable to handle this multitude of opponents. Duoya, lead your team to spar with Shinyu. Yes. Duoya slightly bowed to Orochimaru, then turned to Shinyu, saying, Shinyu, I apologize in advance. Just the 30 of you? Without a doubt, Shinyu was caught off guard by Duoya's confidence. He could hardly believe that Duoya truly thought he could conquer him with just 30 individuals. Since there are no objections from either side, let us begin. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the arena, smiling as he spoke. Then be careful, Shinyu shouted, drawing shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. This was merely a test. As it was not a life-or-death battle, he had no intention of utilizing his internal powers just yet. Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken. A flurry of shuriken flew toward Duoya and his comrades, yet the dozens behind Duoya remained still, unfazed. Calmly, Duoya raised his flute to his lips. With a peculiar sound wave accompanying his note, the barrage of shuriken seemed to be repelled by an unseen force, falling harmlessly to the ground. Lord Shinyu, I shall attack now. With Shunyu's assault nullified, Duoya offered a reminder. However, unlike the original narrative, Duoya did not summon those 3 strange creatures. Instead, he began to play his flute once more. As the melody reached his ears, Shinyu sensed something amiss, as if something were hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. However, mere moments after the earthen wall emerged, an attack struck directly against it. Is that a sound weapon? Shinyu thought in disbelief, taken aback by the bizarre scene unfolding before him, reminiscent of a film from his previous world. Very well. You all may engage with Shinyu as well. After one attack, Duoya ceased his offensive, ensuring his comrades had the chance to showcase their abilities. Yes. As Shinyu observed the individuals behind Duoya, he noticed their bodies beginning to undergo a transformation. Lord Shinyu, we are coming. Hearing the thunderous voices of the approaching figures, Shinyu could not afford to be complacent. He swiftly threw kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, embedding them in various corners of the hall. The dozens of individuals charged toward Shinyu with fervor. As it was a spar, they refrained from using weapons, instead attacking with their transformed body parts. Such remarkable speed. Shinyu marveled at the rapid onslaught. This group's velocity had already surpassed that of typical jonin. As for their strength, he had little interest in gauging the enemy's might, though he could clearly see that their physiques seemed to be modified based on various animals. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, evading their assaults was effortless. Yet he recognized that they were indeed significantly stronger than the average jonin of Konohagakure. All right, enough. Recognizing it was merely a spar, Shinyu had no intention of harming Orochimaru's prized creations. He quickly called for a halt. How was that, Shinyu-jun? Upon Shinyu's cessation, Orochimaru immediately inquired. Quite remarkable indeed. Shinyu nodded, though he couldn't help but ask, Orochimaru, from where did you gather such a multitude? Orochimaru cast a glance at the 100-strong crowd and replied nonchalantly, they are villagers from near the Land of Fire, originally devoid of chakra, yet desiring to become shinobi. I have granted them this opportunity. Sensing Shunyu's hesitation, Orochimaru quickly added, rest assured, the medicines provided are fully matured. They will not be treated as mere subjects for experimentation. Hearing this, Shinyu finally felt at ease. As he genuinely feared Orochimaru might revert to his former ways of abducting individuals for human experimentation. In light of this, Orochimaru, you should prepare your forces. A battle may soon commence. With Orochimaru's legion in tow, Shinyu felt a greater sense of confidence regarding the impending war. After all, he had just assessed their strength, which was undoubtedly on par with that of ordinary jonin, and Duoya's earlier display suggested they were approaching the level of a quasi-kage. Very well, Shinyu-jun. You may rest assured. With that, Shinyu decided it was time to leave the laboratory. After all, Orochimaru's contingent was an unexpected boon. Yet his concerns regarding the Edo Tensei remained paramount. I shall take my leave now. With that, Shinyu exited Orochimaru's laboratory. Chapter 99. Pre-war mobilization. Soon after the message was dispatched, the ninja from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure gathered all their ninjas in Konohagakure. After all, their villages no longer possessed tailed beasts to be seized by the Akatsuki. As for the daimyo, while they held little utility in battle, the ninjas were still required to obey their commands. Although Shunyu could not quite comprehend the matter, since the remaining 4 villages insisted on protecting the daimyo. Sending a few individuals to safeguard them would suffice. Conveniently, the 4 daimyo could play cards together, alleviating their potential boredom. Shinyu, I have decided to appoint you as the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. What do you think? At this moment, Shinyu stood in the Hokage's office, facing not only Tsunade but also Inoki, Terumi Mei, and Gaara. May I refuse? However, Shinyu's languid demeanor seemed unchangeable. Even in the presence of the highest leaders from 4 ninja villages, he opted to decline. The reason? Tsunade's expression darkened upon hearing Shinyu's refusal. It was known that this position had been painstakingly reserved for him. Should the war end in victory, Shinyu would undoubtedly become the 6th Hokage. I do not wish to be Hokage. Does that count as a reason? Shinyu's words left Tsunade looking pale, as she had not anticipated him faltering at such a critical moment. Just moments earlier, she had confidently assured the other 3 Kages that Shinyu would undoubtedly agree. After all, he was the son of the 4th Hokage, a claim she had reiterated countless times. Yet now, Shinyu refused without a moment's thought. Tsunade took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure as she patiently spoke to Shinyu. Shinyu, you must understand. There is no one more suitable for this position than you. Nevertheless, Tsunade's gentle persuasion failed to yield Shinyu's acceptance. As he shrugged his shoulders and helplessly replied, the commander-in-chief could easily be selected from among you 4 Kages. Why must you insist on choosing me? Terumi Mei, observing Shinyu's lethargic demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. However, seeing Tsunade's increasingly green expression, she pondered before suggesting, Shinyu, dear brother, why not just agree? After all, it is merely a nominal position. In light of Mei Ying's endorsement for Shinyu to assume the position, Iai Luo and Inoki exchanged glances and urged, indeed, why not let Shinyu take on the role? Faced with the 4 leaders advocating for him to accept this responsibility, Shinyu eventually acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, as he would not be involved in the minutiae of governance, merely serving as a symbolic figurehead. However, it appeared that the ninjas from various villages still harbored lingering grievances from the past. I had observed earlier that several ninjas engaged in heated disputes, with a few nearly resorting to violence. After addressing Shinyu's predicament, Mei Ying presented a new concern. Upon hearing her question, a profound silence enveloped the room. Indeed, the 5 great ninja villages had all experienced conflicts to varying degrees, and these tensions could not simply be resolved with a call for unity. Observing the pained expressions of the 4 leaders, Shinyu was reminded of Iai Luo's impassioned speech in the original narrative, although he could not quite recall the specifics of Iai Luo's words. Shinyu, as the supreme commander of the ninja coalition, what is your perspective? Shinyu, lost in his reminiscence of the original story, was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. What was happening? Hadn't he just stated that he would not be responsible for the particulars? Why was he being consulted now? Clearing his throat, he suggested, it would be prudent for the 4 of you to lead the pre-war mobilization. Only then will the ninjas from each village fully recognize the coalition's existence. Shinyu articulated this primarily because he was uncertain how to deliver such a speech himself. After all, in the original tale, Iai Luo had been a Jinchuriki, whereas Shinyu was merely the brother of one. It would be rather absurd to address the multitude below with a plea to protect his younger brother. What an excellent idea. Mei Ying's eyes brightened at Shinyu's suggestion, exclaiming, as expected of the coalition's supreme commander, I believe this approach is viable. Shinyu smiled at Mei Ying's praise, but chose not to elaborate further. In that case, let us conduct a pre-war mobilization this afternoon. According to the intelligence reports from the Umbu, the Akatsuki's forces have assembled. Tsunade was undoubtedly a decisive leader, and upon confirming the various arrangements, she resolved to swiftly bolster morale and engage the Akatsuki in a decisive battle. That afternoon, nearly 60,000 ninjas gathered in an open area outside Konoha, awaiting their address. However, the atmosphere within the ranks was rife with discord. Hey, you're the ninja from Kirigakure who killed my comrade, aren't you? Oh, what do you intend to do? Nothing. Just seeking to make you pay for your life. Had it not been for the desperate efforts of their fellow ninjas to intervene, this unit would likely have suffered significant casualties even before leaving the borders of the Fire Country. Such confrontations were escalating within the ninja coalition. Silence. At the sound of this reprimand, the assembled ninja forces ceased their quarrels and turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, which belonged to the 4 leaders representing their respective villages. I understand that there are many old grievances between you, but I implore all ninjas to listen to us. As Tsunade began speaking, the ninjas below quickly fell into formation, attentively observing their leaders on stage. Regarding the Akatsuki, I trust you are all aware of their activities. Many of you have likely encountered them, and several comrades have even fallen at their hands. Their strength is undeniable, but what is far more terrifying is their objective. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the majority of the ninjas exchanged glances, as many were still unaware of the Akatsuki's true intentions. Their goal is to gather the power of all nine-tailed beasts and obliterate the entire ninja world. Currently, only the two-tails and nine-tails remain unseized. You are all aware that they recently attacked Konoha, and their aim was to capture the tailed beasts. Upon Tsunade's explanation, the ninjas comprehended why they had to oppose the Akatsuki and recognized that they were on the brink of an unprecedented war. Just moments ago, the four leaders had reached a consensus regarding the situation. Shinyu, observing the four leaders above, stifled a yawn out of boredom. He found the mobilization process rather tedious. After all, he had a rough understanding of the strength of each village. Aside from Konoha, the other villages were relatively weak. Shinyu's ultimate ambition was not the so-called mutual understanding, but rather to establish Konoha as the dominant force. Although Shinyu did not intend to emulate the imperialistic tendencies of his former world, he envisioned a future where the entire Land of Fire would stand as a formidable entity overseeing the world, allowing other nations to develop independently as long as they did not provoke Konoha. As the fifth Hokage, I implore you all. Shinyu's idea was indeed commendable. At the very least, the speeches of the four leaders succeeded in alleviating their biases and uniting them against the Akatsuki, though Shinyu disdained the process. Thus, the Grand War was set in motion following the conclusion of the pre-war mobilization, and Shinyu steeled himself for the impending conflict against the Akatsuki. Chapter 100. Marching to the front lines, the 60,000 ninjas were organized into 6 divisions, the 1st to 4th squads, a medical team, and a command team. The 1st to 4th squads were led by Ao, Itachi, Kuratsuchi, and Temari, while the medical team was under the command of Tsunade's apprentice, Sakura. The command team was jointly led by the 4 leaders. As for Shinyu, the supreme commander of the coalition, Tsunade had indeed not misled him. He was not required to engage in any other duties, though his subordinates were somewhat lackluster. Suddenly, Shinyu felt somewhat superfluous. Gazing at the 4 individuals in his team, he remarked with a hint of exasperation. Given that this war was fought to protect the Jinchuriki, his team consisted solely of Naruto, Yamato, Sasuke, and Kakashi. Looking at these 4, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Are we truly about to wage war? Naruto, still struggling to grasp the reality, found it all too swift. Perhaps it was because he had spent much of his time training in Myobokuzen, leading to some reluctance regarding the impending conflict. Naruto, you must understand why the Akatsuki seeks the tailed beasts. We cannot stand idly by while they destroy our ninja world. Observing Naruto's dazed expression, Sasuke promptly urged him. I know, Sasuke, but it feels surreal. In response to Naruto's feeble defense, Sasuke scoffed, Coward. What did you say? Coward. Upon hearing Sasuke's mockery, Naruto was about to confront him. Shinyu, witnessing the bickering, promptly kicked Naruto's rear, exclaiming, Settle down. Ouch. Rubbing his backside, Naruto shot a fierce glare at the smug Sasuke. Naruto, Yamato, this war is essentially fought for your sake, so you must ensure your safety during the battle. Sasuke, Kakashi, and I will protect you. With the 2 still preoccupied with their banter, Shinyu felt compelled to impart this lesson. In truth, he also realized that since having this younger brother, his demeanor increasingly mirrored that of an elder. Both Yamato and Naruto nodded in acknowledgement of Shinyu's words. They understood the significance of this war, particularly Yamato, whose former village had been nearly annihilated by the Akatsuki, a stark reminder of the urgency. However, before that, Naruto, let's utilize the multi-shadow clone technique in coordination with the 1st to 4th squads to clear the way. Currently, Shinyu, as long as he refrains from employing the sun true fire and the moon true water, possesses an ample supply of chakra within himself, allowing him to freely utilize the multi-shadow clone technique. With a decisive gesture, both brothers simultaneously formed hand seals, and amidst a cloud of smoke, thousands of Shinyu and thousands of Naruto materialized around them. They were now on their way to the front lines. A formidable legion of over 2,000 clones surged forward, pursuing the troops ahead, signifying Shinyu's earnest commitment to this war against the Akatsuki organization. Concurrently, within the borders of the Land of Lightning, Danzo summoned all his reanimated corpses. Danzo, are you certain that the Uchiha clan has seized control of Konohagakure? At this moment, the resurrected Senju Tobarama wore a stern expression, clearly skeptical of Danzo's assertion. Sensei, this is indeed true. I have already fled to the land of lightning, Danzo replied, subtly forming hand seals. This cannot be. How could the Uchiha clan possibly take control of Konoha? Even in the absence of Hiruzen, there are still people like Kokushin. Danzo, what are you plotting? Undoubtedly, while Senju Tobarama harbored doubts about Danzo's claims, he placed excessive trust in his student. Seizing the opportunity while Senju Tobarama was distracted, Danzo completed his hand seals and instantaneously seized control of Tobarama's physical movements. Danzo, what on earth are you attempting? In response to his teacher's inquiry, Danzo brazenly declared, Sensei, while the Uchiha clan has not staged a rebellion, I aspire to become Hokage. As my mentor, you should support me, should you not? You scoundrel. Upon hearing Danzo's explanation, Tobarama could not help but curse. I truly was blind back then, failing to perceive your malicious ambitions. Danzo refrained from engaging further with Tobarama's remarks and instead directed his gaze towards the distorted space beside him. It appears you are fully prepared. At this moment, Obito had removed his mask, for Danzo had recently discovered the corpse of Uchiha Madara, and Obito no longer intended to conceal anything from Danzo. However, before Danzo could speak, Tobarama interjected, Danzo, you are actually collaborating with the Uchiha clan. What are you truly after? Obito glanced at the immobile Senju Tobarama and remarked, it is quite amusing to see a teacher under the control of his own student. Tobarama wished to say something more, but Danzo once again formed hand seals. This time, Senju Tobarama had become entirely a mindless pawn. I apologize, my teacher is rather noisy. Danzo's expression remained inscrutable, yet Obito could discern that Danzo was eagerly anticipating this war. Danzo, since you are ready, we should set off. It will lead you to the front lines. Having said this, Obito once again activated Kimui and departed, leaving behind the emerging white Zetsu. Let us proceed. The allied shinobi forces have already set out, and I believe we shall encounter them shortly. Acknowledging white Zetsu's reminder, Danzo nodded, saying, then I shall trouble you to guide the way. However, just as Danzo followed white Zetsu away, a figure slowly emerged. I shall remain here, for I still have an ace up my sleeve. The figure that appeared was none other than Danzo himself, while the one who left with white Zetsu was merely a wit clone created by Danzo. Edo Tensei. With this incantation, Danzo formed hand seals, and a coffin emerged from the ground. As the coffin lid opened, Danzo scrutinized the individual before him, who lay with eyes tightly shut. Uchiha Madara, you too shall become my pawn. Nonetheless, Danzo refrained from hastily awakening Madara, as this was his final trump card, one he did not intend to employ unless absolutely necessary. It could be said that both Obito and Danzo harbored ulterior motives, each withholding their true intentions from the other. Danzo aimed to control Obito after the war, while Obito sought to create a world with Rin. As both factions advanced toward the front lines, the monumental Shinobi World War was inevitably set to commence. Chapter 101. Encountering Danzo again, enemy forces detected ahead. Upon hearing Kakashi's warning, Shinyu gazed forward and realized that the approaching figure was none other than the long-vanished Danzo, accompanied by several white Zetsu. Noticing that Danzo's appearance seemed somewhat altered, Shinyu refrained from acting hastily. Shinyu, it has been a long time. It seems my initial suspicions were not unfounded. You are the one who concealed the Uchiha clan. Danzo's tone was remarkably relaxed, and his demeanor towards Shinyu and the others was unexpectedly amicable. To an outsider, it would appear as though Danzo and Shinyu were old friends rather than adversaries. Observing Danzo's affable demeanor, Shinyu responded with a smile, Lord Danzo, you are truly full of surprises. No one could have anticipated that you would become a rogue ninja. Originally, Shinyu believed that Danzo's defection was merely a strategy to gather strength for a counteroffensive against Konoha, but he never expected Danzo to genuinely align himself with Obito and his cohorts. Shinyu found it incomprehensible why Danzo was so obsessed with the position of Hokage. Or rather, he could not fathom why Danzo would choose to collaborate with Obito, even at the cost of his reputation. Shinyu, although you are the son of Minato, unfortunately, you do not comprehend the rules of Konoha, and thus, you will not understand my intentions. In response to Shinyu's inquiry, Danzo offered no explanation, merely shaking his head with a sigh, as if to suggest that Shinyu was the true traitor of Konoha. So, Danzo, what exactly do you intend to achieve by aligning with Obito? Upon hearing this, Danzo chuckled softly. Konoha has decayed. I shall utilize my abilities to rejuvenate the village. As he spoke, Danzo's visage radiated a sanctimonious aura, resembling that of a savior. Danzo, you have truly lost your way. Witnessing Danzo's unwavering conviction, Shinyu shook his head. In the original narrative, while Danzo committed numerous heinous acts, they were ultimately for the sake of Konoha. Yet now, Danzo believed he could single-handedly restore the village. Shinyu, surrender your brother to me. I assure you that I will ensure his survival. Seeing Shinyu and the others gaze at him as if he were a fool, Danzo sighed. It seems the opportunity one have presented is not cherished by you. As Danzo sighed, he began to remove the metal arm guards binding his arms. This is Sasuke, observing Danzo's pale arm and the spinning Sharingan upon it, was momentarily stunned. Shinyu, I will not kill you. I will spare your life so that you may witness the new Konoha alongside me. Hearing Danzo's words directed at him, Shinyu's lips twitched involuntarily. One could not deny that Danzo's rhetoric was quite skilled. It sounded as if he were speaking to a child. However, before Shinyu could retort, Sasuke could no longer contain himself. Danzo, you have harmed many of our Uchiha kin. Today, let your life atone for your sins. With that, Sasuke activated Susanoo, and a massive purple half-giant notched an arrow, launching it towards Danzo. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a half-giant clad in golden armor stood steadfast. The arrow shot by Sasuke having been effortlessly deflected by the armor. What do you think? Did you not anticipate that I could also wield Susanoo? Danzo remained rooted in place, exuding a sense of pride, for it was evident that he possessed the means to withstand Sasuke's furious arrow, which was no ordinary Susanoo attack. How is this possible? Sasuke found it hard to believe that his assault had failed. But what astonished him even more was that Danzo also possessed Susanoo. The ignorant child of the Uchiha clan must realize that this world is not solely reserved for your clan to wield such power. The face of Tuanzong was filled with mockery. At this moment, he felt like a god amongst the heavens and the earth, possessing the kind of control over everything that he had longed for. Allow me to return the favor, he declared, and with that, Tuanzong directly manipulated his Susanoo to launch an attack on Sasuke. The golden Susanoo wielded by Tuanzong employed an attack style similar to Sasuke's, except that he unleashed not arrows, but golden spears from behind him. The right hand of the colossal golden figure slowly withdrew a spear from its back and hurled it towards Sasuke. Scatter! Seeing the spear approaching, Shinyu urgently warned everyone to disperse. However, Sasuke had yet to recover from his shock, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. Huang Quan. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan's defensive skill, placing himself protectively in front of Sasuke at a critical moment. When the twisted space collided with the golden spear, the latter was promptly consumed by the distorted realm. That was close. Witnessing the perilous scene, Shinyu shouted, Sasuke, focus. He has Susanoo. We can deal with him. Kakashi, it seems you two possess enviable power. Undoubtedly. Tuanzong understood that the reason for the failure of his earlier attack was entirely due to Kakashi's Sharingan at work. Observing the unfamiliar Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, Tuanzong felt a flicker of desire. In that case, allow me to take my turn. Hearing Naruto's voice, Shinyu turned to see Naruto had entered the Nine-Tails mode, wielding a massive Raisin Shuriken in his hand. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Without a second thought, Naruto hurled the ninjutsu towards Tuanzong, but facing the loud, spiraling weapon. Tuanzong did not even activate his Susanoo. He merely raised his arm, filled with Sharingan. Huang Quan. One of the Sharingan on Tuanzong's arm began to whirl rapidly, causing the space before him to warp. What? The Raisin Shuriken thrown by Naruto was drawn into the distorted space, disappearing as if it had vanished into the sea. Such ninjutsu is useless against me. Faced with Tuanzong's bizarre abilities, Shinyu and the others hesitated, uncertain of what other special skills Tuanzong might possess. Kakashi. I believe Tuanzong's has the ability to replicate Sharingan techniques. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Shinyu's assessment. After all, during Sasuke's initial attack, Tuanzong had opted not to use the Sharingan for defense, but relied on Susanoo instead. Now, I am unclear whether the Sharingan can only replicate the techniques of other Sharingan, or if it can also mimic ninjutsu. So it would be prudent for me to test it, especially since I lack a Sharingan. Kakashi concurred with Shinyu's proposal, recognizing that he was indeed the best candidate given his Flying Thunder God technique, which allowed him to evade impending attacks at any moment. Alright, but be careful. Shinyu gazed at Tuanzong, quietly retrieving the Flying Thunder God Kunai and the Demon Blade Muramasa from his system space. Chapter 102, Shinyu vs. Tuanzong Part 1 Huh? Tuanzong observed Shinyu pulling out such a long ninja blade from behind him, his expression one of confusion. After all, Tuanzong did not possess a system space. He could not fathom how Shinyu accomplished this. Tuanzong, allow me to engage you now. With that, Shinyu flung the kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique and charged towards Tuanzong with his blade. The Flying Thunder God? How nostalgic. Watching Shinyu approach with his weapon, Tuanzong displayed no concern for his predicament, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shinyu created 8 shadow clones and immediately executed the skill he had diligently practiced. Konoha-style sword technique, 9-day moon dance. The 9 figures slashed at Tuanzong from different angles, a technique originally mastered by the Konoha Jonin, Moonlight Gale, which Shinyu had modified after acquiring the demon blade Muramasa. Naive. Although Tuanzong was unaware of which figure was Shinyu's true form, he paid no mind to the so-called sword technique, fully confident in his Susanu's might. The colossal golden figure coalesced once more, and every one of Shinyu's attacks struck against Susanu's armor. Is this all you've got? Tuanzong taunted as he observed Shinyu's thwarted assault. In that case, die? Shinyu raised the Muramasa and emerged from the ground, severing Tuanzong's entire arm. Tuanzong, you have grown complacent. As Tuanzong covered his severed limb, Shinyu remarked coolly, you have only grasped the power of Susanu while neglecting its vulnerabilities. In this state, the most perilous aspect is the very ground beneath your feet. Yet, Tuanzong, having lost his arm, appeared unfazed, a strange smile creeping across his face. Then I thank you for your reminder. Hearing the voice behind him, Shinyu realized that the Tuanzong he had severed was merely a wooden clone. Sensing danger approaching from behind, Shinyu swiftly employed the Flying Thunder God to evade. That was close. Observing the spot where he had just stood now punctured by Tuanzong's attack, Shinyu felt a wave of relief. The Flying Thunder God truly is an excellent ninjutsu, but Shinyu, you overlooked one crucial point. Tuanzong, having missed his strike, remained stationary, engaging Shinyu in conversation once more. What? Shinyu, puzzled by Tuanzong's demeanor, was curious about what he wished to convey. You truly do not know. Tuanzong shook his head, chuckling. The key is to never let your enemy discover the location of your Flying Thunder God mark. No sooner had Tuanzong's words left his lips than Shinyu felt something binding his body, and upon closer inspection, he saw dark curse marks creeping up from his feet. This is a curse mark I specifically prepared to bind your body. Tuanzong manipulated Susanu once more, slowly withdrawing a golden spear. This is the reason for your lack of combat experience. With that, Tuanzong hurled the golden spear. Boom. The golden spear struck Shinyu's position, sending a massive shockwave that kicked up a cloud of dust. Shinyu. Seeing Shinyu in peril, Naruto and Sasuke panicked and rushed toward his location. Don't go. Kakashi, observing the dust cloud, grabbed Naruto and Sasuke, urging, stay back. Shinyu will be fine. But Naruto attempted to argue, only to be interrupted by Kakashi. There are no buts. You must trust Shinyu's strength. When the dust settled, Tuanzong realized that Shinyu had merely been a shadow clone. What a blunder. Shinyu reappeared beside Kakashi, muttering, I initially thought this old fool would get cocky and approach me, but instead, he resorted to long-range attacks, truly lacking in martial ethics. However, this failed assault also made Shinyu aware that Tuanzong before him was no longer the Tuanzong who merely prodded Susanu in the original story. Now, he had evidently made considerable advancements in utilizing the Sharingan. After all, Tuanzong had somehow managed to evolve all the Sharingan in one arm into Mangekyo. What now? Shinyu? Can you continue? Upon hearing Kakashi's concern, Shinyu nodded. Although his previous probing attack had proven ineffective, it did not signify that he could not triumph over Danzo. Rest assured, Kakashi, I can play with him for quite some time longer. With that said, Shinyu once again brandished his blade and charged towards Danzo, this time being particularly cautious of any traps that Danzo might have laid at his feet. Still not giving up, Danzo observed Shinyu before him, uncertain of his intentions, yet he was certain that Shinyu would not repeat the same mistake as before. Thus, he activated his Susanoo. With a clang, as the golden spear clashed with the demon blade Muramasa for the first time, the chakra-formed golden spear was cleaved into two by Shinyu. Truly, it is a magnificent weapon. At that moment, Danzo realized that Shinyu was indeed a treasure trove of capabilities. Everything Shinyu possessed was what Danzo desired. be it the mechanical Tyrannosaurus or the blade that Shunyu wielded now. After a successful strike, Shunyu chose not to linger in battle, but instead leapt back. After all, Danzo wielded the ability of Kotoeme Tsukumi, and should he fall victim to it, he could easily be caught off guard. What a cautious child, Danzo thought, genuinely impressed as he watched Shunyu retreat. However, in the face of Danzo's praise, Shunyu had no time for idle banter and immediately formed hand seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As the ninjutsu took effect, a wood dragon erupted from the ground, coiling directly towards Danzo. You shall not pass. Danzo, fully aware of the effects of Shunyu's ninjutsu, hastily utilized Susanoo to hurl spears in an attempt to halt the dragon's advance. Boom, boom. Shunyu deftly maneuvered the wood dragon, evading the spears that Danzo launched, and the wood dragon pressed menacingly towards Danzo, ensnaring the golden Susanoo tightly. Now you should be quiet. Observing Danzo immobilized by the wood dragon, Shunyu finally had a moment to breathe. However, before he could utter another word, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals, and, more alarmingly, the seal was one Shunyu recognized all too well. Wood release, wood golem technique. Since crossing over into the world of Hokage, it had become increasingly rare for Shunyu to encounter something that truly astonished him. Undoubtedly, what lay before him was one such instance. As he watched Danzo conjure the wood golem, Shunyu couldn't help but admire the schemer's efforts during this time. How about it, Shunyu? You are not the only one capable of wood release. Danzo relished Shunyu's astonishment, as this was precisely the reaction he sought. In stark contrast to Shunyu's wood golem technique, Danzo's was entirely unique, for his golem was equipped with an opening. With a leap, Danzo ascended to the chest of the golem, which opened slowly as he stepped inside. Shunyu, this is the reason for my assured victory. Danzo turned and smiled, as the golem's chest began to close once more. Without waiting for Shunyu's retort, a layer of golden Yata mirror armor enveloped the golem. This is quite splendid, Shunyu observed as the golden golem samurai drew its blade from its waist, and he couldn't help but grimace. At that moment, he even felt that Danzo, like himself, was a traveler from another world, albeit one who had only recently arrived. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Shunyu desperately shouted a password known to all in the Blue Star Huaxia, but to his disappointment, Danzo offered no verbal response, instead maneuvering the golem 2 steps back. It seems he is not a traveler after all. Shunyu shook his head in disappointment, but refused to abandon his resistance. Summoning technique. Faced with the imposing golem samurai, Shunyu recognized that his own strength would be ineffective against it, and thus called forth the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus unleashed the ultimate destruction cannon upon him. Given Danzo's current form, Shunyu could no longer afford to conceal his strength. Having summoned the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, he commanded it to execute its skill. Yes, master. However, before the cannon on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus could open, Danzo commanded the golem to charge directly at Shunyu. Quite swift, isn't he? Shunyu mused, realizing he had underestimated this schemer. It seemed he had not only achieved great mastery in ninjutsu, but was also well-versed in his own intelligence. Ascend. Observing the golden blade approaching him, Shunyu decided to employ aerial strikes, as the golem appeared to lack the ability to fly. As the mechanical Tyrannosaurus took to the air, a cold smirk crept across Danzo's face from within the golem. It appears you have fallen for my trap. At that moment, Shunyu remained oblivious to Danzo's thoughts. Upon reaching an appropriate altitude, Shunyu commanded, mechanical Tyrannosaurus, aim for that golden giant and fire the ultimate destruction cannon. However, before the mechanical Tyrannosaurus could respond, Shunyu felt a sudden rush of air. Whoosh! A golden spear grazed past Shunyu's scalp, and for a moment, he even sensed the scent of singed hair. Looking down, he saw that the golden samurai had already switched weapons, launching golden spears at Shunyu in rapid succession. What the hell? Is this guy really not a traveler? Witnessing such a cleverly executed tactical maneuver, Shunyu was increasingly convinced that Danzo must indeed be a traveler. Host, Danzo is truly not a traveler. It is merely that you have underestimated him. Silence. Shunyu snapped back at the system, his frustration mounting. This damn system, failing to assist him in times of need, now chose to mock him at a critical moment. Whoosh, whoosh. Golden spears flew one after another towards Shunyu, leaving him feeling utterly flustered. He had never anticipated that Danzo would possess such profound insight into his capabilities. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, find an opportunity to fire. However, in response to Shunyu's command, The mechanical Tyrannosaurus refused for the first time. Master, when I fire, my body will experience a brief moment of vulnerability. And I can clearly sense that the golden spear will inflict damage upon me. With that, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus flapped its wings once more, awkwardly dodging the incoming spears. Ascend higher. Let's see how he throws. Ultimately, Shinyu chose not to confront Danzo directly, for at present, Danzo's chakra was still abundant. Once his chakra was exhausted, that would be Shinyu's prime opportunity to strike. However, Danzo, lying in wait on the ground amidst the scattered spears, was no fool. Seeing the mechanical Tyrannosaurus carrying Shinyu soar higher, he not only ceased his attacks, but also dispelled his Susanoo entirely. You wish to exhaust my strength before confronting me? Naive. Danzo reveled in his advantage, while Shinyu found himself at a disadvantage. Watching Danzo's every move from the ground, Shinyu couldn't help but curse. Why has this old man become so clever? What happened to the kunai piercing through Susanoo? Of course, he could grumble all he wanted. But Shinyu understood that Danzo was merely waiting for him to descend. Once he did, he would be met with yet another barrage of golden spears. However, as he looked down at the technologically advanced mechanical Tyrannosaurus beneath him, an idea suddenly illuminated his mind. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, what is your ultimate destruction cannon's attack range? Master, at this distance, I can still attack, though my accuracy may be compromised, and I cannot guarantee a hit on the target. Upon hearing the words of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, Shinyu finally felt a sense of relief. With a grand gesture, he declared, "No worries. Just aim for that wooden man and unleash as many shots as you can." Understood. Without the interference of Danzo, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast opened its launch cover, and two black missiles soared forth, heading straight for Danzo on the ground. Continue, do not cease. Watching the destructive projectiles fly towards Danzo, Shinyu's anxiety dissipated entirely. What was there to worry about now? The exhilaration of such overwhelming firepower was unparalleled. Boom. As the explosion reverberated from the ground, Shinyu felt immense satisfaction. He was well aware of the potency of the ultimate destructive cannon. It was not something Danzo's kind of wooden figure could withstand. Under such relentless fire suppression, Shinyu believed that even iron would melt under the extreme heat generated by the explosion of the ultimate destructive cannon. All right, we can descend now. Observing the massive crater left in the ground, Shinyu ceased the aerial bombardment. Gazing at the vast pit before him, Shinyu could not shake his doubts. He found it hard to believe that the formidable Danzo could be so easily annihilated. Surely, the old man was hiding elsewhere, waiting to ambush him. "Danzo, come forth. I know you are not dead," Shinyu called out, looking into the empty expanse of the crater. "It seems you are quite cautious." Slowly, Danzo emerged from the ground, gazing calmly at Shinyu. In response to Danzo's compliment, Shinyu chuckled, saying, "Thank you for your praise. After all, being cautious can prolong one's life, can it not?" Danzo did not engage in verbal sparring. Instead, he began to weave hand seals once more. What technique will he employ this time? Shinyu pondered, watching Danzo's actions with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 104. Shinyu vs. Danzo, Part 3. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Danzo noticed Shinyu's lack of opposition and felt a surge of joy. "No, I am merely curious about what other tricks you might have up your sleeve." Shinyu stood atop the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, observing Danzo's increasingly radiant smile, which struck him as somewhat amusing. "You will surely regret this." Danzo completed the last seal and bellowed, "Shinyu, while I am curious about your power, I must still request your demise." Corpse ghost sealing technique. Shinyu stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Danzo would resort to such a self-destructive jutsu. However, upon witnessing the spectral figure of the death god manifesting behind Danzo, Shinyu realized that Danzo was not jesting. He was genuinely risking his life. Damn it! Shinyu hastily returned the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast to the system space. Yet when he turned back to Danzo, he found him merely 10 paces away. No way. At that moment, Shinyu had no intention of confronting Danzo. He turned and fled, while Danzo, having committed to a deadly technique, pursued him relentlessly. "You cannot escape." Shinyu glanced back to see Danzo maniacally splitting into 3 shadow clones, all of whom were closing in on him. For a moment, Shinyu was utterly perplexed by Danzo's intentions. Meanwhile, onlookers such as Kakashi were equally astonished. What a life-preserving individual Danzo was. How could he possibly choose to perish alongside Shinyu? "Sasuke, do you think Danzo truly intends to go down with Shinyu?" Naruto inquired. witnessing the sudden shift in the battle as his brother was being relentlessly pursued. I don't know, but his actions are indeed unexpected. Sasuke shared in the confusion regarding Danzo's insanity. In truth, Naruto and Sasuke had already intended to rush in to assist Shinyu, but were halted by Kakashi. After all, they were unaware of Danzo's true nature, and if he were genuine, being caught would spell disaster. Danzo, you are truly ruthless, as Shinyu cursed. He swiftly evaded the relentless pursuit from various directions. However, even with the flying thunder god technique, he ultimately fell into Danzo's grasp. It is over. Observing the terror on Shunyu's face, Danzo reveled in triumph. Your soul is now ensnared. You can no longer move. As Danzo's colossal hand reached into Shunyu's abdomen, he immediately dispelled his 3 shadow clones. Why would you choose such a mutually destructive technique, Danzo? Shunyu's face was filled with reluctance, an expression that Danzo relished seeing. Now that I have you captured, it is only fair to enlighten you. Danzo smirked, explaining, this body before you is not my true form. It is merely a parallel body jutsu created using my own chakra. Upon witnessing the shock on Shunyu's face, Danzo chuckled. However, it is too late now. You shall soon meet your end. Yet, as Danzo finished his explanation, the terror on Shunyu's face vanished, replaced by an eerie smile. Shadow clone explosion. Shunyu's body detonated, sending a colossal shockwave that launched Danzo into the air. Indeed, you are not the one capable of employing such a technique. As Danzo lay on the ground, coughing blood, Shunyu's figure slowly materialized. I found it odd, a life-loving individual like you would suddenly resort to such a technique. Fortunately, while the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast returned, I created a shadow clone amidst the smoke. I had assumed you would be cautious, given your Sharingan, but it seems I overestimated you. Danzo, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, did not appear disheartened. His eyes still glinted with malice. It appears I underestimated you. Thank you for the compliment. Shinyu once again drew the cursed sword Muramasa, slowly unsheathing it as he looked at the fallen Danzo. Since you are not the original, you have no reason to continue living. Allow me to grant you a final journey. In light of the sharp blade, Danzo's expression morphed into one of ferocity once more. You remain complacent. To Shunyu's astonishment, the seemingly near-death Danzo sat up as if rejuvenated, seizing the blade of Muramasa with his bare hand. For symbol seal, black liquid gushed forth from Danzo's body like a fountain, and Shinyu, disregarding the cursed sword, released it and utilized the flying thunder god to evade the seal. Bang! A black sphere materialized around Danzo, and with a tremendous explosion, the land within a 10-meter radius vanished without a trace. That was close. Shinyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he glanced at the harrowing sight. It was evident that Danzo was utterly deranged. Shinyu had never anticipated that he would nearly fall into Danzo's trap at the end. What a shame for my sword. Observing the vast half-moon crater before him, Shinyu felt a pang of heartache. After all, Muramasa was a rare artifact, capable of cutting through steel, and now it had been sealed alongside Danzo's substitute. How could he not feel sorrow? Shinyu, are you all right? Upon the conclusion of the battle, Kakashi and the others hurriedly inquired. I am fine. Although Shunyu emerged victorious, his face bore a frown, for he had just lost a treasured artifact. I witnessed it. Your sword has also vanished. Kakashi consoled him. It is just a sword. The key is that you are unharmed. In the face of Kakashi's comfort, Shinyu could only nod in resignation. Let us proceed. We must continue to the front lines. Though Shinyu had triumphed in this battle, it served as a stark warning. Given that he had altered the majority of the storyline of Hokage, the path ahead would undoubtedly become far more perilous. Furthermore, one must not underestimate a schemer like Toanzo. He has transformed from the frail elder devoid of the Susa into a formidable adversary. At this moment, Naruto and Shinyu as doppelgangers have rushed to the battlefield and achieved commendable success, receiving the reports relayed by the doppelgangers. Shinyu is acutely aware that the white Zetsus before them are merely an appetizer. The true peril lies with the army of Edo Tensei, led by Obito and Toanzo. Just then, a message arrives from the command center, indicating that the medical team is under attack. As Shinyu and his companions prepare to head to the front lines, Kakashi's earpiece crackles with this unfortunate news. What? Upon hearing that the medical team is in trouble, Naruto's concern escalates. Let us go help the medical team. Observing Naruto's distress and recalling the critical role medical teams play in warfare, Shinyu ultimately resolves to assist the medical team in vanquishing the enemy first. Chapter 105. Heartbroken Naruto. Shinue, witnessing Naruto's anxious demeanor, cannot help but feel exasperated. He fails to comprehend what it is about Sakura that captivates Naruto so, if it is her physique. Hinata eclipses her completely, and in terms of lineage, Sakura is simply incomparable. As for personality, while Sakura may not be as insufferable as depicted in the original narrative, she has made her affections clear. She is enamored with Sasuke. I say, Naruto, there is no need for such panic. Sakura is indeed quite capable. Yet, in response to Shinue's reassurance, Naruto vehemently retorts, "No, we are facing Obito and Toanzo. Weren't you nearly ensnared by Toanzo just now?" Hearing Naruto's concerns, Shinue is tempted to deliver a kick to his backside. Come on, have Toanzo and Obito lost their minds? Does he not know the reason behind this war? However, observing Naruto's state, Shinue refrains from further comments. If his brother chooses to be a sycophant, let him continue in that vein. Such matters are beyond Shinue's control. Youth, after all, is a time for understanding. Kakashi seems to grasp the helplessness etched on Shinue's face and advises, "You, with a girlfriend, remain calm." While Naruto is still single. Upon hearing this, Shinue shoots Kakashi a look of exasperation. In truth, Shinue longs to inform Kakashi that he and Naruto were once ensnared by Obito in a realm known as Jintetsuki no, where Naruto not only acquired a girlfriend, but also lost his innocence. What's more, Naruto's girlfriend is none other than Sasuke. Though a farce, Shinue believes Naruto retains some inkling of that experience. Otherwise, he would not have avoided Sasuke upon their return. I understand. Rest assured, Kakashi, I shall not impede this matter. Shinue is acutely aware that a man's best path to growth often lies in heartbreak, and it is indeed the gentlest form of growth. Hence, concerning Naruto's infatuation with Sakura and his attempts at courtship, Shinue harbors no worries. Thus, Shinue and his companions hasten towards the medical team. As the white tents draw nearer, Naruto activates his Nine-Tails mode. Naruto, be cautious. While Shinue understands that the enemies here may not be particularly formidable, prudence is always wise. I got it. Although Naruto outwardly acknowledges Shinue's warning, internally he envisions an alternative scenario. Naruto, Sakura is being pursued by several white Zetsus, on the brink of losing her life. When Naruto descends from the heavens, employing Rasen Shuriken to obliterate the white Zetsus surrounding Sakura. Do not fear, I am here. With his resonant voice, Naruto assures Sakura, rest easy. As long as I am here, they cannot harm you. Immediately, Sakura gazes into Naruto's eyes, a blush creeping across her cheeks, and Naruto seizes the moment, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Naruto? Sakura's voice interrupts his reverie. Upon focusing, he realizes there are no white Zetsus, only Sakura's puzzled expression. Sakura, where are the enemies? Momentarily perplexed, Naruto questions, wasn't he there supposed to be a heroic rescue? What enemies? The ones attacking you, right? Did you not mention suffering significant losses? Hearing Naruto's inquiry, a smile graces Sakura's face as she gently replies, Naruto, rest assured, our medical team is no pushover. Thank you for coming all this way. Hehe, it was nothing. Flustered by Sakura's praise, Naruto feels a twinge of shyness. Observing his brother's demeanor, Shinue sighs in resignation and steps forward to clarify, Sakura, we indeed received a distress signal from the medical team, which is why we rushed here. Upon hearing Shinue's words, Sakura's confusion deepens. We have been perfectly fine here, encountering no attacks whatsoever. In unison, Shinue and the others turn their gaze to Kakashi. As he was the one who relayed the message, I did receive a distress signal from the medical team. With everyone's eyes on him, Kakashi hastily begins to explain. Shinue, noting the collective bewilderment, begins to ponder the entire sequence of events. Could it be? At that moment, an improbable theory materializes in Shinue's mind. However, it appears to be the only logical explanation. With this thought, Shinue promptly instructs Sakura, gather all the members of the medical team. We need to recount the numbers. Without hesitation, Sakura assembles the entire medical team. Assemble. Once gathered, Shinue addresses Naruto. Naruto, use your Nine-Tails mode to sense those below. See if anyone has infiltrated. Alright. However, after a moment of sensing, Naruto abandons the effort and, with a puzzled expression, states, Shinue, the people down there are not white Zetsus. Upon hearing Naruto's conclusion, Shinue's immediate reaction is one of disbelief. After all, The Ninetales mode possesses an unparalleled ability to detect white zetsus. If Naruto cannot sense them, then they must be something else. Sakura, check if there are any discrepancies in your medical team's numbers. Yet again, the result leaves Shunyue disheartened. The medical team shows no discrepancies in either personnel or identities, leaving Shunyue feeling somewhat awkward. It seems we made an error. If so, let us proceed to the front lines. Realizing that remaining in this state is unproductive, Shunyue leads the four companions onward. As Sakura and the others watch Shunyue's group depart, they breathe a sigh of relief. It seems they did not uncover the truth. Amidst a cloud of smoke, a figure donning a demon mask emerges. It appears that Lord Toanzo's suspicions were indeed correct. Naruto's Ninetales mode cannot perceive the transformations of ninjas beyond the white zetsus. Hearing the masked individual's words, an accomplice nods and replies. Next, we can continue to masquerade as the medical team, infiltrating the battlefield to ambush the wounded ninjas. Indeed. But caution is essential, for the ninjas from various nations are not to be underestimated. The masked ninja advises his subordinates to remain vigilant. Understood, you can rest easy. However, just as they prepare to execute their next move, Shunyue's voice, which had seemingly departed, resonates in their ears. I knew something was amiss. The truth is indeed as I suspected. What? Although the masked individual's face is obscured, Shunyue can imagine the shock etched across his expression. Observing the incredulity on the masked figure's countenance, Shunyue offers a wry smile. In truth, your plan is quite meticulous, and your transformation jutsu is commendable. However, your understanding of Sakura appears superficial. Under normal circumstances, how could Sakura remain unresponsive upon seeing Sasuke? And why would she exhibit such kindness towards Naruto? It is somewhat improper to express it this way, Shunyue remarked. Although I am reluctant to admit it, when Naruto and Sasuke stand together, Sakura's eyes indeed only reflect Sasuke. Do you understand now? The masked ninja, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, hastily shouted to the crowd, "Let us fight." However, how could a ragtag group possibly stand up to Shunyue and the others? Especially Naruto, who had just thought his goddess had returned to him, only to discover it was all a mere illusion. How infuriating! Consumed by rage, Naruto raised his right hand. Wind release, Rasengan. Spiraling shuriken after spiraling shuriken hurtled toward the enemy, and after the explosions, not a single foe remained standing. Calm down, Naruto. Noticing Naruto's silence, Shunyue stepped forward to offer comfort. I admit, my words were somewhat harsh, but it is the truth. In response to Shunyue's consolation, Naruto shot him a glance and uttered a single word. Get lost. Chapter 106. Itachi's close friend. Alright, we must proceed with caution. Although the earlier incident was easily resolved, Shunyue felt it necessary to remind his team. I need not elaborate on Kakashi and Yumi, as both have battlefield experience. Shunyue turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Speaking earnestly, you two must pay attention. This is your first time on the battlefield. Remember, ninjas engage more in ambushes than in direct confrontations. Hearing Shunyue's words, Naruto and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Now, let us continue to the front lines. If you are worried about the medical team, Naruto, you may send 2 shadow clones to assist. Upon hearing Shunyue's suggestion, Naruto promptly created 2 shadow clones. Undoubtedly, Sakura held immense significance in Naruto's heart. Meanwhile, Itachi was leading his troops into the Land of Lightning, marking his first time commanding such a large force, which posed a significant challenge for him. Captain, we are expected to encounter the enemy ahead, according to the command center's plan. Listening to his subordinate's report, Itachi nodded and instructed, have everyone remain vigilant, reduce marching speed, and increase the distance between individuals to avoid large-scale ninjutsu attacks. Yes, the members of the second unit under Itachi swiftly spread out, displaying no signs of hesitation. Their seamless dispersal indicated that Itachi had undoubtedly conducted countless drills before setting out. This place indeed brings back memories. Observing the familiar surroundings, Itachi reminisced about the time he, Shunyue, and Zabuza had come to the Land of Lightning for a mission. Back then, Itachi and Shunyue often found themselves on the sidelines, watching as Zabuza sought a wife. What was once a bustling town now lay in ruins, ravaged by Abido. In Shunyue's words, the innocent villagers had been transformed into white zetsu. 3 kilometers ahead, a target has been detected, a member with Byakugan reported. Halt. 3 kilometers is not a great distance for ninjas, and upon hearing the report, Itachi quickly commanded the troops to stop. The target's numbers indicate they belong to the Edo Tensei army, seemingly 5 in total. One of whom appears to share a chakra affinity with you. Captain, they may be a deceased member of the Uchiha clan. Itachi furrowed his brow at the Byakugan member's report. The Uchiha clan? And there are only 5? Itachi's second unit comprised 10,000 men. Yet the Akatsuki chose to send merely 5 to confront them? Are you Itachi? Just as Itachi fell into contemplation, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice reached his ears. He looked up to see none other than Uchiha Shisui, the one who entrusted the protection of Konoha to Itachi years ago. Shisui, renowned for his swift movements, covered the 3 kilometers with ease. However, witnessing his former close friend in such a plight filled Itachi with indignation. It seems that the ninjas have formed an alliance. Shisui gazed at the troops behind Itachi, marveling. I truly did not anticipate witnessing such a scene in the shinobi world. By the way, Shisui seemed to recall something and inquired, how is the Uchiha clan faring now? Adjusting his emotions slightly, Itachi replied, our Uchiha clan encountered a benefactor who transported our entire clan to an island, alleviating the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Later, when Konoha was attacked, he allowed the Uchiha to emerge, ensuring we no longer face any discrimination within Konoha. Surprised by Itachi's words, Shisui remarked, I never imagined such a person existed. I would love to meet him. Aren't you going to introduce the people behind you? In response to Itachi's jest, Shisui sighed. To be honest, I do not know who these 4 individuals are. I joined their ranks rather suddenly. However, one among them could not contain himself and said, let me introduce myself. I am Miyamoto Jaizu, the former lord of the Land of Iron. Although I did not practice ninjutsu during my lifetime, my swordsmanship is not something ordinary ninjas can withstand. Even the second Hokage of the Fire Country has suffered at my hands. Following this, Miyamoto Jaizu continued, this is Master Bunpoku, who claims to have been the previous Jinchuriki of Shikaku. This is the second Raikage of Kimogakure. And finally, this is Sandame Kazakage, Sabaku no Tsubasa. Itachi gazed at the impressive assembly before him, marveling at how far Danzo had fallen. We are no longer of this era. Yet I am pleased to see the ninjas unite. However, I must ask, why do I not see anyone from Kimogakure? Although the second Raikage held a nonchalant view of life and death, he still noticed the absence of Kimogakure's members among the troops. Addressing the second Raikage's question, Itachi replied calmly, the people of Kimogakure have perished at the hands of the Akatsuki. The reason you are able to be resurrected is that they captured Kimogakure's individuals to serve as sacrifices. Hearing Itachi's response, the second Raikage clenched his fists, unavoidably shaken by the devastating news of Kimogakure's demise. Ultimately, however, he let it go, recognizing he was no longer a part of this world. The second Raikage looked earnestly at Itachi and requested, then please defeat me. Seeing the expressions of the other 3, Shisui also said, Itachi, do not hold back when you strike me. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Itachi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had intended to say more, but ultimately nodded in resignation. Rest assured, Shisui, I will ensure your swift return to the Pure Land. Yet just as Shisui wished to reminisce further, he suddenly found his movements becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Itachi, you must defeat me. My body is losing control. As he received Shisui's final plea, Itachi nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. Chapter 107, A Victorious Beginning. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. As the battle between Itachi and Shisui commenced, they found themselves utilizing the same ninjutsu for what felt like the umpteenth time. Impressive, Itachi. It seems you have not slacked in your training since my death. In response to Shisui's praise, Itachi steadied his mindset. This was indeed a rare opportunity, as Shisui had not said much before taking his own life off the cliff. Thank you for your compliment, but the subsequent techniques will not be so easily countered. Itachi's warning brought a slight smile to Shisui's face as he replied, do not worry. Itachi, I have never truly belonged to this world, so what do you have to be concerned about? Although the body of Shisui could not be freely manipulated, he was nonetheless delighted to see Itachi and engage in conversation with him. Caution. Suddenly, Shisui vanished before Itachi with a swift body flicker, reappearing with a kunai in hand. Aimed at Itachi's eye, Itachi, under the control of another, Shisui felt helpless as the kunai pierced Itachi's eye. However, Itachi did not bleed from this attack. Instead, his form transformed into a flock of crows. An illusion? Shisui sighed in relief as he saw Itachi's figure materialize nearby once more. Dreadful. That Danzo wishes me to use that technique. Jishui's body erupted with potent chakra, and a verdant half-body, Susanoo, manifested. Itachi, my Susanoo is a ranged attack. Be cautious not to get hit. As Jishui spoke, the Emerald Susanoo launched a barrage of massive green shuriken towards Itachi. Move quickly. Seeing Itachi standing still, Jishui's heart raced. He understood his own abilities. If this technique struck Itachi, he would likely perish before him. In response to Jishui's warning, Itachi smiled gently, saying, Jishui, I am no longer the boy I once was. With that, Itachi's eyes transformed from the three tomo to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and a crimson Susanoo erupted around him. Clang, clang, clang. The green shuriken were rendered insignificant against Itachi's red armor, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Jishui, I must seal you now. Itachi's expression bore a hint of reluctance. After all, the person before him was his dear friend. Yet, war is war, and if Jishui were not sealed promptly, the ninjas behind him would struggle against the remaining four. Please seal me quickly, but it seems my controller does not wish for that to happen so soon. Jishui nodded, concerned for Itachi and his comrades, knowing he had yet to employ the technique of Kodo Amatsukami. Itachi, do not forget that I still possess Kodo Amatsukami. You must be wary of my gaze. Without hesitation, Itachi's eyes began to bleed. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames engulfed the armor of Jishui's Susanoo. Yet Jishui disregarded the flames and charged straight at Itachi. However, before Jishui could use Kodo Amatsukami, Itachi swiftly cast Tsukuyami, immobilizing Jishui. I am sorry, Jishui. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi thrust his Toketsu sword through Jishui's body, sealing him away. Meanwhile, Danzo, who was controlling Jishui from a distance, could no longer find joy. He had never anticipated that Jishui would fall to Itachi like this. If Jishui is incapable, then what of the strongest of the Uchiha clan? Danzo glanced at a nearby coffin, but ultimately chose not to utilize it. After all, Madara was his final trump card, one he would not play unless absolutely necessary. It seemed he would have to place his hopes on the other four. Danzo's expression remained impassive as he gazed at the miniature figures on the battlefield, muttering to himself. War always incurs losses. At least for now, I can still afford to lose. After sealing Jishui, Itachi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Observing the four ninjas wreaking havoc among the main forces, he summoned his Susanoo and charged towards them. Who would have thought that Danzo also enjoyed manipulating the deceased? The ninjas of the second division were in disarray, for the figures before them were legendary warriors, one of whom was even a Jinchuriki. Ordinary ninjas stood little chance against these four, facing almost certain death. What has become of these ninjas? How can so many of them fail to stop a mere corpse? Shaman's body was not under his control, and Danzo was not adept at puppet techniques, rendering Shaman the weakest among the four. As for Miyamoto Juzo and the others, they were slaughtering through the ranks of ninjas. During the skirmish between Itachi and Jishui, his second division had already lost over 100 ninjas. Seal him first. Observing Shaman struggling to control his puppet, Itachi acted without hesitation, striking him with the Toketsu sword and sealing him away. The Susanoo's defensive capabilities were formidable, and Shaman's puppet techniques were merely ambush tactics against ninjas. As Shaman was pierced by the Toketsu sword, the puppets soaring in the sky fell one after another, rendered powerless. Well done. The future of the ninja rests upon you. Feeling his soul being drawn by the Toketsu sword, Shaman accepted his sealing with a smile. My apologies. After eliminating one foe, Itachi turned to the remaining three, ready to strike when he noticed their movements had ceased. What is this? Seeing the coffin appear behind the trio, Itachi realized Danzo had decided against continuing the battle. However, seizing this opportunity, Itachi did not remain idle. He wielded his Susanoo and unleashed the Toketsu sword once more. This time, as the three were bound, Danzo did not foresee Itachi's assault, and there was no time to stop it. Dreadful, accompanied by Danzo's distant curse. Itachi used the Toketsu sword to seal Fubuku Manju. Originally, Itachi intended to continue, but Danzo would not grant him that chance. Long live Captain Itachi. The members of the second division cheered in celebration of this victory, their first triumph against the reanimated squad. Even though Itachi had accomplished this alone, the second division felt their confidence surge, assess the casualties, then proceed onward. Yet, Itachi did not allow this fleeting victory to cloud his judgment. The ease with which he had dispatched the three was due to Danzo's ignorance of his capabilities. Itachi believed Danzo was not a fool. Should he encounter a reanimated squad again, he might not find it so easy. Itachi, a voice interrupted his thoughts, and turning around, he discovered the arrival of Kamizuki and Naruto's shadow clone. Chapter 108, Danzo's Plan. Upon learning that Kamizuki and Naruto's shadow clone had provided support to various battlefronts, Itachi found it somewhat unbelievable, but considering their terrifying chakra reserves, he ultimately said nothing. According to the information relayed by the shadow clone, the overall situation was quite favorable. Aside from the 1st and 2nd divisions encountering reanimated foes, the other units had faced little resistance, not even a single trace of a white Zetsu. Alert all units to proceed with caution. The enemy cannot simply allow us to pass unharmed and surely harbors other schemes. Ultimately, Kamizuki decided to follow his instincts and direct the main forces. The absence of enemies indicated that Obito and Danzo were undoubtedly plotting a grander scheme. In truth, Kamizuki's intuition was correct, for at that moment, Obito and Danzo were observing the advancing red pieces on the game board, which represented the Ninja Coalition. What do you plan to do next? In response to Obito's question, Danzo smiled slightly, saying, "What is there to deliberate? Naturally, we shall gather them and eliminate them all at once, for they will soon face their most despairing adversary, one from which even Kamizuki cannot emerge unscathed." Observing the confident Tuanzang, Daito found it hard to believe him. According to Baiju, Tuanzang's Edo Tensei army had already suffered considerable losses upon engaging the ninja allied forces. Although Edo Tensei granted immortality, it did not imply that the ninja allied forces were utterly helpless. I hope what you say is true, for once they unite, it will be difficult for us to eradicate them. However, Tuanzang dismissed Daito's concerns with disdain. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own limits. Their success is impossible. Their current victory merely breeds arrogance, for they are utterly ineffectual against true strength. Daito cast a glance at Tuanzang, feeling somewhat speechless. He had invested countless Baiju in this war to facilitate Edo Tensei, and if the resurrected warriors proved inadequate, they would face catastrophe. Though he currently held the majority of the tailed beasts, their power alone could not control the Jinchuriki. Very well, you need not worry. I shall visit the former stronghold of the Uzumaki clan to seek out their treasures. Tuanzang's words startled Daito, prompting him to inquire, "What treasures does the Uzumaki clan possess?" With a sly smile, Tuanzang replied, "Naturally, treasures that will aid you in mastering the Ten Tails. I shall return to you once I find them, but if you are uneasy, you may accompany me." Daito regarded Tuanzang's enigmatic demeanor, choosing to remain silent, and simply nodded. "Oh, by the way," Tuanzang seemed to recall something. "You may utilize the Edo Tensei army at your discretion. I can relinquish control to you, provided you do not use them to attack me." Faced with the unwavering confidence of Tuanzang, Daito was at a loss for words. It was ironic that this individual, once high-ranking in Konoha, now stood beside him to instigate a war in the ninja world. "I nearly forgot about the Rinnegan," Daito lamented, regretting his earlier decisions. After all, when Nagato attacked Konoha, it was a plan they had discussed, and one he had consented to. Yet now, Nagato was deceased, and his Rinnegan was missing. According to Baiju, the Rinnegan remained with Konan, yet Daito had failed to spot her among the army of ninja. "Baiju, have you truly found no trace of Konan?" Ultimately, Daito could only vent his frustration on Baiju, who remained unfazed by Daito's anger. "I know not where Konan has hidden, but I believe our immediate priority is to thwart the ninja allied forces as they draw ever closer to our stronghold." Daito glanced at Baiju and calmly stated, "It matters not. The Edo Tensei army Tuanzang has left me will suffice for now. I hope his return brings surprises." Daito's faith in Tuanzang stemmed not from their shared origins in Konoha, but from their current predicament. They were both in a boat with no escape. "Then, I shall send my clones to the battlefield." Upon Daito's nod, Baiju vanished beneath the earth. Daito sat at the cave's entrance, staring vacantly at the sky, his mind filled with disappointment and disdain for the world. He longed to harness the power of the Ten Tails to recreate a new world. Due to Daito's deliberate maneuvering, the ninja allied forces found themselves within the Land of Lightning's borders. A few days later, they successfully convened. As they gazed upon the ruins of the Land of Lightning, silence fell over them, yet their fighting spirit surged. They all understood that failing to resist would lead to a fate akin to that of the Land of Lightning. "Everyone, assemble." After a brief respite, Shinue assumed the role of the Allied Forces commander. "Today, We shall continue our pursuit of the Akatsuki's whereabouts. Exercise caution. I do not wish for any of you to incur harm. Undoubtedly, Shinyue's shadow clones had imparted invaluable lessons to the ninja of the Allied forces over the past few days. It became evident that Naruto's ability to create numerous shadow clones stemmed not only from his own prowess, but also from the power of the Nine Tails within him. However, Shinyue had managed to summon an equal number of shadow clones purely through his own strength, earning the respect of the Allied forces. There's no need to search. I have arrived. Just as the morale of the Allied forces soared, a voice interrupted the eager ninja. Since you, Shinyue, are so eager to find me, you must also be prepared to meet your demise. Daito emerged slowly from the distorted space, standing before tens of thousands of ninja from the Allied forces. Kakashi, in particular, found Daito's sudden appearance most difficult to accept, drawing forth his kunai to confront him. Daito, it seems you have fallen under numerous influences. Today, I shall defeat you. Oh, a new Sharingan. Daito observed Kakashi's left eye, one he had never encountered before, and remarked, "It appears you too are infatuated with power, Kakashi." "No," Kakashi countered, shaking his head. "I transplanted this eye solely to defeat you." As Kakashi prepared to strike, Daito formed hand seals. "Shinyue, Kakashi, before you capture me, perhaps you should consider how to deal with these foes." With that, Daito vanished from their view, just as Shinyue pondered the situation, receiving news from the reconnaissance team. "Lord Shinyue, we have encountered a multitude of Baiju and coffins of Edo Tensei in our vicinity." Chapter 109. Shinyue and Daito. It appears this is a deliberate ploy. Shinyue realized as he listened to his subordinate's report, understanding that this was a scheme orchestrated by Daito and Tuanzong. What intrigued Shinyue further was that neither Daito nor Tuanzong seemed to engage directly, particularly Tuanzong, who had vanished without a trace. "Lord Shinyue, what shall we do?" Shinyue surveyed the approaching Edo Tensei army and calmly replied, "What else is there to do? We shall confront them." After assigning the troops to combat the Edo Tensei forces, Shinyue turned to Daito and inquired, "What scheme do you have in store this time?" Without a doubt, Shinyue's hatred for Daito had only intensified. The death of his father, Minato, was secondary to the unforgivable actions Daito had committed against him during the infinite Tsukuyomi. "What is it, Shinyue? Are you unable to accept this?" Daito gazed steadily at Shinyue, and they locked eyes, neither initiating the confrontation, both awaiting the other's move. "Daito, I must admit that you possess remarkable composure. But let me assure you, this war will end in your defeat. After all, the ninjas summoned by Edo Tensei are the deceased. Even if Tuanzong resurrects them from the Pure Land, they remain no match for the ninja allied forces." Hearing Shinyue's words, Daito glanced at the chaotic battlefield, unable to distinguish which warriors belonged to his Edo Tensei. All he could perceive was a cacophony of jutsu and shuriken flying wildly. "Shinyue, I must confess that I admire you. You embody not only the calmness of my teacher, Minato, but also a ruthlessness he never possessed. Thus, I hope we can collaborate." Shinyue was taken aback by Daito's words. What had prompted this sudden overture? "Shinyue, I can guarantee that should you align with us, I shall forego the tailed beast within your brother." Not receiving a response, Daito reiterated his proposition. "Furthermore, concerning your relationship with Tuanzong, as long as you submit to me, I shall refrain from intervening, allowing you to seek revenge at your leisure." Daito's demeanor, brimming with confidence, elicited a chuckle from Shunyu, who found it perplexing that Daito harbored such peculiar thoughts. Could it be that Tuanzong had also diverged from him? With this in mind, Shunyu cautiously inquired, "What would you think if I revealed my desire to become Hokage?" However, in response to Shinyu's query, Daito unusually shook his head. "Shinyu, I advise you not to aspire to be like your father. You are not of the same ilk as teacher Minato. Hence you cannot attain the position of Hokage. This is also the reason I wish for you to ally with me. This world is beyond salvation, and I shall forge an entirely new realm." Upon hearing Dato's words, Shinyu felt a surge of irritation. A new world? Would it merely be another inhabited by a burly man covered in chest hair? The Uchiha sisters would be lusting after him, coveting his power? Dato, as for your new world, I cannot bear the notion. Should your envisioned world serve as a template for the future, I shall assuredly slay you. Dato was momentarily taken aback by Shinyu's declaration. He could not fathom why Shunyu was so sensitive about his creation of a world. For Dato believed he had crafted a perfect realm for Shunyu, one where familial bonds and multiple loves flourished. Why, then, did Shinyu express such discontent? Shinyu, if you are dissatisfied with that world, I can amend it, provided you join me, Dato insisted once more. Yet, facing Dato's relentless insistence, Shinyu coldly replied, no need. The moment you transformed my beloved into a burly man with chest hair in that world, I resolved to capture you and make you pay. Hearing this, Dato finally understood where he had erred, yet he harbored no remorse. As a formidable being, how could he allow a woman to ensnare him? Shinyu, you truly disappoint me. Observing Dato's pretentious demeanor, Shinyu rolled his eyes and queried, Dato, did you not join Madara's ranks with the intent of recreating a world that includes Rin? Is this not driven by love? Dato found himself momentarily speechless at Shunyu's probing question. He had never before faced such scrutiny, especially regarding the creation of a new world. Shinyu's words pierced Dato's most vulnerable heart. Indeed, I yearn to resurrect Rin. What of it? In an instant, his emotions became unstable, and he roared at Shinyu. Is Rin not innocent? Shinyu, witnessing Dato's emotional outburst, chose not to sympathize. After all, he was not the sole unfortunate soul in this world. Some were born with disabilities. Should such individuals seek to obliterate the world? Transforming your despair into suffering for others. Dato, your thoughts are those of a child. To put it plainly, your philosophy is one of destruction when faced with loss. Do not claim you were manipulated by Madara. Even he desires peace. Unlike you who chooses to annihilate others' happiness. Gazing at Dato, now silent, Shinyu probed further. What? Do you not intend to fight me? Initially, Shinyu assumed Dato would easily take the bait and choose to attack. However, to Shinyu's surprise, Dato displayed no inclination to engage. Since I cannot win you over, I shall confine you by my side. You will witness the so-called new world. As Dato mentioned this new world once more, Shinyu's anger flared anew, and he boldly declared, Dato, mark my words, you cannot afford to lose this war. Otherwise, I shall throw you into a pigpen to serve the sows in heat. Upon witnessing the seriousness in Shinyu's eyes, Dato realized that he was, indeed, serious. Then let us await the outcome. With that, Dato activated his Kimyui and departed the battlefield, leaving the Impure World Reincarnation Army and the allied shinobi forces to clash. Lord Shinyu, this batch of Impure World Reincarnation forces appears rather weak. We are close to annihilating them. Upon receiving this intelligence from his subordinates, Shinyu recognized that the Impure World Reincarnation troops were indeed nearing destruction, leaving behind only mummified remnants. Hurry and eliminate them, lest we encounter unforeseen complications. Although Shinyu struggled to comprehend Tuanzong and Dato's plans, he resolved to clear away all obstacles before him. Yes, Chapter 110. Are you playing Plants vs. Zombies? Observing the vanquished Impure World Reincarnation forces, Shinyu felt a sense of tedium. Among this batch, many formidable warriors had vanished, leaving only nameless shinobi behind. Were it not for their forehead protectors, Shinyu might have doubted their status as shinobi. All right, everyone, clean the battlefield swiftly to avoid complications. Convinced that there were no further reinforcements, Shinyu commanded the various squads of shinobi to begin clearing the area. After all, not everyone enjoyed the luxury of a wealthy girlfriend like Shinyu. Weapons remained vital for most shinobi. As he sat atop a rock, gazing at the sky lost in thought, he was interrupted by the system's voice in his mind. A significant alteration in the original storyline has been detected. A new task will be dispatched to the host. Please confirm whether you accept. Shinyu felt puzzled by this announcement. His troublesome system had not assigned him a task in quite some time. Were it not for the existence of the system space, he might have entirely forgotten about this so-called system. System? What do you mean by a change in the original storyline? At that moment, Shinyu found it hard to grasp the system's meaning. Since his arrival, he had been altering the original narrative. The fates of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had all shifted under his influence. Even Zabuza had found love with his assistance. Shinyu could not fathom why the system would suddenly deem it necessary to issue a task regarding this matter. Due to the host's interaction with Orochimaru, he has developed new ideas, leading to the creation of cloning technology, which has since been appropriated by Tuanzong and Dato. Therefore, the original plot is poised for significant alteration. Please decide whether to accept the new task. And if I refuse? Shinyu was reluctant to undertake the system's tasks, given that it had proven to be ineffectual, often offering rewards that were mostly trivial. Particularly the Sun True Fire and Moon True Water. He had scarcely utilized them, let alone the so-called points that had dwindled over the years. If the host declines, no rewards will be granted, but events will unfold as they are meant to. Upon hearing the system's composed response, Shinyu realized that this system was merely a source of frustration. As for rewards, he had no intention of seeking them. However, sensing Shunyu's attitude, the system appeared to anticipate his thoughts. If the host completes the task, a reward of a golden 3-tomo Sharingan awaits. Upon hearing this, Shinyu rolled his eyes. Come on now. Konoha possesses eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What good is a 3-tomo Sharingan? What does golden signify? Merely a change of appearance? He dismissed the system's reward with disdain. With Orochimaru's technology at his disposal, what Sharingan could he not acquire? If necessary, he could simply undergo an implant. Why wait for the system's rewards? The host, Deshiwan, has determined that the Sharingan is ill-suited for your constitution. Forcing a transplant could lead to consequences as severe as blindness or even death. I accept, is that not enough? Facing the incessant nagging of the system in his mind, Shinyu felt utterly at a loss. It was evident that this system had some serious issues. Why couldn't it have bestowed upon him a pink Sharingan instead of a golden one? Task accepted successfully. Please lead your team to eliminate the clone army created by Dai 2 as soon as possible. Clone army? Upon hearing the system's words, Shinyu found himself momentarily stunned. This sounded like something straight out of science fiction. For a fleeting moment, he began to question the very reality of his world. However, before he could ponder further, a series of shouts echoed from a distance. Quickly report the situation. As the shouts continued, Shinyu recognized this as the so-called clone army. Report. A large unknown force has been detected ahead. They do not appear to be reanimated corpses. Report. A significant unknown force has also been identified to the rear. Not reanimated corpses. Report. Both left and right flanks have similar forces, and they are not reanimated corpses. Hearing his subordinates' reports, Shinyu could not help but curse. Are we surrounded on all sides? Yet, at that moment, the most pressing concern was understanding the capabilities of these so-called clones. Before Shinyu could speak, the troops displayed their powers. From the distance, each member of the army emanated a red chakra, and with the manifestation of the chakra, colossal half-giants appeared around Shinyu. Is this all Susanoo? Gazing at the vast army of Susanoo, Shinyu was momentarily astounded. However, upon closer inspection, these Susanoo seemed to differ from Itachi's. They were merely similar in color and appeared to be nothing more than half-finished versions armed only with their fists. Nevertheless, Shinyu found the situation quite daunting, as the majority of his ninja army consisted of ordinary individuals. Even though Deshiwan had enhanced their abilities, it did not alter the fact that they were still ordinary people. Lord Shinyu, what should we do? Observing the approaching Susanoo army, Shinyu promptly created 3 shadow clones, each heading in a different direction to engage the enemy. Sage Art. Shinyu activated Sage Mode, positioning 4 figures at the corners of the allied formation. Yotan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The 4 figures unleashed the true fire of the sun against the Susanoo army. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, the range of the technique was significantly expanded. Nevertheless, this technique drained a considerable amount of Shunyu's chakra. The golden walls of fire surged forth towards the Susanoo army, and upon contact with the golden flames, the initially menacing red giants were instantaneously reduced to nothingness. Bang! 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 The exertion of the true fire of the sun took a heavy toll on Shunyu, causing his 3 shadow clones to dissipate into smoke. And Shinyu himself felt a wave of weakness wash over him after executing the technique. The consumption was indeed substantial, but it was worth it. A smile crept upon Shunyu's face as he beheld the clone army reduced to ashes by the true fire of the sun. However, just as he awaited the system's reward in his mind, the system played a cruel joke on him. Congratulations, host, for defeating the first wave of the clone army. There are still 8 waves remaining. Please do your best. Upon hearing the system's words, Shinyu could not refrain from cursing. Is this some sort of Plants vs. Zombies? Host, please do not be disheartened. Keep up the good work. The system's words left Shunyu speechless. He truly could not comprehend the nature of this malfunctioning system, which seemed incapable of seeing him succeed. Another wave appeared. Following the sound, Shinyu looked up to see that this time, the clones did not possess the red Susanoo like the previous wave. It seemed that only that wave had been endowed with Susanoo. Just as Shinyu began to relax, he noticed that each member of the clone army had formed blue half-giants. To Shunyu's astonishment, this time the blue Susanoo did not merely use fists. Each half-giant bore a short blade on its arms. Indeed, Each wave of clone armies appeared to be progressively stronger. Everyone used ninjutsu to attack them. Shinyu had no time for further complaints. Observing the advancing Susanoo half-giants, he hastily commanded the Ninja Alliance to unleash their ninjutsu while he focused on gathering chakra. Naruto, do you have any of the soldier pills that Sakura made? If so, please hand one to me. Naruto, hearing Shinyu's request, reluctantly produced one from his ninja tool pouch. Shinyu, this is the last one Sakura made for me. Seeing Naruto's reluctant expression, Shinyu shot a glare at his undisciplined younger brother. Nevertheless, he accepted the soldier pill from Naruto, tearing away the wrapping. I must say, the appearance of the soldier pill was far from appealing. It resembled a much larger version of the nose candy he had eaten as a child in his previous world. At that moment, Shinyu had no reservations. After all, he was a man who had trained in sage mode at Myobokuzen, capable of devouring several bowls of insects. How could he fear something like a soldier pill? He consumed it heartily, treating it as if it were candy. Although the image of Ji Gong from a television series in his previous life flickered in his mind, what he found even more difficult to accept was the pill's taste. Spicy. This thing was surprisingly spicy. In an instant, Shinyu felt as though his throat was ablaze, yet he also sensed a restoration of his chakra. However, Shinyu had never been one to handle spicy food well, and faced with the intense heat of the soldier pill, he immediately resorted to ninjutsu. Suiton, Suijin Hiki. Beside him, Naruto stared in awe at Shinyu's hand seals, utterly perplexed as to why Shinyu would use ninjutsu when he had just claimed to be low on chakra. However, the next moment left Naruto dumbfounded. As the ninjutsu was activated, droplets of water began to coalesce around Shinyu's body, and he promptly opened his mouth to drink them all down. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Witnessing Shinyu's actions, Naruto was indeed enlightened. This was his first time seeing someone use a water release technique to rinse their mouth. Shinyu? Observing Shinyu's complexion gradually improving, Naruto dared not act rashly and merely watched him cautiously. I'm fine. Seeing Naruto's concerned expression, Shinyu waved his hand to indicate that he was all right, then turned his gaze back to the battlefield. During the brief moment he spent rinsing his mouth, most of the ninjutsu unleashed by the ninja had already struck the blue giants. Their ninjutsu displayed varying levels of power, and as Shinyu glanced over the battlefield, he noted that the majority of the blue half-giants had been vanquished. It seemed that the Susanoo technique cloned by Danzo and Dai-Tu was not particularly refined. However, considering that there were still 7 waves remaining, Shinyu felt a headache coming on. New troops detected ahead, just as Shinyu contemplated how to respond. Unwelcome news arrived once more. Now not only had the second wave of clones not been eliminated, but the third wave had already appeared. All individuals concentrate their fire upon their feet. That is their Achilles heel. Those skilled in Doton should utilize it to topple them. Upon hearing Shinyu's command, the ninja allied forces commenced employing the tactics imparted by him, and thus achieved commendable results. After restoring a portion of his chakra, Shinyu also observed and tested these so-called clones with his ninjutsu. The army before him, rather than being mere clones, appeared to be by Ju endowed with the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for how Danzo managed to cultivate such a multitude of Sharingan in such a brief span, Shinyu found no interest in this matter. After all, the tide of battle had already been determined. Knowing this would serve no purpose. Furthermore, although these clone armies appeared quite formidable, numerous in number and capable of utilizing Susanoo, Shinyu was aware that their Susanoo resembled a weakened version, possessing only the form of Susanoo without its defensive capabilities. He had already verified this fact, as his Shuriken Shadow Clone technique had surprisingly pierced through these so-called Susanoo, indicating they were not as terrifying as initially perceived. Everyone, give it your all. Thus, Shinyu directed the ninja allied forces to withstand the remaining 5 waves, and although the ninjas experienced significant chakra depletion, they had at least triumphed over these peculiar armies. Just one more wave. Let us keep pushing. While Shinyu was rallying the ninja allied forces, a familiar melody resonated in his mind. Dong dong. Without a doubt, this sound stemmed from the sound effects of the game from his original world. Although he was unsure how his system had come to this conclusion, Shinyu felt a flicker of unease within. Bang, bang. His instincts proved accurate as always. The final wave of the clone army was indeed not as easily managed as the previous 8 waves. What met Shinyu's eyes was not a multitude of Baiju bearing Mangekyo Sharingan, but a complete Susanoo, akin to the towering forms of Itachi and Sasuke. Yet this colossal entity was composed of countless Baiju. No way. Gazing at the resplendent Susanoo enveloped in Baiju, Shinue found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To be fair, he truly admired Danzo's creativity, yet on the other hand, he found it somewhat ostentatious without substantial merit. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. After a moment's contemplation, Shinue decided to test the might of this complete form with Shuriken. However, as a torrent of shuriken surged forth, the enormous colorful Susanoo paid them no heed. Advancing directly towards the ninja allied forces. Clang, clang, clang. To Shunue's astonishment, this time the shuriken did not penetrate the Susanoo, but were repelled by the armor above. Witnessing this scene, only 6 words echoed in Shinue's mind. Unity is strength. Chapter 112. Sasuke's Chinibyo Soul. Shinue felt this way for a reason. As he watched his shuriken being deflected, memories of tales from the past surfaced in his mind. A single chopstick can be easily broken. Yet a bundle of chopsticks is not so easily snapped. Similarly, a single Baiju clone with a Sharingan cannot perfectly control the chakra of Susanoo. What about 10? 100? The enormous, vividly colored Susanoo effectively illustrated this point. As Shinue realized that the hundreds of Baiju encased within each took responsibility for the condensation of a single piece of armor. Although Shinue could not comprehend how these Baiju overcame their coordination issues, he thought it reasonable since they were all derived from a singular entity. Shinue, I must go? Upon hearing Sasuke's declaration to battle, Shinue did not immediately acquiesce but silently regarded Sasuke, seemingly awaiting a reason for his participation. I will not allow the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan to be tarnished in this manner. Sasuke discerned Shinue's doubt and provided this answer forthrightly. Very well. Then go ahead. Observing Sasuke's earnest demeanor, Shinue consented to his engagement, though internally he could not help but smirk. For heaven's sake, times have changed. Ever since Orochimaru infiltrated Konoha, has the purity of your Uchiha clan's Sharingan been preserved? Surely you are aware of what your eternal Mangekyo is fused with. Naturally, Shinue refrained from voicing these thoughts, considering Sasuke's prideful nature. Should those around him learn that his eternal Mangekyo was a fusion of clones from a pig, he would likely hastily seek refuge in Obito's embrace. As the colossal, colorful Susanoo drew ever closer to the ninja army, a sense of panic began to envelop the crowd. Undoubtedly, this vibrant Susanoo was unlike the previous ones. All ninjutsu utilized by the ninjas could inflict no substantive harm upon it. How do we combat this? It's nothing short of a monster. A ninja from the Mist Village gazed despairingly at the approaching colorful Susanoo. After all, the scene before them was exceedingly bizarre, especially the head of the Susanoo, where 2 Baiju heads served as its eyes, sending chills down their spines. Since you so admire the power of the Uchiha clan, allow me to show you counterfeit versions what true Uchiha is. A chilling voice emerged from behind the Mist Village ninja, and the speaker was none other than Sasuke, who had volunteered for battle. As Sasuke advanced, he conjured a purple Susanoo around himself, ultimately manifesting a purple Susanoo that stood as tall as the vibrant one before him. Roar! The colorful Susanoo seemed incapable of speech. It merely recognized that this equally towering purple giant harbored displeasure towards it, thus it initiated an attack. Naive. Observing as the colorful Susanoo drew a massive black blade from its waist, Sasuke regarded it with disdain. Subsequently, he maneuvered his Susanoo, flapping its wings to ascend into the sky. Roar! The colorful Susanoo lacked wings akin to Sasuke's. Witnessing the purple giant soar into the heavens, it could only howl in frustration, brandishing its blade at the sky in a futile display of anger. It appears that counterfeit cannot surpass the authentic. Sasuke, hovering above, regarded the colorful Susanoo with a cold smile, commanding his Susanoo to draw its blade. In that case, I shall send you to paradise. With a powerful flap of his Susanoo's wings, Sasuke dove down, the blade aimed directly at the colorful Susanoo below. Perish! Sasuke's speed was swift, akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky. As he had asserted, counterfeit goods could never rival the bloodline limits he possessed. With a single strike, Sasuke cleaved the colorful Susanoo in half, rendering any attempts to defend with its blade utterly futile. Boom! As the upper half of the colorful Susanoo was severed, its massive body crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. We have triumphed. Upon witnessing the complete vanishing of the colorful Susanoo, leaving only the scattered Baiju behind, the ninjas finally confirmed their safety. The colossal, vibrant entity had been decisively defeated. Amaterasu. Sasuke did not share in the exhilaration of the surrounding ninjas. Gazing at the Baiju corpses on the ground, he invoked Amaterasu, incinerating the fused Baiju into nothingness. My goodness, has Sasuke's Chinibyo soul awakened? Observing the scene of Sasuke executing his technique and the expression on his face, Shinyu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, ever since he altered the fate of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke had transformed into someone far less consumed by hatred. Shinyu had thought he would never witness such a melodramatic moment. Who would have imagined that this clone would ignite Sasuke's youthful spirit? Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have been awarded a pair of golden 3-tomo Sharingan. The reward has been issued, and you may utilize your chakra to sense and cultivate them. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Shinyu was eager to explore how the Sharingan differed from ordinary eyes. However, glancing at the densely packed crowd around him, he ultimately abandoned that notion. I'm back. Amidst the cheers of the ninja, Sasuke gradually approached Shinyu, his proud demeanor prompting Shinyu to suspect that Sasuke was deliberately putting on this act. After all, Shinyu noticed that Sasuke was walking slowly and maintained a stoic expression throughout. Winning is what matters. Haha. Faced with Sasuke's serious demeanor, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words and resorted to awkward small talk. Yet, it seemed that Sasuke had truly awakened his youthful spirit. Shinyu, I must personally slay Danzo. This is for the dignity of my Uchiha clan. It is my duty. Observing Sasuke's resolute declaration, Shinyu was about to respond. But upon seeing the unwavering gaze of Sasuke's Sharingan fixed on him, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I will refrain from intervening when Danzo reappears. I'll leave it to you. Satisfied with Shinyu's response, Sasuke nodded approvingly and then retracted his Sharingan, playfully asking, Shinyu, wasn't I quite cool just now? Staring at the suddenly jovial Sasuke, Shinyu was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this truly the same person as before? However, seeing Sasuke's eager expression, Shinyu eventually replied, cool, but perhaps a bit melodramatic. Chapter 113. The release of Edo Tensei. It appears this is the site of the Uzumaki clan's ruins. Seizing the opportunity amidst the Edo Tensei battle with the allied shinobi forces, Danzo had indeed been busy, drawing from the intelligence he had meticulously gathered over the years. Danzo ultimately uncovered the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder this nation faced annihilation. This was Danzo's reflection after gaining a thorough understanding of the Uzumaki clan's secrets. Their unique physical constitution was remarkably suited for becoming Jinchuriki, capable even of withstanding the power of the Rinnegan. However, such a peculiar clan excelled in various sealing techniques. It seems this is the place. Danzo glanced at the white Zetsu following him and shook his head. He wondered if they truly understood the purpose of their presence. But he had never regarded them as anything more than tools. Let us go. The 9 tails that Obito desires is hidden here. With that, Danzo disregarded any remarks from the white Zetsu and confidently entered the shrine of the Uzumaki clan. This is it. After a thorough search, Danzo finally found what he sought, the legendary death god mask. Lord Danzo, since we have obtained the item, should we not return? The white Zetsu urged, noticing Danzo's stillness. After all, the purpose of their journey had never been disclosed to them, and the white Zetsu only knew that Danzo sought a so-called treasure, which contained the power of the tailed beasts desired by Obito. Return? Danzo's gaze fixed on the white Zetsu, his eyes exuding an unprecedented chill. Lord Danzo, what exactly do you intend to do? The moment the white Zetsu finished speaking, its body was completely immobilized, unable to move. What are you planning? Undoubtedly. The white Zetsu was now in a state of panic, as Danzo's actions exceeded its expectations. However, Danzo seemed disinclined to offer any explanations. You will understand soon enough. With that, Danzo handed the death god mask to a root ninja. Lord Danzo, take care. The ninja's eyes were filled with determination. After bidding farewell to Danzo, he silently donned the death god mask and began to dance as if possessed. Ah! The ninja screamed in agony as a colossal spectral figure of the death god was summoned, floating behind him, impassively observing everything. Release me. The ninja swiftly formed hand signs, and the death goddess specter reached out and grasped the blade held in his mouth, plunging it into his own abdomen. Cough, cough, cough. As the death god sliced open its abdomen, the ninja's own belly was similarly cut, blood gushing forth. From the death god's torso, 2 azure orbs emerged. Witnessing this spectacle, the white Zetsu was utterly astonished, never anticipating such a scene. Continue. Danzo, his face devoid of any emotion, silently commanded the ninja to persist with the ritual. Yes. Upon hearing Danzo's order, the ninja displayed no signs of discontent as his hands began to form seals for the Edo Tensei technique. Edo Tensei. The two azure orbs surged forth toward the white zetsu on the ground, and it appeared as though fragments resembling paper were coalescing around the white zetsu, enveloping them completely. Feeling its body being consumed, the white zetsu let out a wretched cry that echoed throughout the empty shrine, marking the last sound it would ever make. The paper-like fragments enveloped them entirely, gradually revealing the visage of their reincarnated forms, albeit with a more grotesque appearance. Minato, Sarutobi, it has been a long time. Upon witnessing the reanimated Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, a faint smile finally graced Danzo's face. Lord Danzo. Minato, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and then gazing at Danzo, asked in bewilderment. Lord Danzo, what on earth is happening? Danzo, why have you released me and Minato from our seal? In contrast to Minato's naive confusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared exceptionally vigilant. Considering how long we've interacted, do you truly not understand my intentions? Danzo smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen's cautious demeanor, saying, I summoned you because of the tailed beasts within you. Minato, attack directly. At Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily faltered, but as he ordered Minato to strike, he found his body unresponsive. What is happening? Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonished expression, Danzo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. How many years had it been? Sarutobi Hiruzen had always overshadowed him, whether in accomplishments or public adoration. He could never measure up. Now, witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen under his control filled Danzo with exhilaration. Hiruzen, do you not realize that I can manipulate Edo Tensei? Danzo's words rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen completely composed. Since he could no longer move, he decided to observe how his old adversary intended to handle the situation. Speak, what do you intend to do with the tailed beasts? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Danzo responded with a cruel smile, retorting, Is there anything you are unaware of, Hiruzen? I shall inform you that the outside world is currently embroiled in the Fourth Shinobi World War, and the goal of this war is to seize the last tailed beast of Konoha, initiated by the Akatsuki and myself. Upon hearing Danzo's words, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Minato recalled an event from the past. Could it be that fellow known as Ban? Tuanzong gazed at Minato with a hint of exasperation, yet, noticing Minato's cooperative demeanor, he refrained from pressing him further and instead explained, That Ban is none other than your former student, Obito. This is impossible. Upon hearing this revelation, Minato instantly dismissed it. Was Obito not already slain in battle? How could he instigate the Fourth Great Ninja War, knowing that his dream was to become Hokage? Observing the disbelief etched on Minato's face, Tuanzong was about to speak, but Obito suddenly materialized before him. Looking at the masked Obito, Tuanzong smiled at Minato and said, Perhaps it is best if your student explains this to you. Chapter 114. Obito's Madness. Long time no see, Minato-sensei. At this juncture, Obito had no intention of concealing anything, and he removed the mask from his face. Obito, you. Gazing at the familiar figure of his former disciple, Minato felt a pang of hesitation. It was hard to reconcile this with the sunny disposition Obito once possessed, always eager to lend a hand. Devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the Uchiha clan. Sensei, this world is irreparably broken. I shall create an entirely new one, a world devoid of conflict. A world where Rin exists. With that, Obito stepped closer, placing his hand upon Minato's abdomen. I recall that you still harbor the power of half of the Kyuubi within you, so I have decided to extract it for my purpose of creation. Obito. Upon hearing Obito's words, Minato interjected, Obito, do not forget that you once aspired to become Hokage. Have you truly forgotten all that? Undoubtedly. Minato was not adept at verbal persuasion. Obito showed no response to his words, instead slowly forming hand seals to summon the Outer Path's Geto-Mazo. Sensei, that was merely my youthful folly. What I do now is the true endeavor to create a beautiful world. With that, Obito activated his Sharingan, seizing control of Minato, while the Geto-Mazo behind him began to ruthlessly extract the Kyuubi chakra from Minato's body. Minato, wake up. Seeing Minato remain motionless, Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently called out his name. Yet it proved futile. Hiruzen, I advise you not to waste your breath. Minato and the Kyuubi within him are ensnared in a Jinjutsu. Though you are in an immortal state now, as a former comrade, it pains me to see you like this. Tuanzong, observing Hiruzen's futile attempts to awaken Minato, explained, this process will take a considerable amount of time. If you continue to shout like this, I may have to seal you away first. Tuanzang's words rang true. Extracting a tailed beast was indeed a prolonged endeavor, unlike in the original narrative where Ban effortlessly drew it into himself. After all, the Geto Mazo had yet to awaken, necessitating a gradual extraction. There is no need to rush, Lord Third. Soon it will be your turn. Hiruzen gazed at Obito, reminiscing about his childhood. It was clear that Obito's character bore striking similarities to Naruto's, both sunny, somewhat foolish, yet inherently kind-hearted. Hiruzen could not comprehend how Obito had transformed into this. After all, he had sacrificed himself to save his comrades. Obito, can you tell me what transpired subsequently? In response to Hiruzen's inquiry, the disinterested Obito sat down. Honestly, it matters not if I share this. Since extracting chakra will not be completed swiftly, I might as well elaborate on why I became disillusioned with this world. He pointed to his heart, expressing with bitterness, do you know how desperately I wished to see Kakashi and Rin after I was saved? Yet, what did I witness? The scene of Rin's death. Recalling that moment, Obito's heart ached with unbearable pain. Why? Why did this happen? Why must there be these damned wars? Obito's words rendered Hiruzen speechless. After all, he had experienced 2 ninja world wars and understood the brutality of war. Yet, he could not fathom why Obito had succumbed to madness due to it. Obito, I have always sought to avert war. Our Konoha has never intended to instigate conflict, nor to invade others. In response to Hiruzen's explanation, Obito scoffed, Lord Third, I ask you, why must Rin die? Seeing Obito's emotions spiraling out of control, Minato could no longer remain silent. Although he sensed the Kyuubi's chakra gradually being siphoned from his being, it did not prevent him from speaking. Obito, the teacher does bear some responsibility, but you should not wage war. It will only cause more suffering to others. However, Obito merely laughed. Minato-sensei, I know that none of this is your fault. A bittersweet smile graced Obito's face. My reason for waging war is to end the conflicts of this world and to establish one devoid of strife. Noting Minato's silence, Obito added, Sensei, do you not wish for a day when people can truly understand one another? Do you not aspire for perpetual peace? Minato nodded and replied, Of course. But how does this relate to your capturing of tailed beasts? Obito, observing the extraction of the Kyuubi's power from Minato, replied calmly, Because with the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, true peace will dawn upon the ninja world. No one shall perish due to war, and the entire world will be harmonious. Minato was bewildered by Obito's words. He had never heard of such a terrifying power capable of creating a world. Yet, Hiruzen seemed to grasp something. Could it be that you intend to use the infinite Tsukuyomi? Realizing Hiruzen had deduced his intentions, Obito turned to him, praising, truly worthy of the 3rd Hokage, the esteemed teacher of ninjutsu. Only you have surmised my true motives. But, Hiruzen attempted to interject, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Obito. Enough. You dead souls should refrain from lecturing me. I will create a world free from conflict. At that, Obito hurled a kunai, shattering Hiruzen's head. Tuanzong, have him return to the afterlife. Summon him back after the Kyuubi is dealt with. Evidently, Tuanzong was unaware of what the infinite Tsukuyomi entailed, but at this moment, he was teetering on the brink of madness. With no other recourse, he could only follow Obito's lead. Tuanzong, wait for me outside. With Hiruzen now sealed away, Obito silently issued his dismissal. Very well. Faced with Obito's command, Tuanzong showed no inclination to resist. Hurry, your forces cannot hold out much longer. Heeding Tuanzang's parting words, Obito remained unfazed. He was on the cusp of controlling the 10 Tails. Why would he fear the so-called Ninja Alliance? Chapter 115. The appearance of Ban after decimating the clone army. Shinyu led the Ninja Alliance onward, achieving remarkable results. The strongholds within the Land of Lightning had been nearly eradicated, and Shinyu was astonished by how smoothly events had unfolded. Lord Shinyu, we have not located any trace of Tuanzong or Obito. Listening to his subordinate's report, Shinyu surveyed the desolate landscape of the Land of Lightning and sighed. In such a vast nation, searching for 2 individuals is nearly impossible. We can only await their emergence. What Shinyu is unaware of is that at this moment, Daitu and Danzo are not even within the borders of the Land of Thunder. Daitu is currently preoccupied with extracting the chakra of the 9 Tails, while Danzo is engrossed in the study of Edo Tensei. It seems the only option is to summon Madara. Although I cannot control him, I can hide behind another Edo Tensei to avoid revealing my location. Undoubtedly, since this Edo Tensei is based on the body of White Zetsu, Danzo does not possess absolute confidence in dealing with a formidable figure like Madara. Edo Tensei. Nevertheless, Danzo ultimately resolves to summon Madara, as he can utilize him to engage the allied shinobi forces and buy time for Daito. Additionally, Danzo is genuinely curious to witness the prowess of Madara, who now possesses Hashirama's cells. As the ninjutsu is initiated, a coffin is summoned, and the second Tsuchikage, Mu, slowly emerges from it, devoid of any vitality in his eyes. He shall serve as the vessel for the Edo Tensei. With that, Danzo manipulates Mu's body and heads straight towards the Land of Thunder. In truth, Danzo wishes to summon the other Kage from various villages, but with the variable of Madara's presence, he is uncertain about Madara's disposition. After completing these preparations, Danzo feigns nonchalance and returns to Daito's side, awaiting the extraction of the Nine-Tails chakra. What? Do you doubt my capabilities? Daito casts a glance at the returning Danzo, questioning him with an impassive expression. Of course not. I merely hope for a more effortless victory, Danzo replies with a smile, knowing full well that this is not the time to create discord, as they are both inextricably linked in this endeavor. In truth, I do not oppose your actions. After all, my identity as a Leaf Village member is widely known, so I will not hold it against you. With that, Daito glances at Minato before him. Although Minato's body is under Daito's control, his consciousness retains self-awareness. As he feels the diminishing power within him, Minato understands the implications of this loss. Daito, cease your actions. We can comprehend everything you have endured. Yet, even in the face of this surviving disciple, Minato hopes to persuade him to abandon his misguided path. Teacher, you truly are kind. Daito observes Minato, shaking his head silently. Do you not harbor any hatred towards me? I am the one who murdered your beloved. The one who turned your son, Naruto, into an orphan. Minato falls silent, unsure how to respond to Daito's poignant query. To claim he bears no resentment would be a lie. However, considering the hardships Daito has faced, it is plausible that he was manipulated into his current state, leaving Minato at a loss for words. Teacher, soon the chakra of the Nine-Tails will be fully extracted, and I will allow you to reunite with your son, Daito states, prompting Minato to sigh quietly. It appears that Daito is indeed determined to pursue this path relentlessly, and Minato realizes he can no longer alter this reality. As he senses the dwindling chakra of the Nine-Tails within him, Minato knows he is on the verge of confronting his son. Danzo summoned the third Hokage as well. The extraction of the Nine-Tails is nearing completion. The outer path statue, having absorbed the chakra, now exudes a semblance of life. No longer resembling a mere statue, but rather an animated creature. Understood. Danzo begins to weave hand signs and summons Sarutobi Hiruzen once more. Unlike Minato, Hiruzen is stripped of his consciousness, rendered merely a puppet awaiting Daito's extraction of the chakra of the One Tail. Ah, it seems you have become more astute. Daito observes Danzo's successful deprivation of Hiruzen's awareness and offers a rare compliment. I truly wish to avoid hearing my partner speak. After all these years, I have yet to comprehend why he was chosen as Hokage over me. Daito reflects while watching Danzo dwell in regret over past choices. Were it not for Danzo's Sharingan cultivation techniques and Edo Tensei, Daito would have never considered collaborating with such a person. Given his own origins in the Leaf Village and his awareness of Danzo's infamous deeds, fear not, you shall soon ascend to the position of Hokage. Though disdainful, Daito offers a modicum of comfort to Danzo. Thank you. In response to Daito's rare kindness, Danzo expresses his gratitude. It is evident that Danzo has long sought acknowledgement for his contributions, yet he has never received the validation he craves. Very well, you may retrieve Teacher Minato. Next, it will be time for the One Tail. As Daito focuses on the awakened eye of the outer path statue, his gaze shifts directly to Hiruzen. Proceed at your leisure. Danzo silently weaves hand signs and returns Minato to the coffin. Meanwhile, the entity he controls, Mu, having traversed several days' journey, arrives at the border of the Land of Thunder. Edo Tensei. A coffin emerges from the ground, but before it can fully open, the lid is forcefully kicked aside. Where is Daito? In this unfamiliar environment, Madara expresses his dissatisfaction. Inspecting his own body, he realizes he has not been resurrected through the reanimation jutsu, but rather through Edo Tensei. Why Edo Tensei? Has Daito lost his mind? Madara surveys his surroundings and notices a figure behind him. Come here at once. He commands Mu. Chapter 116. The Arrogant Madara Truly. The legendary Uchiha Madara is no exaggeration. Had I been standing before him, I might have been slain instantly. Mu reflects, recognizing he has made the right choice. Madara scrutinizes Mu, and upon seeing his eyes, he instantly realizes that this being, like himself, is an Edo Tensei and not a true human. Are you truly so cowardly as to hide behind Edo Tensei? I must say, this has opened my eyes. Madara regards Mu with disdain. Lord Madara, do not jest. When confronting a powerhouse like you, I must take precautions. After all, it is wise to be cautious to survive long, Mu replies. Then, might you reveal your true identity? Madara inquires. Lord Madara, I have no intention of concealing my identity. I am Shimura Danzo of the Shimura clan. As Madara gazes upon this Edo Tensei, memories of Danzo surface in his mind. Ah, so it is that little brat Danzo. I never anticipated you would resurrect me. Lord Madara, I assure you, the entire shinobi world is currently attempting to thwart your resurrection. I felt Daito alone was insufficient, hence my summoning you. Hearing Danzo's clumsy justification, Madara shakes his head in resignation. It appears the shinobi world has indeed transformed significantly over the years. I can sense the gathering of many shinobi not far from this land. That would be the current allied shinobi forces. Upon hearing this, Madara's interest is piqued. The allied shinobi forces? How unexpected. Madara had assumed that the various villages would act independently to thwart him, but he did not anticipate the existence of an allied shinobi forces. Master Ban, I entrust the following matter to you. At this moment, Daito is absorbing the chakra of the tailed beast and will soon converge with you. Upon hearing that Daito is collecting the chakra of the bijou, Ban could not help but inquire, how many tailed beasts has Daito gathered thus far? Aside from the 2 tails and half of the 9 tails. The rest have all been captured, replied Tuanzong. Ban was momentarily taken aback. Half of the 9 tails? Such a thing could actually be divided? Sensing Ban's confusion, Tuanzong hastily elaborated, Master Ban, when Daito attempted to seize the 9 tails. The 4th Hokage of Konoha divided its power into 2 parts. Half was sealed within himself using the Shiki Fujin, while the other half was sealed within his son, Naruto, using the Shurshin Fuin. Tuanzang's words elicited a faint smile from Ban, the reason being quite straightforward. The act of sealing the 9 tails could lead to death? Contemplating this, Ban gazed into the distance and remarked, it seems that Daito has indeed disappointed me. The current ninjas are willing to sacrifice their lives just to seal the 9 tails. It is truly astonishing. With that, Ban surged towards the gathering place of the Ninja Alliance. Tuanzong, if you wish to witness this, you may follow along to observe how true ninjas engage in battle. Watching Ban rush away, Tuanzong felt an overwhelming joy. He had never anticipated that this individual, who was considered his senior, could be so easily swayed by him. Initially, he thought it would require much persuasion for Ban to attack the Ninja Alliance. But now it appeared he had overestimated the situation. However, Tuanzong also intended to seize this opportunity. After all, while Ban was engaged in battle, he could observe, and perhaps even ambush the Ninja Alliance's sealing operations against the Edo Tensei. What could be better than that? Shinyu, let us see how you will turn the tables this time. As Tuanzong watched Ban's silhouette, a strange smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Shinyu was leading the Ninja Alliance to set up camp in the Land of Lightning, awaiting Daito's arrival. Little did he know that Tuanzong had indeed summoned Ban through Edo Tensei, and even more astonishingly, Ban was now only 10 kilometers away from him. Master Shinyu, we have detected an Edo Tensei unit ahead. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shinyu quickly inquired, how many are there? Only 1. The tone of the ninja was filled with disbelief. To prevent any misreporting, he widened his Byakugan eyes, gazing at the rapidly approaching figure. Indeed, there was just 1 person. Upon hearing this, Shinyu immediately grew vigilant. If the Edo Tensei unit consisted of several thousand, he would not have been intimidated. However, with only 1 person, his mind immediately conjured the image of one individual, Uchiha Ban. Following the direction pointed out by his subordinate, Shinyu indeed saw a figure clad in red armor. An Edo Tensei, who was none other than the strongest of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ban. He possesses quite the martial virtue. Shinyu's exclamation stemmed from the observation that Ban was standing atop a massive rock near the Ninja Alliance's encampment, arms crossed, surveying the throngs of troops below. Master Ban, allow me to take the lead, Tuanzong suggested upon noticing Ban's indifference. I shall employ the bloodline limit of this ninja to unleash an assault of hell upon them. With that, Tuanzong directed Mu towards the below to execute Doton. But before the technique could be unleashed, Ban swiftly incapacitated Mu, breaking both of his arms. I instructed you to observe, not to engage, Ban stated coldly, his arrogance evident. Do you truly believe I require your assistance to deal with these ants below? Tuanzong, you greatly overestimate yourself. Ban's words left Tuanzong utterly speechless. Seeing Ban's readiness to act, he hurriedly asserted, Master Ban, I merely wish to assist you. Step aside and watch, Ban retorted, casting a glance at Mu before turning his attention to the Ninja Alliance. Among you, who is the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? And who is Uzumaki Naruto? Who is this person? Master Shinyu, let me teach him a lesson. Let us seal him and show him who is truly formidable. Without a doubt, Ban's remarks incited the ire of the Ninja Alliance. After all, Ban had long been absent from the shinobi world, and many had forgotten the immense pressure he once exerted. Now, numerous younger ninjas, emboldened by their numerical superiority, brazenly chose to provoke him. Ban leapt down from the boulder, gazing at the assembled Ninja Alliance, and sighed. It seems I have indeed been absent for too long to be looked down upon by such children. Since you wish to witness my prowess, I shall reveal but a fraction. Chapter 117. The Secret of Infinite Tsukuyami Katon. Ban slowly raised his hands to form seals and inhaled deeply. Great fire destruction. While ninjas typically utilize techniques such as fireballs or fire dragons, Ban's presence shattered the existing definitions of Katon for all present. For what erupted from his mouth was not merely a fireball, but an inferno. The crimson flames surged forth like waves upon the sea, sweeping towards the Ninja Alliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Such vast area of ninjutsu. On this day, the Ninja Alliance was reminded of just how powerful the figure once revered as the god of ninjas truly was. Use Suiton. As the searing heat bore down upon them, many ninjas quickly responded. Among the over 60,000, those proficient in Suiton rushed forward, employing their techniques. Suiton, water barrier. The collective effort of hundreds successfully conjured a water jutsu of the same magnitude as Ban's Katon. The clash of fire and water created a considerable mist, enveloping the area. Within the obscuring white fog, Ban began his own movements. They're coming. Everyone be cautious. Ninjas possessing Byakugan and Sharingan were the first to detect Ban's actions, urgently warning others. But what good would it do? Using the cover of the mist, Ban descended upon the unsuspecting ninjas like a tiger among sheep, easily dispatching them without allowing them a single counterattack. This is intolerable. We cannot see a thing. Hearing the terrified voices and sounds of combat from within the mist, Temari swiftly unsheathed her large fan, calling out to the gathered ninjas, those who can use futon, disperse the mist. Following Temari's command, the ninjas of the Alliance awakened from their stupor, unleashing various wind-release techniques upon the fog. Futon, great breakthrough. With a powerful gust, the mist was finally blown away. But to their horror, they discovered that the area previously concealed was devoid of any living presence. There stood Ban, holding the neck of a ninja, whom he nonchalantly tossed aside. Is this truly the strength of the ninjas of this era? It is exceedingly disappointing. In the face of Ban's derision, the gathered ninjas found themselves filled with indignation yet rendered mute. Many who witnessed this scene had completely lost their will to fight. Is this truly the once mighty Uchiha clan's strongest ninja? Can we truly prevail? How absurd. How could Konoha produce such a monster? What is our purpose here? If you wish to fight, do it yourselves. I cannot endure this. I want to go home. As numerous ninjas from other villages witnessed this scene, they had utterly abandoned any notion of resistance, some even clamoring to return home. Yet, Ban seemed disinclined to let them off the hook. Did they think that they could simply pretend as if nothing had transpired after realizing their own weakness? The words of Ban utterly severed the escape routes for those ninjas contemplating flight. Before him, Ban appeared as a deity of destruction, causing many to tremble in fear. Moments ago, I had noticed members of the Uchiha clan within the allied ninja forces. What has become of them now? Upon hearing Ban's inquiry, Fuyue understood that it was imperative for him to step forward at this moment. He harbored a hope that Ban would, out of kinship, abandon his cataclysmic plan for the world. I am Uchiha Fuyue, the current clan leader of the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has now tightly integrated with Konoha village. If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me. Ban gazed at Fuyue, who now possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and remarked, "Your eyes are quite impressive and formidable. Since you share my ocular prowess, you must also comprehend the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, correct?" Upon hearing Ban mention the Uchiha clan stone tablet, Fuyue instantly grasped Ban's intentions. It was clearly a method to unseal Kagaya, yet Fuyue was acutely aware that Ban would never entertain such a notion. Infinite Tsukuyomi. I am well aware of that. If you understand, then why do you remain allied with them? Should you not lead the Uchiha to join my side in pursuit of genuine peace? Ban's expression was one of confusion. He could not fathom why this man, Fuyue, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, remained oblivious to the essence of world peace. After all, that stone tablet was a legacy from the Sage of Six Paths, and surely its content could not be erroneous. Ban, do you truly believe that the tablet's inscriptions encapsulate true peace? Fuyue, sensing Ban's lack of aggression, attempted to engage him in conversation, hoping to persuade him to reconsider his violent path. Oh, upon hearing Fuyue's words, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Ban. He fixed his Sharingan upon Fuyue and queried, "If you assert that the tablet does not depict genuine peace, then pray tell, what is true peace? Is it the mutual understanding between people that Hashirama spoke of?" Undoubtedly, Ban held a disdainful view towards his former friend, dismissing his perspective even while conversing with Fuyue. Casting aspersions upon Hashirama, Fuyue responded, "I cannot define true peace, but I question why, if the methods inscribed on the tablet were indeed the path to true peace. The Sage of Six Paths did not fulfill it himself, instead leaving it for future generations of ninjas to accomplish." Ben found himself momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Fuyue's retort. Indeed, he had not pondered this aspect deeply. It was said that the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, Indra and Ashura, and the Uchiha clan was a branch descended from Indra. Ban, it seems you have yet to grasp this point. Does this not imply that infinite Tsukuyomi is but a ruse? A voice interrupted Ban's contemplation. Looking up, he saw a golden-haired youth standing beside Fuyue. "You are not a member of the Uchiha clan, are you? Should you dare to interject again, I shall take your life." Ban glared at Shingetsu, and then turned back to Fuyue, asking, "If you claim the tablet's contents may be false, then enlighten me as to why they were inscribed as such." "That is simply because someone desired it to be so." As Shingetsu interjected once more, Ban had no intention of letting it slide. He activated the first form of Susanoo, summoning a colossal fist that surged toward Shingetsu. Chapter 118. The bet it appears this is no ordinary child. Observing Shingetsu, who had evaded to the side using the Flying Thunder God technique, and the ground he had shattered with his Susanoo, Ban could not help but muse, "It seems your audacity to interject stems from your absolute strength." Shingetsu, witnessing Ban's readiness to resort to violence over mere words, felt a sense of incredulity. Was this man truly mentally sound? Did he suffer from some form of rage disorder? Why would he seek to kill over a simple interjection? Of course, these were merely Shingetsu's thoughts. He had no intention of provoking this man, who had once stood evenly matched with Hashirama. Shingetsu's goal was simply to prevent Kagaya Otsutsuki from being summoned. To receive Ban's praise is indeed an honor. Gazing at the smiling Shingetsu, Ban noted Fuyue's vigilant stance beside him and began to suspect that this golden-haired youth had won Fuyue's favor. Could it be that Fuyue's daughter was betrothed to this young man? Very well, since you wish to speak, you might as well articulate everything you know in one go. With Ban offering an opening, Shingetsu seized the opportunity. "Ban-senpai, my name is Namikaze Shingetsu. Regarding the stone tablet, I believe it is highly probable that someone has altered its content, resulting in its current form." Shingetsu gestured to the troops behind him, saying, "Observe this group. Are they not resisting to prevent their homes from being destroyed? How could this possibly embody the essence of peace?" However, Ban was not one to be easily swayed. He crossed his arms and regarded Shingetsu with indifference, stating, "Peace does not come without a cost. Every action demands a sacrifice. Whether the tablet's content is true or false is of no concern to me. If proven wrong, we can simply amend it later." Shingetsu, upon hearing Ban's words, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Truly, Ban, this aligns perfectly with your character." Yet, at this moment, Shingetsu could not entertain the notion of allowing Ban to unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, despite possessing a system. Any alteration to 1S would result in forced expulsion from the system. Even the idea of establishing a harem within the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi was unattainable. Should infinite Tsukuyomi activate, Shingetsu would be the first to suffer an explosive headache leading to his demise. Ahem, Ban-senpai, how about we make a wager? Since one path seems blocked, I shall seek an alternative, for all roads lead to Rome, and I do not intend to hang myself on a single tree. Oh, Ban's interest was piqued at the mention of a wager. It should be noted that his former friend, Hashirama, was quite fond of gambling, albeit with a penchant for losing. This had inevitably led to Ban developing a significant gambling habit himself. Then, what are the terms of your wager? With Ban's agreement, Shingetsu sighed in relief. For this matter, Shingetsu had devised two proposals. One was to have Fuyue attempt to persuade Ban, and the other involved a direct bet between himself and Ban to see if he could convince Ban to abandon the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Ban-senpai, as ninjas, let us measure our strength. The stakes are modest. The first to be knocked to the ground shall be deemed the loser. Should I lose, we shall surrender the 9 tails and 2 tails. If you lose, I shall cast an illusion upon you, revealing the truth behind the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. Upon hearing Shingetsu's terms, Ban scoffed, stating, Shingetsu, while my previous move may not have struck you, it was by no means my true strength. If I were to unleash my full power upon you, you would stand no chance. Moreover, I observed your evasion of my attack. It was the flying thunder god technique created by Tobarama, was it not? Undoubtedly, Ban grew somewhat irked at the notion of a contest of skill. Ninjutsu. That is a technique for killing. A contest? Furthermore, even if Ban were to defeat Shingetsu, it would hardly be commendable, as he was the foremost strength within the Uchiha clan. Yet, Shingetsu's rule was to be knocked to the ground, and even Ban could not guarantee that he would not be caught off guard and fall. What? Are you, Ban-senpai, afraid of losing to your junior? Shinyu, displaying an unwilling demeanor, smirked and suggested, how about we compete in a different manner? Let us turn our backs and see who can urinate the farthest. Witnessing Shunyu's serious yet mischievous expression, Ban was utterly astonished. This golden-haired youth seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of himself. Setting aside the fact that he was currently in a state of Edo Tensei and unable to relieve himself, even if he were in his corporeal form, he would find it impossible to do so with so many people behind him. The mere thought of turning his back to tens of thousands of spectators was enough to send a chill down his spine. Realizing this, Ban hastily declared, Since you are so confident in your abilities, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he added, As your elder and given our wager, should you find yourself unable to contend with me or withstand my ninjutsu, you need only call for a halt. Shinyu could hardly believe what he was hearing. Was this the same Ban he had always known? Of course. Shinyu was not one to take things for granted and quickly replied, Then I extend my gratitude to you, Senior Ban. Ban scrutinized Shinyu, then glanced at Fugaku, feeling increasingly validated in his thoughts. Fugaku, I must say, you have chosen an excellent son-in-law. If Shinyu were in my era, I would certainly have arranged for the most beautiful maiden of the Uchiha clan to marry him. Fugaku, taken aback by Ban's compliment, found himself at a loss for words. Brother, I do not have a daughter. He urged everyone to step back, to avoid being caught in their impending battle. Though I will still eliminate anyone who obstructs me, I will not allow them to perish in our wager. Upon hearing Ban's words, Shinyu found himself admiring Ban anew. This man was truly a paragon of virtue. Were it not for the distorted tablet of the Uchiha clan, Ban might never have arrived at this moment. With this thought in mind, Shinyu gestured for everyone to retreat. Shinyu, seeing him signal for retreat, Naruto felt a twinge of concern. Do not worry, Naruto. Shinyu would never risk his life recklessly, Kakashi reassured him. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Shinyu turned to Ban and, with a confident smile, declared, Senior Ban, we may begin. Chapter 119. Shinyu vs. Ban, Part 1. Come forth, Shinyu, and unleash your utmost strength against me. With Ban standing before him, arms crossed, Shinyu felt no inclination to slacken his efforts. This was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, compelling him to present his best self in response. Senior Ban, allow me to make the first move. In a swift motion, Shinyu drew a kunai from his pack and hurled it in a circle around Ban. Immediately after, he produced another kunai and charged towards Ban. Senjutsu. As he approached, Shinyu activated his unique Sage mode, experiencing a significant enhancement in his perceptive abilities. Sharingan. Feeling somewhat insecure about his own strength, he also activated the Sharingan that had been awarded to him by the system not long ago. At that moment, He sensed he had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Oh, this is intriguing. Observing Shinyu in Sage mode, Ban could not help but express his admiration. Historically, only Hashirama had been able to activate Sage mode with such swiftness. Shinyu's ability to do so now surprised Ban. However, he added, "But this will not aid you against me." With a casual motion, Ban deflected the kunai Shinyu had thrown, following up with a punch aimed at Shinyu's abdomen. "Your taijutsu is commendable, but it is still insufficient for me." Now possessing the same three-tomo Sharingan as Ban, Shinyu was acutely aware of Ban's intentions. He swiftly evaded Ban's punch, using the momentum of his body to kick towards Ban's head. Unsurprisingly, Ban blocked this attempt as well. Yet, Shinyu remained undeterred, leveraging Ban's arm to propel himself and deliver another kick toward Ban's chest. This little brat is quite tenacious. This time, Ban opted to evade instead of blocking, stepping back several paces to avoid Shinyu's strike. "Shinyu, I must admit, your taijutsu skills are indeed impressive, but now I shall become serious." Ban brushed non-existent dust off his armor before launching forward with a burst of speed. So swift. Faced with Ban's fist closing in, Shinyu had little time to react, resorting to the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the blow. Just as he teleported to the marked kunai's location, Ban's figure reappeared before him. The Flying Thunder God technique is ineffective against me. Nevertheless, Shinyu faced Ban's fist with no fear, utilizing the technique once more to dodge the attack. This time, Ban did not pursue. Instead, he remained stationary, observing Shinyu appear a short distance away. "Thank you, Senior Ban, for allowing me this opportunity." Shinyu was aware that Ban would not limit himself to a single attack like the previous one. The only plausible explanation was that Ban was intentionally holding back. To avoid an embarrassing defeat after unveiling the infinite Tsukimi later, Shinyu decided to play it safe. After all, one should not strike those who wear a friendly smile. "Shinyu, I must admit, I have indeed allowed you this opportunity. What strategies do you possess to defeat me now?" Ban remained as proud as ever. But Shinyu understood that such pride was fitting only for Ban himself. "My teacher imparted to me the wisdom of ninja combat. Since I cannot surpass you in taijutsu, I shall attempt to challenge you through ninjutsu." Ban, observing Shinyu's unwavering confidence, could only chuckle and shake his head. "While I admire your bravery, as your elder, I must remind you that your chances in ninjutsu are even slimmer." However, in response to Ban's well-meaning advice, Shinyu clasped his hands together and grinned. "That may not necessarily be the case." "What is this?" Ban noted Shinyu's hand position, seemingly recalling a past event. Yet, before he could fully reminisce, he heard Shinyu's voice. "Mokutan, Moku Ryu no Jutsu." Bolstered by Sage mode, the wooden dragon Shinyu summoned was significantly larger than usual, erupting from the ground with a fearsome presence that sent shivers down the spines of the ninjas spectating the battle. "Ah, so this is Hashirama's technique. No wonder you wear such a confident smile." Ban observed Shinyu atop the head of the wooden dragon and sighed, then addressed Shinyu. "I must inform you of a fact. Prior to my demise, I fused with Hashirama's cells, so the techniques you wield, I too possess." With that, Ban joined his hands together and announced, "Mokutan, Moku Ryu no Jutsu," as another wooden dragon of comparable size emerged from the ground. Shinyu could not help but lament that this part of the original narrative had indeed remained unchanged. It appeared he was lacking only in the Sharingan when compared to Ban. Yet, this was not a reason for Shinyu to retreat. In his eyes, even without the advantage of the Sharingan like Ban, his own would-release techniques should not be inferior, especially considering he possessed two forms of primordial power. If he could catch Ban off guard, victory in this wager would be within his grasp. "Senior Ban, let us see whose would-release technique is more powerful." Shinyu commanded his wooden dragon to charge toward Ban's. "As you wish." Ban, fueled by Shinyu's fervor, found himself invigorated by the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent once more. Before their eyes, the two figures maneuvered their respective wooden dragons, engaging in a fierce battle that soared from the ground into the sky. The two dragons, refusing to yield, viciously clashed, tearing into each other's forms, with splinters raining down like confetti. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill!" At that moment, Ban could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed to Shinyu, "I now acknowledge your prowess. Your wooden dragon technique surpasses even that of Zhu Jian. However, this is still insufficient." With that, Ban's eyes transformed from the three-tomo to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Instantly, a surge of azure chakra coalesced into a solid form, enveloping the wooden dragon like shimmering dragon scales. Under the auspices of Susanoo, Ban's azure wooden dragon appeared extraordinarily lifelike. Shinyu, you must exercise caution now. Observing the magnificent Susanoo wooden dragon conjured by Ban, Shinyu couldn't help but marvel. Ban had masterfully wielded Susanoo, not only adorning the nine tails, but now embellishing the wooden dragon as well. One could only wonder if he would soon attempt to drape Susanoo over the great Buddha. Nevertheless, Shinyu was also devising a counter-strategy. Was it merely a game of transformation? Could he not do the same? With deliberate grace, Shinyu formed hand seals before placing his palms upon the wooden dragon's head. Sand armor. As the ninjutsu activated, golden sand steadily coalesced from the ground, as if imbued with sentience, clinging to the wooden dragon and forming a layer of armor. This particular ninjutsu was an innovation Shinyu had discovered while idly studying Gaara's techniques. Although he could not manipulate sand with the same finesse as Gaara, forming a protective layer was far from a challenge for him. Ban-senpai, let us test our might and see whose wooden dragon reigns supreme. Chapter 120, Shinyu vs. Ban, Part 2. The colossal dragons clashed once more in the heavens, yet this time they bore distinct colors. Ban's wooden dragon, adorned in Susanoo's armor, exuded an overwhelming sense of power and grandeur, with its semi-transparent scales revealing the underlying structure of the wooden dragon. In contrast, Shinyu's dragon, clad in armor composed of sand, shimmered with golden hues due to his activation of Sage Mode, imparting an air of nobility and sanctity to his creation. Such strength. The Ninja Alliance, witnessing the titanic struggle from a distance, stood awestruck, unable to fathom intervening in such a monumental display of power. Even Naruto was left speechless, for this was the first time he beheld his brother's true capabilities. Was this the genuine force of Shinyu? At that moment, Sasuke too realized the vast gulf that had developed between him and Shinyu. Observing Shinyu combating Ban, he felt a pang of unease. Shinyu had always been his benchmark for surpassing, yet unwittingly, he had drifted far beyond reach. At that point, Shinyu was oblivious to the spectators nearby. His focus was solely on Ban. After all, the wooden dragon and Susanoo Ban had summoned proved to be formidable adversaries. Damn, this thing is exceptionally resilient. Shinyu pondered as he felt the feedback from the wooden dragon. It seemed the defensive capabilities of Susanoo were indeed intricately linked to the use of the Sharingan. Reflecting on the 3 tomo bestowed upon him by the system, he felt a surge of frustration. Let us try this technique. Shinyu resolved to harness the power within him to launch an unexpected assault against Ban. With determination, he began to channel the Taijin Shui, shaping it into the form of a ninja blade in his right hand. Shadow Clone Technique. 9 shadow clones emerged, each wielding a silver ninja knife, though these blades were merely illusions intended to deceive Ban, imperceptible to the Sharingan. Konohagakure Sword Technique. 10 Days of the Moon Dance. The 10 figures leapt high from the dragon's head, charging toward Uchiha Ban from various angles. Oh, the Konohagakure Sword Technique? Recognizing the familiar technique, Ban recalled how Tobirama had once researched these strategies to counter the Sharingan. It appeared this young prodigy had learned well. Yet, Ban remained confident, thinking, but this technique is futile against my absolute power. As Shunyu's 10 clones advanced, Ban relinquished the Susanoo from the wooden dragon and redirected it to himself. I am unsure of the Silver Blade's unique properties, but caution is prudent. Ban donned the Susanoo in the Utenko armor. Although it was only a half-formed Susanoo, Ban's wariness indicated that Shunyu had indeed forced him into a corner. Come, let me witness whether your Konohagakure sword technique has progressed over the years. Enveloped by Susanoo, Ban boldly challenged, summoning a blade of energy. With a resounding clash, the blade effortlessly pierced one of the shadow clones. As he observed the approaching 9 figures, Ban struggled to discern which was the original. Nevertheless, he resolved to obliterate the clones before Shun-Yu could strike. One by one, he dispatched 4 more of Shun-Yu's shadow clones with his keen Sharingan, closing the distance to less than 3 meters. Yet, he had already eliminated 5 clones in the blink of an eye, leaving Shin-Yu precariously close to defeat. Shin-Yu, it is over. Ban's Susanoo extended for colossal hands, each gripping a blade, annihilating the remaining 5 clones in an instant. As the last remaining Shun-Yu dissipated into smoke, Ban realized that all 10 had been mere shadows. This boy is more cunning than Tobirama. While Ban admired Shun-Yu's ingenuity, a sense of caution began to stir within him. He pondered how Shin-Yu might reappear. Suddenly, A deafening roar captured Ban's attention, redirecting his gaze to the golden wooden dragon, which spiraled in the air, its form gradually coalescing into a spherical shape. What is this? Ban questioned, bewildered by the unprecedented sight before him. Just as he attempted to comprehend the unfolding events, the golden wooden dragon began to crack. Initially, Ban assumed the dragon's form was faltering due to a lack of chakra input, but he soon realized he was gravely mistaken. As the body of the wooden dragon split apart, its true nature was revealed. Ban-senpai, behold my original technique. Exercise caution. Shunyu's voice echoed from within, prompting Ban to heighten his vigilance. He transformed Susanoo into its perfect form, drawing forth a colossal blue blade. With a thunderous explosion, the wooden dragon shattered. And as the splinters settled, Ban beheld the astonishing entity within. It bore a humanoid shape, adorned with armor crafted from sand. Its shoulder plates intricately etched with the image of a dragon. What astonished Ban further was that this wooden creation was composed of 4 colors: blue, red, gold, and white. Its appearance was as imposing as the Utenko armor formed by Susanoo, yet this armor seemed to embody the creature itself. The humanoid figure unsheathed a massive sword, which ignited in golden flames. Raising the sword high above its head, it proclaimed, "Dragon, sword." As the golden giant's sword descended, Ban hastily commanded his Susanoo to wield the ninja blade in an attempt to block the strike. However, the once indomitable Susanoo appeared as fragile as paper before the golden sword. In an instant, before Ban could react, he was cleaved in 2 by the golden sword. In truth, it was not only Ban who suffered this fate. Even the blue Susanoo he had summoned was split asunder. Victory belonged to him. Lord Shunyue is magnificent. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ban, who was in the process of reconstructing his body, realized that he had utterly lost this wager. Chapter 121. Ban's observation. Senior Ban. It seems you have lost this wager, remarked Shunyue, as Ban's reanimation body had almost fully restored. Gazing at Shunyue, who was smiling at him, Ban felt a peculiar sensation within. Indeed, it seemed I have been rendered obsolete by the tides of time. Unbeknownst to Shunyue, Ban's inner turmoil had shifted significantly. He merely awaited Ban's full recovery to present the illusion he had orchestrated for Ban, hoping to illustrate how foolish his current actions were. Do not gloat. I am well aware of my defeat, and I shall not resist your illusion shortly. Ban's words were a testament to his unshakable confidence in his own abilities. It is worth noting that Ban possessed the Rinnegan, while he had only utilized the Sharingan during his recent confrontation with Shunyue. I knew Senior Ban was not the type to renege on a deal. Shunyue, seizing the opportunity, flattered Ban, for after all, one must tread lightly around the pride of the fallen. Had it not been for your leniency, I would not have won so effortlessly. So I must extend my gratitude to you, Senior Ban. Hearing Shunyue's praise, Ban laughed heartily. Youngster, do not flatter me. I am not swayed by such words. This victory is solely your own merit. Despite his dismissive words, Ban clearly relished the moment, and his affection for this young fellow was growing by the minute. Very well, young lad. Now let us witness your illusion. Once his body was fully restored, Ban stood confidently before Shunyue. Then I kindly ask Senior Ban not to resist, for illusion is not my forte. With that, Shunyue approached Ban step by step. However, just as Shunyue believed everything was proceeding smoothly, he noticed a subtle change in Ban's expression. At this sight, Shunyue's first thought was that Ban was being capricious, but he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, a powerful being like Ban, especially one who had fallen, would possess a sense of pride. He could obliterate you without hesitation, even demanding, "Shall you dance as well?" Yet, such underhanded tactics were beneath them. Just now, Danzo attempted to manipulate me into killing you, but I interrupted him. Now, no one can control my body. Observing that Ban did not retreat despite the unusual situation, Shunyue's admiration for him grew once more. Shunyue's demeanor perfectly embodied that of a true warrior, unlike that Shimura brat, who only engaged in clandestine, unsavory activities. Very well, I shall begin. Shunyue placed his right hand upon Ban's forehead, swiftly forming hand seals to cast the illusion upon him. What is this? Ban felt the scene around him shift dramatically into another realm. Before him lay the sight of Otsutsuki Kagaya being sealed by Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Himura. As Kagaya was bound, a figure swiftly darted from the sky into the ground, vanishing from sight, and this figure evoked a haunting sense of familiarity within Ban. Before Ban could ponder further, he found the timeline hastening forward, leaping into the era of Indra and Ashura, witnessing their births, growth, and finally, Indra being ensnared by the temptation of absolute power, leading to the fateful confrontation between the brothers. Susanoo and the Buddha atop the mountain. Observing this familiar scene, Ban was reminded of his climactic battle with Hashirama, where their techniques mirrored each other almost perfectly. The timeline advanced once more, this time to the moment of the Sage of Six Paths' demise, where Indra uttered words at his bedside. His soul would continue to reincarnate. And Ashura chose the same path as Indra. It appears that Hashirama and I are indeed the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. As the scene shifted again, he found himself within the Uchiha clan's territory, a place he recognized well. Isn't this where the stone tablet is placed? Gazing at the stone tablet he had once deciphered with his Rinnegan, Ban felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a figure emerged from the ground. This shadow, despite wearing a straw hat, was unmistakably recognized by Ban. What exactly is this Setsu? In this scene, Ban felt utterly transparent, as Uchiha clansmen passed by without perceiving his presence. Soon, he beheld his father, Uchiha Taijima, who was assigning tasks to the clan members. And it seemed as though he had returned to his childhood. At this moment, Shinue observed Ban standing still, realizing that his illusion had taken effect. Now, let us see if you believe. Shinue had extracted several segments from the original narrative regarding Black Zetsu's quest to save his mother and intertwined them within the illusion for Ban to witness. Although Shinue could not guarantee Ban would accept the narrative, it was certainly preferable to a direct confrontation. As time passed, Ban finally completed the viewing and regained his awareness. Senior Ban, do you now understand? This is all merely a conspiracy. In response to Shinue's inquiry, Ban refrained from providing a direct answer. Undoubtedly, he remained immersed in the scenes he had just witnessed, which had caught him utterly off guard, particularly regarding Zetsu, who was not a manifestation of his own will, but rather an ancient entity from the era of the Sage of Six Paths. The thought of that abomination stirred a tempest of anger within Ban. It was by following its counsel that he had arrived at his current predicament. Shinue, to be honest, I do not entirely trust what you have shown me, yet I cannot refute the truths you presented. Therefore, shall we agree to a truce and quietly await the final moment? Upon hearing Ban's words, Shinue sighed with relief. In truth, Ban's decision had surpassed Shinue's expectations. He had been fearful that Ban might utter something along the lines of, "Let us wait until everything transpires to discuss it further." Senior Ban, then let us see what further chaos Zetsu can conjure. As long as you do not intervene, it will undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Ban nodded in agreement with Shinue's statement. He then sought a secluded spot, seated himself, and closed his eyes to rest. Hey kid. Just as Shinue intended to lead the group onward, he heard Ban's voice behind him. What is it, Senior Ban? Ban, who had initially spoken with great authority, suddenly adopted a more hesitant demeanor as he looked at Shinue, ready to set forth. Ahem, do you have any ninjas skilled in Edo Tensei to summon Hashirama for me? Shinue was taken aback by Ban's sudden shyness. Do not misunderstand. I am merely bored and wish to converse with someone from my generation. Faced with Ban's awkward explanation, Shinue raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, I understand. Chapter 122. The news of the Rinnegan due to Ban's abrupt cessation of activity. Zetsu's original plans were compelled to undergo significant alterations. Gazing at the two remaining figures before him, Ju fell into deep contemplation. In truth, Obito's physique was undoubtedly the optimal choice at present, yet Ju was not inclined to select him. After all, the very person who had saved his life, Madara, had chosen to withdraw, which meant Obito's resolve would likely waver in the face of such circumstances. With this thought, Ju shifted his gaze towards Danzo. Although this individual presently lacked formidable strength and his physical prowess was rather chaotic, he was indeed the most resolute among them at this moment. It was time to seek vengeance. Ju's musings were interrupted by Obito's voice. He looked up to see that the Outer Path's golem now had only one eye left unopened. The overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails had rendered the golem a true 10 tails. It seemed you have managed well. Danzo observed Obito emerging and understood that the final confrontation was imminent. Let us show them what absolute power truly means. With that, Obito activated Kimui, transporting Danzo away from their current location towards the battlefield. Initially, Obito's plan was to seek the Rinnegan. However, it appeared that the Rinnegan was likely hidden within the Ninja Alliance. After all, The intelligence from White Zetsu 2 days prior indicated that Konan was indeed among the Ninja Alliance. Such a precious item as the Rinnegan. Obito could hardly believe that Konan would not carry it with her. Danzo, let us first devise a battle strategy. In the Kamui dimension, the two resolved to discuss their tactics, considering the Ninja Alliance led by Shingetsu was indeed formidable. Do you have any lingering concerns? Undoubtedly. Danzo was unaware of the Rinnegan's significance. He only understood that Obito had acquired the power of the Ten Tails and would thus become exceptionally strong. Yet he had never contemplated how to manipulate the Ten Tails. The Rinnegan's whereabouts remained elusive, and without it, I fear it will be challenging to control the Ten Tails. Danzo, upon hearing Obito's explanation, remained silent, partly because he was not adequately informed about the Ten Tails and partly due to his uncertainty on how to assist Obito before him. Produce all of your treasured items. Do not hold back. After delivering a crushing blow to the Ninja Alliance, I shall then have the opportunity to seize the Rinnegan. Hearing Obito's words, Danzo hesitated, as he was inherently cautious and reluctant to reveal all his assets at once. Danzo, seemingly sensing the hesitation in Danzo's eyes, Obito rebuked him. We are in the same boat. Should I fail, you shall never attain your so-called Hokage title. Obito's words jolted Danzo into clarity, and he subsequently ceased to withhold his long-concealed treasures. Very well, I shall rely on you this time. With that, Danzo began to form hand seals, summoning forth a multitude of coffins. This is all I possess, including the Kages of the 5 great nations throughout history, aside from the first Hokage, as well as former members of the Akatsuki and renowned ninjas from the shinobi world. Observing nearly 100 coffins before him, Obito felt a sense of reassurance. Setting aside other considerations, the Kages of various villages alone would suffice to challenge the Ninja Alliance. It appears we can rest easy this time. Danzo glanced at the now relaxed Obito, cautioning, I must remind you to be wary of Shingetsu. He has defeated the Uchiha Madara I summoned through Edo Tensei. Upon hearing this, Obito inquired hastily, Madara has been sealed? No, Danzo shook his head, though disbelief was evident in his eyes. He has broken free from my control. He is no longer under my influence, and I cannot ascertain his discussions with Shingetsu. However, I can sense his position. He is currently in a state of immobility. Such ambiguous responses left Obito puzzled. If Madara merely released himself from control, it was understandable, given his nature of resisting manipulation. What perplexed Obito was why Madara had not continued to attack Shingetsu and the Ninja Alliance. He could not believe that Madara would suddenly abandon his long-standing plans, for he knew Madara far too well. Let us set aside Madara's intentions for now. Our immediate priority is to vanquish this group of Ninja Alliance, and afterward, we shall seize the Rinnegan. Ultimately, Obito relinquished his thoughts, for he had no retreat left. Regardless of Madara's reasons for halting his actions, this was not a matter Obito could afford to ponder. At this moment, all he desired was to reclaim the Rinnegan. If Madara chose to abandon his plan, then Obito would take it upon himself to execute it. With this resolution, Obito grasped Danzo's shoulder, stating, It is time for us to emerge. Shingetsu, meanwhile, was leading the Ninja Alliance in search of Obito and Danzo's whereabouts, based on the intel provided by Madara, which indicated this was the location from which he was summoned through Edo Tensei, and the summoner was none other than Danzo. Shingetsu-kun, long time no see. With a sudden distortion in space, Obito and Danzo appeared directly before Shingetsu. I did not expect you to dare show yourselves, especially you. With that, Shingetsu cast a scrutinizing glance at Danzo beside Obito. Shingetsu-kun, I would appreciate it if you could return my Rinnegan. What do you say? Although Obito appeared to be negotiating, his tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. No, in response to Obito's request, Shingetsu dismissed him without a second thought. Hand it over so you can wreak havoc upon the world? Clearly, you are not the sharpest tool in the shed. Having anticipated Shingetsu's response, Danzo shook his head and summoned nearly 100 coffins. I beg your pardon. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the coffin lids creaked open, and figures began to emerge. Now, Shingetsu, focus on dealing with these former powerhouses. At that moment, Shingetsu spotted his parents among the resurrected figures. Danzo, I will make you pay. Chapter 123. An unexpected turn of events. Shingetsu glared at the horde of Edo Tensei figures, seething with rage. For among them were the visages of his father and mother. The mere thought ignited a burning desire for vengeance against Danzo. Danzo, you have thoroughly incited my wrath. Witnessing his father on the battlefield, Shingetsu realized that the other half of the Nine Tails had been seized by Danzo. Due to his alteration of history, Orochimaru had lost all interest in Edo Tensei, let alone releasing the so-called Shinigami sealing technique. This provided Danzo with an opportunity to capture the Nine Tails from his father. It seems you have taken notice. Let your father battle alongside you. Observing Shingetsu's fury, Danzo seemed to revel in chaos, further provoking him. Danzo, are you attempting to provoke me? Despite Shingetsu's overwhelming anger, he maintained his composure. He scrutinized Danzo, noting that his father stood surrounded by the Kages of various nations. You intend to manipulate my anger, luring me into your trap, hoping to use these former Kages to eliminate me, do you? Upon realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Danzo displayed no sign of panic but instead commended, as expected of Namikaze Shingetsu, your calm demeanor mirrors that of your father. Shingetsu glanced at his father and mother not far away, both standing motionless like statues. Father and mother. Upon hearing Naruto's astonished voice, Shinyu nodded and said, "Do not act impulsively, Naruto. Both our father and mother are currently under the control of Danzo. If we rush in, we will undoubtedly fall into danger." However, Naruto's face was etched with reluctance. He could hardly believe that his parents, even in death, were not at peace but were instead manipulated by that old scoundrel, Danzo. Naruto, we are ninjas. Shinyu, feeling a pang of sympathy for his younger brother, knew it was his duty as the elder to lead wisely rather than lead Naruto into a trap. We must wait for them to move. Then we will have our opportunity. Surrounding our parents are traps, and if we approach, we will find ourselves ensnared. Naruto, having shed his earlier impulsiveness, was willing to heed Shinyu's words, though the sight of his parents being controlled by others weighed heavily on his heart. All right, Naruto, once we seal away these reanimations, we will settle the score with that old scoundrel Danzo. After hearing this, Naruto nodded solemnly and replied, Shinyu, this is the first time I have ever harbored such hatred for someone. Shinyu was not surprised by Naruto's words. After all, in the original story, Minato was resurrected by Orochimaru's reanimation and fought alongside Naruto. Now, however, Danzo had resurrected their parents, clearly intending to strike at their hearts. If Naruto could forgive that, it would indeed be a miracle. Rest assured, Naruto, I will leave Danzo to you when the time comes. Danzo, observing the brother's stoic demeanor, felt a twinge of surprise. He was well aware of his actions, and, if he were in their position, would likely be consumed by rage. Yet, he did not anticipate that the brothers would remain so composed. In that case, I shall take the initiative. With that, Danzo formed hand seals and activated all the reanimations. This time, he chose not to manipulate the consciousness of the reanimated, allowing each individual to retain their own awareness. What is this? As all those resurrected awakened, they were momentarily stunned. The Ninja Alliance had issued uniform forehead protectors, yet each country's attire remained distinct. Now, this is your stage to perform. Danzo had no intention of granting them a chance to reminisce, as hundreds of reanimated ninjas charged straight into the ranks of the Ninja Alliance. Boom. Amidst the clash of jutsu, it was undeniable that the Ninja Alliance would suffer losses. After all, with an army of tens of thousands, they could not form a perfect line, and this batch of reanimations consisted of the strongest individuals from that era. Thus, the first wave of attack resulted in significant casualties for the Ninja Alliance. Although the Alliance felt the losses acutely, it was the attacking party that bore the heavier burden. They recognized that many of the Ninja Alliance members before them could very well be descendants or even students from their own villages. Now, witnessing these individuals being controlled, how could they not feel anguish? Monkey, it seems I truly should not have allowed Danzo to remain as a scourge. Tobirama, fighting alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore an expression of regret. I never imagined that there could exist individuals more sinister than the Uchiha clan. It appears that innate malevolence pales in comparison to the calculated malice of certain individuals. Hearing Tobirama's lamentation, Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words to comfort his mentor. For he too had not envisioned Danzo's heartlessness, especially towards those who had once taught him. Tobirama had sacrificed himself to protect their retreat. Second Hokage, for now, we must place our hopes on the next generation of ninjas. May they seal us swiftly. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Tobirama remained silent, though his expression grew increasingly icy as he realized his hands were reaching for his ninja tools. You ninjas, be cautious. This is my invention, the Flying Thunder God technique. It allows instantaneous movement to your side. Realizing he had drawn several kunai from his pouch, Tobirama hastily warned the others. While his words might have seemed boastful, the ninjas present understood the might of the Flying Thunder God technique. This technique was exceedingly effective against large numbers of foes. Be careful. With that, Tobirama threw the kunai, and his figure vanished before their eyes. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, although Shun Yu was eager to defeat the enemy, the mingling of forces made it impossible for him to unleash large-scale ninjutsu. Thus, he could only engage the reanimated ninjas using kunai and taijutsu. In contrast, the reanimated had fewer reservations. Even if their bodies perished, they could reform. Found it. Shinyu heard Obito's voice behind him and turned to see Obito had caught Konan, pulling her into his Kamui space. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, Shinyu's heart sank, feeling a pang of self-reproach. He recalled specifically instructing Konan to ensure that Nagato's Rinnegan was extracted and kept on her person, for during that time, Konoha was vulnerable, and he feared Obito would seize the opportunity. Yet now, it seemed his cleverness had backfired. Undoubtedly, this unforeseen turn of events was beyond Shun Yu's expectations. Chapter 124, The True Susanoo and the Great Buddha. However, at this moment, Shinyu could no longer assist Konan and could only hope for her safe return. As for the Rinnegan, it had become inconsequential. After all, from their generation, only Konan remained alive. If she were to perish as well, Jiraiya would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Naruto, let us swiftly eliminate the enemy and put aside other considerations. With that, the Sage Mode mask reappeared on Shinyu's face. Looking at the mass of reanimated foes, he coldly declared, Danzo, how dare you, a mere schemer, aspire to be Hokage? Subsequently, Shinyu maximized his advantages, employing the Shadow Clone technique to create 9 clones. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God and Lightning Slash to decisively defeat numerous reanimated ninjas. With the assistance of the sealing team behind him, the number of reanimated adversaries began to dwindle. It appears I must join the fray. Danzo slowly released his seal, and once again, the golden Susanoo materialized. However, before Shinyu could utter a word, Sasuke charged forward. You damn scoundrel! How dare you tarnish the Uchiha clan? This time, Sasuke displayed no composure. Glaring with his Mangekyo and launching himself into battle, activating Susanoo in an instant. Sasuke's actions left Shinyu somewhat exasperated, but given that Sasuke had previously battled Danzo, he was not overly concerned for his safety. He merely felt that Sasuke's youthful spirit had been thoroughly ignited by Danzo's provocations. Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed Danzo's Susanoo. And under the relentless scorching of the flames, the golden Susanoo that Danzo had just summoned dimmed significantly. Die. Sasuke afforded Danzo no respite, commanding Susanoo to draw its blade and strike at him. Naive. Although enveloped by Amaterasu, Danzo remained unhurried, deftly evading the lethal strike. Observing from a distance, Shinyu was taken aback. Under the flames of Amaterasu, Danzo should have been unable to perceive Sasuke's attack, and even if he could, it should have been blurred. Yet, Shinyu was astonished to see Danzo effortlessly evade Sasuke's furious assault. It appeared this old villain had some tricks up his sleeve. Upon realizing this, Shinyu hastily shouted to Sasuke, Be cautious, that old man still has hidden cards. Danzo stood motionless, allowing Shinyu to warn Sasuke. After all, the Danzo of the present was no longer the one who merely utilized the Sharingan as a mere substitute technique. He had mastered the Sharingan to an extraordinary degree, even surpassing many from the Uchiha clan. It seemed that the old man had to demonstrate his prowess. Otherwise, you might genuinely believe he was utterly inept. With a slow and deliberate hand seal, Danzo summoned forth his colossal golden Susanoo, which, akin to shadow clones, split into 4 identical golden Susanoo giants. Sasuke, do you still think I have insulted your Uchiha clan? The 5 figures encircled Sasuke, while Danzo stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a sage detached from the world, provoking a deep-seated frustration within Sasuke. However, before Danzo could finish his next words, a voice echoed from afar. Do you even dare to compare yourself with the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this voice, Shinyu felt a flicker of familiarity and turned to see Hashirama riding on Madara's Susanoo, approaching his direction. Danzo's expression faltered upon seeing Madara. The moment of humiliation arrived too swiftly, and he had not anticipated such a complete deviation from his plans. Madara, are you truly going to side with Shinyu and the others? Yet, before Danzo could ponder further, Madara descended directly from the sky. Are you prepared to meet your demise, Danzo? Madara's gaze remained cold and indifferent, imbued with a sense of superiority over the masses. First, I must eliminate these reanimated corpses below. They pose an excessive threat, Hashirama declared, leaping from Susanoo, his face adorned with the visage of a sage during his descent. Do not worry, I am on your side, Hashirama bellowed, and then swiftly brought his hands together. Would release secret technique, flower tree world. As he unleashed the jutsu, the earth began to tremble, and countless towering trees erupted from the ground, transforming the once barren land into a dense forest. Subsequently, enormous flowers bloomed upon the trees. Although Hashirama chose not to release pollen this time, the sheer scale of his jutsu still embodied his former title, the god of shinobi. I apologize, everyone, but I must seal you all away. For those of us who have already departed, it is far better to remain in the Pure Land. Shinyu observed Hashirama's every move without a hint of hesitation. Perhaps it was because he was dealing with the deceased that he felt no reservations. Brother, it seems I can finally find release. Tobirama gazed at Hashirama's figure not far away and let out a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing his body gradually being ensnared, lamented, I never expected to trouble Lord Hashirama even after death. It truly fills me with shame. All ninjas from Hashirama's era, upon witnessing their bodies bound by would release, involuntarily sighed in relief, for they did not wish to harm their descendants. So, Danzo, what do you have to say now? Madara surveyed the surroundings. The once arrogant army of reanimated corpses had been subdued by Hashirama's jutsu. Observing the one-sided situation, Madara mockingly crossed his arms. Go ahead and reveal any remaining trump cards you may have. At this moment, Danzo dared not utter a word. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, flee. However, Madara had already locked onto him, leaving Danzo with no chance of escape. It seems quite lively. Just as Danzo pondered his next move, Obito emerged from the Kimui dimension, carrying Konan. Upon seeing Danzo, Madara, and Hashirama, Obito quickly grasped the unfolding situation. It seems you still harbor hope for this world. Obito cast a meaningful glance at Madara and added, then I shall have to eliminate you both. Madara scoffed at Obito, who bore the Rinnegan, saying, do you intend to use my eyes to extinguish me? Without engaging in further dialogue, Obito formed hand seals, summoning the Outer Path Golem. What a delightful commotion. Shinyu found the current world exceptionally entertaining. He had not anticipated that Obito would become so obstinate. It appeared that he would ultimately resort to a surprise attack against Obito. Hashirama, are you ready over there? Madara, unfazed by the enormous ten-tails before him, instead inquired about Hashirama's status. Almost there. No need to worry, Hashirama replied. Madara gestured towards the ten-tails, suggesting, I've always wanted to see what happens when our two Susanoo combine with the great Buddha. Shall we give it a try? Hashirama glanced at the ten-tails and then at Madara, nodding in agreement. All right, let's give it a shot. Chapter 125. The spectators, upon hearing that they would witness a scene that all Naruto fans had yearned for, Shinyu could hardly contain his excitement. Susanoo combined with the great Buddha, two men annihilating four nations. Such a bold prospect indeed. Although nations no longer existed, Shinyu felt an even greater anticipation for the battle against the ten-tails. Hashirama, it seems we have never fought side by side. Madara maintained his pose with arms crossed. But this time a smile graced his face. Had you not reminded me, I truly would not have recalled that we have never fought together. Hashirama responded with equal enthusiasm, his anticipation for this battle evident. Who would have imagined witnessing such a confrontation? The god of shinobi and Uchiha Madara fighting together? Upon hearing this news, the ninjas on site erupted in excitement. They had been deeply impressed by the prowess displayed by both Madara and Hashirama moments ago. Although Madara had slain many upon his arrival, the ninja alliance could not truly harbor hatred towards him. Hashirama, this creature is far more dangerous than the nine tails of old, Madara cautioned, observing the gargantuan entity before them. Hashirama's demeanor shifted from his usual carefree attitude, acknowledging, indeed, just by its size, one can discern its formidable strength. Obito, witnessing the calm and collected conversation between the two regarding such a perilous foe, felt an overwhelming wave of frustration. He recalled that it was Madara who had initially informed him that this world could never achieve lasting peace, which led him to collaborate with Madara on this plan. Madara, you have truly disappointed me. With that, Obito wasted no time and connected himself with the ten-tails, preparing to unleash its power against Madara and Hashirama. Launching a significant attack right from the start, Shinyu observed as the Ten Tails opened its mouth, a tailed beast ball compressing to its utmost potential slowly forming. Oh, a tailed beast ball. However, the tailed beast ball did not instill a sense of threat in Hashirama. On the contrary, he found it quite rare. Even the tailed beast ball formed by the Nine Tails had never been this potent. Quickly, everyone, evacuate the battlefield. Let me and Madara handle this, Hashirama urged, waving his hand towards the Ninja Alliance. Upon hearing Hashirama's warning, Shinyu seized Naruto and Kakashi, retreating without looking back. Having read the original narrative, Shinyu was well aware of the sheer destructive power of the Ten Tails tailed beast ball. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it also possessed an extraordinary range, akin to an intercontinental missile. It was known that the sensory and command units had perished in the wake of the Ten Tails tailed beast ball. Whoosh! Finally, the tailed beast ball was fully formed and launched, hurtling towards Hashirama and Madara at incredible speed. 5-point ceiling barrier. Confronted with the full force of Jubi, Hashirama dared not be negligent and promptly summoned the 5 layers of Rashomon to withstand the onslaught. Mokuton, Moku Dragon Technique. Seemingly unconvinced that this was sufficient for safety, Hashirama once more employed his Moku Dragon Technique to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. However, everyone overlooked one crucial detail. Tobi's current strength was insufficient to fully control Jubi. The terrifying tailed beast ball merely grazed the top of the first Rashomon before soaring completely into the sky. Boom! The tailed beast ball streaked across the heavens like a meteor, landing not far away and erupting with a resounding explosion, from which Shinyu vaguely perceived a mushroom cloud rising. We must not allow him to adapt to Jubi's power. We should launch an offensive. Hashirama's combat intelligence was far from the naive demeanor he usually exhibited. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that Tobi was temporarily unable to master Jubi completely. Thus, the immediate priority was to seize this opportunity to subdue Tobi. Excellent. Mokuton's secret technique, Hanakushin. This time, Hashirama chose not to hold back and directly summoned a vast forest surrounding Jubi. This time, the flowers blooming on the trees released pollen to restrain the power of Jubi and Tobi. It's time to strike. After completing this, Hashirama pressed his hands together once more and bellowed, "Sage Art, true thousand hands." As the ninjutsu was activated, the earth trembled, and a colossal Buddha emerged from the ground. Madara. Upon hearing Hashirama call him from atop the Buddha's head, Madara jumped up and activated his Sharingan. Top transformation, Susanoo. The azure Susanoo enveloped each arm of the Mokuton, instantly transforming the already formidable fists into instruments of annihilation. Boom! Countless colossal fists shrouded in Susanoo rained down upon Jubi, creating utter chaos. Shinyu, along with the ninja coalition, sheltered at a distance, can only hear the sounds of piercing air and Jubi's anguished cries, while the situation on the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Hashirama and Madara. Indeed, the Susanoo-empowered Buddha is terrifying. Observing Jubi being overwhelmed by countless giant fists, Shinyu could not help but marvel at such formidable power, wondering how it was cultivated. Have we won? The onlookers among the ninja coalition eagerly watched the battlefield, their only concern being whether Hashirama and Madara could indeed triumph over such a formidable foe. It seems we have won. Glancing at the battlefield, Shinyu concluded that Jubi could not possibly prevail against the combined might of these two. If Tobi wished to win, he could only choose to absorb Jubi within himself, becoming the Jinchuriki of Jubi, and subsequently activate the Six Paths mode. Lord Shinyu, what shall we do next? In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Shinyu sat down and stated, "The next course of action is for you to observe from here. The remainder of the battle is beyond your involvement. Soon, that fellow named Tobi will become even more formidable than Hashirama and Madara combined." How can we merely watch our predecessors suffer in vain? Shinyu glanced at the ninja before him and couldn't help but smile. "Young man, your spirit is commendable and worthy of encouragement, but I would prefer if you learned to be grounded in addition to gazing at the stars." This was not an attempt to belittle him, but rather a recognition that ordinary ninjas could not participate in this battle. Unless they possessed the ability to use the eighth gate like Guy, their efforts would be futile. For now, you should simply remain as spectators. As Shinyu engaged in idle conversation with the ninjas, a significant upheaval occurred on the battlefield, just as he had anticipated. Chapter 126. The Activation of Infinite Tsukimi-yu. You do not understand me at all. At this moment, Toby stood atop Jubi, gazing at the creature bound to the ground by Mokutan, muttering to himself. You all deceive me, use me, ultimately only to humiliate me. As Hashirama and Madara approached, Toby's heart was filled with discontent. Now, he was uncertain who in this world he could rely upon. If that is the case, then let me end this hypocritical world. A sinister grin spread across Toby's face as he unhesitatingly chose to absorb Jubi's power, transforming himself into its Jinchuriki. What is happening? As Jubi's body visibly shrank, Madara immediately grasped Toby's intentions. Hashirama, retreat quickly. This fellow intends to activate Six Paths mode. Before departing, Madara cast a glance at Toby's eyes, which were unmistakably the Rinnegan. As Jubi's form diminished and ultimately vanished, Toby transformed into something entirely different. Is this the power of the Six Paths? Floating in midair, Toby reveled in the strength coursing through his body and clenched his fists. Rin, I will rebuild a world that belongs solely to you. Meanwhile, Madara and Hashirama exchanged troubled glances as they observed Toby levitating in the air. Hashirama, I truly did not anticipate that matters would escalate to this point. As he spoke, a wry smile crossed Madara's face. Hashirama, do not worry. What difficulties could we not overcome together? Besides, we are not alone. We have our excellent juniors behind us. Toby looked down at Hashirama and Madara, then beckoned Zetsu to his side, proclaiming with an air of divinity as if judging mortals. Madara? I never expected you to be the one to betray me in the end. However, that is fine. It means I can freely create a world that belongs to me. At the very least, I must thank you for your Rinnegan. Noticing that Hashirama and Madara remained silent, Toby continued. However, for you, the traitor of the Uchiha clan, I will relish in torturing you slowly, day by day. At this moment, Shinue also arrived on the battlefield, gazing at Toby before him, unsure of what to say. This fellow was beyond redemption, and more terrifyingly, he had Zetsu standing beside him, likely poised to betray Toby at any moment. Madara-senpai, just watch. This is the conspiracy I spoke of regarding Zetsu. Hearing Shinue's words and recalling what he had seen in the illusion, Madara, while still somewhat skeptical, felt a wave of gratitude towards Shinue as he observed Toby's predicament. With a piercing sound, a blade pierced Toby's flesh, and he turned in disbelief to see Black Zetsu behind him. Black Zetsu, what do you intend to do? In response to Toby's inquiry, Black Zetsu merely laughed ominously. I understand now. You are a manifestation of Madara's will. So you too intend to betray me, correct? Toby's self-righteous deduction caused Shinue to facepalm. How could this fellow's strength have increased while his intelligence diminished? If he truly was a product of Madara's will, why not simply gouge out his eyes instead of sneaking up behind him for a stab? Madara, is this your final gambit? Toby glanced disdainfully at Madara on the ground and remarked, do you truly believe such an attack could harm me? My current strength rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths. Toby attempted to move, but found himself completely immobilized, as if his body had been ensnared. Hee. How naive you are. Hearing Black Zetsu's mocking laughter, Toby realized that his power was ineffective against Black Zetsu, who was indeed his natural counter. I truly did not expect this outcome. However, the result remains the same. Upon hearing the words of Heiju, an expression of astonishment involuntarily appeared on Daitu's face. Was he surprised? Even though his back was turned to Daitu, it seemed as if Heiju could perceive his expression. In truth, the infinite Tsukuyomi was not a ninjutsu aimed at achieving world peace. Rather, it was a technique designed to summon the god tree and resurrect his mother. However, I never anticipated that Madara would hold back at the last moment. Thus I am left with no choice but to utilize you as the key to unlocking my mother's seal. Upon hearing Heiju's declaration, Madara was thoroughly convinced of the visions presented to him by Shun Yu within the illusion. What do you think, Senior Madara? I have not misspoken, have I? Madara, while attentively observing the situation above, merely nodded in perfunctory acknowledgement of Shun Yu's inquiry, in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Shun Yu and others on the ground. Daitu's face was filled with grief and anger. He had not anticipated that in the end, he would be the sole adversary. One must understand the extent of my efforts for this endeavor. From the very beginning, with Indra and Ashura, to manipulating Uchiha Madara into deciphering the contents of the stone tablet, my efforts over the years have not been in vain. At this moment, Heiju had shed his previous aloof demeanor, becoming as loquacious as Baiju, revealing that all these years he had indeed striven to resurrect his mother. Hashirama, Shall we ascend to rescue Dai-Tu? Madara looked at Dai-Tu, who was immobilized, and felt a twinge of compassion. After all, Dai-Tu's descent into darkness was orchestrated by him, and now that Dai-Tu had reached this juncture, he felt a sense of responsibility. Madara, I understand your sentiments, but it seems it is too late. Undoubtedly, Hashirama had a precise grasp of the current situation. After stating this, Heiju ceased to engage Dai-Tu further and began to manipulate him to summon the God Tree. What followed was the moment to witness the infinite Tsukuyomi. The Rinne Sharingan atop the God Tree blossomed, illuminating the night as if it were day. Detecting an external invading power attempting to invade the host's brain. Expulsion will commence in 30 seconds. Shinyu had no time to ponder why the infinite Tsukuyomi had transformed into an instant-activated ninjutsu. Upon hearing the system's alert, he felt as if he had lost his composure. Yet, in the final moments, Shinyu recalled how Sasuke had evaded this strike using Susanoo in the original narrative. Hurry! Use the wings of Susanoo to shield us. Shinyu executed a flying thunder god technique to return to Sasuke's side and shouted at him. Seeing Shinyu's urgency, Sasuke nodded and promptly activated Susanoo, using its wings to shield Naruto, Shinyu, Kakashi, and several others who were nearby. The remaining Uchiha, those possessing complete Susanoo, followed suit to protect the group. Mother, you will soon be resurrected. Heiju's heart brimmed with joy as he gazed upon the land, now radiant as day. Chapter 127. Kaguya emerges. The white light persisted for approximately 15 minutes before gradually dissipating from the sky, casting darkness over the earth once more. Evidently, many had managed to evade the light. Heiju observed the areas on the ground enveloped by Susanoo's wings, feeling a sense of disbelief. Subsequently, he glanced at the immobile Dai-Tu and remarked, however, as long as you assist Mother in breaking the seal, the individuals below will pose no threat. How could I? Danzo was the last to be affected, as he still retained the ability to utilize Susanoo. Yet, his Susanoo was not the original. Unable to completely block the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, a considerable amount of light still seeped through Danzo's Susanoo, which explained his astonishment. Dai-Tu, I have been deceived by you. As he felt his consciousness gradually fading, Danzo realized the truth behind everything. He could not grasp it. Danzo, I truly do not comprehend why you believed you could manipulate us, perhaps because of the Hashirama cells and Sharingan within you? Heiju taunted, rest assured. Within the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, you can still become Hokage. This shall fulfill your ambition. Have I truly erred? As his vision dimmed, this was Danzo's final thought. Alas, those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Shinyu watched as Danzo was ensnared by the God Tree, but he felt no sympathy. After all, this old fellow had often obstructed him over the years. Nonetheless, at least for now, his life was not in immediate danger, which was perhaps Danzo's greatest fortune. Now, it is time to resurrect my mother. However, before Heiju could begin the hand seals, Hashirama and Madara charged forth. Although neither knew who Kaguya was, they recognized she was undoubtedly a being far more terrifying than Dai-Tu's day. Do you seek to stop me? As he observed the two figures rushing towards him, Heiju executed an unexpected maneuver. He reached into Dai-Tu's body and extracted a Sharingan. Although I cannot defeat you, escaping is still within my capabilities. With that, Heiju utilized Dai-Tu to remove his Rinnegan, subsequently implanting the Sharingan capable of utilizing Kimui into Dai-Tu's modularization is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Witnessing this instantly usable Sharingan, Shinyu was left utterly speechless. This fellow had completely mastered the utilization of the Sharingan. However, Shinyu could not deny that while Heiju's actions were audacious, they were indeed quite effective. Once Mother emerges, you shall all perish. For now, struggle in vain here. With that, Heiju took Dai-Tu into the realm of Kimui, leaving Shinyu and others on the battlefield devoid of a target. Now matters have become complicated. Gather around. Let us devise a battle strategy. Observing the remaining 30 individuals, Shinyu sighed and summoned them together. For the time being, those of you whose strength is not formidable should find a place to hide. There is no need to engage her, for she is the progenitor of chakra, and your powers cannot contend with hers. Although the faces of those few reflected some disappointment at Shunyu's arrangement, they ultimately nodded in agreement. For they understood that had they not been so close to the Uchiha clan, they would not have remained unharmed. Very well, Lord Shinyu, please take care. The leader among them spoke. The task of saving the ninja world is entrusted to you. In response to their encouragement, Shinyu surveyed those beside him, ultimately choosing Naruto. Sasuke, these two fated children, alongside Kakashi and Itachi for support. The rest were to create distractions as much as possible from the periphery. Primarily, they must ensure their own survival. At this point, Shinyu was beginning to seriously doubt whether Indra and Ashura's reincarnations were indeed Naruto and Sasuke, for these two appeared remarkably harmonious, with no significant discord. Shinyu could hardly fathom whether the Sage of Six Paths still held them in regard. Mother, they are all that remains. At this moment, Heiju had re-emerged from the realm of Kimui with the resurrected Kaguya, choosing to hide within her sleeve, resembling a child who had been bullied. She has appeared. Upon seeing Kaguya, Naruto instinctively became vigilant. Is this Kaguya? Shinyu observed the woman before him, filled with skepticism. She appeared to be far from elderly. Recalling that in the original tale, the Six Paths sage would eventually succumb to old age, while Kaguya, having endured an extensive period of sealing, bore not a single wrinkle upon her visage, Shinyu began to comprehend the allure that many fanfictions had for Kaguya in his previous life. Truly, she possessed remarkable beauty. Go for it, Sasuke. However, before Shinyu could strategize, Naruto and Sasuke charged ahead. This unexpected turn of events caught Shinyu off guard. Considering Naruto was oblivious to Kaguya's capabilities, such a reckless approach seemed tantamount to offering themselves as sacrifices. Yet, by the time Shinyu contemplated halting them, it was far too late. As they surged forward, Kaguya had vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later, ensnaring both of them. Damn it, I can't move. Both Naruto and Sasuke, now stripped of their earlier bravado, found themselves enveloped by Kaguya's black tendrils. Yet, Shinyu could not fathom why Naruto would act with such folly. Truly, the unpredictability of a ninja was unmatched. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh. At that moment, Shinyu noticed a peculiar transformation in both Naruto and Sasuke. It seemed they had inherited the legacy of the Six Paths sage. Shinyu swiftly restrained Kakashi, declaring, "Let them unravel this on their own. After all, they have faced numerous battles since childhood. Let them figure it out." His confidence stemmed from the abilities granted by the system. The Golden Sharingan not only functioned like a typical Sharingan, but also allowed him to gauge the chakra levels and strengths of others, culminating in a numerical assessment to determine their might. Observing Naruto and Sasuke with values of 10,000 and Kaguya at 8,000, Shinyu resolutely chose to remain a passive observer. Moreover, Kaguya possessed little combat experience. In the original narrative, she was ultimately outmaneuvered by Naruto and Sasuke before her sealing. Shinyu need only accompany them into each dimension and enjoy the spectacle. With this thought, he felt a wave of relief. Chapter 128. Shinyu's Shattered Worldview. Shinyu harbored such thoughts, basking in delight. However, the universe often contrives to thwart one's desires, as evidenced by the current predicament. Mother, besides these two reincarnated individuals, you must also be wary of another entity. Though his strength may not rival theirs, he wields powers unseen in this world, golden fire and silver water techniques, both terrifying in their own right. The golden flames can incinerate land, metal, and rock with alarming speed, while the silver water can freeze anything, reducing it to mere powder upon contact. His abilities far surpass your own. Black Zetsu had fully embraced the role of a cunning strategist, and upon his remarks, Kaguya turned her gaze towards Shinyu. Feeling uneasy under Kaguya's scrutiny, Shinyu sensed impending doom. He doubted Kaguya's interest in him stemmed from admiration for his looks. It was undoubtedly Black Zetsu's influence at play. How about you deal with these two reincarnated beings first? If you triumph, I shall willingly retreat into the God Tree. Shinyu's plea was sincere. After all, this battle represented a significant growth opportunity for Naruto and Sasuke. Such matters were best left for them to resolve, relegating Shinyu to a mere supporting role. Yet, Kaguya's gaze suggested she regarded him as the primary focus. You are rather intriguing, Kaguya remarked with a chuckle, then abandoned Naruto and Sasuke to advance towards Shinyu. What an unexpected calamity. As Kaguya approached, Shinyu's earlier sense of ease evaporated. He had little recollection of this pivotal battle from the original tale. Only a vague memory of Kaguya's ability to launch deadly bone spikes and her capacity to traverse dimensions. Enough of this. I shall employ the Flying Thunder God technique. As Kaguya closed the distance, Shinyu opted to evade a direct confrontation, teleporting to a different location. Yet, Kaguya seemed inexplicably fixated on him. neglecting Naruto and Sasuke as she relentlessly pursued Shinyu. No matter where he relocated, Kagaya adjusted her trajectory to follow him. Seriously, can you not chase me? Shinyu lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. I find your powers most fascinating. Kagaya, sealed for so long, exhibited peculiar behavior, her demeanor suggesting a loss of coherent communication. So, you wish to bestow your powers upon me? Kagaya's request left Shinyu momentarily stunned, yet her subsequent statement shattered his moral compass beyond repair. Let us attempt to unite and bear a child who will inherit your two powers, which I shall then absorb. Kagaya's expression revealed an unsettling nonchalance. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to be consumed by the God Tree. I am solely interested in the powers within you. If you consent to this exchange, you may remain here to share your days with me. Shinyu was rendered speechless. He had initially believed Kagaya's intentions were merely tactical, but this revelation was entirely unexpected. What do you say? Do you agree? Kagaya's impassive face, coupled with her firm grip on his clothing, left Shinyu feeling cornered. How about you deal with them first before seeking me out? Shinyu stammered, his mind racing. I promise I won't flee. When you return victorious, I shall be at your service. Kagaya observed Naruto and Sasuke, who remained motionless, and then turned her attention back to Shinyu, ultimately nodding. Fine. Then create a bed using wood release. Without waiting for Shinyu's response, Kagaya departed. Shinyu found his worldview utterly shattered, left in a state of shock. Why is Kagaya so different from what I imagined? He struggled to comprehend her desire for his Taiyang Jinhua and Taiyang Shui, and the nature of her proposed legacy seemed exceedingly bizarre. He had thought the methods of Kakuzu and Sasori were already twisted. Yet he never anticipated encountering one even more extreme. I cannot remain idle. I must fight. With renewed determination, Shinyu readied himself for battle. He was no mere sickly cat. He would not be underestimated. Slowly, a sage-like visage appeared upon Shinyu's face. As he conjured a golden ninja blade forged from Taiyang Jinhua in his left hand, and a silver ninja blade born of Taiyang Shui in his right. Shinyu. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke completed their so-called inheritance from the Six Paths Sage, acquiring the powers of Yang and Yin to seal Kagaya. Let us go. Let us take her down. At this moment, Shinyu had no desire for idle chatter. Feeling the intensity of Kagaya's gaze and contemplating the possibility of her breaking free from her seal again, he resolved to challenge himself. Shinyu, an old man just told me that we need to seal her. What is that about? Naruto began to introduce the topic, but was interrupted by Shinyu. No, we must eliminate her. Sealing is a tactic for the weak. Besides, she is merely the mother of that old man you mentioned, not our mother. So we need not have any reservations. Chapter 129, Let Me Beat Her. For Shinyu, this confrontation with Kagaya represented a significant personal challenge. It was his first battle against a member of the Otsutsuki clan, and Kagaya, being nearly the weakest among them, made the encounter all the more intriguing. Mother, do not underestimate Shinyu. He is far more troublesome than those two. Kagaya observed the three before her, refraining from unnecessary words, instead pondering her strategy. Kagaya, I suggest you separate us and eliminate us one by one. Otherwise, you will face all three of us at once. What do you think? Seeing the ancient woman, who had slept for so long, embroiled in indecision, Shinyu could hardly bear to watch. Ultimately, the black zetsu hidden in her sleeve would provide her with ideas. So he might as well voice them. Mother, he does speak the truth, but that boy undoubtedly has other schemes. The black zetsu remained puzzled as to why Shinyu would assist her, questioning whether he feared failure. Yet, it had to admit that Shinyu's proposed strategy was indeed the most sensible at that moment. Understood. If that is the case, let us start with the most troublesome one. Kagaya slowly raised her hands, two gray bone spikes emerging from her delicate palms. What the? Shinyu thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Although he was not overly familiar with this decisive battle, he recognized the move immediately. The Shinra Tensei could be deemed a lethal skill. Anyone struck by it would face obliteration. In the original storyline, even with the Sage of Six Paths mode or a complete Susanoo, the outcome against this move was disastrous. Quick dodge. If those spikes hit you, it's over. Noticing Naruto and Sasuke were still unresponsive, Shinyu hastily warned them. Perhaps his presence had disrupted much of the original plot, leading Kagaya to fight fiercely from the onset. However, he soon realized he was mistaken, for the attack was directed solely at him. It seemed Kagaya had never intended to harm Naruto or Sasuke. Sister, are you going to use it? As the bone spikes hurtled towards him, Shinyu dared not conceal himself any longer, swiftly employing the flying thunder god technique to evade. Mother, watch out for that boy-esque kunai. He has planted many on the ground, meaning he can teleport to any of those marked locations. At Black Zetsu's warning, Kaguya quickly activated her Byakugan, scanning the ground. As the progenitor of chakra, her Byakugan was far superior to that of the Hyuga clan. With its power, she discovered all the kunai marked by Shunyu for the flying thunder god technique. Since he enjoys darting around, I might as well eliminate all his so-called flying thunder god marks, Kaguya resolved, determined to claim the power within Shunyu. Just as Shunyu relaxed, noticing Kaguya was not pursuing him, he saw her using her unique technique to destroy his kunai. With her Byakugan, Kaguya easily located the seals on the kunai. And then her white hair surged as she unleashed countless hair needles that obliterated all of Shunyu's flying thunder god kunai. Kaguya was proving more formidable than anticipated. Shunyu realized that this woman was not as simple as he had imagined. Her lack of battle experience did not render her a mere decorative figure. Before he could react, Kaguya raised her hands once more. Let's see how you evade this. 2 gray bone spikes shot towards Shunyu with blinding speed. But he refused to wait idly for death. He would sacrifice his summoning beast instead. Summoning technique. Without hesitation, he called forth the mechanical Tyrannosaurus gifted by the system. As its massive form appeared, the spikes arrived at Shunyu's previous position. Clang. The sharp sound startled both Kaguya and Shunyu. The destructive spikes were deflected upon hitting the mechanical beast's steel claws. Impossible. How could it withstand Mother-S attack? Black Zetsu exclaimed, astonished at the unexpected turn of events. In this world, no one had ever been able to endure that move, but the outcome left them both flabbergasted. Shunyu, equally surprised, gazed at the massive steel claws, and scathed, and remarked, "You truly underestimate yourself. Your strength is far beyond just a little superior to mine." However, surprise turned to determination as Shunyu boldly stood atop the mechanical beast, pointing at Kaguya. Beat her. Yes, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, confused by the spikes, nevertheless flapped its wings and soared towards Kaguya. Super Flame. It unleashed a massive fireball, but Kaguya remained steadfast. Mother, you are about to insult them. Black Zetsu realized Kaguya's intent to absorb the attack using her Rinnegan, for as the progenitor of chakra, how could she fear the transformations of chakra? Boom. Yet Kaguya underestimated the system Shunyu possessed. The mechanical beast's skills merely appeared as chakra-based techniques in this realm, but their true nature was rooted in digital construct. After the explosion, Kaguya's face reflected disbelief, her body charred, even her beautiful hair singed by the super flame. Haha. Shunyu could not help but laugh at Kaguya's disheveled appearance. How could this be? Kaguya was utterly shocked. She never anticipated the existence of ninjutsu that she could not absorb. All right, I'm done playing. Now it's time for you to meet your end. Shunyu fully embraced the opportunity to strike while Kaguya was down, commanding the mechanical beast to charge at her. Suddenly, the tables had turned, and Shunyu found himself in a position of advantage. Yes, beat her. Another claw. Kaguya found herself in dire straits under the mechanical beast's relentless assault. Although she used her chakra to regrow her hair, the damage to her attire was unavoidable. Now, Kaguya's robe was tattered, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Wow. So white. So ample. Shunyu gazed at the exposed skin with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Since members of the Otsutsuki clan had pale skin, what color was that alluring part of her body? Without hesitation, he commanded, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, aim for her heart. Chapter 130, Divergence. Sealing or elimination. As the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast launched its assault, its chest spikes were fully revealed. How shocking. Shunyu felt a rush of blood to his nose while Naruto, Sasuke, and the observing ninjas on the ground were fortunate enough to witness the lesser-known aspect of the progenitor of chakra. I want you dead. At that moment, Kaguya realized she had been utterly humiliated. She never anticipated finding herself in such a disheveled state. This was serious. Watching Kaguya's body swell, gradually transforming into a rabbit-like form, Shunyu felt a tinge of regret. After all, such fortuitous events were rare. It is noteworthy that he had watched a portion of Boruto, and aside from Kaguya, no other female Otsutsuki members had descended. Very well, let us unleash our ultimate technique. Gazing at the menacing rabbit before him, Shunyu issued the final command to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, unleash the ultimate destruction cannon and provide me with covering fire. Yes. Utilizing the advantage of its wings, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast swiftly distanced itself from the giant rabbit, and the launch cover on its chest slowly opened. Ultimate destruction cannon. Two missiles adorned with sinister faces, trailing long flames, sped toward the rabbit. Yet, in the next moment, the launch cover on the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast opened once more. Ultimate destruction cannon. Another two identical missiles hurtled toward the rabbit that Kagaya had transformed into. Ultimate destruction cannon. Ever since he learned that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast gifted by the system was unique, Shinyu had mastered the art of covering fire. Why engage in close combat with kunai when one can bombard with cannons? Kagaya, times have changed. Boom. The air was filled with deafening explosions, obscuring the giant rabbit from the spectators, as the area was engulfed in a blaze of fiery brilliance. Truly magnificent. Standing atop the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast, Shinyu gazed at the distant explosions reminiscent of fireworks, his mind drifting to a lyric from his past life. You only desire the beauty of fireworks, so beautiful. Reflecting on the song, Shinyu couldn't help but hum a few lines. With the final explosion's conclusion, the giant rabbit could no longer maintain its form, plummeting lifelessly to the ground, charred and defeated. Was this truly the end? Naruto and Sasuke stared in astonishment at Kagaya's helpless descent. They had been informed of Kagaya's capabilities and the challenges she posed during their acceptance of the Sage of Six Paths inheritance, expecting a fierce battle. Yet they were treated to a display of romantic fireworks instead. Kagaya's body crashed heavily to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Witnessing this scene, Naruto and Sasuke finally comprehended what Shinyu's true strength entailed. Sasuke, let us seal her immediately, Naruto suggested, observing Kagaya's seemingly lifeless form. Sasuke, glancing at Naruto's bewildered expression, couldn't help but smirk, saying, honestly, sealing her seems to be of little consequence now. However, after exchanging glances, they lifted their hands to seal Kagaya. Stop! Shinyu descended swiftly, halting the two just as they were about to seal Kagaya. What are you sealing for? It would be far better to eliminate her outright. Observing Kagaya's still form, Shinyu shook his head in resignation. Had Kagaya not clung to her so-called dignity as the progenitor of chakra, victory would not have come so easily. Her downfall stemmed from her excessive complacency. No. Grandpa Sage said Kagaya cannot be killed, only sealed. Hearing Shinyu's intent to eliminate Kagaya, Naruto urgently interjected. Not necessarily. Shinyu regarded the unconscious Kagaya with a hint of disdain. What does it mean to be unkillable? It simply implies that chakra techniques in this world cannot kill her. Shinyu lamented the loss of his Yodo Muramasa. Had he possessed it, one stroke would have surely ended her. Oh no, she is absorbing chakra from the ground. Sasuke, with his Rinnegan, spotted the delicate threads of chakra emanating from the earth. Hurry, seal Kagaya, or the trapped people will be drained by her. Shinyu, noting Kagaya's visibly improved condition, finally grasped the true meaning of the Sage of Six Paths words regarding her invulnerability. Kagaya was essentially a bug capable of absorbing others' chakra. With the power of the divine tree, she could restore herself infinitely. All right, let us proceed with the sealing. Ultimately, Shinyu decided it was best for Naruto and Sasuke to seal Kagaya before her powers manifested further. With a resounding rumble, Kagaya was successfully sealed once more. Obito and the eight-tailed beasts were also expelled, and as Obito lay on the brink of death, Kakashi silently stood by him until his last breath was drawn. It is over. Although the world of ninjas had once again ushered in peace, Shinyu found no joy in it. Kagaya, the formidable presence that had troubled all ninjas, was, in fact, among the weakest of the Otsutsuki clan. Shinyu was acutely aware that it would not be long before more members of the Otsutsuki clan arrived. For now, he could only take one step at a time. Observing those still suspended in the trees, Shinyu sighed at the fragility of this world. Sasuke, it is now time for us to unseal and rescue everyone. In response to Naruto's proposal, Sasuke nodded but did not hasten to form hand seals. Sasuke, noticing Sasuke searching around the divine tree, Naruto quickly understood. Sasuke was seeking revenge against Danzo. Sasuke, I suggest we leave his judgment to Konoha. He poses no threat to us now. No way. Sasuke unusually rejected Naruto's suggestion, stating, how could I not avenge the Uchiha clan? Observing the brewing conflict between the two, Shinyu felt an uneasy sensation in his heart. Chapter 131. The Battle of Naruto and Sasuke. Shunyu watched as Naruto and Sasuke's disagreement over how to deal with Danzo unfolded, feeling a sense of foreboding. Surely, these two wouldn't truly come to blows. Seeing that neither could persuade the other, Shunyu decided to call upon those still present to weigh in. I believe Danzo should be judged by Konoha. His actions have had a significant impact on the entire ninja world. No, Danzo has harmed so many in our Uchiha clan. How could he be simply judged? He should experience the agony of having his eyes gouged out. Opinions among the crowd were polarized. No one could persuade the other. But ultimately, the majority favored executing Danzo. After all, during the infinite Tsukuyomi, only members of the Uchiha clan could summon Susanoo to evade it. Shunyu, how do you think we should handle this? Naruto, noticing the growing number of supporters for Sasuke, turned his attention to Shunyu. Shunyu, feeling somewhat helpless as all eyes turned to him, thought, why is this my responsibility? I led the ninja coalition to defeat Kaguya and achieve peace. And now you all want to quarrel over Danzo? Shunyu struggled to comprehend the thought processes of Naruto and Sasuke, especially his brother, Naruto. Naruto, if I were to express my true thoughts, would you listen? Upon hearing Shunyu's tone, Naruto immediately understood. Shunyu was indeed supportive of Sasuke's approach. Naruto, are you suggesting that although Danzo is guilty, he should still be judged fairly? After all, we lack the authority to pass judgment. Realizing that his thoughts were known to Shunyu, Naruto nodded heavily in agreement. Sigh. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Shunyu shook his head in frustration. Have you ever considered that if Danzo were to triumph, he would treat you according to your own ideals? He would likely extract the Kyuubi from your body without hesitation, leaving you alone on the ground like a lifeless dog awaiting death. Seeing Shunyu's growing anger, Naruto retorted, is his approach truly the correct one? Must we adopt his methods to confront him? Wouldn't that mean we become just like him? Naruto's relentless questioning extinguished Shunyu's interest in further conversation. Despite being the reincarnation of Ashura, Shunyu could not comprehend why, after all his nurturing, Naruto still maintained this saintly demeanor. From the initial mission in the Land of Waves to the current situation with Danzo, it seemed Naruto had made no progress. Naruto, let me clarify my stance. Aside from Danzo, the remaining three nations will become vassals of the Fire Nation. There is no so-called mutual understanding among people. Without strength, whom can you expect to understand you? Shunyu pointed at Naruto and commanded, shut your mouth. Noticing Naruto's defiant expression, Shunyu glanced at Sasuke and instructed, first, release the infinite Tsukuyomi from Naruto, and then let the Uchiha clan decide Danzo's fate. I have no objections to whatever you choose. Upon hearing Shunyu's words, Sasuke was filled with surprise. No way. Shunyu turned towards Naruto, only to find him transformed into the Kyuubi mode. I am here today, and I dare anyone to lay a hand on Danzo. Such a criminal must be delivered to Konohagakure for judgment. Witnessing Naruto enveloped in the chakra of the Kyuubi, Shunyu was speechless and shouted at him, Kyuubi, withdraw your power. As Shunyu's voice echoed, Naruto's Kyuubi cloak gradually dissipated. It was evident that the Kyuubi also disapproved of Naruto's stance. If you wish to stop Sasuke, then you must exert your own strength to do so. Or perhaps you can see if anyone else present is willing to support you. You may also seek their alliance. After saying this, Shunyu averted his gaze from Naruto and sat down in silence, awaiting Naruto's decision. In that case, Sasuke, I shall confront you alone. Naruto surveyed the room, noticing that the ninjas present had bowed their heads in silence. The few ninjas who had previously supported Naruto's proposal were now hesitant to offer their assistance. After all, the opponent was from the Uchiha clan. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. If that were the case, it would indeed be laughable. Surviving the shinobi war only to perish in a duel between two individuals from Konohagakure would be absurd. Come on, Sasuke, in my youth, apart from Shunyu, you were the one I most yearned to challenge. Seeing Naruto's expression, Sasuke felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they had shared a good relationship for a long time. Sasuke looked to Shunyu for help, but found Shunyu merely gesturing towards Naruto, signaling him to proceed without fear. Very well, Naruto, forgive my rudeness. Having received Shunyu's affirmation, Sasuke understood that today's battle was unavoidable. Given the current state of Naruto, how could he possibly be his match? Without the support of the tailed beast's power, Naruto was nearly defenseless against him. Susanoo. Sasuke intended to end this swiftly, activating Susanoo, but to avoid harming Naruto, he refrained from drawing his sword, and instead resorted to using his fists. Multi-shadow clone technique. Faced with the giant fist heading his way, Naruto ultimately decided to counter with shadow clones. Rasengan. Each clone raised its right hand, wielding the Rasengan, charging fearlessly towards Sasuke's Susanoo. Useless Naruto. Without the power of the QB, you cannot contend with me. Moreover, Danzo will ultimately be killed. Why do you insist on aiding him? Seeing Naruto's determination to thwart him, Sasuke expressed his reluctance, stating, "Your actions are entirely meaningless." Yet, in response to Sasuke's kind reminder, Naruto remained resolute, unleashing one Rasengan after another. Truly hopeless. Shinyu observed the two engaged in battle and shook his head. He then sensed a fluctuation of chakra around him, akin to the combined chakra of Naruto and Sasuke. Shinyu noted that this chakra seemed to be observing the clash between the two, and he coldly remarked, "Are you merely planning to hide there and watch the spectacle?" Chapter 132. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Unraveled, I never expected you would truly discover my presence. In response to Shinyu's inquiry, the figure of the Sage of Six Paths slowly materialized beside him. What is your purpose here? Shinyu was perplexed by the Sage of Six Paths' intentions. In the original narrative, the sage refrained from intervening in the battle between Naruto and Sasuke because Sasuke had already succumbed to darkness. Yet where was any trace of darkness in Sasuke now? Naturally, I wish to witness this battle, for both of them are reincarnations of my sons. The Sage of Six Paths seemed unaware of the current circumstances and began recounting past events to Shinyu. Long ago, I bore two children, the elder, Indra, and the younger, Ashura. However, before the sage could continue, Shinyu raised his hand to interrupt him. I am aware of this history. But do you understand why they are fighting now? Seeing the sage shake his head, Shinyu replied, "It is all due to that old fellow entangled in the tree." Shinyu pointed at Danzo, who was mummified on the god tree, explaining, "This old man was once a high-ranking official in our Konohagakure. Yet he became obsessed with becoming Hokage, ultimately betraying the village and even participating in the unsealing of your mother. Now Naruto wishes to bring him back for judgment, while Sasuke believes he should be tortured by the Uchiha clan." Witnessing the disbelief in the sage's eyes, Shinyu sighed. This is the reason for their battle here. Did you not claim Ashura would receive everyone's support? Yet, can you see any tailed beasts fighting alongside Naruto? Observing the sage's silence, Shinyu quietly watched the two combatants in the distance. Undoubtedly, without the support of the tailed beasts, Naruto was no match for Sasuke. If not for Sasuke showing mercy, Naruto would likely be conversing with the King of Hell by now. Sigh, this is beyond my intervention. My power has already been bestowed upon them, and I cannot stop them. Watching the Sage of Six Paths shake his head in despair, Shinyu felt a surge of frustration. This old man has never been reliable, neither in the past nor now. Each time, he relinquished his power to others, rendering him incapable of acting. Forget it. Soon enough, Naruto will be defeated. At that time, you can educate him, so he doesn't maintain such a naive perspective. Shinyu had resigned himself to this fate, hoping that Naruto would not persist in his saintly demeanor. Very well, I shall agree to your request. After this exchange, the two ceased their conversation and quietly observed the clash between the two. Shinyu, in particular, felt a sense of urgency, fearing that Sasuke might inadvertently cause Naruto's demise. Should Naruto find himself in peril, Shinyu intended to intervene immediately. On Naruto's face, the visage of the sage emerged as he bellowed at Sasuke, "Sasuke, I shall not allow you to prevail." Sasuke, however, remained unfazed by Naruto's transformation into sage mode, for with his Sharingan, locating Naruto's hidden shadow clones was an exceedingly simple task. Futon, Raisen Shuriken. Naruto, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Sasuke was merely toying with him, launched his most formidable technique. Naruto, if you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for being merciless. Sasuke severed the spiraling shuriken with a swift stroke of his blade, coldly asserting, "Shouldn't Danzo be dealt with by our Uchiha clan? Is the persecution our clan has endured over the years truly unjustified?" With his patience waning, Sasuke raised his sword towards Naruto. "If you remain stubborn, do not blame me for taking your life. Then try." Naruto responded defiantly, forming hand seals to create numerous shadow clones, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to assault Susanoo. As the clones surged forth, Sasuke effortlessly dispatched those nearest to him with a mere flick of his sword, fixing a frigid gaze upon Naruto. This is not over. Naruto hurled another Raisen Shuriken. But this time, He commanded all his clones to unleash the technique upon Sasuke's Susanoo. Sasuke, you have lost. As a multitude of spiraling shurikens hurtled towards him, Sasuke swiftly dispelled Susanoo and activated the powers of his Rinnegan. What? In an instant, Naruto and Sasuke found their positions exchanged. And as Naruto beheld his own attack now directed at him, he could not help but shut his eyes. You truly are a source of anxiety. Shinue, although voicing his complaints, could not ignore that Naruto was his brother. In resignation, he resorted to the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue his brother from imminent demise. With a thunderous crash, the battle concluded with Naruto's defeat. I'm not dead? Naruto opened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the exasperated expression on Shinue's face and the slightly awkward demeanor of the Sage of Six Paths. He is here to educate you, Shinue asserted, dragging Naruto before the sage, signaling it was time for a lesson. Grandfather Sage, do you not support my decision? The sage, observing Naruto's bewildered expression, felt a hint of exasperation. Ultimately, persuaded by the sage's counsel, Naruto came to a realization. Or rather, Danzo had already been captured by Sasuke like a defeated dog. It was too late for any further discourse. Well, the matter is settled. You two should form hand seals to release these people. Observing Naruto's newfound tranquility, Shinue suggested. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and together formed seals to liberate those ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi. What transpired? Is it over? The rescued ninjas were in disbelief, with many still entrapped in the illusions of the infinite Tsukuyomi, unable to extricate themselves from the mirage. At last it is done. Witnessing the cheers of the Ninja Alliance, Shinue could not help but smile, albeit knowing that the matters concerning the Otsutsuki clan were far from resolved. But that was a concern for another decade hence. Next would be a reliance on Uncle Snake's technological advancements. Shinue ultimately resolved to pursue a path of research. For few could contend with the Otsutsuki clan, and it would be unwise to remain passive, waiting for their return. If that were the case, it would be preferable to flee outright. In that moment, Shinue's mind drifted to the science fiction film he had seen in his previous life, The Wandering Earth. Chapter 133. A second refusal. In the aftermath of war, the various villages found themselves in a state of disarray. Yet the first action Shinue took left the people of Konoha utterly astonished. He neither proposed plans for Konoha's future nor addressed the subsequent issues arising from the war. Put Naruto in Konoha's prison. Indeed, Shinue's initial act was to incarcerate his brother Naruto, charging him with disrupting the harmonious development of the ninja world. Subsequently, Shinue resigned from his position as the commander of the Allied forces and returned home to frolic with Tenten. Unbeknownst to Shinue, this enigmatic maneuver left the higher-ups of Konoha confounded. Following the Ninja World War, Konoha emerged as the least damaged among the remaining four great nations, while the other nations deliberated on how to divide the lands of the Lightning Country. Shinue, are you there? A week after the conclusion of the war, Konoha's leadership could no longer remain idle and dispatched Kakashi to knock on Shinue's door. Not here. Responding tersely to Kakashi's knocking, Shinue retorted. What do you want now that the battle is over? Can't you allow me to enjoy my retirement? Shinue's inquiry left Kakashi outside feeling somewhat speechless. At just 16 years old, Shinue was already contemplating retirement, a notion Kakashi found hard to fathom. Shinue, Lord Hokage wishes to discuss the division of land in the Lightning Country with you. After all, your contributions during the war were paramount. I know. Shinue, begrudgingly getting out of bed, slowly dressed, and glanced at Tenten still lying on the bed, saying, wait for me to return. With that, Shinue exited the room, grumbling, let us see what issues you can't resolve. Arriving at the Hokage's office, he pushed the door open to find not just Tsunade, but several other high-ranking officials present. Shinue, you have arrived, Tsunade exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. For with his presence, at least the two old geezers could be kept in check. Little Shinue, your timing is impeccable, Mito Gate Inazuma eagerly stated. I just discussed with Tsunade and the others how to allocate the land of the Lightning Country. My and Konohamaru's opinion is for the four countries to share it equally. But Tsunade disagrees with our perspective. Addressing Mito's comments, Shinue turned to Tsunade, seated at the Hokage's desk, and inquired, what is your opinion? My stance is that Konoha should occupy half, with the remaining half divided among the other three countries, as Konoha achieved the most military success in this war. However, Tsunade's view was met with a differing opinion from Toji Konohamaru. Tsunade, You must understand that the essence of this ninja world war was instigated by our rogue ninjas from Konoha. Therefore, to quell the grievances of the other nations, I believe an equal division of land is quite reasonable. If we take too much, it may incite discontent among the other nations, which would ultimately hinder the development of the ninja world. Observing the discussion surrounding land allocation, Shinue could not help but feel exasperated and interjected, "Lord Hokage, this is where you have erred." The moment Shinue dismissed Tsunade's proposal, Mito and Toji were about to rejoice, but Shinue's next words plunged their spirits into despair. What effort have the other three nations exerted? Logically, the territory of the Lightning Country should be entirely appropriated by our Fire Country, and we should also annex the smaller nations connected to it. I vehemently oppose this. You are deliberately inciting conflict within the ninja world. Mito was the first to voice his dissent against Shinue's proposition. Indeed, I cannot agree. This does not align with the will of the first Hokage. Yet, despite the objections from these two elders, Shinue did not engage in further debate. Instead, he unleashed his chakra with an explosive force. Boom! A powerful gust of wind swept through the room, sending documents from Tsunade's desk flying. Faced with the formidable chakra aura emanating from Shinyu, the crowd felt a mix of anger and restraint. Shinyu. Ultimately, it was Mito Minyen who, braving the pressure, stood up and pointed at Shinyu. Our village of Konoha in the Land of Fire has always upheld the will of the first Hokage. How can we change that simply because we are powerful now? Nations must always respect one another, progressing and developing together. Your actions bear a striking resemblance to those of Uchiha Madara. As Mito Minyen's reproachful gaze fell upon him, Shinyu silently withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, fiddling with it in his hand. Since you are so intent on adhering to the will of the first Hokage, why not let me send you down, considering he is currently below? Seeing the crowd fall silent once more, Shinyu tossed the kunai to the ground and declared, I had Orochimaru research drugs to enhance Konoha's strength. Not for you to cower now. Should we also send some Sharingan to the other nations? At that moment, Shinyu regarded Mito Minyen and Tokunara, ultimately choosing not to speak too harshly, as they were both esteemed elders. Gentlemen, the era of ninjas now belongs to the youth. Have you considered living a more carefree life instead of being consumed by the burdens of Konoha? There was no doubt that Shinyu's words hinted at a transfer of authority, albeit he was not currently holding a ceremonial cup. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely believe the youth should be given opportunities to hone their skills. What do you think? However, to Shinyu's surprise, while the two remained silent, Tsunade, seated at the table, spoke up first. I find Shinyu's perspective to be quite valid. It is indeed time for the younger generation to take the reins. Therefore, I have decided to pass on the position of Hokage to Namikaze Shinyu, so he may lead our Konoha to further development. I refuse. Upon hearing Tsunade's declaration, Shinyu could no longer remain seated. I believe I am still too immature. I am only 16. The position of Hokage should at least be discussed after one turns 20. Moreover, I never intended to become Hokage. As Tsunade prepared to interject, Shinyu hastily added, I suggest we entrust the Hokage position to copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. His combat experience and history demonstrate that he could be an excellent Hokage. As for the 7th Hokage, Sasuke should be chosen to reassure the Uchiha clan, while Naruto can take the 8th, and for the 9th, let it be Konohamaru. Shinyu's remarks left the others dumbfounded, as if he had already planned out the future. Observing their astonishment, he adopted a righteous demeanor. There is no possibility of me becoming Hokage. It is simply unattainable in this lifetime. I wish to remain a mere fool in Konoha, surrounded by talented villagers who speak so eloquently. I relish the idea of being a fool. Seeing that Shinyu had firmly established his stance, Tsunade quickly interrupted. All right. Let us not rush the matter of Hokage. We must first seize the Land of Lightning. In a couple of days, we will hold a summit of the 4 Kages, and Shinyu, I would like you to accompany me. I refuse. I wish to stay home with Tenten. Oh, by the way, Lady Tsunade, I have already helped Tenten resign from her ninja position yesterday. Tsunade, feeling a surge of anger at Shunyu's defiance, thought that if she could overpower him, she would gladly deliver a punch. Fine, I believe you have made your point. Ultimately, Tsunade chose to ignore Shinyu. While for the upcoming summit, Shinyu sent Itachi and Sasuke to accompany her as guards. 2 days later, safe travels. Shinyu stood at the gates of Konoha, waving farewell to Tsunade and the Uchiha brothers. As the three slowly walked away, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to head home to keep Tenten company, A voice interrupted his stride. Shinyu. Chapter 134. Shinyu's plan. Upon recognizing the voice behind him, Shinyu understood why Hinata had come to see him. What is it, Hinata? Do you seek something from me? He knew without her saying that it was undoubtedly about Naruto. According to the reports from the Umbu, Hinata had been delivering meals to Naruto in prison almost every day that week, never missing a single meal. Shinyu. Observing Hinata's hesitance, Shinyu smiled and spoke for her. You wish for me to let Naruto go, correct? Yes. Upon realizing Shinyu understood her intent, Hinata eagerly nodded. I hope you can consider Naruto as your brother and grant him mercy. I believe that after this experience, he will no longer act so recklessly. Hinata's plea left Shinyu momentarily speechless. He examined this future sister-in-law, noting the concern etched in her eyes. It was evident that Hinata held Naruto in high regard. Hinata, with you bringing meals to Naruto daily, has he ever spoken to you about anything? In that instant, Shinyu grew curious, wondering if Naruto had noticed anything during Hinata's visits. No. Hearing this, Hinata shook her head. He only asks me how Sasuke is doing and how Sakura is. Hinata's response left Shinyu feeling somewhat awkward. Observing her slightly dejected demeanor, he suggested, perhaps I should keep him imprisoned for life. Does he not understand your feelings? Although Shinyu was joking, Hinata couldn't bear the thought of Naruto's suffering and quickly replied, No. I believe Naruto-kun will understand in time. Seeing the determination in Hinata's eyes, Shinyu felt he had no choice. He had initially intended to keep Naruto in prison for 2 weeks to teach him that being a ninja was not something he could take lightly. I will consider your suggestion. You may return now. Shinyu certainly did not intend to divulge his plans to Hinata, as he feared that if she returned to tell Naruto, all his efforts would be in vain. Thank you, Shinyu. Hinata expressed joyfully, bowing respectfully before departing. Why doesn't Naruto understand? Watching Hinata's retreating figure, Shinyu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. His brother, who exhibited high emotional and intellectual intelligence in battle, seemed utterly foolish in everyday life. However, Shinyu did not wish to force this relationship. The time was not yet ripe. He recalled that Naruto and Hinata's love story began when they were both in their 20s, during which a certain Otsutsuki Kinshiki had descended upon Konoha, abducting Hinata and Hanabi. And it was through that experience that Hinata and Naruto fell in love. Speaking of which, I should seek out Orochimaru. The thought of the Otsutsuki clan gave Shinyu a headache. After all, he had seen snippets of the Naruto series before his arrival in this world. And while it was not particularly thrilling, he at least grasped the future trajectory. We cannot continue to simply endure. This was Shinyu's foremost thought. For the Otsutsuki clan seemed to send someone to invade every so often, with Naruto and Sasuke always defending against their incursions. However, he had no idea how many members of the Otsutsuki clan existed. With this in mind, Shinyu resolved to utilize science to alter the course of the world. Although he had numerous theoretical concepts swirling in his mind, he felt they were far from sufficient. Whereas Mr. Orochimaru? Upon entering Orochimaru's laboratory, Shinyu spotted Doyu and Jirobo engaged in playful antics. For a moment, he marveled at the serendipity of their bond, recalling how Doyu had once looked down on Jirobo. Lord Shinyu. Upon seeing Shinyu, the two immediately halted their play and respectfully bowed to him. Do not be so restrained. I am not a savage beast. I must extend my heartfelt congratulations to both of you on your union. In response to Shinyu's teasing, the temperamental Doyu felt a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Undoubtedly, this woman smitten by love had fully embraced her femininity. As long as they are happy, that suffices. I shall seek out Orochimaru. You two continue your delightful tete-a-tete. Shinyu had no intention of interrupting their romantic interlude, for this was not his first visit to the laboratory. He could find Orochimaru with his eyes closed, knowing well where he usually resided. Mr. Orochimaru, I have come to see you, Shinyu announced as he pushed open the door, only to be met by Orochimaru's troubled expression, as if he had suffered a profound setback. Shinyu, Orochimaru replied, unmistakably revealing a side of himself that was rarely seen. For a moment, Shinyu was at a loss for what could have transpired. What troubles you, Mr. Orochimaru? This is not characteristic of you, Shinyu inquired. Orochimaru sighed deeply and confessed, Shinyu, I shall not conceal it from you. To put it plainly, I feel disheartened due to the matter of the infinite Tsukuyami. My body is composed of Hashirama cells and Uchiha genes, yet I still fell victim to its allure. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shinyu finally understood. It appeared that Orochimaru was once again plagued by his perceived inadequacy of power. However, this time, Shinyu had no intention of offering consolation. Mr. Orochimaru, this is also the purpose of my visit today. I believe that our world of ninjas must not rely solely on artificial beings or bloodlines for strength. Rather, we should harness technology. Noticing Orochimaru's confusion, Shinyu continued. Kaguya is undeniably powerful, yet within her clan of Otsutsuki, she ranks near the bottom in terms of strength. Thus, I contend that our future should not be confined to mere physical prowess, for every individual has their limits. Ultimately, technology will be our greatest weapon. Listening to Shinyu's words, Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully before asking, So, Shinyu-kun, what exactly should we do? Observing the spark of curiosity rekindled in Orochimaru's eyes, Shinyu decided not to keep him in suspense. I have resolved to reclaim the original territory of the Land of Lightning to establish your new secret laboratory, guarded by the Umbu. Your objective for the coming years will be outlined in this stack of documents. With that, Shinyu presented a thick dossier. Chapter 135. The Steel Project. Orochimaru found himself no longer inclined to speculate on what ideas resided in Shinyu's mind. After all, Shinyu consistently brought him delightful surprises. The contents of this dossier represented the future's trajectory and would serve as our key to overcoming the Otsutsuki clan. As he handed over the materials, Shinyu's countenance bore an air of gravity. May I take a look, Shinyu-kun? Orochimaru asked. With a nod from Shinyu, Orochimaru lifted the topmost set of documents and opened it, revealing the bold title, Industrial Revolution. As Orochimaru skimmed through the pages, he quickly realized that the specialized knowledge contained within was entirely foreign to him, bordering on the fantastical. Shinyu-kun, what you describe here is truly eye-opening, he remarked. In response, Shinyu retrieved a shuriken, sighing, We have the means to extract vast quantities of iron ore, yet people choose to forge them into ninja tools or shuriken, which is hardly the optimal use of these resources. Shinyu pointed to another set of documents, explaining, Cannons, missiles. These long-range, powerful weapons are what we must study. Orochimaru struggled to keep pace with Shinyu's vision. Noticing Orochimaru's confusion, Shinyu attempted to elucidate further by providing an example. Take Naruto's Raisin Shuriken, for instance. Its power is formidable. However, how many can he utilize? Observing Orochimaru's silence, Shinyu continued, The cannons I mentioned can unleash projectiles with greater force than the Raisin Shuriken, and they do not consume chakra. All we need is to trigger a chemical reaction from the elements, surpassing even ninjutsu in potency. With that, Shinyu gestured toward the Horn of the Eight Tails in Orochimaru's lab and inquired, If I recall correctly, you collected this for cultivation. But the power of the Ten Tails far exceeds that, does it not? When the Ten Tails came up, Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging the truth of Shinyu's statement with a heavy heart. Indeed, we seem unable to contend with either the Ten Tails or the infinite Tsukuyami. Seeing that Orochimaru was beginning to grasp his ideology, Shinyu posed another question. Orochimaru, what do you believe is the greatest difference between us and animals? Do we possess thought? Orochimaru tentatively suggested. Precisely, Shinyu affirmed. It is our capacity for thought that enables us to wield tools to construct homes and weapons. However, humanity has reached its limits. We must develop more formidable weapons to safeguard this world. This is why I wish for you to research these matters in the Land of Lightning. Very well. Once Tsunade concludes her negotiations, I shall lead my subordinates to the Land of Lightning for research, striving to expedite the development of these technologies. 5 years, Shinyu declared, extending 5 fingers toward Orochimaru. We have merely 5 years, as we cannot predict when other members of the Otsutsuki clan may arrive. Thus, we must cherish every moment. Remember, possessing a sword allows us to negotiate. Otherwise, we remain no different from livestock in their eyes. Orochimaru wholeheartedly agreed with Shinyu's assertion. Having once been the leader of a small nation, he understood the sentiments Shinyu conveyed. Rest assured, Shinyu-kun, for my own sake, I shall diligently endeavor to develop these technologies. However, Orochimaru's expression turned somewhat pained as he added, but these so-called technologies you speak of seem to require substantial funding. Fear not, for you have a wealthy patron at your disposal. Simply approach her, Shinyu remarked, pointing to Xiao Nan beside Orochimaru. Sister Xiao Nan, the funds from Akatsuki's Kakuzu are stored with you, are they not? If memory serves, you should have quite a sum. Xiao Nan was taken aback that these two individuals knew of her wealth, but since she had chosen to align with Konoha, she decided to contribute those funds for their benefit. Moreover, she had overheard Shunyu and Orochimaru's conversation regarding the Otsutsuki clan. If they truly descended upon this world, it would spell disaster for all. Just have Mr. Orochimaru send a couple of people with me to collect the funds. Xiao Nan, now well provided for alongside Orochimaru, saw no need to hoard the money. Thank you, Sister Xiao Nan. I assure you that every penny will be allocated toward research. And if I discover that anyone has embezzled these funds, I, Shinyu, will not show mercy. Seeing Shinyu's firm promise, Xiao Nan nodded in agreement. Despite the boy's occasional mischievousness, whenever he committed himself to a cause, he invariably executed it with remarkable finesse. Orochimaru, do not wait for Tsunade's negotiation results. Immediately dispatch the first team to the Land of Lightning, prioritizing infrastructure and site selection. Additionally, the Land of Lightning has been researching something called the Chakra Cannon, which is quite powerful. If we can locate that, it would be advantageous. Given Shun Yu's eagerness, even the usually unhinged Orochimaru expressed some reservations. If we arrive in the Land of Lightning without awaiting the negotiation results, could it provoke discontent from other nations? However, this concern seemed trivial in the presence of Shunyu. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, I shall summon 2 members of the Uchiha clan, each possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, to accompany you. Should anyone dare to resist, we shall unleash Susanoo without hesitation. I never intended to engage these 3 so-called great nations on equal footing. Were it not for my apprehensions regarding the Otsutsuki clan, I would have already led an expedition against them. Observing Shun Yu's demeanor, Orochimaru grasped his underlying intentions and remarked, very well. I shall send my ninjas skilled in sensory ninjutsu to conduct reconnaissance. Excellent. With Orochimaru's agreement, Shinyu unfurled a blueprint across Orochimaru's desk. This represents our future direction and the sole weapon that can rival the Otsutsuki clan. I call it the Steel Project. Orochimaru raised his gaze to find the blueprint magnificently illustrating a vision of the future, showcasing the village's defenses and unidentified spacecraft hovering in the sky. Chapter 136. The stolen funds. Shinyu remained in Orochimaru's laboratory until deep into the night, and no one knew what transpired between them. The higher-ups in Konoha only noted a significant shift in Orochimaru's research focus following that evening, as he abandoned his obsession with human experimentation and cloning. Oh, today is Kakashi's inauguration ceremony? Bored, Shinyu strolled through the streets of Konoha with Tian. After 2 weeks of reconstruction, the village had regained its former vibrancy. Today marked the inauguration of the 6th Hokage. Why do you not wish to become Hokage? Tian, observing Kakashi solemnly accepting the Hokage hat from Tsunade atop the platform, expressed her mild frustration towards Shinyu. Tian, do I truly need to become Hokage to validate my strength? Not only Hokage, but if I desired, the leaders of all 4 nations would yield their positions to me. Humph. Tian rolled her eyes at Shinyu's arrogance, retorting, I wonder who was unceremoniously kicked out of bed by me last night. Ha, what can I say? You are my wife after all. Shinyu chuckled, wrapping his arm around Tian's shoulder as they wandered off to shop. Yet, just as he intended to relish this rare moment of leisure with her, voices from the crowd captured his attention. Did you hear? Last night, Mito Kaze and Toka Shikamaru led a group of ninjas to surround Orochimaru's laboratory, claiming that they did not require that much funding for their research. Of course I heard. They insisted that the money should be used for the reconstruction of Konoha, only leaving a third behind while taking the rest. Are they joking? That person seems incredulous, saying, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin. A ninja of his caliber shouldn't have his funds forcibly taken. Remember, the Uchiha clan Sharingan was cultivated by Orochimaru. Don't even get me started. I can't believe it either. But those 2 are senior advisors in Konoha. I suspect Orochimaru wants to avoid trouble. Upon hearing this, Shinyu was taken aback. Had he not overheard the villagers discussing this matter, he might still be oblivious. Can you elaborate on what transpired last night? Grasping the individual, Shinyu prepared to confront him. The person, initially furious, quickly realized it was Shunyu who had seized him and promptly replied, Ah, it is Lord Shinyu. I am not well informed about last night's events. Then tell me what you do know. Under Shinyu's pressing inquiry, the individual struggled to withstand the pressure and ultimately recounted the events to Shunyu in detail. Damn it, those 2 old fools. Shinyu's fury ignited upon hearing the news. It was known that the substantial sum had been provided by Xiao Nan out of respect for him and did not belong to military spoils. What right did Konoha have to seize that money? Moreover, the funding for Konoha's construction stemmed entirely from the commissions earned by ninjas undertaking missions. At the very least, the Land of Fire would allocate funds for reconstruction. It was not right to acquire wealth through plunder. Tion, you head home first. I have matters to attend to. With that, Shinyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived directly at Orochimaru's laboratory. Lord Shinyu, I knew you would come. Orochimaru remained composed, even summoning his subordinates to serve tea to Shinyu. I must say, it is your money that has been taken, and while you have not resisted, how could you not even inform me? Yet, faced with Shunyu's incredulous gaze, Orochimaru calmly replied, now you are aware, are you not? They left a third of the funds for me, which is sufficient for the time being. So, you can just wait for me to take care of it. Shinyu shot a disapproving glance at Orochimaru, fully aware of his thought process. It seemed that communicating with intelligent individuals was indeed straightforward. With Orochimaru's admission, Shinyu chose not to argue further and directly transported himself to the Hokage's office, awaiting the conclusion of Kakashi's inauguration ceremony. After approximately half an hour, Kakashi wearily pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, grumbling, "This sort of affair is truly troublesome. I never expected it to take so long. You have finally returned." Hokage-sama. Shinyu's sudden voice startled Kakashi, who then realized Shinyu was seated in the corner. "Shinyu, you need not scare me like that. Just call me Kakashi." "That is not possible, Hokage-sama. I have a matter that requires your assistance." Without a doubt, Kakashi remained unaware of the situation at hand. Shinyu adopted a pose of profound grievance, stating, "Hokage-sama, funds from my laboratory have been stolen. They are nothing short of bandits." "Who did this?" Kakashi, disregarding Shinyu's theatrics, inquired incisively. "Mitokaze and Toka Shikamaru." Seeing Kakashi unwilling to engage, Shinyu ceased the charade. "Wait a moment, I will summon them immediately." With that, Kakashi intended to dispatch the Anbu to retrieve the two senior advisors from Konoha. However, the next moment, the office door swung open. "Hokage-sama, there is no need to call for us. We have arrived." The two individuals entered confidently, taking their seats nonchalantly in front of Shinyu. "Esteemed sirs, I understand from Shinyu that you led a group to seize more than half of the funding from Orochimaru's laboratory. Is this true?" Kakashi addressed them respectfully, acknowledging their contributions to Konoha. "Indeed, but I must say that the term seize is inappropriate. If I had truly stolen it, why would I leave a portion for Orochimaru's laboratory?" As Shinyu listened to Mitokaze's brazen words, he found himself at a loss for words, unable to fathom how this old man could be so shameless. "Furthermore, we require those funds for the reconstruction of Konoha. Following the war, the remaining three nations also need rebuilding. Since they acknowledge the Land of Fire as the strongest nation, it is only natural for us to extend them some support." Hearing these two old geezers casually discussing the matter in such a manner, Shinyu could no longer remain seated. He had not anticipated that these so-called senior advisors would adopt such a nonchalant attitude regarding the issue. Shinyu signaled Kakashi to remain silent, and then stood up, addressing the two men. "So, you are essentially using my funds for your charitable endeavors?" Chapter 137. A Shift in Power. Shinyu, do not think that just because you saved the ninja world during the Fourth Great Ninja War, you can act with arrogance. Look at your current attitude. Is this the demeanor expected of a Konoha ninja? Under the scrutinizing gaze of Shinyu, Mito Men Yen and Zhuang Qi Shao Chun felt a twinge of unease. However, reflecting on their esteemed positions as senior advisors of Konoha, they regarded Shinyu's furious demeanor with a degree of indifference. Indeed, even the first Hokage had once distributed the tailed beasts evenly among the ninja world, embodying the will of fire of our village. What harm is there in parting with a little money? Perhaps emboldened by the belief that Shinyu would not dare to act against them, the two exchanged banter, extolling the righteousness of their decision to lead the Anbu in seizing funds from Orochimaru's laboratory. In that moment, Shinyu was ironically cast as the villain, one who did not consider the welfare of Konoha or the ninja world. Once they had finished their justifications, Shinyu remained unperturbed, silently absorbing their ludicrous rationalizations. When they finally paused, he spoke slowly. "Mito Men Yen, Zhuang Qi Shao Chun, you two old codgers truly are oblivious to danger. You profess to act for the sake of Konoha and the ninja world, yet behind closed doors, you engage in disreputable dealings. Do you truly believe that I, Bofeng Shinyu, am unaware of your nefarious activities?" Upon hearing Shinyu's words, the two men became visibly agitated. Yet even so, They did not believe Shinyu would dare to take action against them, and in a display of bravado, they retorted, "Shinyu, do not think that your achievements grant you the liberty to slander others." Observing the fear reflected in their eyes, Shinyu shook his head. He acknowledged that wherever there are people, there will be corruption. It is human nature after all. One cannot expect everyone to adhere to the strictest moral standards. Initially, Shinyu had no intention of pursuing the matter concerning these two old men, as their misdeeds had not directly implicated him. A bit of greed could be tolerated. However, the situation had changed. They had brazenly implicated him, and Shinyu had no intention of letting them off lightly. Mito Minyan, your nephew is named Mito Zilang, correct? Upon hearing his nephew's name mentioned, Mito Minyan's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Yes, but what has he done wrong?" Noticing Mito Minyan's defiance, Shinyu produced a letter from his system space. Mito Zilang served as the logistics officer during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, due to negligence, the 3rd Division suffered a supply shortage while advancing to the borders of the Land of Lightning. Subsequently, Mito Zilang falsely claimed that he was besieged by a large army of White Zetsu, which caused the delay. Yet, an investigation revealed no signs of battle along the route he had provided. Shinyu cast a sidelong glance at the silent Mito Minyan and continued reading. Moreover, residents of the surrounding small nations have repeatedly witnessed Mito Zilang indulging in taverns, reveling with numerous courtesans and women, and charging his expenses to Konoha. Impossible. At this point, Mito Minyan could no longer remain seated. He stood up and shouted at Shinyu, "This is blatant slander." Shinyu coldly smirked as he tucked the letter away. Determining whether this is slander is quite simple. We need only summon those courtesans and tavern owners to identify him. I trust that if your nephew has never frequented such places, they would not dare to tarnish your name, would they? And should these individuals seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos of war, what will you say? Do they not wish to earn more? Listening to Mito Minyan's absurd defenses, Shinyu could only shake his head. If that is your stance, then let us summon Konoha's interrogation unit to examine his mind. Surely, that would suffice. Upon hearing that the interrogation unit would be involved, Mito Minyan, who had intended to counter, angrily sank back into the sofa. Mito Zilang is a hero of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Though he may not have achieved your level of grandeur, he has nonetheless done his part. Are you not concerned that employing the interrogation unit against him will chill the hearts of Konoha's people? Chill the hearts? Shinyu regarded Mito Minyan's forced rebuttal with a cold smile. Well said. If we are discussing heartache, then surely the most heartbroken are the soldiers of the 3rd Division, who executed their missions on empty stomachs simply because your precious nephew sought pleasure. Enough. I do not wish to argue further. Not wishing to hear any more from Mito Minyan, Shinyu unleashed his chakra, rendering him immobile. Shinyu, do you wish to rebel? Yet, in the face of Shunyu's imposing presence, Mito Minyan showed no fear, turning instead to Kakashi, 6th Hokage. Will you stand by and let this man run rampant in your office? Kakashi, observing the furious Shinyu and the immobile duo, sighed, Lord Mito, I advise you to return the funds to Shinyu. After all, he is currently Konoha's foremost expert, and it was only because he declined that I became Hokage. Mito Minyan sought to refute Kakashi, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, who in Konoha could rival Shinyu? Setting aside his extraordinary flying thunder god technique, no one could match his prowess in ninjutsu. Shinyu, I promise to return that money. Let us bury the hatchet. Shall we? Seeing Mito Minyan relent, Shinyu smiled. Lord Mito, had you approached me with this attitude from the outset, I would not have pursued your nephew's misdeeds. For my ambitions extend beyond Konoha. Undoubtedly, there are clans in this world far more formidable than ours, the Otsutsuki clan. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Mito Minyan felt a sense of relief wash over him, but Shinyu's tone turned icy. However, you are oblivious to the gravity of your situation. You insist on using the construction of the ninja world and support for other nations as a pretext to deflect my inquiries. Do you think I am unaware that the majority of those funds have been thoroughly divided between your two clans, leaving barely 1/5 behind? Shinyu fixed his gaze upon Mito Minyan and Zhuang Qi Shao Chun, declaring, I can now assure you that I am resolutely involved in this matter. I will not only oversee it, but will show no leniency. Even if there were past injustices, as long as those involved are still living, I will pursue it to the end. There is no notion of peaceful retirement in this context. Upon hearing Shinyu's declaration, Mito Minyan and Zhuang Qi Shao Chun slumped helplessly onto the sofa, acutely aware that Shunyu was not jesting. They also understood the actions of their families over the years. Kakashi, seated in the Hokage's chair, contemplated the three individuals before him, reflecting, Konoha has truly undergone a transformation. In the end, Mito Min Yin and Zhuang Qi Shao Chun departed the Hokage's office, their spirits crushed. Watching them leave, Kakashi felt a twinge of discomfort. What? Are you feeling pity? Shinyu seemed to perceive Kakashi's reluctance and asked with a smile. In response to Shunyu's inquiry, Kakashi did not conceal his feelings and nodded. Indeed, I do feel a bit of pity. After all, they have watched me grow, much like the third Hokage. They are my elders. However, Shinyu waved his hand dismissively. Kakashi, you must understand that I am not targeting anyone in particular. I simply believe that Konoha requires significant reform. Seeing that Kakashi still struggled to comprehend, Shinyu patiently elaborated. Initially, I thought that as long as their actions did not affect me directly, everything would be fine. For my sights are set on the Otsutsuki clan that will inevitably arrive in Konoha. Yet, based on their reactions just now, I realize I was gravely mistaken. Their responses seemed to me a provocation, especially since they chose to protect and conceal the grave errors committed by their family members, which only serves to demonstrate their belief that they are beyond reproach. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Shinyu pointed towards the scenery outside the window. Kakashi focused his gaze and noticed nothing particularly extraordinary apart from the panoramic view of Konoha Village. Kakashi, take a look at our entire Konoha Village. From infrastructure to weapon procurement and tax collection from merchants, where do you not see the presence of those two great clans? Even Danzo, who was once so desperate for power, never exhibited such unbridled madness. Shinyu retrieved a list from his space and tossed it to the incredulous Kakashi. Look at this. It is a report commissioned by Tion's parents through their business connections. Every position listed here is held by individuals who wield significant power over Konoha's procurement. Count how many are not from these two clans. Kakashi opened the list handed to him by Shinyu and, upon a cursory glance, found that the majority of names indeed belonged to the two clans, just as Shinyu had indicated. I understand now, Shinyu. What should I do? Kakashi was beginning to grasp the complexity of the issue at hand. This was not Shunyu's intention. Rather, he was intrigued by why. During the original storyline when Tsunade and Kakashi were in power, there were so few issues, yet in Boruto, Naruto became so hands-on. The reason for Naruto's busyness was his desire to prevent the two great clans from interfering, coupled with his inherently gentle nature that shied away from causing harm to others. Thus, Shinyu resolved to extract this thorn from Naruto's side. It's quite simple. Strike at both the tiger and the fly simultaneously. Shinyu lounged on the sofa, lazily stating, if you wish to partake in this matter, then do so. However, I must warn you. The level of cruelty involved will be no less than what you encountered in the Umbu, and may even leave you utterly astounded. Shinyu's assertion was not exaggerated. Drawing from his past life memories, he was acutely aware of the depravity that corrupt officials engaged in. He even suspected that the villagers who had disappeared around Konoha were not entirely taken by Orochimaru for experimentation, but rather forcibly abducted by these corrupt officials. Strike at both the tiger and the fly. I understand. Kakashi pondered the implications of Shunyu's words, finding them profoundly thought-provoking. Kakashi, you must realize that our ultimate goal is to safeguard the peace of the shinobi world. The power to confront the Otsutsuki comes not from mere diligent training, but from technology, which is why I regard Orochimaru with such importance. So what shall we do next? Shinyu surveyed the entirety of Konoha Village, contemplating that perhaps only the Uchiha clan could competently handle this matter. I will pay a visit to the Uchiha clan and speak with clan leader Fugaku. My rapport with them remains reliable, and their members are clear-cut in their loyalties, ensuring no favoritism in handling these affairs. Upon hearing Shinyu's suggestion, Kakashi nodded, but suddenly recalled something and inquired, what about Naruto? If he finds out, that guy might cause a scene, given that many from these two clans have good relations with him. At the mention of Naruto, Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle. My brother always thinks he can persuade others with his kind heart, unaware that human nature is inherently unpredictable. Moreover, where in this world are there so many saints? Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Naruto's excessive kindness often left him at a loss for words. Whether during the Land of Waves mission or the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto's perspective remained rather immature. Never mind, he just got out of prison. Let him accompany Team 8 on missions. There are plenty of tasks to eliminate bandits lately, which will also give him a chance to bond with Hinata. Seeing Shunyu, as an older brother, being so considerate of Naruto, Kakashi couldn't help but ask curiously, so, has he still not realized Hinata's feelings for him? Shunyu shook his head, replying, that guy is utterly oblivious. I can guarantee that unless Hinata confesses her feelings, Naruto will remain completely unaware. Observing Shunyu's exasperation as an older brother, Kakashi smiled. By the way, how's your relationship with Jingyin? When are you two getting married? Huh. Kakashi was taken aback by Shunyu's sudden inquiry about his personal matters. Make sure to seize the opportunity. Jingyin is quite remarkable. And since you two often spend time together, once we resolve these corruption issues, you should find a date and hurry to get married and start a family. Kakashi felt a bit flustered by Shunyu's words, at a loss for how to respond. Alright, enough idle chatter. I must head to the Uchiha clan immediately. Once we have discussed this, you should promptly assign tasks to Team 8 and Naruto. At that moment, Kakashi noticed an inexplicable aura of leadership emanating from Shunyu. If this individual were to assume the role of Hokage, Konoha would likely flourish beyond measure. By the way, regarding this matter, do not involve the Umbu. I cannot guarantee that there are no spies among them. Upon finishing his statement, Shunyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart from the Hokage's office, leaving Kakashi to contemplate how to handle this assembly of tigers and flies. Chapter 139. Establishment of the Inspection Department. Shunyu, you cannot be serious. Fugaku gazed at Shunyu with disbelief in his eyes. From the moment Shunyu entered, he had spoken of corruption within Konoha's upper echelons. Fugaku initially thought Shunyu was merely venting his frustrations, but it turned out he genuinely sought to reform Konoha's system. Uncle Fugaku, do you truly believe I would jest? Honestly, are you Uchiha unaware of these matters? Shunyu's retort rendered Fugaku silent. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, how could Fugaku possibly be ignorant of such issues? Yet, what good was that knowledge? The Uchiha had been targeted for decades in Konoha. Were it not for Shunyu's emergence and assistance, the Uchiha would likely be waiting to be reincarnated in the Pure Land. So, you intend to eradicate them completely? Fugaku realized that Shunyu was no longer the hero living in the shadow of the fourth Hokage. He had grown into a figure capable of leading Konoha, or even the shinobi world itself. Of course, Uncle Fugaku, I require the assistance of your Uchiha clan. Shunyu did not conceal his intentions and articulated his plan. Previously, I recall the second Hokage established an independent police force for the Uchiha clan. Now, I wish for the Uchiha to spearhead the formation of an inspection department, primarily tasked with combating corruption within the village. Noting Fugaku's lingering reservations, Shunyu added, of course, this department will permit the inclusion of ninjas from other clans. But they must undergo rigorous scrutiny. Otherwise, if we allow high-ranking spies to infiltrate, our efforts will be rendered futile. Upon hearing Shunyu's explanation, Fugaku nodded, though he still voiced his concerns. Shunyu, your vision is indeed appealing, but have you considered whether our actions are lawful? These higher-ups have significant ties to the daimyo. And if the daimyo intervenes to protect them, we may not only fail to uproot them, but also bear the label of betraying Konoha. The daimyo. Hearing Fugaku mention the daimyo, Shunyu felt a headache coming on. He truly could not comprehend why these so-called daimyo could command ninjas far stronger than themselves. The daimyo certainly presents a challenge, but that does not mean we must acquiesce to them at every turn. If necessary, we can simply eliminate them. Shunyu's statement left Fugaku utterly astonished. He had never contemplated challenging the authority of the daimyo. After all, the daimyo is akin to the leader of the nation. Shunyu, is this not a tad excessive? Shunyu smiled and replied, did the previous battles between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan concern the daimyo? I believe it is precisely because we place too much importance on such matters that the daimyo now dares to dictate to us. Fuyue glanced at Shunyu before him. It was evident that this was yet another contest of wits. However, Fuyue ultimately chose to side with Shunyu. Shunyu, should you fall out with the daimyo, our Uchiha clan will undoubtedly stand with you. Uncle Fuyue, do you think I cannot become a daimyo? This statement from Shunyu filled Fuyue with admiration for the young man's ambition. He realized that he had underestimated Shunyu's aspirations. Indeed, it appears that no one can stand in your way now. However, remember, regardless of the circumstances, our Uchiha clan will firmly support you. Seeing Fuyue's repeated assurances, Shunyu nodded. Uncle Fuyue, shall we now discuss the details regarding the inspection department? Upon hearing Shunyu address the main topic, Fuyue nodded in agreement. Speak then. While I have a general idea of what you wish to convey, I remain curious about your precise arrangements. However, Fuyue was still limited in his perspective, as Shinyue's opening statement revealed to him what true progressive thought entailed. The inspection department, as the name suggests, is responsible for supervising and rectifying corruption within the village at all levels, from the Hokage down to the management of each street. No one is exempt from the scrutiny of the inspection department. Even the Hokage is subject to the inspection department's oversight. Fuyue was utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that Shinyue would grant such extensive power to the inspection department, nor that it would encompass such minutiae. Certainly, all individuals within Konoha must be under the supervision of the inspection department, and beyond merely addressing corrupt practices, it is imperative that evidence be gathered. While my current strength is formidable, I prefer not to unseat the daimyo myself unless absolutely necessary, as I am rather indolent. Observing Fuyue's lingering confusion, Shinyue patiently elucidated. If the daimyo seeks to protect these so-called higher-ups, we can gather evidence and subsequently present it to the daimyo for review. Shinyue understood that the daimyo might not care about the evidence he provided, yet this step was crucial. After all, the current ninja world has grown accustomed to the daimyo's existence. If he were to forcibly remove the daimyo from his position, it would likely result in him being branded an evil figure among the common folk. Oh, I see. Fuyue, unaware of the depth of Shinyue's considerations, remained astonished by the authority and responsibilities of the inspection department. As for whether we comply with the regulations in the village, rest assured, Uncle Fuyue, the 6th Hokage has already agreed to my establishment of the inspection department. Upon hearing Shinyue's confident assurance, Fuyue could not help but twitch his lips. How could Kakashi possibly disagree with you? To put it bluntly, aside from your brother Naruto, anyone else must acquiesce to you, otherwise it would amount to a swift and decisive consequence. If that fails, we may need to resort to more drastic measures. Very well, then who will lead the inspection department? How will the various squads be divided? In response to Fuyue's inquiry, Shinyue passed the decision back to him. Uncle Fuyue, you decide. The first batch will certainly consist of Uchiha members. As for the leader, it could be your son or any you deem fit. I will merely provide the necessary deterrence. The rest is up to you. Shinyue's nonchalant demeanor left Fuyue utterly astonished. So this young man has come merely to delegate work to me? Nevertheless, Fuyue cherished this opportunity. For as an Uchiha who is deeply invested in the affairs of the village, he had long been displeased with certain happenings. Now that he had such an opportunity, how could he not make the most of it? All right, I will convene a meeting and will soon arrange everything. Thank you, Uncle Fuyue. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Fuyue's response, Shinyue departed from the Uchiha clan, leaving Fuyue to ponder in silence. 2 days later, Shinyue observed Fuyue presenting a list and could not help but remark on the efficiency of the Uchiha clan. The inspection department was divided into 9 squads, each led by a formidable member of the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Sasuke at the helm. Shinyue was not surprised by Fuyue's arrangement, as he was now the head of the Uchiha clan, and it was only fitting that the task fell to his son. Moreover, Itachi, being protective of his younger brother, would undoubtedly prioritize such an opportunity for growth for Sasuke. Uncle Fuyue, let us proceed with this arrangement. Shinyue handed the list back to Fuyue and turned to leave. What? Shinyue, are you not going to meet them? Undoubtedly, Shinyue was reluctant, but ultimately he decided to visit the newly established inspection department within the Uchiha clan, for the clan members held him in high regard. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Lord Shinyue. Before him knelt 46 Uchiha clan members clad in black cloaks and half-masks, respectfully bowing to him. Uncle Fuyue, this is rather excessive. Observing Fuyue's satisfied expression, Shinyue suspected that Fuyue had spent the past 2 days merely training these 46 individuals to bow. Otherwise, how could they be so synchronized? After all, as the inspection department, they must present themselves well. Otherwise, the villagers would certainly voice their discontent. Shinyue, unable to help but shake his head at Fuyue's explanation, chuckled. I can't shake the feeling that I am becoming like Danzo. Seeing Fuyue laugh, Shinyue cast a resigned glance at the kneeling 46 individuals and instructed, all right, you may now attend to your duties, but before that, could you please change out of these conspicuous outfits? Yes, the 46 responded in unison, and with a command from their leader, the remaining 45 swiftly vanished from sight. Shinyue, what do you think of the individuals I trained? The leader, upon removing his mask, revealed himself to be Sasuke, the mastermind behind it all. Shinyue rolled his eyes at Sasuke and teased, quite impressive, especially you. It would be a shame if you didn't pursue a career in public relations. What is public relations? Sasuke asked, bewildered. For the term did not exist in the ninja world. Ahem, it refers to those responsible for hosting important leaders and accompanying them for meals and drinks. Noting Sasuke's continued confusion, Shinue shifted the topic. Sasuke, your task this time is to uncover evidence of corruption among these high-ranking officials and apprehend them one by one. However, you must act discreetly, and this matter must remain confidential. Upon hearing Shinue's admonition, Sasuke nodded. Prior to this, Fuyue had also emphasized the importance of this task, and Sasuke understood its significance for Konoha. Thus, the inspection department quietly took root within the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Konoha, Mito Gate Inn and Torin Koharu were drinking, feeling rather dejected. Koharu, shouldn't we advise our clansmen to refrain from engaging in excessive actions? Ever since that warning from Shinue, Mito Gate and had felt uneasy. Although Shinue had not taken further action, he could not shake off his apprehension, suspecting he was being haunted by a guilty conscience. I say, have you been intimidated by that little brat? In contrast to the caution exhibited by Shuehu Menyin, Zhuanqin Xiaochun appeared to harbor fewer concerns. How could it be otherwise? Corruption permeates the upper echelons of Konoha. It is not merely confined to the leadership, but extends even to those managing the streets. Engaging in corrupt practices. Could Shinyu truly eradicate all of that? If so, who would be willing to take on the role of management? Observing the lingering unease in Shuehu Menyin, Zhuanqin Xiaochun spoke with an air of mystery, assuring him, rest easy. Our relationship with the daimyo remains robust. You must understand that we generously provide him funds each year. Even if Shunyu were resolute in his intentions against us, the daimyo's intervention would render his efforts futile. As he gazed at Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who had grown somewhat self-satisfied from drink, Shuehu Menyin sighed and remarked, Xiaochun, are you unaware of Shinyu's strength? If he were truly determined to undermine us, I fear even the daimyo would be incapable of halting him. And so what? Perhaps emboldened by alcohol, Zhuanqin Xiaochun, typically cautious by nature, now appeared quite audacious. If Shunyu were not to obliterate the daimyo's household, he would have no choice but to endure humiliation. Besides, they had already returned the money. Why would they persist in their grievances? Witnessing Zhuanqin Xiaochun's fearless demeanor, Shuehu Menyin sighed once more. Let us hope for the best. After all, we are both disciples of the second generation. I trust Shinyu will show some respect to us old fellows. Lately, I have heard that many of the Uchiha clan shinobi have been undertaking C and D rank missions, which I suspect may relate to our own circumstances. Recalling the recent anomalies within the village, Shuehu Menyin felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. On the surface, Konoha appeared tranquil and thriving, yet he sensed an undercurrent of turbulence. The Uchiha clan's audacity to engage in such lowly D-rank missions raised suspicions in Shuehu Menyin's mind. You are overthinking it. This is merely the Uchiha attempting to curry favor with the villagers. The shinobi world is largely in a state of peace, with the only missions likely revolving around eradicating bandits or assisting the villagers. I believe the Uchiha aim to cultivate a new Hokage. Did not Shinyu mention that the 7th Hokage wishes for Sasuke to take on that role? Impossible. The mention of the Hokage stirred Shuehu Menyin's fervor. The Uchiha cannot possibly assume the role of Hokage. Otherwise, our lives would only become more difficult. Before he could finish his thought, he succumbed to the effects of alcohol, collapsing onto the table and falling into a deep slumber. Che, this old fool can hardly hold his liquor anymore. Zhuanqin Xiaochun regarded the inebriated Shuehu Menyin with a hint of disdain, only to find himself similarly succumbing to the table moments later. Unbeknownst to them, the Uchiha clan's peculiarities were but a facade to gather evidence against their family, and this drinking session would prove to be their final revelry. Chapter 141. It is time to act. I truly underestimated these two great clans. As Shunyu perused the intelligence presented to him, he increasingly felt vindicated in his earlier decisions. Among the plethora of reports, the abduction of civilian women was a basic yet frequent occurrence, to the extent that Shunyu became disinterested in further details upon encountering the phrase abducted women. Shinyu, I have returned. Sasuke entered with a sense of purpose, presenting Shinyu with a substantial stack of envelopes. Shinyu, this is merely a fraction. The investigation by our patrol department continues, but they seem to be well concealed. Hearing that the investigation was fraught with challenges did not surprise Shinyu in the slightest. If it were so easily discernible, he would have found it suspicious. One step at a time, do not rush. After bidding farewell to Sasuke, Shinyu returned his attention to the pile of intelligence before him. Undoubtedly, the individuals involved in this corruption were merely peripheral figures within the two clans. But what astonished Shinyu further was that several other prominent families in Konoha appeared to be implicated, including the Hyuga clan, to which his sister-in-law Hinata belonged. This is overwhelming. Shinyu gazed upon the extensive list, momentarily uncertain of the righteousness of his course of action. However, recalling the plight of the innocent villagers, he ultimately resolved to adhere to his original intentions. Very well, if it comes to it, we shall destroy and rebuild. I refuse to believe I cannot navigate this small corner of the world. Days passed in this manner, during which Sasuke had never felt so fulfilled. Yet, as his investigation deepened, he discovered the naivety of his past. They truly regarded our Uchiha clan members as merchandise. A report from Team 8 shattered Sasuke's defenses, revealing that Shueisha Minyan had conspired with Danzo to assassinate the Uchiha clan and sell their Sharingan to the Hidden Cloud Village. Even more disturbingly, after handing over the Sharingan to the shinobi of the Hidden Cloud Village and receiving payment, Danzo led his root members to commit murder and theft, reclaiming the eyes. Reflecting on this, Sasuke swore, "These beasts shall pay dearly for their actions." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi was equally stunned by the voluminous list before him. "Shinyu, I can hardly believe this is real. You were indeed correct. Compared to the matters I handled in the Yambu, this is child's play." Observing Kakashi's astonishment, Shinyu sighed. "Kakashi, you must understand the privilege of your lineage. Even if your father chose to take his own life due to a failed mission, he was once a man of great renown." With that, Shinyu gestured toward the list in Kakashi's hand. "But these individuals? Most are the children of commoners. The most distinguished among them merely has a father who served as a chunin in Konoha. How can they even begin to compare with you?" Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Kakashi fell silent. Perhaps having long since adapted to his own prestigious status, Kakashi had come to believe that everyone shared similar circumstances. Even those who were less fortunate, perhaps akin to Might Guy? "When shall we take action?" Kakashi, eager to proceed, prompted Shinyu, who smiled in response. "Let us wait for Naruto to return, for I have uncovered some rather intriguing information." Shinyu produced a letter from his pocket and tossed it to Kakashi. Kakashi opened the envelope and discovered it contained the very reasons behind the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. As Kakashi continued to read through the details, he found the situation utterly incredible. The true cause of the Uzumaki clan's demise was due to Konoha's covert machinations, leading to the clan's extinction. "This is why I wanted you to wait for Naruto's return. I am curious to see what my brother will say this time." In truth, Shinyu's intention was to make Naruto realize that not everyone in this world is deserving of his kindness. "Very well, I have no objections. I, too, have grown disillusioned with these so-called prominent families." With this thought, Kakashi sighed, realizing that being Hokage was far from simple. A week later, Naruto returned to the village with Team 8 after completing a mission, unaware that Shinyu was observing him from atop a tall building. "Oh, it seems this rascal is getting along quite well with Hinata." Using Jiraiya's binoculars, Shinyu watched Naruto and Hinata share laughter, his face softening into a fatherly smile. It appeared that, with his assistance, Hinata had finally relaxed around Naruto. Although she still blushed when close to him, she no longer fainted from shyness. "Sasuke, Naruto has returned. Once he settles in, we must make our move." As Team 8 parted ways with Naruto, Shinyu promptly contacted Sasuke via radio. "Isn't this a bit cruel for Naruto? After all, he has never faced such a blow before. I fear he may crumble." Sasuke's concern left Shinyu somewhat bewildered. However, upon reflection, he realized that since this fellow had seemingly developed such a profound friendship with Naruto, it would be most fitting for Sasuke to comfort Naruto when the time came. "It's all right, you can console him later. Besides, one cannot expect Naruto to remain stagnant forever," Shinyu pondered. Since arriving in this world, he had witnessed Naruto endure setbacks that had nearly robbed him of half his potential. Although Shinyu had made considerable efforts to amend this, it appeared that Naruto had not received the growth he rightfully deserved. "Very well, I shall proceed according to the original plan," Shinyu concluded. "If there is resistance, I shall deal with it swiftly." Kakashi will later explain the situation to the villagers of Konohagakure. With a nod, Shinyu executed a flying thunder god technique, appearing before Naruto. "Ah, you're back from your mission," Naruto remarked, startled by Shinyu's sudden appearance. Just as he was about to speak, memories of his recent imprisonment silenced him. "Are you ignoring me?" Noticing Naruto's lack of response, Shinyu shrugged it off and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, using the flying thunder god to transport them to the Hokage's office. Kakashi, it's time to take action. Huh? What action? Without a doubt, Naruto, having just returned from a mission, was oblivious to the events that had transpired in the village over the past few days. All he desired was a warm bath and a brief respite in bed. Yet Shinyu's arrival had completely disrupted his plans. Boom! As explosions echoed throughout the village. Shinyu deduced that some individuals among them would not surrender easily. However, he underestimated their resolve, for those who chose to resist far exceeded his initial estimations. What is happening? Naruto exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Driven by his love for Konohagakure, he activated his Nine-Tails mode, eager to investigate the commotion. Fear not, Naruto. We are merely apprehending some petty thieves, Kakashi reassured him as he observed Naruto in his transformed state. Nevertheless, Naruto had already glimpsed the chaotic scene outside the Hokage's office. Even during the Akatsuki's invasion of Konohagakure, he had never witnessed such a cacophony of explosions. The only comparable incident occurred many years ago when Orochimaru executed his plan to destroy the village. Kakashi-sensei, are you jesting? This is clearly an invasion. How can you call it merely catching petty thieves? Naruto's gaze turned skeptical as he looked at both Shunyu and Kakashi, unable to comprehend how they remained unfazed amidst such turmoil. Kakashi, how long do you think it will take Sasuke to detain these individuals? Shinyu asked, boredom creeping into his tone as he listened to the distant sounds of battle. I don't know, but judging by their numbers, it may take over an hour. Kakashi replied. Upon hearing Sasuke's involvement, Naruto immediately interrupted their conversation. Sasuke is down there. I must assist him. Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's evident concern. Just moments ago, Sasuke had expressed his worries about how Naruto would react to witnessing the chaos. Now, upon hearing Sasuke's name, Naruto also felt compelled to worry. Calm down. Naruto, let me finish speaking. Ultimately, it was Kakashi who restrained Naruto, sitting him down to explain further. Naruto, we have uncovered a group of corrupt individuals within Konohagakure. These people not only embezzled military supplies during the Fourth Great Ninja War, but also preyed upon the villagers. Thus, Shinyu and I have decided to establish a new department, the Inspection Division, aimed at apprehending these pests of Konohagakure. The Inspection Division? Naruto was still bewildered. But Kakashi's following words sent a chill down his spine. The downfall of your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and her clan, the Uzumaki clan, is intricately linked to these individuals. This is akin to avenging your mother. However, many of these people may be acquaintances or even individuals you once respected. As Kakashi explained, Naruto could no longer suppress his curiosity. He bolted from the Hokage's office, heading towards the nearest explosion site. And both Shunyu and Kakashi did not attempt to stop him. Boom. As Naruto raced towards the scene, he heard another explosion, but upon arrival, he was confronted by a familiar figure. Sasuke, does the Uchiha clan intend to rebel? The ninja before him had been cornered by Sasuke, who had activated his Susanoo, leaving the ninja in a state of despair as he futilely brandished a kunai. It is not the Uchiha clan that seeks rebellion, but rather your kind, the parasites. Sasuke's crimson Sharingan regarded the ninja with a cold gaze. Surrender your weapon immediately, or the Inspection Division will execute you on the spot. Sasuke, hearing his name. Sasuke did not turn but replied, Naruto, I have no time for nostalgia. We can talk after I complete my mission. However, Naruto did not call out to Sasuke for idle conversation. He was compelled to intervene because the ninja in front of Sasuke was not only known to him, but was also someone he respected. Shinzo, what have you done? Yet Shinzo, the ninja known as such, dared not reveal the truth to Naruto, for he had been the commander during the attack on the Uzumaki clan. With a determined expression, Shinzo shouted, Naruto, help me. Don't be deceived by Sasuke. However, before he could finish, Sasuke swiftly ended his life with a single blow. Shinzo. Naruto was stunned, gazing at the decisive Sasuke before him, feeling a profound sense of alienation. Sasuke, why didn't you give Shinzo a chance to defend himself? Sasuke turned to Naruto, his demeanor unwavering as he replied, the evidence is irrefutable. There is nothing to dispute. In that moment, Naruto felt a surge of anger. He had always treated every villager of Konohagakure as family, yet what he witnessed now was a scene from a hellish nightmare. Sasuke, stop this. In response to Naruto's warning, Sasuke merely smiled and remarked, Isn't this man one of the perpetrators responsible for the downfall of the Uzumaki clan? Sasuke's words rendered Naruto momentarily speechless. Yet, Naruto's innate kindness ultimately prevailed. Even if he is a criminal, he should be captured and handed over to Kakashi-sensei for judgment. Why must you take his life? Undoubtedly, Naruto was incensed by the scene before him. However, he recognized that he could not match Sasuke's strength and could only attempt to persuade him to reconsider. I'm sorry, Naruto. While we are friends, the Hokage has issued a decree. Those who resist can indeed be executed on the spot. If you wish to see the evidence, you might seek the Hokage. There, the evidence is nearly piled high like a mountain. With that, Sasuke turned to pursue his next target. Sasuke, stop right there. As Sasuke prepared to leave, Naruto summoned a colossal hand made of Nine-Tails chakra in an effort to impede him. Naive. Sasuke effortlessly severed the giant hand with a strike from his Susanoo and continued on his path, leaving Naruto seething with anger. Why can't everyone sit down like family and talk this out? Why must there always be a clash of blades? Naren, in a state of despair, sat upon the ground, yet no one was there to provide him with an answer to this profound question. I have come to understand that my power is insufficient to prevent all of this. It appears that I must acquire a mightier strength. Chapter 143. Murakami Masao's distress. Bring all these people forward. Those who are guilty of heinous crimes shall face immediate justice. After enduring the apprehension by the patrol division, the individuals before him had chosen to confront their impending fate. Whether they were high-ranking officials of Konoha or mere street overseers, these once mighty figures now knelt on the ground, awaiting the judgment of the Hokage. Heavens! Is that not Mito Momoshiki and Toka Shoko? Both are disciples of the second Hokage. How could they associate with such corrupt individuals? Look, that man threatened me just days ago, and now he has been captured. Among the onlooking villagers, some rejoiced while others wore expressions of shock. It seemed that figures like Mito Momoshiki had hidden their true selves too well. The villagers were incredulous to see him arrested. Silence, Sasuke commanded, gesturing for the murmuring crowd to quiet down. He then announced, now, the sixth Hokage will read their charges. Kakashi ascended the platform step by step. His eyes, typically lazy, were now filled with seriousness. Mito Momoshiki, during your tenure as an advisor to Konoha, you betrayed your nation by embezzling funds allocated by the Land of Fire, and secretly colluded with Danzo to plot harm against others. As the Hokage read aloud their misdeeds, the villagers' emotions began to spiral out of control. They had never imagined that these individuals had committed such vile acts, particularly the persecution of fellow ninjas, which was strictly forbidden in Konoha. Kill them. Death is too lenient. They should experience the agony that the Uchiha clan endured when their eyes were gouged out. The scene was chaotic, yet Naren remained lost in thought. Kamizuki glanced at him, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Have I been too harsh on Naren? In this moment, Kamizuki felt a flicker of regret, yet since events had already transpired, he only hoped that Naren could recover swiftly. Everyone, please calm down. On the stage, Kakashi struggled to maintain order, having finally quelled the villagers' fury. He was about to announce the consequences for the corrupt officials when a sharp voice interrupted him. Wait. Kakashi and the others looked up to find that the newcomer was none other than someone from the daimyo's estate, specifically Murakami Masao, renowned as the daimyo's most trusted advisor. Ah, Lord Murakami, what brings you all this way? Although Kakashi had anticipated the advisor's intentions, he still felt it necessary to extend the proper courtesies. The daimyo has decreed that you may dispose of the others as you see fit. However, you have no authority over Mito Momoshiki and Toka Shoko. You are to restore their former positions as advisors to Konoha. Murakami Masao's demeanor was full of defiance. He regarded the so-called Konoha with a sense of disdain. Lord Murakami, these two are guilty of grave crimes. If the daimyo wishes to spare their lives, I can accommodate that request, but restoring their former roles may prove challenging. Undoubtedly, Murakami Masao's appearance had completely derailed Kakashi's plans. Initially, he had thought to allow the two to survive, but now the daimyo intended for them to retain control over Konoha. Kakashi, I have told you, you cannot kill me. With the arrival of hope, Mito Momoshiki's smile returned, and he menacingly declared, you do not truly believe that Kamizuki can do anything to me, do you? You are dreaming. How to persuade the populace is your concern. I only desire results. I hope the Hokage can provide me with a clear answer. Murakami Masao's voice grew cold, for he had not anticipated that the Hokage would question the commands he had relayed. We will not let these two escape. Please return and report to the daimyo. Hearing this unexpected declaration, Murakami Masao turned towards the source of the voice. eager to discover who dared to challenge him. Murakami, are you looking for me? A figure descended from the platform, striding toward Murakami Masao. Upon seeing the golden-haired youth, Murakami Masao felt a sense of familiarity. Yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. However, at that moment, he did not care. His authority was being challenged, and he needed to assert his dominance. Who are you to dare utter my name so freely? Kamizuki regarded the haughty Murakami Masao with a hint of bemusement and replied, I am Kamizuki Shingetsu. Kamizuki? You bear the surname Kamizuki. Murakami Masao suddenly recalled that this individual was the child of the fourth Hokage, Kamizuki Minato. You are the child of the fourth Hokage? Kamizuki nodded in affirmation at the astonished Murakami Masao. Ahem, since you are the child of the fourth Hokage, you should understand that ninjas serve the daimyo. How can you openly defy the daimyo's orders? This was the greatest concession that Murakami Masao could extend to Kamizuki. Had he not been the Hokage's son, he would have likely resorted to insults long ago. No, the daimyo has been blinded by falsehoods. How can we allow these two scoundrels to remain in our village as advisors? Kamizuki pointed at Mito Mamashiki, declaring, Shall we, as Konoha, tolerate such vile individuals in our midst? You. At this moment, Murakami Masao realized that Kamizuki would not yield to him, leaving him with no choice but to use Kamizuki as an example. Seize this boy. I will bring this lawless brat before the daimyo. Yes. As soon as his words fell, 8 warriors surged forward, drawing their blades to strike Kamizuki. Playing hardball, are we? As the blades drew near, Kamizuki smirked and unleashed a powerful surge of chakra that sent all 8 warriors flying, followed by a mocking statement. You are far too weak to deal with me. You dare resist arrest, Kamizuki? Are you attempting to rebel? If Murakami Masao had any regrets at that moment, it was that he had not checked the auspicious omens before leaving his home today. He never anticipated that Kamizuki would dare to retaliate. Rebellion? Kamizuki chuckled and shook his head. This is revolution. With that, Kamizuki used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the platform, drawing the ninja's blade from beside him, and, before Murakami Masao's eyes, swiftly severing Mito Mamashiki's head. Begone. In Murakami Masao's eyes, Kamizuki now resembled a vengeful specter. In an instant, he disregarded the dignity of the daimyo's estate and hastily fled Konoha on horseback. As Murakami Masao departed, Kamizuki returned the blade to the ninja and turned to Kakashi, stating, Hokage-sama, please continue. Chapter 144. Naren leaves the village with the troublesome presence now gone. Kakashi signaled to the Umbu, instructing them to execute these heinous criminals publicly. Do not kill me. I am a disciple of the second Hokage. At that moment, Tokashoko was so terrified that she lost control of her bodily functions. Unable to fathom that Kamizuki would not only defy the daimyo's orders, but would also audaciously behead Mito Mamashiki before Murakami Masao. Now Mito Mamashiki's severed head lay before her, his eyes seemingly gazing at her, as if to say, Why do you not join me? Observing the lackluster demeanor of Zhuanqin Xiaochun, Shinyu swiftly ended her fears, while the others ultimately met their demise at the hands of the Umbu. Nearly a week has passed since these events. Yet the village continues to extol the virtues of the 6th Hokage and Shunyu, particularly relishing the incident where Shunyu boldly confronted the high-ranking officials of the daimyofu, especially Murakami Masao. Shunyu, it appears that the daimyofu has been rather quiet. Kakashi gazed at Shunyu, who lounged leisurely on the sofa in his office, cradling Tian, and found himself at a loss for words. I say, Shunyu, I am the Hokage. Could you not grant me a modicum of respect? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Shinyu shot him a glance and retorted, Well, you are rather a mature single dog yourself. Why not hasten to marry and start a family with Jingyin? Shinyu's sharp tongue left Kakashi speechless. Realizing that Shinyu had no intention of tempering her behavior, Kakashi resignedly said, All right, I concede. Let us discuss the affairs of the daimyofu instead. However, Shinyu displayed little interest in this topic. What is there to discuss about the daimyofu? They certainly do not dare to attack Konoha, especially since their subordinates are mere strategists when it comes to battle. They must rely on us ninjas. What right do they have to speak? In my opinion, we have given them too much face in the past, and now they are flaunting their ignorance. Though Shinyu's words sounded rather crude, they were undeniably sound. Indeed, the daimyofu refrained from acting not due to any formidable military strength of their own. Otherwise, they would have obliterated Konoha in retaliation for Shunyu's previous humiliation. Then shall we ignore them? Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Instead, you should ponder how to pursue Jingyin. With that, Shinyu rose, embracing Tian as she prepared to leave. By the way, if you find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, perhaps you could offer some comfort to my brother. I've noticed that Naruto's demeanor seems somewhat off lately. Kakashi, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Naruto's state had been peculiar of late, his face devoid of its usual sunny smile. Alas, I wonder if this situation is beneficial for Naruto. With this thought, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Hokage-sama. Before Kakashi could devise a plan to console Naruto, Jingyin burst through the door. Hearing Jingyin address him as Sama, and recalling Shunyu's earlier words, Kakashi helplessly replied, I told you, there is no need to call me Sama. However, Jingyin's face was filled with urgency, leaving her little room to heed Kakashi's words. Naruto left the village this morning. Nanny? Upon hearing Jingyin's report, Kakashi instantly lost his composure. Naruto, who had always regarded Konoha as his home, had chosen to leave the village, which made Kakashi feel that something was amiss. Summon Shinyu. We must depart to find Naruto. Yes, with Kakashi's command. Within a quarter of an hour, Shinyu reappeared before Kakashi, still holding Tian. However, given the presence of other ninjas, Shinyu refrained from overly audacious actions, merely standing with her hands in her pockets, awaiting Kakashi's words. Hokage-sama, did that rascal Naruto truly leave the village? Shinyu looked up and noticed that the speaker was Irika, Naruto's teacher at the Ninja Academy, who undoubtedly cared deeply for Naruto. Indeed. And we intend to gather Shinyu to search for him. Faced with Irika's anxious expression, Kakashi decided to disclose the entire situation to him. Upon hearing this, Irika turned to the relaxed Shinyu and exclaimed, Shinyu, how could you treat your brother this way? Yet, in response to the query from his former teacher, Shinyu appeared unfazed. Irika-sensei, every ninja must grow. We cannot coddle Naruto like a greenhouse flower, shielding him from the harsh realities of life. But there are no buts. Seeing that Irika was poised to speak again, Shinyu interrupted him. Irika-sensei, I admit I may have gone too far. But this is undoubtedly a good thing for Naruto. After all, he is far too kind-hearted, and such naivety is unfeasible in the ninja world. Hearing Shinyu's words, Irika wanted to argue, but ultimately, he held his tongue. Indeed, everything Shinyu said rang true. A personality like Naruto's could not thrive in the ninja world. Growth could only be forged through adversity and setbacks. Hokage-sama, I possess the Flying Thunder God mark on Naruto. I can pursue him. However, I hope Irika-sensei can accompany me. And it would be best to summon Jiraiya-sama as well. Originally, Shinyu intended to bring only Irika, but ultimately decided to include Jiraiya. As the old man had been a significant presence in Naruto's life, and Naruto would likely be more receptive to him. Very well. I shall immediately send someone from the Anbu to summon Jiraiya-sama. In truth, Shinyu felt considerable concern regarding Naruto's departure from the village. However, considering that the Otsutsuki clan had yet to descend, at least Naruto's life was secure. With this thought, Shinyu felt somewhat less anxious. Nevertheless, Naruto's departure struck Shinyu hard. He had never anticipated that Naruto would choose to leave the village under such circumstances. Kakashi, did you summon me? Less than 10 minutes later, Jiraiya pushed open the door and entered. Jiraiya-sama, we urgently require your assistance. Upon Jiraiya's arrival, Irika hastily exclaimed, Naruto has left the village. Oh. Just as Jiraiya was about to respond, he was interrupted by Irika's urgency, and soon he felt a sensation of weightlessness before vanishing from the spot. Chapter 145. The fastest mission utilizing the Flying Thunder God mark. Shinyu effortlessly led Irika and Jiraiya to Naruto, who was currently gazing vacantly at the lake. Irika-sensei. Pervy Sage? Upon seeing Shinyu behind the two, Naruto understood how they had managed to locate him. Naruto, if you are troubled, feel free to share your thoughts with me. Perhaps I can assist you, Irika said, noticing the absence of Naruto's usual spark, replaced instead with a shadow of disappointment, which made him worry. Irika-sensei, I am fine. I just wish to be alone for a while. Observing Naruto's unusual demeanor, Jiraiya patted his shoulder and suggested, since you are feeling down, why not accompany me to gather materials? I hear a new hot spring and has opened nearby. Although Shinyu remained silent, he sensed Naruto's subtle aversion towards him, thus opting to give space to his two teachers. I happen to need to visit Orochimaru's base. You two comfort Naruto well. With that, Shinyu vanished without offering them a chance to respond. In truth, Shinyu was uncertain how to confront Naruto now. It seemed that everything had gone awry due to his actions, and Naruto appeared increasingly averse to him. Alas, I am indeed a failure as an older brother. Hidden away. Shinyu observed Naruto and felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps his previous existence as an only child contributed to his lack of experience in interacting with siblings. He now felt more like a father than a brother. However, to Shunyu's astonishment, it appeared that Naruto had indeed accompanied Jiraiya to the hot spring inn. And even more unexpectedly, after a brief chase, Shinyu discovered that Naruto had also acquired a pair of binoculars. To speak candidly, Shinyu found himself uncertain whether Naruto's actions were commendable or detrimental. Reflecting on his past life, at that age, he had already encountered countless experiences. Observing Naruto's engagement with such materials seemed rather normal, did it not? Ultimately, Shinyu refrained from intervening to halt Naruto once more. Now that the shinobi world had entered a brief period of peace, there was no need for Shinyu to constantly worry about Naruto's safety. Moreover, Konoha had significantly transformed. Even when faced with the Otsutsuki clan, both Jiraiya and Sasuke, if united, could muster considerable strength to contend with them. After several days of arduous travel, Shinyu arrived at Orochimaru's new laboratory. Rather than merely a laboratory, it resembled more of an industrial complex. Shinyu-kun, I did not expect we would meet so soon, came Orochimaru's voice, brimming with barely contained excitement, though Shinyu could not yet see him. Upon noticing the surveillance cameras along the route, all his confusion dissipated. As expected of Shinyu-kun, you discovered it so quickly. I thought you would search for a while. Orochimaru's voice echoed again. I have placed the flying thunder god kunai you left me in each corner of the laboratory, so if you wish to tour, feel free to use the flying thunder god technique, Orochimaru continued. Shinyu exclaimed in admiration. He had never anticipated that Orochimaru would distribute the kunai throughout every laboratory, as he originally intended for the vital researchers to carry them. I am currently situated at your number 12 kunai, Orochimaru pointed out. Following his cue, Shinyu immediately utilized the flying thunder god technique to teleport to him, finding Orochimaru seated and intently observing the monitors. I must say, Mr. Orochimaru, you seem to enjoy playing the security guard. Do you have a fondness for little bear cookies as well? Shinyu jested, but Orochimaru failed to catch the humor, causing it to fall flat. Recognizing Orochimaru's lack of engagement with his lightheartedness, Shinyu shrugged and shifted to the matter at hand. Mr. Orochimaru, what is currently being researched in the laboratory? The power of the Otsutsuki clan is formidable. Conventional weapons utilizing chakra may not suffice against them. Shinyu was quite earnest about this, for the strength of the Otsutsuki clan could not be underestimated. Even now, Shinyu could only contend with 3 members of the clan simultaneously. Facing more would likely overwhelm him. I am aware. Which is why I have abandoned the use of conventional chakra as a propulsion device, and instead opted to utilize Shingetsu for propulsion, Orochimaru explained, gesturing toward a nearby individual. Chogo, come here. Shinyu scrutinized Chogo before him. The man exuded an aura of gentleness. Had it not been for his knowledge of Chogo's cursed form from the original story, Shinyu would have never fathomed that this man possessed such a multifaceted personality. This is the source of Shingetsu, chakra extraction. Previously, the curse seals I instilled in Kimimaro and the others were crafted using Chogo's power, Orochimaru elaborated. While Chogo politely nodded at Shinyu. Mr. Orochimaru, utilizing Shingetsu for propulsion will likely require more advanced technology, including a cannon capable of withstanding the weapon's force, as well as means for flight. These are essential for us to effectively combat the Otsutsuki clan. Ultimately, Shinyu resolved to initiate an offensive, for the Otsutsuki clan was notorious for mercilessly harvesting low-tier worlds. The most effective approach to confront them was to instill fear within them. Detected the host's desire to combat the Otsutsuki clan. The system will issue a special mission. The host may choose to accept or decline. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shinyu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had almost forgotten about its existence. Mission: utilize Orochimaru's laboratory to perfectly replicate a detector from the past life. Successfully locate and exploit an oil well. Reward: unlimited access to any metal materials. The reward presented by the system was exceedingly generous. Unlimited metal materials. This meant that Shinyu would no longer need to worry about material shortages when constructing spacecraft. However, he was uncertain how to locate an oil field and could only place his hopes on Orochimaru. Accepted. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The quicker the progress, the more generous the hidden rewards will be. Hastily, Shinyu inquired of Orochimaru. Mr. Orochimaru, the books I provided should contain information on oil, correct? I hope you can expedite the research on the detector. With oil, we can develop and produce more powerful weapons. In response to Shinyu's words, Orochimaru did not refute him, but instead quietly guided him to a specific location. Shinyu-kun, here is the detector and what you refer to as oil. Before Shinyu could speak, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards will be allocated to the host's system space. Available for use at will. If one were to ask Shinyu about his feelings at that moment, he could only exclaim in disbelief. Wow. Beep. Task completion time recorded at 150 minutes and 8 seconds. Hidden rewards activated. Golden Rinnegan. All host attributes elevated to 24. The mechanical Tyrannoman enters free modification mode. Listening to the cascade of rewards in his mind, Shinyu could hardly contain his smile. Chapter 146. The brand new mechanical Tyrannoman. Shinyu sensed a significant transformation within his body. Recalling his previous encounter with the formidable Kaguya, he felt empowered, believing he could easily subdue her with a single hand. The sensation of invincibility was exhilarating. At that moment, Shinyu genuinely felt the joy that invincibility could bring. Reminiscent of a phrase from a hero in a game he once played in his past life. If hard work were sufficient, what need would there be for geniuses? Now, Shinyu truly understood the essence of happiness. Mr. Orochimaru, the remaining research will rely on you. I shall return in a few months to review the progress. The future of the shinobi world rests in your hands. Shinyu bowed respectfully to Orochimaru before departing with the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving behind a bemused Orochimaru. Shinyu's departure was driven by a desire to explore the so-called modifications for the mechanical Tyrannoman within the system space. However, upon entering the modification space, he discovered that everything had transformed. It could be said that all the skills, weapons, and armor possessed by the mechanical Tyrannoman from his past life were now available for modification, including even the very body of the mechanical Tyrannoman itself. Without hesitation, Shinyu commenced his transformation. First, he decided to retain the mechanical Tyrannoman's head features while enhancing its eyes with additional skills. After several hours of effort and experimentation, the mechanical Tyrannoman had undergone a complete metamorphosis, entirely shedding its former appearance. To begin with, Shinyu covered the entire body of the mechanical Tyrannoman in metal, rendering it as if forged from steel. As for the mechanical Tyrannoman's colossal steel claws, he affixed a shield akin to that of a battle Tyrannoman, which could be concealed when not in use. The once diminutive right limb of the mechanical Tyrannoman had been transformed into a metal-clad mechanical arm, within which Shinyu concealed numerous missiles. Regarding the mechanical Tyrannoman's ultimate skill, the destructive cannon, he was not stingy at all, upgrading the original 2 barrels to 4, thereby ensuring comprehensive firepower coverage. The wings of the mechanical Tyrannoman have been replaced by propulsion devices by Shinyu, granting not only remarkable speed, but also the capability to carry a more powerful projectile. Moreover, in addition to long-range attacks, Shinyu has ingeniously integrated a retractable sword into the massive steel claws of the mechanical Tyrannoman, enabling it to sever opponents in close combat with a single strike. The art of summoning. After completing these modifications, Shinyu once again employed the art of summoning to call forth the mechanical Tyrannoman. Master, you called for me. What is your command? Observing the refreshed appearance of the mechanical Tyrannoman, Shinyu felt a surge of pride within. He had never anticipated that one day he would personally enhance his Digimon. Mechanical Tyrannoman, take a moment to adjust to your new form. Are there any areas that feel amiss? Although this formidable creature had been gifted to him by the system, Shinyu was equally concerned about its compatibility, as this was his first attempt at such modifications, and there could inevitably be flaws. Very well. The mechanical Tyrannoman surveyed its new body and began to experiment with its acquired abilities, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Master, I believe the propulsion device on my back could be reduced in size or even concealed within my body, allowing me to carry a denser array of artillery. Hearing the deep voice of the mechanical Tyrannoman, Shinyu exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed this creature shared his fear of insufficient firepower, and perhaps even harbored a more intense version of it. Agreed. Faced with the mechanical Tyrannoman's suggestion, Shinyu was certainly not inclined to refuse. In fact, he was eagerly anticipating the moment when he could obliterate the planet where Oitsutsuki resided. Finally, after extensive testing, the modifications to the mechanical Tyrannoman were complete. Yet Shinyu felt a peculiar itch in his hands. Mechanical Tyrannoman, how do you perceive my strength compared to yours now? The mechanical Tyrannoman scrutinized Shinyu from head to toe before responding honestly. Master, your strength has indeed seen significant enhancement compared to before. But should you refrain from utilizing the two powers within you, I still possess a slight edge over you. The mechanical Tyrannoman's candid response left Shinyu somewhat exasperated. After all, it was rather too honest. Just after he had experienced a tremendous boost in power, could it not offer him some praise? Nevertheless, Shinyu understood the two powers it referred to were indeed formidable entities, and now, with his own attributes elevated, he felt secure enough to wield that power. Mechanical Tyrannoman, shall we engage in a spar? With this thought, Shinyu was eager to test his strength and discover his limits. Very well. The mechanical Tyrannoman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced to Shinyu's request. Then I shall first employ my favorite technique from before. You can use your shield to gauge its power. With that, Shinyu transformed into his sage form and unleashed his signature skill, Electric Slash. As the formidable Electric Slash met the gigantic shield, it left not a single mark. As if nothing had transpired at all. Witnessing this scene, Shinyu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the mechanical Tyrannoman would indeed surpass him, if only by the slightest margin. Never mind, you may return now. Ultimately, Shinyu chose to send the mechanical Tyrannoman back. Although his offensive had faltered, the creature remained his loyal spirit, and he had nothing to fear. With this thought, Shinyu's mood brightened once more. Having penned this story for so long, Mumu expressed gratitude for everyone's support. As this was Mumu's first attempt at writing something of this length, it was acknowledged that there were missteps. Due to a hasty signing, Mumu had not preserved ample drafts, and with the year's end approaching, company matters had become overwhelming. Mumu had not experienced a normal workday or rest day for a month, which contributed to the somewhat hasty progression of the latter plot. Nevertheless, Mumu resolved to continue writing this book with care to gain experience. Mumu believed that the next work would surely astonish everyone. Finally, Mumu once again thanked everyone for their support and encouragement. Chapter 147. The Unsettling Factors in the Ninja World Shinyu. This marks the fifth incident we have encountered regarding the disappearance of villagers. I suspect that there is someone orchestrating these events. Upon returning to Konoha, Shinyu had scarcely caught his breath before he was summoned to the Hokage's office by members of the Umbu, and it was none other than the sixth Hokage, Kakashi, who sought him. Gazing at the information in his hands, Shinyu felt a sense of disbelief. After all, it had been quite some time since the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, and such occurrences had been rare. These 5 individuals are ordinary villagers. In the past, we would have undoubtedly suspected Orochimaru, but now that he has returned to Konoha and is still in the laboratory, we cannot ascertain who is responsible. Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, Shinyu furrowed his brow and inquired, is there any information on those 5 individuals? Do they share any commonalities? The data is on the table, but regrettably, their personalities, hobbies, and ages differ greatly. If there is any singularity, it is that they are all ordinary villagers. Shinyu promptly perused the files on the 5 individuals. Indeed, they were all ordinary villagers, yet he could not fathom why such individuals would be targeted. What about the other 3 nations? Have they experienced similar incidents? Shinyu's question aimed to eliminate suspicions regarding the other 3 nations. While Konoha currently stood strong, it was not inconceivable that some audacious individuals might provoke them. Just like the new 7 ninja swordsmen from Naruto, such underlings dared to attempt usurpation. Thus Shinyu was cautious not to dismiss such possibilities. I had not considered that. I will arrange for the Umbu to investigate immediately. Kakashi's expression shifted as Shinyu spoke. Although these 5 incidents had occurred around Konoha, it was plausible that other nations had suffered similar attacks. If not, then either these mysterious individuals were lurking in the other 3 nations, or the forces of the Land of Fire were at play. In that case, let us await the findings of the Umbu. Until then, we must implement stringent protections for the villages within the Land of Fire. I believe we should dispatch ninjas to each village for covert surveillance, to preempt any further ambushes. Kakashi observed Shinyu as he deftly managed the situation and smiled wryly. Shinyu, perhaps I should relinquish my position as Hokage to you. Your ability to handle crises far exceeds my own. Do spare me. I have no intention of becoming Hokage. I merely wish to be a slacker. Shinyu shot Kakashi a glance and retorted, if not for you asking me about everything, I would be at home napping with Tian Tian right now. Seeing Shinyu once more decline the offer to become Hokage, Kakashi could only shake his head in resignation. With Shinyu's presence, the younger generation in the village seemed to be straying from their paths. Kakashi recalled his own childhood when many children aspired to become Hokage to safeguard their village. Now, however, the majority of children in the Ninja Academy dreamt of following Shinyu's example, opting for a life of leisure. All right, Kakashi, I must take my leave. As for these matters, we shall address them once the Umbu's investigation concludes. With that, Shinyu departed the Hokage's office without a moment's pause. With Naruto still accompanying Jiraiya for research, Shinyu was disinclined to concern himself with the duo's activities, yet he could not comprehend what forces dared to oppose Konoha. Shinyu meticulously recalled the plot of the original story, realizing that no significant forces remained. Furthermore, one must ponder which force would find it necessary to prey upon ordinary individuals, and it seems that this matter requires careful deliberation. However, the very next day, an ominous report emerged from my village. The 3 Umbu members dispatched by Kakashi to safeguard the villagers were discovered lifeless within the village, and the nature of their demise suggested they had succumbed to immense fright, for their bodies bore no wounds. Moreover, there were no signs of a struggle among the villagers the previous night, leading to rampant rumors of vengeful spirits, which instilled widespread panic across the land of fire. Let us carry their bodies back and entrust them to Hokage-sama for further action. The leader of the Umbu, observing the grim state of his comrades, refrained from making any hasty conclusions and silently transported the bodies away. Hokage-sama, how should we address this matter? Kakashi, upon hearing the account, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, the situation was exceedingly peculiar. If mishandled, it could significantly tarnish the reputation of my village. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi resolved to seek out Shinyu at his residence. I hear 3 ninjas perished last night. Before Kakashi could set off, Shinyu burst into the Hokage's office, embracing Tiantian, and disregarding the astonished gazes of those present, plopped down on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. I was just about to consult you on how to proceed. Kakashi had grown accustomed to Shinyu's demeanor, as this individual had become renowned in Mai for his lethargy, even earning the moniker of Songyu Hokage among villagers. What is there to deliberate? We could send them to the interrogation division and use the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect them. Shinyu's suggestion struck a chord with Kakashi. Ever since the average strength of Mai had been elevated by Dashuang, the so-called forbidden techniques had lost their ominous connotation. For instance, Naruto's signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique, could now be performed by any average chunin in Mai, producing hundreds of clones with ease. Moreover, in the aftermath of the war, Shinyu had established a white zetsu cultivation facility in Mai, aimed at enabling the deceased to communicate, thus assisting in case investigations. Although this notion may sound somewhat inhumane, Shinyu remained indifferent, asserting that failing to resolve matters effectively was the true inhumanity. Prompted by Shinyu's insight, Kakashi accompanied him to the interrogation division, where, after articulating their request, they presented the 3 corpses. Rest assured, it shall be done shortly. The leading ninja of the interrogation division signaled to the 2 with an okay gesture, then commanded his subordinates to retrieve 3 white zetsu, commencing the necessary hand seals. Edo Tensei, however, the jutsu did not activate, and the white zetsu remained inert. Shinyu observed the unfolding scene, seemingly grasping the situation. This makes no sense. The ninja scratched his head, suspecting he had misordered the seals, and hurriedly attempted again. Yet, after the second attempt, the jutsu still failed to manifest. Enough of this fruitless effort, Shinyu remarked coldly, gazing at the 3 corpses. Their souls have been extracted. Consequently, they cannot be resurrected through Edo Tensei. What? The revelation left everyone astonished. It is known that only a handful of ninjutsu possess the capability to extract souls, implying that a mysterious individual wields such formidable techniques. It is worth noting that 3 ninjas had perished, none had returned, all succumbing at the hands of this enigmatic figure. Shinyu glanced at the lifeless bodies, murmuring, "It seems there are still unstable elements within the ninja world." Chapter 148. The peculiar daimyo's mansion at present. The entire my village was engulfed in trepidation, as the recent occurrences were exceedingly bizarre. Shinyu, what should we do now? Observing Kakashi's disorientation, Shinyu let out a weary sigh and replied, "It appears you are the Hokage, so why not follow your instincts instead of relying on me for everything?" Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Kakashi felt a twinge of shame. After a moment's reflection, he proposed his plan. I still believe we should refrain from recalling the dispatched Umbu for the time being. If we do so now, my village may be inundated with the scorn of the land of fire. However, I think we should deploy individuals to shadow the Umbu. Even if we cannot contend with this so-called mysterious individual, we can seek assistance. Isn't that a splendid idea? Shinyue shot Kakashi a sidelong glance and continued. Once the Umbu returns from their investigations in other nations, we can ascertain whether or not another country is involved. Noticing Kakashi's hesitance, Shinyue added, "How about I send a shadow clone to investigate throughout the land of fire? Would that suffice, Hokage-sama?" "It is settled." Under Shinyue's incredulous gaze, Kakashi swiftly transitioned from his earlier indecisiveness. His previous uncertainty dissipated upon hearing Shinyue's willingness to embark on the mission, and he stepped forward to clasp Shinyue's hand. "Shinyue-kun, I knew you would rise to the occasion." Shinyue regarded the shameless individual before him, struggling to find words to describe Kakashi. Nevertheless, he was indeed curious about the audacity of the entity that dared to challenge the land of fire, and even more so about the nature of this mysterious figure's abilities, capable of extracting the souls of the deceased. "Very well, I shall set off." With a disdainful flick of his wrist, Shinyue shook off Kakashi's hand and strode out of the Hokage's office. "With Shinyue on the case, my burden shall be considerably lighter." After Shinyue departed, Kakashi discreetly locked the office windows and drew the curtains, then retrieved a bottle of alcohol from his desk, clearing his throat. "Jinin, come in." As the door to the Hokage's office creaked open, Jinin entered, clad in light attire, her face flushed with shyness. "Please lock the door." "Understood." Jinin quietly secured the door and then leapt into Kakashi's embrace. Outside the gates of my village, Shinyue performed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique, and thousands of clones surged forth in various directions across the land of fire. Bored, Shinyue accompanied one of his clones toward a nearby village. Kakashi's behavior has become increasingly peculiar of late. Were Shinyue aware of Kakashi's current activities, he would likely have kicked him out without a second thought. Yet, the world is indeed wondrous. Shinyue possessed the Rinnegan but lacked any surveillance capabilities. Thus, he continued diligently with his tasks. Along the way, Shinyue encountered an array of outlandish rumors, tales of vengeful spirits, grievances from the Fourth Great Ninja War, and even allegations linking the recent deaths of villagers and ninjas to the recent cleansing events in Mai. In any case, Shinyue found himself at a loss for words, as none seemed to suspect foul play. Even more absurdly, he noted that numerous monks from temples were chanting scriptures throughout the villages. "If I find this individual, I shall surely tear him apart." Observing the populace of the land of fire becoming increasingly superstitious, Shinyue felt a growing sense of exasperation. For several consecutive days, the mysterious figure failed to reappear, as if evaporated from existence. This inadvertently benefited the monks, leading to a surge in the practice of Buddhism across the land of fire. What perplexed Shinyue further was that these monks seemed to prioritize loyalty to the daimyo's mansion above all else. There appeared to be something amiss. Observing the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the entire Huajigua, Shinyue's heart seemed to have already surmised something. After all, the officials from the daimyo's residence had not made an appearance since their previous humiliation in my village. However, Shinyue found himself perplexed. How could these seemingly feeble bureaucrats and chakraless samurai possess the capability to extract other souls? For a moment, he hesitated to jump to conclusions. Though he harbored suspicions regarding the daimyo's residence, he lacked tangible evidence. Witnessing the villagers' fervent adoration for the daimyo, he felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he resolved to infiltrate the daimyo's residence disguised as a wandering samurai to investigate the situation. With that, Shinyue transformed his appearance into that of a ronin and exchanged 1 point in the systems shop for an unremarkable katana, proceeding to apply for a position at the daimyo's residence. "Young man, we are not in need of any more samurai at the daimyo's residence, so you might as well leave," the steward said dismissively, waving him away. "My lord, I am but a wandering samurai seeking employment. If you have no need for samurai, I am open to other work," Shinyue implored. The steward, touched by Shinyue's determination, tentatively inquired, "Would you be willing to take on cleaning duties?" Expecting Shinyue to reject such a menial task, the steward was taken aback when Shinyue nodded in agreement. Little did the steward know, this young man was no ordinary ronin, but rather the hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Bofeng Shinyue. Thus, Shinyue successfully infiltrated the daimyo's residence as a cleaner. You are to clean everywhere in the daimyo's residence except for the room at the very back. The steward instructed before departing. Shinyu pondered the steward's words, confirming his suspicions. There was indeed something amiss within the daimyo's residence. After all, there should be nothing that a mere servant would fear to see. Moreover, he had heard whispers that the daimyo's residence had been behaving unusually lately, particularly at night, with one room perpetually illuminated. As the sky darkened, Shinyu resolved to investigate the daimyo's residence to validate his suspicions. Chapter 149. Shinyu's Deceitful Tactics. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Shinyu would never have imagined that the people of this world could indulge in such debauchery. Come here, come here. Ha ha ha. Oh, Mr. Imu, you are so naughty. Peering down from the rooftop, Shinyu uncovered a scene of unabashed revelry within. However, what astonished him was not the scene itself, but rather Mr. Imu, who had his arms around two women. Mr. Imu, what is that on your chest? A maid curiously pointed at the rinnegan emblazoned on Imu's chest. This is my secret weapon. Perhaps due to inebriation, Imu's reflexes had dulled. He excitedly pointed at the rinnegan on his chest, explaining, "This is my most powerful weapon." Shinyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He struggled to comprehend why the individuals in this world insisted on placing their bloodline limits in such bizarre locations. Danzo had his on his arm, while Imu had his on his chest. Frankly, Shinyu was tempted to rush down and inquire why Imu didn't just place the rinnegan on his backside. Imagine facing an enemy with your pants down, how impressive that would be. However, having gleaned the information he sought, Shinyu decided against lingering any longer. He was aware of the rinnegan's formidable powers, including the ability to extract souls. Yet, at that moment, as Shinyu was about to cover the roof tile, Imu seemed to sense something. "Who is it?" he bellowed, causing the two maids to scream and clutch their chests. The once lively room fell eerily silent. Observing Imu's sharp reflexes even while intoxicated, Shinyu mused that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, he resolved to retreat for the time being, as he had yet to uncover the daimyo's plans. With this in mind, Shinyu swiftly utilized the body replacement technique to swap places with a nearby cat, promptly vacating the rooftop. Meow. The cat's cries made Imu feel he had overreacted. Embarrassed, he muttered, "I must be too fatigued lately, imagining things." The two maids, seeing no one was watching, revealed their chests again and approached Imu, restoring the room's previous atmosphere of revelry. How long does this old fellow intend to carry on? Undoubtedly, Imu's antics had disrupted Shinyu's plans. He had intended to eavesdrop on the daimyo and Imu's specific schemes, but had not anticipated Imu's lasciviousness. As he frolicked with the two maids, concealed outside, Shinyu observed the intertwining shadows within the illuminated room. Seething with the desire to end Imu's antics once and for all, from the current state of affairs, he deduced that the daimyo was not up to anything good. However, concerned about potential leaks, Shinyu knew he could not simply eliminate all witnesses for the sake of attacking the daimyo's residence. After all, the daimyo wielded absolute authority in this world, and Shinyu was reluctant to cause trouble for Kakashi, the sixth Hokage. Unbeknownst to Shinyu, far away in my village, Kakashi was engaged in similarly unsavory activities. Bored and restless, Shinyu vacated his thoughts when suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, directing him toward the mechanical tyrannoman in his system space. Of course, Shinyu nearly shouted in excitement. He could utilize the mechanical tyrannoman to execute his plans. The current mechanical tyrannoman could be infinitely modified, allowing Shinyu to transform it into a unique form, and once he obliterated the daimyo's residence, he could revert it back. As for the so-called innocent samurai within the daimyo's estate, Shinyu was indifferent. After all, their legs were their own, as long as they fled. He would not pursue them, should they foolishly insist on charging forth to pledge their loyalty to the daimyo. Shinyu would not hesitate to send them down to join him. With determination, Shinyu swiftly executed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive outside the daimyo's residence. He then entered the system space and commenced a complete overhaul of the mechanical tyrannoman. Yes, now it will be unrecognizable. Half an hour later, gazing at the transformed mechanical tyrannoman, Shinyu wore a satisfied smile. The current mechanical tyrannoman radiated a lustrous metallic sheen, its once massive steel claws replaced with a colossal sword, and its physique altered to resemble a combat tyrannoman. Aside from its head, the mechanical tyrannoman had completely shed its dragon-like appearance. Furthermore, to be safe, Shinyu added a beetleman's eye atop its head, making it appear more like a gigantic insect from a distance. Summoning technique. After completing these modifications, Shinyu proudly released the unrecognizable mechanical Tyrannoman. Master, what have you done to me? The mechanical Tyrannoman, though disturbed by its altered form, could only inquire of Shunyu's intentions, as it remained loyal to its master. Ahem. Confronted with the inquiries of the mechanical Tyrannoman, Shinyu cleared his throat lightly and proceeded to elucidate. There is no alternative. This operation must remain clandestine to avoid exposing our intentions. He then gestured towards the brilliantly illuminated mansion in the distance, stating, "Do you see that palace, the brightest one? Enter it and eliminate everyone inside without mercy. Of course, should anyone wielding a katana attempt to flee, you need not pursue them once they have exited the palace grounds." Afterward, Shinyu produced a photograph of the daimyo from the Land of Fire, waving it before the mechanical Tyrannoman, and declared, "This individual must perish, as must the one with the peculiar eye upon his chest." "Yes, master," replied the mechanical Tyrannoman, though it remained unaware of Shunyu's true intentions. It has always been obedient to Shunyu's commands. Shinyu patted the mechanical Tyrannoman's body and encouraged, "Go forth. Upon your return after completing the task, I shall revert you to your original form. You may then return directly to the system space." Understood. With no further options, the mechanical Tyrannoman leaped lightly into the daimyo's mansion. Chapter 150. The Fall of the Daimyo's Mansion. Yoshi. Shinyu stood atop a grand tree, peering through binoculars at the chaos wrought by the mechanical Tyrannoman within the daimyo's mansion, his voice betraying a hint of his rank. Perhaps due to a yearning for its former self, the mechanical Tyrannoman exhibited an intense desire for battle. Faced with the samurai of the daimyo's guard, it cleaved through them with a single stroke of its sword. "Protect the daimyo." The lead samurai began to command his comrades to encircle the mechanical Tyrannoman, warily observing the imposing creature before them. As the warriors attempted to obstruct its path, the mechanical Tyrannoman showed no mercy, swinging its massive sword with such force that it nearly brought the mansion crashing down. "What in the world is this? Where is Mr. Ichimo?" The samurai, witnessing the formidable beast, found themselves at a loss for how to combat it, recalling the recent arrival of Ichimo, who had sought refuge with the daimyo. "What is happening?" Hearing the tremendous uproar, Ichimo hastily dismissed his attendant, donned his garments, and rushed outside. Yet, upon seeing the monstrous figure, he felt a chill of fear gripping him. After all, he had merely procured the Rinnegan and cells from Senshu Hashirama through dubious means, and could currently utilize only a fraction of the Rinnegan's capabilities. In truth, Ichimo had initially come to deceive and exploit, and his recent encounter with 3 Umbu shinobi had nearly drained him of chakra. This had been predicated on those shinobi's ignorance of his abilities. Had they possessed adequate intelligence, he might not have survived. "Mr. Ichimo, please take action." "Indeed. Our hope rests upon you, sir. Please utilize your powers to eliminate this beast." Upon Ichimo's emergence, the samurai hastily surrounded him, clamoring for his intervention. However, as he beheld the mechanical Tyrannoman, Ichimo felt his legs weaken with terror, leaving him bereft of courage to confront such a creature. Silence. Although fear gripped his heart, Ichimo found himself cornered with no recourse. He raised his hand and commanded, "Wait for me to activate the Rinnegan." With that, he tore open his shirt, revealing the Rinnegan upon his chest. Ninjutsu, soul extraction technique. He joined his hands in prayer, shouted loudly, and charged forward, striking the mechanical Tyrannoman. Success. Ichimo felt a surge of elation as his hand made contact with the creature's form. He knew that any being he touched would have its soul easily extracted. His spirits soared at the thought of becoming the hero who would save the daimyo, a smile forming on his lips. Soul extraction. With a powerful thrust, Ichimo detached his essence from the mechanical Tyrannoman, only to be met with disbelief. How can this be? His mouth agape. He stared at his empty right hand in shock. How could it be that this creature possesses no soul? Yet the truth was undeniable, as a digital monster. The mechanical Tyrannoman could not possess a soul akin to living beings, containing only a mass of data. However, the mechanical Tyrannoman had taken note of Ichimo's astonished expression. The one with the eye upon his chest. It must be him. Observing the Rinnegan on Ichimo's chest, the mechanical Tyrannoman nodded and swung its colossal sword towards him. "Master Ichimo, be careful." Hearing the warning from the samurai below, Ichimo finally regained his senses. Yet, it was far too late. A sharp blade loomed before him, and he had no time to react. With a chilling sound, Ichimo was cleaved in two, blood splattering onto the ground and onto the warriors who had once cheered for him. Lord Ichimu is dead. The samurai could hardly believe their eyes at the scene before them. Run! A voice cried out, and the crowd suddenly awakened from their stupor, discarding their weapons and fleeing from the daimyo's mansion. At that moment, the honor of protecting the daimyo paled in comparison to the instinct for self-preservation. As the throng scattered, the mechanical tyrannoman did not pursue them, instead fixing its gaze upon the tallest building, slowly raising its right hand. Let destruction commence. The mechanical tyrannoman's arm extended, revealing a cannon from which a projectile was launched. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a mushroom cloud erupted within the confines of the daimyo's mansion. The cloud expanded perfectly, sparing the structures outside and obliterating everything within the mansion. Witnessing this spectacle, Shinyu could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. As for the daimyo, that feeble man, Shinyu harbored no illusions regarding his chances of survival in such extreme conditions. Furthermore, stripped of everything within the daimyo's mansion, even if he managed to escape, he would find himself powerless. With a resounding crash, as the dust settled, the mechanical tyrannoman made no pause, dissipating into a great cloud of smoke, leaving behind only scorched earth. True to his word, Shinyu restored the mechanical tyrannoman's form after its completion of the task. Well, the news should have reached Konoha by now. It is time for me to return. Satisfied with his handiwork, Shinyu set off on the path back to Konoha. The daimyo's mansion was destroyed by a monster. At this moment, Kakashi received a message from the Umbu, abruptly waking from his slumber, leaving Shizune, who had been peacefully asleep in his arms, displeased. "Kakashi, what is the matter?" she mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "The daimyo's mansion has fallen. I must dispatch people to investigate." With that, Kakashi vanished before Shizune could react. The current situation was undoubtedly a calamity for Kakashi, with the mysterious assailant still at large and now the daimyo's mansion under attack. Without any word from Shinyu, Kakashi ruled out the daimyo's culpability and prepared to summon the Umbu for a meeting. "Kakashi, don't rush." However, before Kakashi could issue his commands, Shinyu entered the room. Observing Kakashi's bewildered expression, Shinyu smiled and explained, "The misfortune befalling the villagers was orchestrated by the daimyo, and now, the daimyo has ceased to exist." Chapter 151. The governance plan of Shinyu. Of course, the destruction of the daimyofu is known only to Kakashi and a select few others. In the eyes of the majority, the daimyofu was annihilated by a monstrous being. As for the origins of this creature, the populace has no means of verification. Consequently, an increasing number of rumors spread throughout the Land of Fire. Some assert that the daimyofu met its demise due to heinous deeds, while others claim it was merely an unfortunate accident. In any case, no one can provide a definitive answer. However, the Land of Fire did not descend into chaos following this event. The very next day, Konohagakure announced its assumption of the daimyofu's position, thereby rendering the Land of Fire a unique entity. Have you heard? The Hokage of Konohagakure has directly taken the place of the daimyofu as the governing authority of the Land of Fire. Alas, does it truly matter who governs us? Do you believe we will be exempt from taxes? The citizens of the Land of Fire displayed little emotional response to this news. Having been under constant management for an extended period, they had grown accustomed to their subjugated existence. To them, it mattered not who wielded power over the Land of Fire. At this moment, within Konohagakure, Kakashi bore a troubled expression. Although he had assumed the role of Hokage, he was entirely unversed in economic matters, let alone taxation. "Shinyu, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Kakashi inquired, glancing at the thick stack of documents on the table, feeling utterly defeated and seeking assistance from Shinyu, who languished on the sofa. "I truly lack understanding regarding national governance and taxation," Shinyu remarked, casting a glance at the documents and realizing the enormity of the situation. Shinyu had never anticipated the sheer volume of responsibilities managed by the daimyofu. Now that the Hokage had taken over, failing to handle this properly could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Land of Fire. To be honest, I have never managed a nation myself. Perhaps we could consider Konan. She previously managed Amigakure and might possess unique insights into this domain. Suddenly, Shinyu recalled Konan, who taught younger students at the Ninja Academy. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, Shinyu had sought her opinion, but she expressed no desire for leadership, preferring a quiet life. Thus, Shinyu allowed her to use her unique ninjutsu to entertain the children, who remained blissfully unaware that their gentle teacher once embodied a fierce angel of death. Well then, I suppose she is our only option. In truth, Tsunade should have some experience, but I fear she might gamble away the Land of Fire. In response to Kakashi's words, Shinyu smiled and replied, "Indeed, the title of the casino's fat sheep is not without merit. She absolutely cannot oversee our economy." However, Kakashi's comments sparked an idea in Shinyu's mind. Now that Konohagakure had naturally assumed control over the Land of Fire, why not implement an entirely new policy akin to the nations of the past? Moreover, the Land of Fire indeed required reform. Shinyu intended to seize this opportunity to address issues such as banditry. "What is it, Shinyu? Have you devised a good plan?" Kakashi inquired, noticing Shinyu deep in thought on the sofa. "In fact, I do have a governance model in mind, though its execution may prove complex, as it deviates entirely from the management styles of other nations." Shinyu was already contemplating how to manage the situation. It was essential to recognize that in the world of Hokage, the Land of Fire was indeed vast, and now it included territories from the Land of Lightning and surrounding smaller nations. Planning and management would undoubtedly be a daunting task. However, Shinyu was more curious about whether there were any other villagers, aside from those in Konohagakure, who could utilize chakra. "Kakashi, I have a question for you. Given your extensive experience with missions, do you know if there are villagers in other villages or towns who can use chakra?" Kakashi, initially taken aback by Shinyu's sudden inquiry, responded, "What do you mean? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Seeing that Kakashi seemed somewhat puzzled, Shinyu produced a map and pointed to the location of Konohagakure. "Look here, this is the territory of the Land of Fire, and this is our village. That means there are at least hundreds of villages like ours within the Land of Fire. Shouldn't we unify the governance of these villages so that the profession of ninja is not solely confined to Konohagakure? This way, at least the villagers would have some means of self-defense in the event of an attack." Although Kakashi understood Shinyu's reasoning, he still found it unreasonable and hastily asked, "But Shinyu, where will we find missions for Konohagakure in the future? The reason these villages seek our help is that they cannot handle such matters themselves, which is also a significant source of our income." Seeing Kakashi's lack of understanding, Shinyu rolled his eyes. Indeed, the perspective of the people in this world remained rather limited. "While I am planning for the Land of Fire, you are preoccupied with bounties." Nevertheless, Shinyu patiently explained, "Kakashi, have you not realized that in the future, Konohagakure will be akin to the daimyofu? Both the income and expenditures of the Land of Fire will actually be under our control. Does it still hold significance to quibble over mission rewards?" Perceiving that Kakashi had more questions, Shinyu raised a hand to interrupt him. "I know what you're thinking. What about missions posted by villagers from other nations? We can still charge for those. However, for our own country's affairs, these are tasks that we, the ninjas, should undertake because we are now managing the Land of Fire, not the daimyofu." Upon hearing Shinyu's explanation, Kakashi finally grasped the concept and nodded, saying, "Your reasoning is sound, but what should our next step be?" "That was the purpose of my earlier question," Shinyu replied, gesturing to the expanse of the Land of Fire. "In the future, our ninjas will serve as the military force of this nation, responsible for its defense and assisting the populace. Moreover, Konohagakure will evolve into a new daimyofu. Therefore, when appointing officials, we should not merely consider whether they possess chakra, but rather whether they possess the capability to govern." With that, Shinyu pointed out the window at Konohagakure, adding, "Konohagakure requires reconstruction. We need more high-rise buildings for officials to conduct their business. Additionally, we should establish educational programs akin to those of the second Hokage, allowing those without chakra but with a talent for governance to learn how to manage and lead the nation." Kakashi hesitated at Shinyu's suggestion, as the previous administrators of Konohagakure had all been ninjas. Even those recently dismissed due to corruption, such as Minato and Koharu, were once highly esteemed ninjas. Noticing Kakashi's lingering uncertainty, Shinyu sighed and reiterated, "Perspective. Perspective." Seeing Shinyu's insistence, Kakashi resignedly waved his hand, saying, "Fine. I suppose I am not particularly skilled in this area. Why don't you and Conan draft a proposal, and I shall announce it?" Observing Kakashi's languid demeanor, Shinyu smirked and quipped, "What? Is the esteemed Hokage planning to live life as I do, embracing domestic tranquility with his spouse?" Unquestionably, Shinyu's remark astonished Kakashi, who could not fathom how Shinyu had become privy to such knowledge. He had always been discreet in this matter. "You can speculate on your own." Sensing that Kakashi would inquire about how he knew, Shinyu tossed a final remark over his shoulder and exited the Hokage's office, leaving Kakashi in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 152. 2 years' time. Unbeknownst to all, 2 years have quietly slipped away. Since the moment Shinyu exited the Hokage's office 2 years ago, he has embarked on sweeping reforms across the entirety of Konoha and the Land of Fire alongside Xiaonan. For the citizens of the Land of Fire, Shinyu has become a radiant beacon akin to the sun. With the initiation of reforms, the burdens they once bore have been significantly alleviated. Particularly for those reliant on agriculture and livestock, the oppressive taxes have been eradicated. More importantly, the necessity of traveling to Konoha village to report large animal attacks has been abolished, with ninjas now stationed in every village and town. For such commonplace incidents, villagers merely need to inform the station ninja, who will resolve the issue effectively. As for the repair of housing and roads, there is no longer any cause for concern among the populace. With Shinyu, the master of transformation, overseeing matters, these issues are swiftly addressed. Within a week, he had completed the planning of roads and the renovation of homes. It can be said that in terms of making ninjutsu accessible to the public, Shinyu has achieved remarkable heights. Of course, the bandits now find it impossible to survive in the Land of Fire. After the roads and villages were established, Shinyu led a formidable army of ninjas into the mountains to eradicate the bandits, offering generous rewards for informants. Consequently, within 3 months, the once pervasive bandit groups were entirely eliminated. The Land of Fire has now successfully outpaced the other 3 great nations by countless years. In truth, the other nations have attempted to learn and adapt, yet they have consistently failed to achieve the same level of cleanliness and thoroughness regarding the daimyo and ninjas as seen in the Land of Fire. The arrival of Shiren is drawing near. Shinyu, embracing Tian while seated atop a roof, gazes upon the thriving Konoha village, lamenting how swiftly time passes. My dear, please do not be overly proud when that time comes. Although Tian is aware of Shunyu's formidable strength, she still harbors concerns when faced with members of the Otsutsuki clan. In response to her worries, Shinyu affectionately kisses her forehead and reassures her. Oh, do you not know your husband's prowess? I fear not even the Otsutsuki. Even if all of them were to come, I would stand unfazed. However, this was merely Shunyu's attempt to placate Tian. In truth, he possesses little understanding of the Otsutsuki clan, as he has found it difficult to engage with the narrative of Boruto. Thus, as time progresses, he finds himself without any original references to draw upon and must navigate each step with caution. By the way, a few days ago, Mr. Orochimaru sent someone to inquire about you, mentioning he has a new invention to show you. Since you were absent that day, perhaps you could spare some time to visit the industrial park in the next couple of days. The industrial park Tian refers to is the area expanded from the territory of the Land of Lightning. Although she finds the name peculiar, it has become second nature to her. All right, I understand. In truth, even if Orochimaru had not summoned her, Shinyu would have visited. After all, over the past 2 years, he has provided Orochimaru with countless metallic materials. Although these resources are inexhaustible within the system, Shinyu must still retrieve them each time. Fortunately, Orochimaru has not disappointed Shinyu. During this 2-year period, he has successfully replicated virtually all the items from Shunyu's past life, including seeders, harvesters, and the so-called transport vehicles. Nevertheless, these innovations are rather rudimentary and hardly worth mentioning. What truly concerns Shinyu, however, are matters pertaining to weaponry. To that end, he has left the mechanical Tyrannosaurus in Orochimaru's care as a testing tool for new weapons. After all, the system has informed Shinyu that the mechanical Tyrannosaurus is fundamentally a collection of data, and even if it were to be destroyed, the system could assist in its recovery and reconstruction. Alas, to Shinyu's disappointment, not a single weapon produced by Orochimaru over the 2 years has been capable of piercing the steel claws of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, nor has it left even a mark upon them. Of course, Shinyu is well aware of the defenses of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus. After all, even Kagaya's trump card failed to significantly harm it, let alone the weapons developed by Orochimaru and his team over the past 2 years. Nevertheless, at present, Shinyu lacks any reliable reference points. While he is aware of their extraterrestrial origins, he remains oblivious to their precise location. Shinyu, may I pose a question? Just as Shinyu pondered these matters of firepower, Tian suddenly inquired, My parents asked me to ask you when we will be getting married? Upon hearing her words, Shinyu faltered, for this was entirely at odds with his expectations. He could not comprehend the peculiarities of this world, where marriage is permissible. Yet one must be 20 to consume alcohol, though he does not intend to challenge this norm. Shinyu secretly yearns to hold a collective wedding alongside his younger brother Naruto and Sasuke. However, Naruto and Hinata have yet to formalize their relationship, while Sasuke and Sakura have only begun to show mutual interest. Thus, for Shinyu, now is not the time for marriage. Tion. I would prefer to wait until Naruto and Hinata confirm their relationship before we hold a collective wedding. Would that be agreeable? Shinyu expressed this sentiment cautiously, anxious about Tion's potential displeasure. I think that sounds fine. After all, my parents were just asking casually. We've been together for so long. I doubt you would abandon me. Noticing that Tion was not upset, Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief, for comforting a girlfriend can be quite a daunting task. All right, we should return for dinner. As Shinyu gazed upon the darkening sky, he took Tion's hand and led her home. However, upon reaching the entrance, they heard Hinata's voice from within. Naruto-kun, is it appropriate for us to be doing this here in the living room? Chapter 153. Shunyu's fantasies. The voices from within caused Shunyu and Tion to pause at the door, exchanging astonished glances filled with shock. Hinata's voice was unmistakable, and the subsequent words that followed dispelled any intentions Shinyu had of entering. It's fine, Hinata. Shinyu won't be back that soon. We can sneak a little. Naruto's eager and excited voice left Shinyu utterly astonished. If one were to inquire about Shinyu's current feelings, they would undoubtedly be filled with a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. After all, Naruto, that bumbling fool, has finally recognized the value of Hinata. With this realization, Shinyu quickly tugged at Tion's sleeve, gesturing for her to remain silent with a finger to his lips. The two then stealthily exited their home as if they were thieves. Ah, it seems our wedding can be moved up. Shinyu exclaimed excitedly as he rubbed his hands together in glee on the street. Undoubtedly, Naruto's sudden epiphany has invigorated Shinyu immensely. I say, is it really necessary for you to be this ecstatic? Tion, the only child, expressed her bewilderment at Shunyu's exuberance. To her, he resembled a worried father rather than a concerned brother. You wouldn't understand. Naruto seldom engages in such earth-shattering actions in his daily life. I am more curious about what prompted this sudden clarity. Could it be because of Jiraiya? Observing Shunyu's whimsical musings, Tion sighed helplessly and asked, where will we sleep tonight? Shall we go to my house or a hotel? Let's visit my future in-laws. There's no need for a hotel. After all, we will soon be family, and I must hurry to buy some gifts. With that, Shinyu took Tion by the hand and headed towards the bustling marketplace of Konoha. Meanwhile, within Shinyu's home, Naruto was busily sweating profusely. Although Hinata wished to assist him, she felt utterly lost in this unfamiliar territory. Naruto-kun, perhaps we should wait for your brother to return before proceeding. Upon hearing Hua Tian's words, Mingren immediately felt a surge of discontent and complained, Hua Tian, do you not trust me either? However, as Hua Tian gazed at the disheveled vegetables in Mingren's hands, she remembered how Shinyu had previously invited her to dine with Mingren to foster their relationship. It could be said that Shinyu had achieved an unparalleled level of culinary skill. But wait, Shinyu did it this way, so why does mine taste so off? Mingren pondered, staring in bewilderment at the lifeless ingredients. In truth, Mingren had no knowledge of cooking, ever since he had moved in with Shinyu. Every dinner had been prepared by her. Forget it, I'll just wait for Shinyu to return. After a while, Mingren finally surrendered to the task of cooking, dejectedly tossing the pot aside and sulking on the sofa. Mingren-kun, why don't I cook instead? It's quite late, and Shinyu hasn't returned yet. Unfortunately, Mingren was too absorbed in his own failures to heed her suggestion. Observing Hua Tian's disappointment, he resignedly said, let us go have some Ichiraku ramen. Without waiting for Hua Tian's response, he grabbed her and headed for the door. At that moment, Shinyu was laden with bags, marking a memorable evening for her as she was about to meet her future in-laws. The pressure of meeting the parents weighed heavily on her. Why did you buy so much? She complained, seeing Shinyu's overwhelming load. My family lacks nothing. A token gesture would suffice. Are you moving in? Faced with her incessant complaints, Shinyu chuckled and replied, I have no choice. It's my first formal meeting with your parents, and I must make a good impression. I truly cannot deal with you, Tion said, though she felt a sweetness in her heart, as this indirectly confirmed Shinyu's regard for her. Let us go? Enough shopping. As Shinyu prepared to set down her burdens, Tion swiftly grasped her hand. Stop. If you keep buying, this street will be emptied. Seeing Tion's adamant opposition, Shinyu glanced at the heaps of bags and nodded. All right, we'll stop here. As they strolled down the shopping street, they fortuitously encountered Mingren and Hua Tian at the corner. Darling, look, your brother has made quite an achievement. Upon hearing this, Xin Yue quickly turned to see Mingren and Hua Tian. What achievement? He just stepped out for a snack, she remarked, her tone laced with incredulity. It seems I need to ask Orochimaru for some advice. Mingren is far too young to be this way. While Xin Yue contemplated how to approach Orochimaru in the future, Hua Tian spotted her and eagerly pulled Mingren over to greet them. Tian, Xin Yue, are you shopping? Yes, I'm going to meet Tian's parents. By the way, weren't you two at home? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Xin Yue scrambled to recover when Mingren boldly stepped forward. Xin Yue, why is your cooking so delicious? I spent ages in the living room with Hua Tian trying to figure it out, but the taste I produced was just not right. Huh. Upon hearing Mingren's words, Xin Yue's composure shattered. So, rather than frolicking, they had been deliberating on cooking? Wait, you two were experimenting with cooking in the living room? Hua Tian explained, Xin Yue-kun. We did make a mess in the living room because Mingren accidentally spilled soup on the wall. I know this was not ideal, but... Seeing Hua Tian struggle to articulate her thoughts, Xin Yue exchanged a glance with Tian, both filled with disappointment. Mingren, take Hua Tian out to eat. I need to visit Tian's parents. At that moment, Xin Yue had lost all desire to converse with Mingren, realizing that all her hopes had been misplaced. She felt foolish for having pinned her expectations on him. Nevertheless, she resolved to visit Orochimaru to obtain a potion that would expedite matters. As waiting any longer could take a year. Watching Xin Yue's expression, Tian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Your brother is quite accomplished. Chapter 154. Seeking Otsutsuki Xin Yue-kun. It's rare for you to visit me. Xin Yue surveyed the smiling Orochimaru before her. The phrase in the prime of life resonating in her mind. It could be said that after merging with his new body, Orochimaru was at the peak of his youth. In that moment, Xin Yue reflected on how ruthless Orochimaru had been with himself, yet it was precisely this that enabled him to assist her in developing numerous weapons. Mr. Orochimaru, I won't waste words. Let us examine the weapons. There was never any small talk between Xin Yue and Orochimaru, for she understood that pleasantries were futile. Instead of wasting time, she preferred to engage in meaningful scientific discourse. Behold, this is the weapon crafted as per your specifications. Orochimaru presented a gun to Xin Yue. Xin Yue-kun, I genuinely question the reliability of this weapon. After all, anyone of Jonin level can easily evade the projectiles it fires. Orochimaru's assertion was indeed valid. In the world of Hokage, chakra was paramount. However, Xin Yue's intention behind this weapon was not to equip ninjas, but to provide villagers, who were otherwise defenseless, with a means to stand against large animals or bandits. This is not meant for ninjas. Have you constructed the artillery I previously mentioned? Upon hearing Xin Yue mention artillery, Orochimaru felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially believed that inscribing the seals for Sage Chakra onto the barrel would suffice, yet every metal material available was unsuitable for crafting the barrel. They were either too brittle or excessively malleable. Xin Yue-kun, the metal materials you provided simply cannot be used. The demands are too stringent. The barrels either crack or become too soft. Confronted with Orochimaru's grievances, Xin Yue queried, Mr. Orochimaru, have you considered experimenting with the fusion of metal materials? Perhaps by combining several imperfect materials, you could create a perfect one. Her words acted as a splash of cold water, awakening Orochimaru from his reverie. His eyes once again sparkled with fervor, akin to a revelation. Furthermore, remember that members of the Otsutsuki clan possess Byakugan. So we need to develop a perfect smoke bomb that could obscure their vision by infusing chakra into the smoke. And it is crucial that the projectiles contain no chakra, only gunpowder. Keep that in mind. Nodding in acknowledgement of Xin Yue's instructions, Orochimaru prepared to embark on a new round of experiments. Mr. Orochimaru, noticing Xin Yue's hesitation, he inquired, Is there something else you wish to share, Xin Yue-kun? Xin Yue awkwardly glanced at Orochimaru, scratched her head, and shyly said, Actually, I wanted to ask if you have made any progress with the pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals? Regrettably, Orochimaru, who had been deeply engrossed in the realms of weaponry and human enhancement, failed to comprehend the true essence of Shun Yu's inquiry. He turned away from the laboratory table, retrieving a vial of potion, and began to expound on it. This is currently the most potent elixir I am researching. It can enhance a ninja's chakra storage capacity. Initially, I intended to delve into it further at a later date. But since you have inquired, Shinjuekuin, you may utilize it first. Observing Orochimaru's earnest demeanor, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. While I am engaging in a playful banter, you are conducting experiments with me. Taking a deep breath, Shinyu decided to express his true thoughts candidly. Mr. Orochimaru, at this moment, I seek a potion to kindle romantic feelings between men and women for my brother, not your chakra-enhancing concoctions. Upon uttering these words, Shinyu sensed a perceptible shift in Orochimaru's gaze, which now bore an intriguing quality. Indeed, I possess such a potion. I shall have Kimimaro deliver it to you shortly. With that, Orochimaru resumed his research on new materials, leaving Shinyu feeling awkwardly stranded. After a moment of contemplation, Shinyu concocted a plausible excuse for his earlier embarrassment. If the mechanical Tyrannosaurus is not needed at present, I wish to take it outside for a look. Unfazed by Shinyu's request, Orochimaru replied without lifting his gaze. Use it as you wish. After all, the next batch of weapons will not be ready anytime soon. With Orochimaru dismissing him, Shinyu approached the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and retracted it into the system space. This idea had been lingering in his mind for quite some time. Since he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Otsutsuki clan, he thought it prudent to search in space. Perhaps he might uncover their trail and better prepare for the impending war. With this determination, Shinyu swiftly affixed the operational pod of the shallow shark beast onto the head of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, added several thrusters, and summoned it once more. Master, what is the purpose of this? The mechanical Tyrannosaurus, sensing the changes in its form, opened the hatch in confusion. This time, we are on a quest to locate a certain group of individuals. They will incessantly descend upon us and disrupt our lives. So we must take the initiative to find them. Excitedly, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus inquired, Master, what is their strength like? Unable to deceive the formidable creature before him, Shinyu replied, in comparison to you, their strength is somewhat lacking. However, we cannot have you keeping watch over them 24 hours a day, can we? Therefore, we must locate them and mark their positions for future attacks. Though the mechanical Tyrannosaurus struggled to grasp Shinyu's explanation, it had become accustomed to following his commands. As Shinyu entered the operational pod, the creature promptly sealed the hatch. Let us soar. We shall seek out the Otsutsuki. With a fierce blast of flames erupting from its feet and back, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus rocketed skyward, entering the vast expanse of space. Chapter 155. Shinyu's confusion. As the mechanical Tyrannosaurus soared, Shinyu found himself drifting further from his home planet. Gazing down at the diminishing sphere beneath him, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. In the cosmos, Shinyu marveled at the universe he had only glimpsed on television in his past life, reflecting on the wonders of this world. However, unlike his previous life, this universe did not seem to possess a solar system or the 8 major planets. After soaring for a considerable duration, he saw only the sun and some lifeless celestial bodies devoid of any signs of life. Where, then, could the Otsutsuki clan be? As Shinyu scanned the horizon, he realized that aside from the barren planets visible to the naked eye, there were no other celestial bodies in sight, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not approach this expedition with an air of invincibility, for he understood that this universe might be as boundless and infinite as the one he had known. If the Otsutsuki clan possessed knowledge of traversing wormholes, they could indeed pose a formidable challenge. Thus, after a thorough search around the cosmos at the speed of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Shinyu found no clues and ultimately resolved to return to the ground. Shinjuekuin, you have returned so soon? Orochimaru, observing Shinyu's sudden reappearance, was filled with curiosity about his activities over the past days. Indeed, I circled around outside, marveling at the wonders of this world. Shinyu smiled at Orochimaru's amazement, recognizing that it was still too early to share the intricacies of his journey. Yet, the existence of the Otsutsuki clan unsettled him, as he remained exposed while they lurked in the shadows, leaving him uncertain of their whereabouts, let alone contemplating a counterattack. Though this world is wondrous, I believe you, Shinjuekuin, are the most remarkable of all. Gazing into Orochimaru's sincere eyes, Shinyu felt no doubt regarding his honesty. It was precisely due to his existence that Orochimaru could pursue such promising research directions, whether in the fields of science or cloning. All of it stemmed from Shinyu's status as a traveler from another world. Enough with the flattery, Orochimaru. I am well aware of my own limitations. My current strength is still vastly insufficient. With that, Shinyu intended to return to Konoha for further contemplation, only to be called back by Orochimaru. Shinjuekuin. This is the potion you previously entrusted me to procure. Since you are heading back to Konoha, I shall hand it over to you. As Shunyu accepted the potion from Orochimaru, he noticed a peculiar glimmer in Orochimaru's gaze. I must be off. Shinyu nearly fled the industrial park. Feeling an overwhelming sense of unease from Orochimaru's enigmatic smile, prompting him to hastily escape. While the ridicule from Orochimaru was mortifying, Shinyu found himself utterly perplexed, especially after the recent journey into space. Despite being a being from space, the Otsutsuki clan remained elusive, and he could not even locate another planet harboring signs of life. Although Shinyu understood that the universe in this world was likely not delineated as in his previous life, he still found the Otsutsuki clan's nature rather enigmatic. Did they not require sustenance or excretion? After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Shinyu ultimately resolved to return to Konoha. After all, it was likely that Shiren had discovered his celestial excursion. While he may not understand why Shinyu ventured into space, this endeavor could accelerate Shiren's intentions to claim him in Konoha. Thus, his immediate priority was to hasten back to Konoha and prepare accordingly. This time, Shinyu chose not to run back, but instead used the reverse summoning technique to reach Maiboku Mountain, where, with the aid of the frogs, he returned directly to Konoha. Ah, Shinyu, you have returned. Upon appearing at the gates of Konoha, Shinyu encountered Sasuke and Sakura. Observing their demeanor, he surmised that Sasuke was likely to end up with Sakura after all. Indeed, I have been rather occupied with the affairs of the industrial park lately. While Sasuke did not grasp the reasons behind Shinyu's current focus on research, he could speculate on some underlying motivations. For instance, Konoha no longer advocated traditional training methods. The practice of staying up late to hone ninjutsu was now virtually non-existent among the younger generation. Shinyu, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I will exert my utmost efforts to help. Seeing Sasuke's earnest expression, Shinyu couldn't help but smile. Before him, Sasuke had already reached the age of 18. No longer the timid child hiding behind his brother. Moreover, Shinyu felt that Sasuke had grown more rapidly than Naruto. Rest assured, Sasuke, when the time comes, I will certainly seek your assistance. Shinyu flashed a gesture of encouragement towards Sasuke before making his way to the Hokage's office. However, to Shinyu's surprise, the door to the Hokage's office was once again locked. Wait a moment. Kakashi's voice could be heard from within, clearly tinged with a hint of panic and accompanied by some indistinct noises. These two are quite bold, Shinyu mused internally, having already surmised what Kakashi was up to. He had initially thought of Kakashi as merely a reserved and mischievous individual, but now it seemed he had been gravely mistaken. Ever since this fellow had begun using various drugs from Orochimaru, he had become quite unrestrained, engaging in playful antics in broad daylight within the Hokage's office. With a creak, the door opened, and Kakashi stepped out, pulling Shinyu close with a smile. Ah, the air in the office is rather stifling. Let us take a stroll outside. Observing Kakashi's sheepish demeanor, Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle. However, he also understood that no one could stop Kakashi now, as the elder generation had either gloriously retired or perished during Shinyu's previous mission. It could be said that Kakashi was now the highest-ranking individual in Konoha's leadership. Come now, you don't truly believe I am unaware of your activities, do you? Shinyu remarked, having distanced himself from the office, casting a disdainful glance at Kakashi. You must take care of your health and not indulge in such behavior constantly. No, I was merely handling official duties, Kakashi replied, his nonsensical retorts leaving Shinyu speechless. He simply could not fathom why Kakashi had transformed into this version of himself. All right, you handle your duties. I'm sure you're overwhelmed. Shinyu waved his hand in resignation and continued. However, I have a serious matter to discuss with you. One that concerns the future of our shinobi world and the lives of everyone on this planet. Chapter 156. The Great Operation. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing Shinyu's account, Kakashi was utterly astonished. Although he had long been aware of the legends surrounding the Otsutsuki clan, he had never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. Yet, given Kakashi's reaction, Shinyu felt a twinge of disdain. How could you possibly know these things? After all, you are the esteemed 6th Hokage. Shinyu cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi and continued his mockery. Surely the 6th Hokage is far too busy to have locked himself in the office during the day, engaging in such fervent activities. As if the people of Konoha were unaware of your busyness. This series of jibes brought a hint of awkwardness to Kakashi's face, leaving him to chuckle nervously. unsure of how to respond. All right, I shan't tease you further. Noticing Kakashi's face had flushed, Shinyu adopted a serious tone. We currently have no other options. We must first establish our means of self-preservation. So what should we do? Shinyu observed Kakashi, who awaited his guidance, feeling somewhat exasperated. Kakashi had completely let loose, achieving nothing in his role as Hokage, and now he merely listened attentively to his plans. What I mean is, we should gather the tailed beasts and summon Kaguya once more. Are you out of your mind? As Shinyu had anticipated, Kakashi immediately rejected this proposal. I am not mad. This time, Shinyu chose not to continue mocking Kakashi, but instead earnestly explained, you must understand. The only member of the Otsutsuki clan we can locate is Kaguya, and she alone knows the whereabouts of the Otsutsuki clan. While Shinyu's reasoning held merit, Kakashi posed a new concern. How can you be certain Kaguya will cooperate with us? If she refuses, insisting on executing her infinite Tsukuyami plan, what then? Hearing Kakashi's apprehensions, Shinyu cast him a dismissive glance and replied, have you forgotten? I was the one who defeated Kaguya last time. If she does not comply, we can simply seal her again. Seeing that Kakashi still seemed unconvinced, Shinyu further hinted, moreover, Kaguya is a woman. Surely we can employ some special means to persuade her to cooperate with us? After saying this, Shinyu gave Kakashi a meaningful look. Sensing that Shinyu's gaze was unusually intense, Kakashi quickly inquired, hey, what exactly are you implying? Nothing much, Shinyu waved his hand. Then looked at Kakashi's physique with a smile. You appear to be in good health lately. Perhaps you could accompany Kaguya. Who knows? She might have a soft spot for you, given you both share lovely white hair. Upon hearing Shinyu's jest, Kakashi shot him a glare and retorted, don't you dare joke about that. You have no idea what it's like to see Yugo lose his temper, and I certainly cannot bear it. Come now. Shinyu patted Kakashi's shoulder, asserting, as the sixth Hokage of the Land of Fire, what is a little sacrifice for the peace of the shinobi world? Observing that Kakashi seemed somewhat swayed, Shinyu felt he might have pushed the joke too far. Ahem, let us not dwell on who should accompany her. We should gather the tailed beasts first. However, at this moment, Kakashi recognized a grave issue. Kaguya's previous unsealing was aided by Black Zetsu, who had since been sealed away. Even if they managed to gather all the tailed beasts and become Jinchuriki, what good would it do? Nevertheless, responding to Kakashi's concern, Shinyu effortlessly countered, tell me, if we reach that level, would we still need to worry about unsealing Kaguya? Faced with Shinyu's challenge, Kakashi could only helplessly nod. Through their conversation, he realized how much he had been unaware of lately. In that moment, Kakashi felt a wave of shame wash over him for having become too comfortable. All right, Kakashi, you should contact the other nations and ask them to return the tailed beasts. If necessary, we can always return them afterward. Shinyu's suggestion was undoubtedly sound. But now it was Kakashi's turn to feel the weight of the task. Since the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Konoha had returned all tailed beasts except for the 8 tails, and Kakashi was uncertain how the other villages had preserved the remaining ones. Now, Shinyu was asking him to retrieve them, which was a tremendous source of pressure for Kakashi. Fine, I will think of a way. I can only promise to do my best to retrieve them, but if they refuse, there is little I can do. Don't worry, a diplomatic approach first. Shinyu replied, lacking Kakashi's many concerns. To him, the lives of the entire shinobi world were in their hands, and negotiating with them was merely extending a courtesy. To put it bluntly, the current strength of the Land of Fire far surpassed that of those nations still under the rule of feudal lords. With this in mind, Shinyu waved his hand grandly, declaring, Kakashi, you can rest assured, if need be. I can simply summon the Uchiha clan to use their Mangekyo Sharingan to seize the tailed beasts directly. Kakashi, witnessing Shinyu's obstinate demeanor, felt his worldview completely reshaped, ultimately nodding in agreement. The following day, the Four Nations Conference, convened by Kakashi, commenced officially through a video call. As Kakashi gazed upon the leaders of the 3 ninja villages, he cleared his throat and articulated the sentiments he had pondered for a long time. The purpose of gathering everyone today was to request that they surrender their tailed beasts to Konohagakure. Once we have managed them, these tailed beasts will be returned to you. I sincerely hope for your support, esteemed leaders. Kakashi's words were transmitted to the 3 Kage, and as he had anticipated, they ignited a fervent uproar akin to pouring water into a hot oil pan. What? Impossible. In an instant, the 3 Kage voiced their vehement objections in unison. Shinyu, observing the scene, pondered the human tendency towards wishful thinking that seemed to permeate all worlds. When Kakashi proposed the surrender of tailed beasts, the three nations clearly expressed their dissent. To Shun Yu's surprise, they appeared ready to go down with their ships. Shun Yu remarked, "You see, they have no intention of relinquishing their tailed beasts." Kakashi wore an expression of knowing all along, leaving Shun Yu at a loss for words. However, this also indirectly validated Shun Yu's insufficient deterrent influence over the other nations. Very well, I initially aimed to negotiate on equal footing, but it appears they do not appreciate such an approach. Shun Yu's words dripped with arrogance as he pointed at the screen before him. Addressing Kakashi, "Let us initiate another video conference. This time I shall take the lead." With that, Shun Yu pushed Kakashi aside and seated himself in the position originally designated for the Hokage. As the connection was established once more, the Kage of the three nations appeared on the screen, visibly taken aback. "Long time no see, gentlemen." Shun Yu greeted the three Kage politely and continued. "Kakashi's previous statement was relayed on my behalf, and I have heard you oppose. Therefore, I must inform you, you may either dutifully surrender your tailed beasts to me, or you may await your demise." With that, Shun Yu disregarded whatever they wished to say and unilaterally terminated the connection. "Shun Yu, that was rather excessive." Kakashi observed Shun Yu's domineering demeanor with a sense of helplessness. "What do you fear? Who in the land of fire can rival us now?" Shun Yu could not fathom why Kakashi harbored such numerous concerns. After all, to Shun Yu, this was simply a matter of might dictating authority. Such timidity serves no purpose. Does it? Fine. Since we anticipate a confrontation, there is no need for such pretenses. What shall we do next? However, this time, Shun Yu remained silent and began to contemplate deeply, as he was uncertain about how to resurrect Kaguya. "Kakashi, let us first gather the tailed beasts and then decide how to revive Kaguya. If we cannot even collect the tailed beasts, our efforts are futile." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, gathering the tailed beasts is the necessary prerequisite. As for reviving Kaguya, why should it be a concern for me as Hokage? Such monumental matters have never been my burden. They always fall to Shun Yu. Reflecting on this, Kakashi's mind wandered back to his previous playful encounter with Shizune in the Hokage office. "Hey." Shun Yu noticed Kakashi's increasingly dazed expression and felt puzzled. He could not understand what Kakashi found so engrossing. Was the pressure of being Hokage truly so overwhelming? Ahem. Shun Yu's interruption snapped Kakashi back to reality. Looking at Shun Yu, Kakashi adjusted his demeanor and stated, "Shun Yu, I entrust you entirely with the negotiations with the other nations." Shun Yu cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, inwardly exclaiming how knowledgeable this man truly is. How can such shamelessness exist in this world? Very well. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Ultimately, Shun Yu chose to release Kakashi from his burdens, redirecting his thoughts towards how to resurrect Kaguya. Regarding Kaguya, it was indeed time to consult an ancient sage. Summoning technique. Shun Yu formed hand seals, summoning a toad. After expressing his desire to meet the great sage toad, Shun Yu vanished from Kakashi's sight. It seemed that Shun Yu was genuinely intent on researching the revival of Kaguya. Upon witnessing Shun Yu's disappearance, Kakashi rubbed his head and murmured, "That guy, I remember he was just a little brat when I first met him. Now, he offers me no respite as a middle-aged man." Initially, Kakashi had planned to return to the office for some lighthearted antics, but he feared that should Shun Yu seek him out, he might be startled once again. Ultimately, Kakashi decided to grant himself a 2-day holiday to enjoy some leisure. At this moment, Shun Yu had followed the Toad's lead to Myobokuzen. Standing before the Great Sage Toad, Shun Yu respectfully inquired, "Great Sage Toad, do you know how to resurrect Kaguya?" However, the Toad, perched lazily, appeared to be asleep and remained silent. After a considerable pause, the Great Sage Toad finally opened its eyes, gazing at the standing Shun Yu, and asked, "Who are you, young one?" Shun Yu regarded the seemingly forgetful Toad with bemusement. He introduced himself as Shun Yu, the son of Namikaze Minato, here to seek your counsel on the revival of Kaguya. Noticing the Great Sage Toad's drowsy demeanor, Fuka could not help but remind, "I inquired on your behalf, and you agreed to meet Shun Yu, which is why I brought him." "Oh, so that is the case." The Great Sage Toad perfectly illustrated the concept that as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to everyone else. Looking at Shun Yu below, the Great Sage Toad's gaze began to drift once more, as if recalling something. "Ah, little Shun Yu, if you wish to resurrect Kaguya, the first step is to seek the power of the tailed beasts, to form the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and plant the divine tree. Shinyu listened patiently, knowing the critical details about Kagaya's revival were imminent. Observing the great sage Toad's sluggishness, he felt a sense of urgency. Just as Shinyu prepared to hear the steps for reviving Kagaya, the great sage Toad's voice faded away. Looking up, he realized that the great sage Toad had fallen asleep once more. What the heck? Shinyu gazed at the Toad, who could sleep at will with astonishment. Fuka, seeing Shinyu's expression, quickly jumped forward to reassure him. Little Shinyu, do not fret. When the great sage Toad awakens again, you shall have clarity on the matter of Kagaya's revival. The great sage Toad is currently receiving prophecies through dreams. Fuka's words only made Shinyu feel more foolish, as he struggled to understand how a toad could acquire prophecies through dreams. Nevertheless, given the accuracy of the great sage Toad's predictions in the original tale, Shinyu chose to remain silent. Thus, Shinyu returned from Myobokuzen empty-handed, still lacking answers on how to resurrect Kagaya. However, not long after, news reached the borders of the Land of Fire regarding the approach of a ninja army. The courage of these two nations remains inexplicable, as they have dispatched a ninja army to the borders of the Land of Fire. Holding the latest intelligence in hand, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that the Water Country and the Earth Country would unite, and even more intriguing was their decision to march their forces to the border, exuding an air of desperation. Lord Shinue, currently Lord Hokage, is on leave, and before departing, he entrusted all authority of Konoha to you. Therefore, Lord Shinue, please issue your orders. Observing the Umbu ninja kneeling before him, Shinue felt a sense of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been curious as to why the Umbu had sought him out directly. It turned out to be due to Kakashi's absence. This Kakashi, does he not fear that I might lead Konoha astray? Shinue mused to himself as he regarded the Umbu before him. Although he held no interest in the role of Hokage, he was indeed passionate about matters of combat. The current actions of the Land of Earth and the Land of Water ignited a fervor within him. Very well. Relay my command. All shinobi of Chunin rank and above from Konoha shall assemble and prepare to face the impending war. Furthermore, equip the weapons researched by Orochimaru recently. This time, I shall teach these two naive shadows what it truly means for an era to shift. Understood. As the Umbu vanished from his presence, Shinue commenced his tasks. Rather than mere work, it felt akin to forming alliances. He held absolute confidence regarding this war, even if he refrained from direct involvement. The Land of Fire could confidently confront this conflict. Naturally, Shinue preferred to avoid excessive bloodshed. After all, this was not the era of the Fourth Great Ninja War. His desire for the tailed beasts was solely to ascertain the location of the Otsutsuki clan, not to annihilate the ninja world. Uncle Fugaku, I am here again. Currently, Shinue had completely merged with the Uchiha clan. It could be said that whatever the matter, his first thought was always of the Uchiha. Oh, Shinue, I hear war is on the horizon once more. Fugaku, who was practicing calligraphy, promptly stood upon Shinue's arrival and inquired, Shinue, I have heard this impending conflict is due to your desire to seize the tailed beasts from two nations? Observing Fugaku's serious demeanor, Shinue felt a chuckle rising within him. Shinue, as your elder, I wish to ask, why do you aim to gather all the tailed beasts? Now that Konoha has indeed grown stronger, is it necessary to bully the weak? In response to Fugaku's question, Shinue quickly elaborated, Uncle Fugaku, my pursuit of the tailed beasts serves a purpose, and this endeavor pertains to the survival of the ninja world. Oh, pray tell. Fugaku was not well versed in matters concerning the Otsutsuki clan, yet he understood their formidable nature. However, he still struggled to comprehend why Shinue sought to reclaim the tailed beasts from various regions. Uncle Fugaku, you must know that the chakra we possess has evolved from the bloodline of the Otsutsuki, a fact you are aware of, correct? Nodding in acknowledgement, Fugaku replied, I am indeed aware, but how does this relate to the tailed beasts? Uncle Fugaku, you must understand that Kagaya's original purpose in coming to our planet was to absorb its energy and transform it into chakra fruit. However, after consuming the chakra fruit and uniting with one of our planet's males, she gave rise to the Sage of Six Paths, did she not? Yet, we now realize that Kagaya was merely a handmaiden of the Otsutsuki clan, not a true powerhouse. It was simply due to the weakness of our planet's power that she was able to dominate. With Kagaya sealed away, we have also lost our position within the Otsutsuki clan. Hence, my objective in collecting the tailed beasts is to resurrect Kagaya. Upon hearing Shinue's earnest explanation, Fugaku was left utterly stunned. Initially, he believed Shunyue sought to further enhance the power of the Land of Fire through the tailed beasts. But it seemed that his perception had been far too narrow. So, are you implying that others from the Otsutsuki clan will also come to our planet? Certainly. Shinue expounded further. Kaguya was merely assigned to oversee the chakra fruit. She was not a true powerhouse of the Otsutsuki clan. Had she not returned, the Otsutsuki would surely have come knocking at our door. Is that so? Fugaku nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that Shinue's concerns were valid. However, he was somewhat reluctant about engaging in combat at the slightest provocation. Yet Shinue, is it not overly aggressive to resort to war under these circumstances? In response to Fugaku's inquiry, Shinue remained unfazed. Uncle Fugaku, do you truly believe they can maintain their composure before us? Shinue gestured towards the illustrious Uchiha clan behind Fugaku, smiling as he said, as long as you send those capable of manifesting Susanoo from the Uchiha clan, they will likely crumble in an instant. Shinue was not exaggerating. Although Inoki's dust release posed a threat, he was now an elderly man, and apart from him, who else could uphold the burden? As for the Mizukichi, they were even less formidable. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the strength of our Uchiha clan remains formidable. Undoubtedly, Fugaku took great pleasure in Shinue's words. For the ability of Susanoo was a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Although Shinue was currently the strongest in Konoha, the Uchiha clan had nearly become the backbone of the village. With such a transformation, how could Fugaku not feel elated? Shinue, since you have taken the time to visit today, why not stay for a meal? In response to Fugaku's invitation, Shinue nodded in agreement. Soon, Shinue sat together with Fugaku and others, as dish after dish was served. Do savor it, for this feast was prepared especially for you. Facing Fugaku's warm invitation, Shinue did not hold back, promptly grasping the chopsticks and reaching for the dishes on the table. Bang! However, amidst a puff of smoke, Shinue's figure vanished from before Fugaku. Chapter 159, Dreamscape, Above the Moon. What the? Were you all doing this on purpose? Shinue was now filled with despair, for he had never anticipated that the reverse summoning incident involving Naruto would befall him. The once delectable dishes had transformed into a colorful array of insect cuisine due to the reverse summoning technique of Gamabunta. Oh, little Shinue seems to miss the delicacies of Mount Myaboku, even arriving with chopsticks in hand. Gamabunta observed Shinue's arms suspended mid-air, nodding in agreement. Then shouted to his busy wife Gamakichi in the kitchen, "Dear, prepare some more insect dishes." Little Shinue appears quite famished. Shinue looked at the two frogs before him, internally cursing vehemently. Very well. With a voice echoing from the kitchen, Gamakichi emerged with a full platter of insect cuisine before Shinue. Little Shinue, eat up. Fortunately, I prepared plenty today, or it might not have sufficed for you. Holding the chopsticks, Shinue regarded the vibrant insect feast before him, ultimately deciding to pick up an insect and place it in his mouth, crunching down on it. See, little Shinue is indeed starved. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the two frogs, Shinue transformed into a voracious eater, devouring all the dishes on the table. Thank you for your hospitality. Shinue felt utterly speechless. What kind of situation is this? However, Gamabunta proceeded to explain the reason for summoning Shinue to Mount Myaboku using the reverse summoning technique. The great sage of Mount Myaboku has awakened. It spoke of a dream concerning Kaguya, which is why I and your mother were so eager to summon you. Listening to Gamabunta's explanation, Shinue thought to himself, is this what you call urgency? Urgent yet waiting for me to finish eating? Very well, little Shinue, if you are full, let us now meet the great sage. I believe it has been waiting for you for quite some time. Upon concluding his words, the toad leapt and hopped ahead, guiding Shinue back into the grand hall. Great toad sage, I have brought Shinue to you. You may now share the prophecy you dreamed of. The great toad sage opened his eyes slightly, squinting at Shinue below, and repeated the same line. Who are you, young one? Shinue gazed at the great toad sage's demeanor, utterly speechless. Initially, he assumed such behavior was due to age, but now it appeared the old toad was simply idle, amusing itself by playing tricks on others. Great toad sage, please, do speak swiftly. You always say the same thing. I was here just a few days ago. Faced with the exposure of his fib, the great toad sage showed no signs of embarrassment and chuckled. Ah, I merely jested, as the atmosphere in this hall was too heavy. Upon hearing this explanation, Shinue felt a chill run down his spine and found nothing humorous about it. Young Shinue, the great toad sage called. prompting Shinue to suppress his sarcastic thoughts and look up at the sage seated on the stool. I had a dream, one concerning Kaguya. At this revelation, Shinue's expression turned grave. It seemed the great toad sage truly knew something significant. Kaguya was indeed a pitiable woman. Had she not bravely resisted her fate, the world of ninjas would not exist. However, Shinue found this difficult to comprehend. Was Kaguya truly a wretched woman? He did not perceive her that way. Her actions had left a profound impression on him. Although she was with the men of this planet, she exhibited little reverence for life. Especially upon her resurrection, she shamelessly utilized the ashes of others, fearing she might not seize their lives. Young Shinue, Kaguya will play a crucial role in your future plans. She is not merely the progenitor of chakra, but also a stepping stone to your success. Listening to the great toad sage's cryptic words, Shinue felt increasingly bewildered. What did he mean by a stepping stone? He struggled to grasp the connections, primarily wishing to understand how to resurrect the so-called Kaguya. Young Shinue, do not rush. Allow me to explain further. The great toad sage's startling words piqued Shinue's curiosity, making him wonder how the sage discerned his impatience. Could it be that this old toad truly possessed the ability to read minds? As he scrutinized the great toad sage atop the platform, doubt filled his heart, and he silently muttered, I love to eat feces. Young Shinue, there is no need to hastily reveal your preferences to me. If you truly enjoy it, you may indulge after I finish speaking. The great toad sage's words pierced through Shinue's thoughts like a sharp blade, leading him to realize that the sage indeed had the power to read minds, or perhaps could hear the innermost thoughts of those before him. In that moment, Shinue dared not entertain any other thoughts and instead stood obediently, listening to the great toad sage's prophecy. In my dream, there were not only Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan, but another individual accompanied her, with Kaguya merely serving as their attendant. Shinue nodded at the great toad sage's statement. Prior to his transmigration, he had glimpsed several news segments regarding Naruto, confirming that Kaguya was not a formidable member of the Otsutsuki clan. Yet, he was extremely curious. If Kaguya was not the sole descendant of the Otsutsuki clan to descend, where had the other individual gone? Kaguya ambushed that individual, ultimately rendering them in a state akin to death. Moreover, I also saw in my dream that this person remains on this planet and has not returned to the Otsutsuki clan's gathering place. Unable to contain himself, Shinue urgently asked, Great Toad Sage, do you know where this person is now? His inquiry stemmed from the belief that if he could locate this individual, he could extract the location of the Otsutsuki clan stronghold, thus eliminating the need to expend effort reviving that old woman Kaguya. I could not see clearly in my dream. And as I mentioned earlier, Kaguya is your stepping stone. Young Shinue, you should not consider her an adversary. At this point, the great toad sage glanced at the sky beyond the hall before uttering his prophecy. The answer to how to resurrect Kaguya after gathering the power of the tailed beasts lies in the bright moon above. However, the dream did not provide me with any methods. I only know that the answer rests in the moon. The bright moon? Above the moon. Just as Shinue was about to inquire further, he heard the great toad sage's dismissal. All right, young Shinue, I have shared all that I dreamed of. As for the path ahead and the outcome, I do not know. It all depends on how you choose to explore in the future. Return now. With that, the great toad sage closed his eyes once more, sinking into his slumber. Chapter 160. Negotiation before the array above the moon? Could it be referring to the Sharon? Upon returning to Konoha village, Shinue was utterly perplexed. In truth, he had not comprehended a single word of the myriad prophecies shared by the great toad sage in the Miyaboku Mountain Grand Hall. Firstly, the so-called Kaguya. The great toad sage claimed she was a stepping stone and insisted she was not his enemy. Undoubtedly, this was a point Shinue could not fathom. Before his transmigration, he had vaguely heard whispers about subsequent plot developments, suggesting that Kaguya's intention in creating White Zetsu was to combat the Otsutsuki clan, as new members of the clan were expected to descend. However, having witnessed the capabilities of White Zetsu, Shinue found it inconceivable. These beings, resembling neither humans nor ghosts, possessed abilities at best comparable to those of a Chunin. He truly could not understand Kaguya's rationale in creating such entities. Did she genuinely intend to rely on these White Zetsu to resist an invasion? That seemed far too fanciful. Secondly, the notion that Kaguya was not the sole descendant to descend was worthy of Shinue's contemplation. The great toad sage's prophecy should hold truth. Yet he remained clueless about the identity and whereabouts of that individual. Moreover, Since this person was ambushed by Kaguya, it indicated their superiority over her. Otherwise, Kaguya would not have dared to attack. Contemplating this left Shinyue with a throbbing headache. Darling, what troubles you? Just as Shinyue grappled with how to navigate his future, Tian arrived, presenting a plate of freshly cut fruits before him. Please eat. I just prepared this. Shinyue took a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth. It was sweet, yet his heart felt exceedingly bitter. If one were to encapsulate this world in a single phrase, it would undoubtedly be, there are always greater beings beyond. Currently, the entire ninja world faced the threat of the Otsutsuki's arrival. Yet Shinyue was preoccupied with the question of whether an even more formidable enemy lurked above the Otsutsuki clan. Furthermore, was the Otsutsuki's pursuit of so-called chakra fruits also a means to defend against adversaries they needed to confront? Of course, if Shinyue were to seek peace with the Otsutsuki clan, he deemed it utterly unrealistic, as the average strength on this planet remained woefully inadequate. Presently, he could only hope for Orochimaru's rapid development of more potent weaponry to fortify their planet. At the very least, if an assault were to occur, they would possess the means to fight back. It's nothing. I was merely pondering what to do next, considering we have many enemies ahead. Upon finishing his words, Shinyu rose once more, having lost the inclination to enjoy fruit. For the borders of the Hai no Kuni were now teeming with the armies of Tsuchi no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni. All right, Tenten. I shall proceed to negotiate with them. Take good care of yourself at home. With that, Shinyu grasped his ninja tool pouch and departed. Greeted at the threshold by members of the Uchiha clan. Lord Shinyu, we are fully prepared and ready to set forth at any moment. Observing the well-organized Uchiha clan members before him, Shinyu nodded appreciatively. I am grateful for the support of the Uchiha clan. I believe that soon we shall usher in true peace. Thus, Shinyu led a formidable group of Uchiha capable of wielding Susanoo toward the borders of Hai no Kuni. While the ninja world anxiously awaited the unfolding of events, I will first attempt to negotiate with them. If we cannot reach an agreement, we shall deploy our forces. I truly wish to avoid conflict, as not long ago we were allies in the same trench. Shinyu was indeed reluctant to engage in warfare, as the expansion of Hai no Kuni's territory had gradually instilled in him a sense of helplessness. It could be said that the current expanse of Hai no Kuni was at the utmost limit of what Shinyu could manage. And this was only possible due to the assistance of Shao Nan and others. Without them, he would surely be overwhelmed. Yes, the Uchiha clan members had always unquestioningly followed Shinyu's orders. After all, their clan had nearly faced annihilation in the past. And had it not been for Shinyu's timely aid, the Uchiha clan might have long been extinguished. Upon arriving at the border, Shinyu indeed saw two armies of ninjas stationed not far away. Their attire revealed them to be from Iwa no Sato and Kiri no Sato. Do not engage yet. I believe we can converse. I am Kazekage Shinyu of Konoha. To prevent any misunderstandings, Shinyu called out his name first. Shinyu, it is said that the retrieval of the tailed beasts was your proposal. What exactly does Konoha intend to achieve? Soon, Terumi Mei appeared before Shinyu. After 2 years, she remained as beautiful as ever, exuding an aura of mature charm. Hee, Water Shadow Sister, it has been a while. Noticing that Terumi Mei had arrived empty-handed, Shinyu hurriedly complimented her. You are as lovely as ever, not a trace of aging in these 2 years. My dear little brother Shinyu, you have certainly become quite the flatterer, but mere words alone will not suffice to secure the tailed beasts. Although Terumi Mei did not relent, it was undeniable that Shinyu's flattery pleased her, and the atmosphere softened considerably. Shinyu, can you explain to this old man why Konoha seeks to reclaim the tailed beasts? If you cannot provide a reasonable justification, I assure you, I will not hand over the tailed beasts, even if it means a fight to the bitter end. At this moment, Onoki also flew into view, and from his tone, Shinyu could clearly sense that Onoki's mood was far from favorable. However, in the face of the two Kage's inquiries, Shinyu merely smiled faintly and uttered a response that left them both utterly astonished. Gentlemen, the reason I require the tailed beasts is to resurrect our former foe, Kaguya. Chapter 161. You decide how to proceed, little brother Shinyu. You must be jesting. Terumi Mei sought to discern any hint of jest in Shinyu's gaze. Yet no matter how she scrutinized his expression, she detected only seriousness. This indicated that Shinyu was indeed earnest about resurrecting Kaguya. Shinyu, Kaguya was once our common adversary. The peace we currently enjoy is a result of her demise, which restored normalcy. Onoki, standing nearby, also expressed his perspective, clearly perplexed by the notion of resurrecting Kagaya. Gentlemen, I understand your skepticism regarding my intentions. However, just 2 years ago, we fought side by side, which is why I am compelled to consider the future in this manner. Shinyu was acutely aware that the two Kage before him would find it hard to believe his words. After all, who would willingly resurrect their adversary? Moreover, reclaiming the tailed beasts that had previously been distributed would not sit well with anyone. Kagaya is not merely an individual, she belongs to a clan. She was sent to guard the chakra fruit on our planet, meaning she has countless formidable kin behind her. This is also the reason I urgently seek information about the Otsutsuki clan. At Shinyu's explanation, both Terumi Mei and Anoki were taken aback. One Kagaya was already enough to trouble them. Now Shinyu was implying that she belonged to a clan. Then we are surely doomed. Terumi Mei's mood darkened considerably, as being powerless before the Otsutsuki clan was something that typically proud Terumi Mei found hard to bear. However, Shinyu, even if you locate the Otsutsuki clan, what can you possibly do? If each of them possesses strength surpassing Kagaya, how could you contend with them? In the face of peril, it was the elder Anoki who remained more rational and composed. To his inquiry, Shinyu was not without preparation. Lord Tsuchikage, your age and experience far exceed mine. Thus you should comprehend the significance of this matter for our entire ninja world. While Kagaya's power is indeed formidable, I was the one who defeated her. And my strength has since grown. I certainly do not fear the Otsutsuki clan now. Noticing Anoki's lingering skepticism, Shinyu continued, at the very least, by locating them, we have gained the initiative. Otherwise, we might forever live in their shadow of fear. Therefore, I implore you to grant me the opportunity to prove my convictions. Hearing Shinyu's words, Anoki sighed helplessly and self-deprecatingly remarked, perhaps I have truly aged, for I cannot perceive matters as clearly as you do. Truth be told, without you, Shinyu, we might never have come to know of this issue, nor would we have taken precautions in advance. Observing Anoki's changing attitude, Shinyu hastily pressed on. Lord Tsuchikage, I trust you have noted the current developmental trends of Konoha. To be frank, had it not been to avert war, we could have seized the tailed beasts like the Akatsuki. The reason for informing you beforehand is to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. At this juncture, Terumi may seem to grasp the situation as well, promptly inquiring, if we were to surrender all the tailed beasts to Konoha, would we not be directly leading the source to Konoha? If I recall correctly, Kagaya's resurrection is contingent upon gathering the power of the tailed beasts to cultivate the divine tree. Indeed, Shinyu replied candidly. Once we in Konoha gather the tailed beasts anew, it signifies that we shall be the first to face an assault from the Otsutsuki clan, as they are a race that does not require training, instead enhancing their power through consumption of chakra fruits. Sigh. Terumi Mei sighed, gazing at Shinyu. Shinyu, it is rare for you to possess such foresight for the entire ninja world. Perhaps we have misjudged you. With that, Terumi Mei waved her hand toward the troops behind her, signaling the retreat they had agreed upon prior to their departure. In that case, I shall withdraw my forces as well, for now is not the time for civil strife. Observing Terumi Mei's order to retreat, Anoki also gently floated into the air, signaling a withdrawal to the Iwa no Sato troops. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the people of Konoha. When Shinyu observed the two generals hastily withdrawing their troops, he seized the opportunity to express his gratitude. I knew that both of you would comprehend my intentions. Therefore, I represent the ninjas of Konoha in thanking you for averting a bloodshed. However, what Shinyu did not anticipate was that his flattery would inadvertently land him in a precarious situation. In fact, I believe it is I who ought to express my thanks on behalf of the people of Awagakure. Anoki scoffed, a hint of resignation in his tone as he remarked, You do not genuinely believe that I have grown so senile as to lack discernment, do you? The ninjas of Konoha grow stronger by the day. You cannot truly think I am unaware of this. Faced with Anoki's inquiry, Shinyu momentarily felt a sense of awkwardness, caught in a silence, unsure of how to respond. The current Chunin of Konoha possess physical prowess comparable to that of our Jonin in Awagakure. Even if we were to vehemently oppose the transfer of the tailed beasts to you, the might of Konoha's forces would be insurmountable. The reason I brought my troops here was to discern why Konoha is so desperately in need of the tailed beasts. Of course, while Anoki articulated this, he was also seeking a graceful exit from the conversation. Konoha's overwhelming strength had instilled a sense of powerlessness in him. Although he possessed dust release, how many could he truly vanquish? It appears that you are not as I had imagined. One does not covet the resources of other nations simply because one's own power has grown. Thus, Shinyu, I shall indeed transfer the tailed beasts to Konoha in due time. As for other matters, handle them as you see fit. I have aged, and it is time to pass my position to a more suitable successor. With Inoki's declaration, Terumi Mei, whose strength pales in comparison to Inoki's, naturally agreed to surrender the tailed beasts to Konoha, thus averting what could have been an imminent conflict through Shunyu's negotiations. Observing the departing figures of the two nations' armies, Shinyu could not help but feel that everything had transpired rather smoothly, and for a moment, he reveled in his eloquence. Yet, he understood that this was merely the first step. The true pivotal issue lay with the figure on the moon. Now, only the arrival of Otsutsuki Shoten remained. Chapter 162, Brotherhood Reconciliation. The land of earth and the land of water have indeed proven to be trustworthy. Within a week, they successfully transferred all the tailed beasts to Konoha. As for the land of wind, since the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, it has become entirely subservient to the land of fire. Now that the elder brother desires the younger brother's tailed beasts, the land of wind naturally does not dare to refuse. Thus, Konoha has gathered all the tailed beasts, and now only the arrival of Otsutsuki Shoten remains. As of now, Shinyu was still somewhat at a loss, following the prophecy of the great sage frog step by step. It seems that Otsutsuki Shoten will not descend for another year. Gazing at the moon, Shinyu pondered his next course of action. In truth, he was almost inclined to rush to the moon and inquire of Otsutsuki Shoten how to resurrect Kaguya. Yet, he ultimately dismissed this notion. For Otsutsuki Shoten was known for his arrogance and pride, and it was likely he would choose not to answer such inquiries. Thus, it was best to await Naruto's intervention. Of course, over the past year, Shinyu had not been idle. Orochimaru's laboratory had progressed rapidly, and the industrial zone had already produced the necessary spacecraft for space travel. As for the missiles, Orochimaru was confident of their successful development within 3 years. It could be said that in the future, the Otsutsuki clan would face not merely absorbable chakra, but rather bombs powered by chakra. Shinyu was confident that he would prepare a pot of broth for the Otsutsuki clan, simmered from steel. However, amidst all these developments, Shinyu found himself increasingly troubled by his relationship with Naruto. Although they were brothers, it seemed their bond was fraying. Since the previous incident, Shinyu felt that Naruto had grown distant, and this feeling was profoundly unsettling. One day, Shinyu happened upon Naruto training diligently on the training grounds, and ultimately, he resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with him. With this in mind, Shinyu approached Naruto and asked, "Naruto, how have you been during this time?" Shinyu was indeed quite troubled. Ever since he had executed the higher-ups of Konoha, Naruto had treated him with indifference. Naturally, Shinyu recognized that he bore responsibility for Naruto's current demeanor, as it was his actions that had led to this estrangement. "I am still striving toward my goal of becoming Hokage," Naruto replied, maintaining a facade of determination. Undoubtedly, Naruto did not outwardly reveal his emotions. Yet he had been working hard. The Naruto of today was no longer the child he once was. He now understood why Shinyu had acted as he did. However, his pride prevented him from admitting that Shunyu's actions had been justified. "That is good to hear. In truth, I have been somewhat hesitant to meet you since that incident." Shinyu seized the opportunity to acknowledge his past misjudgments. Yet, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, in reality, it is I who should apologize to you." Upon hearing Naruto address him as brother, Shinyu was taken aback. In his recollection, Naruto had never referred to him in such a manner, always calling him by his name instead. On that day, both the perverted sage and Irika-sensei informed me of the entire situation. It was then that I realized you had been clearing obstacles from my path to becoming Hokage. With a self-deprecating smile, Naruto continued, "Indeed, as you said, I have been too kind-hearted, perhaps to the point of failing to discern right from wrong." Observing Naruto in this state, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Later, Sasuke spoke to me about this matter, providing me with an example that enlightened me. With that, Naruto retrieved a thorn-covered stick from the bushes. At that moment, Sasuke had found a stick just like this one and urged me to grip it tightly. I knew full well that doing so would result in my hand being pierced, and I resolutely refused to do so. Hearing Naruto's account, Shinyu could not help but feel a sense of familiarity with the story. It reminded him of the tale of Zhu Yuanzhang teaching his son in his own world. Nevertheless, Shinyu cautiously inquired, "And then?" Then Sasuke took the stick from my hand, and as I watched his hand bleed, I instinctively wanted to call Sakura to treat him. But Sasuke then uttered a phrase that made me realize everything. As Shinyu listened, he felt a growing sense of admiration for Sasuke. What a perceptive individual he was. Clearing his throat to alleviate his embarrassment, Shinyu scratched his head and said, "It wasn't as exaggerated as Sasuke claimed. However, witnessing your expression during that time genuinely pained me." Yet, undeterred by Shinyu's attempts to deflect, Naruto earnestly replied, "Brother, thank you for all your efforts over the years. It was my ignorance." Enough of that. We are brothers. What grievances could there be? Shinyu felt a bit embarrassed at Naruto's formality. In truth, Mingren, your brother has long harbored a wish that your relationship with Hua Tian could progress further. Are you not aware that Hua Tian has always held affections for you? However, Mingren appeared utterly perplexed and inquired, "Brother, does Hua Tian really like me?" I had no inkling of this. Upon hearing Mingren's confusion, Shinyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words and could only muster, "Of course she likes you. Cannot you spend more time with her and get to know her better?" "All right, I will heed your advice and seek out Hua Tian now." Whether Mingren genuinely cherished Hua Tian remained a mystery to Shinyu, yet he was aware that Mingren's feelings for Sakura had faded, especially now that Sasuke had taken Sakura home to meet his family. Faced with this irrevocable situation, Mingren had no choice but to relinquish his past affections. This lad ought to mature. Watching Mingren's departing figure, Shinyu silently retrieved the potion given to him by Orochimaru, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. Chapter 163. The arrival of Detomoku. Shinyu listened to the sounds emanating from within the room and exhaled a sigh of relief. It must be said that despite the passage of time, that fellow Mingren remained as vigorous as ever, which greatly eased Shinyu's concerns as an elder brother. Observing the powder in his hand, Shinyu couldn't help but muse. I did not expect Orochimaru to remain as reliable as ever in his research on potions. The commotion inside the room soon attracted Tian Tian, who was in the adjacent chamber. Hearing the familiar creaks from Mingren's room and witnessing Shinyu's mischievous grin outside the door, she quickly grasped what was unfolding. "I must say, you are quite excessive. Is this how a brother should behave?" Upon hearing Tian Tian's complaint, Shinyu, holding the remaining potion powder, chuckled and replied, "You simply do not understand. This is a brother's duty. Otherwise, one cannot expect Mingren to take the initiative to express his feelings to Hua Tian until the critical moment arrives." Listening to Shinyu's flimsy justifications, Tian Tian wore an expression of resignation and asked, "So, what should we do now? Do you expect me to accompany you in eavesdropping?" Hee. Noticing Shinyu's mischievous demeanor, Tian Tian felt a twinge of foreboding. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from doing so in broad daylight. "Are you planning to compete with your brother?" Seeing Shinyu nod, Tian Tian promptly fled, departing from the house like the wind. She actually ran away. Watching Tian Tian bolt for the door, Shinyu made no attempt to stop her, yet he understood from the sounds within that Mingren was unlikely to finish so soon. Ultimately, out of sheer boredom, Shinyu decided to stroll around Konoha village, as the arrival of Detomoku was imminent. He wondered when Kakashi and Shizune would tie the knot. The mere thought of it led Shinyu to ponder the peculiar pair. They seemed inseparable, yet remained unwed. However, he dismissed his musings, for he too was on the verge of marrying Tian Tian and realized he ought to acquire new attire for himself, as well as prepare jewelry for his bride. After all, Tian Tian was the daughter of a wealthy family, and the thought of this matter gave Shinyu a headache. What if I were to craft a gemstone from the skull of the Otsutsuki clan to present to Tian Tian? The image of a soldier from a beautiful nation slaying an enemy and sending the skull to his girlfriend, complete with signatures from comrades, flickered in Shinyu's mind. Never mind that. Ultimately, Shinyu abandoned the notion, as it felt far too morbid. Of course, for a girl like Tian Tian, who relished wielding weapons, the tools of the six paths would be the most fitting choice. Yet, to this day, he had yet to locate the banana fan and the purple gold gourd, leaving him somewhat disappointed. In the end, Shinyu had no choice but to wander into a jewelry store in Konoha village, hoping to find some rare diamonds or jewels to purchase, as girls indeed have a penchant for sparkling things. Hurry to find Lord Hokage. Just as Shinyu ambled through the streets, two gusts of wind rushed past him. Turning his head, he discovered that they were clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan. This sight reminded Shinyu that the time for Detomoku's arrival was approaching. Yet he could not fathom why, despite having arranged a strong guard for the Hyuga clan, they still faced calamity. "Wrap this lot up and send it to the Uchiha clan for billing," stating it is a purchase by Bofeng Shinyu. At this point, Shinyu was no longer inclined to continue browsing and pointed directly to a collection of jewels, opting for a straightforward purchase. Before departing, he produced his flying thunder god kunai and handed it to the clerk. If the Uchiha clan does not believe you, show them this kunai. Without waiting for the clerk's response, Shinyu rose and pursued the two Hyuga clan members, vanishing before the clerk's eyes. Manager, is this reliable? The clerk, holding the kunai Shinyu had given him, looked at his manager with confusion, saying, "That fellow named Shun, you just ordered all items from this counter to be wrapped up. What do you think?" Faced with the clerk's inquiry, the manager cast a bewildered glance at him. Bofeng Shinyu was a significant figure in the Land of Fire, essentially the de facto ruler. It was baffling that this clerk did not recognize him. "Are you not from the Land of Fire?" The manager's words left the clerk feeling perplexed. He had only recently joined the ranks of the refugees in the Land of Fire and was not well acquainted with its affairs. "Isn't Shinyu a ninja?" Observing the clerk's dazed expression, the manager sighed inwardly, realizing this individual was truly hopeless. At that moment, Shinyu had caught up with the two members of the Hyuga clan and learned from them of Hanabi's abduction. "Lord Shinyu, let us hasten to meet Lord Hokage." Just as Shinyu was about to agree, he suddenly recalled that Mingren and Huatian were still at home. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly utilized the flying thunder god to return to his residence. However, he was too late. His home lay in ruins, demolished by Datomoku. Mingren and Huatian stood amidst the wreckage, facing Datomoku, "My princess with the Byakugan." In stark contrast to Mingren and Huatian's embarrassment, Datomoku appeared incredulous. Gazing at Huatian, who was cowering in a corner with a blanket, muttering incessantly, "My princess is no longer pure." Seeing Datomoku in such disarray nearly brought Shinyu to laughter. Were it not for the fact that Datomoku was on the brink of an explosive rage, Shinyu might have been tempted to drag him to the market in Konoha to buy a green hat. However, at that moment, Mingren remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only aware that he and Huatian were enjoying each other's company when suddenly the house collapsed, revealing this peculiar figure before them, who seemed utterly shattered upon seeing Huatian. "Hey, who are you to be so rude?" Mingren, in a similarly disheveled state, awkwardly donned his shorts and indignantly questioned Datomoku. "Who are you, and why have you disrupted my moments with Huatian?" Mingren's inquiry jolted Datomoku from his stupor. He steadied himself, casting a cold gaze at Mingren, and declared, "I am Otsutsuki Datomoku. Today was meant to be the day I took my princess back to wed her, but I never anticipated that a lowly peasant like you would spoil my plans." With that, a surge of formidable chakra erupted from Datomoku, stirring up the dust on the ground around him. In an instant, he appeared as a deity of war, completely overpowering Mingren with his aura. The individual known as Shirin slowly raised his left hand, pointing at Mingren, proclaiming, "Thus, I demand your demise." Chapter 164, The Battle Between Rivals. Such nonsense. Since you are called Datonmu Shiran, you must undoubtedly belong to the Datonmu clan. At this moment, Mingren had also donned his attire, and despite Shiren's aggressive demeanor, he stood undaunted, directly activating his Nine-Tails chakra mode, stating, "In that case, I shall take action to teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Mingren charged toward Shiren, determined to impart a lesson to this ungrateful individual, especially with his brother watching over him. How naive. Upon facing Mingren's furious strike, Shiren merely smiled slightly, evading the attack with a sidestep, and swiftly aimed a kick at Mingren's abdomen. Boom. Mingren was sent flying, crashing against the nearby wall. Indeed, what a commoner. I never imagined you would violate the purity of my princess. Witnessing Mingren being sent flying by his kick, Shiren felt even more humiliated. How could he accept such disgrace, that a weakling like this had taken away his betrothed? However, before Shiren could utter another word, he felt as if his body was uncontrollably propelled forward, followed by an intense pain radiating from his back. "What the hell are you saying? Who are you calling a commoner?" Without a doubt, this was the doing of Shinyu. Initially, Shinyu had no intention of intervening. Rather, he wished to grant Mingren an opportunity to hone his skills. Yet, Shiren's provocations were too infuriating, constantly uttering commoner again and again. And in a moment of exasperation, Shinyu delivered a kick to Shiren. Cough. Someone actually managed to kick me. Shiren, getting back on his feet, was filled with disbelief. He was quite confident in his strength. Otherwise, he would not have boasted about wanting to annihilate the earth. Yet, unexpectedly, he was sent flying by the very person before him in a mere exchange. Boy, your strength is commendable, but a commoner will always be a commoner. Such an attack I will not. Shiren's statement was abruptly cut off as Shunyu vanished once more, and once again, immense force struck his back. Boom. Shiren's body was slammed against the wall again, but this time, the force of Shunyu's kick was even greater. Cough. This time, Shiren found it far more challenging to rise, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How does it feel now? Shinyu, arms crossed, observed Shiren struggle to stand. If looks could kill, Shinyu would have relished the opportunity to dismember Shiren. Brother, leave this to me. At that moment, Ming-Ren returned to the battlefield, witnessing Shiren's efforts to rise, and he could not help but marvel at Shunyu's formidable strength. Ming-Ren had already gauged Shiren's capabilities in their earlier encounter, yet Shunyu's effortless handling of him left Ming-Ren in awe of the disparity in their strengths. All right, this is your rival, so I shall refrain from intervening. I trust you to handle him, just do not kill him. After advising Ming-Ren, Shinyu turned his attention back to the newly rising Shiren, saying, Boy, I know your target is Hinata, which makes you a rival to my brother. I will not interfere in your battle, but if your mouth remains as foul as it is, I shall sever your tongue. Following this declaration, Shinyu found a sturdy tree, seated himself upon its trunk, and observed their every move. Do not mind me. You two continue. Seeing both individuals glance at him, Shinyu hurriedly urged, Please, carry on. I will not assist either of you. In the face of this scene, Shiren was bewildered. The formidable figure before him was the brother of that commoner. Why did he not aid his sibling? Shiren could not comprehend, yet seeing Shunyu's demeanor, he sensed no intention of assistance and cautiously approached Ming-Ren. It seems these two are rather evenly matched, Shinyu remarked as he watched the two engage in several exchanges. However, both Shiren and Ming-Ren were currently relying solely on physical combat and refraining from utilizing ninjutsu. Ming-Ren was determined not to devastate Konoha village, while Shiren was hesitant to unleash large-scale destructive techniques in the presence of the imposing figure above. This time, it appears I must retreat to the moon, at worst. I shall return once I have merged with the transmigration eye. At this moment, Shiren resolved to withdraw, contemplating a longer-term strategy. I shall undoubtedly return. After a final skirmish with Ming-Ren, Shiren vanished, leaving behind a bewildered Ming-Ren and Hinata, who was still trembling in the corner, clutching her blanket. Hinata, are you all right? Seeing the enemy retreat, Ming-Ren hurried to Hinata's side, but her clothing lay buried beneath the rubble. In response to Ming-Ren's concern, she could only timidly request, Ming-Ren-kun, could you please help me find my clothes? Meanwhile, Shinyu, watching from the tree, deduced Shiren's intentions upon witnessing his retreat. This fellow would not easily abandon his ambition to destroy the earth. He likely retreated to the moon to acquire Hanabi's eyes for merging. With this thought, Shinyu departed, intending to discuss his plans with Ming-Ren after Hinata changed her clothes. Thus, a battle that was meant to be intensely fierce concluded under Shunyu's intervention, leaving him with nothing but a home reduced to ruins. Chapter 165, Setting Off Towards the Moon. Gazing at the ruins of his home, Shinyu was almost brought to tears. Regarding Shiren's arrival, Shinyu had to admit he had underestimated the situation. Otherwise, he would never have allowed Ming-Ren and Hinata to visit his home. In truth, Shinyu recognized that Shiren's destruction of his home was largely an act of revenge, as Shiren had clearly seen his precious Byakugan princess compromised. Lord Shinyu, are you unharmed? Just as Shinyu contemplated how to proceed amidst the ruins, a member of the Umbu appeared before him. I am fine, but my home is not, Shinyu replied, his expression conveying indignation. The Umbu, sensing Shunyu's discontent, struggled to find words and merely conveyed Kakashi's orders. Lord Shinyu, the 6th Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage office to discuss the kidnapping of Hyuga Hanabi. All right, I understand. I shall go at once. Shinyu nodded in response to the Umbu, feeling quite frustrated, yet he refrained from unleashing his anger on the innocent Umbu member. However, he found Kakashi's behavior thoroughly exasperating. This was not the first time. Whenever Konoha faced a crisis, he was invariably the first to be notified, ultimately leading to him managing the situation while Kakashi reaped the benefits. Am I a superhero or something? Despite his grievances, Shinyu tidied the ruins before making his way to the Hokage office. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Shizune seated in Kakashi's embrace. As Shinyu entered unannounced, Kakashi, startled, stood up abruptly. Blushing, Jing-In hastily fled the scene, leaving Kakashi alone to face Shinyu. Shinyu, how did you arrive so swiftly? Kakashi awkwardly inquired, gazing at Shinyu. Observing Kakashi's demeanor, Shinyu could not suppress a cold laugh and casually slouched onto the sofa, nonchalantly regarding the visibly embarrassed Kakashi. Kakashi, the illustrious sixth Hokage, had a rather unconventional approach to work that Shinyu found utterly novel. It appeared that having a woman seated upon him indeed enhanced his productivity. Shinyu took note of this. Although Kakashi perceived Shinyu's dissatisfaction, he maintained a cheerful facade, replying, "Oh, Shinyu, you are mistaken. It is precisely because I have a ninja of your caliber that I can rest easy. Should you find my governance unsatisfactory, you are welcome to replace me as Hokage at any time." Upon hearing Kakashi propose relinquishing his position, Shinyu quickly waved him off, saying, "Enough of that. My family's daily affairs do not warrant such audacity. My efficiency pales in comparison to that of the esteemed sixth Hokage." With that, Shinyu idly twirled a shuriken on the sofa, and an awkward silence enveloped the office. "Shinyu," Kakashi eventually broke the silence after a prolonged pause. "Are you aware that the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader has been abducted? It is said that the kidnapper possesses formidable strength and hails from the Otsutsuki clan." Shinyu, seemingly unfazed by Kakashi's revelation, continued to twirl the shuriken, responding, "I am aware. I have even crossed blades with him. However, he is no match for me." Kakashi, upon hearing Shinyu's assertion, was nearly propelled from his chair in excitement. "Is that true? Shinyu, then I shall entrust this matter to you." Witnessing Kakashi's lack of composure, Shinyu was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he decided to tease him. "Do not delegate this to me. I am currently incapacitated due to a foot injury I sustained during morning practice. After our recent encounter, my condition has worsened, so I do not intend to undertake any missions for the time being." Undoubtedly, Shinyu's words were merely a means to placate Kakashi. Faced with Shinyu's insistence, Kakashi felt powerless and continued to wear a forced smile, saying, "Shinyu, I can arrange for a medical ninja from the healing corps to attend to your injury. In fact," he lowered his voice significantly, "I can ensure that all the medical ninjas are beautiful women." Kakashi's eyes glinted with a mischievousness that suggested he was projecting his own desires onto Shinyu's predicament. "That is entirely unnecessary," Shinyu retorted, casting a disparaging glance at Kakashi. "As the sixth Hokage, how can you always resort to seeking my assistance whenever an issue arises? Both Naruto and Sasuke are formidable ninjas in their own right and have inherited the Sage of Six Paths legacy. They could easily handle such matters." However, Kakashi, as if he had seen through Shinyu's reasoning, chuckled and replied, "Ahem, Shinyu, I am well aware that Naruto can at best hold his own against Forlorn, but you are different. It is said that you have consistently dominated him." Shinyu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you spying on me?" Seeing Shinyu's astonished reaction, Kakashi assumed a sage-like demeanor, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "What do you mean by spying? Matters concerning the Hokage cannot be termed as such." He then hurriedly recounted how villagers had mentioned seeing them, how the Umbu had observed during their patrols, and how the interrogation unit had monitored nearby wildlife, causing Shinyu to chuckle at Kakashi's flustered state. "Enough with the explanations. Kakashi, just tell me what you wish to do," Shinyu finally conceded, realizing that the matter might indeed require his direct intervention. After all, he needed to extract secrets from Forlorn about how to resurrect Kaguya. He was determined to venture to his stronghold and rescue Hinata Hanabi. Relieved by Shinyu's decision to ease his burdens, Kakashi sighed. "Shinyu, I entrust everything to you. You may select any personnel from the village for this mission." Pleased by Kakashi's words, Shinyu nodded and stated, "Very well, I shall take Naruto and Sasuke. As for the mission's location, it will be the moon. I will need 2 days to prepare." Shinyu's preparations pertained to the logistics of reaching the moon. While the original narrative contained accounts of how Naruto and the others arrived at Shorin's domain, Shinyu aspired to transport Naruto and Sasuke directly from Earth to the moon. "Very well, then all will be entrusted to you," Kakashi replied, his expression filled with anticipation. Shinyu, unfriendly yet resolute, offered Kakashi an international gesture before departing the Hokage's office. He summoned the Umbu to gather Naruto and Sasuke to stand by in the village while he rode the mechanical Tyrannosaurus to Orochimaru's industrial complex. This was Shinyu's secondary objective, to assess whether Orochimaru was prepared for the impending war, as the trip to the moon would serve as a test of Orochimaru's latest spacecraft. 3 days later, a colossal unidentified flying object loomed over Konoha. As the villagers gawked at the imposing spectacle, Shinyu boldly opened the hatch and leaped out. "It's Lord Shinyu," some exclaimed. "What is this enormous contraption? I've never seen anything like it before." As expected of Lord Shinyu, his entrance is so distinctive. I adore him, undoubtedly. Upon seeing Shinyu descend from the spacecraft, the villagers lowered their guards and began their enthusiastic chatter, with several daring young women shouting their intentions to marry Shinyu. This raucous crowd is truly overwhelming, Shinyu thought, regretting his decision to land the spacecraft in Konoha. However, having arrived, there was no point in retreating. The priority was to swiftly locate Naruto and Sasuke and embark for the moon. Yet, Shinyu underestimated Naruto and Sasuke's curiosity. They had already emerged to witness the commotion. Naturally, Shinyu understood that their concern stemmed from a fear that the spacecraft might pose a threat to Konoha. "Shinyu, we've arrived. What shall we do next?" In an instant, Sasuke and Naruto appeared before Shinyu, but he noticed an oddly unnatural expression on Sasuke's face. "Follow me," Shinyu instructed, currently too preoccupied to ponder Sasuke's peculiar demeanor. His focus was on swiftly departing Konoha with Naruto and Sasuke. Understood. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances before following Shinyu aboard the enormous, unidentified flying object. As the engine roared to life, the spacecraft ascended rapidly, vanishing into the sky. "Where are we going?" Sasuke inquired, pressed against the window, watching the ground below shrink away. Even as the reincarnation of Indra, he felt a twinge of fear. "Do not worry. We are merely heading to the moon to confront the one who abducted Hinata Hanabi. This is the fastest route," Shinyu clarified. "Ah, I see." Sasuke considered Shinyu's explanation, nodding thoughtfully. However, after some time, his expression became tense again, occasionally stealing glances at Shinyu. Sasuke, is there something on your mind?" Shinyu noted Sasuke's discomfort, sensing that it was somehow related to himself. However, Shinyu pondered for a while without arriving at a conclusion and ultimately decided to inquire with Sasuke. Upon hearing Shinyu's question directed at him, Sasuke contemplated for a moment before resolutely asking, "Shinyu, I simply wish to know when you will repay us for the money spent on the jewelry." Sasuke's voice grew increasingly faint, until he could barely hear it himself. In truth, Shinyu had rescued the Uchiha clan and aided them in establishing their reputation within the village, a matter that Sasuke should not have broached. Unfortunately, the extravagant jewelry that Shinyu selected was so costly that the Uchiha clan had to pool their personal savings just to afford it. Sasuke could not comprehend Shinyu's intentions. Even when Sakura explained the reasoning to him, he, as a man struggling with his own biases, remained perplexed. After all, he had seen Sakura's hands, which bore only 10 fingers, yet he could not fathom why Shinyu had chosen nearly 20 rings. So that was the issue. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Shinyu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and quickly reassured him, "Do not worry, once we return, I will personally ensure the repayment to your Uchiha clan. I have been exceedingly busy lately and completely forgot about this matter." With Shinyu's nonchalance, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, the group continued their journey through the cosmos, gradually feeling the sensation of weightlessness as they distanced themselves from Earth. How astonishing! Experiencing his body become countless times lighter, Naruto's playful spirit surged, and he began to float effortlessly within the cabin, alternately mimicking the dust release of Tsuchika Jinoki and the almighty push of pain. This childlike behavior left Shinyu and Sasuke somewhat speechless, considering Naruto's age and his unyielding penchant for playfulness. "All right, let us don our gear. We are about to land." Eventually, the group arrived at the lunar surface, and as the spacecraft's landing gear descended, it settled steadily upon the lunar terrain. With a creak, the door opened, and Shinyu and his companions, fully equipped, disembarked from the spacecraft, promptly beginning to survey the lunar environment. However, this examination revealed that the moon in this world was utterly unlike that of Shinyu's original realm. Most perplexing to him was the fact that this world's moon possessed an atmosphere, and indeed, the entire universe was suffused with air. The reason for Shinyu's discovery stemmed from Naruto's mischievousness. Originally intending to teach Naruto a lesson, Shinyu refrained from stopping him from removing his helmet, hoping to let him learn the hard way. However, to Shinyu's astonishment, Naruto was able to breathe freely on the moon. "All right, we must seek out Shiren." Observing Naruto's intent to excavate soil to take back, Shinyu promptly intervened. emphasizing that their primary objective was to defeat Shirin and extract information on how to lift Kagaya's seal. As for soil collection, there were personnel from Orochimaru aboard the spacecraft responsible for that task, rendering their involvement unnecessary. Thus, Naruto reluctantly abandoned the rocks he had gathered, being escorted away by Shunyu and Sasuke on either side. Meanwhile, within his fortress, Shirin sensed the commotion and his gaze filled with renewed fury. These insolent peasants dare to return. They shall not escape my wrath. He then turned to the now eyeless Hanabi, increasingly satisfied with his observation, pondering. It seems this girl could serve as my princess. If necessary, I can simply use her sister's eyes. Chapter 167. Shirin's cowardice. Given that Shunyu and his companions had reached a formidable level of strength, the once vast moon seemed insignificant to them. Soon, they discovered Shirin's fortress. Sasuke, let him hear a sound. Upon receiving Shinyu's command, Sasuke unhesitatingly summoned his Susanu's half-formed state, drawing his bow into a crescent shape and aiming it at the fortress doors. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. As the arrow was released, a black arrow imbued with Amaterasu shot toward the gates of Shirin's fortress, striking the door with unerring precision. Boom! With a resounding crash, the seemingly indestructible door crumbled under Sasuke's assault like mere parchment. The black arrow did not vanish immediately but clung to other structures, igniting them in flames. To their surprise, rather than Shirin emerging from the fortress, a horde of puppets poured forth. They truly underestimate us. Sasuke, observing the overwhelming army of puppets, activated Susanu's complete form, and the towering figure clad in black armor brandished its colossal blade, annihilating the puppet legion. Well done. Whether it was witnessing his friend Sasuke's display of power or the fact that Shirin had previously thwarted his plans, Naruto clapped in admiration. Shinyu found Naruto's enthusiasm somewhat amusing, yet he understood that Naruto was not far behind Sasuke in capability, especially as this was a pivotal moment that could determine Naruto's future. If Hanabi could not be rescued, the Hyuga clan would likely oppose Hinata's betrothal to Naruto. Naruto, let us proceed to confront that individual named Shirin. With the path ahead now clear, Shinyu urged Naruto to follow Sasuke swiftly in their quest to find Shirin. Just as Shinyu was about to enter and search for Shirin, a figure clad in a white robe emerged slowly from the fortress. I never expected you fools to be so foolish as to provoke me. Do you truly believe I unleashed my full power last time? Shinyu gazed at Shirin, who emanated a haunting green glow from his eyes, indicating that he had fused with Hanabi's Byakugan and successfully evolved his sight into the Rinnegan. What? Was the last beating insufficient? Hurry and hand over Hanabi. At this moment, Naruto was too preoccupied to ponder the color of Shirin's eyes. He solely wished for Shirin to surrender the kidnapped Hanabi. What? The Princess Hinata has already been tainted by you. Is that not enough? Shirin, seeing Naruto once more, felt his anger surge. Now, he firmly believed that not only were his eyes green, but his head was also awash with a green glow. Insolent wretch. You must understand that Hinata is the Byakugan princess I personally chose. She has been sullied by you, and thus Hanabi shall become my new princess. As for you, you are no match for me. With that, Shirin charged at Naruto. How swift. In an instant, Naruto was sent flying by a single kick from Shirin. Undoubtedly, with the Rinnegan, Shirin's abilities and physical prowess had seen a significant enhancement. Naruto, seeing his comrade injured, Sasuke drew his kunai and lunged at Shirin. Yet Shirin's strength had now reached a level comparable to that of Naruto and Sasuke. With a mere sidestep, Shirin evaded Sasuke's attack. What? Sasuke, astonished that his strike had been dodged, felt disbelief wash over him. However, in the next moment, he was sent staggering back by a kick from Shirin. It seems your world is destined for destruction. You do not belong in this realm. With Naruto and Sasuke both at a disadvantage, Shirin's pride swelled. Yet soon after, he caught sight of the figure that instilled fear in him once again. He has arrived. Upon seeing Shunyu, a flicker of dread washed over Shirin. After all, the last time he descended upon Earth, it was this elder brother who had delivered 2 kicks to him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless to resist. Upon witnessing the lack of spirit in Shirin, Shinyu rolled his eyes and chuckled. You could choose to ignore me. I won't make a move. Just like last time. What do you say? Although this statement was intended to mock Shirin, the latter, now endowed with the power of the reincarnation eye, possessed a heightened sense of awareness. He distinctly felt that Shunyu remained an insurmountable being before him. Senior. What I said about destroying the earth was merely a jest. Please do not take it to heart. Observing Shiren's cowardly demeanor, Shinyu could only nod in resignation. Nonetheless, he addressed Shiran. I won't intervene for now, but I hope those two will have the opportunity to train. I want you to give it your all. As long as you don't kill them. Understood. Watching Shiren flip back into the sky, boasting to Naruto and Sasuke, Shinyu found the situation quite amusing. Indeed. Under Shiren's encouragement, Naruto and Sasuke began to fight side by side. And it was the first time Shinyu witnessed the perfect fusion of the Nine-Tails mode and Susanoo. Ultimately, after an intense battle, Naruto and Sasuke managed to subdue Shiren. Remembering Shinyu's words to keep him alive, they spared Shiren's life and brought him before Shinyu. Senior, how did I perform just now? Upon seeing Shinyu, Shiren was desperately trying to curry favor, completely shedding his earlier arrogance. This scene left Naruto and Sasuke bewildered, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Not bad, but Shiren, while I can spare your life, you must leave your Byakugan for me. Moreover, you cannot entertain any thoughts of harming the earth, regardless of my presence. Yes, I will certainly heed your advice, senior. At this moment, Shiren had completely abandoned the dignity of the Otsutsuki clan. All he desired now was to survive. The reason I am sparing your life is that I wish to inquire about something. Please, go ahead. Shiren exhibited a demeanor of complete openness, which greatly pleased Shinyu. I wish to resurrect the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya. Do you have any methods? Hearing Shinyu's inquiry, Shiren looked at him in astonishment. However, Shinyu's expression bore no hint of jest. It was filled with earnestness. Senior, I do not possess a method to resurrect Kagaya, but I can take you inside to search. We might find some clues. Upon hearing this, Shinyu silently rose from the ground and said, lead the way. Chapter 168. The method to resurrect Kagaya. Shinyu followed Shiren into the fortress, traversing one peculiar hall after another until they finally arrived in a room brimming with scrolls and ancient texts. Senior, these are the books left behind by my ancestors. As Shinyu gazed upon the dense collection of texts, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He then turned to Shiren, his meaning unmistakably clear. All right, I will find it for you. Shiren, adept at reading the room, hurriedly brought over a chair for Shinyu to sit upon and then began rummaging through the highest shelves for information. Observing Shiren, who was too fearful to even fly before him, Shinyu couldn't help but touch his face. Was he really that terrifying? He considered himself quite amiable. Thus, Shinyu sat idly on the stool as Shiren tirelessly searched for methods to resurrect Kagaya. After a considerable time, Shiren excitedly descended from the chair. Senior, I found it. This is how to resurrect Kagaya. As Shinyu examined the records within the book and glanced at Shiren, a spark of divine logic ignited in his mind. Shiren, if I am not mistaken, Kagaya is currently sealed within the moon, correct? If I were to simply cleave the moon in two, wouldn't that eliminate this tedious process? Hearing Shinyu's divine logic, Shiren's mouth twitched. After all, the moon was the home of their clan. If Shinyu were to destroy it, he would instantly become homeless. Senior, that moon is my home. Observing Shiren's timid demeanor, Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Fear not, I am not a husky. I won't demolish your home. I merely brought this up for discussion. Upon hearing Shinyu's explanation, Shiren finally breathed a sigh of relief. Resurrecting Kagaya requires your power, so you must accompany me to Earth. Shinyu continued to scrutinize the texts, glancing at the restless Shiren before adding, and remember to return Hanabi to Earth. As for her eyes, you must also return them to me. Of course, if you perform well, I will not make you waste your reincarnation eye. In truth, Shinyu's intention in saying this was to have Shiren act as a guardian for Earth. Should any member of the Otsutsuki clan descend, Shiren could initially confront them, allowing the people of Konoha to swiftly receive the news. As for the so-called reincarnation eye, Shinyu decided to leave that matter to the old Sao of the Orochimaru clan for cloning. Moreover, the activation of the Byakugan was significantly simpler than that of the Sharingan, with no complex evolutionary paths. It either activated or it did not, entirely devoid of any risks. Very well, I shall leave everything to you, senior. At this point, Shiren had completely shed any remnants of pride. Shinyu's presence had dealt him a heavy blow. It could be said that Shiren only wished to protect Earth, and now that he knew such a formidable entity existed within the realm he safeguarded, it brought him immense relief. Do not worry. Once Kagaya is resurrected, you will return to your moon. If you desire a wife, I can arrange that for you. Shinyu waved his hand grandiosely, bestowing upon Shirin a satellite. Thank you, senior. Faced with Shun Yu's arrangements, Shirin found no grounds for defiance. Especially given the generous conditions presented, how could he refuse? Prepare yourself, we are set to depart. Shinyu stored the book detailing the resurrection of Kaguya within his system space, and then left the room with Naruto and Sasuke. Is Shinyu really that powerful? He subdued the enemy that Naruto and I needed to combine forces to defeat, as if he were a mere subordinate. Sasuke's heart was undeniably filled with astonishment. While he was aware of Shinyu's strength, he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Everything that had just occurred was etched into his memory. As Sasuke turned his head, he noticed Naruto was also gazing at him, and in Naruto's eyes, he saw the burning spirit of battle. This experience was crucial for both his and Naruto's development. After all, they had achieved the perfect fusion of Susanoo and the Nine Tails against such a formidable opponent for the first time. Come on, what are you two doing over there? Shinyu turned to see Naruto and Sasuke gazing at each other with intense expressions. He was completely unaware that his previous display had thoroughly shocked both of them. He only sensed a hint of a purple aura in the air. Stop staring. If you wish to continue looking, you can do so slowly back on Earth. With that, Shinyu shot a warning glare at Sasuke, intending to caution him against harboring any designs on Naruto. He had painstakingly helped Naruto correct his path, and he certainly did not want it to be derailed again. Understood. Although Sasuke did not comprehend the reason behind Shinyu's glare, he obediently followed Shinyu back to Earth. A group of individuals returned to Konoha, delivering Hanabi into the hands of the Hyuga clan, and subsequently made their way to the Hokage's office. This time, Shinyu did not witness any glaringly inappropriate scenes. Undoubtedly, the previous sudden assault by Shinyu had left an indelible shadow on Kakashi. This individual is Shiran, a pivotal figure in the resurrection of Kaguya. Kakashi observed Shiran, who obediently resembled a loyal dog beside Shinyu, and found himself utterly bewildered, for just moments ago. This very person had kidnapped the future leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hanabi. Yet, in an instant, before Shinyu, this individual was inexplicably docile. Oh, what should we do? Kakashi refrained from lingering on his confusion and directly inquired about the method to resurrect Kaguya. Upon hearing Kakashi's question, Shinyu produced an ancient tome and held it aloft in front of Kakashi, stating, "This is the method for resurrecting Kaguya. Before proceeding, you must relocate the tailed beasts to a deserted area and subsequently acquire a white Zetsu as the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails." Observing Shinyu's composed demeanor, Kakashi nodded silently, affirming, "Understood, I shall make arrangements immediately." Chapter 169. The Resurrection of Kaguya. What are you planning to do? At that moment, a replicated white Zetsu gazed upon the assembly of Konoha's formidable ninjas, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Of course, the reason it had not yet succumbed to terror was that it was physically incapable of such an act. Do not be anxious. After all, you must realize that we preserved you for the sake of our research. Otherwise, you would not have so many brethren, would you? With that, Shinyu did not afford the white Zetsu any opportunity to react, placing his hand upon its chest. Release. Shinyu bellowed, and immediately, 9 golden chains erupted from the white Zetsu's chest, ensnaring the 10 tails, which had been reconstituted from 9-tailed beasts surrounding it. Merge. Shinyu's hands swiftly formed seals, and as the seals were completed, the golden chains from the white Zetsu's chest began to move, gradually drawing the 10 tails into its body. Well, now we shall observe the results. As the white Zetsu knelt on the ground, its expression twisted in agony, Shinyu quickly distanced the others. The white Zetsu had now become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Although the white Zetsu felt immense pain, it had to admit that this was indeed the most powerful state it had ever attained. For never before had a white Zetsu approached the power of the Sage of Six Paths, with a surge of expansion and contraction. A figure clad in the robes of the Sage of Six Paths gradually materialized before the assembly. It seems we have succeeded. Observing the Six Paths white Zetsu floating in midair, Shinyu realized that his experiment had achieved resounding success. The Six Paths white Zetsu quickly awakened, gazing at its transformed body and the gathering of Konoha ninjas, utterly incredulous that it had truly become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. However, in the next moment, the white Zetsu turned to flee, for even with its diminished intellect, it understood that this group of individuals had means to subdue it. Quite clever indeed. Watching as the white Zetsu darted 100 meters away, Shinyu was taken aback. He had expected the newly empowered white Zetsu to attack him, but to his astonishment, it chose to flee, lacking even the courage to attempt a counterattack. Naruto, Sasuke, intercept it. Understood. At that moment, Naruto still possessed nearly half of the Nine-Tails chakra. Swiftly entering the Nine-Tails mode, donning a set of purple Susanoo armor over the Nine-Tails. Do not even think of escaping. As the colossal Susanoo approached, the white Zetsu dared not resist, desperately accelerating its flight. However, it ultimately could not evade its fate of being recaptured to resurrect Kaguya. Shiren, it is your turn now. With the white Zetsu apprehended, Shinyu hastily beckoned Shiren to release the seal. Alright, senpai. Shiren swiftly formed seals, harnessing the power of the six paths white Zetsu to summon the divine tree once more. Sasuke, quickly utilize your Susanoo to protect everyone. Shinyu had anticipated that the white Zetsu would leverage the power of the divine tree to cast infinite Tsukuyomi upon those below, yet, to his disbelief, the white Zetsu outright refused. Ah, you are rather astute. Observing the white Zetsu deviating from the planned course of action, Shinyu could not help but curse, and subsequently exerted control over its body, compelling it to activate infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire land once more. Shiren, hurry. Our time is limited. Seeing that infinite Tsukuyomi had commenced, Shinyu urgently instructed Shiren to initiate the resurrection of Kaguya. This time, Shiren once again formed seals, inserting his hand into the white Zetsu's chest. Alright, that will suffice. Withdrawing his hand, Shiren swiftly distanced himself from the white Zetsu. Thereafter, the body of the white Zetsu began to swell once more. Undoubtedly, this was a white Zetsu that had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Although its lifespan was exceedingly brief, it was the first to attain the power of the Sage of Six Paths. As the expanding orb gradually shrank, Kaguya's figure slowly emerged. Naruto, Sasuke, unbind. Upon witnessing Kaguya's reemergence, Shiren urgently called upon Naruto and Sasuke to form seals to dispel infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, I shall confront Kaguya. Shinyu gazed at the familiar silhouette, memories of his previous encounter with Kaguya flooding back. Undoubtedly, Kaguya was indeed exceptionally pale. However, the resurrected Kaguya did not hasten to act as she had previously. Instead, she stood bewildered, staring at Shinyu. She could not fathom why Shinyu had once again liberated her from her seal. Kaguya, it has been a long time. Noting Kaguya's lack of aggression, Shinyu took the initiative to greet her. In truth, he harbored no significant animosity towards Kaguya, for this woman was the progenitor of chakra. Without her, the very existence of ninjas in this world might not have been possible. Hello. But I am quite curious as to why you have released me from my seal once more. With that, Kaguya raised her hands. Two gray bone spikes protruding from her delicate palms, poised for action. Because we seek to understand the race behind you, and also, who was the one that accompanied you to Earth? Who are they and where are they? Shinyu did not intend to position himself as Kaguya's enemy, for she possessed considerable strength. If they could transform foes into allies, it would be most fortuitous. However, Shinyu was also aware that this hinged on Kaguya's own disposition. Why should I disclose this to you? And how did you acquire this information? Though Kaguya's words were resolute, they subtly conveyed her reluctance to engage in battle. Perhaps she understood that she could not prevail against the individual known as Shinyu before her. Observing Kaguya's continued defiance, Shinyu smiled and shook his head, stating, Kaguya? You are the progenitor of chakra in our world, and thus, we hold you in reverence. As for why we seek the whereabouts of that individual, it is simply because they have not perished. At this juncture, Shinyu pointed to the heavens above, continuing, furthermore, we wish to ascertain the location of the Otsutsuki clan's home planet, so that we may adequately prepare ourselves. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Kaguya gradually retracted the bone spikes from her palms. I am aware of the Otsutsuki clan's gathering place, though I am quite curious about your capabilities. In my view, aside from you, Shinyu, the others do not reach your level. Kaguya's words caused all present, except for Shinyu, to lower their heads in shame, particularly Naruto and Sasuke, who had always aimed to surpass Shinyu. This was something I was well aware of. Shinyu smiled confidently and continued, however, I still wish to know the questions I posed earlier. Furthermore, I believe there is no need for you to oppose us. In fact, it appears we are allies at this moment. Do you not agree? Chapter 170. The Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan resides on a distant planet. If you are genuinely interested, I could escort you there, Though I must admit my assistance in battle will be limited, ultimately, you must rely on your own strength. Kaguya paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to divulge her knowledge to Shinue, as she was averse to returning to that frigid seal. My initial intention in cultivating the divine tree was to create my own army to combat the Otsutsuki clan, but it seems that such measures are now unnecessary. After saying this, Kaguya cast a meaningful glance at Shinue. Rest assured, Kaguya, as long as you cooperate with me, I will ensure that I no longer entertain the thought of binding the inhabitants of Earth as dumplings, and I will not seal you away again. Moreover, as the progenitor of chakra, you deserve such respect. Once this matter is resolved, you may choose any place here to live in seclusion. With Kaguya relenting, Shinue offered her whatever conditions he could manage, hoping she would sincerely assist him rather than betray him during battles on Earth. Upon hearing Shinue's conditions, Kaguya waved her hand dismissively, saying, "In truth, I do not desire seclusion. I wish to live in this world like any ordinary person and experience its changes." "Of course," Shinue exclaimed, overjoyed by Kaguya's terms. "Not only can you live here, but if you wish to find a husband, I can help you select one." Shinue's suggestion caused Kaguya's cheeks to flush slightly. Unbeknownst to Shinue, during her time of confinement, Kaguya had been acutely aware of each passing day. Enclosed in a dark and confined space, how could she not long for her former family? Then it is settled. A promise is a promise. Shinue patted his chest and took the opportunity to observe Kaguya, relieved to note that her gaze did not linger on Naruto or Sasuke. Shinue's greatest fear was that Kaguya would point to one of them and declare her intent to marry, which would certainly trouble him. "Now, you may reveal who it was that accompanied you to Earth." Upon hearing Shinue's inquiry, a hint of fear flickered across Kaguya's face, for undoubtedly, that experience was one she wished to forget. "His name is Otsutsuki Ishiki, and he wields the power of the second Ten Tails. My relationship with him was akin to that of a subordinate and a superior. We referred to myself as his guardian. You may not be aware, but as a guardian of the Otsutsuki clan, I was obligated to protect him, even to the extent of sacrificing myself if necessary." Upon hearing Kaguya's account, Shinue realized she spoke the truth. After all, he possessed some understanding of the Otsutsuki clan. Their partnership resembled that of the Hyuga clan's main and branch families, albeit with stricter rules. To cultivate the Ten Tails into the divine tree and bear chakra fruits, I was originally meant to be sacrificed to the Ten Tails. However, unwilling to accept this fate, I seized the opportunity to ambush Ishiki when he was unguarded, subsequently sacrificing him to the Ten Tails. Yet, I later discovered that as Ishiki was consumed, he managed to escape using a secret technique. Upon uncovering this obscure history, Shinue came to a profound realization. No wonder he had heard references to Ishiki in the previous world. It turned out that this individual had descended to Earth alongside Kaguya. Can you sense his presence now? Or can you locate him? This became Shinue's foremost concern. While this so-called Ishiki had yet to fully awaken, Shinue wished to eliminate him before he posed a greater threat. He understood that if left unchecked, it could lead to his own destruction. I do not know his whereabouts, but if he were to appear nearby, I would undoubtedly sense him. Kaguya shook her head regretfully, as she too wished to eliminate this potential threat quickly. If he regained his powers, she would likely be the first to suffer. Very well, you may search for him at your leisure. If you find him, given your current strength, you should be able to eliminate him with ease. Shinue felt a bit awkward as he scratched his head, then turned to Kaguya and asked, "Actually, I have another question. Though it may seem quite offensive, I must know how to kill members of the Otsutsuki clan." Kaguya did not shy away from this question. After a moment of contemplation, she provided her answer. "The method our clan employs to execute our kin is something you cannot learn. Even this person beside you, while capable of learning, lacks the strength to kill an Otsutsuki. Thus, to eliminate members of our clan, one must not only destroy the physical body, but also eradicate their souls." Mentioning souls reminded Shinue of the tale of Indra and Ashura, two individuals with merely a quarter of the Otsutsuki bloodline, who could disrupt the cycle of reincarnation and manifest in later figures such as the first Hokage and Madara, as well as Naruto and Sasuke. This made the true Otsutsuki clan even more formidable. However, souls are intangible and elusive. How could he track them? And if he did, how could he destroy them? Upon hearing Shinue's question, Kaguya turned her gaze to his abdomen and said, "This is precisely why I wished to bear your child. I sense that the two powers within you could annihilate the souls of the Otsutsuki clan, which led me to make such a choice. Shinue pondered Kagaya's words thoughtfully and then replied, Kagaya, bearing a child together is not out of the question, but we need not follow traditional human methods of procreation. In our world, we already possess ways to conceive without the need for physical intimacy. Kagaya's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation at Shinue's proposal. Through their conversation, Shinue gained a comprehensive understanding of the Otsutsuki clan's characteristics, while Kagaya would soon acquire the power she so desired. Chapter 171. Kagaya joyfully welcomes twins. After explaining the situation in detail, Shinue led Kagaya directly to Orochimaru's facility, where he candidly stated his request. Shinue-kun, your idea is truly ahead of its time. Upon hearing that Shinue was genuinely willing to allow Kagaya to become pregnant and contribute her genes, Orochimaru displayed a peculiar expression. This concept was indeed quite revolutionary, implying that Shinue would soon have 2 children born through unconventional means. Do not worry, simply follow my instructions. Shinue remained unfazed by the matter, as a time traveler like himself would hardly be concerned with such things. However, Orochimaru posed a challenging question given Shinue's nonchalant demeanor. Shinue-kun, even if you are indifferent, have you considered how Tintin might feel upon learning of this? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shinue found himself momentarily bewildered. He had indeed overlooked the matter concerning Tian. Although Kagaya had mentioned that her desire for these 2 children stemmed from a yearning to inherit Shinue's lineage. What if, in a moment of compassion, Kagaya chose to keep them? Wouldn't he inadvertently become a father to the 2 children? Perhaps it would be wise to return and discuss this with Tian. After much contemplation, Shinue ultimately resolved to make a trip back to Konoha, intending to clarify his thoughts with Tian. Otherwise, he feared he might be the sole one to suffer misfortune. Orochimaru, however, was not surprised by Shinue's reaction. While he understood such matters well, he believed that the majority of the villagers in Konoha would likely find it difficult to accept such unconventional arrangements. Thus, Kagaya and her companions lingered in Orochimaru's domain for nearly a week, awaiting Shinue's return. During this time, Orochimaru busied himself with discussions with Kagaya about how to enhance his weaponry to inflict maximum damage upon the Otsutsuki clan. Although Kagaya felt somewhat uncomfortable with Orochimaru's inquiries, she recognized that it was preferable to be a figure of authority in this world than to remain a subordinate within the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, given her betrayal years ago, she could not return to the Otsutsuki, so she chose to aid the inhabitants of Earth. Ah, Shinue, you have returned, Orochimaru remarked with a smile. Noticing that Tian had accompanied him, with a knowing glance at Tian, he jested, it appears you are quite concerned about your fiancé. Are you afraid he might take things too far? Upon hearing Orochimaru's teasing, Tian lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. To her, Orochimaru was rather formidable, having effortlessly discerned her thoughts, leaving her feeling as exposed as if she were unclothed. Tian, I must say, I would like to address you. I know Shinue's character well. He would never engage in such actions. It is fortuitous that you are here, as I have developed a new potion. Once you use it, your strength will surpass that of an average Kaga-level ninja. Shinue was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. It seemed that Orochimaru genuinely cared about his affairs. He had recently shared with him Tian's concerns regarding her lack of strength, and Orochimaru had indeed concocted a potion for her. Thank you, Mr. Orochimaru. Upon hearing that the potion could enhance her abilities, Tian eagerly accepted it, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. Well then, Mr. Orochimaru, shall we commence? It is time to collect my DNA, correct? Observing that Tian was now entirely unconcerned, Shinue straightforwardly broached the next matter. Of course, Kagaya had been waiting for quite some time. I must say, Shinue, your ideas are quite progressive. Kagaya has provided me with numerous suggestions for weapon enhancements, and I am confident that within 3 years, we will develop a weapon capable of annihilating the Otsutsuki clan. Nodding in agreement, Shinue expressed his disdain for the Otsutsuki clan, who showed little regard for the lives of others, consistently obliterating the inhabitants of other planets to augment their own powers. Such behavior was no different from that of beasts. I entrust you with the task, Mr. Orochimaru. I have gathered ample information regarding the Otsutsuki's whereabouts. The rest is in your capable hands. Very well, Shinue, Orochimaru replied, leading him to a chamber. To Shinue's surprise, Tian followed closely behind. Since Tian is here as well, I shall leave this task to you. With that, Orochimaru handed the vial to Tian before exiting the room. What are you staring at? Don't you understand why I have come in? Tian shot a glance at Shinyu, exasperated. I truly do not comprehend how your mind works. You actually agreed to Kagaya's proposal. Faced with Tian's probing gaze, Shinyu scratched his head and explained, I had no choice. This is for the greater good of the ninja world. After all, every additional person contributes to our strength. Though Tian was not entirely satisfied with his explanation, she ultimately chose to support her boyfriend's aspirations. This man was not merely her partner, but also a potential savior of the entire ninja world. Thus, she would not allow her personal feelings to disrupt the larger picture. Although she would still indulge in playful pouting, content as long as Shinyu was willing to comfort her. Enough? Shinyu, lie down and remove your pants. A year later, Kagaya successfully bore a pair of twins. Shinyu's instincts had proven accurate. Upon facing these adorable children, Kagaya chose not to devour them, but instead devoted herself to their care. Mr. Orochimaru, how goes the weaponry? Orochimaru, now accustomed to Shinyu and Tian's frequent visits to his domain, quipped, Shinyu, if you desire a son, you need not use my scientific endeavors as a pretext. Besides, Tian seems quite fond of these children. Upon realizing his ruse had been exposed, Shinyu shot a glare at Orochimaru, but seeing that Tian was not upset, he felt a wave of relief. However, Shinyu, your timing is impeccable. I have developed a weapon that poses a lethal threat to the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 172. Otsutsuki Bomb. Upon hearing that Orochimaru had concocted something new, Shinyu's interest was piqued. He quickly retrieved the milk powder he had purchased for his children from the system space and tossed it to Tian. Tian, please deliver these to Kagaya. I will accompany Mr. Orochimaru to inspect the latest weaponry. However, Shinyu appeared overly excited. As Tian's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable when he rummaged through the items. The milk powder was exorbitantly priced, with a single can worth the bounty of an entire B-rank mission. As Shinyu eagerly sifted through the items, he remained oblivious to Tian's growing discontent. Her face transitioned from shock to an increasingly grimace, and she eventually clenched her fists, realizing that during this time, Shinyu had never taken her shopping. Had he merely been playing the role of a doting father? Shinyu, I suggest you attend to Tian first, Orochimaru remarked, having observed Tian's transformation throughout the ordeal. Yet, Shinyu dismissed Orochimaru's kind advice, waving his hand dismissively. It's fine. Tian understands me perfectly. Let us hurry and see the latest weapons. Shinyu was utterly unaware of the implications of his recent purchases, as he had long ceased to consider prices. Thanks to his newfound financial stability, not only did the Uchiha clan's substantial resources support him, but his recent missions had also accrued significant wealth. Shinyu, you would do well to reconsider, Orochimaru stated before exiting the room, leaving Shinyu and Tian alone. As Shinyu turned to face her, he was met with a stormy expression that seemed capable of raining down fury. At that moment, Shinyu realized the truth of Orochimaru's words. Tian was indeed angry. My dear Shinyu, you certainly know how to play the game. Tian observed Shinyu with a cold smile, her fists clenched tightly. She then spoke, I initially thought your absence was due to being overly occupied, but I never imagined you were out shopping. With that, Tian picked up one of the bags and said to Shinyu, surprisingly, you even bought Hokage brand diapers. It seems you truly intend to treat these two as your sons, don't you? Of course, Tian's anger stemmed from Shinyu's deception about his busyness. Had he chosen to be honest, she would not have been upset and would have gladly accompanied him on his shopping trip. However, their communication faltered. Shinyu refrained from revealing the truth out of fear that it might damage their relationship, while Tian was hurt that Shinyu did not regard her as family, withholding such information from her. Tian, please don't be upset, Shinyu urged, noticing her distress. Meanwhile, Orochimaru listened with a smile from outside the room. Shinyu began to explain his thoughts, and gradually, Tian's anger subsided, turning into mild complaints about Shinyu's lack of consultation before taking action. Once her emotions stabilized, and with no one else around, Shinyu began to teach Tian how to use diapers for infants step by step. At first, Tian merely mimicked Shinyu's movements, but soon she grasped the technique herself, allowing Shinyu to assist her. Ultimately, both of them became proficient in diapering. Upon realizing that their conversation had ceased, Orochimaru muttered to himself, it appears Shinyu is as skilled as ever. However, He seems to have forgotten that my room is under surveillance. I suppose it falls to me to resolve this matter. With that, Orochimaru sought out the staff in the monitoring room to delete the footage. Following Tion's outburst, Shinyu decided to check on Hui Yi and her children. Indeed, upon seeing the two adorable children, Tion's demeanor softened. Come on, give your aunt a smile. Shinyu watched as Tion treated his sons with the affection of a devoted mother, feeling a sense of relief. Afterward, Shinyu conversed with Hui Yi about the Otsutsuki clan and advised her against acting independently before taking his leave. Mr. Orochimaru, I apologize for any embarrassment caused. Shinyu knew Orochimaru had overheard everything and quickly expressed his regrets. In response to Shunyu's apology, Orochimaru dismissed it with a smile, saying, Shinyu, there's no need for concern. Such matters are quite ordinary. I was merely surprised by the efficacy of the medicine I provided. After consuming it, Tion's strength has indeed increased remarkably. Upon hearing Orochimaru mention the medicine, Shinyu felt a twinge of discomfort and complained, Mr. Orochimaru, please refrain from distributing your medicines so casually in the future. Very well, let us examine the latest weapon I have developed, the Otsutsuki bomb. Orochimaru then led Shinyu into a laboratory where a massive bomb, gleaming with a dark sheen, was displayed, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Is this the Otsutsuki bomb? Shinyu marveled at the imposing device, recognizing Orochimaru's formidable capabilities. Shinyu, do not underestimate this bomb. Its purpose extends beyond merely exterminating the Otsutsuki clan. It will also directly suppress their spiritual essence. In the presence of such a weapon, the Otsutsuki will possess no combat capability. Moreover, the components within are harmless to the inhabitants of our planet. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Shinyu's mind conjured images of biochemical weapons from his past life. This bomb resembled a bioweapon, and more alarmingly, its effects were exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan, meaning he no longer had to live in fear. However, he pondered, would the Otsutsuki clan be easily struck by such a device? Despite possessing this weapon, Shinyu was well aware of the clan's abilities. If the weapon lacked sufficient speed, it would likely fail to inflict harm. In response to Shinyu's doubts, Orochimaru chuckled and led him to another room. Shinyu, this is another secret I wish to share with you. Chapter 173. Shiren's Rebirth. I'm Master Shinyu. Are you certain this will not pose any issues? Shiren's eyes were filled with apprehension. Although he had initially been excited about receiving a new pair of rebirth eyes, the current situation left him feeling uneasy. I understand your concerns. I was quite resistant at first as well. Noticing Shiren's troubled expression, Sasuke promptly offered him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sasuke, what about your eyes? Enough, don't say any more. Sasuke interrupted, his expression darkening. Undoubtedly, discussing this matter was difficult for someone of the proud Uchiha clan. When he had undergone the implantation of the Sharingan, he had not only felt an enhancement of power, but also sensed the lingering resentment of the pig. The memory of how he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan through that pig's fading consciousness brought him a wave of sorrow. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Shiren's fear intensified. He had witnessed Sasuke's strength. If something could frighten him so, it must be truly terrifying. Do not worry, you will soon regain your new rebirth eyes. Shinyu reassured him, exuding a carefree demeanor. It was no surprise, as Shinyu had never undergone the Sharingan implantation and could not comprehend Sasuke's fears. Frustrated by Shunyu's nonchalance, Shiren muttered under his breath, Sasuke, wouldn't you like to give Shinyu a good beating? Glancing at Shunyu's relaxed expression, Sasuke pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding gravely. However, we cannot win. Despite Sasuke's agreement, the vast disparity in their strengths made it impossible. After much contemplation, he instead encouraged Shiren. Forget it. For the sake of the rebirth eyes and power, it is worth it. However, their hushed conversation was overheard by Naruto, who looked at them incredulously. What is wrong with you two? Sasuke, isn't having the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan a good thing? Besides, you wouldn't have to take eyes from your Uchiha kin, so what is there to fear? Sasuke shot a glance at the boisterous Naruto, ultimately swallowing his retorts. He understood that someone like Naruto, born with the terrifying chakra of the Nine Tails, could never fathom the painful experiences tied to the Uchiha clan's pursuit of strength. Moreover, since Naruto lacked the Sharingan, any explanation would likely fall on deaf ears, leaving him with the label of a coward. With this in mind, Sasuke quickly adopted a different tone. Naruto is right. Our Uchiha clan has indeed transformed the fate of our members through this technique. While there is pain involved, We do understand it in light of our clan's sacrifices. In truth, Sasuke concealed a significant issue. Many male members of the Uchiha clan had become despondent after undergoing the transplantation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The elder brother Itachi encountered similar predicaments as himself, and had it not been for the relentless encouragement from their respective girlfriends, it is likely that the bond between the two brothers would have been severed long ago. In response to this situation, Fujitake ultimately decreed that male clan members possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan could only undergo the transplantation of their eyes from Orochimaru after marrying and having offspring, without children. No matter how exceptional their talent, it would be of no consequence. Very well, Mr. Orochimaru, please bring forth the pig. Upon hearing Kamizuki's words, Orochimaru promptly instructed Jirobo to bring the pig forward. This is the pig endowed with the power of Byakugan, to ensure that it does not reject you. I have incorporated your cells into it, meaning that its blood is now almost akin to yours. As a meticulous scientist, Orochimaru approached his work with utmost seriousness, seemingly indifferent to the expressions and thoughts of the young man before him. Thank you, Mr. Orochimaru. As Sharon gazed at the plump pig before him, he glanced at his own skin, and for a moment, he felt an uncanny resemblance between himself and the creature, as though they shared a blood bond, akin to that of brothers. All right, we can commence now. Observing Sharon's dazed expression, Orochimaru assumed his skills had astonished him, promptly calling for Junmaru to prepare for the activation of the pig's Byakugan. The pig only needed to activate the Byakugan, so it was reasonable to expect that the process would not be too torturous. Furthermore, as the pig merely possessed Byakugan, it would not exhibit the same aggressive tendencies as those with Sharingan. Nevertheless, given its lineage from the Otsutsuki clan, I believe additional manpower may be required to prevent it from running amok. With that said, Kamizuki turned to the onlooking Kamizuki and suggested, Kamizuki-kun, why not employ your wood release to restrain this pig? Although the Byakugan does not possess significant lethality, the creature's strength is quite formidable, and I must ask for your assistance. In response to Orochimaru's request, Kamizuki waved his hand, saying, Mr. Orochimaru, you are being too formal. Having invented so many things, it is my duty to help you subdue a pig. With that, Kamizuki swiftly formed hand seals and executed his wood release. Wood release, wood dragon technique. As the jutsu was unleashed, a wooden dragon emerged from the ground, promptly ensnaring the pig and rendering it immobile. Witnessing this scene, Sharon felt a pang of sympathy and quickly turned away, unable to bear witness to the impending gruesome spectacle. Sharon, what is the matter? Noticing Sharon's demeanor, Kamizuki inquired. Could it be that someone of your caliber is troubled by such matters? However, Kamizuki was unaware that Orochimaru's meticulous cultivation had rendered the pig almost like Sharon's brother, making Sharon's reaction entirely understandable. Yet, Sharon was reluctant to divulge his true feelings to Kamizuki and fabricated a casual excuse. No, I just have a slight aversion to blood. I've been this way since childhood. Upon hearing Sharon's response, Kamizuki finally understood, saying, I see. It would be best for you not to look. He then addressed Junmaru. Let us begin. Yes. Junmaru solemnly regarded the pig bound by the wooden dragon, forming a drill out of bone and slowly approaching the creature. I beg your pardon. Although Junmaru spoke politely, he showed no mercy in his actions, and soon, the pig's anguished cries echoed throughout the room. Hearing his brother's cries, Sharon clenched his fists tightly. All right, Sharon, you may begin to merge with the Rinnegan. After an indeterminate period, Kamizuki's voice resonated once more, as the brothers' cries had faded into silence. And upon hearing Kamizuki's words, Sharon realized that it was finally over. Chapter 174. The Quest for Ishiki. 2 weeks later, Sharon reappeared before Kamizuki, bearing a brand new pair of Rinnegan, though Kamizuki noted that Sharon's complexion was far from cheerful. What is troubling you, Sharon? You seem rather unhappy. Kamizuki was puzzled as to why Sharon emerged with such a countenance. Even his gait appeared odd, as if he were wary of pulling something. No, I just haven't quite adjusted to my new eyes. In response to Kamizuki's inquiry, Sharon would not admit to the disconcerting visions he encountered and instead feigned an explanation. Oh, I see. Kamizuki nodded thoughtfully. Actually, Sharon, if you find the eyes unsuitable, you can request Mr. Orochimaru to cultivate another pair. This time, he claims to have used even more precise genes. I cannot ascertain whether that is advantageous or detrimental. So if you feel there is an issue, do not hesitate to exchange them. Upon hearing the suggestion of a replacement, Sharon hurriedly waved his hands. No need, no need. I believe this pair of eyes is quite satisfactory. My vision has improved significantly. Seeing Sharon's demeanor, Kamizuki felt a twinge of doubt. But since Sharon assured him he was fine, he nodded in understanding. Very well. Since you say you are well, I shall not intervene. If you feel unwell, remember to seek out Orochimaru. I have already spoken to him. All right, thank you. At that moment, Sharon was far more curious about the state of his own body than anything else. With that thought in mind, he quickly added, Kamizuki Dano. I wish to travel the world for a while. Might I borrow some money from you? Upon hearing Sharon's request for money, Kamizuki's expression shifted to one of intrigue. I do possess some money, but I am curious as to why you suddenly wish to borrow it. Sharon, knowing he could not reveal the truth, merely explained, Ahem. I simply wish to explore the local cuisine. After all, I have scarcely encountered any delicacies on the moon. Very well. Kamizuki found no reason to doubt this rationale. The moon where Sharon resided was indeed desolate. Not to mention, Kamizuki suspected that Sharon had been subsisting on dirt. With this thought, Kamizuki generously retrieved a thick stack of money from his system space and proclaimed, No worries, I shall treat you. We are now brothers in the same trench. Feel free to use this money. Thank you, Kamizuki Dano. Sharon eagerly accepted the cash and dashed away without a backward glance, disappearing from Kamizuki's sight. Why is he in such a hurry? Kamizuki observed Sharon, transformed into a streak of light, feeling somewhat speechless. In his mind, he had entirely categorized Sharon as a glutton. And nothing more. Kamizuki, why does it seem like Sharon ran off so quickly? Sasuke inquired, curious about Sharon's behavior. Although he was aware of the side effects of the Sharingan, he could never have imagined that Sharon's new eyes would cause him such profound distress. I don't know. It seems he mentioned something about going to enjoy some food. Kamizuki shrugged helplessly, indicating his lack of understanding. Nonetheless, Kamizuki was quite satisfied with the current situation, primarily. His two sons had not been consumed by Kagaya, and Sharon had now joined his ranks. All that remained was to await the mass production of weapons from Orochimaru before launching an attack on the planet inhabited by the Otsutsuki clan. As for the so-called Ishiki, Kamizuki felt little apprehension towards it. The individual known as Shunyu currently appears diminutive, akin to an ant. The primary motive behind Shunyu's intent to obliterate the Otsutsuki clan is to bequeath a flawless legacy to the world of ninjas on Earth. After all, Shunyu remains uncertain about the longevity of his current form. Enough of Shiro, it is time for us to assist Kagaya in her quest for Ishiki. Observing Shunyu's nonchalant demeanor, Sasuke chose not to dwell further on the matter of Shiro. In truth, over the past few days, both Sasuke and Naruto have been diligently searching for any trace of Ishiki. Unfortunately, Ishiki's evasion tactics are remarkably formidable, resulting in no fruitful discoveries thus far. Shinyu, if Ishiki continues to remain elusive, what shall we do? Their lifespans far exceed ours. Sasuke expressed his concern, reflecting on the longevity of the Otsutsuki, particularly the likes of Kagaya, who, after countless years, remains as enchanting as ever. In contrast, Earthlings, regardless of their prowess as ninjas, ultimately cannot escape the inexorable cycle of life and death. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Obito met his end in solitude. Listening to Sasuke's lamentations, Shinyu found himself questioning the brevity of human existence. Indeed, as mere mortals, our lifespans are trivial. Let us proceed step by step. If we cannot locate him, we must place our hopes on future generations and endeavor to cultivate them. With this thought, Shinyu let out a sigh. In the original narrative, Ishiki seemed to have established an organization known as the Shell Organization, although Shunyu has yet to uncover its existence. He is now prepared with a dual strategy: to locate and eliminate Ishiki within his lifetime, and to diligently nurture Kagaya's two offspring, his own sons, to inherit his power. This explains Shunyu's deep investment in Kagaya's children. Very well, I shall also select the most promising among my descendants for training, Shinyu remarked, to which Sasuke nodded in agreement. Thus, Shinyu and Sasuke embarked once more on their quest to find Ishiki. Chapter 175. Orochimaru's Fantasies. After nearly half a year of searching, Shinyu gleaned a profound truth. If Ishiki does not wish to be found, he may remain forever elusive. However, during this time, Shinyu and his companions have not been entirely unproductive. At the very least, Orochimaru's research into weaponry has culminated in mass production. Recently, the final batch of spacecraft successfully completed test flights. Now, It seems we must commence the destruction of your home, Shinyu jested, observing Kagaya's distress over the impending annihilation of her homeland. Tell me, what are your thoughts on this impending destruction? Kagaya, facing Shinyu's playful inquiry, revealed no hint of sorrow. The Otsutsuki clan seemed a distant and foreign concept to her, having been sealed away for so long. Kagaya had entirely forgotten the visage of her kin and the memories of your. In truth, I have become nothing more than a traitor to the Otsutsuki clan. From the moment I ambushed Ishiki, I had forfeited all choices. Now, to have such an opportunity is a blessing I could not have imagined. Shinyu nodded in acknowledgement of Kagaya's sentiments. Indeed, Kagaya's perspective is valid. As the guardian, she was meant to protect Ishiki's existence with her life. Yet she chose self-preservation instead. Such actions could easily paint her as a rebel, deserving of disdain. Your burden need not weigh so heavily. Truly. There is no shame in prioritizing survival, Shinyu consoled, noticing Kagaya's troubled expression. I believe that not every member of the Otsutsuki possesses the same overwhelming strength as Ishiki. After all, your clan does not enhance their power through training. Shinyu's belief is grounded in judgment. As Kagaya later revealed that after the god tree is planted on a planet, its flowering cycle is exceedingly lengthy. Furthermore, Kagaya herself admitted that this world does not boast an abundance of planets. In her recollection, the Otsutsuki had discovered fewer than 10 planets in total. Shinyu, when shall we depart? In stark contrast to Kagaya's anxious visage, Orochimaru appeared remarkably composed. After all, these weapons had undergone Kagaya's testing, in her own words. If these weapons could be detonated unnoticed, the damage to the Otsutsuki clan would be catastrophic. You seem quite eager. Are you not concerned that you may end up being struck down instead? Shinyu teased Orochimaru. You must understand, among us, aside from myself, Kagaya, and Shiro, the others would face near certain demise against the Otsutsuki's formidable warriors. Of course, Shinyu excluded Naruto and Sasuke from this assessment for a simple reason. The two must combine their strengths to unleash their true potential. Alone, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult for either to overcome the Otsutsuki. Shinyu, have you not noticed the new features on my spacecraft? Orochimaru replied. Should we come under attack, my ship can swiftly disassemble into multiple escape pods, and its speed would far exceed that of the Otsutsuki. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shinyu could not help but smile. It appears that Orochimaru's cautious nature remains unchanged. It is worth noting that his audacity to challenge Naruto stemmed from his near-immortal abilities. In the original story, Orochimaru's plans were largely within his control, save for the unforeseen circumstances surrounding Itachi. Thus, Shinyu felt a sense of reassurance regarding Orochimaru's actions. Then I shall entrust this to you. Should any issues arise, please ensure the safety of Naruto and Sasuke. For Shinyu, the Otsutsuki were not a source of fear, but rather his concern lay with Naruto, who, despite being less impulsive than before, had not yet seen significant growth in strength. Rest assured, Shinyu, had it not been for your brilliance, Naruto and Sasuke would undoubtedly be the winds of change in the ninja world, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze shimmering with an unusual intensity. This revelation momentarily startled Shinyu, for Orochimaru's insight was indeed accurate. As a traveler from another realm, he had managed to overshadow the two protagonists in every situation. What troubles you, Shinyu? Orochimaru inquired, noticing Shinyu's momentary distraction. Could it be that you are a time traveler from the future? To this, Shinyu chuckled and shook his head. Orochimaru, your imagination knows no bounds. If I were indeed from the future, I would have no need for your assistance in developing these inventions. I could simply bring them back with me. However, Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated this response. Shaking his head, is it not possible that you traverse time because we faltered in the future, and then secretly replaced yourself with a younger version of you to seek me out? Upon hearing Orochimaru's outlandish speculation, Shinyu could only shake his head in exasperation. He wished to clarify to Orochimaru that he was not a time traveler, but rather a being from a higher dimension, and more importantly, that he had already witnessed the conclusion of their tale. Yet, Shinyu knew that even if he explained, Orochimaru would likely remain oblivious. Mr. Orochimaru, if you truly believe that, then I am at a loss. The calm admission from Shinyu alleviated Orochimaru's concerns. As a scientist, Orochimaru's speculations were grounded in reason. Since their first encounter, Shinyu had continually surprised him with various innovations, whether it be the so-called cloning technology, advanced weaponry, or groundbreaking theories, none of which existed in this world. Simultaneously, Orochimaru was eager to discover what he would become in the future. Well then, Mr. Orochimaru, if I truly have traversed time, my personality would never allow me to assume a youthful form. My character would inevitably quash many issues in their infancy. Upon stating this, Shinyu shrugged and continued, moreover, why would I wish to kill myself? Upon hearing Shinyu's half-joking explanation, Orochimaru chose not to dwell on the matter further and instead inquired, Shinyu-kun, can you inform me of the precise time of departure? 1 week later. Chapter 176. Datamu Planet. The insignificant Datamu crumbled before them. We, Konoha, are the strongest. A week later, Shinyu gazed upon the ironclad troops before him, singing the anthem he had adapted, and felt his blood surge with excitement. Shinyu had always harbored a dream of becoming a general. Although appointed as the commander of the ninja allied forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had merely commanded a group of ninjas, practitioners of ninjutsu, rather than a true ironclad army. Furthermore, this time, Shinyu found himself in an unprecedented position. In his previous world, even if he commanded global forces, it would only be the army, navy, and air force. Yet now, in the realm of Hokage, he was about to command an interstellar conflict. The thought invigorated him. Now, let the commander of the Fire Nation fleet, bluffing Shinyu, deliver the pre-war address. Upon hearing Kakashi call him to the stage, Shinyu was unusually thrilled. Truth be told, had the situation called for a conventional battle, he would have declined, for it seemed utterly unnecessary. However, this time was different. It was not merely an ironclad army, but a war spanning planets. Clearing his throat lightly, Shinyu surveyed the fleet of steel warships and began his speech. Warriors, today's battle is not only for the stability of our ninja world, but also for the security of our descendants. As we know, aside from our planet, many others harbor life, yet these diverse worlds have perished at the hands of the Datamu clan. Here, he paused and gestured towards Kagaya. Allow me to introduce this individual. The progenitor of chakra, Datamu Kagaya. Her contributions to our ninja world are immense. You may not understand, as we nearly perished at her hands not long ago. But I assure you, Kagaya's actions were aimed against the Datamu clan. It was her intervention that spared the life on our planet. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, the warriors below regarded Kagaya with softened gazes. Now, we must strike first and annihilate this malevolent race that feeds on the power of other worlds. I command you to board your vessels and prepare for departure. Yes, the crowd erupted into a thunderous roar, a sound imbued with conviction. With a sweeping gesture, Shinyu commanded, set sail. As the order was given, the engines of dozens of warships roared to life, unleashing blue flames from their exhausts, shaking the very ground beneath them and igniting fervor in their hearts. Summoning technique. As the ships hovered in the air, Shinyu summoned his mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and perched upon its massive head. Kagaya, lead the way. Kagaya nodded in acknowledgement, and thus, Shinyu and his ironclad army, under her guidance, journeyed through nearly a week of flight until they finally arrived at the planet inhabited by the Datamu clan. To Shinyu's astonishment, despite Kagaya's insistence that the planet was not particularly large, he was taken aback by its diminutive size. Kagaya, are you certain this is the realm of the Datamu clan? Gazing at the planet, which was smaller than the moon, Shinyu momentarily suspected Kagaya of deceiving him. Indeed, this is the planet of the Datamu clan. We do not have many members, and not all can freely roam. Upon hearing this, Shinyu began to comprehend why this peculiar race resided on such a small planet. They had no need for cultivation, and their numbers were few. With this in mind, Shinyu seized the headset and commanded the fleet, Fire Nation fleet, assume formation A and encircle this planet. As his orders were executed, the warships swiftly repositioned to surround the minuscule planet. Prepare the Datamu bombs. Noting the lack of response from the Datamu planet, Shinyu hastily instructed the fleet to ready their explosives. Release. Ultimately, he gave the command, and bombs cloaked in stealth materials plummeted towards the Datamu's domain. Boom. As the bombs detonated one after another, Shinyu observed from above as the inhabitants of the Datamu clan, men, women, and the elderly, were engulfed by the explosive flames, with no opportunity to escape. Well, it seems we can conclude this. As the smoke cleared, Shinyu surveyed the ground below, discovering no signs of life. However, he remained cautious and ordered the fleet to maintain aerial surveillance, subsequently descending to search for any survivors. Let us go see. Seeing Shinyu descend, Shirin followed suit, bringing Sasuke along. After searching the ground for a considerable time, fortune favored Shinyu. He indeed discovered a few members of the Dadamu clan, barely clinging to life amidst the ruins. To eradicate the root of the problem, Shinyu was not swayed by the grim scene before him. Instead, he silently transmitted a coordinate to the ships above. Shortly thereafter, a Dadamu bomb descended from the sky, precisely landing upon the heads of the barely breathing members. Boom. Watching the bodies scattered by the explosion, Shinyu absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. However, he did not rush to return. Although the Dadamu clan was now extinct, Shinyu firmly believed there were treasures to be found. After all, the so-called Six Paths ninja tools were likely acquired by Kagaya from some unknown location within the Dadamu clan. Shinyu, where are you headed? Noticing Shunyu's reluctance to return, Sasuke inquired with curiosity. Nothing much. I'm just going to check if there are any remaining enemies, lest they attempt a surprise attack against us. Presently, the Dadamu planet posed no threat to Shunyu, allowing him to confidently search for rumored weapons and equipment. Sasuke harbored no doubts about Shunyu's intentions, nodding in agreement. All right, just be careful. I'll take them back first. With a wave of his hand, Shinyu continued his exploration among the ruins. Chapter 177, Treasure Hunt. Familiar weapons. Once the others had departed from the Dadamu planet, Shinyu exhaled a sigh of relief. He could finally search this planet freely for treasures. Uncertain of what treasures await, Shinyu felt an undeniable excitement for this exploratory endeavor. It had been far too long since his lackluster system had bestowed upon him any rewards. Even more perplexing was the revelation that the points shop items were updated periodically. Ever since Shunyu had lost his treasured Yao Dao Muramesa, he had not encountered its likeness in the system's marketplace. However, to his disappointment, after rummaging through the ruins, he found no divine artifacts, nor even a weapon of reasonable quality. Could it truly be that there were no secret chambers or hidden treasures to be found? Resolving to abandon his search among the surface debris, Shinyu began to employ Dutsu to sense the chakra beneath the earth, hoping to discover the existence of concealed chambers. Yet, he may have overestimated the prowess of the Otsutsuki clan. It seemed that any capable clansman had likely departed from this planet long ago. Although he did not uncover any secret chambers, he did stumble upon a rather familiar blade. Was this not the Yao Dao Muramesa? How could it possibly be here? Gazing at the dust-covered blade, Shinyu found it difficult to comprehend. This weapon, which he once revered as a divine artifact, seemed utterly disregarded on this planet. It was known that any weapon of considerable power would be venerated by the inhabitants of this world, displayed prominently and accompanied by offerings. Yet, where was the evidence of the Yao Dao Muramesa's former glory? Shinyu discovered that this collapsed structure had been used as a latrine. Suetun, Mizu no Cabe. The thought that the blade might be sullied with excrement filled Shinyu with revulsion, prompting him to swiftly cleanse the blade with Suetun. However, as the blade gradually revealed its true hue, he was astonished to see it emanating a mystical purple aura, appearing both enchanting and eerie. System. Do I possess the capability to wield this blade? Shinyu found himself uncertain whether he could handle the weapon. Thus he posed the query to his system. Rest assured, host, with the existence of this system, you will undoubtedly be able to master the blade. Furthermore, your strength is now considerable, practically invincible in this world. Reassured by the system's guarantee, Shinyu confidently grasped the hilt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Yao Dao trembled, Shinyu distinctly sensed its resistance. Little creature, can I not subdue you? The blade's defiance ignited Shunyu's competitive spirit. He summoned the sun's true fire from within, channeling it through his right hand towards the blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden flames of the sun's true fire enveloped the entire blade. Faced with this scorching sensation that threatened its very essence, the Yao Dao's tremors diminished, finally ceasing altogether. Master, spare me. Shinyu paused at the plea emanating from the blade. However, his decision to halt was not prompted by the Yao Dao Muramesa's entreaties, but rather by the astonishment at discovering that the blade possessed its own sentience. System, why does this blade possess intelligence? I distinctly recall that the previous Yao Dao Muramesa lacked such a trait. How is it that this one can speak? Host. This particular Yao Dao Muramesa belongs to the Otsutsuki clan, and the previous one also possessed intelligence. However, due to your significantly lower strength at that time, this system took the liberty of erasing the blade's sentience. Enlightened by the system's explanation, Shinyu finally understood. Although the system's explanations often came across as insufferable, He recognized that it was presenting objective truths. Comparing himself now to the weak state he was in when he first acquired the Yao Dao Muramesa, he acknowledged his past fragility. Very well, you have prevailed. Shinyu lost interest in further argument with the system. For him, reclaiming the divine artifact was a boon beyond measure. Yao Dao Muramesa, do you consent to serve me? The only remaining query pertained to the Yao Dao Muramesa itself. Shinyu was understandably cautious about trusting this ominous blade. Master, I was wrong. I am willing to serve you. I vow never to betray you for eternity. At that moment, the Yao Dao Muramesa dared not defy Shinyu. The earlier encounter with the sun's true fire had inflicted not only spiritual harm, but also a profound sense of existential peril. Having only just acquired sentience, it could not afford to lose its life. Humph. Observing the Yao Dao Muramesa's supplication, Shinyu let out a cold snort. I shall inquire. How long have you resided on this planet? Why have the Otsutsuki clan not claimed you? Master, the inhabitants of this planet do not possess the transcendent strength you wield, nor can they threaten my existence as you do. Thus, I have remained unclaimed. It must be said that this Yao Dao was quite adept at flattery. Although Shun Yu's wariness had not entirely dissipated, he felt a modest sense of pride swelling within him. Very well, if that is the case, I shall forgive you. However, you must inform me if there are any valuable treasures remaining among the Otsutsuki clan. The Yao Dao, sensing Shun Yu's lack of resentment, eagerly responded, Of course, of course. Allow me to lead you there at once. It must be acknowledged that this Yao Dao had become quite cunning. Upon hearing Shin Yu's inquiry, it promptly guided him to a particular ruin. Master, this is the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan. Shin Yu focused his gaze, discovering an object resembling a fan, akin to the folding fans used by ancient people. Is this truly what you deem a treasure? Shin Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him at the sight of the so-called treasure being merely a fan. He had no desire to gaze upon the wretched object again. This pitiful thing? Master, trust me, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. Tai Chi, manifest your power at once. As the Yao Dao Muramesa called out, the fan lying on the ground suddenly radiated a metallic luster. Chapter 178, A Surprise Attack. Muramesa, you have actually recognized a master? The fan, named Yin Yang, began to levitate from the ground, emitting astonishing sounds. Who would have thought that such an arrogant entity would eventually be subdued by a human? Shinyu, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement at the Yao Dao's apparent exasperation, remarked, Do you harbor a fondness for this fan? I do not. Master, I absolutely do not. The Yao Dao Muramesa's frantic tone inadvertently revealed its true feelings, but in the next moment, the fan named Yin Yang spoke, completely exposing the Yao Dao's thoughts. Indeed, the blade you wield holds a fondness for me. Faced with the unexpected revelation that these two weapons could express affection for one another, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. A blade and a fan, how peculiar. Yin Yang, would you be willing to recognize me as your master? You seem quite formidable yourself. Hearing Shinyu's praise, Yin Yang's voice exuded a hint of pride. Of course, I am far superior to that broken blade in your hand, but my master must be female. Upon learning of this peculiar requirement from the fan, Shinyu felt a surge of amusement. He had been searching for a suitable weapon for Tian Tian, and here it was, seemingly delivered to him. Yet, pondering Tian Tian's capabilities, Shinyu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. If your master were to be my wife, but she lacked strength compared to me, would you still accept her? In response to Shun Yu's cautious inquiry, the fan unexpectedly swayed in midair and remarked, If she were your wife, even if her strength were inferior to yours, I would gladly accept it. If I am not mistaken, you intend to take that knife with you, correct? Of course, Shinyu replied with a sense of certainty. This knife is simply too useful for me to leave behind. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Yin Yang immediately responded, If that is the case, then take me along as well. Observing this scene, Shinyu's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. It seemed that this fan also held an interest in the demon blade Muramesa, albeit a rather prideful one. Very well, then let us depart together. Although Shunyu still found it perplexing how a fan and a knife could fall in love, since neither of them minded, he chose not to concern himself with it. Thus, Shinyu embarked on his journey back to my village, filled with excitement. I am back. Shinyu did not take the time to ponder what had transpired in my village, instead heading straight home. However, to his surprise, the house was utterly empty. Suddenly, before Shinyu could react, a violent explosion resonated from outside. Looking up, he saw Shirun and Kagaya floating in midair, seemingly engaged in something unknown. Something has happened. Shinyu instinctively deduced the situation, for with his presence, neither Shirin nor Kagaya could possibly take action. The only explanation for the current circumstances was the appearance of an enemy. With this thought in mind, Shinyu swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and rushed towards the source of the explosion. At that moment, Kagaya and Shirin were both gasping for breath in midair, undoubtedly facing a formidable foe, such that even their combined efforts yielded no advantage. I truly did not expect someone like you to have descendants. It seems your ambush on me was quite serious, spoke the person before them, none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki. What surprised Kagaya was that Ishiki had chosen not to hide in some far-off corner of the world, but rather remained within my village, living as an ordinary villager. I genuinely underestimated you. Even without fully regaining your power, you dare to show yourself. Kagaya's gaze held no fear as she looked upon her former master, but rather was filled with derision. Ishiki, let me reveal something you are unaware of. Your Otsutsuki clan was completely obliterated just days ago. In this world, there are hardly any members of the Otsutsuki clan left. Though Kagaya's words stunned Ishiki momentarily, he quickly regained his composure. Kagaya, if what you say is true, then do not blame me for being ruthless. With that, Ishiki lunged forward to attack Kagaya. Observing this, Shinyu hastily retrieved the demon blade Muramasa from his system space and swiftly severed Ishiki's hand. Who are you? Ishiki expressed disbelief at the sudden assault. Much like Shirin did upon seeing Shinyu, the latter exuded an aura of invincibility. Me? Shinyu slowly sheathed his blade. Gazing at the dismembered Ishiki with a smile, I am the one who led the people of my village to raze your homeland to the ground. As for whether there were any of your descendants among them, I cannot say. You. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Ishiki could barely contain his rage. In truth, Shinyu had not spoken falsely. There were indeed descendants of Ishiki on that planet. You certainly know how to play, Shinyu remarked. You show up the moment I am absent. Do you think there is no one capable of fighting here on Earth? Ishiki's teeth ground in frustration as he looked at Shinyu, having expected that Shinyu would not return so soon. He had not anticipated that before he could subdue Kagaya, Shinyu would already be back. Currently, my power has yet to be restored, otherwise, how could I allow you to feel so pleased? Realizing he had no opportunity left today, Ishiki chose to flee. Shinyu, I will settle this score with you another day. With that, Ishiki vanished before Shinyu's eyes, but Shinyu had no intention of letting him escape. Trying to run, are we? Shinyu's figure also disappeared into the air, pursuing the fleeing Ishiki. Kagaya, upon seeing Shinyu's appearance, understood that her involvement was no longer necessary. However, she remained uncertain whether Shinyu would be able to kill Ishiki this time. Ishiki was exceedingly cunning, and even years prior, she had failed to eliminate him. Moreover, Kagaya harbored serious doubts that the Ishiki who had just appeared was indeed his true self. It was highly likely that he was merely a substitute. Much time passed, and as Kagaya had suspected, although Shinyu succeeded in killing, it was not the real Ishiki. It seems we must remain vigilant against this fellow in the future, Shinyu mused, observing the substitute in his hand and lamenting that the road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Today is New Year's Eve. Mumu wishes everyone a happy new year, and may all your wishes come true. May your academic performance improve, and may you achieve wealth in your careers soon. Thank you for your support of Mumu. Consequently, Mumu will be taking a few days off starting tomorrow for double eyelid surgery. For those interested in apocalyptic works, feel free to check out the novel I am preparing titled Executioner. Once again, thank you all. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Chapter 179, Team Master Kagaya. Shinyu found it quite odd that since Ishiki's last escape, he had not reappeared, nor had any news surfaced. Over the past 2 years, Shinyu had led Kagaya and others countless times in search of Ishiki's whereabouts. However, it was regrettable that Ishiki seemed to have vanished without a trace. Kagaya, do you still have any impressions of Ishiki? Reluctantly, Shinyu could only direct the question to Kagaya, an old acquaintance from the same era as Ishiki. Yet, in response to Shinyu's question, Kagaya had no answers of her own. No, you must understand that at that time, I was merely Ishiki's guardian and had no authority to learn much about him. Even during that ambush, it was purely a stroke of luck that I succeeded. Hearing Kagaya's response, Shinyu was left at a loss. Watching his 2 sons, who were incessantly cuddling Kagaya, his eyes brimmed with affection. Kagaya's 2 children bore quite simple names, Jinshur and Inshur. In truth, Shinyu found it difficult to evaluate the names of the 2 children. It seemed that the naming convention of the Otsutsuki clan revolved around the word sure, which is both convenient and straightforward. However, since it had already been agreed upon that Shunyu was not responsible for the two children, they retained the Otsutsuki surname, albeit with differing hair colors. Jin Sure had hair of golden hue, while In Sure's hair was white like Kagaya's. The two children indeed inherited the dual powers within Shunyu, which surprised him, as he had never anticipated that his powers, granted by the system, could be passed down. Shunyu, you are already 20 this year, aren't you? Just as Shunyu pondered how to locate Ishiki's hideout, Kagaya suddenly posed him a question that left him bewildered. Yes, I just celebrated my 20th birthday a couple of days ago. Upon Shunyu's affirmation, a hint of disappointment flickered across Kagaya's face as she sighed. Then you should be getting married soon. What a pity that the bride is not me. Huh. Shunyu was utterly taken aback by Kagaya's words, and his mouth twitched as he regarded the ancient ancestor of ninjas. Kagaya, we had previously agreed that I would only be responsible for passing this power on to you. Seeing Shunyu's response, Kagaya's expression darkened, and she tightly embraced Jin Sure and In Sure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Mama? The sorrow etched upon Hui Ye's face was swiftly perceived by her son in her embrace, who anxiously inquired about her well-being. Mother is fine. Noticing the concern of her two sons, Hui tenderly ruffled their hair and cast a meaningful glance at Shinsuke, who stood by, utterly at a loss. Alas, I am aware of the situation. Witnessing Hui Ye's tears and sighs, Shinsuke was left bewildered, unsure of how to respond. What is this situation? Wasn't it agreed upon beforehand? Now, here I am, appearing like a careless scoundrel. Shinsuke felt utterly despondent. Enough, you should leave. It is already late. And if you linger, the villagers may start to gossip, which would not bode well for you. Hui Ye's words struck Shinsuke profoundly. She was not merely the ancestor of ninjas, but indeed the progenitor of guile. Gossip from the villagers? One is the forebear of ninjas, while the other is the mightiest ninja in this realm. Which idle ninja dares to spread tales about these two? Hui Ye's statement revealed to Shinsuke the depths of her cunning. Just as he was about to speak, Hui interrupted once more. Do not say anything further. I understand. In truth, I have already prepared for everything. You should return swiftly. Very well. Faced with Hui Ye's relentless subtlety, Shinsuke felt overwhelmed and hastily retreated from her abode. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he collided with someone. I'm sorry. Why wasn't he paying attention to your presence here? Shinsuke was flustered, unable to discern who he had bumped into, and offered his apologies. Shinsuke-kun, it has been a while. Hearing that familiar raspy voice, Shinsuke looked up to find Orochimaru's wise serpentine gaze. Ah, it is you, Orochimaru-san. What brings you to Konoha today? In response to Shinsuke's inquiry, Orochimaru did not rush to answer. Instead, he cast a knowing glance at the house behind Shinsuke and then at his somewhat flustered expression, remarking enigmatically, "It seems that you two have encountered the inconveniences brought by science, especially since you were the first to propose it." At Orochimaru's words, Shinsuke found himself at a loss for words. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru's assertion held merit, applicable not only to Shinsuke, but also resonating throughout the annals of Huaxia's history. Was not Xiangyang's reforms the prime example? Observing Shinsuke's silence, Orochimaru smiled and continued, "You need not worry, for ordinary ninjas do not face such issues. It is merely that you are a rather unique individual, which is why you find yourself in this predicament." Encountering Orochimaru's ambiguous gaze, Shinsuke couldn't help but roll his eyes and pressed further, "You still haven't disclosed the purpose of your visit to Konoha." "Naturally. I am here to report my latest research findings to Lord Hokage. You must understand that we have developed a weapon even more formidable than the Bijudama, making this report indispensable." Upon hearing this, Shinsuke nodded in satisfaction. Since he began his quest for Ishiki, he had scarcely attended to Orochimaru's research over the past 2 years. Thus, the so-called scientific advancements had ultimately been communicated to the 6th Hokage, Kakashi. "I see. Then Orochimaru-san, you should go." Shinsuke opted to send Orochimaru on his way, fearing that further conversation might lead to more teasing remarks. "Do not rush." Orochimaru seemed oblivious to the situation and directly impeded Shinsuke's departure. "In fact, Shinsuke-kun, I did not anticipate encountering you so soon. Beyond weapon development, I have tailored something specifically for you." Upon hearing that it was customized for him, Shinsuke felt a shiver of trepidation. His strength already stood as the pinnacle in this world, leaving him uncertain about what Orochimaru had concocted. Surely he had not created another clone child? The thought of Mitsuki from Naruto made Shinsuke consider the possibility. Orochimaru-san, if it's a clone child or something similar, you might as well destroy it on the spot. At these words, Orochimaru burst into laughter. You worry too much. This time it is an item specifically designed for your pursuit of Ishiki. Chapter 180. Chakra Radar. Orochimaru-san, you have developed a tool for locating Ishiki? Although Shinsuke had never doubted Orochimaru's capabilities, the notion of creating such a device astonished him. Indeed, Shinsuke-kun, this is a result of countless failures. So do not underestimate its significance. It possesses the potential to revolutionize the history of ninjas. A hint of pride surfaced on Orochimaru's face as he spoke of his invention. Orochimaru was a man of unwavering dedication to scientific research, despite any criticisms of his abilities or fear of death. Observing Orochimaru's earnestness, Shinsuke nodded in agreement. If the device's range were sufficiently extensive, it could render all sensory ninjas obsolete. Where is this device currently located? Seeing Shinsuke's eagerness, Orochimaru's smile widened. I knew you would find this intriguing, confirming that my research has indeed borne fruit over the past year. With that, Orochimaru retrieved a small box, no larger than a palm, from his ninja tool pouch. This is it. However, its range is limited to 1 kilometer. To extend the distance, its size will inevitably increase. Shinsuke understood Orochimaru's explanation and decided to examine the device in his hands. The compact box was simple in design, featuring only 1 button and a screen, reminiscent of a smartphone from his previous life. Orochimaru-san, how do I operate this device? Despite the resemblance to a phone, Shinsuke was unfamiliar with its usage, as it lacked a power button. It is quite simple. Just press and hold the button, then allow your chakra to flow through your finger into the device. Following Orochimaru's instructions, Shinsuke pressed the button and channeled his chakra into the machine. With a crisp sound, the screen illuminated, revealing a multitude of green dots scattered across it. Shinsuke-kun, those green dots represent individuals possessing chakra. Observing the points of light on the screen, Shinsuke nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Orochimaru's invention could only be described as miraculous. Noticing the satisfaction on Shinsuke's face, Orochimaru continued. I have yet to decide on a name for this device. Perhaps you could assist me in naming it? Shinsuke had not anticipated that Orochimaru would entrust him with the responsibility of naming the device. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed. Let us call it the Chakra Radar. Radar? Undoubtedly, the term was foreign to Orochimaru, who struggled to comprehend how this device's search function correlated with the concept of radar. However, Orochimaru did not dwell on the reason why Shinyu chose such a name. Instead, he proceeded to introduce the Chakra Radar. Shinyu-kun, the Chakra Radar you hold in your hands is merely the latest version I have just developed. This device is powered by chakra, and its ability to sense the presence of chakra is entirely due to the chakra energy emitted by the formations within the machine. At this point, Orochimaru paused and continued. However, this device has a drawback. When in use, our enemies can easily detect our location. Thus, it is not suitable for offensive or assassination operations and can only serve as a defensive tool. That's perfectly fine. It is sufficient for our needs. Shinyu was aware of this principle, but he did not expect to utilize this gadget in everyday warfare. Beyond locating Ishur, it would be beneficial to install a larger version in the village to monitor for any external threats. Of course, aside from Ishur, it seemed there were no other enemies present. Was there? Mr. Orochimaru, could you develop a sensing system tailored for ordinary individuals, as well as for other metallic structures and chakra projectiles? In the near future, it is quite possible that ordinary people wielding weapons could pose a significant threat to ninjas as we swiftly enter the technological era. In response to Shunyu's proposal, Orochimaru nodded. He had already considered this point. Currently, he had captured several bats in his laboratory to study why these creatures could fly freely in the air without any adverse effects. Rest assured, Shinyu-kun, I am already researching this. However, I must inform you that the radar you possess can only detect ordinary ninjas. For unique physiques, like those of the Otsutsuki clan, it is necessary to utilize the chakra of Kaguya to sense them. Shinyu acknowledged Orochimaru's explanation with a nod. Indeed, Kaguya, as the progenitor of ninjas, possessed her own uniqueness. The fact that she could not be killed was a clear indication of her differences from others. Moreover, Shinyu suspected that this ancient woman, by continuously consuming the chakra of others, could potentially attain immortality. After all, the concept of extending one's life through the consumption of others is not unprecedented in the ninja world. Take Kakazu, for example. An ordinary ninja who could forcibly extend his life by capturing others' hearts, let alone Kagaya, the ancestor of ninjas. This is feasible. I shall instruct Kagaya to learn the multi-shadow clone technique. While she possesses vast chakra, she lacks combat experience. And it is indeed time for her to engage in training. The very thought of this made Shinyu feel a headache approaching. Kagaya's chakra was formidable, yet her techniques were exceedingly limited, consisting mostly of bone manipulation or navigating through dimensions, both of which consumed significant chakra. Consequently, Shinyu resolved to postpone his return home and first discuss the multi-shadow clone technique with Kagaya. Mr. Orochimaru, you may go seek the Hokage. I need to communicate with Kagaya for the time being. With that, without waiting for Orochimaru to respond, Shinyu once again returned to Kagaya's residence. However, he was unaware that a knowing smile had emerged on Orochimaru's face. Chapter 181. Shinyu's wedding. What are you back for? As soon as Shinyu opened the door, Kagaya greeted him with a sharp remark, as though he had committed a grave misdeed. Seeing the resentful expression on Kagaya's face made Shinyu's scalp tingle. Well, just now, Orochimaru developed a device called the Chakra Radar, and I was wondering if you could learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Once the Chakra Radar is mass-produced, we can swiftly locate Ishur and eliminate him. I refuse to learn. Kagaya turned away like a sulking child, effectively shutting the door in Shinyu's face. At that moment, Shinyu realized Orochimaru had indeed spoken the truth. This was a dilemma brought about by science. For a moment, he couldn't help but want to slap himself for his naivety. How could he have been so foolish to think it would be easy? However, in that instant, even if Shinyu regretted it, it was too late. While he was aware that the Otsutsuki clan possessed a means to traverse time, he had never encountered such a device. Moreover, he was concerned about the so-called grandfather paradox. If he altered events too drastically, it could lead to even more complications. Come on, Kagaya, as the progenitor of chakra, learning a few ninjutsu techniques should be effortless for you. There's no need to resist so staunchly. Reluctantly, Shinyu attempted to coax Kagaya into learning, saying, if you agree to help me, I will take care of all the expenses related to Kinsuk and Jinsuk. What do you think? Yet, Kagaya was hardly preoccupied with concerns about financial support. Her feelings for the handsome Shinyu had taken precedence. After all, in this world, who else could rival Shinyu? However, upon witnessing Shinyu's demeanor, Kagaya ultimately sighed. Deep down, she recognized her desires were somewhat unrealistic, but then again, isn't that what love is all about? Fine, I will learn. Kagaya's voice was filled with exhaustion and reluctance, as her nearly year-long secret admiration, or perhaps open affection, ultimately culminated in her conceding defeat. Thank you. Shinyu was well aware of Kagaya's feelings. However, he himself had no interest in her. After all, this older woman could drain the chakra of others. If they were to become involved, he would fear for his safety during any future quarrels. It was known that the Otsutsuki clan enhanced their power by consuming so-called chakra fruits. If this continued, Shinyu worried he might one day find himself unable to defeat Kagaya. In 2 weeks, it will be your wedding, correct? In the face of Kagaya's question, Shinyu wished to lie, but the enormity of the truth rendered concealment impossible. Yes, ultimately, Shinyu could only nod resignedly. However, although Kagaya's heart was filled with reluctance, she did not express anger but chose to bear this pain herself. Tintin is indeed a good girl. I wish you happiness. You need not visit us for the time being. Kanehagakure is taking excellent care of us, and we lack nothing. Kagaya's words made Shinyu's scalp tingle once more. Was he now definitively branded as a scoundrel? In that moment, he felt utterly despondent. After all, Kagaya had initially desired only the 2 powers within Shinyu. But to his surprise, after the birth of the children, Kagaya had unexpectedly embraced her maternal instincts. Rather than consuming the power within the twins, she had taken to nurturing them with great care. You should go home. As Kagaya once again issued her parting words, Shinyu fell into a contemplative silence. Glancing at the 2 sleeping children, he felt a pang of guilt. He had come to understand the drawbacks brought about by science. Ultimately, however, Shinyu still offered Kagaya an apology before departing. As he walked through the streets, he noticed announcements about his impending marriage posted at almost every few steps. Yes, I am indeed getting married. Along the way, Shinyu used this reasoning to comfort himself. Unbeknownst to him, He had arrived at his own doorstep. I am home. Xinyu pushed the door open and was greeted by Tian, who was eagerly preparing invitations at home. Darling, you're back. Come and see how beautiful our invitations are. Due to Xunyu's continuous engagement in various matters, he was utterly oblivious to the wedding details, which were entirely managed by Tian. They look splendid, Xinyu remarked, glancing at the card's design, which momentarily reminded him of Hui Yi. Just as Xunyu was lost in thought, Tian abruptly interrupted his reverie. You can't possibly think I was unaware of your feelings about Hui Yi. In truth, I realized it the moment you decided to contribute your genes. Observing the serious expression on Tian's face, Xinyu could only manage a wry smile and replied, who could have predicted that fellow would choose to raise the children? I thought she might devour them instead. Tian shook her head, commenting, it seems my future husband is rather dim-witted for not considering this. It's quite unfortunate for me. Xinyu, faced with Tian's teasing, merely smiled in resignation without further comment. Well then, let's focus on the wedding first. As for the situation with Hui Yi, we can deliberate on that later. If you're willing, I wouldn't mind. I mind. Xinyu interjected before Tian could finish. Tian, I am not that kind of person. If I were, I would have wreaked havoc on every female ninja in the village. Although his words were blunt, Xinyu spoke the truth. Given his current influence, should he choose to establish a harem, women from across the ninja world would flock to Konoha. You have a point. Let us marry first and discuss these matters afterwards. Ultimately, Xinyu opted for avoidance, and as he gazed at the large character for happiness on the invitation, he couldn't help but find it somewhat ironic. Chapter 182. The wedding in progress, it seems the day has finally arrived. Xinyu observed the bustling streets of Konoha, feeling a deep sense of reflection. It had been precisely 20 years since he traversed into the world of Hokage, evolving from a powerless infant to a formidable warrior capable of effortlessly vanquishing the Otsutsuki clan. Had it not been for his unique system, such a transformation would have been unfathomable. You seem remarkably composed. He heard a voice, turning to find Uchiha Sasuke, whose wedding was also taking place today, alongside his brother Naruto. The reason Xunyu had arranged their weddings as a collective event stemmed from his reluctance to participate in multiple ceremonies. After all, his presence would undoubtedly attract a throng of onlookers. Indeed, I have been considering postponing this wedding due to Ishii's mysterious whereabouts. Yet, thinking of Tian, I ultimately decided on an earlier date. Upon hearing Xinyu mention Ishii, Sasuke's expression grew serious. That cunning individual had vanished without a trace since his last encounter with Xinyu. Although Orochimaru had invented a chakra radar, it proved somewhat ineffective in a world so vast. Have you considered that Ishii might cause a scene at our wedding? Sasuke's question elicited a chuckle from Xinyu. The current Ishii was no longer the same individual who had journeyed to Earth with Hui Yi. His strength had diminished significantly. Xinyu mused that if Ishii did show up to stir trouble, it would be an ideal opportunity to deal with him once and for all. Sasuke, do you really think he would seek his own demise? Xunyu's jest lifted Sasuke's guard, allowing a smile of happiness to return to his face. By the way, where is that rascal Naruto? Noticing Naruto's absence, Xinyu felt a twinge of concern. That guy went to seek Iruka-sensei and Jiraiya to act as his elders. Speaking of which, Xinyu, have you thought about who will represent your elder at the wedding? Faced with Sasuke's inquiry, Xinyu found himself at a loss for words. There were indeed many individuals who could serve as his elders, but given his strength and the journey he had undertaken, no one had guided him. His abilities were solely the result of the system's assistance. He couldn't possibly call upon the system to step in. Detected that the host wishes to recognize this system as a father. Initiating task. Host may choose to accept or decline. The system's voice within his mind left Xinyu momentarily bewildered. He never anticipated that the system would entertain the notion of becoming his father, leaving him feeling rather exasperated. Yet, the system, being what it is, was indifferent to Xunyu's feelings. Task. Please find a piece of excrement to consume, whether your own or someone else's. If successful, the host will revert to a mortal state, and this system will transform into your father to attend your wedding. If failed, the host will be annihilated. Xinyu felt overwhelmed by the absurdity of the system's task. Consume excrement? How could he possibly do that? As he began to grapple with his conflicting thoughts, the voice in his mind chimed in again. Host, I was merely jesting. Wishing you a joyful wedding. With that, Xinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, with just one day remaining until his wedding, he was filled with eager anticipation. What would the next day bring? Konoha was adorned with festive decorations, and it was clear that the weddings of Shunyu, Naruto, and Sasuke had captured the hearts of the entire ninja world. A multitude of villagers flocked to Konoha, many eager to document this beautiful moment. However, this influx also caused a headache for Kakashi, the Hokage. After all, managing security for such a large crowd presented a significant challenge. Today, Konoha was a place of mixed emotions. While some rejoiced, others felt anxious. Yet, the one constant remained the passage of time, which never waits for anyone. Thus, the following day arrived without delay. Shinyu, it's time to set off. Hearing someone call from the doorway, Shinyu took a deep breath. To be honest, it would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't nervous. This was his first wedding. After all, alright, I'll be there shortly. After calming his excited emotions, Shinyu began to don his wedding attire and made his way to the door. At the wedding venue, the audience was a sea of faces. Shinyu and Tion, Naruto and Hinata, as well as Sasuke and Sakura, stood upon the elevated platform. Receiving the blessings of Konoha, faced with the enthusiastic villagers, Shinyu found himself at a loss for words. Now, let us invite the three couples to share their stories of how they met their partners. Upon hearing this prompt, Shinyu cast a meaningful glance toward Gaara in the audience. The reason he and Tion had come together largely stemmed from Gaara's efforts. Gaara, sensing Shunyu's gaze, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially considering he had to recount how he had met his bride. It was worth noting that Gaara had been rather reckless in the past, often threatening to kill this and that. As he looked at Shunyu smiling at him from the stage, Gaara felt a twinge of guilt. Of course, Shinyu would not genuinely divulge such details. While these so-called shadows may seem insignificant before him now, they still held great prestige in their respective ninja villages. It would be unwise to embarrass them for fleeting amusement. Subsequently, Shinyu took the microphone, ready to share the story of his journey with Tion. Thankfully, he did not mention Gaara. I Love Luo felt a sense of relief when Shinyu concluded the story without mentioning his assassination. As for the conversation between Naruto and Sasuke, I Love Luo was particularly intrigued by Naruto, as both being Jinchuriki, they shared a deeper connection. However, at that moment, Shinyu noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. Kaguya, who had come to attend his wedding. Seeing the tears welling in Kaguya's eyes, Shinyu could only muster a faint smile to respond to the scene. Thus, the collective wedding of the three came to a close, and Shinyu understood it was time to continue the search for Ishur. Chapter 183. The Family Hierarchy. A surprising event occurred that left everyone in Konoha astounded. Just the day after their wedding, Shinyu and the others reassembled at the village gates. This peculiar sight left the two gatekeepers of Konoha utterly speechless. Shinyu, didn't you just get married? Where are you heading now? Naturally, we are on a quest to find Ishur and swiftly eliminate any potential threats, Shinyu replied, leaving Shinyu Kong and Gang Zitai astonished. Although they were the gatekeepers of Konoha, they were still part of the legendary 8 trigrams duo. They were always the first to catch wind of any developments in the village. Traditionally, any ninja who just got married would refrain from missions for at least a week, typically spending time at home with their wives, recuperating before resuming duties. This was especially evident for male ninjas. Yet, here were Shinyu and his companions, who had just celebrated their nuptials, appearing at the village gates the very next day. How could the gatekeepers not be astonished? Indeed, you have inherited the great will of fire as descendants of ninjas. We have watched over the village for so many years. Yet no other ninja has shown such dedication as you three. In response to Gang Zitai's praise, Shinyu simply smiled, while Naruto became increasingly animated. Of course, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am destined to become Hokage. I could never abandon Konoha for something as trivial as marriage. Besides, my wife is quite obedient. Listening to Naruto boast about how he had trained Hinata to obey him, Shinyu found it rather amusing. However, the next moment, he saw Tion approaching with Hinata and Sakura, while Naruto continued to excitedly recount his tales. Hey, Naruto, maybe you should tone it down a bit. Although Shunyu was uncertain about Hinata's current standing in their household, it was inappropriate to say such things in her presence. Thus, he hastily attempted to interrupt Naruto. Stop messing around, Shinyu. Naruto shrugged off Shinyu's hand and continued to elaborate on his family dynamics to Shinyu Kong and Gang Zitai. Let me tell you, Hinata is quite afraid of me. Just last night, I gave her a glare, and she immediately fell silent. Oh, is that so? At that moment, Hinata had drawn closer and overheard Naruto's boasting. She coldly asked, Darling, are you planning a rebellion? With that, Hinata's eyes began to visibly twitch, undoubtedly signaling the activation of her Byakugan. Hinata. Naruto turned, seeing Hinata on the brink of an outburst, his voice trembling. What is wrong, darling? Weren't you just so cheerful? Hinata seemed oblivious to Naruto's terrified expression, possibly due to her Byakugan allowing her to only perceive the chakra emanating from him. A blue chakra swirled rapidly around Naruto, forming the words, fear. I didn't mean that. Naruto attempted to explain, but as he faced Hinata, who was poised to strike, she slowly raised her right hand. Target locked. In an instant, even Shunyu, the strongest ninja in the realm, failed to discern how quickly Hinata moved. By the time he reacted, Hinata had already struck Naruto. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, Naruto was sent flying. Humph, that's the consequence of speaking ill of me. Once Naruto lay harshly on the ground, Hinata relented and turned her gaze to Shunyu. Shingetsu, could you please ensure that Naruto receives this? I wouldn't want him to go hungry on his way. With that, Hinata picked up the bento she had placed on the ground and solemnly handed it to Shunyu, her eyes returning to their normal state. Sure. Shunyu was taken aback, never anticipating that the usually gentle Hinata would display such a side of herself following their wedding night. Thank you, Shingetsu. With a glance at the recovering Naruto, Hinata scoffed and departed. Hey, Naruto, this doesn't quite align with what you told us. Seeing Naruto in this state, Shin Yukong and Gang Zitai immediately seized the opportunity to tease him. Exactly. Just moments ago, you claimed to be the ultimate authority at home. Although Shunyu refrained from joining the mockery, he could clearly see Naruto's position. This was not merely a family hierarchy, it was a family subordination. As Hinata angrily walked away, Sakura and Tian also handed over their respective food items to their husbands before leaving the village gates. Alright, let us not dwell on the family hierarchy any longer. Shinyu stifled a laugh and addressed Naruto and Sasuke. Now, we must set off to find Ishur. Just last night, Kagaya's clone detected a location that may harbor him, so we need to hurry. Understood. Upon hearing about Ishur, both Naruto and Sasuke perked up. Their animosity towards Ishur was palpable, as he was once the source of their greatest troubles, thwarted only by Kagaya's ambush. Now let us go? Shinyu led Naruto and Sasuke, transforming into 3 swift arrows, racing towards the marked location. Shinyu, what if Ishur manages to escape again? Along the journey, Naruto was deeply troubled by this question. Ishur was notoriously difficult to eliminate, and even now, Shinyu had no idea how he had evaded capture previously. He had inquired Kagaya about it, but she too was unaware. Otherwise, Ishur would have been dealt with long ago. Honestly, I am uncertain, but I firmly believe there must be a solution. Reluctantly, Shinyu offered this response, which, though sounding evasive, reflected his true feelings. Very well. Noticing Naruto's disappointment, Shinyu quickly advised, during the battle, do not overexert yourself. You and Sasuke will handle the flanks while I take the lead. Thus, the 3 set forth on their journey towards Kagaya's signal point. Chapter 184. Host, please find a pile of excrement to consume after 3 days of travel. The group finally encountered Kagaya's clone, who was intently focused on the device in her hands, wary of allowing Ishur to escape once more. Kagaya, thank you for your efforts. So, has that guy noticed your presence? Upon meeting her, Shinyu eagerly inquired, what is his current strength? No, he has not detected me. Everything has gone smoothly thus far. However, I have a vague sense that his strength has shifted to the point where even I cannot fully perceive it. Moreover, due to the nature of my Byakugan, I hesitate to use it for direct reconnaissance. No worries, we shall take care of it from here. Upon hearing Kagaya mention that Ishiki's strength had undergone some changes, Shinyu was filled with curiosity. It must be said that the Otsutsuki clan is indeed a peculiar race, exhibiting oddities in both their means of survival and their power, far surpassing those of humanity on Earth. Faced with Shunyu's proposal, Kagaya had no reason to decline. Her own abilities were insufficient to contend with the formidable Ishiki, and confronting merely a clone seemed manageable. He is within this village, the rest is in your hands. Subsequently, Kagaya pointed to a villager clad in white, stating, if I am not mistaken, this is Ishiki. Upon hearing Kagaya's words, Shinyu sprang forward, launching a flying kick at the villager in white. Slap. As anticipated, Ishiki would not remain passive. He effortlessly blocked Shunyu's strike with his bare hands. His face contorted with fury as he glared at Shinyu. You again, it is always you. The relentless pursuit by Shunyu seemed never-ending. Originally, Ishiki had intended to prepare himself before launching an assault on Konoha, but Shinyu had no intention of granting him that time. Indeed, I cannot afford to nurture a tiger to plague me. Observing Ishiki's rage-filled visage, Shinyu found it somewhat amusing. There are always individuals who perceive themselves as supreme beings, regarding the lives of others as utterly insignificant. This was precisely why Shinyu relentlessly pursued Ishiki. He understood that such individuals, once empowered, would never choose to spare him. However, you are far too naive. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? I am no longer the Ishiki you once knew. With that, Ishiki swung his fist toward Shinyu. How swift! Ishiki's fist struck Shinyu, unleashing a tremendous force that sent him flying. In that fleeting moment, although Shinyu did not sustain any substantial injury, he was left in utter shock. Shinyu, you have greatly underestimated our Otsutsuki clan. Do you genuinely believe we are easily dealt with? Currently, Ishiki was brimming with confidence, for it was the first time he felt capable of overcoming Shinyu, and he relished the sensation of power. Allow me to tell you the truth. After my escape, I returned to the planet of the Otsutsuki. Although you razed my world to the ground, you did not foresee that I would once again acquire power through the corpses of my kin. I am now the most formidable being in existence. Shinyu looked at Ishiki's arrogant demeanor, utterly speechless. However, he had not anticipated that those corpses could be utilized to extract strength. From the earlier encounter, it was evident that Ishiki's power now nearly matched his own. Shinyu, I have come to assist you with Sasuke. Not far away, Naruto and Sasuke, witnessing Shinyu's plight, swiftly combined their powers into the Kyuubi Susanoo to provide support. Stay back. You are no match for him. Seeing the two approaching in their colossal Susanoo, Shinyu quickly intervened, but in the next moment, Ishiki appeared before them. Boom! A radiant golden light emanated from Ishiki's hand, toppling the immense Kyuubi Susanoo to the ground. It seems I have gained something today. Without hesitation, Ishiki opened his mouth, and with an immense suction force, the colossal Kyuubi Susanoo was devoured as if it were liquid, leaving a weakened Naruto and Sasuke gasping for breath on their knees. Ha ha ha! Let this strongest ninja from your earth experience the power of both of you. Accompanied by Ishiki's uproarious laughter, a bizarre amalgamation of orange and purple chakra began to surge from his body. Next, your demise approaches. Ishiki directed his gaze at Shinyu, and once again swung his fist toward him, this time enveloped in chakra. Boom! The overwhelming chakra rendered Shinyu incapable of resisting Ishiki's assault, and he was launched skyward once more. Yet, Ishiki had no intention of granting him the opportunity to land. He pursued Shinyu relentlessly, continuing his assault. Shinyu. As Naruto witnessed his brother being battered in midair, he attempted to rise to assist, only to feel an overwhelming weakness. He glanced at Sasuke beside him, who was in a similar state, depleted of chakra from Ishiki's earlier strike, filled with fury as he watched Shinyu being pummeled. Am I to perish? Shinyu exerted every ounce of his strength to fend off Ishiki's incessant attacks, yet he could not keep pace with his speed, left to endure the onslaught. With each successive strike, Shinyu coughed up blood, his consciousness beginning to fade. At that moment, Shinyu felt as though he had returned to that azure planet. Surrounded by familiar faces, everything appearing so warm, yet he sensed something was amiss. What is missing? Shinyu repeatedly questioned himself, but the answer eluded him. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, and his vision began to blur. Enough. Regardless of what is lacking, it holds no significance. Perhaps this is merely a dream, and perhaps closing my eyes will return me to my original world. Ding! Just as Shinyu succumbed to darkness, he heard a clear voice. Host, please do not give up. Host, do not entertain foolish thoughts. A task has been issued. Hold Tion's hand for over a minute. A series of system notifications echoed in Shinyu's mind, sounding both surreal and strikingly real. Task, please find a piece of dung to consume as soon as possible. Huh. Chapter 185. The conclusion, Ishiki's defeat, a new beginning. No, I cannot return. I still have Tion in this world. Upon hearing the system's familiar yet foreign task, Shinyu abruptly opened his eyes. Die? Ishiki, upon seeing Shinyu's eyes open once more, felt incredulous. However, in the next moment, a purple long knife materialized in his right hand, and he thrust it towards Shinyu. Clang! This seemingly inevitable strike was blocked by Shinyu wielding the cursed blade Muramasa, and his expression bore no trace of the fatigue from before. What? Seeing his lethal attack thwarted, Ishiki was filled with astonishment. When he looked at Shunyu, he discovered that his eyes had transformed into golden Rinnegan. You. Ishiki trembled with fear. Shinyu's demeanor and those golden eyes were enough to leave him utterly astounded. In that moment, Ishiki even lost the desire to continue attacking Shinyu. All he wanted was to retreat. Huh? Seeking to flee? Observing Ishiki's attempt to withdraw, Shinyu glared, completely immobilizing him. Surprised, are you? Seeing Ishiki's expression, Shinyu shook his head and said, I too am astonished. It is remarkable that your Otsutsuki clan possesses the ability to resurrect with sufficient chakra. Yet, you did not employ this method to save your kin. I have seen everything through my Rinnegan. What? Confronted with Shunyu's words, Ishiki's fear deepened. He truly did not comprehend how Shunyu was privy to such matters, for he was not present on the planet of the Otsutsuki clan at that time. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Ishi's face, Shinyu smiled softly and elucidated, in truth. My golden Rinnegan grants me the ability to perceive the existence of souls. When I activated it earlier, I discovered that your being is teeming with souls, and their countenance suggests a profound hatred towards you. Of course, my awareness stems from their revelations, for they conveyed that the Otsutsuki clan was not originally like this. It was only after your emergence, when you led a faction of powerful clan members to plunder the strength of other planets, which you referred to as cultivation, that things changed. Prior to your actions, the Otsutsuki people were ardent lovers of peace, were they not? Furthermore, when you returned to the Otsutsuki planet, your kin's souls pleaded for you to sacrifice your power to save them. Yet, you chose instead to employ a unique method, refining the corpses of those clan members into your own strength, seeking vengeance. It could be said that you were the architect of the Otsutsuki clan's complete annihilation. Faced with Shunyu's inquiries, Ishi felt an overwhelming dread, yet he remained obstinate. Yes, and so what? Our Otsutsuki clan is a chosen lineage. My kin would merely cower on that planet, living tranquil lives. Had I not discovered our potential for greatness, they would never have had access to such abundance of food. Observing Ishi's continued defiance, Shinyu shook his head. This individual had been consumed by such thoughts, and it was evident that altering his mindset was an impossible endeavor. With this realization, Shinyu summoned the true fire of the sun within him, watching as a golden flame slowly emerged, forming a fire dragon that bore down upon Ishi. Since you are so merciless toward your kin, allow me to grant you a swift end. The flames in my possession can reduce even souls to nothingness. Do not entertain thoughts of escape this time. As he spoke, the fire dragon morphed into a vast fire net, ensnaring Ishi completely, leaving no ground beneath him untouched. Upon sensing the imminent threat of the flames, Ishi, though aware that death awaited him, resolutely chose not to plead for mercy. Shinyu, consider yourself fortunate this time. Had you not discovered my hiding place, once I fully refined my power, you would have stood no chance against me. Shinyu regarded the begrudging Ishi and nodded. Indeed, I believe your words hold truth. Perhaps your frequent transgressions have displeased the heavens. With a sweeping gesture, Shinyu caused the fire net to constrict rapidly, and upon contact with Ishi's body, it crumbled like paper, leaving him utterly reduced to nothingness. What impressed Shinyu was that, even in such dire circumstances, Ishi did not utter a single cry, instead fixing a fierce gaze upon Shinyu, his eyes brimming with resentment. Within a minute, Ishi's presence vanished from this realm, and as Shinyu acknowledged his demise, he felt an unprecedented wave of weakness wash over him. Undoubtedly, incinerating Ishi had demanded an immense expenditure of chakra, a toll that even now weighed heavily upon Shinyu, yet he was relieved to have emerged victorious. Gradually, Shinyu approached Naruto and Sasuke, inquiring, "Are you both unharmed?" All is well. After a brief respite, Naruto and Sasuke had regained some chakra. Gazing at the spot where Ishi had just vanished, Naruto expressed his heartfelt admiration. "Shinyu, you are truly formidable. But what shall we do next?" Shinyu found amusement in Naruto's crestfallen expression, for his inability to assist had evidently struck a heavy blow to his younger brother. Nevertheless, Shinyu acknowledged that the most pressing crisis had been averted, though uncertainty loomed regarding the future arrival of other peculiar clans. What shall we do? Naturally, we shall return to seek our wives. This marks a new beginning for us. With that, Shinyu chuckled as he patted Naruto's shoulder and, weary yet resolute, made his way toward the direction of Konohagakure. Thus concludes the tale. It must be said that this narrative did not achieve its full potential, both in terms of plot and language. However, I am immensely grateful for everyone's understanding and encouragement. Should you be interested, I invite you to peruse my next book. What impressions linger from this tale? Is it the Uchiha sisters from the limited Tsuki? Or perhaps Orochimaru's cultivation of the Sharingan? In the future, I shall endeavor to craft another fanfiction within the Naruto universe, with even grander ideas. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude once more to all readers for your unwavering support and encouragement.